The three rulers of evil forces were preparing to lead their powerful followers to evacuate the gold mining region. Only the strongest members of their factions remained. The Imperial Army was still at its headquarters. They needed to return to mobilize their troops and join forces against the angels. However, their plan to evacuate was merely wishful thinking. Having come all this way, how could the fallen angels, led by Victoria, allow them to leave so easily? Suddenly, figures appeared on the battlefield as if traversing space. These were 5 12-winged fallen angels, including Victoria and Priscilla. They appeared in different locations, surrounding the Cyclops Emperor and his forces. Chapter 4:01 Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You lowly, evil creature. How dare you resist my army of fallen angels? Who gave you the courage? Victoria emerged from the void and stood in front of the Cyclops Emperor and his entourage. She held a fallen angel's sword engulfed in burning black flames, and 12 fallen angel wings on her back radiated an incomparably dazzling crimson light. She looked down at the Cyclops Emperor and the others with indifferent eyes. Originally, she didn't want to take action herself. In her eyes, whether it was the demigods from those evil forces or the 3 Cyclops Emperors, they were all just trash. It's enough to leave it to Priscilla and the others. Her fallen angel sword has always been used only to slay immortal gods. Even immortal gods, only chief gods who wield great divine power are qualified to die by her sword. The blood of mortal beings is utterly unworthy to stain the sword of her fallen angel. However, the situation is different now. The Supreme Creator has descended upon the underground world. Moreover, they were right inside the ranks of their fallen angel army. Given such a rare opportunity, she naturally wanted to make a good impression and enhance her presence in the Creator's eyes. In addition, she made another discovery. The man surnamed and appeared in the underground world along with the Creator. But what almost horrified Victoria was that Angelia exuded the aura of the Creator, and it was extremely strong. She knew very well what this meant. This has never happened before. But thinking about it, it's quite normal. The current Creator has not yet awakened or regained his past memories. He is currently a human being like a blank canvas. Humans are a species with an extremely strong desire to reproduce. And then there's Angelia. Her charm is almost unmatched. Therefore, she can completely understand why this happened. But despite her understanding, Victoria's sense of crisis only intensified. She couldn't let the situation continue to worsen. She had to find a way to gain a place in the Creator's heart. Otherwise, their fallen angel faction would continue to be suppressed by the holy angel faction. Considering all the above situations, Victoria then decided to take matters into her own hands and target the Cyclops King and his ilk, so that the Creator may know that even without the help of the holy angels, their fallen angel army can still sweep away everything, conquering the universe and spreading faith for the Creator. A mysterious energy fluctuation emanated from Victoria. It instantly enveloped an area within a radius of 10,000 meters, forming an unbreakable cage that imprisoned the Cyclops Emperor and others inside. Even within the cage, the power of spatial laws is still present. This means that Victoria, like Angelia, also possesses knowledge of the laws of space. Of course, this is not surprising. As an 18-winged fallen archangel, she possessed an unbelievable number of laws. Moreover, most of the laws cannot be fully manifested because her current level of cultivation is too low. She is currently able to demonstrate approximately several hundred different laws. Once back to the realm of the gods, other hidden laws will all be revealed along with the divine power. Without returning to his peak condition, any assessment of an 18-winged fallen archangel is an underestimation. The same applies to an 18-winged holy archangel. Attack together. Let's charge out together. The evil-eyed demon emperor struck first, using a soul technique to attack Victoria. However, the result was completely different from what it had expected. It kicked a metal plate. Its soul-binding magic, capable of imprisoning the Dark Elf Queen, seemed to have struck an impregnable wall when it surged toward Victoria. Not only did they fail to shake it, they even suffered a terrible backlash. The soul technique collapsed instantly, as if it had been smashed to pieces. All the extended spiritual power was also annihilated. The evil-eyed demon emperor himself let out a series of extremely shrill screams, and bright red blood flowed from the main eyeball on the surface of the flesh ball, as well as the eyes on each of the tentacles. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. How could your soul power be so strong? The evil-eyed demon emperor howled in pain and screamed in disbelief. It felt like its eyes were going blind. The Cyclops King and the Ghost Dragon King, who were about to make their move, were so frightened by this scene that they dared not move. They had never seen anything like this happen to the evil-eyed demon king before. This old, evil-eyed man often brags to them. It claims that even if a true god appeared before it, his soul would be shaken by its secret techniques. So you can't even handle a demigod? They didn't even see Victoria make a move. The evil-eyed demon emperor was simply injured by the backlash of the soul's secret technique. That's terrifying. This indicates that the 12-winged fallen angel's soul was extremely powerful, far exceeding the soul strength of the evil-eyed demon emperor, which is why it was able to ignore the evil-eyed demon emperor's attacks, while simultaneously suffering a passive backlash. Can voluntary surrender result in lenient treatment? This is the voice of the Ghost Dragon King. However, what responded to it was a dense rain of blood-red sword light. The Ghost Dragon Emperor instinctively vanished into nothingness. Theoretically, a ghost in this state can ignore all physical attacks. It is called a theory because when this rain of blood-red swords came down, the Ghost Dragon Emperor's body was cut into countless pieces, and even his soul was shattered. This is an attack from Victoria. Slaying the Ghost Dragon King is as easy as slaying a chick. Chapter 402 Complete Suppression. Upon witnessing this scene, the demigods present were all chilled to the bone, standing there shivering. The undead demigods, especially those from the realm of immortality, were in utter despair. The Ghost Dragon King is their ruler. They are also their guides on their journey to the underworld. But now he's been killed. Regardless of whether this war ends in victory or defeat, these immortal spirits will not have an easy time. He's dead. The Cyclops King and the evil-eyed Demon King were also stunned in place. The latter even raised its tentacles and stared at the spot where the Netherworld Dragon Emperor had died with hundreds of eyes, completely unable to believe that such a thing had happened, just like a mortal seeing a ghost. You should know that the Ghost Dragon Emperor is a ghost of the undead race. The entity can freely switch between nothingness and reality. It is said to be able to ignore all physical attacks, and also has extremely strong resistance to magical attacks. Furthermore, the Ghost Dragon Emperor was a super strong being at the peak of the demigod level, and he was also a dragon in his previous life, making his combat power incredibly strong. Looking at the entire underground world, there is absolutely no one who can kill the Ghost Dragon Emperor. Even the evil-eyed Demon Emperor, who was skilled in soul magic, could not do it. However, the Ghost Dragon Emperor was killed in a single blow, as easily as if someone had just blew a breath of air. This is terrifying. Both were peak demigods. They couldn't believe that the 12-winged fallen angel was so powerful. It's just as terrifying as the legendary immortal god. No, even for an immortal true god, a lower-level true god, killing the Ghost Dragon Emperor would not be an easy task if it weren't for the power restraint. That's incredible. In front of her, I felt as small and insignificant as an ant on the ground. The evil-eyed Demon Emperor's hundreds of tentacles were twitching, and without the slightest hesitation, he led several of his evil-eyed demigods and fled in another direction. However, no matter which direction they fled, they would be intercepted by a 12-winged fallen angel. 5 12-winged fallen angels, led by Victoria, have completely sealed off this area. The entire area was also imprisoned by the power of Victoria's laws. They have no chance of escaping. Perhaps they already knew this, they just didn't want to face the terrifying Victoria. In the eyes of the evil-eyed Demon Emperor and others, none of the other 12-winged fallen angels were as monstrous as Victoria. Their premonition was correct. Priscilla, along with Tasia and the other 3 12-winged fallen angels, were naturally far weaker than Victoria. But the problem was, they were not even capable of challenging her. Any one of the 12-winged fallen angels could easily kill them. Catch them, don't kill them. This is an order from Victoria. At his command, Priscilla and the other 3 12-winged fallen angels immediately took action. They transformed into streaks of blood-red light, moving through the battlefield area. Each time they teleported, an enemy demigod would be severely injured. After several waves, all 20-odd demigods fell on the battlefield. Following Victoria's orders, Priscilla and the others did not kill the demigods, but instead wounded and captured them. They knew that Victoria was preparing to send the elite fallen angel team, which she was heavily investing in, to pick off the remaining enemies. Priscilla and the others had no objection to this. They are all already at the peak of demigod status. No matter how much primordial energy you acquire, you cannot become a god in this world. Furthermore, given the divine oracle from the 18-winged fallen archangel, how could they dare to have any objections? Even their boss's boss had to respectfully address Victoria as Your Majesty. Wait a minute, I'm willing to surrender. I will lead all the people of my empire to pledge allegiance to you and to worship your holy light lord. This is a terrified plea for mercy from the evil-eyed Demon Emperor. However, what responded to it was also a dense rain of blood-red swords. The evil-eyed demon emperor roared and used all the power of the laws within his body to condense a shield that tightly protected his body. The law-protected shield was easily shredded like paper. Along with the hundreds of tentacles on the evil-eyed demon emperor's body, they were also severed with great precision. When the rain of swords subsided, the evil-eyed demon emperor was completely transformed into a ball of flesh, his entire body covered in countless sword wounds. This is an attack from the 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla. That can be considered as her showing mercy. Otherwise, the evil-eyed demon emperor's body would have been chopped into mincemeat by her. On the other side, Victoria once again displayed overwhelming and terrifying power, cleaving the Cyclops King's body in two with just one sword strike. He was a peak demigod and a member of the giant race. The Cyclops Emperor was remarkably resilient. Even with only half his body remaining, he did not perish on the spot, and even used the power of the laws in an attempt to escape from Victoria's grasp. The result, of course, was that Victoria banned him outright. Thus, the rulers of the three superpowers were all captured. The total time took no more than 2 minutes. Chapter 4:03 The Empress's Feelings. While Victoria and several other 12-winged fallen angels took action, the high-ranking angels in the fallen angel army also descended upon the gold mine area to besiege the powerful figures from various factions gathered there. The vast majority of them come from the 4 superpowers. A minority are from other evil races. Even after eliminating the powerful figures from the Dark Elf Empire, the remaining forces still number in the tens of thousands, with the weakest being at the transcendent level and countless saint-level experts. This is an extremely powerful force. If this were placed on the surface world, it would definitely cause great chaos, and countless surface creatures would die at their hands. However, their current adversary is a fallen angel. Moreover, they were all fallen angels of high rank. At the same time, a large number of Cerberus descended upon the battlefield. They were naturally unable to resist. Soon, a large-scale battle broke out. One after another, high-ranking fallen angels swept through the battlefield like a whirlwind, slaughtering the powerful figures of various evil forces. In a matter of moments, the entire battlefield was stained red with blood. Everywhere you look, there are broken corpses. That's not even the worst part. The most terrifying thing was that all the corpses and the flowing blood were devoured by the angelic swords in the hands of the fallen angels, including the souls of those evil creatures. Such a method of slaughter caused the expressions of all the high-ranking and powerful dark elves who were watching from outside the battlefield to change drastically. The beautiful young faces turned deathly pale with fright. They had lived in the underground world for countless years and had seen all sorts of evil races and creatures, but none of them could match the evil of those fallen angels. Even the undead from the immortal realm and the Spider-Man race are not allowed. The undead are a purely evil race. The human-faced spider is so evil that it even eats corpses. However, they still cannot compare to the fallen angels on the battlefield. They didn't even spare the souls of their enemies. They devoured corpses and souls, using them as nourishment for their advancement. Many high-ranking officials and powerful figures in the Dark Elf Empire witnessed firsthand how fallen angels, after slaying a large number of enemies, directly ascended to a higher realm. Moreover, there was more than one fallen angel who had such an experience. The angels on the battlefield have absolutely no relation to the legendary angel race. I would believe it if you told me they were void demons. A high-ranking dark elf said, gasping for breath. Wherever the fallen angels went, all that remained were mutilated corpses and countless broken bones. Such a scene is frightening enough. Not to mention the high-ranking dark elves. Even the Dark Elf Queen and the few Dark Elf demigods with her felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they felt quite fortunate. I'm glad I didn't choose to fight against the army of fallen angels. Otherwise, they would probably have met the same fate. At the same time, they were also shocked by the fallen angels' powerful combat strength. Nearly 30 demigods were all suppressed by the 5 12-winged fallen angels in just 2 minutes. Among them were the Cyclops Emperor, the evil-eyed Demon Emperor, and the Ghost Dragon Emperor, all of whom were peak demigod powerhouses. Of the 3 rulers, some died and some were captured. It's like stepping on a bunch of ants. Easy and simple. A dark elf demigod transmitted his voice to Queen Naisha, saying, "Your Majesty, I believe that if it weren't for your wise decision, our fate would have been the same as those Cyclops demigods and evil-eyed demigods." When transmitting sound, the dark elf demigod's consciousness was visibly trembling. This shows what kind of mood she is in right now. Upon hearing this, the dark elf Queen Naisha's lips twitched violently. Who can argue with that? Even she herself felt as if she had just circled the edge of a bottomless abyss. The fear of almost being swallowed by the abyss made her feel lingering dread. Even if her dark elf race were to be used and then abandoned again in the future, she felt that would be better than being slaughtered by fallen angels. Ultimately, the former still has a chance to survive. The latter, however, would lead to the extermination of the entire clan. Dark Elf Queen Nadia had reason to believe that this army of fallen angels would turn the underground world upside down. Whether it's the Cyclops Empire, the Evil Eye Empire, the Immortal Kingdom, or any other weak and evil race, none can escape it. They will be like the Spider-Man Empire. It became a historical ruin of the underground world under the sweeping onslaught of the fallen angel army. As for the Dark Elves, they may be the only evil race that survived the ruins, simply because she made the right choice. Under the watchful eyes of the Dark Elf Queen and others, an elite team composed entirely of demigods and saints, including 4-winged and 2-winged angels, appeared on the battlefield. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes cold. They all wielded swords of fallen angels burning with hellfire, resembling cold, killing machines. With swift sword strokes, they slew the evil demigods who had been suppressed by Victoria and the others, including the critically wounded Cyclops King and the Evil Eye Demon King, who also died at their hands. The next moment, most of them were enveloped in dazzling golden light. That was an unusual phenomenon that occurred during a rank advancement. Chapter 404 Super Hell Soldier. On the other side, Victoria took out a gray orb of light and crushed it. Instantly, a surge of pure and powerful soul energy emerged, enveloping all the 4-winged and 2-winged angels on the battlefield. With the help of this spiritual power, even more angels achieved breakthroughs in their levels. This immense soul power comes from the Ghost Dragon Emperor. As a dragon ghost at the peak of the demigod level, the Ghost Dragon Emperor's soul origin is extremely vast. After Victoria killed it, she did not devour its soul essence, but instead used the fallen angel's sword to purify it and store it away. Now, it's all being used on these 4-winged and 2-winged angels. This elite team of fallen angels killed nearly 30 demigods in a row, not only gaining a huge reward of primordial energy, but also devouring the blood and soul power of those demigods. Naturally, they reaped enormous benefits. The most obvious change is the level increase. In this team, there were originally about 40 fallen angels who were at the late stage of Saint rank or the peak of Saint rank. Now, they have all made rapid progress and advanced to the level of demigods. Other angels who were at the demigod level also improved to varying degrees. From then on, all 51 fallen angels in this elite team reached the level of demigods. At the same time, a rich, blood-red light emanated from their bodies. Along with this came a terrifying energy fluctuation. The angelic energy within them has been activated. As hell soldiers created by the fallen angels faction, activating the angelic heart within their bodies signifies that they have reached their peak strength, enabling them to combine into super hell soldiers. Victoria immediately issued the order to form a group. The Supreme Creator was watching from within the distant army camp, and this was a perfect opportunity for the fallen angels to show their strength. The next moment, the bodies of the 51 fallen angels transformed into streaks of blood-red light that merged together, quickly forming an enormous, blood-red sphere of light. The combination method for super hellfighters is different from that of transformers. Their combination method is even more mysterious. It is also more perfect. Before they were a group, they were separate individuals. After combining, they will directly sublimate into a completely new life entity, possessing only one soul and one thought, and will never experience the phenomenon of their hands and feet not obeying their brains. It's more like a perfect fusion of a higher life form than a combination. In less than 10 seconds, the crimson orb of light that had been hovering high in the sky slowly disappeared. Those 4-winged angels and 2-winged angels have disappeared. Instead, there was a colossal 4-winged angel of immense size. Her height reached an astonishing 100 meters or more. Covered in jet-black angel armor, wielding a colossal fallen angel sword, and with 4 terrifyingly large fallen angel wings on his back. With a casual wave of the fan, gusts of wind can be stirred up. Even more terrifying energy fluctuations emanated from her body. Its energy level definitely surpasses that of a peak demigod. Because the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the energy fluctuations emanating from her, although it did not explode directly, it did show signs of distortion and vibration. 10,000 meters away, the Dark Elf Queen and the others were all stunned when they saw the colossal fallen angel appear. They had never seen such a stunning scene before. The legendary angels can actually combine to become an even more powerful giant angel. Although these were not the legendary holy angels, but fallen angels who had never appeared before. Such a scene was still completely beyond their comprehension. What kind of ability is this? A dark elf demigod exclaimed in astonishment. It looks like a fusion technique of the slime race. Silence. Don't talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, the dark elf Queen Nadia immediately rebuked her. What slime fusion technique? These fallen angels are mythical beings. Their abilities are far beyond what slimes, those weak creatures at the very bottom of all races, can compare to. If those 12-winged fallen angels heard this, they might just kill them on the spot. The dark elf queen took a deep breath and said, "This colossal fallen angel is terrifyingly powerful. Although no divine might was displayed, I get the feeling that she has broken through the shackles of demigod and reached the level of a true god." True god? Your Majesty, how is this possible? Isn't our world, with its flawed laws and weak origins, incapable of supporting a true god? It definitely cannot bear the weight. The dark elf queen said, "Look at that giant angel standing there motionless, and the space around her is already distorted. Once she unleashes her power, she could easily shatter space and thus affect the laws of the world. The longer a life form of her level stays in this world, the closer this world gets to its end." Upon hearing this, the other dark elf demigods all showed expressions of horror. At that very moment, suddenly, they saw the colossal fallen angel, led by a 12-winged fallen angel, flying towards the fallen angel army behind them. Not long after, the colossal fallen angel touched the ground with the tip of its sword and knelt on one knee. The person she was kneeling before was an extremely handsome young human. Beside this young human stood an elegant and noble 12-winged holy angel. The dark elf queen's eyes widened immediately. It was both shocking and unbelievable. Could he be the Lord of Holy Light that Doris spoke of? Chapter 405 Super Hell Soldier, Kachusa. The dark elf queen couldn't be sure whether the human youth was indeed the Lord of Light. It's because he was only a demigod. His level is late-stage demigod, and he hasn't even ignited his divine fire. Not to mention a true god. How could the Lord of Holy Light, whom the angels worship, not even be an immortal god? This makes absolutely no sense. However, the young human was surrounded and protected in the center of the fallen angel army. Countless powerful fallen angels around him cast incredibly fanatical glances at him. Even beside him stood an elegant and noble 12-winged holy angel, whose eyes were fixed on him. In him lies the faith of all angels. Furthermore, after the colossal fallen angel descended, it knelt on one knee before the human youth. It lowered its head, its gaze reverent, displaying a loyalty akin to that of a death knell. If we set aside their own level, the dark elf queen is 100% certain that he is the Lord of Holy Light that Doris spoke of. A human being who is the god of worship for the angel race. This is somewhat unbelievable, but the facts seem to be right in front of me, leaving me no choice but to believe them. Dark elf Queen Nasha muttered something, then seemed to realize something and said to herself, "I know that human must be the incarnation of the Lord of Light. For an immortal god, it is not difficult to condense a mortal avatar. Moreover, that is the holy light Lord worshipped by the angel race. He can do this with ease." At this moment, the dark elf queen felt that she had found the truth. On the side of the fallen angel's army, Lin Yu looked at the super hell warrior kneeling before him, and a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. Wow, really strong. The energy fluctuations emanating from this colossal fallen angel have completely surpassed the level of a demigod. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to regard her directly as a true god. At the same time, the information panel of the colossal fallen angel also appeared in Lin Yu's field of vision. Super Hell Soldier, Kachusa. Affiliation, Fallen Angels, Hell. Heart of the Energy, Angel Grade. Beginner. War Level, Lower Rank, True God. Master the Laws, Slaughter, Destruction, Darkness, Blood, Soul. Introduction. Super Hell Soldiers are fused together from Hell Soldiers created by the Fallen Angels faction. They are higher level, perfect life forms, possessing extremely terrifying combat power. Even the weakest Super Hell Soldier possesses combat power comparable to a true god. Gladys is not exaggerating. The Super Hell Soldier formed by the fusion truly possesses power at the level of a true god. In this situation, the 4 fallen angel wings behind her can be ignored. Although she still looks like a 4-winged fallen angel, her combat power is more than 100 times stronger than that of a 4-winged fallen angel at its peak. Of course, just by looking at her terrifying height of over 100 meters, you can tell how strong she is. It is worth mentioning. After merging into a Super Hell Soldier, she no longer had the specific realm distinctions of a professional. There are only rank and war level. The former is the beginner level. The latter is a lower-level true god. Lin Yu looked at the 12-winged fallen angel Victoria, who was standing respectfully to the side, and asked, "Can I understand that super hell soldiers cannot cultivate, but can continue to enhance their combat strength by improving their rank?" "Yes, the Supreme Creator," Victoria respectfully explained. "Because cultivation resources are extremely scarce in hell, we did not endow the super hell soldiers with the ability to cultivate themselves when we created them. They belong to an alternative type of war weapon type life form." Lin Yu asked, "Then how do we raise their rank?" Victoria said, "My lord, fusing with other super hell soldiers is the fastest way to upgrade their energy angel hearts. 10 low-level super hell soldiers can be combined to form 1 mid-level super hell soldiers. A mid-grade super hell soldier, whose combat power is comparable to that of a mid-level true god. As things stand at the moment, the super hell soldiers we created are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top level. A super hell soldier whose energy angel heart has reached its peak can rival the combat power of a supreme god who wields great divine power." He paused slightly. Victoria continued, "Supreme Creator, we believe that the ultimate energy angel heart is still not the limit for super hell soldiers. Archangel Astia has also been researching even more powerful super hell soldiers. Astia, the fallen archangel with 18 wings. They are research-oriented talents. Super hell soldiers, hell battleships, and so on were all created by Astia. You did a great job. It also has a very promising future." Lin Yu praised him generously, saying, "If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." He also wanted to see what a super hell soldier, stronger than even the main god, looked like. In the battlefield of myriad realms, above the main god is the supreme god king. The 18-winged archangels of the angel race are at this level. Once these fallen angels research and manufacture super hellish soldiers comparable to the supreme god king, it will be like a cow taking off in an airplane. Chapter 406. These guys are just dreaming. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Victoria was immediately thrilled and overjoyed. She said without any hesitation, "Great Creator, if I could receive the help of your creative power, I believe Astia would be able to create the perfect heart of Gaia." The heart of Gaia is the even more powerful heart of the angel. It can be used to drive super hell soldiers comparable to the supreme god. However, creating an angelic heart of this level of energy is an extremely difficult task, even for Astia, who is herself a supreme god. For Astia, the Gaia-level energy angel heart was only in a theoretical state. She had repeatedly attempted to fuse 10 super hell soldiers comparable to the main god in an effort to create a Gaia-level energy angel heart, but all her attempts failed. For Victoria and Abhisha, their hope rests on Lin Yu. As the creator of the angel race, Lin Yu possesses the power of creation capable of creating all things in the world. Creating a Gaia-level energy angel heart would be a very simple matter for him. Lin Yu hadn't spoken yet. Secretarian, who was standing quietly to the side, rolled her eyes. This guy really dares to say anything. Indeed, the creative power of the Lord of Light can create everything, including the heart of Gaia. After all, the Lord of Holy Light, who is even more powerful than the 18-winged archangels, created 2 chaos archangels, and the primordial angel rebirth pool he created directly gave birth to 7 of them, the 18-winged archangels. This is evident. How powerful is the power of creation? It can be said to be the origin of all things in the universe. However, in Angelia's view, it would be a complete waste to have the Lord of Light expend the power of creation to create the so-called heart of Gaia. Why not create another, primal angel rebirth pool, to give birth to even more 18-winged angels? These guys are always dreaming. Lin Yu didn't think as much as Secretarian did. Upon hearing that his power of creation could be of help, he immediately said, "It's a small matter. When I attain the supreme divine position in the future, I will help you create the heart of Gaia." Lin Yu is still self-aware. If I'm going to help, that will be in the future. He is now just a minor demigod. Even if we drain all the creative power within him, it won't help Astia create the heart of Gaia. We can only wait until he becomes stronger in the future. Praise be to you, the Most High Creator. Victoria was overjoyed and said, "It is an honor for our fallen angels camp to have your recognition and favor." As she said this, she deliberately glanced at Angela, who was standing next to Lin Yu. Out of the corner of her eye, her provocation quite obvious. However, Secretarian simply ignored her. By the time the Lord of Light helped the fallen angels create the heart of Gaia, she said that he might not have already broken through his rank and ascended to become a chaos angel with the Lord of Light's help. An older sister will always be an older sister. These guys have no chance of turning the world upside down in front of her. 1 hour later, the war in the area near the gold mine has ended. Tens of thousands of evil warriors from the Cyclops Empire, the Evil Eye Empire, the Immortal Realm, and other racial forces were wiped out by the fallen angels. Not a single one managed to escape the battlefield, because the archangels who had accompanied the army had already used the divine spell, War Shackles, to completely seal off the area near the gold mine. In addition, the angels control the world's fastest speeds. Those powerful figures from the evil forces have no chance of escaping. They had all turned into mutilated, dried-up corpses. Those high-ranking fallen angels who experienced this war were also promoted to higher levels. Some even broke through to the level of demigods, achieving a dramatic increase in combat power. In terms of the way fallen angels grow, every war is a great opportunity for them to achieve leapfrog development and become stronger. In the same war, fallen angels ascend faster and more terrifyingly than holy angels, because they can also advance in rank by devouring the blood and souls of their enemies. From this perspective, fallen angels are more suited to conquest and slaughter than holy angels. The downside is that there are too few of them. Compared to the holy angels' massive army of trillions, even if the fallen angels developed for another million years, their scale would still not catch up with that of the holy angels. At the same time, several high-ranking angels of love appeared high in the sky. They waved their staffs, unleashing a dazzling rain of light that enveloped the corpses of the elf elder Carol and several powerful elf warriors from the tribe. Soon, the elf elder Carol and the others were resurrected. This is the resurrection magic of the angel of love. These angels of love were sent into the underworld with the army of fallen angels to prevent such events from happening. If the Cyclops Emperor, the evil-eyed Demon Emperor, and others were to be resurrected and witness this scene, they would probably be so angry that they would die again on the spot. Before their complete annihilation, their only achievement was killing the elf elder Carol and others. Now look what's happened. They died, but Carol and the others were resurrected. How could they possibly stand that? Even a coffin lid couldn't hold it down. Chapter 407, The Surrendered Empress. After the battlefield is cleaned up, Lin Yu said to Victoria, the high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the three evil empires have all been wiped out. You can go directly to attack and destroy their headquarters. To conquer the entire underground world as quickly as possible. By concentrating the resources of the underground world, the power of the heavenly kingdom will become even stronger. Whether heading to the battlefield of myriad realms or conquering other floating island worlds, the stronger you are, the better. Yes, your majesty. Victoria respectfully complied. Then he set off in a grand procession with his army of fallen angels. Super Hell Soldier Kachusa did not follow. Lin Yu kept her with him. I plan to take it to the battlefield in the Bountiful region tomorrow to fight against the Dragon Clan's army. Afterwards, Lin Yu summoned the Dark Elf Queen and others. When they arrived in front of Lin Yu, the Dark Elf Queen and the others were still filled with shock. They were awestruck by the resurrection magic of the angels of love. I have never seen such an incredible resurrection technique. Not only was he resurrected, but his realm and strength were not diminished either. This shattered their preconceived notions. I couldn't help but marvel again and again. They truly lived up to their legendary mythical status. Their power was unbelievable. He came to stand in front of Lin Yu. The Dark Elf Queen and the others fell silent, unsure how to address Lin Yu. If the title is wrong, it could be fatal. Lin Yu was quite adept at undressing people. While sizing up the alluring and sexy Dark Elf Queen, he said with a faint smile, I am Lin Yu, the ruler of the heavenly kingdom. You may call me your majesty. The Dark Elf Queen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. He then quickly bowed to Lin Yu and respectfully greeted his majesty. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said to the Dark Elf Queen, from this moment on, your Dark Elf race will join my heavenly kingdom. You no longer need to worry about the future of your race. As the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race, as long as you contribute your faith to me, I will favor you. Under my protection, no race will ever despise you again. Embrace the holy light, and you will usher in a bright future. Upon hearing this, the Dark Elf Queen and the others immediately became excited. This was a promise made personally to them by the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race, so it's unlikely he was just trying to fool them. At that moment, they felt as if they had been hit on the head with a pleasant surprise. After all, he is the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race. She was many times more powerful than the dark goddess who had abandoned their people's faith. There is even a legend that the goddess of light, the good sister of the goddess of darkness, is also a subordinate god under the Lord of Holy Light. How fortunate they are to be followers of the Lord of Light and receive his protection. Isn't it better than spending your whole life holed up in the dark underground world? Praise be to the great Lord of Light. The Dark Elf Queen and the others immediately knelt before Linyu. They did not hesitate. It was as if they were afraid that if they were a step too late, they would be killed by that colossal fallen angel that was radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. And in fact, they do have such concerns. Therefore, they quickly expressed their willingness to become Lin Yu's followers and called on the Dark Elf race to contribute to the development of the Heavenly Kingdom. Very good. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Secretary and beside him. Angelia understood perfectly and gathered seeds of faith, planting them in the souls of the Dark Elf Queen and others. With the bond of faith, the Dark Elf Queen and others would not harbor any disloyal thoughts. Just like the Elf Queen Bernina, the Naga Queen, the Lich King, and the Mountain Giant King Vorn, they were all Lin Yu's fanatical followers, loyal to him without reservation. In the extraordinary world, faith is the best way to gather loyalty. If the Golden Behemoth Legion had faith in the Golden Behemoth Lord, they would never betray him and would even be willing to die for him. Unfortunately, the Golden Behemoth Lord is not Lin Yu. Their strength is also very low. He is still a long way from opening the door to faith. With faith, the way the Dark Elf Queen and others looked at Lin Yu changed. Previously, it was awe and fear. Now it's about fervor and reverence. In Lin Yu, they saw the hope for the prosperity of their tribe. Lin Yu checked the Dark Elf Queen's information panel and then said to her, "Next, your Dark Elf Empire will cooperate with the Fallen Angel's army to wipe out the underground world. After the war ends, you will be teleported to my capital, the Holy City. From now on, my capital will be where you live." "Yes, your Majesty, great Lord of Light." The Dark Elf Queen once again excitedly accepted the order. Her choice was indeed the right one. Just as Doris said, the Lord of Light did not despise the Dark Elves, nor did he intend to use them and then discard them. Instead, he was genuinely willing to protect them. The best evidence is that they were sent to live in the Holy City. At this moment, the Dark Elf Queen Nadia seemed to be able to see a future where her Dark Elf race would prosper forever. Of course, it would be even more perfect if one could inherit the bloodline of the Lord of Holy Light. As the saying goes, people who aren't family don't enter the same door. The Dark Elf Queen at this moment is exactly the same as Doris back then. They both want to harm Lin Yu's seed. Perhaps this is because, as Dark Elves, they have long lacked a sense of security. Now that they've met Lin Yu, they naturally want to hold on tight. After all, that's the Lord of Holy Light. Chapter 408 Gold Mine. Soon, the Dark Elf Queen also set off with her army. A massive army of 2 million Dark Elves surged northward like a black torrent. Lin Yu did not summon any angels of divine magic to convert the Dark Elves into believers, as it was unnecessary and a waste of time. The Dark Elf Queen has surrendered. The demigods of the Dark Elf Empire all became his followers. It can be said that all the strongest beings in the entire Dark Elf Empire are already his people, and it is virtually impossible for the higher-ups, the powerful beings, and the ordinary Dark Elves below to rebel. In addition, there is the deterrent effect of the fallen angel army. In this case, even without the constraints of faith, the likelihood of them rebelling is extremely low. Later, when these Dark Elves go to the Holy City, under the influence of the Paradise Angels' passive skills, they will quickly become Lin Yu's followers. Therefore, there is no need to go to such lengths. After the Dark Elf army left, only Lin Yu and Angelia remained in the gold mine area. It feels like having an entire gold mine all to yourself. They arrived near the gold mine and immediately sensed a massive energy fluctuation. This energy has no offensive power. On the contrary, it is extremely beneficial to living beings, helping them to quickly improve their strength and level. The energy emanating from the gold mine is the fundamental energy of the world, an incredibly vast amount of primordial energy, and it is endless. Angelia said, "My lord, this shouldn't be something from the floating island world." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "You mean, it comes from the battlefield of myriad realms?" His first thought was of the boss behind the rules of the floating island world. The rules of the floating island world govern the professionals on the island, as well as the native creatures within. The world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms govern all the floating island worlds. It is the true mastermind behind this game of supremacy. "Yes, my lord," Angelia nodded and said, "In terms of the power of the rules of this floating island world alone, it is not enough to condense a gold mine containing such a huge amount of primordial energy. The energy level in the gold mine has exceeded that of the gold itself. Therefore, it can be inferred that it is a creation of the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms, used to cultivate professionals, or it can be said to be a test for professionals. An energy shield surrounds the gold mine. Only professionals can pass through this protective barrier. The native creatures of the floating islands, however, cannot pass through the protective barrier to enter the gold mine. In reality, if things had followed a normal trajectory, the battle for gold mines would have been extremely fierce, and the war would not have started now, but rather at least 1 or 2 years from now. During this period, the gold mines will be occupied by the native races. Only after the professionals have generally improved their strength will they unite and wage war against the local races guarding the gold mines, ultimately determining the ownership of the gold mines. Lin Yu's appearance was a complete accident. Perhaps even the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms did not expect that its war fuse would be extinguished by Lin Yu's fallen angel as soon as it was lit, without even a ripple of interest. Admittedly, the racial forces in the underground world are very powerful. There are dozens of demigods alone. They will surely deliver a devastating blow to the professional army in the future battle for gold mines. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Yu, and before they could even enjoy the benefits of the gold mine, they were captured and subdued by Lin Yu's fallen angels. It is truly quite tragic. No matter what, it belongs to us now. Lin Yu grinned. From the moment he arrived on the floating island, he had been obsessed with taking over a gold mine. Unexpectedly, the gold mine was so rare. He swept through the entire dark forest and even the Lenkel plains, but found no trace of gold. Instead, a gold mine was discovered in this dark underground world. Now, it can be said that my dream has come true. Under Lin Yu's gaze, information about the gold mine was also presented in the form of a virtual panel. Gold mine. Type: special treasure. Level: medium. Collectible resource: gold coins. Maximum number of miners: 10,000. Daily gold coin collection limit: 100 million. Total number of gold coins contained: 10 billion. Restriction: non-professionals and non-territory troops cannot collect resources. Introduction: gold mines are creations of the gods, containing primordial energy that even deities would covet. Possess it, and you possess everything. Looking at the information about the gold mine, Lin Yu's breathing quickened slightly. You can collect 100 million gold coins every day, and you can collect them continuously for 100 days. The appearance of this gold mine is enough to cause his angel army to grow exponentially, with daily harvests far exceeding the total gains of a large-scale war. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately instructed Angelia to build the teleportation array. At the same time, 10,000 gray dwarves were dispatched. Soon, the gold mining operation began. In just a short time, Lin Yu had earned hundreds of thousands of gold coins. That's faster than picking up money. Chapter 409: Mastering the Laws of Space, Teleporting to Another World. It was late at night. Lin Yu and Angelia returned to the holy city together. Gold mining is underway. He no longer needed to concern himself with anything else in the underground world. Several 12-winged fallen angels, including Victoria and Priscilla, are handling the situation. With the help of the Dark Elf Queen, it's safe to say that conquering the underground world is a foregone conclusion. Under the cover of night, he intensified his study of the mysteries of various laws with Angelia. In particular, he has mastered at least 80% of the profound mysteries of spatial laws under Secretarian's close guidance. With just a little more effort, he will be able to fully grasp them. And that is indeed the case. During a certain period when the two were having an in-depth conversation, Lin Yu's understanding of the profound mysteries of spatial laws suddenly rose to another level. A complete and profound spatial law power took shape within Lin Yu's body. From then on, he truly mastered the laws of space. Like Angelia, it can achieve instantaneous teleportation over long distances. Congratulations, my lord. Secretarian took a deep breath, trying to calm her restless body, and then said, when my lord takes another step forward and merges the power of the laws of time and space, you will have mastered time and space. Even in the vast battlefield of countless worlds, gods who master the laws of space and time are extremely rare. The laws of space-time are an extremely powerful law of fusion. The power it displayed was also astonishing. The downside is that it's extremely difficult to master. There are very few beings who can comprehend and master the laws of space and time, and even fewer who can master and integrate these two laws simultaneously. It's safe to say that among 100 million gods, you probably wouldn't find a single one who has mastered the laws of space and time. If Lin Yu can master this, his future ascension to godhood will surely be extraordinary. Of course, this is from Lin Yu's perspective. In Angelia's eyes, whether Lin Yu mastered the laws of space or merged time and space into space-time, it was all perfectly normal. No matter how powerful space-time is, It cannot surpass the creative power of the Lord of Holy Light. Continue. Lin Yu was in a great mood at that moment. I don't want to waste any time. He pulled Angelia along to continue comprehending other profound laws. For example, the law of fate. Lin Yu had been coveting Secretary An's rule for a long time. During this period, he also had in-depth conversations with Secretary An every night, basically without stopping for a moment. His purpose was not only to master the laws of space, but also to comprehend the mysteries of the laws of destiny. Through these exchanges, Lin Yu has stepped into the realm of the mysteries of the laws of fate. Although he has not truly mastered them, he has opened the door to them. This is largely due to his talent and tireless efforts. No matter how talented you are, it's hard to make significant progress without hard work. In addition, not only did he benefit greatly, but Angelia also benefited immensely. It could even be said that Secretarian received more benefits. Because of each interaction, Angelia was able to receive the nourishment of the power of creation from Lin Yu, and the frequency with which her status was shaken was increasing. Lin Yu had reason to believe that Secretary An would soon be able to achieve a breakthrough at the level of position, to become a 14-winged angel, surpassing the 3 highest-ranking angels. Even among the entire angel race, the 14-winged angel holds an extremely high status. Even the highest-ranking angels must address them respectfully as Your Highness or Lord. As his personal secretary, he also hoped that Angelia could rise to a higher position. It'll be soon. I feel that cracks have appeared in my personality. There are even traces of chaotic power evolving within it. If I work hard, I will definitely become the 3rd chaos angel under my Lord's command. With this in mind, Secretary An did her best to cooperate with Lin Yu. If Lin Yu knew what Angelia was thinking, he would be completely dumbfounded. Because his expectations of Angelia were completely different from the new level that Angelia was striving to reach. Until now, Lin Yu had no idea that his secretary was actually one of the 4 18-winged holy archangels. In Lin Yu's heart, Angelia has always been the 4-winged angel who possesses special talents and has gradually achieved bloodline evolution and advancement. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Lin Yu got up very late. On the contrary, Angelia got up early and went to the 4 subordinate cities and the 2 cities on the Lenkel grassland, namely Grassland City 1 and Grassland City 2, to connect the time-space portal. For Angelia, this was just a small matter. It can be done with ease. But for the professionals who had already gathered in the 6 cities, this was a big deal. After the space-time tunnel was successfully connected, they immediately entered the teleportation array. Holy crap! The teleportation fee is 20 gold coins. That's expensive. After all, it's a teleportation to another world, so it's normal for it to be a bit expensive. Besides, it's only 20 gold coins, not even enough to buy a decent piece of equipment. These gold coins are nothing. We can earn them by killing a few more people. That makes sense. Accompanied by the dazzling light flashing from the teleportation array, one after another, professional legions and teams entered the 018439 floating island. In a short time, a 1,000,000-strong army had passed by. Chapter 410 Battle in Another World. Floating island number 018439. Near the teleportation arrays, a large number of professionals appeared out of thin air. In less than half an hour, the number of professionals gathered exceeded 2 million, not including the troop legions brought by the Lord professionals. One more thing, teleportation between troop types and legions is free. This is a green channel that Lin Yu opened for Lord-level professionals. After all, without a green channel, no Lord-class professional can teleport their troops over. Take Xia Qingyue for example. She commands over 10,000 frost dragons. If the fee is the same as that of professionals, charging 20 gold coins for each teleportation would amount to 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins in total. The only way to collect so many gold coins is to sell Xia Qingyue. Is this the floating island in another world? It looks no different from our floating islands. I can't connect with the world's rules. That's normal. We are in another world, and the rules of this floating island are not in the same camp as ours, so it's not surprising that we don't get a response. Do you think we can use the interdimensional teleportation array on this floating island to return to Earth? You're overthinking it. None of us are professionals here, so how could we borrow it? We need to find a legitimate channel to transfer it to this island. We are now essentially invaders. Every living creature on this island is an enemy. Then forget it. I don't want to join the ranks of those who live a mundane life. Just then, a professional shouted, "Don't block the way. Scatter and move to the outer edge. There are more professionals waiting to be teleported over. Let's go." The faster we move, the more meat we get. Soon, groups of professional warriors assembled and dispersed in all directions. Wherever they went, They saw the corpses of countless wild monsters and undead creatures, all the work of the Angel Army and the top-tier troops. Last night, Lin Yu's army was also hunting in this area. Not only did they kill a massive number of monsters, they also captured a large number of local strongholds. These resources originally belonged to foreign professionals, including Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, but now Lin Yu has taken them all for himself and is raking in the profits. After traversing the jungle for an unknown period of time, the professionals of the Heavenly Kingdom finally saw the angelic army, as well as the various top-tier military units. Oh my god, so many angels. Boss Lin Yu even sent the entire city of angels here. Those are the legions of mountain giants and the legions of nature elves. Holy crap, is that the legendary Eternal Treant Guardian, transformed from the mother tree of elves? It's so tall. It's at least 80 meters tall, like a giant. Mountain giants are giants, but in front of the Eternal Tree Guardians, they are no different from children. Just as someone leaked in the Kingdom channel, Boss Lin Yu has also dispatched the Kingdom's top-tier military force, clearly preparing to conquer the entire other world in one fell swoop. Don't waste time. Hurry up and follow them. The Kingdom's army eats meat, we drink soup, and when they encounter trouble, we'll kill them. The number of wild monsters on this island is unbelievable. If it were just the Kingdom's professionals being teleported over, it would be suicidal, and there would likely be heavy casualties in a short period of time. However, with an army of angels and top-tier troops clearing out the enemy lines, the situation changes. The Kingdom's professionals could simply follow behind the army and scavenge for scraps without worrying about danger, because any monsters that were even slightly stronger were wiped out by the army. Of course, not all Kingdom professionals followed the army. Many high-level professionals, as well as those Lord professionals with their own troop legions, took the lead and rushed to the front lines to join the Kingdom's army in clearing out wild monsters. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, someone discovered the whereabouts of the foreign professional. Moreover, they are professionals from Japan, and there are quite a few of them, numbering in the hundreds. They were summoned to gather and besiege the Angel Legion, attempting to obtain the rewards prepared for them by the world's rules. In the eyes of these foreign professionals, the Angel Legion that invaded their floating island world was a moving treasure. Once they get the reward, they'll be able to soar to great heights. Life is good here. Quickly, gather around here. A burst of extremely excited screams followed. Thousands of Kingdom professionals immediately surged in from behind. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the team of professional players from the Sakura Kingdom. The language of the Xia Kingdom? What? Where did all these Xia people come from? Weren't the invaders the Angel Legion? How did they become professionals from the Xia Kingdom? The hundreds of professionals from Japan present were completely dumbfounded. The pairs of blood-red eyes around them instinctively sent chills down their spines. The discovery that thousands of Xia Kingdom professionals had appeared in their own floating island world was even more terrifying than encountering an army of angels. Even a fool could figure out what this means. Baka, how did you enter our world? A professional from Japan shouted. However, he was met with a barrage of arrows that pierced the air, turning more than a dozen Japanese professional fighters around him into pincushions. A great battle erupted instantly. Brothers, let's wipe out these little devils. Don't let a single one escape. Sing the battle song. Kill. Thousands of Kingdom professionals roared with excitement and rushed towards the Sakura Kingdom professionals. A legion of angels nearby heard the commotion and rushed over. They were all stunned by what they saw. They couldn't understand why these Kingdom professionals, who were extremely weak to them, had become so crazy. Clearly, they have no faith. Chapter 4:11 An Untamable Wolf. The battle lasted very short time. When the skill levels are similar, a tenfold numerical advantage is enough to secure victory. In less than 20 minutes, hundreds of Japanese professionals lay dead in pools of blood, none escaping the battlefield alive. However, the Kingdom's professionals did not come without losses. Dozens of Kingdom professionals have died in battle. That's how war is. Victory is always accompanied by sacrifice, and that's unavoidable. The bodies of the fallen Kingdom warriors were gathered into a pile. The surviving warriors of the Kingdom who witnessed this scene felt a mixture of excitement and sadness. This war, which besieged the professionals of the Sakura Kingdom, forged deep bonds of friendship and camaraderie among many of them. The deaths of their comrades felt like a knife to their hearts. Wang Lizzie is dead. We were chatting and dreaming about the future before the battle even started. In the blink of an eye, he became a cold corpse. Zhou Yu is dead too. He died saving me. If he hadn't shielded me from those sneak attacks, I would be the one lying here now. Bury him. A top-tier professional at the late stage of level 9 sighed and said, Sacrifice is inevitable. Even if all of us here are to die in the next moment, we cannot back down. Don't forget what those professionals from the Sakura Kingdom did in our Xia Kingdom this past year. Upon hearing this, the kingdom's professionals present immediately became even more murderous. A year ago, there were over 1 million veteran professionals spanning various countries around the world. Among them are naturally professionals from the land of cherry blossoms. Some of these petty criminals, relying on their status as professionals and their formidable strength, have acted lawlessly throughout the Xia Kingdom. Although each incident was eventually resolved, the harm inflicted on the people of Xia could not be erased. Every time a news story breaks, it makes the people of Xia Kingdom grit their teeth in hatred. There was a feeling of shame that I couldn't express. But as ordinary people, there's nothing they can do. Now, they have become professionals. We've arrived at the floating island where professionals from the Sakura Kingdom gather. New and old grudges must be settled together. The hatred for the mundane life and the national humiliation are engraved in the bones of every Xia citizen. Time cannot wash them away. Only war and slaughter can soothe the hatred in the hearts of the Xia people. The petty wolves are impossible to tame, especially those who become professionals. Once they become powerful, they are like wolves. Our mission is to wipe out all these wolves and prevent them from growing stronger. That's right. We will use war to show those poor people who their father is. The thousands of kingdom professionals present were filled with excitement. After cleaning up the battlefield, they quickly regrouped and prepared to participate in the next battle. But at this very moment, a beautiful figure radiating dazzling holy light suddenly descended from the sky. This is a six-winged angel of love. She has the same petite figure as all angels of love. It features delicate and beautiful cheeks and 3 pairs of fluffy angel wings. It makes her look very cute, just like a little girl. She wore a white gold magic dress, held an exquisite staff, and the magical energy emanating from her was extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the kingdom's professionals present. Lord Angel. The kingdom's professionals present dared not be negligent and immediately bowed respectfully. As professionals in the kingdom of paradise, they must hold the kingdom's powerful figures in high regard. Not to mention, angels are their protectors. The 6-winged angel of love nodded slightly, her pale golden eyes sweeping over the assembled kingdom warriors before she waved her staff, showering down a dazzling rain of light. This is a resurrection spell exclusively for the angel of love, as the rain of light enveloped the corpses of the kingdom's professionals on the ground. In a short time, all the dozens of kingdom professionals who had sacrificed themselves were resurrected. Upon witnessing this scene, the thousands of kingdom professionals present stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. This was their first time fighting alongside the Angel Legion, and also the first time they had witnessed such a miraculous resurrection spell. This shattered their understanding. Reality and games are different. The shock of witnessing a dead person being resurrected in real life is extremely intense. Holy crap, is that even possible? That kid Chinshu's body was cut in half, yet he still managed to come back to life. That's incredible. The kingdom's professionals all exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, the 6-winged angel of love said in a cold voice, "Your strength is too weak. You must keep up with the army and not leave the battlefield without permission. There are more than 10 million foreign professionals in this world. Once you level up, you'll have plenty of opportunities to participate in battles." The angel is right. We understand, and we will definitely follow closely behind the army. The kingdom's professionals spoke up one after another, their expressions filled with even greater respect. Seeing this, the 6-winged angel of love nodded slightly. Then, the angel wings on his back vibrated and transformed into a beam of holy light, disappearing without a trace. As soon as she left, the kingdom's professionals breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by the delicate, cute, and harmless appearance of the little lowly-like angels of love. The pressure they exert on them is so immense that they dare not even breathe loudly. Brothers, let's retreat. Listen to the angel, level up first. More than 10 million professionals from Japan and South Korea are in for a treat. Without hesitation, thousands of kingdom professionals quickly retreated to the main battlefield area and joined the army in hunting down wild monsters. During this process, their levels also increased rapidly. Chapter 412 Shocking Professionals from Various Countries. At the same time, the chat channel on this floating island also became abuzz with excitement. The group of foreign professionals encountered by the kingdom's professionals, such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, was not just one, but many. They all shared this message on the island's chat channel. In addition, some teams encountered Lin Yu's Angel Legion and top-tier troop legions, and were all killed before they could even send out a message. Of course, that's not important. Importantly, news of the Xia Kingdom's professionals invading the floating island spread. Baka, how come there are suddenly Xia Kingdom professionals on our island? Shouldn't they be on some other floating island? As far as I know, there are a total of 7 floating islands this time, with professionals from different countries and factions landing on different islands. Our floating island belongs to professionals from countries like Japan and South Korea. There's absolutely no reason for professionals from the Xia Kingdom to appear. Bean Sack. I just inquired about the world rules of the floating islands and learned that the angelic legion that invaded our floating islands is not simply from the angelic race, but comes from floating island number 014965. That floating island is the headquarters for Xia Kingdom's professionals. The Angel Legion is loyal to the Kingdom of Heaven and was founded by a professional from the Xia Kingdom. In other words, we weren't invaded by forces from another world, but rather by an invasion from the Xia Kingdom. Crying out, those professionals from Xia Kingdom are incredibly wicked. Good heavens, how did the professionals in Xia Kingdom develop so quickly? They arrived in the same batch of floating island worlds, yet they've already become powerful enough to attack otherworldly floating islands. Could it be that they have already conquered floating island 014965? Conquest is definitely impossible. It's likely that the ruler of that paradise kingdom accidentally discovered a way to traverse our floating island, and thus summoned the Xia Kingdom's professionals to invade us. No matter what, we must drive them out. Let them know that this is South Korea, the territory of our great Korean Empire. Baka, upstairs, where do you put our Sakura Empire? Stop talking nonsense. We should gather all professionals from various countries and concentrate them in District 3. The longer we wait, the more professionals from Xia Kingdom will likely teleport over. As you know, Xia Kingdom has the most people. We must expel them as quickly as possible. It's not just expulsion, it's wiping out all the professionals in Xia Kingdom. If we win this war, Xia Kingdom's future is doomed. Once we return to Earth, we'll definitely be able to suppress the entire Xia Kingdom. Yash, that's exactly what I wanted to say to. It must be said that countries like Japan and South Korea still have a certain degree of social cohesion. In a short period of time, more professionals flocked to Zone 3. After all, this is a national war. It's still very attractive. Of course, it's also because these little devils have no idea how powerful the army Lin Yu sent is that they seem so confident. The most important thing is, their main focus now seems to be on the Xia Kingdom professionals. They assumed that all the professionals from the Xia Kingdom who had traveled through time were similar to them. If they unite and gather the strength of more than 10 million professionals, they will surely be able to defeat the professional army of Xia Kingdom and achieve a glorious milestone in their country's progress. On the contrary, Lin Yu's army of angels was ignored by them. If they knew that the army Lin Yu had dispatched totaled over 7 million, consisting entirely of angels and top-tier troops, and including a dozen or 20 demigods, as well as a large number of saints and transcendents, they would probably be so frightened that they would kneel on the ground. To put it bluntly, if they were to actually fight, Lin Yu's army could wipe out all 10 million professionals from various countries in less than half a day. They should be thankful that they didn't actually rally together. Moreover, Lin Yu's army's main target was not them. Otherwise, how would they have the opportunity to dream about the future in the island chat channel? There wasn't even time to cry. Let's turn our attention back to the floating island 014965. Here in the Holy City, Lin Yu slept until noon before getting up, feeling extremely energetic. It's because he received too many benefits from Secretary and last night. For a while, I had some digestion. That's why I slept for so long. As soon as Lin Yu stepped out of the luxurious City Lord's mansion, he saw the Holy Angel army gathered in the territory square, numbering over 2 million. They were ordered by Angelia to evacuate from the Linkle Plains. Their next task is to travel to the Land of Abundance. 5 of the 10 cities of angels were also withdrawn. The remaining 5 cities of angels remained on the Linkle Plains. Continue to command the Orc army and the kingdom's troops to carry out the plan to wipe out the remaining Orc forces on the grasslands, as well as other local strongholds. My lord, the army has been assembled and is ready to march on the Land of Plenty. Secretary An appeared before Lin Yu with her elegant and beautiful figure and bowed respectfully, saying, in addition, Carol and other craftsman angels have created 14 more angel cities. For this expedition to the Land of Abundance, we can directly dispatch 19 cities of angels there. As the number of artisan angels summoned by Lin Yu continued to increase, the construction of the City of Angels is progressing at an increasingly rapid pace. Chapter 413 An army of over 10 million angels. So far, Lin Yu's City of Angels already has nearly 30 cities. Given the speed at which the craftsman angels are building, It's believed that they will soon be able to build more than 100 cities of angels. However, these cities of angels are all small-scale cities of angels. Lin Yu now commands several hundred angel craftsmen, and he is considering assigning some of them to build the medium-sized angel city. A medium-sized angel city far surpasses a small angel city in both its war strength and the size of its angelic army. Now, Lin Yu's number of angel craftsmen has exploded, and he has so many resources that he can't possibly use them all. The plan to build a medium-sized angel city is indeed worth putting on the agenda. When Lin Yu shared this idea with Angelia, she agreed without hesitation and said she could send 300 artisan angels to build the medium-sized angel city. This allows for the astonishing speed of building 3 in a single day. Lin Yu nodded. The task was immediately assigned to the artisan angel, Carol. Afterwards, Lin Yu arrived at the Lord's Hall. The first floor of the hall was piled high with spoils of war. Gold coins, equipment, blueprints, stronghold chests, and more. The variety is unbelievable. There are tens of millions of gold coins alone. This is the sum of gains from the 3 battlefields. In addition, Lin Yu has an even larger quantity of gold coins stored in his personal warehouse. The number directly exceeded 200 million. To be precise, it was over 243 million gold coins. Most of these gold coins came from contributions by professionals in the kingdom. Some of these are the daily taxes paid by professionals in the kingdom, while others are the teleportation fees collected. Only a small portion comes from underground gold mines. Whether it's teleporting between the various subordinate cities or teleporting to a floating island in another world, gold coins are required. The latter, in particular, amassed an unbelievable amount of gold coins. According to incomplete statistics, to date, more than 4 million kingdom professionals have been teleported to the floating islands of another world. Each person pays a teleportation fee of 20 gold coins, which amounts to more than 80 million gold coins. Lin Yu made a fortune from just this one project. Of course, Lin Yu's actions were not solely for the purpose of plundering the kingdom's professionals' gold coins. The exorbitant teleportation fees can deter some weaker kingdom warriors from venturing to the floating islands of another world, since the other side is not paradise and they want to avoid going to their deaths. Powerful kingdom professionals wouldn't care about such a small amount of gold coins. Taking a trip to a floating island in another world will definitely make your money back. If you're lucky enough to kill the boss, or even those foreign professionals like the Little Devils or Little Sticks, you'll earn even more. In short, regarding the issue of transmission fees, both Lin Yu and the professional from the kingdom gain something. Neither of them is a loss. Next, Lin Yu summoned the 10-winged Archangel Elena, the Angel of Love Sherry, and the Saintess of Light Tiffany. With Secretary and also joining in, the 5 of them counted and processed the spoils together. After the equipment, blueprints, and potions were put on the shelves and sold, Lin Yu received another 70 million gold coins. In addition to the gold coins that were dropped, Lin Yu's current gold coin count instantly reached a terrifying 365 million. This number surprised even Lin Yu. Having been on the floating island for so long, he had never received so many gold coins at once. If word gets out, it will shock all the professionals on the island. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately communicated with the floating island of Myriad Realms and activated the summoning black hole. More than 365 million gold coins. It can summon 127 full-scale large angel legions at once, with a total number of angels exceeding 6.49 million. This calculation result made Lin Yu take a deep breath. The total size of his current army of angels does not even reach that number. It's a complete doubling of growth. Once this summoning ends, my total number of angels will directly exceed 10 million. The goal of building an army of tens of millions of angels has been achieved. Lin Yu couldn't help but silently thank the kingdom's professionals for their contributions. Soon, countless angels flew out of the summoning black hole. The army of holy angels, the army of fallen angels. All of them were vast and mighty. In a short time, the plaza outside the Lord's Hall was transformed into a vast ocean of angels, and even the sky was filled with legions of angels. The scene was absolutely breathtaking. Those fully armed figures, those neatly arranged legion formations, and their fervent faith and surging fighting spirit vividly demonstrated the power of the angel race. In terms of individual combat power, angels may not be the most powerful race in the universe. The lowly angels are no match for the renowned titans. However, when individual combat strength, war skills, and the size of the army are combined, the angel army's war strength is second to none in the universe, and no other race dares to claim the top spot. Only the Void Demon army that appeared during the Holy War could be compared to the angel race. the war between the holy and the demonic. The name actually represents the war between angels and demons. The races in the battlefield of myriad realms were merely supporting characters to the angels and demons on the battlefield of the holy war. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, it was the turn of the high-ranking fallen angels to fly out of the summoning black hole. But this time, the hellish behemoths dragged out by the high-ranking fallen angels with chains were not just Cerberus, but also dragon-like behemoths that were even larger and looked more ferocious. They are abyssal dragons. Its bloodline level is higher than that of Cerberus. Chapter 4:14 Abyss Dragon. These abyssal dragons were all over 200 meters in size. They look just like warships. Their appearance is similar to that of dragons in the supernatural world, with 2 wings for legs and a bloated, fat belly. Their bodies are covered with dense, dark red dragon scales. Each dragon scale is at least 2 or 3 meters in diameter, layer upon layer, covering their entire bodies. On the heads of all the abyssal dragons are rows of keratinous protrusions, like crowns worn on their heads. Their breathing was heavy and thunderous. With each breath, dark hellfire spewed forth. Its power was so great that the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by the fire. Overall, just by looking at them, you can tell these guys are not to be trifled with. They're just like the super villainous bosses in fantasy movies. Following Lin Yu's gaze, information about the abyssal dragons was also presented to him. Abyss Dragon. Faction: Hell. Initial level: Early Demigod. Growth potential limit: Peak of mid-rank True God. Introduction: Abyssal dragons are evil behemoths from Hell, the underworld, possessing terrifying combat power. They are natural destroyers, killers on the battlefield. Special reminder: abyssal dragons are typically used as mounts by the Grim Reaper. If you recruit them as part of your territory's troops, you may incur the hostility of the Grim Reaper from the underworld. This initial level is on par with the 10-winged archangels. It's just that its growth potential is not as good as that of the 10-winged archangel. The abyss dragon's growth potential is at the peak of the mid-level true god. The 10-winged archangels, on the other hand, have the potential to reach the peak of true godhood. There's a difference of 1 great god-level position. However, such a high initial level also emphasizes how strong the abyss dragon is in combat, far surpassing Cerberus, the guardian of the gates of the underworld. The initial level of Cerberus was only the late stage of the extraordinary realm, not even reaching the saint rank. Lin Yu was initially shocked when he first summoned Cerberus. Now, comparing the abyss dragon. Suddenly, I felt that Cerberus was a bit low class. Lin Yu counted them and found that there were more than 40 abyssal dragons in total, and each abyssal dragon's knight was a 10-winged fallen angel. The other 8-winged and 6-winged fallen angels all ride Cerberus. As for the 12-winged fallen angel, he was all alone. Perhaps they looked down on these 2 hellish giants. After all, the growth potential limit of a 12-winged fallen angel is that of a main god who wields great divine power. Even the abyssal dragon is only at the peak of a mid-level true god, with a high-level true god in between. The gap between the 2 is too large. It's perfectly normal for a 12-winged fallen angel to look down on someone. Praise be to you, the great Lord of Holy Light, the Supreme Creator. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the area, and the high-ranking angels from both camps immediately bowed respectfully to him. Every angel's gaze was filled with fervor. In addition, the terrifying abyssal dragons and thousands of hellhounds also prostrated themselves on the ground and bowed their heads to Lin Yu. Fallen angels are their masters. Lin Yu, on the other hand, is the master of their master. They naturally have boundless loyalty to Lin Yu. They even have religious beliefs. When the fallen angels trained them to be riding mounts, they planted the seeds of faith in the Supreme Creator deep within their souls. They are absolutely loyal to Lin Yu. The giant monster of the underworld is loyal to the king of the underworld. The giants of hell worship Lin Yu. If nothing unexpected happens, the underworld and hell will inevitably clash sooner or later. Moreover, there will only be 2 possibilities. Either the fallen angels will destroy the underworld, or the fallen angels will join forces with the holy angels to destroy the underworld. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand. He then turned to Angelia beside him and asked, "Has the dragon army already entered the land of fertility?" Secretarian closed her eyes briefly. With the aid of the profound power of the laws of fate, she surveyed the entire bountiful region from thousands of miles away. Reporting to my lord, the Dragon Legion has arrived in the land of abundance and joined forces with the army of the kingdom of Kilius. In this war, the dragon race has dispatched a main force of approximately 500,000 dragons to participate in the battle. 500,000 dragons may not seem like a large number. However, it was enough to deal a heavy blow to the army of the Holy See. It's even possible that they could help the kingdom of Kilias win this war. It's clear that the dragon race is also extremely ambitious. They attempted to take this opportunity to annihilate the Church of Light and the two other human kingdoms led by the Church of Light. In this way, the dragons could set foot on land, occupying a rich and fertile region. Angelia said, "There are about 800,000 dragons left on the 36 islands of the bay, many of them still in their juvenile stage. It's clear that the dragons are serious this time." Upon hearing this, Linyu grinned. "It doesn't matter if they get serious or not. This time we'll wipe them all out. One battle, and we've conquered 2 major regions." Chapter 415, Your Humble Servant Greets You. Linyu discussed it with Secretarian for a while. They then dispatched an army of 2.5 million to the floating island in the other world. In this way, the total size of the angel army on the floating island in the other world exceeds 4 million, plus 6 million top-tier troops, making it a full-scale army of 10 million. This reinforcement was not because Linyu didn't believe in the abilities of the 12-winged Seraphimia. Instead, they wanted to conquer the floating island at a faster pace. The sooner you conquer it, the sooner you can merge that floating island with your own, thus enhancing the fundamental power of the floating island world's rules. If we could break through the shackles of the world's rules all at once, to reach a point where one can bear the true God, that would be best. This way, he and his demigod-level experts could become gods on the spot before heading to the battlefield of myriad realms, wielding divine power even stronger than the power of laws. After transferring 2.5 million angels away, he still had 4 million angels left. Adding the 2 million angels drawn back from the Lenkel Plains, the total angelic army is 6 million. Of these, approximately 4 million are holy angels. 2 million are fallen angels. Linyu devised 2 war plans for them. 4 million holy angels marched to the bountiful region to suppress the kingdom of Kilias and the 500,000-strong main force dragon legion sent by the dragon race. The army of 2 million fallen angels headed directly to the 36 islands in the bay. They raided the dragon clan's lair. Although it was a 2-front war, the possibility of failure was almost non-existent. The army of 2 million fallen angels, though far smaller than the army of holy angels, included dozens of abyssal dragons. More than 40 abyssal dragons are more than 40 demigod-level powerhouses. This does not include those high-ranking fallen angels. According to incomplete statistics, this army of fallen angels contains nearly 100 demigod-level powerhouses, and there are even more fallen angels with demigod-level combat power. With such a powerful force, there is no reason why they could not conquer the 36 islands in the Gulf. As for the Holy Angels army, there's even less to worry about. With 19 cities of angels following, even a true god would have to apologize first and then take a detour. Let's go? As Linyu issued his order, millions of angels flew up into the sky in unison. Like a torrent, it surged majestically towards the distant horizon. The army of holy angels is advancing in the east. The fallen angels army then headed south. To the south of the dark forest lies the sea. By traversing the ruins of the Naga kingdom, one can quickly reach the ocean and enter the dragon's territory. Back then, the Naga race, who were driven out of the sea by the dragons, took this route to land and enter the dark forest. Watching the 2 angel armies disappear into the distance, Linyu said to Angelia, standing beside him, "After they conquer the bountiful region and the 36 islands of the Gulf, they will join forces and march into the natural elf empire in the Far East. Once I take down the nature elf empire, I can directly ascend to the position of island lord. Rest assured, my lord." Angelia smiled and said, "Your dream will soon come true. In the long river of fate." She has already foreseen the fate of these local forces. Although people often say that fate is unpredictable and the future holds infinite possibilities, under the control of absolute power, fate can also be predetermined. Linyu nodded. Just then, he pulled Secretary in to continue to comprehend the profound meaning of the law. Unexpectedly, someone reported that a team from the Holy See had suddenly arrived in the Holy City and requested an audience with Linyu. Take them to the City Lord's mansion. Linyu planned to summon the followers of light in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. He was slightly surprised by the arrival of this papal delegation. Not long after, Linyu saw the papacy's team in the City Lord's hall. It was mainly composed of Templar knights. The leader was a cardinal wearing a white robe and a red cloak trailing behind him. It is worth mentioning, the cardinal was a woman. Moreover, she is extremely beautiful and has a great figure. It's highly likely that the higher-ups in the Holy See felt that female believers were more likely to gain the favor and affection of the Lord of Light, so they sent a female bishop over. Besides this papal contingent, Linyu also saw a group of weary nature spirits. There were more than 40 people in total. They were all bound by magic-suppressing chains and had no power to resist. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. The bishop, leading a group of temple knights, knelt on the ground with utmost reverence, their expressions filled with fanaticism. It is an honor for our holy see to receive your summons. Your humble servant greets you, my lord. Get up. Lin Yu nodded slightly. After the group of cultists of light rose excitedly, he looked at the nature spirits. On the faces of these bound and imprisoned nature spirits, he saw a variety of expressions, including fear, shock, and despair. They were in a state of extreme negative emotion. Chapter 416 Your Majesty, the Great Lord of Holy Light. Since entering the dark forest, the awe in the hearts of these nature spirits has never ceased. And each wave is higher than the last. As everyone knows, the dark forest is a paradise for wild monsters and magical beasts. However, once they entered, they saw almost no wild monsters. Even if there are, they're just low-level monsters. All high-level wild monsters have disappeared. As for Warcraft, not a single one was seen. What you can see are teams composed of professionals. At that moment, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. They suspected that the nature elves of the fairy garden had met with misfortune. It's even possible that the entire fairy garden could be destroyed. After traversing thousands of kilometers of jungle and finally seeing the majestic, sacred city that resembled a divine city, they became even more certain of their suspicions. The elf garden was gone. However, before they could even feel sad, they then saw countless angels flying out of the holy city. That terrifying number is at least several million. It's like an ocean of angels. Previously, on their way to the holy city, they heard a Templar knight claim that the heavenly kingdom was a kingdom established by the Lord of Holy Light, and that it was home to a large army of angels. They didn't believe it at first. They believed this was just nonsense made up by the Templar knights. After all, angels are a legendary, mythical race that has never appeared in this world. Moreover, even in the battlefield of myriad realms, the angel race has been absent for tens of millions of years. How could they suddenly appear in their world? As for the Lord of Holy Light, that's even more impossible. The Lord of Holy Light is the creator of the Holy and Light factions, a supreme deity, and is revered as the omnipotent Lord by the intelligent races of the Holy and Light factions. How could such a terrifying being possibly descend upon us? Let alone descending upon their small, floating island world. Even if it were to descend upon the battlefield of myriad worlds, it would be a major event that would shake the entire universe. But now, all their doubts have become reality. The angel army has indeed descended, and it is very likely that they have already conquered the entire dark forest. The Lord of Holy Light, representing the Holy and Light factions, has also appeared. She sat on the throne at the head of the hall, looking down at them. Beside her stood a 12-winged holy angel who was so elegant, noble, and beautiful that even they, the natural spirits, felt a little breathless. Admittedly, that was definitely not the true form of the Lord of Holy Light. It is highly likely that he is the human incarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. But no matter what, he must be the true Lord of Holy Light. Otherwise, he could not have gained the loyalty of the angel race. Holy angels are loyal only to their creator. We're doomed. The Lord of Holy Light and the army of the angels descended together. It will inevitably choose to conquer the whole world. The fall of the dark forest and the war waged by the Church of Light in the Land of Abundance were merely the prelude to the conquest of this world. Right now, the nature spirits present finally understood why the cultists of light had declared war on the kingdom of Kilias. This must be a divine oracle from the Lord of Holy Light. At the same time, they also knew who had punished Pope Wallace of Light. It is the Lord of Holy Light and his angels. In an instant, all the fog dissipated before the eyes of these nature spirits. But the more truth they learned, the more desperate they felt. The Lord of Light, who rules over the Holy and Light factions, aims to conquer this world. I doubt even their goddess of nature and spirits would dare to say no. After all, the goddess of nature and spirits is the supreme God King. The Lord of Holy Light is said to have surpassed the supreme being. Lin Yu looked down at the dozens of nature spirits in the hall and asked calmly, "Did the nature spirit queen send you here to gather information about the elf garden?" "Yes, Your Majesty, the great Lord of Light." The leading saint-level peak nature elf stepped forward and bowed in response. Faced with a terrifying being whose status surpassed that of nature and the goddess of spirits, even though they were enemies, she could not feel any hostility. All she felt was boundless awe. It's like mortals facing gods, unable to muster even the slightest courage to resist. That invisible pressure was enough to make her lower her head. The beautiful, woman-like nature elf hesitated for a moment before asking, "Your Majesty, the great Lord of Light, has the elven garden already been destroyed by your angelic army?" "Good." Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then he added, "However, although the elf garden was destroyed, the millions of nature elves did not die. They have embraced the holy light. You are a benevolent Your Majesty." The beautiful, woman-like spirit of nature felt both joy and despair. Fortunately, the fairies in the fairy garden did not die. Unfortunately, they no longer belong to the camp of nature spirits. Just as the legends said, intelligent beings fell into the hands of the angels, with only two possible outcomes: death or becoming believers in the holy light. This is just a small floating island world. It doesn't seem worth your personal descent and conquest by you and your army of angels. Light shines upon the universe. All races in the myriad realms are equal and should follow in the footsteps of the holy light. Lin Yu could now spout such divine words with ease, and then said, "Your natural elf empire is very fortunate to still have time to make the right choice. My angelic army will arrive in your imperial territory in about 2 or 3 days." Chapter 417, Using War to Make Her Bow Her Head. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the dozens of nature spirits present all trembled. His expression revealed horror. Although they were mentally prepared, knowing that the angelic army would one day descend upon their imperial territory, just as they had conquered the fairy garden in the dark forest, conquering their empire. However, they did not expect this day to come so soon. The beautiful, woman-like leader of the nature elves wanted to plead with the Lord of Holy Light to spare their nature elf empire in consideration of their deity, the goddess of nature and elves. But the invisible pressure made it difficult for her to speak. As the Lord of Holy Light just said, light shines throughout the universe, and all intelligent races in the world should follow the guidance of the holy light to embrace a new future. This statement encapsulates the Lord of Light's determination to conquer the world. It's simply impossible for them, the natural elf empire, to be spared because of her request. The outbreak of war has become inevitable, and the only possible outcome will be either the destruction of the natural elf empire or its surrender. Even as a nature elf, she didn't believe that their nature elf empire could withstand the attack of the angel army. Just look at the millions of angels that just flew out of the holy city, and you'll know how terrifying their war power is. Not to mention, the angels also dispatched the legendary weapon of war, the City of Angels. And there are nearly 20 of them. With so many cities of angels, conquering this world would be a piece of cake. Furthermore, she saw a vast number of black-winged angels, each exuding a terrifying aura of evil and darkness. These black-winged angels were not even mentioned in any legends. But her intuition told her otherwise. Those black-winged angels are far more terrifying in combat than the orthodox holy angels. They seem to have been born specifically for war and killing. This is also evident from here. The Lord of Light is not absolutely merciful. He still has a dark side. Just like those angels, they show no mercy to heretics who refuse to embrace the holy light. Of course, that's all they can think about. I dare not say it to their faces. In the hearts of angels and believers of light, the Lord of Light is always righteous, just, selfless, loving, and merciful. To blaspheme the Lord of Light is a greater sin than not believing in the light. The beautiful, woman-like nature spirit gave a wry smile and said, "To this day, Her Majesty the Empress of my empire is still unaware that you and your army of angels have descended upon this world." It has to be said, the means of information transmission in this world are too limited. Remote communication primarily utilizes specially made magic stones and items bearing certain special markings. For example, the leaves of the fairy mother tree. After being refined using secret techniques, it can achieve remote communication. When the angelic army attacked the mountain giant kingdom, King Vorn of the mountain giants used a leaf from the elf mother tree to make contact with Queen Bernina of the elf kingdom, who was thousands of kilometers away. However, these special magical items are extremely precious. Very few people own it. Furthermore, to use it successfully, one must establish a mental connection with the other party. These magical items are all one-to-one. Just like the leaf of the elf mother tree in the hands of the mountain giant King Vaughn, which carries the spiritual consciousness of the elf Queen Bernina, it can only establish a connection with the elf Queen Bernina and cannot communicate with others. Elf Garden is an independent force of nature spirits. It was not directly under the jurisdiction of the natural elf empire. Even the elf Queen Bernina herself had never been to the natural elf empire, which was tens of thousands of miles away, and she did not possess a mother leaf that carried the spiritual imprint of the natural elf queen. That's why she was unable to pass on the news of the angels. If the Queen of Nature's elves wants to know information about the elf garden, she must also send an elf delegation. It can only be said that the civilization of this world is still somewhat backward. We need to rely on the army of angels to save us. Lin Yu looked at the leader of the nature elves standing in the main hall and said, I'll give you a chance to contact the Queen of Nature elves and tell her about my paradise kingdom. My 2 armies of angels, one went to the land of abundance, and the other went to conquer the 36 islands of the bay. If your queen is unwilling to embrace the holy light, she can choose any war zone she desires. My army of angels will make her bow her head with war. I see. The beautiful, nature-spirited woman replied with a wry smile. I will certainly deliver your divine message to Her Majesty the Queen. If she were the Empress, she would have already surrendered. Because she had witnessed firsthand just how powerful the angelic army was, those towering cities of angels, like divine cities, made her utterly devoid of any courage to resist. Most importantly, she met the Lord of Holy Light, the creator of the Holy and Light faction. Who would dare to be an enemy of such a great being? Even a true god would have to cry out for mercy. Big boss, have mercy. Chapter 418. Staying here, not leaving. Lin Yu waved his hand, signaling the delegation of nature spirits to leave. Although they were captured, Lin Yu still gave them the freedom to decide whether to stay or leave. Because no matter what choice they make, the outcome will be the same. In fact, after leaving the city lord's mansion, the natural spirit delegation did not leave the holy city immediately. Their gazes were drawn to the towering mother trees of nature standing within the city. They never expected that they would find their own mother tree, the tree of the nature elves, so tall and lush, inside the stronghold of the angels. All of Lin Yu's natural spirit mother trees are max-level troop buildings. It can give birth to a full 10,000 natural spirits every day. This level of mother tree of nature spirits doesn't even exist in the nature spirit empire, so the nature spirits would naturally be shocked when they first saw it. Then they saw the dark elf mother tree and Naga palaces surrounded by azure lakes. In the northeastern region of the holy city, there are also a large number of artisan angels building magnificent cities of angels. Let me add one more thing. After the summoning just now, Lin Yu now commands over 1,000 artisan angels. They are all working hard to build the city of angels for Lin Yu. In just a short while, the nature spirits delegation witnessed the completion of this city of angels. Amidst a dazzling holy light, it slowly ascended into the sky. Immediately afterwards, this city of angels flew straight to the eastern horizon. Its controller is the 12-winged angel Rebecca. At this very moment, Rebecca and the others are leading the angelic army toward the land of abundance. With the addition of this city of angels, the number of cities of angels joining the battle in the land of abundance has reached a total of 20. What the nature spirits saw and heard in the holy city completely overwhelmed them. It even made them lose the will to leave. After all, if I leave now, I might have to come back later, so it's better not to leave at all. After obtaining permission, they found an empty stone house and moved in. At the same time, they contacted the Queen of Nature's spirits, who was tens of thousands of kilometers away. The main hall of the city lord's mansion. Angelia said, My lord, those nature spirits have settled in the city. Should we plant the seeds of faith in their souls? This would make them your followers directly. Unnecessary. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, Let's use them to test the passive divine magic of the paradise angels and see how long it will take to get these nature spirits with firm faith to change their allegiance and embrace the holy light. Upon hearing this, Angelia suddenly realized. He didn't say anything more. Lin Yu looked at the cardinal in red standing respectfully to one side of the hall and the group of devout temple knights and said, From now on, you will live in the holy city and will not need to return to the land of abundance. The war in another world has begun. You can choose to go to another world, or you can choose to stay in this world and fight. In accordance with your divine decree, great Lord of Holy Light. The cardinal and the group of Templar knights were extremely excited. The sacred city of the heavenly kingdom is the holy place in the hearts of these believers of light. To be able to settle in the holy city is their dream. Even the archbishops of the papacy must be incredibly envious of them. At this moment, the cardinal took out several pieces of spatial equipment and respectfully said, Great Lord of Holy Light, these are spoils of war that our holy see obtained when attacking the kingdom of Kilius. Some of these resources are also gifts from the 2 kingdoms of believers to you. Angelia retrieved the spatial equipment and handed it to Lin Yu, who was seated on the throne. Lin Yu probed inside with his spiritual consciousness and immediately saw a mountain of items. Equipment, medicines, special metals, iron, ore, food, etc. An unbelievable number. No gold coins or blueprints. Lin Yu checked all the space equipment but couldn't find those two items. He was somewhat puzzled. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Such a large-scale war is bound to yield gold coins and blueprints. He immediately contacted the floating island of Myriad Realms to inquire. It was soon learned that this was because the Church of Light had not yet officially joined the Kingdom of Heaven, and the believers of light on the battlefield were not soldiers under his command. The war in the Land of Plenty was a war between local powers. It's normal not to get gold coins, blueprints, or other loot. The weapons, armor, and other equipment inside those space devices were not dropped. Moreover, all of them were human equipment crafted by human blacksmiths. It can only be used by human units. Only equipment dropped by defeated enemies has the feature that allows any race or unit to use it and view its equipment information. You did a great job. Lin Yu praised you generously, saying, as long as your faith is firm and devout enough, you can receive my protection and gain eternal life. Even if you unfortunately perish, your souls can enter my divine kingdom and become beings of the divine kingdom. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. May the Holy Light be with you always. May the Holy Lord be eternal. The Cardinal and the group of Templar Knights immediately cheered excitedly. The Lord of Holy Light's personal promise was enough to drive them mad. Chapter 419. If it's true, this is enough to shake the entire battlefield of Myriad Realms. The forbidden area of the natural elf empire. A stunningly beautiful figure in a long golden dress stood beneath a mother tree of nature. She has a stunning figure, a noble temperament, and skin as smooth as snow. A purple belt was tied around the waist. It made her figure appear even more three-dimensional. Curved and shapely, firm and full, with perfect golden ratio. A gentle breeze stirred her long, light golden waves, and her emerald green eyes seemed to sparkle. The interplay of movement and stillness only amplifies her allure. She is the ruler of the Nature Elf Empire, the Nature Elf Queen. Throughout this entire floating island world, the Nature Elf Queen is one of the most powerful people. Together with Webster, the Beast King of the Beastman Royal Court, Wallace, the Pope of Light of the Holy See, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and the Medusa Empress of the Medusa Empire, they are known as the Five Emperors. Among the Five Emperors, the Nature Elf Queen and the Dragon King are the most powerful. Beast King Webster and Pope Wallace were slightly outmatched. As for Queen Medusa, no one knows the true extent of her power. Her existence is a legend in the floating island world, and virtually no land-based creatures have ever seen her. Even the Dragon Emperor had never seen Medusa. The 36 islands of the bay ruled by the dragons are in the near sea, while the territory of the Medusa Empire is in the deep sea, a place that even the dragons do not want to approach. In terms of influence, the Queen of Nature is unparalleled. It can be said that the Natural Elf Empire is the most powerful force in this floating island world. It's even stronger than the Holy See. However, at this moment, the Empress had a worried look on her face. Before the shock in her eyes had faded, an extremely complex expression appeared on her beautiful face. Mother, the Queen of Nature Elves turned her gaze to the towering elven mother tree and said, the mission sent to the Land of Abundance has finally sent back news. A human face slowly emerged on the main trunk of the fairy mother tree. Your Majesty, I see something unpleasant in your eyes. Just as you predicted, the Queen of Nature Elves said, the delegation was forcibly imprisoned by powerful figures of light as soon as they entered the camp of the Holy Sea of Light. Due to the suddenness of the event, they were unable to send out the message in time. Until now, they have been escorted by the Templar Knights of the Holy Light Church to the Holy City in the Dark Forest, which is the capital of the Kingdom of Heaven. The elf mother tree asked in confusion, why is that? The Kingdom of Heaven was established by lords from another world. So how can it be related to the Church of Light in our native world? The Queen of Nature Elves said with a wry smile, the ruler of the heavenly kingdom is a human incarnation of the Lord of Holy Light who descended to our world. How is this possible? The ancient, age-old spirit tree cried out in disbelief. Lord of Holy Light, an incredibly ancient and terrifyingly great being. Even the creator of their race of natural elves, the goddess of nature and elves, did not cultivate for as long as the Lord of Holy Light. There are even legends that the Lord of Light created this universe. Of course, whether it's true or not is impossible to know. This is because it is a legend recorded in the holy scriptures of the Holy See. As fanatical followers of the Lord of Light, those cultists of light can boast without any exaggeration. The elf mother tree said with a blank expression, if it's true, it's enough to shake the entire battlefield of Myriad Realms. It can't be fake. The Queen of Nature, elves said. Our delegation saw the Lord of Holy Light in the holy city. Although he was only at the level of a demigod, a 12-winged angel stood respectfully beside him. In addition, there are millions of angels in the holy city. They have obeyed the will of the Lord of the Holy Light and have declared war on the land of fertility and the 36 islands of the Gulf respectively. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the army of angels will enter the battlefield today. The elf mother tree fell silent. These news items are too shocking and unbelievable. It needs to be properly digested. At the same time, it also understood why the Holy See had sent the captured mission to the Holy City. That is their holy site. Furthermore, the truth behind the Church of Light's sudden attack on the kingdom of Kilias is now clearly visible. This is a divine decree from the Lord of Holy Light. As fervent believers, the followers of the Church of Light naturally obeyed the will of the Lord of Light without hesitation, supported by a sufficiently firm faith. Even if the Lord of Holy Light ordered them to commit suicide on the spot, they would immediately purify themselves. The elf mother tree said, "The fact that the delegation was able to contact Her Majesty the Queen means that the Lord of the Holy Light has not made things difficult for them. This may be the only good news." The Queen of Nature's lips twitched slightly. Then he said, "They have decided to settle in the holy city." Elf mother tree. The Queen of Nature rubbed her forehead and continued, "The Lord of Light gave us the freedom to choose whether or not to embrace the holy light before his angelic army conquered the land of fertility and the 36 islands of the Gulf. This is indeed the style of the Holy and Light faction." The elf mother tree said, "However, whether to surrender is not a decision we can make. We need to report to Her Majesty the Goddess of Nature and Elves and request her divine decree." This, the Queen of Nature elves asked in bewilderment. "With the world sealed off, how can we contact Her Majesty the Goddess?" Chapter 420 The Crown of the Sun Elf. With His Majesty's Sun Elf crown, the elf mother tree said, "Something seems to be wrong with this world. The blockade is no longer as tight as before. I can barely sense a trace of the power of faith crossing the barrier of rules and entering the battlefield of myriad worlds. During this time, I have been trying to find a way to contact Her Majesty the Goddess. We beseech Your Majesty the Goddess to bestow a miracle and to once again draw your attention to our race of nature spirits." Unfortunately, each call went unanswered by Her Majesty the Goddess. He paused for a moment. The elf mother tree continued, "If Her Majesty the Queen is willing to sacrifice the Sun Elf crown and use its power to summon Her Majesty the Goddess, I believe she will surely succeed." Upon hearing this, the Queen of Nature elves immediately looked troubled. The Sun Elf crown is the most precious treasure of their nature elf race. The tradition has been passed down from the Holy War to the present day, through generations of natural spirit queens. It represents the supreme authority of the natural elf empire and is also the symbol of the Empress. At this moment, the Queen of Nature's spirits did not wear the Sun Elf crown on her head, but kept it in her secret treasury, only wearing it on formal occasions. She was extremely reluctant to sacrifice the Sun Elf crown, because besides being a symbol of power, the Sun Elf crown is also a divine artifact. Furthermore, the Sun Elf crown also contains the primordial power of the Sun Elf's laws, which has a chance to activate the wearer's bloodline and evolve them into the legendary Sun Elf. The Sun Spirit is also a type of nature spirit. Its bloodline level is extremely high. It surpassed the ancient Great Elves. The Sun Elf is born with an incomparably noble status. He was the only choice to become the ruler of the nature elf race. Unfortunately, over countless years, the power of the Sun Spirit's fundamental laws contained within the crown has been depleted time and time again. In the generations following the end of the Holy War, the nature elf queens all successfully evolved into Sun Elves by relying on the power of the Sun Elf essence within their crowns. But as time went by, the Sun Spirits appeared less and less frequently. No new Sun Spirits have appeared for tens of thousands of years. She, too, failed to evolve successfully. Even so, the Queen of Nature Elves was unwilling to destroy the crown of the Sun Elf, as that would be a huge blow to all the nature elves in this world. Is there no other way? I'm sorry. The elf mother tree shook its lush canopy a few times and said, although the Sun Elf crown was not created by the goddess of nature and the elf goddess herself, it still carries the blessings of Her Majesty the Goddess. Only its power can directly invoke Her Majesty the Goddess. The success rate is also the highest. Your Majesty, the Mother Tree of Elves said, I know the Sun Elf crown is of great significance to our nature elf race, but this is a special case. If the angelic army conquers the empire, you will lose it just as easily. These words left the Queen of Nature, elves, speechless. Although the Lord of Holy Light might not even care about their race's crown, after all, it's just a lower-level true artifact. What hasn't that great being seen? However, once the natural elf empire was conquered, the race of nature, elves, became followers of the Lord of Holy Light. The Sun Elf crown will also lose its purpose. Furthermore, the chances of her evolving into an Espion using the crown are extremely low. Don't have too high hopes. It would be better to use it to connect with Her Majesty the Goddess of Nature and Elves, thus truly realizing its value. All right. The Queen of Nature, elves, finally agreed. Given the current situation, she doesn't seem to have any other choice. She then went to the secret treasure vault and took the Sun Elf crown. This is an incomparably magnificent golden crown, radiating a blazing light like the sun, attracting everyone who sees it. At the same time, it also released an extremely strong pressure. This pressure far surpasses that of a demigod. It is true divine power. However, compared to the Holy Radiance armor worn by Lin Yu, the divine power released by the Sun Elf crown was many times weaker. The divine armor of Holy Radiance is a top-tier, true divine artifact. The Sun Elf crown is only a lower-level true artifact, not even reaching the level of a mid-level true artifact. Regardless of the circumstances, such a divine artifact can be considered a treasure in the world of floating islands. Even the royal court of the Beastmen doesn't have such a treasure. As a divine artifact, it is also extremely sturdy, difficult to destroy. However, the Queen of Nature's spirits possesses the secret art to destroy it. The reason for this secret technique is that the natural spirit craftsman who created it planned ahead. If a powerful enemy invades the Nature Elf Empire, and the Nature Elf Queen is unable to resist, she can deliver a heavy blow to the enemy by destroying the Sun Elf crown. However, it is obvious that using the Sun Elf crown to attack the angel army is useless. Therefore, it can only be used to connect with nature and the goddess of spirits. Without hesitation, the Queen of Nature's spirits immediately handed over the Sun Elf crown to the Elf Mother Tree, along with the self-destruct technique. Soon, under the influence of the secret technique, the Sun Elf crown began to vibrate uncontrollably. The light it emitted became increasingly dazzling. Chapter 4, 21 Goddess descends to the mortal realm. I don't know how much time has passed. The Sun Elf crown finally cracked. In an instant, an even more terrifying divine power and energy erupted. Once this energy explodes, it will not only destroy the forbidden area, but it may even destroy the entire elven capital, turning everything within the city into dust. Even the Queen of Nature's spirits was not spared. After all, this is a divine artifact self-destructing. The explosive energy it contains is not magic, but divine power. Fortunately, this did not happen. Guided by secret techniques and the Elf Mother Tree, this energy directly pierced through the rules of the floating island world and entered the battlefield of myriad worlds carrying the faith of the Elf Mother Tree. In fact, even a peak demigod whose power reaches a certain level can do this. For example, the Queen of Nature Elves. She could easily open a rift in the rules using her own power, thus entering the battlefield of myriad worlds. The reason why it is necessary to destroy the Sun Elf crown is that the Sun Elf crown contains the blessings from the goddess of nature and elves, allowing for a more direct connection with the goddess of nature and elves. If it were the Queen of Nature's spirits who went, they might not be able to make contact. After all, there are countless natural spirits and gods in the battlefield of myriad realms. The Queen of Nature Elves was merely an elf ruler of a mortal world. In the mortal world, she wielded immense power, but in the multiverse battlefield where gods roamed freely, her status was not particularly outstanding. Contacting the goddess of nature and spirits, who is the supreme god king, is naturally not an easy task. It's even possible that the goddess of nature and spirits simply won't listen to her prayers. In the myriad worlds of the universe, it has countless groups of natural spirits. Why would the high and mighty goddess of nature and spirits care about the life or death of the spirits in a small mortal world? Therefore, the only option is to self-destruct the blessed Sun Elf crown. It's a success. The Elf Mother Tree breathed a sigh of relief and said to the Queen of Nature Elves, "Now we need to pray that Her Majesty the Goddess will have mercy on us humble believers and bestow a miracle upon us." Let's hope so. The Nature Elf Queen is in a very bad mood right now. With a complicated expression, she gathered up the scattered fragments of the Sun Elf crown from the ground. These fragments no longer possess any divinity or divine power. Even their most basic material properties have vanished, turning them into nothing more than a pile of worthless junk. Even if she brought in the Empire's top-tier blacksmith, he couldn't repair it. It could only be barely assembled, and I'll keep it as a collectible. But at this very moment, an extremely terrifying divine thought suddenly descended into this forbidden area through the crack in the barrier of rules pierced by the sun elf crown. At the same time, the statues located in the capital of the natural spirits also emitted a dazzling divine light. Those were all statues of nature and the goddess of spirits. The power of faith, which had been contained for countless years, surged forth and converged in the forbidden area, condensing into an exceptionally beautiful figure under the control of that terrifying divine thought. The figure wore a long, emerald green dress and a 9-colored floral wreath on her head. Her long, golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, as smooth as silk. She wore no particularly ornate ornaments. It shows people the beauty of nature. Pure, gentle, radiating a vibrant life force, and possessing a maternal glow. She is the goddess of nature and spirits, the creator of the elf race. She is also the mother goddess worshipped by all the natural spirits of the universe. Your Majesty the Goddess. Upon seeing this figure, the Queen of Nature Elves and the Mother Tree of Elves exclaimed in unison. They had no idea that the goddess of nature and the spirits had not only actually descended, but had also descended so quickly that it caught them both off guard. From the self-destruction of this sun elf crown to the descent of the goddess of nature and elves, it seemed like only less than 5 breaths had passed in between. This was quite a surprise to them. In person, there were more surprises than anything else. The Queen of Nature Elves, in particular, was almost moved to tears of joy. After many years, the natural elf clan has finally waited for the goddess of nature and elves. This means they were not abandoned by the goddess. The reason why their previous prayers were not answered by Her Majesty the Goddess was simply due to the problems of this floating island world. Praise be to Your Majesty the Goddess. The Queen of Nature Elves exclaimed excitedly. It is an honor for our entire elven race to meet you. Your radiance is as eternally dazzling as the sun. The goddess of nature and spirits slowly descended from midair. Their gazes fell upon the elf queen. Her face was shrouded in mist, with only her star-like eyes visible. Although you can't see what she looks like, you can imagine that the fairy goddess must be an extremely beautiful woman. Of course, appearance is not a very important thing for gods. After all, gods can change their appearance at will. No matter how beautiful your appearance or how sexy your figure, you can create it yourself. It mainly depends on temperament and presence. As long as a god is powerful enough, even if he looks like a pig, he is still extraordinary and valiant. At this moment, the goddess of nature and elves finally spoke. Your Majesty, the Lord of Holy Light, who has been missing for tens of millions of years, has truly descended upon this world. Her voice was like a gentle breeze. It is ethereal and elusive, yet capable of shaking the very souls of all living beings. It makes people instinctively afraid to deceive in any way. Chapter 4:22 Whether the Lord of Holy Light is real or fake remains to be confirmed. As expected, it has to be the Lord of Holy Light. The fairy mother tree was glad that she had reported this most important information to the goddess of nature and fairies. Otherwise, even if Her Majesty the Goddess were to descend upon this world, it wouldn't happen so soon. Most importantly, their creator, the great goddess of nature and elves, actually addressed the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race as Your Majesty, a title brimming with awe. The legend was indeed true. The power of the Lord of Holy Light has surpassed the level of the supreme deities. Even nature and goddesses of spirits deserve our respect. Here, the Queen of Nature Elves respectfully replied, Your Majesty, as far as we know, the Lord of Holy Light, in the guise of a mortal, descended upon our world along with those otherworldly professionals. He established a kingdom in a dark forest tens of thousands of kilometers away. Our empire's envoys have just met him in the capital of the heavenly kingdom, and in his capital, they saw millions of angels. The Queen of Nature Elves recounted the entire story to the goddess of nature and elves. It also emphasized that the Holy Light wanted the natural elf empire to surrender. After listening, the goddess of nature and elves fell silent. She did not sense any trace of deceit from the Queen of Nature Elves. This proves that what she said is true. Whether the Lord of Holy Light is real remains to be confirmed. We cannot determine that the Lord of Holy Light, who disappeared tens of millions of years ago, is based solely on the observations of a group of mortal nature spirits and millions of angels. After all, what are millions of angels? When the Holy War began, the Lord of Holy Light commanded a massive army of angels, numbering in the tens of millions, to fight against the Void Demon army, nearly destroying the entire battlefield of myriad realms. Beyond the realm, countless stars crumbled, transforming into a graveyard for void demons. Compared to the vast, boundless army of angels, millions of angels are just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. The Queen of Nature's spirits looked at the beautiful and noble figure before her and respectfully asked, "Great goddess, how should we respond if the angelic army attacks? Please guide us in following the path of destiny." The goddess of nature and spirits glanced at her. Her star-like eyes were filled with a dreamlike quality. "Weren't you already prepared?" The Queen of Nature's spirits was stunned for a moment, then said in fear and unease, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. The goddess of nature and spirits waved her hand. She was in no mood to blame a tiny nature sprite. Even if she is an empress, they are still insignificant compared to her. The only thing she cares about now is whether the Lord of Holy Light in the heavenly kingdom is real or fake. If it's true, having surpassed the supreme Lord of Holy Light, he actually became a lord in another world as a mortal, and even played war games with those ordinary beings. That's going to be quite a spectacle. The truth behind it is also worth her careful consideration. The goddess of nature and elves said calmly, "I need to go to the dark forest to confirm the true identity of that ruler of the heavenly kingdom. As for the rest, you can decide for yourselves." "I understand, Your Majesty the great goddess." The Queen of Nature elves obeyed the order with some trepidation. When she raised her head again, she discovered that the goddess of nature and spirits had vanished into thin air. It really comes quickly and goes quickly. At the same time, the Queen of Nature elves also breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the supreme mother goddess of the nature elves, she felt immense pressure and dared not even breathe too heavily. Fortunately, Her Majesty the goddess did not blame us. The elven mother tree, which had remained silent until now, finally spoke, her voice tinged with fear. Upon hearing this, the Queen of Nature elves said with a wry smile, "Even if Her Majesty the goddess blames us, it's because our faith wasn't firm enough. If her belief remained steadfast, she wouldn't ask the goddess of nature and elves how their natural elf empire should choose when facing the angel army. Unwavering belief, fervent faith. It would make her choose to fight the angel army without hesitation. Even if one dies on the battlefield, it is a death for one's beliefs." Instead of asking the goddess of nature and spirits for divine guidance, as is the case now, to tell her what to do, it can only be said that the countless years of miracle gaps shook their beliefs. Just like Pope Wallace of Light. But overall, the Queen of Nature elves is definitely better than Pope Wallace of Light. She remains a follower of the goddess of nature and spirits, though her level of faith is not high. As for Pope Wallace of Light, he was a complete false believer, not even a common believer of the lowest level. That's why he was so arrogant back then that he dared to challenge Angelia. If he had even the slightest bit of faith, things wouldn't have come to this. The elf mother tree said, "Now we await Her Majesty the goddess to bring back the message." The Queen of Nature elves nodded. "Just as Your Majesty the goddess said, we are actually already prepared. If that Lord of Holy Light is a fake, then we will fight to the death. If it's true, then surrender." The angel army could not conquer the will of the nature elves. Even if the empire falls and her people perish, she will not easily bow her head. But if you're facing the Lord of Holy Light, then there's nothing more to say. I surrender. After all, even the goddess of nature and elves respectfully addressed the Lord of Holy Light as Your Majesty. Even if she were incredibly stubborn, she wouldn't dare to confront such a terrifying being head-on. Chapter 4, 23 Omens. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, after the cardinal and the knights of the temple withdrew, Lin Yu then summoned all the blacksmiths and pharmacists in the city. Today, the Paradise Kingdom has tens of thousands of blacksmiths and nearly 1,000 apothecaries. This is the reward for conquering the Orcish royal court. Thanks to the hard work of these blacksmiths and apothecaries, his 10 blacksmith shops and 5 apothecary mansions can provide him with 100,000 pieces of equipment and tens of thousands of potions every day. The equipment and medicines produced alone could bring him huge profits. The reason Lin Yu summoned the blacksmith and the apothecary was that he had just inquired with the floating island of Myriad Realms and learned that appraised local equipment and potions could be imbued with item information. The equipment and potions offered by the Holy See all came from the Land of Abundance. It is a domestic product, unlike loot that drops, which has item information displayed immediately. Lin Yu plans to have the blacksmiths and pharmacists identify all the local equipment and potions and then sell them on the island's trading platform. Although these equipment can still only be used by human professionals, it is not a universal piece of equipment for all races. But it doesn't matter. After all, combat professionals are all human. Millions of pieces of equipment, and most of them are high quality. Once they're all sold, It will definitely bring me hundreds of millions of gold coins. Lin Yu sighed. If he had known this was possible, he would have ordered the cultists of light to bring over the equipment long ago, and his angelic army would have surely surpassed 10 million long ago. It shouldn't have taken until now. Of course, it's not too late now. Whenever he has gold coins, he can summon angels. After all the blacksmiths and apothecaries in the city had gathered, Lin Yu handed the spatial items containing equipment and potions to the elven blacksmith Nicole and the old apothecary Denver, asking them to take them down for appraisal. Let me add one more thing. After this period of unremitting efforts, Nicole, the elven blacksmith, has successfully broken through her level and advanced to the rank of master blacksmith. Her own professional level has also reached the late stage of the extraordinary realm. Although among tens of thousands of blacksmiths, the elf Nicole is not particularly outstanding in either her profession level or blacksmithing level, she is still quite talented. Nicole's best friend Emma is the same. Both of these elven blacksmiths are worth training. After finishing the matter, Lin Yu suddenly said to Secretarian, who had been standing quietly beside him, "I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strange feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Is this an omen? Perhaps it's just my imagination." Lin Yu himself agrees with the former, believing it to be a sign. After all, he's not an ordinary person now. His professional level has reached the late stage of demigod. The number of laws they have mastered has reached more than 30. In addition, he has a very profound understanding of the mysteries of the laws of destiny, and it is only a matter of time before he can condense the origin of the laws and completely master the power of the laws of destiny. Take him as an example now. This sudden, inexplicable feeling can be basically identified as a premonition of major future events. In the Orcish royal court, his ability would make him the perfect candidate for the great prophet. Angelia thought for a moment, then said to Lin Yu, "My lord's intuition is correct. You foresaw events related to the natural elf empire." "Oh, what exactly is it? Can you see it?" Lin Yu quickly asked. Angelia nodded and said, "Just now, the Empress of the Nature Elf Empire contacted the goddess of nature and elves, who was in the battle of the myriad realms at the cost of sacrificing a divine artifact. Now, the divine will of nature and the goddess of spirits has come to this world, and she is on her way to our paradise." The goddess of nature and spirits? Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and he gasped. Is it the creator of the nature elf race, the goddess of nature and elves who holds the supreme divine position? "Yes, my lord." Angelia's expression remained calm as she respectfully said, "However, you don't need to worry. The relationship between the natural pantheon and our angel race is quite good. Moreover, you are the creator of our angel race. His rank is higher than hers. Let alone a divine thought. Even if she were to descend in her true form, she would not dare to disrespect you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. Secretary N's words did not completely calm him down. After all, he was a supreme god king. He has never even seen an ordinary true god, let alone a supreme god king. According to the rank of position, the supreme god king of the alien race is comparable to the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. He didn't have a bodyguard like an 18-winged archangel by his side, so I feel a bit naive instinctively. But for some reason, looking at the elegant and beautiful secretarian beside him, Lin Yu's worries quickly disappeared. I feel that as long as Angelia is around, everything will be fine. Then let's wait for her to arrive. I also want to see what this goddess of nature and spirits looks like. Chapter 424: The Demise of the Goblin Kingdom. Just as Lin Yu was waiting for the arrival of nature and the goddess of spirits, a war of considerable scale also broke out on the Linkle Plains, thousands of kilometers away. The battlefield was located in the capital of the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin Kingdom is one of the few kingdom-level powers on the Linkle Plains. Under normal circumstances, it exists independently, but under special circumstances, it must pledge allegiance to the Beastman Royal Court. After all, the Orcish Royal Court is the de facto ruler of the Linkle Plains. If they don't obey, a small Earth Elf kingdom certainly won't survive. For the Goblin Kingdom, they now have both good news and bad news. The good news is that the Orcish Royal Court has been destroyed, and they now have autonomy. The bad news is that the culprits who destroyed the Orcish Royal Court have already reached the gates of their capital. According to incomplete statistics, a total of approximately 1 million Orc troops and 2 million Heaven Kingdom troops surrounded the capital of the Goblin Kingdom. Thousands of meters above the ground, 2 majestic cities of angels also float. This is the scene. It sent shivers down the spines of millions of goblins both inside and outside the capital. But ultimately, they mustered a sliver of courage as the kingdom faced annihilation. They organized large-scale legions, preparing to fight Lin Yu's army. In addition to the Goblin army, there were also some native orc legions and legions of other races on the battlefield. They were all remnants left behind by the Angel army after their extermination. Now, they have lost everything. They can only gather in the nearest Goblin kingdom. They attempted to use the power of the Goblin kingdom to fight Lin Yu's army to the death. The only thing that gave them some relief was that the angelic army of the Heavenly Kingdom had already withdrawn. Even within those two cities of angels, there are only a handful of angels capable of spreading faith using divine magic. Their numbers are small, totaling less than 1,000. They would win the war if they could defeat the 3 million troops of various races sent by the Kingdom of Heaven under the bombardment of the two cities of angels. Soon, the war horn sounded. The army of the Heavenly Kingdom surged toward the Goblin capital like a tidal wave. At the same time, the magic cannons erected on the walls of the capital city began to fire wildly. As beams of brilliant light appeared, small mushroom clouds instantly materialized within the Heavenly Kingdom's army ranks, accompanied by deafening roars. With a single blow, a large number of the kingdom's troops perished. This scene caused the goblins inside and outside the capital to cheer with excitement. At the same time, at an altitude of several thousand meters, countless aircraft opened fire on the two cities of angels. Those flying machines were one of the weapons of war of the Goblin Kingdom, Goblin airships. They are small in size. It is only about 5 meters long. Each Goblin airship carries a goblin and is equipped with a small magic cannon and 2 machine gun-like weapons on either side. The machine gun can fire in rapid succession. The rate of fire reached 30 rounds per second. The bullets fired are not physical objects, but rather formed from condensed energy. In addition to its weapons, the Goblin airship also has a propeller at the back and a wing on each side. Combined with elemental magic arrays, this allows the Goblin airship to easily take to the skies and fly nimbly. A single Goblin airship is far less powerful in warfare than an elf airship. However, its advantage lies in its large quantity. There are only a few hundred airships in the Fairy Garden. The Goblin Kingdom, however, has over 100,000 airships. They were so densely packed, like a swarm of bees. When hundreds of thousands of Goblin airships took to the skies to besiege the two cities of angels, the scene was quite spectacular, much more impressive than the movie Independence Day. However, as shocking as it may be, in reality, it's completely useless. The Goblin airships' attacks had absolutely no effect on Angel City. Even the divine magical defense shield of the City of Angels couldn't be broken. The dense barrage of magic cannons and energy bullets struck the protective shield of the Angel City, only managing to create tiny ripples. The scene looks like light rain falling on a lake. It has a beautiful feel to it. Just as the pilots of the Goblin airship were racking their brains about how to break through the shield and destroy the City of Angels, an attack from the City of Angels arrived. Boom, 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 boom. Beams of holy light pierced the battlefield. Wherever they passed, Goblin airships exploded like fireworks. Finally, it struck the defensive shield of the Goblin capital. With just one barrage, the defensive shield of the Goblin capital collapsed. With the arrival of the second round of bombardment, the walls of the Goblin capital collapsed completely, and all the magic cannons were destroyed. This comparison is a complete and overwhelming victory. The goblins were so frightened that they wanted to surrender on the spot. At the same time, the assembled Goblin legions, native orc legions, and legions from various factions were also bombarded by the City of Angels. And immediately there were heavy casualties. The magic cannons mounted on the City of Angels are far more powerful than those of the Goblin race. It's like the difference between a missile and a hand grenade. After several rounds of bombardment, the morale of the Goblin camp was completely shattered. The 3 million strong army of the Heavenly Kingdom also broke through the enemy's defenses outside the city and poured into the Goblin capital. In less than an hour, the Goblin King's capital fell. The surviving goblins, orcs, and native races all surrendered, raising white flags. Chapter 4: 25 Warfare in Major Regions. Similar scenes also occurred in the capitals of several other kingdoms on the Lenkel Plains. Some capitals have already fallen. Some are under attack. But the result is the same. With the City of Angels guarding the battlefield, no kingdom-level force could withstand Lin Yu's army's attack, and they were all captured in a very short time. At this point, all the major and minor forces on the Lenkel grassland had been wiped out. The rest is about clearing out the wild monsters on the grassland. This is also a celebration for the kingdom's professionals in this region. Not all kingdom professionals went to the floating islands in the other world, many stayed behind. The level of these kingdom professionals is generally not high, and they do not want to go on adventures in another world for the time being. The wild monsters of the Lenkel Plains are enough for them to hunt. But one thing is certain. Once their levels are raised, they will definitely not be absent from the national wars in the other world. The Holy City. Lin Yu waited and waited, but the goddess of nature and elves did not appear. So he simply took Angelia to the city lord's mansion and began to discuss the mysteries of the laws. Ever since he used his intuition to foresee the major event that was about to happen, he became even more eager to grasp the mysteries of the laws of destiny. The laws of fate, to a certain extent, allow him to foresee the future. In addition, there's the law of time. Whether it's peering into the future or the past, things will become much clearer. As the Lord of Holy Light, who is omniscient in the eyes of the angels, it is impossible for him not to master the laws of destiny. Therefore, he worked exceptionally hard. This exchange took place before evening. Good news first came from the underground world. The fallen angel army, led by Victoria, stormed the main camp of the Cyclops Empire. The vast majority of Cyclops were killed, and only a few were lucky enough to escape the battlefield. In addition, the 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla also led an army of fallen angels to attack the main base of the Eternal Kingdom. Queen Natia of the Dark Elves followed with an army of 2 million Dark Elves. With the cooperation of the Dark Elf Empire, this army of fallen angels attacked faster and more fiercely. In just a few hours, they swept across the entire immortal realm, annihilating hundreds of millions of undead creatures. At this moment, the two armies of fallen angels had joined forces. The next target of the war is the stronghold of the Evil Eye clan. Once Lin Yu conquers the Evil Empire, he will have essentially conquered the entire underground world, and all its resources will be in his hands. Unfortunately, in the rules of the floating islands, the underground world can only be considered a large region, because its importance is far less than that of the surface world. Otherwise, with his army having conquered 4 imperial-level forces in the underground world and completely controlled the Dark Forest, Lin Yu would already be qualified to become the island's lord. Of course, this has little impact, because it won't be long before the Lenkel Plains, the land of fertility, and the 36 islands of the Gulf will be completely under his control. At that time, he could still directly become the master of the island. Then there are the 2 angelic armies that went on expeditions to the surface world. The Fallen Angels army has already entered the battlefield and begun clearing out the islands in the Bay Area. Their direct target was the Dragon Clan's stronghold, the Dragon's Lair. With the appearance of the Fallen Angel army and the news being relayed to the island's chat channel, the combat professionals and lord professionals located on the 36 islands of the Bay also joined the Heavenly Kingdom. I have no choice but to join. They were afraid of being killed by those fallen angels. Compared to the beautiful and holy angels, the professionals are more wary of the fallen angels under Lin Yu's command. Because fallen angels kill without blinking an eye. Faced with the holy angels, they might still have a sliver of a chance to pull back from the brink. But if they encounter a fallen angel, they won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. They will be devoured and turned into dried corpses. Therefore, they all applied to join the Kingdom of Paradise as soon as possible. Only by becoming a citizen of the Kingdom of Heaven can one avoid dying at the hands of fallen angels. Meanwhile, the newly joined kingdom professions also gathered together, following in the footsteps of the fallen angels' army, to wipe out the 36 islands of the Bay. And it charged toward the Central Dragon Island at an extremely terrifying speed. Central Dragon Island is the lair of the giant dragon. It is home to the largest number of dragons in the world. Here, you can not only see the 5-colored evil dragons, but also the rare holy dragons of light, gold dragons, silver dragons, diamond dragons, as well as all kinds of metal dragons, gem dragons, and so on. There are actually many different kinds of dragons. Moreover, their individual combat strength is extremely powerful, especially those rare dragon species, which can be said to stand at the top of the mortal world. It is said that among the dragon race, there are also extremely rare dragon species such as the Dragon of Destiny, the Dragon of Magic, and the Dragon of Time, who are born with the fundamental laws of nature. Similar dragon species can easily become gods. Moreover, once one becomes a god, one will possess terrifying divine power, achieving invincibility among gods of the same rank. As for whether such an extremely rare dragon species exists on the Central Dragon Island, we'll only know once we break in. Another army of holy angels also successfully descended upon the battlefield of the Land of Abundance. Millions of holy angels guarded 20 cities of angels, causing a sensation as soon as they appeared. The cultists on the battlefield cheered wildly. An excited roar. In contrast, the army of the Kingdom of Kilias and the main dragon legion that had arrived weary from their journey were completely dumbfounded. The look of terror was completely on his face. Chapter 4:26 Praise the Lord, praise the holy light. The St. Lamlata Plain is a vast and fertile land, located in the core territory of the Kingdom of Kilias. This area is home to three very prosperous economic cities, with countless merchants and nobles who bring in substantial trade tax revenue for the Kingdom of Kilias every year. This fertile land is home to all sorts of spiritual plants, food, potions, flowers, and so on. However, the vast majority of fertile lands belong to the nobility. Ordinary people make up only a small portion of them. In native human societies, nobles hold the highest status and control over 90% of the society's resources. Ordinary people are at the very bottom. In addition, there were a large number of slaves, whose treatment was not even that of human beings. Whether in the Kingdom of Kilias or in the other two human kingdoms, masters bear no responsibility for executing slaves. Of course, slaves were not cheap either, especially slaves of other races. Right now, the St. Lamlata Plain has completely lost its former prosperity. The vast, fertile land was shrouded in the shadow of war. A massive army of millions, led by the Holy See, has gathered here. Wherever they went, they left a trail of destruction. Villages, towns, cities, and even the territories of nobles were all captured. Countless nobles of the Kingdom of Kilias, along with their subjects, knights, and professionals, fled to the vicinity of the three major cities, where they assembled into a massive ragtag army, attempting to fight against the army of the Holy See. They had no choice but to do it, because the teleportation arrays of the three major cities have been blocked. The High Command of the Kingdom of Kilias did not give them the opportunity to flee without a fight. As nobles and as professionals of the kingdom, they had to fight for the kingdom's fate. Moreover, the Kingdom of Kilias also dispatched its main army, as well as legions stationed in other cities, to prepare for a decisive battle with the Holy See here. Behind the St. Lamlata Plain lies the capital of the Kingdom of Kilias. This is the last barrier. According to incomplete statistics, including the various legions of the Kingdom of Kilias, as well as the private armies of nobles and professionals in various fields, the total size of the army gathered here exceeds 15 million. It was twice the size of the Holy See's army. Even so, without the addition of the Dragon Army, the Kingdom of Kilias still lacked the confidence to withstand the attack of the Church of Light, because they were a ragtag army. The army of the Holy See is composed entirely of elites. The Templar Knights Legion, the Golden Griffin Legion, the Holy Knights Legion, the Priest Legion, the Fanatic Legion, the Punishment Legion, and so on, were all fully armed and well-trained. In addition, within the army of the Holy See of Light, there were also main forces from two other human kingdoms, all of whom were elite troops. Whether it's combat skills, equipment level, or legion combat power, the army of the Holy See far surpasses the ragtag army of the Kingdom of Kiliasli. If the Dragon Legion hadn't already arrived on the battlefield, the Kingdom of Kilias's defenses certainly wouldn't have held, and it would have been destroyed in a short time. The war had already begun when the angelic army descended. In the sky and on the ground, figures were fighting each other everywhere. Combat skills, magic, and forbidden spells plowed the battlefield again and again. Countless human corpses lay on the battlefield. The phrase, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thousands of meters in the air, dense numbers of corpses were also falling. That was a great chaos caused by all the powerful figures from several factions. The total scale is as high as millions. However, it is clear that the Church of Light is at a disadvantage, as the Kingdom of Kilias has a total of 500,000 dragons participating in the war. Dragons are a highly intelligent race. They possess terrifying dragon breath and dragon language magic comparable to forbidden spells, making them extremely destructive. In terms of defense, dragons are also top tier. Their dragon scales can block or greatly reduce magical and physical attacks. Even when its magic power is exhausted and its dragon breath is depleted, a dragon can still tear its enemies to shreds through close combat. Putting aside the drawback of low reproductive capacity, dragons are simply perfect creatures. It truly deserves the title of standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Even the powerful warriors of light, supported by fervent faith, would find it difficult to defeat. Every moment, countless powerful beings from the Light Kingdom and the two human kingdoms are being killed, and countless flying mounts are being forcibly torn apart by the dragons. Mutilated corpses mixed with blood fell from the sky. Blood mist stained the sky and soaked the earth. The scene was exceptionally bloody, until the angelic army descended upon the battlefield. Only then did the Church of Light's faction see a glimmer of hope for victory. Accompanied by 20 cities of angels and millions of angels, they flew in from the distant horizon, and the cheers of the cultists of light resounded through the sky on the battlefield. They are the Lord's angels, The army of angels has descended, bringing with them the legendary city of angels. Praise the Lord. Praise the holy light. Countless believers of the light were cheering and roaring. They were beautiful, holy angels. As soon as they descended onto the battlefield, a large number of angels of love waved their staffs, showering the battlefield with dazzling rain of light. In an instant, countless fallen cultists of light, as well as professionals from the two human kingdoms, were all resurrected. The angel of love's resurrection magic is practically a bug. As long as the soul has not completely disintegrated and turned into nothingness, the resurrection magic can bring the dead back to life. Moreover, it is a resurrection at its peak. It's far more powerful than the knockoff resurrection spell from the Holy See. For a time, the entire battlefield was filled with the cry of "Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." At this moment, a large number of professionals from both human kingdoms became followers of the Lord of Holy Light. Chapter 4:27 What if we refuse? In contrast to the cheers and excitement of the Holy See camp, the army of the kingdom of Kilias, as well as the dragon legion circling high in the sky, were filled with terror. They've worked so hard for so long. They paid a heavy price, killing a large number of powerful members of the Light faction. As a result, the angels resurrected all the enemies they had killed as soon as they appeared. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? Angel. They really are mythical angels. And there are also the legendary war weapons, the Angel City, a total of 20. By the dragon god. How could an angel be here? They disappeared for tens of millions of years. Even if they were to return to the world, they should descend upon the battlefield of all realms, not our small floating island world. What in this world is worth the covetous eyes of the angels? The Kilias warriors and dragons on the battlefield all had contorted expressions. The arrival of the angelic army was no less terrifying to them than death itself beckoning, perhaps even more so. Because they were enemies of the angels, they didn't even have the chance to become undead and go to the underworld. Those cultists of light on the battlefield inherited the glorious legacy of the angel race. The way to deal with heretics is to kill them first and then purify them. Or you could tie it directly to a cross and grill it. The followers of light believe that flames can purify evil souls, just as the holy flame of angels can purify all evil and dark forces. Millions of angels. A full 20 cities of angels. There's no way we can fight a war like this. Now I finally understand why the Holy See of Light disregarded the peace agreement and ordered its followers and those two kingdoms to declare war on us. It must be the angels who are orchestrating this war. Those angels wanted to conquer the world. The Holy See of Light serves them. Amidst murmurs of fear, countless powerful warriors from the kingdom of Kilias began to retreat. The enormous dragons were also running very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were far from the battlefield. They came together and formed a massive dragon army. The dragons' outstretched wings were so large they blotted out the sky. Such a scene would be enough to intimidate any native race in this world, and even the natural elf empire would be on guard. However, it is these dragons who are now feeling guilty, because they were facing an army of angels numbering a full 4 million. They wanted to leave immediately, but dared not make any rash moves. Angels, like them, have wings. Moreover, there are angelic cities suppressing the entire battlefield area, and whether they can successfully escape is a question. Therefore, the only option is to remain inactive and respond to all changes with constancy. Foolish King Kilias. They didn't even know who their real enemy was before asking us for help. A giant dragon roared, venting its discontent and fear. If they had known that the angels were behind the Church of Light, they certainly wouldn't have participated in this war. After all, the safety of their own race was far more important than the defensive alliance they had signed with the kingdom of Kilias. Of course, it's too late to say anything now. Since we're already here, leaving won't be easy. At that very moment, a giant dragon, nearly 200 meters long, flew out of the dragon army. It is entirely golden in color. Each dragon scale shimmered with golden light. It looks like it's made of gold, and it looks really cool. Dragons are also divided into orthodox dragons and rare dragons. Rare dragons are extremely rare species such as the Dragon of Destiny, the Dragon of Time, and the Colossus of Space, accounting for less than 1/10,000th of the entire dragon race. The orthodox dragon race is the more common type of dragon, such as the 5-colored evil dragon, the metal dragon, the gem dragon, and so on. Among the orthodox dragon race, there are 2 types of dragons with very high status. They are the golden dragon and the silver dragon. Basically, the chieftains of the dragon race throughout history have all been chosen from among the golden dragons. If there is no suitable candidate, the opportunity will be given to the silver dragon clan. The golden dragon before us is from the Golden Dragon clan. He is an elder of the Dragon clan and the commander of this dragon legion. It roared with a thunderous voice. The angels from another world. We dragons have no intention of starting a war with you. This is a peaceful world. If you can take the initiative to end this war, I believe all races in the world will be grateful to you. After saying that, it waited anxiously for a reply from the army of angels. A moment later, a clear, cold voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Ending the war is not difficult. Then appeared a 12-winged angel wearing white gold angel armor. Her face was stunningly beautiful, but her expression was indifferent. The 12 angel wings behind him radiated a dazzling holy light. It made her perfect figure appear even more sacred and beautiful. She is Vivian, the 12-winged angel, one of the commanders of the angelic army. Before this war comes, I will give you an opportunity to embrace the holy light and believe in our Lord. By becoming believers in our Lord, you will receive eternal life and a bright future. The golden dragon's vertical pupils contracted. What if we refuse? Upon hearing this, the 12-winged angel Vivian pulled a blazing angelic sword from the void and said, "Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life. Do not believe in the Lord, and you will die." Upon hearing this, the golden dragon's expression instantly twisted. Over the years, no one has ever dared to say such words to the dragon race. The arrogant angels showed no respect for the dragons. They are, after all, a highly intelligent species. Chapter 428 The Lord said, "Light envelopes the world." In that case, the only way to resolve the conflict is through war. The golden dragon responded in a deep voice. They are proud dragons who will never bow their heads to any race or power, not even the mythical angels. What a pity. Vivian, the 12-winged angel, shook her head with a hint of regret. He then slashed his sword at the golden dragon. This sword strike frightened the golden dragon so much that all its scales stood on end. While using the power of the laws to protect itself, it angrily shouted, "Angel, you're breaking the rules." It also plans to return to the army camp and command the Dragon Legion in battle. As it turned out, the 12-winged angel in front of them had no martial virtue and attacked without saying a word. "Killing me won't be that easy." As he spoke, the golden dragon unleashed another burst of scorching dragon breath at the 12-winged angel Vivian, attempting to force her back. It is a golden dragon at the peak of the demigod level. Its strength places it among the top in the floating island world. Vivian, the 12-winged angel, is also at the peak of demigod status, making her no easy task to kill. However, the next moment, its expression turned terrified. The 12-winged angel Vivian ignored its dragon breath and forcefully broke through it, then slashed at its law shield with her angelic sword. A soft hissing sound. Its protective shield of laws was then cleaved open. Then there's its head, its body. It was cut in two by the angel's sword and the burst of sword light. As a golden dragon at the peak of demigod status, its head is as hard as a demigod artifact and no less than a diamond dragon of the same level. However, it is as fragile as tofu under the attack of the angel's sword. It only let out a scream before its entire dragon body was cleaved in two. The mangled body, shattered internal organs, and splattered with glaring dragon blood fell from the sky. This scene terrified all the professionals in the kingdom of Kilias and also left the dragons behind them dumbfounded. Their peak demigod elder had actually been killed with a single sword strike. This was something they simply couldn't believe. It was like seeing a ghost. Even if angels are incredibly powerful, there's no reason for them to be this strong. How could they know that Vivian was not an ordinary 12-winged angel? Before her descent, she was a supreme deity who wielded great divine power, far stronger than any newly born 12-winged angel of equal rank. And even a golden dragon. At the same level, they can only be compared to 4-winged angels and 2-winged angels. As a veteran 12-winged angel, even if Vivian can't beat Secretarian, taking down a small, big-bellied lizard is no problem at all. At that moment, a gray, dragon-shaped shadow flew out from the corpse of the golden dragon. Without hesitation, they fled into the distance. But Vivian was prepared. She forcibly grabbed it from hundreds of meters away and sealed it inside the soul orb. Souls of this level contain an extremely vast source of soul essence. It's excellent for upgrading fallen angels. It is also possible to cultivate immortal flowers. One more thing. The immortal flower bower and the Lolita sitting have also moved to the floating islands of another world to follow the 12-winged Seraphimia and wreak havoc on all sides. The Lord says, "Light will cover the world, and evil and darkness shall be punished." Vivian, the 12-winged angel, stood high in the sky, Her sword pointed at the distant dragon army and the professional army of the kingdom of Kilias. At a single command, all 20 cities of angels opened fire in unison. This single bombardment easily shattered all of the enemy's defensive lines. Immediately afterwards, an army of millions of angels set out. The angels' battle skills and dazzling divine magic illuminated the entire world. On the ground, the morale of the Holy Sea's army reached its peak, with every Holy See follower charging towards the enemy camp like a fanatical madman. War broke out again, and it quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Before the arrival of the angelic army, the Church of Light did not have the upper hand on the battlefield in the stronghold. However, with the entry of the angelic army, the situation was reversed all at once. The battle flag of victory was firmly nailed to the camp of light. It was also at this time. A beautiful, gentle figure, radiating maternal glow, appeared in the dark forest. She is the goddess of nature and spirits. After leaving the natural elf empire, she did not immediately head to the paradise kingdom, but instead took a stroll around this floating island world first. The snowfields of St. Cable in the far north. The Medusa Empire in the distant deep sea. A desolate desert rarely visited by humans. A deathly lake that exudes an aura of death everywhere. She visited all of them. She even went to the underground world and saw from afar the fallen angels, led by Priscilla, wiping out the underground world. She was astonished by the existence of fallen angels. She had never seen such angels before. But that's not important. The reason she traveled all over the world was to find out what was so special about this small floating island world that made it worthwhile for the angels to come and conquer it, and why even the Lord of Holy Light had appeared. But the result was very disappointing for her. She gained nothing. She tried to inquire about the rules of the world, but found that the guy completely ignored her. This made her somewhat dissatisfied. If it weren't for the Lord of Holy Light being here, she would have definitely killed the spirit of the world's rules. I sensed a familiar presence in that direction. But it didn't come from the Lord of Holy Light. The goddess of nature and spirits frowned slightly. Just as she was about to set off for the holy city, an elegant and beautiful figure suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked her way. The instant I saw that figure, the goddess of nature and elves' eyes narrowed sharply. Angelia. Chapter 429. Long time no see. Angelia. The eyes of the goddess of nature and spirits are an ancient gold. It represents nobility. At this moment, however, it suddenly contracted. As the supreme deity of the natural pantheon, she not only stands at the pinnacle of the battlefield of myriad realms, but also personally experienced the holy war between demons tens of millions of years ago. On the battlefield, she fought alongside the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. In private, he also discussed the Tao with the 18-winged archangel. In terms of faction relations, the nature elves and the angels have a good relationship. Unlike the destruction gods, undead gods, evil gods, etc., they are in opposing factions with the angels. These relationships exist. She naturally knew the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race, and was quite familiar with them. And the Angelia, standing in front of her, was one of them. And it is the most powerful one. There is a legend that Angelia was the first archangel with 18 wings created by the Lord of Light, and this legend has even been confirmed. Nature and the goddess of spirits had not anticipated this. Millions of years later, she saw the 18-winged archangel again. And this is happening in this small floating island world. This surprised her greatly. The familiar aura she had just sensed came from Angelia. At the same time, Angelia's appearance indirectly proves that the great Lord of Holy Light has truly descended. Angelia's arrival was clearly to serve the Lord of Holy Light. Most importantly, the goddess of nature and elves also sensed an unusual aura emanating from Angelia. From male beings, this left her completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, tens of millions of years later, the Lord of Holy Light has changed his style. This was completely different from the figure she remembered. After all, the Lord of Holy Light, who once commanded the gods of all realms to sweep away the void demon army, was focused solely on the study of the great Tao of the universe. He was supreme and disregarded all things. It's been a long time, Angelia. The goddess of nature and elves spoke first, a slow smile appearing on her face. Angelia glanced at her indifferently, as if she had discovered something, and said, "Over the past tens of millions of years, your natural pantheon has seemed to be doing very well in the eyes of the battlefield of myriad worlds." The goddess of nature and elves said, "If the angels had not withdrawn, I believe my pantheon of nature would have been even stronger." "Yeah," Angelia said calmly. "Clovis still hasn't given up on suppressing your nature pantheon?" The goddess of nature and elves shook her head and said, You know that guy has always been arrogant and domineering. With you all gone, the battlefield of myriad realms will become the domain of the Titan and Dragon pantheons. These two races have always wanted to join forces to rule the universe. After a pause, the goddess of nature and the elf continued with a smile. Now that your angel race has returned, I believe the Titan pantheon and the Dragon pantheon will restrain themselves and dare not be too arrogant. Angelia said, "Don't try to trick me. Whether or not we return to the battlefield of all realms, my angel race has always only followed the will of our Lord." Upon hearing this, the goddess of nature and the fairy immediately felt a pang of anxiety. She was now certain that the angels were preparing to once again invade the battlefield of all realms. After all, the Lord of Holy Light had become so bored that he was playing a game of power struggle with mortals, and even went so far as to make the natural elf empire choose between life and death. This is also not the style of the Lord of Holy Light back then. The current Lord of Light seems to be filled with a desire for war and conquest. This is not good news, because the power of the Lord of Holy Light is too great. They almost defeated the demon emperor of the Void Demon clan back then. No deity in the battlefield of myriad realms can rival the Void Demon Emperor. Once the Lord of Holy Light descends, he will surely sweep across all directions. By then, her natural pantheon might have to change course and embrace the Holy Light. In fact, when the gods of all realms defeated and expelled the void demons from the universe, some god kings of various pantheons worried that the Lord of Holy Light would command the angels to conquer the universe and become its ruler. At that time, the Lord of Holy Light possessed immense divine power, which awed all realms. Even the Titan and Dragon pantheons, who inherited the bloodline of the Titans, had to bow their proud heads before the Lord of the Holy Light. If the Lord of Holy Light had had such thoughts back then, the battlefield of myriad realms would basically not exist today. But what the gods of all realms did not expect was, after the war ended, the Lord of Holy Light disappeared abruptly. Following closely behind, the angel army also withdrew from the battlefield of myriad worlds. It hasn't appeared again for tens of millions of years. This left all the gods completely bewildered. No one knows exactly what happened. Even the supreme god kings of these pantheons couldn't understand it. But in any case, this is a good thing for them. After all, no one wants a holy sword of judgment constantly hovering above their head. Without the threat of the Lord of Light, they were freer. The goddess of nature and elves looked at Angelia and asked curiously, "What exactly happened to your angel race that caused you, an 18-winged archangel, to be demoted to a mere 12-winged angel?" Angelia glanced at her sideways. "If you wish to test whether my strength is greater than before, I can grant your wish." Chapter 430, A Friendship Lasting Tens of Millions of Years. There's absolutely no need for that. Nature and the goddess of spirits decisively refused, although she really wanted to know if there was something wrong with Angelina's status. This allows us to infer whether the Lord of Holy Light and the angel race have also experienced major changes. However, she didn't want to be the one to stick her neck out. What if Angelia simply sealed her own identity and could unseal it at any time to return to her peak state? Wouldn't she be offering herself up for the taking? Even if you're going to try it, you should find someone else to try it. For example, the stubborn Titans. The goddess of nature and elves smiled and said, "We used to call each other sisters. How can we hurt our friendship? I was fortunate enough to receive news of His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light in the battlefield of myriad realms, so I have come to pay my respects." Angelia said calmly, "You may visit, but do not reveal my identity." Upon hearing this, the goddess of nature and elves was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "May the great way of the universe protect you. The problem doesn't lie with the angels, but with the Lord of Holy Light." The goddess of nature and spirits instantly grasped the key point. The Lord of Light in the Holy City is indeed the Lord of Light of the angel race, but he is not the Lord of Light of the angel race, nor is he an incarnation. It is highly likely that he is a reincarnation. Moreover, he does not possess the memories of the Lord of Holy Light from back then. He didn't even know Angelia, and didn't know that she was the 18-winged archangel who stood at the top of the angel race. Otherwise, Angelia wouldn't have said such a thing. This discovery instantly ignited the gossip-loving fire in the heart of the goddess of nature and elves, making her eager to know what was hidden behind it. "Of course, but you'll owe me a favor." The goddess of nature and fairies had a very radiant smile. However, Angelia ignored her and said, "I'm not asking you, but reminding you. If you want to see the realm of nature gods razed to the ground by my angelic army, you can say so." Angelia, the goddess of nature and elves, was immediately displeased and said, I am, after all, a supreme god king with hundreds of billions of subordinate gods under my command. You should at least give me some face. Angelia said, I'm not very interested in fighting. If you want to save face, I'll have Victoria do it for you. Upon hearing this, the fairy goddess trembled. Victoria has arrived too? She is spreading the faith for our Lord in the underground world. The goddess of nature and elves stretched out her slender fingertips and rubbed her forehead. The 7 archangels of the angel race, each with 18 wings, have distinct personalities. As the eldest sister, Angelia is elegant, mature, gentle, and good at organizing. Victoria's personality was impulsive, easily angered, and warlike. As for Astia, she was introverted and taciturn, and skilled in research. Back when the angels were in charge of the battlefield of all worlds, the goddess of nature and the elven goddess had sparred with Victoria countless times. To be honest, I don't want to see her, even though she still owes me a supreme artifact. Mentioning that supreme artifact naturally made the elf goddess feel a pang of heartache. In her realm of nature, there exists a world tree, unique in the entire universe. That is the mother tree of all the elf mother trees. With the help of the world tree, she created the race of nature spirits. However, due to an accidental event, her world tree was struck by Victoria's sword, severely damaging her very essence. Victoria promised her a supreme artifact as compensation. The promise has not been fulfilled yet. Even after tens of millions of years, the goddess of nature and elves still feels uneasy whenever she sees that sword mark on the world tree. That's right. The goddess of nature and elves suddenly remembered something and asked, I saw a group of black-winged angels in the underground world, exuding an extremely evil and dark aura, no less than the void demons of yesteryear. What's going on with them? This wasn't a secret that needed to be kept. It would eventually reach the battlefield of all realms, so Angelia didn't hide it, saying, They are fallen angels, succumbing to the desire for power. A fallen angel? The goddess of nature and elves exclaimed in shock. Your angel race can actually split apart. Every angel is a follower of the Lord of Holy Light, and their faith level has reached the highest level of the Holy Spirit. They were born with only one mission, to serve the Lord of Holy Light. If there is any race in this universe that is the most united, it must be the angels. That's why nature and the goddess of spirits were so surprised. I never imagined that the angel race would also have opposing factions of light and darkness. Angelia shook her head. They indicated they did not want to discuss this issue. However, the goddess of nature and spirits refused to give up, saying, You just said that Victoria is also in the underworld. Don't tell me she's fallen too. Angelia glanced at her sideways. I can call her back and let her tell you herself. Forget it. I don't want to see her before I return to the battlefield of myriad realms. The goddess of nature and fairies refused again. Before she fell into depravity, Victoria stabbed her world tree with a sword. Now that she has fallen into the camp of evil and darkness, shouldn't her world tree be uprooted? It's really hard to imagine. The Lord of Light actually tolerates the existence of fallen angels. However, when she thought about the Lord of Holy Light's current identity and the strange aura emanating from Angelia, she felt that all of this seemed to be understandable. If it were the Lord of Light from back then, the fallen angels would have been purified long ago. That being cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in its eyes. He is like the rigid laws of the universe, devoid of selfish desires and emotions. Chapter 431, Just Be Good. We arrived outside the holy city. The goddess of nature and spirits did not enter the city directly from the sky. Instead, they entered the city step by step through the city gates. The holy city has now become very prosperous, with a permanent population of over 10 million, not including the various military legions of the kingdom. Those more than 10 million permanent residents are all of the ordinary race. They lack strong combat capabilities. Her daily work involves the logistics of operating the heavenly kingdom and providing Linyu with the power of faith. Angelia, the goddess of nature and elves, whispered to Secretarian, who was leading the way, What kind of personality does His Holiness the Lord of Light of this era have? Secretarian frowned slightly and said firmly, Our Lord is eternal, indestructible for all eternity, and will always be the same person. How can there be any talk of an era? The goddess of nature and spirits retorted disapprovingly. You know what I mean. Angelia said, Just be good. Nature and the goddess of spirits remained silent. But she also understood what Angelia meant. She needed to maintain the proper respect. She certainly won't forget that. Even the Titan King Cronus, who was at odds with the angels, had to show some respect to the Lord of the Holy Light. Even if the Lord of Holy Light has truly reincarnated and is now immortal, he is not someone that anyone can disrespect or even blaspheme. After all, even a child could figure it out. Even if a supreme being like the Lord of Holy Light were to reincarnate, he would surely leave behind terrifying contingency plans. This backup plan is certainly not as simple as just having the angels and 1 or 2 18-winged archangels protecting it. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, the Lord of Holy Light will be able to revive with full health. Therefore, respect is essential. She didn't want to face the Lord of Holy Light after his full recovery. In a flash, his mind raced. Ignoring external things, the goddess of nature and elves followed Angelia into the luxurious city Lord's mansion. Inside the spacious hall, she saw the figure sitting on the throne at the head of the hall. A human youth, 19 cycles of destiny, late-stage demigod level, possessing 37 different elemental laws, and having cultivated for less than 20 days. Nature and the goddess of spirits immediately understood Lin Yu's information. It's more accurate than checking a household registration book. Within this figure, there are 2 terrifying powers. One is the legendary power of creation, a power exclusively belonging to the Lord of Holy Light. Another one, from the Scepter of Origin. The Scepter of Origin, the ultimate artifact of the Lord of Holy Light, was used to create the angel race. The goddess of nature and elves took a deep breath. It's completely confirmed. The figure before me is the Lord of Holy Light. Because apart from the Lord of Holy Light, no one has the qualifications or the courage to incorporate the Origin Scepter into their body. Even the 18-winged archangels of the angel race dare not. As for the power of creation, it needs even less explanation. Without hesitation, the goddess of nature and elves immediately stepped forward and paid her respects to the figure on the throne with the highest etiquette of the nature pantheon, saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, Lord of Holy Light, it is an honor for Heloise to see you here. Your radiance is as eternally dazzling as it was in the past." Heloise. It is the true name of the goddess of nature and spirits. The true names of deities are different from those of mortals. The true names of deities contain mysterious and unfathomable power. Beings whose status is too far apart cannot directly call upon the true name of a great being. Because once the call is made, it will be perceived by the great being, who will then send down its will to obliterate the blasphemer. Deities are generally referred to by their divine titles. The goddess of nature and elves is on the same level as Angelia, and since they have a good relationship, she calls her by her real name. Another question is, no one in the entire universe knows the true name of the Lord of Holy Light. Right now, Lin Yu, seated on the throne, was also observing the goddess of nature and spirits in the hall. My first impression was that it was beautiful, the kind of natural beauty that is flawless. Her face was exquisitely beautiful. Her golden eyes had a dreamy luster, like starlight. Her figure is also considered to be of the highest standard, with a 9-head-tall proportion. Every part is presented in perfect golden ratio. Her temperament was elegant, tranquil, and pure, with a sense of inclusiveness like nature itself, making Lin Yu feel like she wanted to be embraced by her. Another quality is nobility. Every inch of her skin seemed to radiate divine light. Like a goddess in mythology, she is not to be profaned. To add to that, the mist that shrouded the face of nature and the goddess of spirits has dissipated. Before the Lord of Holy Light, nature and the goddess of the elves no longer needed to maintain their mystery, revealing their true faces that even gods would find difficult to glimpse. After all, can anything be more mysterious than the Lord of Holy Light? To this day, no one knows the origin of the Lord of Holy Light. Legend has it that this universe was created by the Lord of Light. There is also a legend that the Lord of Light was born with this universe, and that he conceived the true spirit in the chaos. But no one knows which one is correct. Lin Yu, sitting on the throne, opened his mouth. But then I suddenly realized I didn't know what to say. After all, the one before them was a supreme deity standing tall on the battlefield of myriad realms. As a mortal at the level of a demigod, he really had nothing in common with such a great figure. After a long silence, Lin Yu said in a deliberately profound tone, "Tens of millions of years have passed. How are you, the nature elf race, faring in the battlefield of myriad realms?" The goddess of nature and elves was taken aback. "This sounds familiar." He then quickly and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. We are doing quite well." Lin Yu nodded. "Okay, that's good. Goddess of nature and elves." Chapter 432. Lin Yu, what did you say? In an instant, the main hall of the city lord's mansion was completely silent. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. Lin Yu was trying to find a topic to have a deeper conversation with this goddess of nature and spirits. Nature and the goddess of spirits are also looking for topics to discuss. If it were the Holy Light Lord from tens of millions of years ago, she would have already started talking, for example, asking for guidance on the profound mysteries of the laws at the God King level. The Supreme God King is not the pinnacle of the law realm. Above the Supreme God King, there exists a terrifying being like the Lord of Holy Light. He truly controlled everything with one hand. Compared to the might of the Lord of Holy Light, the Supreme God King is nothing. In that battle, the goddess of the elves witnessed firsthand how the Lord of Holy Light crushed a supreme deity from the Void Demon clan with a single hand, as easily as crushing a chick. This is evident. How terrifying is the power of the Lord of Holy Light. For the goddess of nature and elves, receiving guidance from the Lord of Holy Light would be a great opportunity, far exceeding the benefits of obtaining a supreme artifact from Victoria. The problem is, she can't ask. The current Lord of Holy Light not only has no memories of his past, but his own realm is also only at the demigod level. It's simply impossible for me to give her guidance. On the contrary, she could give the Lord of Holy Light some pointers on the laws at the demigod level. If Lin Yu knew about this idea of the goddess of nature and elves, he would be very happy. That's exactly what he needs right now. As he watched as this world was about to be conquered by his army of angels, and the floating island numbered 018439 could not hold out for long. He would soon be able to enter the battlefield of myriad worlds and become a god. However, at present, he only possesses 37 kinds of fundamental laws. Mastering more than 30 different types of fundamental laws in just a few days is already quite astonishing. But Lin Yu is still not satisfied. He wants to be like Secretary Un and master hundreds, or even more, types of fundamental laws. The more fundamental laws one masters, the better. When he becomes a god, his divine power will become even stronger. Moreover, after becoming a god, one will obtain a higher divine position. Unfortunately, this idea was quickly dismissed by the goddess of nature and spirits. No matter how powerful she is, she wouldn't dare to give guidance to the Lord of Holy Light. If she were to do that, the 718-winged archangels of the angel race would definitely go berserk, and beating her to the ground would be the least of their worries. So the final result is, the goddess of nature and elves missed a great opportunity to get closer to the Lord of Light. Lin Yu himself also missed a great opportunity. In the end, it was the sensible secretary and who broke the awkward atmosphere in the hall. A pair of gentle eyes fell upon the goddess of nature and elves, and she said, "My lord, I believe that Her Majesty Heloise's descent to the mortal realm this time is simply to pay homage to you. As for our war with the Nature Elf Empire, she probably won't ask about it." The goddess of nature and elves twitched her eyebrows slightly. Angelia's address of Your Majesty sent a chill down her spine. She quickly said, "The elves of the Nature Elf Empire are fortunate to be able to serve under the Lord of Holy Light and become believers in the Holy Light. Our pantheon has always maintained a friendly relationship with the angel race. I will never cause His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light any displeasure over such a trivial matter." On the throne, Lin Yu said with a bright smile, "Indeed, this is just a small floating island world. In the future, we will have more opportunities to have contact and exchanges in the battlefield of myriad realms. This is something I've been looking forward to for a long time." The goddess of nature and elves solemnly declared, "I will welcome Your Majesty's arrival at the battlefield of myriad realms." He paused slightly. The goddess of nature and elves suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, Lord of Holy Light, does your return foreshadow the Void Demon's renewed invasion of our universe?" Although she knew that the current Lord of Light could not give her an answer, but she still couldn't help asking. After all, the sudden appearance of the Lord of Holy Light, who had disappeared for tens of millions of years, was a major event in the entire battlefield of myriad realms, enough to shake the universe. The last time the Lord of Holy Light descended was when the Void Demons invaded the universe. What about this time? She desperately wanted to find out the secret behind it all. Even if she doesn't get an answer from the Lord of Holy Light this time, she'll have to find a way to investigate properly when she gets back. Lin Yu sighed. After hearing the words of the goddess of nature and spirits, he naturally didn't know how to answer. How could he possibly know if the Void Demons would make a comeback? This matter requires asking the Lord of Holy Light from tens of millions of years ago. Just as Lin Yu was about to make up some excuse to brush it off, his expression changed slightly, his gaze became indifferent, and he looked down at the goddess of nature and spirits in the hall before slowly saying, "Chaos oscillates. The universe is layered." The ancient gates were forced open, alternating between illusion and reality. The void, the omnix, and eternity tear through the heavens, reflecting the awakening of the holy angels. "Hello, are you sure you're ready?" Lin Yu's voice at this moment was low and rigid, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Inside the main hall, Angelia and the goddess of nature and elves both changed their expressions drastically. "My lord." Angelia's voice trembled. A pair of bright golden eyes looked at Lin Yu, who sat on the throne. Heloise, the goddess of nature and elves, almost knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. She took a deep breath and asked in a tone of utmost reverence, "Your Majesty, Lord of Holy Light, could you please be more specific?" Lin Yu glanced at her, frowned, and asked, "What did you say?" "Goddess of nature and elves." Chapter 433. Lin Yu is very panicked. Nature and the goddess of spirits departed in a very hasty manner. After confirming that Lin Yu was not lying to her, she decisively took her leave. She didn't even return to the natural elf empire. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he directly tore through the barriers of world rules and returned to the battlefield of myriad realms. Firstly, she didn't want to meet with the already corrupt Victoria. Secondly, she was frightened by Lin Yu's words. Although she couldn't fully understand what the Lord of Holy Light meant, it didn't stop her from foreseeing a terrible war that was about to break out. This war will sweep across the entire universe. It will be even more devastating than the Great War between the holy and the demon tens of millions of years ago. If things go wrong, the order of the universe could be overturned because of this war. The void, the omnix, and eternity tear through the heavens, reflecting the awakening of the holy angels. The void must be the void demons. Which side are you referring to, omnix or eternity? And who is the holy angel? And ancient gates were forced open. Where does this portal stand? Could it be the legendary gate of origin? Back in the vast and boundless realm of the natural gods, Heloise, the goddess of nature and elves, was still pondering the words of the Lord of Holy Light. Soon, her back was soaked with cold sweat. Our universe is about to be subjected to a terrifying invasion. Even the Lord of Holy Light is not confident that he can withstand it. This is a conjecture by the goddess of nature and spirits, and she was quite certain that her guess was correct. Why did the Lord of Holy Light reincarnate? It must be that the Lord of Holy Light foresaw the future and knew that when the great calamity came again, his power back then would be insufficient to save this universe. So he chose to reincarnate and start anew, in order to gain even greater power. As for why he was reincarnated after tens of millions of years, where did the Lord of Holy Light go and what did he do during those tens of millions of years? Nature and the goddess of spirits could not have imagined it. The words of the Lord of Holy Light echoed in the mind of the goddess of nature and elves time and time again. Especially the line, "Heroine, are you sure you're ready?" Every time it appeared, it sent chills down her spine. In this sentence, she even felt an aura of death enveloping her. Gods are immortal beings, but this does not mean that gods cannot die. In the great war between the holy and the demonic, billions of gods perished and countless true spirits were annihilated. In a battle of this magnitude, even the supreme God King wouldn't dare say he could definitely survive. But one thing is certain, nature and the goddess of spirits do not want to die. She also has a great goal. That is to break through the realm of the supreme God King and become an existence like the Lord of Holy Light. Therefore, the first thing she did after returning to the realm of nature gods was to summon all the subordinate gods under her command to her divine realm, such as the famous goddess of fire, the goddess of the sea, and so on. She was preparing for future wars. In addition, she also contacted the supreme deities such as the goddess of light, the goddess of the sun's radiance, the goddess of moonlight and the hunt, and the goddess of judgment and sentencing. These supreme goddesses all belong to the angel race. She informed these supreme goddesses of the news of the Lord of Holy Light's return to all realms, and at the same time, she recounted the Lord of Holy Light's words in their entirety. That's why we did it. It was the overwhelming sense of impending death that told her she couldn't go it alone. We must cling tightly to the Lord of Holy Light. Chaotic oscillation, layered universe. Even the Lord of Holy Light wasn't very confident that they could survive this impending catastrophe. Without the protection of the Lord of Holy Light, wouldn't death be inevitable? Let the Titans do the stubborn stuff. Just like Angelia said, it's good that she behaves herself. Did I say such a thing? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lin Yu stared blankly at the beautiful and elegant secretarian. Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded respectfully. These are your own words. Yet neither I nor the goddess of nature and elves can fully comprehend the hidden meaning in your words. She knows more than the goddess of nature and spirits. For example, the awakening of the holy angels likely refers to the resurrection of two chaotic holy angels created by the Lord of Holy Light, two of whom even the 18-winged archangels had never seen before. As for the others, she couldn't grasp them all. Lin Yu looked completely bewildered. But soon, his expression darkened. At this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, just like nature and the goddess of the spirits. What terrified him was not the horrible war that those words referred to, but that the old man, the Lord of Holy Light, had borrowed his body to say those words. In this process, he himself was completely unaware of it. The feeling was as if a terrifying creature was lurking inside his body, ready to take over his consciousness and seize his body at any moment. Who wouldn't panic in that situation? My lord, Angelia and Lin Yu are on the same wavelength. She understood why Lin Yu's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she knew what he was worried about. You don't need to worry. You are the Lord of Holy Light. The Lord of Holy Light is you. When you return to your peak, what you will revive will only be your memories, not other consciousness and soul. You are one person. Chapter 434 The soul and the true spirit are the essence. Lin Yu understood what Angelia meant, but he still couldn't cheer up. From Angelia's perspective, Lin Yu is the Lord of Holy Light, and the Lord of Holy Light is Lin Yu. Whether he regains his memories now or later, Lin Yu will always be the Lord of Holy Light. His soul will not be invaded. It is still one's own consciousness. Because he was originally himself, there will be no second consciousness or second soul emerging. From beginning to end, Lin Yu had only one thought. Whether it was the events that occurred during this period, or the invasion that commanded the angels to defeat the void demon army tens of millions of years ago, or even the stripping away of divinity and divine nature, all of this was done by Lin Yu himself. He simply lacks his previous memories. Even if the memory is restored, it won't make any difference. But from Lin Yu's perspective, this is a big problem. The memories of the Lord of Holy Light, that old guy, are so vast that once he is revived, his memories of the past 20 years will be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Will he still be himself then? If his subjective consciousness chooses to stand within the memories of the Lord of Holy Light, that old guy, can he still exist now? Lin Yu muttered to himself. If my memories were to return, I might not be Lin Yu anymore. Angelia said, Great Lord, you are eternal. Whether it is the memory of the Lord of Holy Light or your current memory, it is all the experience of your life. Some deities will manifest in various forms, experiencing different lives in different worlds. Until the very end, these incarnations will be taken back. Each of those incarnations possesses different memories. But this does not mean that those gods have become their own incarnations. They are still themselves. The soul and the true spirit are the essence. As long as you firmly believe in your own will, you can become whichever one you want to be. You're right. Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something, and a smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. He said, As long as I can stand firm in my position, the memories of the Lord of Holy Light will be a long novel to me. No matter how realistic or captivating a novel may be, it is ultimately an illusion. Perhaps this is the alternation between illusion and reality. I, this young and fresh-faced guy, will never become that old man. Angelia froze for half a second. Then he quickly lowered his head. The great Lord of Light cursed himself, but she pretended not to hear it. Over here, Lin Yu's inner world suddenly became clear. He stretched and felt refreshed. Then, suddenly, she said with dissatisfaction, Hell Lois is so stingy. She came to visit me without even bringing a gift. She could have left behind some of the essence of the laws. These are the things I need right now. Without waiting for Angelia to speak, he took Secretary An's hand and walked towards the backyard of the city lord's mansion, saying as they walked, So, it's better to rely on yourself than on others. Let's keep working hard. Angelia gave a soft hum. She followed Lin Yu with light steps. The 12 angel wings on its back radiate dazzling light. That night, Lin Yu had a very fruitful experience. With Secretary An's perfect assistance, selfless dedication, and meticulous guidance, and with the help of precious law stones, Lin Yu mastered more than 20 different law origins in just one night. The progress can be described as rapid. From then on, Lin Yu mastered 64 kinds of fundamental laws. We're not far from breaking 100. If he works hard enough, it will only take 2 or 3 days. Upon waking up early in the morning, Lin Yu received more good news from several war zones. In the dark underground world, the fallen angel army, led by Victoria and Priscilla, successfully conquered the stronghold of the Evil Eye Empire. As of now, 5 evil forces of imperial scale. Apart from the Dark Elf Empire, the other 4 factions were all wiped out. The fallen angel army is currently clearing out other evil strongholds, and it seems that this war will soon be completely over. All the major cities and tribes of the Dark Elf Empire have been destroyed. A portion of the Dark Elves used the teleportation array to arrive at the Holy City. When the war ends, the other Dark Elves, led by the Dark Elf Queen Nadia, will be teleported here and settle down in the Holy City. Beyond the Land of Plenty, the Holy Angels' army, leading the army of the Church of Light, won the war. Of the 500,000 dragons, some died and some surrendered. None escaped. After the Dragon Legion was destroyed, the army of the Kingdom of Kilias also collapsed, and all the surviving enemy soldiers laid down their weapons and surrendered. Then, the angelic army marched on the capital of the Kingdom of Kilias. However, no war broke out. Because when the angelic army arrived, the king of the Kingdom of Kilias had already summoned the kingdom's high-ranking officials and nobles to gather outside the city to welcome the arrival of the angelic army. They didn't struggle. The entire nation surrendered immediately. Compared to the destruction of their kingdom and purification by holy flames, their choice to bow their heads to the angelic army and embrace the holy light is not so difficult to accept. After all, even the dragon army was defeated. At the same time, the Holy Sea of Light, along with 2 other human kingdoms, also announced their joining of the Kingdom of Heaven, becoming its subordinate forces. This is a very necessary process. Only in this way can they become citizens of Lin Yu's kingdom and gain the ability to acquire primal energy rewards by killing enemies. Even in the battlefield of myriad realms, they will be recognized. From this point on, the Fengrao region completely belonged to Lin Yu. Chapter 435 550 million gold coins. 36 islands in the bay, tens of thousands of kilometers away. The army of fallen angels marched on without pause, advancing rapidly even at night. The undead creatures that lurk in the darkness are no match for the army of fallen angels. All of them became experiences for the fallen angels. For fallen angels, killing undead creatures is more rewarding than killing wild monsters, because the soul essence of undead creatures is relatively more abundant and pure. Devouring the soul essence of undead creatures can bring great benefits to fallen angels. In just one night, the fallen angel army conquered at least 7 islands of varying sizes, killing hundreds of millions of undead creatures, wild monsters, and native intelligent beings on the islands. The 36 islands of the bay are home to a large number of dragon monsters. For example, the 2-legged dinosaur, the 2-headed dinosaur, the earth dinosaur, the black iron spiky dinosaur, the dragon eagle, and so on. The subdragon is not a pure dragon, but rather a hybrid species of dragons and other creatures, making it much stronger than ordinary wild monsters. On land, there are not many wyvern monsters. However, the number of islands in the bay is unbelievably large, numbering in the 36. When the professionals arrived on these islands, the dragon monsters also caused them great casualties. Before the arrival of the fallen angel army, the dragon monsters were a nightmare for professionals. Even lords who command legions of troops don't want to encounter dragon monsters. However, with the arrival of the fallen angel army, these subdragon monsters can no longer be powerful. Once encountered, they inevitably become dried corpses, their blood and souls devoured. The fallen angels' war plan for today is to attack Central Dragon Island, the main base of the dragon race. Conquer the Central Dragon Island and destroy the dragon's nest. The remaining islands can be cleared later. At the same time, on a floating island in another world. After a full day of clearing out, the Holy Angel Army and the kingdom's top-tier troops have almost completely cleared out the entire 3rd district. For those working in otherworldly floating islands, such as Shao Rizi and Shao Bangzi, this is a unique experience. Such a speed of attack is terrifying. However, for the kingdom's army, it was by no means fast. After all, the total size of the kingdom's army is over 10 million. This includes an army of 4 million angels and an army of over 6 million elite troops. Looking at the other war zones, only the kingdom's army on the Lenkel grasslands can compare in scale. However, in terms of overall war strength, the kingdom's army on the Lenkel grasslands was far inferior. Not to mention, in addition to the angel army and the top-tier troop army, there are also several million kingdom professionals who have entered the floating island of the other world. The total scale is as high as 20 million. With such a massive army, it's truly remarkable that they haven't been able to completely wipe out the 3 districts. The reason for this is, it's about fighting against the world rules of the floating island in another world. In order to eliminate Lin Yu's kingdom army, it even mobilized local forces from other regions. Under its leadership, the native races of the other world and foreign professionals, such as Shao Rizi and Shao Bangzi, have even temporarily joined forces. Lin Yu's kingdom army is now essentially waging war against the forces of the entire other world. It's normal for progress to be slow. However, If we can win a major battle, the remaining areas will be much easier to deal with. Lin Yu was also aware of this news. He plans to send more angel legions over later. It completely shattered the fantasy of another world. Lord's Hall. Lin Yu was counting the spoils of war that the various armies had sent back with Angelia, the 10-winged Archangel Elena, the Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany, and others. After selling off the equipment, blueprints, and other loot, and after opening all the stronghold chests, Lin Yu received over 500 million gold coins. More accurately, it was over 547 million, breaking the record for revenue once again. Nearly 550 million gold coins. It can summon 190 large-scale angel legions. The total number of angels is over 9,700,000. When Lin Yu calculated this data, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp, his handsome face filled with shock. It summons an army of tens of millions of angels at once. What does this mean? The total number of foreign professionals on the floating island numbered 018439 is only a little over 10 million. In other words, Lin Yu only needs 2 days to summon more angels than all those foreign professionals combined. At this summoning speed, how could that floating island possibly defeat his army of angels? Even if all the other floating islands were merged together and fought against Lin Yu's army, Lin Yu would still be the one to win in the end. With nearly 500 million gold coins consumed in one go, the black hole was summoned, and countless beautiful figures flew out from it. In the blink of an eye, armies of fully armed angels appeared inside and outside the Lord's Hall. The holy faction and the fallen faction interfere with each other, yet remain clearly distinct. What they have in common is that they are all fervent followers of Lin Yu. They have the most steadfast faith and loyalty in Lin Yu, the Lord of Holy Light. Chapter 436. Medium-sized Angel City. Soon, an army of nearly 10 million angels was summoned. The ratio remains 2 to 1. There are over 6 million holy angels. There are over 3 million fallen angels. Besides angels, there are also a large number of Cerberus, as well as giant monsters like the Abyss Dragon. Especially the Abyss Dragons, each of them is at the demigod level. In the battlefield of myriad realms, demigod-level abyssal dragons might just be small black lizards. But in the floating island world, they are terrifying creatures standing at the pinnacle. At the same level, even dragons would be torn to pieces by them. The Abyss Dragon's combat power is equivalent to that of an extremely rare dragon species. It is not comparable to an ordinary dragon. With the addition of the Abyss Dragon summoned this time, Lin Yu's total number of Abyss Dragons has successfully exceeded 100, which means he has gained over 100 demigod-level powerhouses for free. This is a great deal. As usual, Lin Yu dispatched the 2 armies of angels separately. The Holy Angel Army has set off for the floating island in another world. From then on, the total size of the Holy Angel Army that conquered the floating islands of another world directly exceeded 10 million. Meanwhile, an army of over 3 million fallen angels was dispatched to the 36 islands of the bay. Their purpose, however, was not to exterminate the dragons, but rather to more quickly conquer the entire region. After the 2 armies of angels left, Lin Yu led Angelia and the others to an empty area within the city. As the golden blueprints in his hands disappeared one by one, lush dark elf mother trees appeared before him. Most of these dark elf troop building blueprints were obtained by destroying dark elf empire cities and tribes, with a few acquired by opening stronghold chests. The total number is 39. In addition to the dark elf mother tree that he already had, he now possesses a full 40 top-tier unit buildings capable of spawning dark elves. Using the reserved territory building upgrade blueprints, all the newly built dark elf mother trees were upgraded to level 9, the maximum level. From then on, he could get 400,000 different dark elves every day for free. Before the fall of the dark elf empire, the dark elf race had a large number of mother trees, but the number of dark elves they spawned each day was still less than the number of dark elf troop buildings Lin Yu had constructed. This is the power of the floating island of myriad realms. Of course, it has nothing to do with the floating island he's on. It mainly comes from the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms. Just as the rules of the floating island world state, it is merely a wage earner working overtime without pay. The rules of the multiverse battlefield are the real bosses, governing all the floating islands. After summoning another 10,000 angels from the angel reincarnation pool, Lin Yu said to Angelia, "Since we have nothing to do, let's go to Dragon Island. I suddenly have a premonition that a much larger war is about to break out. Under normal circumstances, he should be taking secretary and to discuss the laws right now. But because he worked too hard last night and gained so much, he needs to digest it properly. As the saying goes, work and rest should be balanced. Angelia naturally wouldn't object to Lin Yu's instructions. Immediately afterwards, the group piloted an Angel City and flew towards the 36 islands of the bay. Let me add one more thing. The Angel City that Lin Yu and the others were riding was a medium-sized angel city that had just been built by the craftsman angels. From yesterday to now, the angel craftsmen have built more than a dozen angel cities. Apart from this one, which is a medium-sized angel city, the others are all small angel cities. Those small angel cities also entered the floating island of the other world along with the newly summoned army of holy angels. As of now, the number of angel cities conquering the floating islands of another world has reached 17. The medium-sized angel city, also in the form of a cube, spans 108,000 meters in length and width, making it much larger than the small angel city. They are not even in the same league. It comes standard with 20 large-scale angel legions. It carries 1 million angels. If we squeeze in, it could easily accommodate 3 to 5 million angels. In terms of war power, its tens of thousands of magic cannons can easily blast away demigods. If the strongest attack method is used, even a true god would die. To put it more directly, given enough energy, this medium-sized angel city could easily destroy the entire floating island world. Its destructive power is so great that it can tear a floating island to pieces. Furthermore, this is also under the condition that the energy of the magic core is driven and the controller has not reached its peak. If it is driven by a divine stone and the controller possesses peak power, then its war strength will be even more terrifying, and it is entirely normal for it to increase 1,000-fold. The controller of the medium-sized angel city should theoretically be a 14-winged angel. Unfortunately, Lin Yu does not currently have any 14-winged angels under his command. Therefore, he directly handed it over to Secretarian for management. Soon, this medium-sized angel city flew away from the holy city, smashing through thick clouds along the way, and headed towards the 36 islands in the bay to the southeast. It was also at this time. In the distant deep sea, huge waves roll and torrential rain pours down. Within those towering waves, countless enormous figures were clearly visible. It has to be said that Lin Yu's premonitions are becoming more and more accurate. This was all thanks to Secretary and's close guidance. Chapter 437 Queen Medusa and the Sea Clan Army. An endless expanse of sea. Streaks of purple lightning cleaved down, tearing the sky into pieces. Below, towering waves crash and a colossal beast roars. The scene was exceptionally terrifying, as if it were about to crush the world. Amidst the churning giant waves, there were countless figures, the vast majority of which were in monstrous forms and were all sea beasts, including giant sharks, octopuses, crabs, swordfish, and so on. Without exception, they were all ferocious-looking, abnormal sea creatures. Right now, they formed an extremely large legion, riding the waves. The sea surface is turbulent, and the seabed is also teeming with undercurrents. As you can see, there are even more giant sea creatures underwater. At first glance, it was absolutely overwhelming. The difference is that ahead of this army of colossal sea monsters are exquisite and magnificent warships, which move freely through the underwater world like submarines. The warship was not sealed. There were still many figures standing on the deck. From a distance, they looked very similar to the Naga under Lin Yu's command. They all had human bodies and snake tails. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that they are not the same as the Naga race. Their tails are much thicker. Its overall size is also several sizes larger than that of the Naga. Their hair was made up of tiny snakes of different colors. It looks very strange. And they are the Medusa race, an extremely mysterious and top-tier race in the floating island world. Besides Medusa, there were many other creatures on the deck that looked exactly like humans, as well as creatures with human bodies and fish tails, human bodies and octopus tails, and so on. These creatures were all transformed from powerful sea beasts. Of course, there are also purebred mermaids. On land, mermaids are known as sirens. Their singing voices are said to be extremely seductive. Its favorite thing to do is to appear in the near sea and confuse the fishermen who make a living by fishing. But it wasn't for procreation, nor for love. It's not for eating. Mermaids also hunt sea creatures. Regardless of whether they are pretty or not, once they fall into their hands, they will basically become a delicious meal. Your Majesty, on the deck of one of the warships, a Medusa who looked like a beautiful woman said respectfully to Queen Medusa, who was wearing an exquisite crown. In about 2 more hours, our army will be able to enter the waters of the 36 islands in the bay. Medusa's snake hair was not multicolored. It is pure gold. His snake-like hair looked as if it were made of gold. Her eyes, also golden vertical pupils, resembled snake eyes. In her hand, she held a pure gold trident, a symbol of power for the Medusa Empire and the entire sea race, called the Trident of the Sea God. This is a magical artifact. It was ruled by successive Medusa queens. Its greatest ability is to control sea creatures and sea beasts that are not very intelligent. It was precisely because of it that the Medusa Empire was able to rule the deep sea and subjugate all sea creatures and sea beasts. Queen Medusa said indifferently, "Order the army to prepare for the island landing operation." "Yes, Your Majesty." The beautiful Medusa respectfully withdrew. Time flies. 2 hours later, Queen Medusa's sea creature army successfully entered the area of the 36 islands in the bay. A massive tsunami swept in as well. Several nearby islands are guarding the area. One of the islands was completely swallowed by the tsunami. Several other islands were also severely damaged. In a short period of time, a large number of wild monsters and native intelligent creatures were swallowed up by the tsunami. Before they could even react, they became the sea monsters' lunch. However, Queen Medusa's army did not come to attack the 36 islands in the Gulf. This time, the sea creatures, led by the Medusa Empire, came to help the dragons resist the angel army's attack after receiving a distress signal from the dragon race. Last night, upon learning of the annihilation of the Dragon Legion, the Dragon King immediately contacted the Queen of Nature Elves and Queen Medusa. Their main force was wiped out in the Land of Abundance, and their home islands were simultaneously invaded by the army of fallen angels. They had no choice but to request reinforcements. Throughout the history of the dragon race, they have never seemed to have suffered such a tragic fate. All along, the dragon race is the pinnacle race standing in the world of floating islands. Basically, no race can threaten them. In order to monopolize the 36 islands in the bay, they launched a war, driving the Naga race directly onto the land, highlighting their racial strength and arrogance. However, this time, the dragon race is facing a great calamity. The only thing to be thankful for is, neither the Queen of Nature Elves nor Queen Medusa refused their plea for help. Queen Medusa, residing in the deep sea, immediately led her sea creature army across the ocean to arrive. Although her empire is in the deep sea, far from the land, but she also understood the principle of mutual dependence. Once the angelic army conquers the land, their next war plan will undoubtedly be against their Medusa Empire. With the strength of their race, it was naturally difficult to withstand the onslaught of the angelic army. Partnering with the dragons and the nature elves is the best option at this stage. At that very moment, Queen Medusa received another message from the Dragon Emperor. Reports indicate that the fallen angels of the Heavenly Kingdom are marching towards their central island, Dragon Island, and urgently need reinforcements. Let's go. Head to Dragon Island in the center. Queen Medusa was also a straightforward person. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately led the sea creature army to the central Dragon Island. Chapter 438, The Terrified Dragons. Central Dragon Island, also known as Dragon's Nest. It is the largest island in the entire Bay Area. It spans thousands of kilometers. It is also the stronghold of the dragon race. On this island live millions of dragons of different species, as well as countless subdragon monsters. Giant dragons, rarely seen on land, are everywhere here. Of course, that was in the past. After the 500,000-strong dragon army was wiped out in the Land of Abundance, the number of dragons on the central Dragon Island had already fallen below 1 million. There are still about 800,000 left. Among them are both old dragons and young dragons. Overall, compared to other races, the dragon race is still very rare. This is because their reproductive capacity is extremely low. Most dragons lay their eggs after living for hundreds of years, and not all of them hatch successfully. To hatch a dragon egg, not only does the dragon mother need to take good care of it, but she also needs to provide it with a large amount of life energy and elemental magic. Dragons are apex creatures. He possessed extremely powerful combat abilities throughout his life. If the supply of life energy and elemental magic is insufficient, the young dragon is very likely to die inside the dragon egg. Various factors combined have resulted in the dragon race's population growing at a very slow rate. If the dragon race's reproductive capacity were comparable to that of humans, or even rivaled the growth rate of the nature elves, this floating island world would have long been ruled by the dragon race. Although they are both top-tier units. However, it must be admitted that the individual strength of a dragon far surpasses that of a nature spirit. Especially below the saint rank, a single dragon can take on a group of nature spirits. Only by advancing to the saint rank or demigod rank can one achieve this. Only then will the gap between the two top-tier units be significantly reduced. Right now, dark clouds shrouded the entire central Dragon Island. The harmonious and prosperous scene of the past has completely disappeared. All the dragons smelled the scent of war. They all left the dragon's nest and hovered over Dragon Island. Young dragons were hissing and roaring, expressing their fear and unease. Neither the dragon parents tried to comfort them, because they themselves are in this state. Moreover, they have an even more important task to do: protect their Dragon Island. The enemy has already attacked. Above the sea area of Central Dragon Island, there are fully staffed legions of fallen angels. The total scale is over 5 million. At first glance, it was so dense that it completely blocked out the sky. A surge of evil and dark power swept in like a tsunami, terrifying even the adult dragons and old dragons, let alone the young dragons. By the dragon god, what kind of angels are these? Completely different from what I've heard. The legendary angels are holy spirits of the sacred and light factions, pure and flawless. But these angels exuded an evil aura, like creatures from the underworld, even comparable to the void demons that appeared during the Holy War. Even in myths and legends, there is no record of them. How could that four-winged angel be so enormous? It's over 100 meters tall. Even the mountain giants with Titan bloodlines are only 20 or 30 meters tall. Compared to that four-winged angel, the mountain giant race appears extremely small. I sensed a terrifying aura of death emanating from that four-winged angel. In front of her, I am as weak as an ant. I feel like she could cut me in two with just one sword strike. High in the sky, many adult dragons were discussing the matter. Everyone was filled with fear and apprehension. The four-winged angel they mentioned is none other than Kachusa, a super hell soldier from the fallen angel faction. Linyu had brought Kachusa out of the underground world earlier. He then sent her to the 36 islands of the bay to fight alongside the fallen angel's army. This time, when the fallen angel army besieges Central Dragon Island, she will naturally appear. It's no wonder that the adult dragons were terrified. Super Hell Warrior Kachusa's combat power was comparable to that of a lower-level true god, and the energy fluctuations emanating from her body directly reached the level of a true god. The only difference between Kachusa and the true god is that she has no divine status. It also prevented it from unleashing its divine power. The angelic heart within her is the source of her power. The intensity of the released energy and her combat techniques are no less than the might of a god. The Super Hell Soldier can be considered the strongest weapon of the Fallen Angels faction. It was created by the 18-winged fallen Archangel Astia after tens of millions of years of research, combining the power of the extraordinary and technological civilization, so its combat power is naturally astonishing. The dragon race and the army of fallen angels faced off at a distance of approximately 10,000 meters. The atmosphere was quite tense, because war could break out at any time. At that very moment, a series of dazzling defensive shields appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire Dragon Island. The dragons activated their highest level of defense. At the same time, a group of enormous dragons, each with an extremely terrifying aura, flew out from the center of Dragon Island. Leading the group was a giant golden dragon that was over 200 meters long. It is none other than the ruler of the dragon race, Dragon Emperor Angist. Chapter 439: The Stubborn Horned Lizard. Dragon Emperor Angist then swayed and moved. The golden dragon, which was over 200 meters long, disappeared. Instead, a middle-aged man wearing a golden magic robe appeared, with a solemn face, golden vertical pupils, and an aura of dominance. Dragons are like monsters. Once you reach the saint level, you can transform into human form. However, it also has its drawbacks. That means the dragon cannot unleash its true power. Dragon's breath was also unable to be exhaled. Therefore, most of the time, dragons basically maintain their original form. Distinguished guests from the angelic race. Dragon Emperor Angist spoke in a voice as loud as thunder. You have invaded my dragon clan's territory. I hope you will withdraw immediately and restore peace to this area. If it were any other invader, Dragon Emperor Angist wouldn't have uttered such nonsense. He immediately commanded the dragon army behind him to start the battle. But now, the situation is beyond our control. The dragon race faced an army of millions of angels. No matter how proud and confident the dragons were, they dared not say they could withstand the attack of this army of angels. If things go wrong, the entire Dragon Island could be reduced to pieces. The glory of the dragon race may very well vanish into thin air. Therefore, for the dragon race, it would be best to avoid this war if possible. For this, they might even pay a price, such as giving away their treasured possessions to the angels. Shortly after Dragon Emperor Angist finished speaking, a tall and beautiful figure flew out of the ranks of the fallen angels. This is a 12-winged fallen angel. It was Lin Yu who summoned it yesterday. Among this army of fallen angels, which numbers over 5 million, there are 10 12-winged fallen angels, each of whom is at the peak of demigod status. At the same time, before they were summoned, they were all chief gods who possessed great divine power. Life in hell is too boring. Aside from training, all I do is play with hellish monsters. The high-ranking fallen angels had long been itching to leave hell. Not to mention, it was the Supreme Creator who was calling them. They almost broke their heads trying to snag a spot in the lower realm. Those 12-winged fallen angels who had just entered the level of main gods were simply no match for them, nor could they compete for a spot. Those who were qualified to descend to the mortal realm were basically 12-winged fallen angels at the peak level of lower-level main gods. As for the sudden drop from a main god to a demigod, this isn't a big problem. Once they enter the battlefield of myriad realms, with the help of the divine stones, it will be very easy for them to recover to their peak condition. Just like Gladys and Sylvia, without the god stone, they have already recovered to the level of a 10-winged fallen angel and reached the peak of demigod status simply by relying on daily training and killing enemies. If the power of the rules in this world weren't so weak, they would have become gods long ago. Wanting peace is simple. The 12-winged fallen angel said in a cold voice, "Obey your heads and become followers of the Supreme Creator, and you may live." Upon hearing this, Dragon Emperor Angster's face immediately darkened. The dragons behind him roared repeatedly in anger. They are proud dragons. How could they easily bow their heads to a different race? Throughout the history of their dragon race, no dragon has ever yielded to another race, except for dragon knights, of course. Dragon Emperor Angster said in a deep voice, "Tens of millions of years ago, even the evil void demons failed to conquer our dragon ancestors." The 12-winged fallen angel interrupted him. "The void demons are nothing but defeated foe of my angel race. If that void demon emperor hadn't self-destructed his demonic body and escaped by sheer luck, he would have died at the hands of the Supreme Creator and wouldn't have been able to escape this universe. She participated in the Great War between the holy and the demonic forces back then. Countless void demons have died at her hands. I have personally witnessed how the demon emperor of the void demon clan was ravaged by their Supreme Creator." Dragon Emperor Angster remained silent. He admitted that the angel race was awesome. This is something that all intelligent races in the universe know. However, this is not a reason for the dragons to surrender. Otherwise, how could they face the great dragon god they worshipped? Although they are not titans, the war genes of the titans and the indomitable will to never give up flow through their veins. Bowing one's head to a foreign race would be a disgrace to the entire dragon race. This is also a smear campaign against the titans. Then war is the only option. Dragon Emperor Angist responded in a deep voice. At the same time, he glanced at the defensive shield that enveloped the entire central Dragon Island. Dragon Island's defensive shield is not just one layer. It has many layers. He believed that these defensive shields would be enough to help the dragon race hold out until the armies of the Nature Elf Empire and the Medusa Empire arrived to provide support. "The stubborn horned lizard," the 12-winged fallen angel said coldly. He then pulled out a fallen angel's sword burning with black flames from the void. The sword tip points directly at the central Dragon Island. "Fallen angels, heed my command. Use war to destroy those lizards' pathetic pride and so-called glory." At a command, Super Hell Soldier Kachusa was the first to be deployed. She raised the colossal fallen angel sword, tens of meters long, and slashed at the defensive shield of the central Dragon Island from a distance of 10,000 meters. Chapter 440: The Power of Kachusa's Sword. Sizzle. That was the sound of sword light cleaving through time and space. The sword light that shot out from the fallen angel's sword stretched for thousands of meters. In an instant, it crossed 10,000 meters. It struck the defensive shield of Dragon Island. In an instant, a dazzling light burst forth. It was as blinding as a sun exploding. At the center of the light, the defensive shield that was struck by the sword light trembled violently. The next moment, a huge crack appeared. The crack pierced through the entire defensive shield at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, layers of defensive shields exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the defensive shield that the dragons had stacked up completely collapsed. The sword light, however, showed no signs of slowing down and continued to slash towards the central Dragon Island below. A loud bang. The entire central Dragon Island was shaking. One mountain after another collapsed. Vast areas of forest were destroyed. When the sword light dissipated and the smoke and dust subsided, what came into view was a huge underground fissure. It stretches all the way to the ends of the earth. It was as if the entire central Dragon Island had been cleaved in two by this sword light. Upon witnessing this scene, the dragons on the island had all their scales bristling, a truly terrifying sight. Even the Dragon Emperor Angist, a peak demigod, was no exception. They had never seen such a horrific attack. This is definitely not something that mortal beings could do. Only the true god possesses such power. That's absolutely terrifying. They didn't know that this was because Super Hell Soldier Kachusa had only used less than half of her strength. If she goes all out, she can easily cut Dragon Island in two. The reason they didn't do that is because that level of attack power was simply too strong. The world rules of this floating island couldn't withstand it, and it would easily cause space-time rifts and cosmic black holes. This cosmic catastrophe would cause enormous damage to the floating island world. It could even lead to the end of the world. It's not worth the risk. However, destroying the defensive shield covering the central Dragon Island in one strike has already achieved its purpose. Next, all that's needed is for the fallen angel army to storm Dragon Island and wipe out those dragons that refuse to bow their heads. Quite coincidentally, just as the army of fallen angels was preparing to move out and completely end the fate of the dragon race, behind the army of fallen angels, a towering wave suddenly appeared. Above the waves stood countless sea beasts and sea warriors, clearly indicating that the sea army led by the Medusa Empire and the sea beast army had arrived. In the northeast direction, the distant horizon, a row of thin, dark shadows also appeared. As the shadowy figures moved closer to the central Dragon Island, they came into view as exquisitely designed warships, imbued with the style of natural spirits. They are fairy airships, the weapons of war of the nature elves. The total number has reached over 50,000. Moreover, on each of the elf airships, one or more elf legions are gathered. Every nature spirit in the legion was fully armed and full of fighting spirit. The army of the Nature Elf Empire has also arrived. Moreover, from a directional perspective, the armies of the three races formed a triangle, completely surrounding the fallen angel army in the middle. From a military perspective, being attacked from three sides is a major taboo for military strategists. By the dragon god, our reinforcements have finally arrived. The Queen of Nature and Queen Medusa have not disappointed our dragon race. They brought a massive main force. The dragons on Dragon Island were immediately excited, as if they had seen a savior. With the aid of the Natural Elf Empire and the Medusa Empire, they barely had any confidence that they could defeat the fallen angel army. The panic caused by the power of that sword strike just now has dissipated considerably. All members of the tribe gathered together. Dragon Emperor Angist immediately issued an order, saying, "We are responsible for holding off the angel army from the front, while waiting for the armies of the Nature Elf Empire and the Medusa Empire to surround us from the rear." The entire Yalong Legion has also launched an attack. Our dragon race must win this war. Yes, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. The dragons roared in unison. The so-called Dragon Legion is composed of dragon monsters. Upon learning that the army of fallen angels was approaching, Dragon Emperor Angist quickly summoned all the wyverns from several nearby islands, forming an army of approximately 3 million wyverns. These dragons include all kinds, those that fly in the sky, those that run on the ground, and those that swim in the water. Just as the dragon army was preparing to set off, Queen Medusa was the first to issue the order to attack the fallen angel army. In an instant, countless sea creatures and sea beasts, accompanied by towering waves, surged toward the fallen angel army. Above the crests of the waves, one Medusa-class warship after another emerged. The dense array of magic cannons began to charge. She's going to bombard the army of fallen angels. Meanwhile, over 50,000 elf airships that had gathered were also ready for war. As the Queen of Nature's command was given, all the magic cannons mounted on the elven airships began to charge. However, their target was not the army of fallen angels. Millions of magic-powered cannons, their dazzling muzzles aimed directly at Queen Medusa's sea monster and sea creature armies. Chapter 441, The Terrified Sea Clan Warriors. Boom, 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 boom. Countless dazzling beams of light shot towards the ranks of the fallen angels. There are over 1 million of them. It was like a dense meteor shower streaking across the sky. Just then, a series of angry roars and howls rang out from within the ranks of the fallen angels. Immediately afterwards, layer upon layer of law barriers appeared, blocking the energy beams. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of loud bangs and a series of violent explosions. Dense beams of energy bombarded the law barriers, causing them to tremble and shatter layer by layer. An energy beam, originating from a warship of the Medusa Empire. The barrier of laws comes from more than 100 abyssal dragons belonging to the fallen angels faction. More than 100 abyssal dragons are equivalent to more than 100 demigods. and more than 100 layers of law barriers. It was simply beyond the capabilities of the Medusa Empire's warships to destroy. It might be possible if it were the city of angels from the Holy Angel Legion. Oh my god, that's an abyss dragon, a powerful creature from the underworld. How did they end up here, and even join the ranks of the angels? More than 100 abyssal dragons at the demigod level. Are they going to destroy the entire world? Above the distant waves, powerful sea creatures cried out in terror. Queen Medusa and her entourage, who were standing on the deck of a warship, were also stunned. Looking at their entire Medusa empire, and even the sea race and the sea beast army, the total number of demigod powerhouses combined does not exceed 100, which is already quite astonishing. The Orcish royal court, which was destroyed by the angelic army, only had a few dozen demigods. In contrast, the fallen angel army before them consisted of over 100 demigod-level abyssal dragons, which was simply terrifying. Most importantly, when did the underworld begin cooperating with the angels? Within the ranks of the fallen angels, they saw not only the abyssal dragons, but also a large number of Cerberus, being driven by one high-ranking fallen angel after another. Those unaware of the inside story might genuinely believe that the underworld and the angels have joined forces. But who knows that the underworld is also just a victim? Of course, that's not important. The important thing is that those more than 100 abyssal dragons were not simply defending. Under the control of 10-winged fallen angels, they directly charged towards the sea race army and sea beast army of the Medusa Empire. This scene instantly shocked the powerful figures of the Medusa Empire, because those 10-winged fallen angels who ride abyssal dragons are basically demigods. Only a very small number of people reach the peak of the saint rank. To put it bluntly, they are about to face an attack from more than 200 demigods. 200 or so demigods were more than enough to wipe out their sea race and sea beast army. This was a mistake. One of the sea creature's powerful figures blurted out, "If we had known the angels' army was so terrifying, we shouldn't have come to support the dragons. In comparison, we would have had a chance to survive if we had stayed in the deep sea." These words were not met with criticism or refutation, because many powerful sea creatures think this way. Even Queen Medusa, who held the trident of Poseidon, felt a pang of regret. The fighting strength of the fallen angel army far exceeded her expectations. She originally thought that the angel army wouldn't be too large. After all, it was just a small and incomplete floating island world, not worth the angels' covetousness. Who would have thought that the angels would mobilize an army of millions? Moreover, there are hundreds of demigod-level experts. This is simply bullying. If you gathered all the demigods on the entire floating island together, there would probably only be 200 or 300 of them, which is less than the number of demigods in this angelic army. What Queen Medusa didn't know was, this is just one of Lin Yu's angel armies. In the underground world, in the land of abundance, and on the floating islands of another world, Lin Yu and his many more angel armies are waging war. Especially on the floating islands of another world, Lin Yu has deployed an army of angels totaling over 10 million. If all the angel legions were gathered together, that's real bullying. Just as Queen Medusa's army was preparing to fight the invading abyssal dragon, the attack from the natural elf empire has also arrived. However, to everyone's surprise, the army of nature elves did not attack the fallen angels, but instead turned their cannons to bombard the sea creature army and the sea beast army. Millions of beams of energy streaked across the sky with lightning speed. They crashed into the ranks of the sea creature army and the sea beast army. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded, and the towering waves were torn to shreds. Countless sea creatures and sea beasts perished on the spot. The glaring blood stained the sea red in the blink of an eye. In fact, some powerful members of the sea race reacted in advance and used their domains or laws to resist. But you should know that it was a concentrated bombardment from tens of thousands of elven warships. How could they possibly block them all? Moreover, this was a surprise attack by the army of nature spirits. It is quite normal that the army of Queen Medusa suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 442 Grace, what are you doing? The towering waves turned the seawater red. Corpses littered the ground, and countless sea creatures and sea beasts howled in agony. They were lucky enough to escape the direct blast of the dense energy beams, but most of them were missing limbs. Some were even blasted through, with their internal organs spilling out everywhere. This sudden attack stunned both the Medusa clan and the Dragon clan. The natural elf empire, like them, is a native power in this world. Moreover, they are a renowned and highly intelligent race. The nature elves wield immense prestige and power in this world. In terms of racial strength alone, the dragon race is no match for the natural elf empire. This is one of the reasons why the dragons did not venture onto land, but instead thrived on the 36 islands of the bay. Going onto land would have risked conflict with the Nature Elf Empire. In the eyes of the dragons and the Medusa clan, the Natural Elf Empire would never side with the Heavenly Kingdom. The reason why the Church of Light in the Land of Abundance surrendered was because the god of those believers was the Lord of Light of the angel race, so their surrender would not seem unbelievable. But what about the Natural Elf Empire? Their deity is the goddess of nature and spirits. Moreover, the goddess of nature and elves is the creator and mother goddess of the Nature Elf race. They had absolutely no reason to betray their mother goddess and switch their faith to the holy light. This is something that would never happen under normal circumstances. Grace, what are you doing? A roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. It is Dragon Emperor Angist. His anger surpassed that of Queen Medusa, who had been ambushed and whose army had suffered heavy losses. He had clearly seen hope. As a result, the Natural Elf Empire once again squandered his hopes. At this moment, the image of the dragon race being slaughtered by the fallen angels even appeared in his mind, all caused by the Nature Elf Queen Grace. If she hadn't betrayed her faith or betrayed the world. With their three factions united, they have a real chance of defeating this army of fallen angels. After all three races possess divine artifacts. The artifact of the Natural Elf Empire is the Sun Elf Crown. The Medusa Empire's divine artifact is the Trident of Poseidon. The Dragon Clan's divine artifact is the Heart of the Dragon King. The so-called Heart of the Dragon King is actually a divine essence that has been transformed into a divine artifact, originating from a true god of the dragon race. Its power can reach the level of a lower-level true god. Dragon Emperor Angist is ready to use the Heart of the Dragon King. His target was that four-winged fallen angel, who was over 100 meters tall. As for the Nature Elf Queen and Medusa Queen, they only need to eliminate the other demigod-level fallen angels. As long as the three of them are united, this war is not necessarily going to be lost. But now, the actions of the Nature Elf Empire have shattered Dragon Emperor Angist's illusions and completely ruined his plans, plunging him into a desperate situation. He was naturally furious. At the same time, Queen Medusa looked at the army of the Nature Elf Empire with anger and disbelief. Ahead of that army of elven airships was an extremely large warship. Queen Grace of the Nature Elves, along with the high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the Nature Elves Empire, gathered on the deck of the war airship. In order to deal with this war, not only did the Nature Elf Queen Grace descend, but she also brought all the high-ranking officials and powerful figures under her empire. It can be said that they went all out. However, she was positioned on the side of the angels. Grace, why did you do this? This is a question from Queen Medusa. She held the golden trident of Poseidon, and her golden snake hair danced in the wind. She stood atop the towering waves, gazing at Grace, the queen of nature's spirits, tens of thousands of meters away. After a moment of silence, the Queen of Nature Elves said, I follow Her Majesty the Goddess's decree and embrace holiness and light. It is the destiny of this world to submit to the holy light, and no one can defy it. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa and Dragon King Angist were immediately shocked. The Natural Elf Empire surrenders to the Paradise Kingdom, and it turns out it was ordered by the goddess of nature and elves? How is that possible? Shouldn't the floating island world be a place forsaken by the gods? The will of the true God and miracles cannot descend upon this world. The higher-ups of all races are well aware of this matter. How could they know that the goddess of nature and elves had not only descended upon this world, but had also traveled to the holy city to pay homage to the Lord of holy light of the angel race? Shortly after the goddess of nature and elves returned to the battlefield of myriad realms, she conveyed a divine message to the nature and elves empire. That means working hard alongside the angels. Serve the Lord of holy light with all your heart and soul. It was under such a divine decree that the Natural Elf Empire chose to give up resistance. Then the scene from earlier appeared. Since they are on the side of the heavenly kingdom, they will naturally help the angel army win this war. The war horns have sounded. The army of fallen angels, numbering over 5 million, split into two, each heading towards Dragon Island in the center and towards Queen Medusa's Sea Creature Army and Sea Beast Army. The army of the Natural Elf Empire also caught up with the fallen angels. They marched towards the army of the Medusa Empire. In an instant, the sounds of war drums and battle cries resounded throughout the world. Chapter 443 The War Intensifies. Kachusa was the most valiant and was the first to charge into the dragon army's ranks. She was over 100 meters tall, not much shorter than an adult dragon. She wielded the fallen angel sword, which was tens of meters long, and each strike unleashed a massive beam of sword light. Where the sword flashed, The mountain was cleaved in two. As for the dragon, it was directly reduced to two pieces of a mutilated corpse. It can be said that no dragon can withstand Kajusa, who is a super hell soldier. Even dragons with demigod-level powers cannot do it. Conversely, to Kajusa, a demigod-level dragon was no different from a weak lizard. Their combat power at the level of a lower-level true god is practically invincible on such a battlefield. Even top-tier experts wielding divine weapons are no match for her. When combined into the super hell soldier, Kajusa's angel armor and the fallen angel sword are equivalent to divine artifacts. She watched helplessly as her people died in droves at the hands of Kajusa. Even Dragon Emperor Angist couldn't hold back any longer. As the strongest member of the dragon race and its leader, he had a duty to stand up and protect his people at this time. So he stood in front of Kajusa. He transformed back to his original form, took out a dazzling golden gem, and swallowed it whole. In an instant, a terrifying aura appeared on Dragon Emperor Angist. This golden gem is the Dragon King's heart, a divine artifact and a treasure of the Dragon Clan. Under the powerful energy infusion of the Dragon King's heart, Dragon Emperor Angist's strength was forcibly broken into the true god level, barely comparable to an ordinary lower-level true god. An evil angel. Bear the wrath of the dragon god. Dragon Emperor Angist roared. Immediately afterwards, a burst of scorching dragon breath was spewed towards Kajusa. Kajusa saw it. He casually slashed with his sword. The dazzling sword light cleaved the dragon's breath in two. And its momentum did not diminish. It slashed straight at Dragon Emperor Angist. This scene terrified Dragon Emperor Angist, who broke out in a cold sweat and immediately dodged. He roared at Kajusa, "If you have the guts, come and fight me in the skies above the sea." After saying that, he flapped his dragon wings and flew towards the vast, empty sea in the distance. The battlefield was filled with dragons and wyverns, making him feel restricted, so he suggested going to the open sea for a one-on-one duel. Kajusa had no reason to back down. With a slight tremor of the 4 fallen angel wings behind her, she followed. The 12-winged fallen angels on the battlefield saw this scene, but did not utter a word to stop it, nor did they show the slightest concern. If they can't even defeat a giant dragon in the mortal world, then they're not the super hell soldiers of their fallen angel faction. After all, even the weakest super hell soldier was created to kill gods. The war quickly escalated to a fever pitch. The fallen angels of high rank wreaked havoc on the battlefield, especially those 10-winged fallen angels riding abyssal dragons, and the 12-winged fallen angels who were all at the peak of the demigod level, were simply the destroyers of the enemy camp. Wherever they went, countless enemies were torn to shreds. At the same time, they devoured the blood and the very essence of the soul. Whether it's the blood and soul of a dragon, a wyvern, or a sea monster, the fallen angels accept it all without question, transforming it all into pure energy that they absorb into their bodies. This is a shortcut for them to quickly level up. As the war continued, more and more dragons and wyvern monsters fell on the battlefield. The powerful army of fallen angels terrified the proud dragons. The difference is just too big. Especially those dragon monsters, they were practically cannon fodder. Despite their massive numbers of 3 million, they posed no threat whatsoever to the fallen angel army. Instead, they were slaughtered like experience points. A subdragon monster that's practically a boss to experienced players. They were so weak and vulnerable in the face of the fallen angels. Their corpses fell from the sky like a torrential rain. In the blink of an eye, it dyed the land of Dragon Island below red. On the other side, the sea creature army and the sea beast army, led by Queen Medusa, were also massacred by the fallen angel army. Countless fallen angels flapped their wings and charged into the towering waves. The giant waves are the territory of the sea creature army and the sea beast army. It is also their most powerful weapon against enemies. In many wars, they don't even need to make direct contact with the enemy. They can inflict huge casualties on the enemy simply by using giant waves. They created the power of nature. However, this power still poses no threat to the fallen angel army. After all, angels are aerial combat units. The high-ranking fallen angels were not even afraid of the waves, rushing headlong into the giant waves to engage in a spectacular naval battle with the sea creatures and sea beasts. At the same time, the army of the Natural Elf Empire also marched in. They piloted over 50,000 elven airships, bombarding the sea creature and sea beast armies while simultaneously attacking the sea creature warriors and sea beasts from their decks. The nature spirits, however, did not rush into the waves. After all, their fighting power is not as strong as that of the angels. Entering rashly will only make them a meal for those sea monsters. You're not too late. In the distance, a majestic white city slowly appears on the horizon. But in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the sky above the battlefield. On the city wall stood Lin Yu's handsome figure, along with the ever-radiant Secretarian, the Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany, and others. Chapter 444 Smoke Dragon. The majestic city of angels shattered the clouds and floated high in the sky. Lin Yu and the others stood atop the city wall, looking down at everything below. He witnessed the massive battle on the central dragon island. They saw countless dragons and wyvern monsters rushing forward, falling one after another to the blood sword of the fallen angel. They witnessed the army of the natural elf empire, in conjunction with the fallen angel army, frantically slaughtering Queen Medusa's, sea warriors, and countless sea beasts. They also witnessed the battle between Dragon Emperor Angster and Super Hell Soldier Kachusa in the distant, empty sea. The overall war scenes are quite impressive. It was much more shocking than when we attacked the orc capital. After all, those involved in this war are mostly top-tier military personnel. There are angels, nature spirits, dragons, Medusa, and countless enormous sea creatures. Such scenes are not something you see very often. Looking down at the battlefield on the central dragon island, Lin Yu smiled and said, "This is the first time I've ever seen so many kinds of dragons. The dragons on the battlefield are incredibly diverse. There are golden dragons and silver dragons of high status. There are 5 infamous evil dragons, including the dark dragon, the frost dragon, and the flame dragon. There are large, metallic dragons, such as bronze dragons and brass dragons, which look like they are made of metal. There are also jewel dragons with extremely dreamlike and beautiful appearances, such as the emerald dragon, sapphire dragon, and diamond dragon. These dragons, of different kinds and with different appearances, broadened Lin Yu's horizons. There are indeed many kinds of dragons. Angelia said, like our angel race, special dragons are also very rare. I looked around the entire battlefield, and there were only 3 special dragon species. They are 2 space dragons and 1 smoke dragon. Smoke dragon? Lin Yu looked puzzled. He carefully observed the battlefield below and soon spotted the peculiar dragon. It looks like a cloud of smoke shaped like a dragon. It appears as a dark gray color. It roamed freely across the battlefield. The sword light from the fallen angels always passed right through it when it struck. Aside from taking away wisps of gray smoke, it seemed to have no effect on it at all. What special abilities does the smoke dragon possess? Reporting to my lord, Angelia respectfully said, smoke dragons are immune to physical attacks. They don't have a physical dragon body, so they won't die even if their bodies are blown up. Its power can easily penetrate into the enemy's body and cause damage from within. This type of dragon is extremely rare and is a nightmare for many creatures. In summary, the smoke dragon is very difficult to kill, and its attacks are so unpredictable that it can be quite a headache for enemies. However, in Lin Yu's eyes, this smoke dragon was a good thing. We can capture them and study them carefully. With that in mind, Lin Yu made his move without hesitation. He shattered the space in front of him with a single punch. Then he reached in. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Central Dragon Island, a gigantic hand of law appeared out of thin air above the smoke dragon's body. This smoke dragon is fighting the fallen angel without any restraint. The sudden appearance of the law's hand startled it. It sensed the terrifying aura contained in that hand of law, and without saying a word, it self-destructed into a cloud of gray smoke that dissipated into the world. It has to be said, this escape method is truly formidable. It's even more monstrous than the Ghost Dragon King, who was instantly killed by Victoria with a single sword strike. Ordinary people simply cannot catch it. However, Lin Yu is clearly no ordinary person. Under his control, time reversed in the area where the smoke dragon disappeared. The smoke dragon, which had already vanished without a trace, was forcibly pulled back and, looking completely bewildered, was grabbed and imprisoned by Lin Yu's law hand. Lin Yu's hand of law contains more than 60 different attributes of the origin of laws. This also includes time and space. In an instant, the space-time around the smoke dragon was sealed off. No matter how many times it self-destructed, it could not escape Lin Yu's grasp. Soon, it appeared in front of Lin Yu. His face was filled with dejection and despair. It knew it had failed. Both the human who captured it and the 12-winged holy angel standing beside it exuded an aura so powerful that it felt fear. It was like a mortal encountering a god. The gap is so large that it is insurmountable. Be good, or I'll kill you. As he spoke, Lin Yu imprinted a mark into the smoke dragon's body. Soon, he gained control of the smoke dragon's soul. During this process, the smoke dragon instinctively struggled, but could not resist, and could only let Lin Yu control its soul. Very smoothly, the smoke dragon became Lin Yu's second dragon pet. The first dragon pet was the fairy dragon Natasha. She was currently fighting alongside the elf queen Bernina on a floating island in another world. Owner, after being released from confinement, the smoke dragon obediently crawled in front of Lin Yu, extremely well-behaved and docile. Its true form is also fully revealed. It is only about 50 meters long, at least 3 times smaller than the 5-colored evil dragon, which is also at the demigod level. Its body is covered with iridescent scales, making it look very mysterious. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then it was sent back to the battlefield. We plan to study this properly after the war ends. A strange feeling told him that the abilities of this smoke dragon would be of great help to him. Chapter 445. Sure enough, when you're in this world, you have to consider your background. After capturing the smoke dragon, Lin Yu did not make any further moves. Angelia did not participate in the war below. Killing the enemy meant nothing to either of them. As a Lord professional, Lin Yu can obtain primal energy rewards by having his troops kill enemies, even without personally participating in battle. Since Lin Yu advanced to the late stage of demigod, he used the power of creation to suppress all the primordial energy he obtained into his body. It is also thanks to the help of the power of creation. Without this supreme power, his realm would have been broken through by the enormous primordial energy within his body long ago. Even if he didn't want to ignite the divine fire, he had no choice. With the power of creation, he was able to fully enhance his foundation before igniting the divine fire. When he becomes a god in the future, he will surely soar to the heavens. As for Angelia, she was already a peak demigod. Obtaining primordial energy is also of no help. Therefore, both of them simply watched the battle quietly. However, for the powerful members of the dragon and sea tribes on the battlefield, Lin Yu and Angelia, even without participating in the battle, were enough to put immense pressure on them. Especially Lin Yu. He grabbed the smoke dragon with one hand. This scene greatly frightened the powerful members of the dragon race. It should be noted that the smoke dragon is a special dragon at the demigod level. Its strength and the strangeness of its abilities are such that even the dragon emperor Angist, who possesses the heart of the dragon king, has no way to deal with it. Among all dragons, the smoke dragon is an extremely special existence. Moreover, he holds the identity of a dragon clan elder. As a result, it was resolved in one move. Moreover, it eventually became Lin Yu's dragon pet, and after rejoining the battlefield, it helped the fallen angels' army suppress the giant dragons and subdragon monsters on the battlefield. This was a huge blow to the morale of the Dragon Legion. Of course, the most important thing is the appearance of the City of Angels. The medium-sized Angel City stretches for 108,000 meters, an unbelievably vast expanse. It hovered above the battlefield, like an insurmountable divine city pressing down on the hearts of all the powerful dragons and sea creatures. Such a massive war city, let alone launching an attack on them, could be crushed to death simply by falling from the sky. The appearance of the City of Angels brought immense panic to the powerful dragons and sea creatures on the battlefield. This also made them even more desperate. Just as the war reached its climax, the island's chat channel has also become very lively. News of the fallen angels' army attacking Central Dragon Island spread to the chat channels, and Kingdom professionals also brought so-called frontline information. Of course, no Kingdom professionals participated in this war, because their level is too low. Most are only intermediate-level professionals, with a few being advanced-level professionals. As for professionals who have reached the king level, none have appeared yet, whether they are combat professionals or lord professionals, with the exception of Lin Yu. With their current strength, they can only fight against foreign professionals from other worlds on floating islands. If it were a regular army from a local power, they would be cannon fodder. A few wyvern monsters are enough to make a killing in their camp, not to mention the giant dragons, Medusa, and other top native creatures on the battlefield. They were able to receive news from the front because they happened to be on a nearby island. Because the scale of this war was so large, they were able to observe it even from a great distance. War has begun, brothers. Lin Yu's fallen angel army is simply too powerful. They're suppressing the dragon army on the central island while simultaneously slaughtering the sea creatures. They're practically invincible. I saw a fallen angel over 100 meters tall pinning a gigantic golden dragon to the sky and brutally beating it. Based on my deduction, that golden dragon must be the patriarch of the dragon race. The Nature Elf Empire has also joined the war. This is a grand battle between 4 superpowers. However, the Natural Elf Empire doesn't seem to be here to help the dragons. Instead, they're joining forces with the fallen angels to wipe out Queen Medusa's sea creature and sea beast armies. Is it true or false? Did the Natural Elf Empire, like the Church of Light, pledge allegiance to boss Lin Yu early on? It's hard to believe, but it should be true. Holy crap, Lin Yu is amazing. He even made the powerful nature elf empire surrender without a fight. Do you know what the Queen of Nature's spirit's name is? Grace. Before the war began, I heard the roars of the Dragon King and Queen Medusa, questioning the nature elf queen about her betrayal. Guess how the nature elf queen answered? She said it was an oracle from the goddess of nature and spirits. How is this possible? Aren't the goddesses of nature and elves the supreme deities of the battlefield of all realms? How could they possibly be concerned with the war in a mere floating island world? This brings us to Lin Yu's identity as a powerful figure. According to the followers of the Light cult, Lin Yu is the Lord of Holy Light of the Angel Clan and the creator of the Holy and Light Alliance, possessing an unbelievably high status. It is said that in the world of gods, the most important thing is rank and status. Given Lin Yu's status, even a true god would have to address him as Your Majesty to be considered disrespectful and an enemy of the entire Holy and Light faction. If it's true, that identity alone is unbeatable. Indeed, when you're in the game, connections matter. Chapter 446 Cisna, your obsession is meaningless. The battle continued into the afternoon. The Dragon Legions and Wyvern Legions on the central Dragon Island were the first to be defeated. This is because their loyal Dragon Emperor Angster was suppressed by the Super Hell Soldier Kachusa. Dragon Emperor Angster has fully unleashed the power of the artifact, Dragon King's Heart, but he is still no match for Super Hell Soldier Kachusa. Its dragon body was pierced through by the sword of the fallen angel. The divine artifact, the Heart of the Dragon King, was forcibly extracted from her body by Kachusa. Finally, Angster, having lost the Heart of the Dragon King, was killed on the spot by Kachusa. It never surrendered, not even in death. Of course, Kachusa didn't give it a chance to surrender. After killing Dragon Emperor Angist, Kachusa sealed Angist's body and soul away, intending to take them back to cultivate other fallen angels. Since Victoria arrived in the floating island world, Lin Yu's fallen angels began to train Super Hell soldiers with all their might. Kachusa was the first, but it's not the last one. As the war continues, more and more Super Hell soldiers will inevitably appear. Of course, once their numbers reach a certain level, these Super Hell soldiers will continue to merge and become higher-level Super Hell soldiers. Take Kachusa, for example. Her current level of Energy Angel Heart is low. Its combat power is comparable to that of a lower-level true god. Once she merges with the other 9 Super Hell soldiers of the same level, her Energy Angel Heart can be upgraded to the intermediate level, making her combat power comparable to a mid-level true god. The Super Hellish warriors researched by the 18-winged fallen Archangel Astia are the most powerful, comparable to the main gods who wield great divine power. And with the death of Dragon Emperor Angist, the morale of the dragon army plummeted. Many dragons and wyverns could not hold on and chose to lower their heads. There are also diehards who say that even if they die on the battlefield, they will not betray the dragon god they believe in, nor will they give up their dignity and honor as dragons. The fallen angels' approach to these diehards is to kill them. Kill them until they collapse. Kill them until they are terrified. Kill them until they surrender in despair. Compared to holy angels, fallen angels are more ruthless and cold-blooded. Even the infamous monsters of the underworld are merely playthings in their hands, let alone intelligent races in the mortal world. Even though they are highly intelligent beings, dragons are no different from ants in their eyes. According to incomplete statistics, after the war on Central Dragon Island ended, approximately 400,000 dragons and nearly 1.6 million subdragon monsters surrendered and chose to submit to the Kingdom of Paradise. As for the others, they all fell on the battlefield. This also signifies that the dragon race's power has been conquered by the Angelic Kingdom. The 36 islands of the Gulf will also be incorporated into the territory ruled by the Kingdom of Paradise. At the edge of the sea, under the command of the Medusa clan, the massive sea creature army and sea beast army have been tenaciously resisting the attacks of the fallen angel army and the natural elf empire. Even when a nearby island was sunk, they did not surrender. This is because Queen Medusa persisted. She was unwilling to bow her head to the heavenly kingdom. Under the influence of the divine weapon in her hands, the trident of Poseidon, the sea creature army and the sea beast army were unable to surrender. Their will was controlled by the trident of Poseidon. Cisna, your persistence is meaningless. These words came from Grace, the queen of nature's spirits. She also joined the war. Together with 2 12-winged fallen angels, they besieged Queen Medusa. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of Medusa and powerful sea creatures. Before this, the 3 of them had killed at least several hundred powerful sea creatures. Among them are sea creatures at the demigod level. The Imperial Elder, who had always been by Medusa's side, also died. She was also a powerful demigod at the peak of her level, but she was killed by a 12-winged fallen angel who was participating in the battle, and her body was devoured and turned into a dried-up corpse. On this battlefield of top-tier powerhouses, only Queen Medusa remained. She held the golden trident of Poseidon. Golden snake hair fluttered in the wind. She has a stunning figure and an exquisite face. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, which, combined with her slightly pale cheeks, made her appear even more tragically beautiful. However, her expression remained indifferent. The golden vertical pupils showed no fear when they looked at the nature elf queen and the two 12-winged fallen angels. She was mentally prepared for her fate. Surrender. The nature elf queen Grace said, "This may be your last chance. Although you are brave and fearless, can you just stand by and watch the Medusa race be destroyed? Your insistence will not only ruin yourself and your people, and those sea creatures who are loyal to you." Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa Cisna replied expressionlessly, "Grace, I am not like you. My Medusa race is cursed by the gods. To live is more painful than to die." The Queen of Nature's spirits had also heard of the legends about the Medusa clan. The Lord of Holy Light possesses a power that even the highest deities cannot contend with. If he's willing, removing your racial curse shouldn't be a problem. The prerequisite is that your Medusa clan can receive the favor of the Lord of Holy Light. Queen Medusa was stunned upon hearing this. She seemed to have never thought about this question. Chapter 447: The Tragedy of the Medusa Clan. In Greek mythology, Medusa is not a race, but a person's name. Her father was a primordial sea god, Phorcys, known as the father of all monsters. The grandmother was Gaia, the earth goddess who created the Olympian realm. Interestingly, Medusa in Greek mythology was also known as the Gorgon, and she possessed a terrifying ability. Anyone who looked into her eyes would be petrified. Even the Greek gods could not withstand it. Medusa's fate was extremely tragic. She was originally a beautiful young woman, but she was raped by Poseidon, the god of the sea. He was later killed by the hero Perseus, and his head was offered to Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, and was eventually embedded in Athena's shield. Medusa on the floating island also possesses the ability to petrify enemies. They were also known as Gorgons. Its infamy on the high seas surpasses that of mermaids, who can bewitch humans. The difference is, the Medusas of the floating islands are a race. They were not originally the half-human, half-snake beings they are today. They are cursed. Legend has it that the ancestor of the Medusa clan was a sea god with immense divine power, but unlike the renowned ocean goddess, the ocean goddess was a subordinate deity of the goddess of nature and spirits. The ancestor of the Medusa clan was a marine deity with an independent pantheon. To put it simply, it means having no powerful backing. Rumors say that the ancestors of the Medusa clan offended the goddess of curses, a supreme deity, and were thus cursed with a terrible bloodline curse. Other rumors claim that the goddess of curses was jealous of the beauty of the Medusa clan's ancestors. But whatever the reason, the Medusa clan was indeed cursed by a bloodline curse. This curse has been affecting the Medusa race, not only turning them into half-human, half-snake sea monsters, but also cutting off their path to godhood. Yes, the Medusa race cannot become gods. Even the most talented Medusa, who successfully entered the battlefield of myriad worlds, could not condense a godhood. If forcibly condensed, the divine essence will explode the moment it takes shape. This caused Medusa to explode and die. Compared to other intelligent races, the Medusa race not only lacks its own god of worship, but also the protection of its racial deity. They are a completely forsaken race. They consider themselves the Dark Elves, a race abandoned by the gods, and they will receive the care of their race's true god when they arrive at the battlefield of all realms. But the Medusa clan did not, because their race has no true god. After the ancestors of the Medusa clan, no Medusa ever became a god. In the extraordinary world, the fate of a race that cannot become a god is predictable. Compared to Medusa in Greek mythology, the Medusa clan in the floating island world is even more tragic. We beseech the Lord of Holy Light to lift the blood curse upon our race. Queen Medusa Cisna fell silent upon hearing the words of the Queen of Nature Elves. Her inner world was in turmoil. The long-held persistence also began to waver. If the Lord of Holy Light can truly help them, then their Medusa clan will finally have a future of their own. Compared to that, becoming a follower of the Lord of Light is a trivial matter. But the problem is the Lord of Holy Light truly willing to help them? After all, they were Gorgons, an evil race cursed by the supreme deity. Throughout the battlefield of countless realms, among so many supreme deities, Not one was willing to help the Medusa clan, even though their ancestors had given everything. At that very moment, Queen Grace of the Nature Elves added, I don't know if His Holiness the Lord of Light will favor you, but I do know that His Holiness the Lord of Light is of a higher rank than the Goddess of Curses. If there is anyone in the universe who can lift the curse for you, it must be the Lord of Holy Light. The hope of breaking the curse is right before our eyes. It all depends on whether you can seize it. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa Cisna trembled. Hope is a very luxurious word for the Medusa clan. For tens of millions of years, they have never truly embraced hope. The Medusa race possesses exceptional racial talent, with peak demigod powerhouses from each generation venturing into the battlefield of myriad realms in search of hope to break the curse. But even now, the curse still hangs over them. Over the years, they have become accustomed to living a life of ease and waiting to die in the depths of the ocean. However, now, the sudden words of the Nature Elf Queen seem to have opened a brand new door for Queen Medusa in an instant, and they seem to still have a chance to see the world behind the door. I see. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to lead my Medusa clan, and all the sea creatures, to worship the great Lord of Holy Light. Queen Medusa Cisna's mindset changed very quickly. As she brandished the golden trident of Poseidon in her hand, she prayed, We beseech the merciful Lord of Light to have mercy on us. As soon as he finished speaking, all the sea creature warriors on the battlefield laid down their weapons. The countless sea creatures all lowered their heads and lay prostrate in the giant waves. The fierce battle ended in an instant. Chapter 448, Cursed Goddess Claytel. The war ended so suddenly that even Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, just a few words from the Queen of Nature Elves were enough to make Queen Medusa Cisna surrender. It was quite dramatic. He thought the war would continue for several more hours, until the Sea Creature Army and the Sea Beast Army were completely torn apart, causing huge casualties to the Medusa Empire before the sea creatures, led by Queen Medusa, would see the reality. Lin Yu looked at the elegant and beautiful secretarian beside him. What is the story behind the Medusa clan's bloodline curse? Did you know? Angelia shook her head and said, Reporting to my lord, the Medusa clan appeared after the Holy War ended, when we had already withdrawn from the battlefield of myriad realms. Even if they didn't evacuate, the small Medusa clan wasn't worth the angel's attention. After all, its ancestor was just a chief god. If it were a supreme deity, the angel race might pay some attention. At that very moment, Angelia added, I did indeed sense a cursed power in Queen Medusa's bloodline, like a malignant tumor, which has been integrated into their racial genetic heritage. This curse will be passed down and replicated through the bloodline of the race. It has not disappeared even after tens of millions of years. Through the threads of fate that are wrapped around the power of the curse, I saw the figure of the Goddess of Curses. It can be confirmed that the curse of the Medusa clan was indeed imposed by the Goddess of Curses. The Goddess of Curses? Lin Yu looked puzzled. Angelia explained. The true name of the Goddess of Curses is Cletl. She is a supreme deity who transcends the level of the chief gods and is the supreme ruler of the entire pantheon of curses. The cursed pantheon belongs to the evil pantheon. It has formed alliances with evil pantheons such as the Destruction Pantheon, the Dark Pantheon, and the Undead Pantheon. From the perspective of faction relations, the Cursed Pantheon is an enemy force of our Holy and Light factions. However, that cursed goddess only dares to oppose supreme deities such as the Goddess of Light and the Goddess of Sunlight. She wouldn't dare provoke our angel race. The Goddess of Light, the Goddess of the Sun's radiance, the Goddess of Moonlight and the Hunt, and so on, are all supreme deities under the command of the angel race. They possess a high degree of freedom in their own pantheons. If we compare the angel race to an empire, the pantheon of gods of holiness and light, headed by supreme deities such as the Goddess of Light and the Goddess of Sunlight, constitutes the kingdom-level power under this empire. They possess autonomous divine authority. However, they also accept the orders of the angels. The angel race, led by the Lord of Holy Light, is of a higher level. Generally speaking, the angels do not interfere in the struggles between their pantheons and other pantheons. After all, struggles happen everywhere. Even among the 7 18-winged archangels who originated from the same angel rebirth pool, there are conflicts and disagreements, let alone between pantheons of different factions. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't manage it all. The Goddess of Curses was well aware of this. Therefore, a supreme deity of an evil pantheon like her can still fight with the Goddess of Light and others, as long as she doesn't provoke the angels. This is a microcosm of the power dynamics in the Battle of Myriad Realms tens of millions of years ago. After hearing Angelia's words, Lin Yu once again experienced the power of the angel race. Lin Yu asked, "Then, is there any way to lift the blood curse of the Medusa clan? With our current strength, if it really doesn't work, it's okay to wait until we reach the battlefield of myriad realms to find a way to lift it. After all, the source of the curse is a supreme deity, and it's not even a friendly unit. It's normal for it to be a bit difficult." Secretarian smiled and said, "My lord, there's no need to worry. It's just a minor bloodline curse, and the solution is quite simple. I'll use the power of fate to communicate with the goddess of curses later. I believe she will give our angel race some face." The reason it's said to be giving face to the angel race, rather than giving face to the Lord of Holy Light, is because it's about giving face to the angel race. It's because the goddess of curses hasn't reached that level yet. Looking across the entire universe, which supreme deity dares to claim that they can give the holy light face? Even Clovis, the Titan king who inherited the direct bloodline of the Titans, dared not do so. Only his ancestor had the right to do so. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Yu felt sympathy for the tragic fate of the Medusa clan. It would be best if this could be resolved. Moreover, the Medusa clan later became his followers. This god of faith has an obligation to relieve the worries and troubles of his believers. Thinking of this, Lin Yu grabbed Angelia's soft little hand and rubbed it vigorously. This secretary is so useful. She is presentable in both formal and informal settings. He decided that he would work even harder from now on, dedicating himself selflessly and wholeheartedly. We will strive to help Secretarian get promoted as soon as possible. Chapter 449. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. The Supreme Creator. In accordance with your divine decree, we have successfully conquered the dragon race. On the walls of the City of Angels, a group of 12-winged fallen angels knelt on one knee in utmost respect before Lin Yu. The Nature Elf Queen and Medusa Queen also knelt on the ground. They brought with them their imperial high-ranking officials and powerful members of their own race, and solemnly swore allegiance to the heavenly kingdom, becoming a subordinate force under Lin Yu. From then on, Lin Yu conquered 5 empire-level forces in the surface world alone. These are the Beastman Royal Court, Light Church, Dragon Clan, Nature Elf Empire, and Medusa Empire. One of the prerequisites for becoming the master of an island has been fulfilled. All that remains is for the wild monsters and other local strongholds in the 36 islands of the Gulf and the Far East to be wiped out, at which point he can become the island lord in one fell swoop. This job isn't too difficult. They have an army of fallen angels, plus the support of the natural elf empire. It can be completed in just 1 to 2 days. In other words, there are at most 2 more days. Lin Yu will then be able to realize his initial dream after arriving on this floating island. This is something to celebrate. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu issued an order to the group of 12-winged fallen angels present to continue clearing out the other islands in this sea area. In this process, the Queen of Nature's spirits and Queen Medusa also looked on with awe, especially Queen Medusa, who was both awe-inspiring and deeply moved. She had already learned from the Nature Elf Queen Grace that the ruler of the Paradise Kingdom was the incarnation of the Lord of Holy Light, who was the human youth standing before her. This is not the speculation of the Queen of Nature Elves. Rather, it has been confirmed by nature and the goddess of spirits. Queen Medusa never imagined that one day she would be able to see the Lord of Light of the angel race with her own eyes. Moreover, he joined the ranks of the Lord of Holy Light. They are about to become believers in the Holy Light. This made her feel as if she were in a dream, somewhat unreal. After all, the Lord of Holy Light was a mythical being from tens of millions of years ago, who once dominated the entire universe. Even their Medusa clan's ancestors were merely minor gods in the face of the Lord of Holy Light. Although at this time the Lord of Holy Light was only a late-stage demigod. However, the aura emanating from him was still like an insurmountable sacred mountain, causing her to instinctively look up to him and revere him. The title of Lord of Holy Light alone was enough to fill her with boundless awe. After the group of 12-winged fallen angels withdrew, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the Nature Elf Queen and the Medusa Queen. Both empresses were extremely beautiful and had stunning figures. Queen Medusa, in particular, with her full head of golden snake hair and a thick, long golden snake tail, gave her a unique and alluring beauty. When he was an ordinary person, Lin Yu was afraid of snakes. But now, seeing Queen Medusa, this beautiful snake, he is not afraid at all. As for the Queen of Nature Elves, perhaps it was because Lin Yu had already seen a more perfect goddess of nature and elves, but he always felt that something was missing from the Queen of Nature and Elves. Yes, it's all about temperament. In terms of appearance alone, the queen of the natural elves is no less beautiful. However, in terms of temperament, she is far inferior to the goddess of nature and elves. However, in this floating island world, the queen of nature elves is already extremely outstanding. She far surpasses elf queen Bernina, saintess of light Tiffany, and others. Lin Yu said to the two queens, Grace, lead your elven army back to the far east to prepare for war. Cisna, return to the deep sea and relocate your people to the nearshore areas. From now on, you sea creatures will breed in the near sea. Let's interact more with the land-dwelling races and make this world more prosperous. As you will, great lord of holy light. Both empresses respectfully complied with the order. At this moment, Queen Medusa Cisna handed the trident of the sea god, a divine artifact representing the ruling authority of the sea race, to Lin Yu, signifying the absolute loyalty of her sea race to Lin Yu. Then, she pressed her head firmly against the ground. We offer our highest respect to Lin Yu. With a trembling voice, she recounted the tragic fate of the Medusa clan, pleading for Lin Yu's favor and mercy. Great Lord of Holy Light, if we could receive your blessing, it would be an honor for our entire Medusa clan. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand and said, Don't worry, this is just a small matter. Soon, the bloodline curse that shrouds your clan will disappear. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa Cisna was so excited that she trembled all over. The Medusa leaders and powerful figures behind her were also excited and overjoyed. This is a promise from the Lord of Holy Light. After tens of millions of years, the Medusa clan finally saw the light. Praise be to you, great and merciful Lord. If they had known that the Lord of Light of the angels had descended upon this world and was willing to help their Medusa clan remove the blood curse, they would have surrendered long ago. Why would they lead an army of sea creatures and sea beasts to help the dragons? But no matter what, the ending is beautiful. The great Lord of Light has given them hope. Chapter 450 Poseidon's Trident, Silver Dragon Princess. Lin Yu glanced at the information about the Poseidon Trident. This is a top-tier lower-level true artifact. In terms of grade, it is the same as the Holy Sword of Light that he bestowed upon Lilith, the Holy Light elemental spirit. The difference is that the Holy Sword of Light is primarily for attack and slaughter. The main power of the Trident of Poseidon is to control sea creatures and sea beasts. Its own killing power is not very strong. Lin Yu didn't even consider this level of divine artifact worth his attention. It's true that his vision was greatly broadened by the Super Source Scepter, which is a super artifact. Even the Holy Radiance God armor he was wearing was a top-grade high-level true artifact. How could he possibly be interested in a low-level true artifact? He has more than 20 such magical artifacts on him. We haven't found an opportunity or a suitable person to bestow the reward upon yet. So in the end, Lin Yu returned the Trident of Poseidon to Queen Medusa Cisna. With this artifact in hand, Queen Medusa could better manage the sea creatures and those less intelligent sea beasts for him. Before leaving, Lin Yu summoned the surviving high-ranking members and powerful figures of the Dragon Clan. Before them, the new generation of Dragon Emperor of the Dragon race was decided. Most of the dragons believed that the new generation of Dragon Emperor would be the smoke dragon that Lin Yu had personally subdued. It is not only Lin Yu's dragon pet, but also extremely powerful. In addition, it is an extremely rare dragon species. He is qualified to assume the position of Dragon Emperor. The only drawback is that it is neither a gold dragon nor a silver dragon. Among the dragon race, gold dragons and silver dragons are the royal family, qualified to inherit the Dragon Emperor's throne. However, now the dragon race has become a subordinate force of the Paradise Kingdom. All the dragons have been defeated and surrendered. Even if Lin Yu makes the smoke dragon the Dragon Emperor, they will not dare to object. However, Lin Yu's final decision surprised them. He did not hand over the position of Dragon Emperor to Smoke Dragon. Instead, it was given to a silver dragon. This is a young female dragon, surrounded by a group of adult silver dragons. Her identity is quite special. She is the daughter of the Silver Dragon clan chief and is known as the Silver Dragon Princess. Her father did not die in battle, but was severely wounded. Lin Yu made the Silver Dragon Princess the new Dragon Emperor for a simple reason. She was beautiful. The Silver Dragon Princess, in her human form, was breathtakingly beautiful. From now on, you will be the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful little female dragon in front of him and said, After the order of the dragon race is restored, you will go to my sacred city to settle down. I obey your divine decree. Great Lord of Holy Light. Princess Silver Dragon was wearing a long dress with gold and silver stripes. She looks like a young girl, but she has a great figure with curves in all the right places. She knelt before Lin Yu like a devotee, revealing her perfect figure, her long silver hair hanging down, and her respectful expression revealing a hint of excitement. She had never imagined that she would suddenly become the ruler of the dragon race. After all, her father was still alive. In terms of strength, she is only a saint-level dragon. Settling in the holy city was even more unexpected for her. She knew that this was a special favor from the Lord of Holy Light. Once she arrives in the holy city, she will serve the great Lord of Light diligently and obey his commands, just like the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, who stands behind him. This is her opportunity. Once you seize this opportunity, becoming a god will be a very simple matter in the future. Next, Lin Yu took out a blueprint for the auxiliary city buildings. Build a subsidiary city on the central dragon island. With this subordinate city, teleporting from the dark forest to the central dragon island is a matter of an instant, and it also makes it much easier for the Paradise Kingdom to manage the dragon race. At the same time, Lin Yu gave the Nature Elf Queen and Medusa Queen 2 auxiliary city building blueprints, respectively, and granted them the authority to build cities. After the Queen of Nature Elves completed the construction of the city, Lin Yu will no longer need to use City of Paradise to travel to the Elf Holy Land. Affiliated cities are a good thing. It can help Lin Yu rule the world more directly. No matter which region has a problem, as long as there is an affiliated city in that region, Lin Yu's Angel Army and Kingdom Army can use the teleportation array to teleport there immediately. At the same time, the existence of affiliated cities can also deter these native races. Most importantly, each of the subordinate cities has a statue of Lin Yu. Under the influence of the Angels of Paradise, the local residents who move into the city will soon become his followers. Let me tell you a very exaggerated statistic. With the successive surrenders of the Land of Fertility, the Dragon Clan, the Medusa Empire, and the Nature Elf Empire, the number of people under Lin Yu's command has reached over 1 billion. Of these, about half of the inhabitants came from the Land of Abundance. Lin Yu's followers have also jumped to over 300 million. Similarly, most of them were believers of light from the Land of Abundance. After the Church of Light officially pledged allegiance, the faith of the followers of light was concentrated on Lin Yu. With over 300 million followers, this is a truly terrifying number. Now, Lin Yu can gather enormous faith power at any moment, which lays a solid foundation for him to become a powerful god of faith. Chapter 4, 51A Model for Our Generation. Looking across the entire universe, it cannot be said to be absolute. There must be special beings who possess the power of faith at the demigod level. However, in terms of the speed at which they can recruit believers, those beings are probably no match for Lin Yu. After all, it has only been half a month since Lin Yu came into contact with the power of faith. However, the number of his followers has exceeded 300 million. This is something that even the gods would find incredible. A demigod gained hundreds of millions of followers in a short period of time. This is truly unprecedented. Most importantly, Lin Yu's number of followers is still increasing rapidly. Before long, all of his more than 1 billion subjects in the kingdom may become his followers, collectively providing him with the power of faith. This is absolutely terrifying. And this is all thanks to Lin Yu's status as the Lord of Holy Light. If he weren't the god of faith for the angel race, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. If his unit weren't an angel, he would most likely be like other Lord-class players, hiding in some corner of the dark forest, quietly developing his power. Where else can we find such a situation? On the verge of conquering the entire floating island world. It can only be said that some people's fate is predetermined from the very beginning. After returning to the holy city, Lin Yu then allowed the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, and the others to move around freely. He then took Angelia into the city lord's mansion to study the profound mysteries of the laws. He was about to become the ruler of an island, and the gate to the battlefield of myriad worlds was about to open. He needed to comprehend and master more of the fundamental laws. Otherwise, how could one become a powerful deity in one fell swoop? If he only obtains the position of a mid-level god after becoming a god, while secretaries and legion commanders like Angelia and Victoria, who have mastered hundreds of laws, become high-level gods or even chief gods in one fell swoop. That would be so embarrassing for him. In Lin Yu's view, even if he can't catch up with Angelia and Victoria, at the very least, it can't be too far off. Just as Lin Yu was trying to communicate and study the truth that the evil of the eel will eventually be rewarded with the abalone, the island chat channel also became lively again. News of the war's end has reached the chat channel. The results shocked all professionals. Breaking news: the war on Dragon Island is over. The Dragon Clan and the Medusa Empire have all bowed their heads to boss Lin Yu, and become subordinate forces of the heavenly kingdom. Furthermore, the natural elf empire has pledged allegiance to us. Lin Yu has essentially conquered the entire floating island world. All I can say is that Lin Yu's army of fallen angels is too powerful. Even without the aid of the nature elf empire, the fallen angel army would be enough to sweep aside the dragon race and the Medusa empire's armies. This is normal. After all, they are fallen angels, even more powerful than holy angels. A darker side makes one stronger. The ancients were right. According to my calculations, the total size of Lin Yu's angel army should have exceeded 20 million. Is it that much hissing? Over 10 million floating islands in another world, over 6 million in the land of abundance, plus 5 to 6 million fallen angels on Dragon Island, easily exceeding 20 million in scale. Lin Yu's speed in summoning angels is terrifying. It won't be long before the number of angels under Lin Yu's command surpasses the total number of all of us professionals. That's incredible. In just a few days, Boss Lin Yu should be taking over as the island's master. Envious. What I envy isn't Lin Yu becoming the island lord, but rather that the Nature Elf Queen and Medusa Queen are now under Lin Yu's control. TSK. Power, strength, and beautiful women. Lin Yu has it all. A role model for us all. Stop being envious, everyone. The most important thing is to quickly join the heavenly kingdom and follow Boss Lin Yu. Especially for professionals located in the Far East, Lin Yu's angel army will soon be there to wipe them out. Joining sooner means less worry. Given Lin Yu's current status, he probably won't target us professionals anymore, right? After all, he's almost the island's owner. Does it really matter whether you take the plunge or not? Once Lin Yu becomes the island lord and opens the passage to the battlefield of myriad realms, it will be virtually impossible for professionals who haven't joined the kingdom of heaven to go there. It's like going to a floating island in another world to fight those lowly people and small fry. Only professionals from the paradise realm are qualified to use a time-space portal. Remember, only by going to the battlefield of myriad realms can you become a god. Joining the kingdom of heaven is equivalent to obtaining a ticket to unlock the gates to godhood. Some people are always focused on their immediate gains, but they never consider that without the contributions of Boss Lin Yu and the angel army, who knows how long it would have taken us to enter the battlefield of myriad realms. Those veteran professionals from a year ago still haven't conquered their floating islands. Agree +1. In reality, the vast majority of professionals have already seen through the truth. Only by following Lin Yu can they have a future. Upon learning of the end of the Dragon Island War and the resounding victory of the Paradise Kingdom, another wave of people on the island joined the Paradise Kingdom. In a short period of time, tens of millions of professionals from various regions applied to join Paradise Kingdom. Up to now, the number of professional warriors under Lin Yu's command has exceeded 30 million. More than half of the island's professionals became his subjects. As time went by, the number of professionals joining in continued to increase. Some people want to join but can't. For example, the Golden Behemoth Lord who is struggling to survive on the Lenkel Plains. He has really suffered these past 2 days. If it weren't for a bit of luck, he would have been dead. Chapter 452 Long Time No See Clydal. Battlefield of Myriad Realms. In the vast and boundless depths of the void, a ball of light, composed of threads of various colors such as black, blood red, and gray, floats in the air. This sphere of light is hundreds of billions of kilometers in diameter. It's so big it's unimaginable. It should be noted that the diameter of the floating island world where Lin Yu is located is only tens of thousands of kilometers. Compared to this sphere of light, the floating island world is pitifully small. This sphere of light is the supreme divine realm of the cursed goddess Clydal, and the countless colorful threads wrapped around its surface are various kinds of curses. Any enemy that dares to invade this divine realm will first be met with a retaliatory curse from the divine realm. Under normal circumstances, there is no need for the cursed goddess Clydal to take action personally. Those cursed threads are enough to inflict a heavy blow on the enemy. This realm of the gods has been run by the cursed goddess Clydal for hundreds of millions of years. Its curse power is strong. It can make even the supreme deity suffer a terrible fate. Throughout the universe, the cursed goddess Clydal is a supreme deity of terrifying divine power. The cursed divine power she wields is so potent that enemies dare not approach her easily. But today, however, an outsider descended upon the cursed god realm. This figure did not attempt to traverse the spatial and temporal barriers of the divine realm, but instead descended directly through the illusory thread of fate, appearing before the cursed goddess, Clydal. Inside the magnificent temple, Clydal, the cursed goddess, dressed in a long black and gold gown, is meditating with her eyes closed. Although she is a supreme deity, Standing at the pinnacle of the universe, she still strives for advancement, hoping to break through the shackles and become a terrifying existence comparable to the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race. The Lord of Holy Light is the goal that all supreme deities strive to emulate. At that very moment, she seemed to sense something. A pair of golden eyes, pierced by countless black threads, suddenly opened. Gazing at the empty space and time before me, I wait quietly. A moment later, a phantom figure emerged from space and time. She wore a white and gold magical gown. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her demeanor elegant and noble, and she radiated a dazzling holy light. Behind her were 18 shimmering angel wings. Upon seeing this figure, the cursed goddess Clitheron's expression immediately changed. A hint of horror flashed in his eyes. Angelia. She took a deep breath and exhaled the true name of a deity. Angelia, the strongest 18-winged archangel under the Lord of Holy Light, once fought 3 void demon ancestors single-handedly and remained undefeated during the Holy War tens of millions of years ago. How could she not recognize such a supreme deity? Although tens of millions of years have passed, she clearly remembers that the most famous signature ability of the 18-winged archangel Angelia is the Sword of Destiny. With a single sword strike, even across infinitely vast distances of time and space, the supreme deity could be severely injured. A supreme deity once claimed that the 18-winged archangel Angelia had surpassed the renowned goddess of fate in the realm of the supreme laws of destiny. Only the twin god kings working together can rival this 18-winged archangel. The twin god kings are the sisters, the goddesses of fate and fortune, Hylangren. Although their faction is not particularly powerful, few pantheons dare to provoke them. Long time no see, Clethel. Secretary and slightly raised her eyes, looking at the goddess of curses sitting on the throne, with a faint smile on her face. Tens of millions of years is indeed a very long time. The cursed goddess Clither nodded. Her gaze fell on Angelia, scrutinizing her before she asked, "Sister, what brings you here so suddenly? If it's about the war between my cursed pantheon and the solar pantheon, then I can only apologize. The conflict between the pantheon factions is something even I cannot stop. I believe that His Holiness the Holy Lord of Light will forgive us." "Oh, is that so?" Angelia said calmly. "I had no idea that your cursed god system had actually gone to war with the solar god system. The supreme deity of the solar pantheon is the goddess of the sun's radiance." The cursed goddess Clither fell silent. She couldn't understand what else could possibly compel the eldest of the 18 archangels to personally descend upon her divine realm, besides the war between the cursed gods and the sun gods. The goddess of curses explained, this divine war did not erupt suddenly, but was to resolve grudges and entanglements accumulated over tens of millions of years. "I believe you can understand that," Angelia said. "Under normal circumstances, my angelic race does not interfere in conflicts between your pantheon factions." Upon hearing this, the goddess of curses secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the angel race were to join the war, let alone just one cursed pantheon, even if they were to join forces with the entire evil pantheon alliance, including the destruction pantheon and the undead pantheon, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. That army of angels, numbering in the trillions, is a nightmare for countless gods. Despite tens of millions of years of development, the various pantheons of the battlefield of myriad realms are now far more powerful than during the Holy War of Demons, with the number of gods increasing by more than 100-fold. But let's not forget that the angel race is also developing. No one knows how many angels were born in the reincarnation pools of the angel race tens of millions of years later. "Then why did you come, sister?" "It's a small thing," Angelia said calmly. "You once cursed a god of the ocean, preventing his descendants from becoming gods. Now that race has become my lord's followers. I need you to lift the curse." "I remember that, but..." The cursed goddess Lecta hesitated for a moment before saying, "My sister doesn't know. There's more to this than meets the eye." Angelia said, "I don't care about that. I just want you to lift the curse. Of course, you can refuse and challenge my angel race to see if it still has the war power it once had." The goddess of curses gritted her teeth and said with a look of utter grief and indignation, "I will break the curse." Chapter 453 easily solved. In front of Angelia, the curse goddess Clither lifted the blood curse on the Medusa clan. It was very easy and effortless. The curse that had tormented the Medusa clan for tens of millions of years vanished in the blink of an eye, highlighting the stark contrast between gods and ants. Throughout the entire ordeal, the goddess of curse never had the chance to reveal the so-called inside story. Because Angelia doesn't care about this at all. She only cares about the result. The cursed goddess Clydel felt grief and indignation, but could only silently endure it. As the supreme ruler of the cursed pantheon, she commands a large group of chief gods who wield great divine power, as well as a vast number of subordinate gods. With a single thought, one can influence the fate of countless worlds and countless living beings. She was quite famous in the battlefield of myriad worlds. He possesses the supreme throne of a god king. Even so, she could only lower her head when facing Angelia. Because behind Angelia stood the angel race and the terrifying being, the Lord of Holy Light. Tens of millions of years ago, during the holy war between the holy and the demonic, the Lord of Holy Light had already shown them, the supreme deities of their pantheon, what the power of a cosmic supreme being truly meant. Even the terrifying Void Demon Emperor was no match for the mighty power of the Lord of Holy Light. After his defeat, he chose to self-destruct his Demon Emperor body in order to escape this universe. If he hadn't run fast, even the Void Demon Emperor would have been dead. The arrogant demon army will also be completely annihilated. Therefore, no matter what the inside story was, or how indignant she was, the cursed goddess Clydel did not utter a single word of dissent in front of Angelia. Just like Angelia said, her cursed pantheon dared to wage war against holy and luminous pantheons like the Light Pantheon and the Sun Pantheon, but it dared not provoke the angel race. The angel's formidable reputation, earned during the Holy War, also intimidated these supreme deities. Nailed it. The cursed goddess Clydel looked at Angelia, standing in the hall. She didn't show her grief and anger on her face. Despite her extreme indignation, the figure before her was merely a wisp of Angelia's consciousness, which she could easily obliterate, but the consequences of doing so would be unbearable for her. She didn't want to face the sword of fate that had slashed down from the end of time and space. She would rather play a game with the twin god kings than provoke this 18-winged archangel who was renowned for his power and cunning. What else can we do? We have no choice but to put up with it. Angelia smiled faintly. Clydel, your choice is wise. At least for now, you have gained the favor of my angelic race. If one day in the future my angelic race is to enter the battlefield of all worlds, you will be glad you made this choice. Upon hearing this, the expression of the cursed goddess Clydel changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. Does this mean that the angel race is going to return to the battlefield of all realms? This is not good news. This is not good news, at least not for the pantheon of their evil faction. After all, they are the opposing camp of the divine and light pantheon. If the angel race wants to conquer the battlefield of all realms, they will first target them, and then deal with the ancient pantheons, led by the Titan pantheon and the Dragon pantheon. The cursed goddess Clydel forced a smile and said, "It is my honor to serve your majesty the Lord of Holy Light." Angelia mentioned this before. The Medusa race, cursed by her, became the race of believers of the Lord of Holy Light. By lifting the curse, she was, in a way, serving the Lord of Holy Light. If she could gain the attention of the Lord of Holy Light through this incident, it might actually be a good thing for her. At least until the War of Gods begins in the future. The angels will go easy on her cursed pantheon. Yes, it's time to start a war of gods. Although these supreme deities fear the angels and revere the great Lord of Light, they will choose to resist if the angels truly intend to conquer all the worlds. Direct surrender is impossible, because this is a battle of faith. Even the most supreme deity cannot lose the place of their faith. That would directly end their upward mobility and cut off their path to promotion. This is taboo and absolutely not allowed. No supreme deity will bow its head to any other pantheon unless the battle is fought to the point of bloodshed and utter defeat, even if the opponent is an angel. Of course, if it is a god of law, then it wouldn't care about places of faith, because the god of laws does not need such a thing. However, there are not many gods of law in the battlefield of myriad realms, because cultivation is too difficult. In addition, due to the root of racial bonds, the vast majority of gods in the battlefield of myriad realms are gods of faith. Especially these supreme deities, who basically control the faith of countless living beings in them. After Angelia left, the cursed goddess Clydel also fell silent. She stopped dwelling on her indignation and started thinking about the angels' impending entry into the battlefield of myriad worlds. Compared to the curse of the Medusa clan, this is a much bigger deal. Isn't there a rumor that the Lord of Holy Light has health problems? That's why the entire angel race withdrew from the battlefield of myriad realms after the Holy War ended. Could it be that? Has the Lord of Holy Light returned to his peak and now aspires to become the true supreme being of the universe? Regardless, the return of the angels is a fact. Without hesitation, The cursed goddess Claytel immediately contacted the supreme deities of the evil faction, including the god of destruction, the lord of the undead, and the Lich King, to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 454. Even evil gods have a friendly side. The Holy City, the City Lord's mansion. Linyu was having breakfast while being served by Angelia. Angels, as divine beings, do not need to eat. But as time went on with Linyu, Angelia began to adapt to the process. It's really just a process, because the food disappears as soon as it enters the stomach. It doesn't need to be eaten, just savoring the taste is enough. After a night of cultivation, Linyu once again made great gains. With Angelia's cooperation, Linyu mastered more than 30 different types of fundamental laws in one night. To date, he has mastered more than 100 fundamental laws. This is unimaginable for native demigods like the Queen of Nature Elves and the Queen of Medusa, because no matter how talented they are, no creature would dare to do such a thing. Linyu is protected by the power of creation, which is why he can be so unscrupulous. If it were any other demigod, they would have been worried about being burned to ashes during the process of igniting the divine fire. You saw the goddess of curses? Linyu took a sip of mead. Somewhat surprised, he looked up at the beautiful and elegant secretarian. Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded and said, the goddess of curses is a fairly friendly supreme deity. Although she is an evil god, she is very polite and easy to talk to. After learning that those Medusas were your followers, she readily agreed to lift their blood curse. Now, the Medusa clan is no longer troubled by the curse. They can cultivate themselves into gods just like other intelligent beings. This is great news. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's handsome face as he said, if there's an opportunity when we get to the battlefield of myriad realms, we can have a good chat with this goddess of curses. Just like you said, even evil gods have a friendly side. Our lord is wise. Angelia said, our army is going to conquer the battlefield of all worlds, and even the universe. The supreme gods of these pantheons are our biggest obstacle. If we can make them surrender without a fight, we can save a lot of effort. Lin Yu agreed with this. Conquering a power or a world does not necessarily require war. Take, for example, the Nature Elf Empire. Despite not receiving the same treatment as during the war, they still bowed their heads to him. The same principle applies to the deities. There's a classic saying from our ancestors, courtesy first, then force. If kind words are ignored, then the only option left is to force-feed the patient a toast as punishment. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must have enough power. Without a strong deterrent, offering a toast will not be taken seriously by others. Lin Yu didn't think about it anymore and focused on eating her breakfast. Because thinking about it now is useless. His strength is still too weak. He hasn't even reached the realm of a true god. How can he make the supreme gods who rule over the major pantheons bow their heads to him? Is he destined to live off the title of Lord of Holy Light forever? Even if it were truly useful, and he used his status as the Lord of Holy Light to rule over the various pantheons and the myriad worlds, it would ultimately only be a beautiful sight before his eyes, with danger lurking far beyond. He would not forget the words he had spoken to the goddess of nature and spirits in a state of unconsciousness. Chaotic oscillation, cosmic layering. A war that could be even more devastating than the Holy War is about to sweep across the entire universe. The enemy may not just be the void demons who have returned, and also mechanics, eternity. When that time comes, he, as the Lord of Holy Light, will inevitably be the first to be targeted, since he is the most powerful. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. In the eyes of the angels, and even countless other beings in the universe, he was the greatest being. He had to be at the forefront, fighting against the Voidwalkers and possibly other enemies from other universes. If he doesn't work harder and become stronger, he'll be the first one to die. The identity of the Lord of Holy Light brought him unimaginable benefits, but at the same time, it also bestowed upon him an immense responsibility. Therefore, he must strive hard, break through, and improve yourself through continuous communication. He wants to become stronger and more awesome than that old guy. I've had breakfast. Lin Yu arrived at the Lord's Hall. As usual, he pulled Angelia and the others along to count yesterday's spoils. After completing everything, Lin Yu amassed over 600 million gold coins and summoned more than 200 large-scale angel legions, including holy angels and fallen angels. The total number of summoned angels exceeds 11 million. From then on, the total size of Lin Yu's angel army reached over 35 million. As usual, he dispatched the newly summoned army of holy angels to the floating islands of another world, while the army of fallen angels was dispatched to the 36 islands of the bay. In this way, the total size of the angel army he deployed on the floating island in the other world reached a full 20 million. In addition to the elite troops and the kingdom's professional army. Those foreign professionals like Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi will not be able to turn things around this time. Even if they have the world rules of the floating island in another world to back them up, it will be of no use. In this war, he will destroy the world rules of the alien island. Chapter 455. If there's no other way, then create one. Around noon, the sacred city now features over 20 new buildings capable of nurturing dragon units, dragon nests. Lin Yu upgraded all of these dragon nests to the maximum level. Each dragon's nest can give birth to 10,000 dragons every day. Lin Yu could obtain more than 200,000 dragon soldiers in a day without having to do anything. If Xia Qingwen knew, she would be green with envy. In addition to the dragon's nest, the holy city has added dozens of other troop-type buildings, all of which can summon top-tier troops such as the Golden Behemoth, Kodo Beast, Medusa, and so on. According to statistics, Lin Yu already has more than 100 military buildings under his command. Without exception, they all consist of top-tier troops and fully upgraded buildings. The mere appearance of these troop-specific buildings alone has made Lin Yu incredibly wealthy. After all, getting over 1 million top-tier troops for free every day must have saved him a lot of gold coins. Over time, it becomes even more terrifying. Now let's talk about the craftsman angels. A day later, the artisan angels, led by Carol, built more than 30 more angel cities. This also includes 3 medium-sized cities of angels. The reason for the surge in numbers is that the number of craftsman angels has increased exponentially. With more craftsmen, the production speed naturally increased. To date, Lin Yu has 87 small angel cities under his command, plus 4 medium-sized angel cities, resulting in a surge in his war power. These newly built cities of angels were also dispatched by Lin Yu to the floating islands of another world. Including those previously dispatched, Lin Yu has now conquered more than 50 angel cities on the floating islands of the other world, more than double the number of angel cities he attacked in the Land of Abundance. The war on this floating island is basically over. We're just finishing up now, such as clearing out other islands in the Gulf region, as well as the Far East. In addition to the army of the Natural Elf Empire, the army participating in the cleanup mission in the Far East also included millions of holy angels who were originally located in the Land of Abundance, as well as elite legions from the Church of Light. I think it won't take long to get it done. As for the clearing operations in the Gulf region, that was even easier. Therefore, Lin Yu focused his main war objectives on the floating islands in the other world. With nothing to do, Lin Yu communicated with the floating island of Myriad Realms through consciousness and chatted. The war in this world is about to end, and I will soon become the island lord. Would you like to find a way to create a new floating island in another world for me? In the past few days of war, Lin Yu has not revealed any more cross-world teleportation blueprints. This really disappointed him. If he had new teleportation blueprints, he would have already opened up the third world battlefield. After all, his angel army doesn't really need to personally intervene in the clearing operations in the Far East, the 36 islands of the Gulf, and other areas. His kingdom's army was more than capable of handling the task. His current kingdom's army consists of the armies of nature elves, dark elves, cultists, orcs, dragons, sea creatures, mountain giants, and elite legions of other races. The total scale is over 200 million. It was almost 8 times the size of the angelic army. And they are all elites. With such a large and elite army, clearing out the remaining areas would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? His army of angels in this world could easily free up their time to attack other floating islands in other worlds. A moment later, Lin Yu received a reply from the rules of the floating island world. The drop rate for cross-server transfer blueprints is inherently very low. This is a rule set by the boss, and there's nothing I can do about it. No way. Lin Yu spoke telepathically. Although you are a flawed set of world rules, you must still have a fighting spirit. If there's no way, then create one. Or perhaps you don't want to devour the origins of other floating islands. I'll try my best. If that's too much of a stretch, then forget it. I'll consider merging other floating islands with you as the main body. Lin Yu acted quite tough. He is not the same person he used to be. When he first arrived, he called the world rules of the floating island the mother of rules. Now, he is the father of the world's rules. The flawed world rules are equivalent to the cultivation of the big lowly sea tongue and the immortal flower bower, who are at the stage of demonic plant cultivation. Without his help, the rules of this floating island world would remain unchanged until its demise. Forget challenging the boss. Even getting the position of department manager would be a problem. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the rules of the floating island world instantly broke down, replying hastily. Great Lord Lin Yu, I promise to resolve this matter as soon as possible. That's more like it. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. This kind of attitude aligns with one's worldview, values, and outlook on life. These are the rules of the world, after all. How can you be a lazy bum who doesn't strive for improvement? Just as Lin Yu was chatting with the rules of the world, the floating island with the number 018439 has finally ushered in a major battle. After several days of clearing out, Lin Yu's army of angels, kingdom troops, and professional soldiers have finally cleaned up all 3 districts. The local forces were wiped out, and all the monsters in the wild were killed. District 3 was completely occupied by Lin Yu's army. It was at this time that the local forces from other regions, as well as the main forces of foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, finally gathered and surrounded the 3 districts. A world war is imminent. Chapter 456: The Army Assembles. A floating island in another world. Zone 3. Teleportation arrays flashed frequently. With each flash of light, a large army of angels would appear out of thin air, and every now and then a magnificent city of angels would descend. A short while later, more than 7 million holy angels and over 30 cities of angels were teleported over. From then on, the total size of the holy angels' army gathered in the 3 districts exceeded 20 million. There are more than 50 cities known as the Cities of Angels. In addition, there is a top-tier army of 6 million soldiers and tens of millions of kingdom professionals. To date, approximately 12 million kingdom professionals have entered this floating island. Compared to the original floating island, this place is actually more dangerous. Although the area here is not large, the number of wild monsters is surprisingly high. Without the protection of the angelic army, Lin Yu's kingdom warriors would have suffered heavy losses long ago. However, the greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. You can level up faster here. Before his arrival, none of the tens of millions of professionals on the island had reached the king level. However, after arriving on this floating island, kingdom professionals under Lin Yu's command began to advance to the king level one after another. Xia Qingyue is one of them. She led a dragon legion of tens of thousands, not only killing a large number of wild monsters, but also fulfilling the condition for advancing to the king level professional, killing 10 king level enemies. Xia Qingyue's level has now reached the mid-stage of the king level. We are not far from reaching the realm of the extraordinary. It was a huge success. Besides Xia Qingyue, there were also some top combat professionals and top lords who had advanced to the king level, totaling about 100 people. This alone is enough to make countless professionals who are still staying on the original floating islands envious. In their eyes, the floating islands of another world are simply a paradise for leveling up. Right now, Lin Yu's army of 20 million angels and millions of top-tier troops have been deployed across the 3 regions. They formed large-scale legions. Under the command of their respective legion commanders, they assembled at the border areas in different directions of the 3 regions. Prepare for a major battle against enemy forces from all directions. More than 50 cities of angels were also dispersed, each guarding a battlefield area. Along the entire army's front line in the 3 districts, one could see an angel city suspended thousands of meters in the air approximately every few dozen kilometers. Even a small city of angels stretches for 8 kilometers. When they hover thousands of meters in the air, the scene is just like a colossal alien warship in a science fiction movie, giving the enemy a terrifying sense of oppression. Those with a weaker constitution would be scared to death on the spot. As for morale, that goes without saying. Unless it's a regular elite legion, they simply can't hold out. Just imagining looking up and seeing towering, oppressive war fortresses is terrifying enough to make someone with megalomania faint. Behind the army of angels and the army of top-tier troops, that is the professional legion of the Kingdom of Paradise. Their strength was too weak, so they could only be stationed at the very back of the main army's lines. However, the kingdom's professionals' passion for war remains undiminished. They desperately wanted war to break out, so that we can fight alongside the invincible army of angels on the battlefield. Of course, what attracted them most were the foreign professionals, such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, who were said to have all gathered there. For them, this national war was more exciting than sweeping across the entire floating island of another world. Brothers of the kingdom, prepare for battle. I can already smell the gunpowder of war. If nothing unexpected happens, this world war will break out very soon. The angelic army and the kingdom's troop army are targeting those local forces, while our target is to wipe out the little devils and the little sticks. Once this war is won, they can forget about going against our Xia kingdom on Earth. I'm afraid those little devils and little sticks will be so scared that they'll just run back to Earth. Our team has caught a few little days before and learned that the interdimensional teleportation array of this floating island is connected to Blue Star. Some little days with full energy bars have already returned to Blue Star. Don't worry. You can run away from the monk, but you can't hide from the temple. Unless they stay on Earth and never come back, landing on the island will be their death day. Once we conquer this floating island and control all its resources, our strength will only grow stronger, while they will become weaker and weaker in comparison to us after losing the floating island. They'll still be finished then. That makes sense. At this moment, tens of millions of kingdom professionals are filled with passion. They couldn't wait to get to the battlefield. At the same time, on the outskirts of Zone 3, from all directions, countless figures appeared, like a vast ocean stretching to the horizon. They also formed large-scale legions. There are local forces as well as wild monsters. It includes a large number of foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi. Before Lin Yu's army arrived, the local forces, wild monsters, and foreign professionals were enemies of each other, and everyone wanted to kill the other. But now, under the command of the rules of the floating island in another world, they have chosen to unite. In order to deal with this war and drive out the evil otherworldly invaders, all the forces from various regions have gathered here. It's no exaggeration to call it a world war. Chapter 457: The Intimidating Power of the Angelic Army. Compare the total size of the army. The floating island faction from another world has the upper hand. The alien army gathered around the 3 districts alone numbered in the hundreds of millions. Because wild monsters have also joined the battle. Looking at almost all the floating island worlds, the most numerous creatures are wild monsters. In comparison, the scale of native intelligent races is relatively small. As for professionals, there are even fewer. It is precisely because of the participation of wild monsters that the floating island faction of the other world was able to assemble an army of hundreds of millions in a short period of time. Those who command the wild monster army are magical beasts that have reached the level of transcendent, saint, or even demigod. Most importantly, this army of hundreds of millions is not the entirety of the power of the floating island in the other world. Due to the short time frame and long distances involved, even more new forces are on their way to the 3rd district. It can be said to be inexhaustible. Without the army of angels, even if Lin Yu had already ruled his floating island world and mobilized all the professionals, it would be difficult to conquer this world. It's not about whether it can be done or not. Heavy casualties are certain. After all, the spirit of the rules of this otherworldly floating island has gone mad. He ordered the entire world to fight against Lin Yu's army. A world war is not an easy one to fight. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Lin Yu dispatched an army of 20 million angels and more than 50 angel cities to deliver a fatal blow to the beings of this world and the rules of that world. Conquering the floating islands of another world doesn't require fighting your way through area by area, as was the case in the original floating island world. The world war can be settled in one fell swoop. In order to win a war, the morale of the army is crucial. With high morale, the Legion will fight desperately. Only then can they unleash even greater combat power. For example, Lin Yu's army, and even the kingdom's professional army, were all in high spirits and had an off-the-charts morale. In contrast, the army of the floating island in another world. Despite their larger scale, their morale was pitifully low. They had barely reached the outskirts of the 3rd district when they were awestruck by the vast army of angels, which stretched like an ocean. Especially those cities of angels suspended high in the sky. It dealt them a huge blow. Some intelligent races turned around and tried to flee for their lives. By God, they really are the legendary angels. Even weapons of war like the City of Angels have appeared. The fighting power of this angelic army is even greater than that of the void demons who invaded our world back then. That's the City of Angels. The Angels' War Fortress, which is renowned throughout the universe, possesses terrifyingly powerful war capabilities. It is said that even immortal gods would find it difficult to withstand. How could we possibly destroy it? Should we just leave? We want to retreat before the war has even begun. The Supreme God will not forgive us. What should we do then? Faced with the legendary angel race, I feel that even the Supreme God cannot protect us. No, it should be that it is also in dire straits. Otherwise, it would not have gathered the power of the entire world to fight against this angel army. Let's fight first and talk later. Don't rush in too quickly after the war starts. Let the other races go to their deaths first. That makes sense. The various native races of this other world were discussing it in private. They were all terrified by the fully armed legions of angels. They tacitly agreed to stay in the rear after the war began, letting the legions of other races fight the angel army. To put it simply, it's about sacrificing your fellow Taoists to save yourself. If they perish on the battlefield, the Supreme God will not resurrect them. The Supreme God they speak of is the world rule of the floating island in another world. It controls the fate of all living beings in the world, and only it can unite local forces, wild monsters, and foreign professionals to fight against evil. But what the spirits of the other world's rules didn't know was, it can issue commands to all living beings. However, it cannot make all living beings fearless of death. At least the intelligent native races will not listen to it in this regard. Especially when facing the legendary angel race, the native races became even more timid. If it weren't for the rules, they would have fled for their lives long ago. The first to flee were the foreign professionals. Before they gathered, they were full of ambition and all wanted to kill the angels and get their equipment. Some foreign professionals who consider themselves powerful desire the ultimate reward bestowed upon them by the laws of the world, so that they may become powerful demigods who wield the power of those laws. When they arrived, they discovered that the angelic army was far larger than they had imagined. Among them are a large number of demigod-level powerhouses. In addition, there are millions of top-tier units, including an unbelievable number of nature elves, naga, and mountain giants. Normally, you can't see any of them. Now, however, they've seen millions at once. Such a war is simply impossible to win. The difference in their social standing was enough to make them slaughtered like cannon fodder. Based on this understanding, some foreign professionals with full energy bars immediately chose to log off and escape back to Earth to observe the final outcome of the war. However, such foreign professionals are ultimately only a minority, because the vast majority of foreign professionals have not yet reached their full energy bar. I can't go back even if I want to. They could only wait for the war to begin, filled with regret and anxiety. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a deep horn sounded from the void and quickly resounded throughout the entire world. Almost simultaneously, the war began. Hundreds of millions of otherworldly monsters charged towards the angel army's camp. Their low intelligence makes them fearless at this moment. On the contrary, the magical beasts that commanded them had already prepared to flee for their lives. Chapter 458. What you said makes so much sense, my dear. The three-zone defense line formation. The 12-winged seraphim Mia stood on the city wall of a medium-sized angel city, commanding the millions of angels behind her. She held a scepter that appeared to be made of white jade. The 12 angel wings behind him all radiated dazzling light. She waved her scepter, unleashing countless rays of holy light upon the surging army of otherworldly monsters from afar. In an instant, all the holy light transformed into countless dazzling holy swords. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The holy sword pierced through space. It fell to the earth like a torrential rain. Immediately, dense small mushroom clouds appeared on the ground. It was like being indiscriminately bombarded by cluster missiles. With just one move, millions of wild monsters were instantly killed. At the same time, the evil power within the corpse was completely purified. This scene instantly shocked the native intelligent races gathered behind the monster army in the wild, as well as the foreign professionals. Especially foreign professionals, such as those working in small towns and countries. The strongest among them was only a high-level professional. None of them had even reached the king level. Where have I ever seen such a breathtaking scene? Baka, that 12-winged angel is incredibly powerful. I'm certain she's the commander of the angel army. Killing her will grant us the ultimate reward given by the rules of the floating island world. Upon hearing these words, the foreign professionals nearby immediately rolled their eyes. With combat power at this level, killing them would be a piece of cake. What's the point of talking about rewards? They're lucky to have survived this war. In fact, upon seeing the angel army's formation and those terrifying auras, they already felt as if they had been tricked by the rules of the world. They say there are only 1 or 2 million angels. That's a complete scam. According to their rough statistics, the total size of the angelic army gathered in the 3 districts has reached more than 20 million, and there are also millions of top-tier troops. Among them, there are countless angels of the king, extraordinary, and saint levels, as well as top-tier troops. In addition, there are a large number of demigod-level powerhouses. The 12-winged angels in the angelic army were all terrifying peak demigods, standing at the top of the mortal world. Leaving aside the other legions, those 12-winged angels and demigod-level powerhouses in the army alone would be enough to wipe them out in blood. This is not an exaggeration, but the truth. An angelic legion of 20 million means that there are at least 40 12-winged angels at the peak of the demigod level. Just think how terrifying that is. In addition, there are other powerful demigods such as the Lich King, the Elf Queen, the Naga Queen, the Mountain Giant King, the Big Lowly Sting, the Immortal Flower Bower, and the Holy Light Elemental Elf Lilith. Among them, there are quite a few who possess divine artifacts. For example, Lilith, the Lich King, the Templar Dragon, and so on. With such a lineup, wouldn't it be easy to wipe out the army on the floating islands of another world? To put it bluntly, even if the world's rule spirit of this floating island were to break the rules and personally appear to join the battle, they would still be beaten to a pulp by them. So what should we do now, Sumida? Our energy bar isn't full, so we can't escape back to Earth. We can only try to survive this war. Let the legions of those native races go to the front lines to die, while we fight and retreat. What you said makes so much sense, my dear. Just as countless ordinary people and little sticks were discussing it. The angelic army has also launched its attack. Mia, the 12-winged seraphim who commanded the angelic army, issued the order for the entire army to attack. She held a white, jade-like scepter, pointing it directly at the surging army of wild monsters. A bunch of lowly, rude creatures, not worthy of pity. Purify them with holy light. As soon as the words were spoken, the angel army and the kingdom's top-tier troops launched a full-scale attack. At the same time, a dense roaring sound rang out. That was the deafening roar of magic cannons from the city of angels. As countless beams of energy tore through space, even more and more spectacular mushroom clouds appeared within the ranks of the wild monster army. The earth was trembling. The continuous mountain ranges were also breached. As for the army of wild monsters, they suffered heavy losses. Countless wild monsters were torn to pieces on the spot. High in the sky, a large number of birds and wild monsters were also blasted to death, their shattered corpses falling to the ground like raindrops. In an instant, the sky and the earth were dyed red. The whole world was filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood. However, this was only the prelude to the start of the war. While the first round of bombardment was underway in the City of Angels, the Angel Army and the top-tier troop army followed closely behind and stormed into the camp of the Wild Monster Army. Visible to the naked eye, the monsters in the wild were falling in droves. The Angelic Army at the forefront was completely unstoppable. Powerful angelic combat skills and divine magic sweep away everything. Wherever they went, the ground was littered with the corpses of monsters. The kingdom's top-tier troops following behind, if they were even a little slow, wouldn't even be able to snatch the monsters. Our Lord's angelic legions are insane. High in the sky, the elf Queen Bernina and others were deeply shocked. They had seen battle scenes of the angelic legions before, but they had never seen so many angels charging together on the battlefield. The scene was both beautiful and violent, and it was incredibly shocking. At that very moment, they were enveloped in a dazzling holy light. The Legion commander has given the order: eliminate the enemy's strongest members and commanders. As soon as the voice faded, Elf Queen Bernina and the demigods and saints of the angel army vanished from their spots. This is a teleportation spell from the Archangel. They were directly teleported to the central camp of the otherworldly army, straight to the heart of the enemy. Chapter 459, directly aiming at the central army. Due to the sheer size of the monster army in the wild, the central command of the native races of the otherworld was set up dozens of kilometers away from the front lines. They believe this is also a safe distance. If the monster army in the wild fails to achieve anything or is defeated too quickly, they can also retreat in time. Even if those angels had wings, it wouldn't be easy for them to catch up with them over such a long distance. Inside the central army camp, it brings together most of the high-ranking members and powerful individuals of the local race. They commanded the home army on the battlefield. At this very moment, they are closely monitoring the battle situation dozens of kilometers away. Before engaging the angelic army in battle, they needed to have a clearer understanding of just how powerful the angelic army was, which would help them issue orders more quickly and accurately. That 12-winged angel is too powerful. A single move wipes out over 1 million wild monsters, far surpassing the power of forbidden spells. Looking across our entire world, it's almost impossible to find a peak demigod who can compare to her. What's most terrifying is that there are dozens of 12-winged angels like these within the angelic army. Faced with such an enemy, we have almost no hope of victory. No matter how strong a 12-winged angel is, it is still an individual. The greatest threat to us still comes from those cities of angels. Their destructive power far exceeds that of those 12-winged angels. A single barrage of artillery fire annihilated countless wild monsters. Even the void demons who invaded our world back then weren't this monstrous. That is indeed true. The floating island world is not only the mortal world, but also incomplete. The void demons of that time didn't take the floating island world seriously at all. The invaders were all small groups of troops. They are the weakest demons, a ragtag army. They were able to repel the demons simply because the demon army wasn't strong enough. Under normal circumstances, if the angels wanted to conquer the floating island world, they wouldn't launch a large-scale invasion, much less send so many angel cities over. There will only be one or two at most. But this is an abnormal situation. The one who wants to conquer this floating island world is the Holy Light Lord of the angel race. Moreover, this is still the early stage of the Lord of Holy Light's rise to power. At his command, dozens of angel cities, along with an army of 20 million angels, were mobilized. Their overall war power is many times greater than that of the Void Demon Legion that invaded this world back then. This would naturally cause panic among the world's native intelligent races. If the angelic army were roughly as strong as the Void Demon Legion of yesteryear, they might still have some confidence in their victory. But the angelic army invading this world is far stronger than they can handle. If it weren't for the world's rules, they would have run away long ago. Even if you really can't escape, you can just surrender on the spot. Angels are not demons. They won't be completely wiped out. It is worth mentioning that this floating island world has no native humans, nor any native races that believe in the holy light. Otherwise, the local forces would have already started fighting amongst themselves. Just like the Church of Light in the original floating island world. Secretary An's appearance immediately caused the Holy Light Church to defect to the Heavenly Kingdom and declare war on the Kingdom of Kilias, which had no faith in the Holy Light. This is the unity of the Holy Light faction. The army of monsters in the wild won't last long. Faced with the army of angels, they are like cannon fodder on the battlefield, all sacrificing their lives and their very essence. The monster army in the wild will be wiped out in 4 hours at most. When that time comes, we will be the ones facing the army of angels. We must prepare as soon as possible. While the leaders and powerful figures of these native races were discussing the matter, thousands of meters away in the sky, portals radiating dazzling light suddenly appeared. There are at least 1,000 portals. They were scattered around the central army camp, surrounding them. What is that? How could so many gates of light appear in the sky? Although we don't know its purpose, we can be certain that this is the work of those angels. As a legendary mythical race, the angels possess countless powerful combat techniques and divine arts. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone be on your guard. Be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. A demigod's deep, resounding shout immediately drew the attention of the local powerhouses present. He had barely finished speaking. Those dazzling doors slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, terrifying figures flew out from those portals. Leading the group were 12 winged angels at the peak of the demigod level, followed by a large number of angelic demigods, alien demigods, and a dense array of saint-level and extraordinary powerhouses. The total number is as high as hundreds of thousands. This scene completely stunned the local powerhouses present. They were just saying that the central command camp was dozens of kilometers away from the front line, which was a very safe distance. As a result, the powerful members of the angel race have now been teleported here en masse. And they surrounded them completely. This is clearly an attempt to wipe them out completely, leaving them no chance to escape. Chapter 460 Lilith's Divine Artifact. There were also quite a few strong local fighters present. There are at least 100,000 or more. After all, they came from various regions. They belong to various races. There are even a large number of magical beasts among them. In the past, such a scene would have been rarely seen. Even if a world-class event were held, it would be difficult to find so many powerful individuals from various races. Only the spirit of the world's rules has such appeal, especially when the world is under invasion. However, even so, they had no confidence in defeating the enemy that appeared before them. That's a force of hundreds of thousands of powerful individuals. At the very least, they are all at the extraordinary level, and even then, they only constitute a small portion of the total. The vast majority of them are saint-level beings who possess domain power. There are very few super-strong individuals at the demigod level, but there are still more than 200 of them. What's most terrifying is that many of them are demigods at their peak, standing at the very top of the mortal world. Damn it, we're surrounded. That must be the legendary portal to space, capable of teleporting enemies from extremely distant places. I sensed many terrifying auras among the enemy troops. Faced with that aura, even I, a demigod, appear incredibly weak. I can sense that there are people in the enemy camp who possess divine artifacts, and more than one. A divine artifact. How is this possible? Some local strongmen exclaimed in surprise. Divine artifacts are the exclusive equipment of immortal gods. Even a master blacksmith would find it difficult to forge. Compared to other floating island worlds, their floating island is not very large, and the number of intelligent races is also small. The civilization strength was relatively weak. Therefore, there are no god-level blacksmiths in this world, and not even a single divine artifact. The most powerful equipment is only a top-tier, semi-divine artifact. For them, divine artifacts existed only in legends. However, they now discovered that the enemy not only surpassed them in size and overall strength, but also possessed divine artifacts, and not just one. This made them even more desperate. We've been tricked by the spirit of rules. How could we possibly defeat such a terrifying enemy? Run for your lives. No sooner had these words been spoken than a local expert skilled in escape techniques vanished from the spot. Now, powerful enemies can be found on all sides. The area has been surrounded. However, they were still unwilling to give up and wanted to escape. After all, staying where they were meant to die. Choosing to flee before the war begins might offer a glimmer of hope. However, what happened next completely cut off their escape route, and also made the other local strongmen lose the idea of fleeing. It's Mia, the 12-winged seraph. She took matters into her own hands. As a high-ranking angel of the command type, Mia's ability is to guard the battlefield and lead the war. She waved her scepter, releasing a dazzling holy light. In an instant, a huge barrier appeared out of thin air. It directly covers and seals off an area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. This is the enhanced version of the divine spell, War Shackles. With Mia's status as a 12-winged seraph, coupled with the power unleashed at the peak of demigod level, only a true god could possibly destroy this barrier. In the mundane world of floating islands, Mia's barrier can be described as indestructible. Even a demigod wielding a divine artifact would find it virtually impossible to break through. In other words, the more than 100,000 local race leaders and powerful individuals present were caught in a trap by the 12-winged seraph Mia. There's no way you can escape by running. Surrender might offer a way out. A person's future is something they can choose for themselves. A beautiful figure slowly walked out. She has an exquisite face and a stunning figure. She was wearing a snow-white magical long dress. His whole body was filled with holy light, pure and flawless. It was Lilith, the holy light elemental spirit. She stood high in the sky, looking down at the local strongmen below, and said, "The choice of your destiny is up to you. But only by believing in our Lord and embracing the holy light will you have a chance to live. This is also the only way for you to achieve self-redemption." As soon as the words were spoken, a massive figure soared into the sky. His body was over 50 meters tall, and his body was covered with countless stones of all sizes, as if he were pieced together from stones. Compared to the mountain giants, the stones on his body were smoother and flatter. They are also much larger in size. He is from the hill giants, a branch of the giant race. The hill giant roared like thunder at the holy light elemental elf Lilith. "We can surrender, but we will never change our faith. My hill giant race will only worship the great Titan god." The other hill giants present also chimed in. They made no attempt to conceal their contempt for Vaughn, the mountain giant king, and other powerful mountain giants who appeared in the enemy camp. In their view, these mountain giants had abandoned their faith in the Titans. This is a disgrace to the entire family of giants. Even if they come from another world, it doesn't matter. Stubborn heretics who refuse to see the truth. The holy light elemental elf, Lilith, had a slightly cold expression before pulling a golden longsword from the void. As the golden longsword slashed down, immediately, terrifying sword lights swept towards the hill giants. The giants on the hills were clearly prepared, immediately adopting a defensive posture. However, the sword flashed. All the hill giants present fell down. Even some local powerhouses standing nearby were implicated, and all were killed. None of them can withstand it. This golden longsword is one of the divine artifacts that Lin Yu bestowed upon Lilith, the holy light elemental spirit, the holy sword of light. With the power of the divine weapon, slaying mortal beings is a piece of cake. Chapter 461 Charge in, don't let them escape. This terrifying scene immediately stunned the local powerhouses present. They had only heard of these magical artifacts, but had never seen them. Now that I've seen it, I realize just how terrifying the power of this divine weapon truly is. However, some extremely radical local powerhouses roared. "She won't let us go. Attack her together. Kill her. Seize the divine weapon from her." With a roar, he charged straight at the holy light elemental spirit, Lilith. At the same time, more local powerhouses emerged. They are all people who are unwilling to bow their heads to the Lord of Holy Light and become believers in Holy Light because they have their own god of faith. Ignorance and fearlessness. Holy Light elemental spirit Lilith shook her head. Immediately, a cold light flashed across her beautiful face, and she brandished the holy sword of light, charging towards the local powerhouses. Conquer these heretics with war. High above, the 12-winged seraphim Mia also gave the order at that moment. Since the soft approach isn't working, let's try the hard one. For the current Paradise Kingdom, it wouldn't matter if they wiped out all the hundreds of thousands of local powerhouses present. In the past, the Kingdom of Paradise needed to recruit those who surrendered and to bring in the strong. Now it's no longer needed. As for the faith power that these local strongmen can provide, it is nothing compared to the hundreds of millions of believers in the Paradise Kingdom today. Most importantly, they will soon be heading to the battlefield of Myriad Realms. Once they enter the battlefield of Myriad Realms, the collective descent of their angelic race will not be far off. By that time, their Lord of Light will directly receive the faith power of trillions of angels. In comparison, what do the beliefs of these native creatures matter? They persuaded the enemy to surrender before the war even started. They were simply following standard war procedures. Since they were unwilling to surrender, they would not waste any more time. With the command given by the 12-winged seraphim Mia, the hundreds of thousands of powerful warriors from the Paradise Kingdom who had gathered around them all charged towards the native creatures, unleashing a torrent of combat skills, secret techniques, and divine arts. In an instant, countless screams rang out. Those were screams of agony from the powerful members of the native race. The moment the two powerful armies clashed, the local forces suffered heavy losses. Thousands of local powerhouses were instantly killed. Some people, seeing the situation was turning against them, wanted to surrender, but before they could even utter a word, they were already dead. Compared to fallen angels, holy angels use gentler methods. However, once war breaks out, even holy angels can turn into ruthless killing machines. Although the 20 million angels who came to this world were all newly born angels conceived from the angel rebirth pool, they were summoned to the floating island world by Linyu. However, they were born with the fighting genes of the angel race and the inheritance of various combat skills and divine arts. They are natural-born fighters. Not only does he possess perfect combat experience, but he also shows no mercy in killing enemies. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of numerous local powerhouses. Even among the angels, powerful figures have fallen. But before those local powerhouses could even rejoice, those they had killed were immediately reborn perfectly under the resurrection spell of the Angel of Love. This left the local powerhouses dumbfounded and even more desperate. The enemy force is large in scale and strong in strength. After finally managing to kill some of them, they were resurrected by some divine magic. How the hell do we fight this? The front lines of the battlefield. The angelic army was also unstoppable. The enemy's army of wild monsters was constantly collapsing. Countless corpses of wild monsters lay on the battlefield. It has to be said that after this war ends, Linyu will definitely be able to harvest more than 10 billion units of beast meat at once. Add to that other resources and spoils, and he'll be rolling in it. Under the influence of the angelic army, the kingdom's top-tier military legions following behind also grew increasingly fierce in battle. They repelled the hordes of wild monsters time and time again. My hands cramped from all the fighting. I don't know how much time has passed. At the rear of the battlefield, a large number of kingdom professionals suddenly shouted excitedly, "Brothers, the monster army's lines have broken. Further ahead lies the native army of this other world. Charge." I saw the massive army of the little devils and the little sticks. Charge. Don't let them escape. Kill them. The time has come to bring glory to our ancestors. Sound the war horn and wash away their sins with the blood of ordinary people. Kill them. Countless kingdom warriors roared. They were all as energetic as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Many kingdom professionals were charging forward recklessly, some running incredibly fast, even reaching the front of the top-tier troop legions, howling as they charged towards the foreign professionals' army. Baka, they are those professionals from the Xia kingdom. Why are there so many of them? Damn it, even our incompetent native race can't hold them off. We have to retreat. Wait for me, Korean. When they saw the annihilation of the monster army in the wild and the collapse of the local race's legion in one blow, the foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi were terrified. They knew that the angelic army was very powerful. I didn't expect it to be so strong. In such a short time, their assembled allied forces were decimated. That's absolutely terrifying. Without hesitation, all the foreign professionals made the same move at the same time, a full retreat. However, this is just wishful thinking on their part, because the angels had already taken action in advance, sealing off their escape route with a barrier. Those local powerhouses can't escape, and neither can they. You little brats, Don't even think about escaping. Your grandfather is here." A roar was heard, and a massive figure charged in. It was a slender young man riding on the back of a wild boar king that was over 20 meters long, followed by a dense swarm of wild boar monsters, all clad in armor. The entire wild boar army charged into the foreign professionals' camp like a bulldozer. Many foreign professionals, including young men and women, were killed on the spot. Chapter 462 War, in itself, has no right or wrong. The skinny young man riding on the back of the wild boar king was named Wei Sheng. Coincidentally, he was Lin Yu's classmate on Blue Star. Before coming to the floating island, his dream was to become a lord professional, then open a pig farm and become the big boss of the pig farm. Now his dream has come true. He not only became a lord, but also successfully raised an elite wild boar army. It has to be said, he was very lucky. Shortly after arriving on the floating island, he obtained a blueprint for a troop building called Spiky Boar while hunting wild monsters. Spiked Boar is one of the more powerful low-tier units. The downsides are low intelligence, weak fighting ability, and a large appetite. The advantages are that they have low IQs and are easy to train. After he used multiple troop evolution blueprints to train an elite-level Spiky Boar into a pig king and then kept it as a pet, the summoned Spiky Boars became even more obedient to him. Basically, they can hit anywhere they're pointed at, and they're fearless and ruthless. They are even more obedient and docile than the troops exclusive to his territory. Now, he has even given up recruiting territory-specific troops and is using all the gold he earns to summon spiked boars. In a short period of time, he had already amassed an army of tens of thousands of spiky pigs. The size of the pig herd far exceeds that of Xia Qingyue's Frost Dragon Legion. Admittedly, compared to the Frost Dragon Legion, his spiked boar army was trash. A single breath of dragon fire could burn countless of them. However, on the battlefield of foreign professionals, this army of spiky pigs is formidable. One could see plump, strong pigs covered in sharp, spiky feathers rampaging across the battlefield. With the powerful impact and the flying spikes, countless foreign professionals, including Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, were instantly killed by the impact or the spikes. That scene was absolutely amazing. This left the kingdom's professionals who were surging in from behind completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! As expected of the infamous King Wei Pig, awesome crass. The Pig King is mighty. Brothers, don't fall behind. Charge with the Pig King's army. A dense mass of kingdom warriors charged forward, following behind the army of spiky boars. In the blink of an eye, they tore through the ranks of the foreign professionals and charged in, slaughtering everyone in sight. In terms of both overall strength and average level, the kingdom professionals under Lin Yu's command are superior to foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi. After all, any kingdom professionals who dare to be teleported to a floating island in another world must have some guts. Those who lacked confidence all stayed on the original floating island and quietly developed. In contrast, the quality of professionals from other countries varies greatly. Among them, there are those of high rank and those of very low rank. In terms of equipment, they are far inferior to the kingdom's professionals under Lin Yu's command. Regardless of which floating island world you're in, the drop rate for equipment is very low. On this floating island in another world, there are no abnormally powerful lord-level professionals like Lin Yu who sell millions of pieces of equipment a day. By selling a large amount of equipment, Lin Yu not only amassed a huge amount of gold coins, but also enhanced the combat power of countless professionals on the island. Combat power has increased. They can kill monsters faster and level up more quickly. Lin Yu is rolling a big snowball. With Lin Yu's help, the professionals are also making their own small snowballs. It can be said that both sides benefited. It is precisely because of these factors that the kingdom's professionals under Lin Yu's command are stronger than the foreign professionals, such as the Little Days and Little Sticks on the battlefield. The two sides' fighting capabilities were like a regular army fighting a militia. The difference is enormous. Not to mention, the morale of the two armies was not on the same level. The army of kingdom's professionals was overwhelming and unstoppable. The foreign professional army suffered a complete rout, wishing they had more legs to escape even faster. Of course, the foreign professional army was no match for the kingdom's professional army. Looking down from high above, it is clear that the mountains and fields are filled with foreign professionals who are desperately trying to escape. Behind them, the kingdom's professionals, as vast as the ocean, were in pursuit. Every time they come into contact, hordes of foreign professionals fall on the battlefield. The kingdom's professionals have gone berserk. Even if some foreign professionals couldn't escape and wanted to surrender, they were not spared. Because this is a real war. It's either you die or I die. From another perspective, If foreign professionals gain the upper hand, they will also show no mercy. Before they arrived, the foreign professionals collectively declared that they would eliminate all the Xia Kingdom professionals in order to suppress Xia Kingdom's extraordinary power on Blue Star and weaken Xia Kingdom's influence over neighboring countries and the world at large. There is no right or wrong in war, but only the victors can write history. Kill. The battle was fierce, even high in the sky. There were countless flying units engaged in battle. This floating island world also has Lord-class professionals. Both sides' flying units are attacking the other's camp. Among them, the most eye-catching are the enormous frost dragons, which are Xia Qingyue's dragon army, totaling more than 20,000. More than 20,000 frost dragons were enough to intimidate the entire area. Led by the frost dragon army, the flying units of other races also grew stronger with each battle. The flying unit legion of foreign professionals was forced to retreat continuously. Countless corpses fell like raindrops onto the battlefield. Chapter 463 Fratricide? This should have been a fierce and brutal national war. At least that's how the professionals under Lin Yu's command felt. Before the war began, they thought that those foreign professionals, such as the Little People and Little Sticks, could fight them for 300 rounds, with both sides evenly matched and locked in a fierce battle. Therefore, many kingdom professionals are even mentally prepared to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. As a result, after the actual outbreak of war, they then realized that they had overestimated the combat capabilities of foreign professionals. Before the two armies even made contact, the ranks of foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi collapsed, and countless foreign professionals desperately fled. The imagined, intense national war scenes did not materialize. It was simply a matter of one side fleeing and the other side chasing. Those who were running were exhausted, and those who were chasing them were just as exhausted. A slightly more intense battle might be a war between high-altitude Air Force units. Many foreign lords and professionals dispatched their flying unit legions to intercept Xia Qingyue and her group's large army. Countless flying units engaged in a massive battle in the high sky. However, the foreign professionals' flying unit legion did not last long. They held out for less than an hour before their troop formations collapsed, with countless flying units scattering and fleeing, forcing the kingdom's lords to send their own troop formations to hunt them down. Compared to chasing on the ground, chasing in the air is more tiring. Even for Xia Qingyue's Frost Dragon army, chasing down and annihilating the enemy's flying unit legion is not an easy task, since there is too much room for escape. It doesn't matter, because the entire battlefield has been sealed off by the archangels and principal archangels using the divine magic, war shackles. Whether in the air or on the ground, the enemy cannot truly escape. They've become trapped beasts. Similar scenes of war have appeared in other regions. Originally, the allied forces of the floating islands of the other world surrounded the 3 districts where the angel army was located from all directions. Now, the angelic army has taken the lead. Not only did they defeat the local forces' armies on various battlefields, but they also used various sealing spells to cut off all escape routes for the alien alliance. This formed a larger counter-encirclement. This is thanks to the teleportation spell, Gate of Holy Light. The archangels and primals, who possess the ability to seal off battlefields, were teleported to the rear of the otherworldly alliance, launching a direct counter-interception. Looking at the entire war zone, the total number of coalition forces that were blocked and intercepted reached over 500 million. More than half of the enemies are wild monsters. The size of the native race's army is around 200 million. The number of foreign professionals, including those working as Little People and Little Sticks, is the smallest, at approximately 13 million. The total number of foreign professionals in this world is approximately 17 million. The remaining 4 million foreign professionals were mostly unable to gather on the battlefield immediately due to the long distances involved. At this moment, those foreign professionals had only one feeling: relief. Through the messages sent by the participants in the island's chat channel, they learned about the situation of the war and the plight of their compatriots. My first reaction was to be thankful that I have short legs. Otherwise, they would be being hunted down by Xia Kingdom professionals right now. Those Xia people are too powerful. We are no match for them. They have an army of angels guarding the battlefield, their morale is high, and coupled with their high level, almost everyone has 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. It's normal that we can't defeat them. Baka, they're all from the same group of professionals. How come their development speed is so fast? Someone must have cheated on that floating island. This person must be the ruler of the heavenly kingdom. It said his name is Lin Yu, and all the Xia Kingdom professionals on the battlefield, even the angelic army, are loyal to him. He was the mastermind behind this invasion. Damn it, He absolutely cannot be let off. He must be held responsible for this war. My energy bar is full, and I can return to Earth at any time. Once back, I will immediately contact the higher-ups in our Sakura Kingdom to put pressure on Xia Kingdom, forcing Lin Yu to end this war voluntarily. He's disrupting the peace of the Earth. This is a difficult matter. It's said that Lin Yu is close to becoming an immortal god. Whether he'll even listen to the higher-ups of the Xia Kingdom is a question. No matter what, information about Lin Yu must be revealed. Let all the nations of Earth know just how insane and brutal Lin Yu from Xia Kingdom is, and then let the other nations join forces to put pressure on Xia Kingdom. Tell them that if they don't do this, Lin Yu's next target will be their floating island. Wow, I agree with this plan. While professionals from various countries were discussing this issue, a message from the front lines caused an uproar in the chat channel. Because some professionals claimed that their team was attacked by other professional teams while they were on the run. The scariest thing is that they are not isolated cases. During their escape, a large number of professionals killed each other. Many professionals did not die at the hands of the Xia people, but were instead killed by professionals from other countries, or even professionals from their own country. At this moment, the entire escape zone was in chaos. Baka, have they all gone mad? On the battlefield of a national war, they actually started fighting each other. They're not crazy, they're just afraid of dying. I heard the entire battlefield has been sealed off by Lin Yu's angels. They have no way to escape. They're killing each other in an attempt to power up the teleportation mark and escape back to Earth. This news came out. The entire chat channel fell into complete silence. To save your own life, you'd kill your own people? Chapter 464, a war worthy of being recorded in history. On the battlefield, the professional warriors under Lin Yu's command were also dumbfounded. They pursued them relentlessly, killing a large number of foreign professionals. A remarkable record. But soon, they were stunned by what they saw. Ahead of their pursuit, they discovered a large number of corpses of foreign professionals. There are signs of direct combat. There were also fatal wounds from attacks from behind. This puzzled the kingdom's professionals, who assumed that a team was faster than them and had caught up with and wiped out these foreign professionals. After chasing them for a while, they finally saw the truth. Those foreign professionals were not wiped out. They died at the hands of their own compatriots. They witnessed firsthand foreign professionals killing each other. Their methods were incredibly ruthless. These guys are ruthless. They even kill their own people. Otherwise, how could it be called a comfortable life? Those filthy creatures who don't even recognize their own family should be completely wiped out. Quickly record this with the photo stone. Such a scene is rare. When we get back to Earth, we'll post it all on the professional forum and let the world see the true colors of these petty people. That makes sense. Scenes of foreign professionals killing each other are not uncommon. It has occurred in battlefields in various regions. Those foreign professionals, such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, knowing they had no hope of escaping, turned their attention to their companions. Professionals who kill other professionals will also receive the reward of primal energy and will be able to charge their teleportation mark. This was the only way they could escape the battlefield. Especially after such incidents are exposed in the island's chat channels, the number of foreign professionals killing each other increases. They couldn't defeat the kingdom's professionals under Lin Yu's command. But dealing with our own people is perfectly fine. Some foreign professionals believe that it would be better for their comrades to be killed by the Xia Kingdom professionals than to die at their hands, as this would give them a chance to survive. It was under such a thought that a massive melee erupted. Those foreign professionals who did not participate in the battle were also living in fear. The enemy comes from within. They were terrified that they might be ambushed and have their throats slit by their own people if they weren't careful. In an instant, an even greater sense of despair spread through the hearts of countless foreign professionals. Whether it was the relentless pursuit of the Xia Kingdom's professional army or the constant threat of their own people, both subjected them to the most brutal mental torment. Some foreign professionals who suffered mental breakdowns even chose to commit suicide on the spot. Of course, such people are ultimately only a minority. Many foreign professionals are either on the run or fiercely fighting with their own people. They were still fighting each other until Lin Yu's army of professional warriors caught up with them. To survive, they were all bloodthirsty. The battle continued into the night. The army of hundreds of millions of wild monsters was first wiped out by the Angel Army and the kingdom's troops. Next came the army of the native races of the floating island. Some died, some surrendered. The angels of the Holy Order are indeed very merciful. When faced with surrendered native intelligent races, they selectively use faith magic to purify their souls, turning them into followers of the Lord of Holy Light. As for the diehards who refused to surrender, their fate was naturally to be completely purged. The powerful local forces were also wiped out. The vast majority of the hundreds of thousands of local powerhouses fell on the battlefield, becoming the source energy for the angels to level up. Only a lucky few survived, and they embraced the holy light. Finally, there are foreign professionals. The angelic army and the kingdom's troop army did not participate in the extermination of the foreign professionals, but instead left the war to the kingdom's professionals. Relatively speaking, the kingdom's professionals are still too weak. They need to grow stronger through war. Otherwise, if you go to the battlefield of myriad realms in the future, you will also be doomed. Those foreign professionals are perfect for training the kingdom's professionals. The kind and holy angels took good care of their own people, sending many angels of love to fight alongside the kingdom's army of professional warriors. The mission of the Angel of Love is to resurrect those kingdom professionals who unfortunately perished in battle. This action also made the kingdom's professionals even more courageous. After all, even the dead can be resurrected. What are they afraid of? Looking down from high above, centered on the 3rd district, the area within a radius of hundreds of miles was a bloody battlefield. More than 10 million kingdom professionals are scattered throughout this region, along with a vast army of soldiers who relentlessly pursue foreign professionals such as Little Days and Little Stick. They didn't know how long they had been killing, nor how many foreign professionals they had killed. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that the enemy finally seemed to have disappeared from sight. The war is over. It ended with a complete victory for the Kingdom of Paradise. An army of hundreds of millions, composed of monsters from the other world, local races, and foreign professionals, was wiped out, with very few managing to escape. This was a war that would be recorded in the history of Earth, because the number of foreign professionals who died on the battlefield was over 10 million. When information about this war was brought back to Earth by foreign professionals who had luckily escaped, the entire planet was shaken. High-level officials from around the world have fallen silent. Since the arrival of the floating island of myriad realms on Earth, there has never been such a large-scale war. There have been battles between veteran professionals before, but compared to the deaths of more than 10 million professionals from various countries this time, they are simply insignificant. At the same time, Lin Yu's name spread throughout the entire planet Earth. Like a great demon king, it terrified billions of humans on Earth. Chapter 465 Oh God! At this moment, the entire planet Blue Star was in an uproar. The world is in turmoil. The leaders of each country wanted to suppress this war to prevent social disorder from collapsing. But this is completely useless. Because of the help of technological power, the speed of message transmission is too fast. Besides, it's not just a few people spreading the news. Instead, it was spread by more than 100,000 people together. Of these more than 100,000 people, some were refugees from the battlefield, while others were professionals who, although they had not participated in the war, had experienced its beginning and end. They come from various countries, including Japan, South Korea, and others. Upon returning to Earth, they immediately shared all information about the war on professional forums and the internet. With over 100,000 professionals speaking out, who can suppress this incident? Absolutely impossible. Moreover, neighboring countries, including Japan and South Korea, had no intention of suppressing the incident. Instead, they helped spread it internationally. The reason is simple. They were the direct victims of this war. Naturally, they wanted to seek justice, or rather, to make the Xia kingdom pay the price. Lin Yu, the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom, was a native of the Xia kingdom. Those who invaded their floating islands and slaughtered their army of professionals were also professionals from the Xia kingdom. Of course, they wanted to settle accounts with the Xia kingdom behind it. If this justice is not served, the neighboring countries, led by the US and South Korea, will absolutely not let the matter rest. After all, Earth has now entered the extraordinary era. Every professional is a pillar of the nation. Whether we can usher in a new future in this extraordinary new era depends on professionals. But what was the result? They had finally witnessed the large-scale summoning of humans to become professionals by the floating island of myriad realms, and they had hoped that their people could shine brightly on the floating island and become saints or gods. How long has it been? Less than a month. All the professionals in their country were killed. Of course, not all of them were truly killed. There are still millions of professionals on the floating island, number 018439. Those professionals survived because they did not participate in the war immediately. But this doesn't seem to make any sense. Because the goal of the Paradise Kingdom is to conquer their entire floating island world. Those professionals who are lucky enough to survive, if they fail to replenish their energy and escape back to Earth before encountering the army of the Heavenly Kingdom, will ultimately face certain death. Therefore, they are not far from death. This is one of the things that is unacceptable to countries like the Little Days and Little Sticks. More than 10 million professionals have already died on the battlefield. If the remaining millions of professionals also die, or even if the floating islands are captured, what extraordinary future will their country have? They will be eliminated by the extraordinary new era. Its impact, even if it doesn't mean the country will be destroyed, will at least reduce it to the bottom of the extraordinary era. They will have even less say in the international arena in the future. In contrast, the Xia Kingdom, with its tens of millions of professionals and control of 2 floating islands, will become increasingly powerful. By then, it will be even harder for them to turn things around. Therefore, neighboring countries, including Japan and South Korea, are publicizing this war incident and putting pressure on China in various fields. They attempted to use the Xia Kingdom to force the Heavenly Kingdom to end the war voluntarily. They even fantasized that the Xia Kingdom would take action to punish Lin Yu, the instigator of the war. At the same time, major powers in other continents also couldn't sit still, especially the United States. Seeing the Xia Kingdom professionals running rampant on the floating islands, they simply couldn't tolerate it. They immediately stepped forward to lead countries like Japan and South Korea, putting even greater pressure on China. In reality, they don't care at all about the lives of those foreign professionals, such as those from small towns or small countries. They did not want to see the power of professionals in Xia Kingdom continue to grow. Most importantly, they are also worried. What if Lin Yu, the ruler of the Paradise Kingdom, after conquering the number 018439 floating island, leads a large army to attack and occupy their country's floating islands? What will they do then? Judging from the war power that Paradise Kingdom has shown so far, even if their country, the United States, has tens of millions of professionals, they still cannot withstand it. Therefore, it must be resisted and sanctioned. However, the top brass of the United States was soon dumbfounded. Because the invaders of 018439 floating island included not only Xia Kingdom professionals, but also tens of millions of angels, seraphim, dominions, cherubim, thrones. It has everything. When the news spread, the entire United States was thrown into chaos. Countless beautiful Chinese people cheered while holding up signs. Why? Oh God, that's an angel. The creation of God in the hearts of all Western believers. They even believed that the angelic army's conquest of 018439 floating island was God's will. Lin Yu, who can summon angels, is the incarnation of God. To oppose Lin Yu's army of angels is to oppose their God. So when the top leaders of the United States stood up to boycott Paradise on Earth, countless Americans with faith were the first to object. Boycott is absolutely not an option. They won't allow it, because that was blasphemy against their God. Chapter 466, The Mad Westerners. This kind of chaos isn't limited to the United States. It's also happening in many other countries on other continents. Throughout the world of Earth, countless fanatical Western believers have come to regard the Paradise Kingdom, established by Lin Yu, as the real paradise. They even believed it. By joining Lin Yu's Paradise Kingdom, they can gain eternal life. Because their God is there. There's a saying that's very true. Ideas shape the times. Conversely, one could also say that the times shape ideas. Before the arrival of the extraordinary era, the Western believers on Earth were still quite normal. When the floating island of myriad realms descended and brought extraordinary power to Earth, the Western believers gradually became radicalized and fanatical because they believed it was a miracle shown to them by God. They even believe that the people standing behind the floating islands of countless worlds are their gods. Now, the kingdom of paradise has appeared. Tens of millions of divine creations, angels, appeared on the floating island. They became even more convinced and even more fanatical. Regardless of how the leaders of various countries explain it, those angels are not mythical angels in the true sense, but simply soldiers summoned by Lin Yu, a professional from the Xia Kingdom. Even Westerners were unwilling to believe it. For them, it doesn't matter if it's a soldier or not, as long as it's an angel. If there are angels in the world, then there must be a God. Lin Yu, a professional from the Xia Kingdom, is the incarnation of God, because even the angels listen to him. This is a very direct relationship. Western believers will not be fooled by their own country's leaders. They are now only focused on seeing the angelic army descend upon Earth so that they can lead them, the believers, to the holy heavenly kingdom. It was precisely this idea that sustained them. The United States, as well as hundreds of other countries across continents, are in chaos. Countless Western believers are cheering for the arrival of God. The chaos they caused even affected the whole world. This forced many high-ranking officials from various countries who originally wanted to boycott Xia Kingdom and the Paradise Kingdom to to back down, because they were worried about a rebellion by the Western Christians in their own countries. Let me tell you a really scary number. That is, the number of Western believers on the entire planet Earth exceeds 2 billion. Meanwhile, the Xia Kingdom, shrouded in turmoil, remained silent. The higher-ups were also completely bewildered. Everyone felt like they'd been hit in the face with a pie. Because Lin Yu is one of their own. The stronger Lin Yu is, the greater the influence of Xia Kingdom on Blue Star, and the higher the rewards will be. As for putting pressure on Lin Yu to withdraw the army that invaded 018439 Floating Island, as well as the more than 10 million Xia Kingdom professionals. Stop joking. They're overjoyed that something like this happened. The number of floating islands is finite, which means that resources are not inexhaustible. The fact that the Heavenly Kingdom was able to conquer 018439 Floating Island would only bring benefits to the Xia Kingdom, with no drawbacks. Once those tens of millions of professionals return, the extraordinary power of their Xia Kingdom on Blue Star will immediately stand at the pinnacle of the world, which is also the dream of countless Xia Kingdom people. Another problem is, Lin Yu was able to lead more than 10 million Xia Kingdom professionals to attack 018439 Floating Island. What does this tell us? This indicates that he has almost completely ruled over Floating Island, number 014965, becoming its lord and gaining the loyalty of tens of millions of Xia Kingdom professionals. Regardless of why Lin Yu was able to accomplish such an earth-shattering feat in such a short period of time, it's a done deal that he'll become the island's owner. If nothing unexpected happens, the tens of millions of Xia Kingdom professionals on the island will all become citizens of the Paradise Kingdom. In addition, Lin Yu also commands a terrifyingly large army of angels, as well as a top-tier military force. What a terrifying power this is. The current Paradise Kingdom is not something that any country on Earth can restrict. If something goes wrong, Earth might even be invaded by the Paradise Kingdom. Therefore, the Xia Kingdom's top leadership never considered putting pressure on Lin Yu from the very beginning. Cooperation and mutual benefit are the right path. Looking ahead, if Lin Yu can become an immortal god, then the Xia Kingdom can basically crush some of the nations on Earth. Immediately after receiving the message, the first thing Xiagua did was to investigate Lin Yu's true identity. They need to find out exactly which city and place Lin Yu is from. What were their specific identity details before heading to the floating island? Only with clear information can Xia Kingdom better prepare for future close contact with Lin Yu and the Paradise Kingdom. There is another problem that the Xia Kingdom's top leadership has never been able to figure out. That's why none of the tens of millions of professionals in their Xia Kingdom have returned to Earth yet. Before this war began, professionals from various countries have already returned and reported information about the floating islands they were on. None of the professionals from their Xia Kingdom returned. They were initially speculating whether there was something wrong with the floating island number 014965, and were very worried. Now we know the current situation of the professionals in Xia Kingdom. They were initially relieved, but their doubts deepened. However, in any case, things are generally moving in a positive direction. That's enough. When a high-ranking official from Xia Kingdom learned that the army of foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi had been defeated on the battlefield, he secretly thought, "Well done, lads." Chapter 467, The Shocked Instructor Su. Lin Yu. Inside a brightly lit office, a slender, beautiful woman was staring blankly at the computer screen in front of her. The screen displayed the Blue Star Professionals Forum. With the outbreak of the war incident, the professional forum also became a buzz. Keywords such as Lin Yu, Paradise Kingdom, Army of Angels, and more than 10 million foreign professionals were slaughtered, were being discussed wildly by professionals. And she is none other than Su Yi, the class advisor of Class 7 at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. When I saw the name Lin Yu, Instructor Su couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes were wide open, because among her students, there was also one named Lin Yu. The most important thing is, Lin Yu was also one of the students from Class 7 of the university who were summoned to the floating island of Myriad Realms to become professionals. Could it be such a coincidence? Instructor Su took a deep breath. The chest area has an exaggeratedly prominent bulge. Despite being extremely nervous, she didn't immediately assume that the ruler of the Paradise Kingdom was her student, Lin Yu. After all, tens of millions of Xia people were summoned to the floating island this time. It's not impossible for people to have the same name. She kept collecting information about Lin Yu on professional forums. But the result was not satisfactory. Because the relevant information was mostly revealed by foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi who escaped from the floating island. They knew very little about Lin Yu and the Paradise Kingdom. No one has ever actually seen what Lin Yu looks like. because Lin Yu did not appear on 018439 Floating Island. Throughout the entire war, the Angel Army under Lin Yu's command was the main force, with the cooperation of the professional army of Xia Kingdom. Lin Yu did not personally take command at all. I browsed the forum for a while. Su Yi didn't find what she was looking for either. She did, however, fully experience just how formidable the war power of the Paradise Kingdom was. What about the 12-winged seraph, who can instantly kill millions of wild monsters? The City of Angels, where a single artillery barrage wiped out millions of enemy soldiers. An overwhelming battle that annihilated hundreds of thousands of local powerhouses. A war that killed hundreds of millions of coalition soldiers. And so on. One image after another flashed through Su Yi's mind. Just reading the text made her feel excited. This is the real extraordinary war. Compared to the battles she had participated in before, those were just minor skirmishes and not worth mentioning. It hasn't even been a month. Su Yi looked shocked. Although she couldn't be sure whether Lin Yu was actually her student, that didn't stop her from being amazed by Lin Yu's rapid growth. As one of the first veteran professionals to enter the floating island of Myriad Realms, she spent a full year developing her skills, and her current level is only at the late king level. In fact, she had already reached this level several months ago. They were stuck in the same place, unable to break through. This was because her squad was wiped out in a battle. She was the only one left alive. With the team gone, she naturally couldn't kill an enemy at the extraordinary level on her own. For a combat professional to break through to the king level and advance to the extraordinary level, they need to kill 3 extraordinary enemies. How can an elementalist with extremely weak self-defense capabilities kill enemies of a higher level? The difference between the extraordinary and the king level can be more than tenfold. Seeing no hope of a breakthrough, she could only return to Blue Star from time to time, working as a class teacher at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy while seeking other assistance. Seeing Lin Yu's rapid growth now, she was naturally shocked and envious. She had reason to be suspicious. Lin Yu is now a demigod. After all, he had so many demigod-level powerhouses under his command. And it's not just angels, but also mountain giants, nature elves, and other native races of the floating islands conquered by the Paradise Kingdom, with a large number of demigods. The people under his command are so capable. As the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom, Lin Yu's rank couldn't be too low. If she hadn't known that the floating island was an incomplete world, unable to support the appearance of a true god, she would have suspected that Lin Yu had already become a true god. Otherwise, how could he have opened up a battlefield in another world? Just as Su Yi was lost in thought, several figures in armor walked into the office. The leader was a middle-aged man whose aura had reached an extraordinary level. With a smile, he said to Su Yi, "Teacher Su, we would like to ask you about a student named Lin Yu in your class 7. Would it be convenient for you?" Upon seeing these figures, Su Yi's expression immediately turned solemn. She knew that a special department of the government had arrived. That's incredibly fast, Su Yi thought to herself, then nodded. 1 hour later, seeing that the middle-aged man had no further questions, Su Yi took the initiative to ask, "Captain Chun, can you confirm that Lin Yu is indeed a student of our academy?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man surnamed Chun shook his head. While putting away the collected information, he said, "It's impossible to be sure yet. We can only say there's a probability." That's pure nonsense. Su Yi rolled her eyes inwardly. At this moment, Captain Shin smiled and said to Su Yi, "Although we don't know why our professionals are temporarily unable to return to Blue Star, I believe that with the strength of Heavenly Kingdom, we will be able to solve this problem soon. We'll soon find out who Lin Yu really is." Upon hearing this, Su Yi nodded. All they can do now is wait. And it's not just them, the whole world is waiting. Chapter 468 Personal Strength is Fundamental. The Holy City. Lin Yu, who was on the floating island, was unaware of the turmoil that was unfolding on Earth. He was unaware that billions of people around the world were awestruck by his power. Of course, he was unaware that on Earth, there were over 2 billion Western believers who were madly worshipping him and praying that he would quickly descend upon Earth with an army of angels and the will of God. Oh my God, this is a phrase that Westerners often use. Now, God has truly appeared. How could they not be excited? At this moment, Lin Yu was reviewing the war information reported by Mia, one of the commanders of the Angel Army, a 12-winged seraphim. After the war on floating island number 018439 ended, 12-winged seraph Mia immediately reported the battle situation to him. The battle report also included the annihilation of an army of over 10 million foreign professionals, including Little Days and Little Sticks. In this national war, the kingdom's professionals achieved a complete victory. Although post-war statistics indicate that approximately 3 million kingdom professionals were killed or wounded in this war, They were mostly resurrected by the angels of love who accompanied the army. The angel of love is a special angel. The minimum is 6 wings. Their strength is immeasurably greater than that of the kingdom's professionals. Reviving them would be a piece of cake. With the angel of love present, as long as the souls of the kingdom's professionals are not destroyed, it's practically impossible for them to die, even if they want to. In this national war, none of the foreign professionals they encountered, such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, possessed the ability to destroy souls. Therefore, this can be described as a perfect victory. But overall, the professional strength is still somewhat weak. Lin Yu's angel army and top-tier troops swept through hundreds of millions of wild monsters and native races, and the total number of casualties was less than 3 million. It was a complete rout. In comparison, the kingdom's professionals are far too weak. It doesn't matter now. With the angels of love around, they can be easily resurrected. But things might be different when we get to the battlefield of myriad realms. Because the battlefield of myriad realms is a world where true gods are everywhere and demigods are as common as dogs. In such a world, destroying the soul of a living being is incredibly easy. It's like a true god. Even without mastering divine arts at the soul level, one can easily destroy or annihilate the soul of a kingdom's professional simply by using divine power or the laws of a true god. The Angel of Love's resurrection spell can only be successfully cast if the soul has not disappeared. Once the soul is destroyed, the resurrection spell will be ineffective. For such beings to be resurrected, either time and space must be reversed, or the river of fate must be forcibly shaken with great power, and the true spirit that the beings entrust to the river of fate must be used to resurrect them. These are 2 methods that the angels of love cannot achieve. Therefore, if kingdom professionals want to survive in the battlefield of myriad realms, they cannot rely on the divine magic of the angel of love forever. They must also improve their own strength. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we truly succeed. I didn't think about it any further. Lin Yu then gave the order to the 12-winged seraphim Mia to continue the battle. This victory in the world war is just the beginning. The ultimate objective is to completely occupy the 018439 floating island. However, with the main force of the otherworldly alliance destroyed, the rest became much easier. With the combined military strength of the Angel Army and the kingdom's top-tier troops, they could easily sweep across the entire floating island of the other world. I believe it won't be long before the rest of the floating island in the other world will be completely conquered. By then, the power of the rules of the other world will be weakened to the extreme, making it easy to manipulate. It's a new day again. After processing yesterday's spoils, Lin Yu's total gold coin earnings broke a new record once again. This time, he summoned a total of approximately 15 million angels. Of these, 5 million are fallen angels. There are also a large number of hellish giants. In addition, the more than 100 top-tier troop buildings constructed within the Holy City also helped Lin Yu obtain more than 1 million top-tier troops for free. Dragons, nature spirits, dark elves, nagas, mountain giants, golden behemoths, and so on. A wide variety of types are available. As usual, Lin Yu dispatched the 5 million newly summoned fallen angels to clean up the remaining areas of the floating island. As for the 10 million holy angels, they were once again dispatched to the floating islands of another world. With the help of this army of angels, the speed of conquering the floating islands of another world will increase exponentially. At most tomorrow, Lin Yu will take over this floating island, number 018439, and merge it with the floating island he is on. Lin Yu is looking forward to this. The rules of the merged floating island world can bear the power of a true god. In that way, his Secretarian, the Victoria Legion commander, and those angels and kingdom powerhouses who had already reached the peak of demigod status could all become gods on the spot. Becoming an immortal god is also Lin Yu's dream. Chapter 469 Main Quest completed. It was afternoon. Lin Yu was exchanging profound insights about the origins of laws with Angelia at the City Lord's mansion. During this time, he also summoned Elena, the 10-winged archangel, and Tiffany, the Saintess of Light, to study together. As of now, Lin Yu has mastered more than 150 kinds of fundamental laws. This is thanks to the selfless dedication of Secretary Lin and the other women. In addition, there are the help of the Law Stones. In terms of level, Lin Yu is still in the late stage of demigod, but his true strength has far surpassed that of a peak demigod, and has even reached the level of a true god. Even without using the Origin Scepter and Holy Radiance armor, his strength is comparable to that of a true god. This is the greatest benefit of mastering the fundamental principles of various different attributes. It can continuously enhance its own strength. Lin Yu can now ignite the divine fire at any time, advance to the peak demigod realm, and further increase his power. With the protection of the power of creation, he would not fail in the process of igniting the divine fire. However, Lin Yu did not immediately ignite the divine fire. According to his estimation, if he were to ignite the divine fire now and eventually break through to the level of a deity, he would at most be a mid-level god, wielding moderate divine power. This is not what Lin Yu wanted. Lin Yu's goal is to ascend to the rank of true god and master powerful divine abilities. It would be even better if I could be promoted to a main god in one step. Of course, becoming a supreme god in one leap is an extremely difficult thing. Throughout the entire universe, no one has ever done this before. If Lin Yu succeeds, it will be unprecedented. The dragon race of the 36 islands of the Gulf has restored order. The Silver Dragon Princess, who was appointed as the new Dragon Emperor by Lin Yu, arrived at the Holy City immediately via a teleportation array and became Lin Yu's personal maid, serving him alongside the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany. The affairs of the Dragon Clan were temporarily entrusted to her father, the Silver Dragon Clan chief. The Silver Dragon chieftain was defeated and severely wounded, forcing him to surrender. However, after his injuries healed, he readily accepted his current identity. As the Queen of Nature's Elves, Grace, said, it was his honor to serve the angels and the great Lord of Light. His future is brighter than ever before. Upon learning that the fallen angels' army was clearing out the remaining islands, the Silver Dragon chieftain volunteered to lead a dragon army to assist them, helping the Paradise Kingdom to become the ruler of the 36 islands of the Bay more quickly. Let's talk about the Far East region. With the cooperation of the Natural Elf Empire, the Holy Angel Army and the Light Cult Army also successfully cleared out and took over the region. Currently, several large armies have begun advancing into other regions. Let me add one more thing. While clearing out the 36 islands of the Gulf and the Far East, the Angelic Army unexpectedly discovered 2 gold mines and simultaneously occupied them. These 2 gold mines, like the one in the underground world, are both medium-sized gold mines. The total number of gold coins contained is 10 billion. With the maximum number of miners, 100 million gold coins can be collected each day. In other words, Lin Yu can earn 300 million gold coins every day without doing anything. It's no wonder that veteran professionals hold gold mines in such high regard. For Lord-class professionals, if you can capture a gold mine, you can basically soar to great heights. For Lin Yu, the daily output of the 3 gold mines could help him summon more than 100 large-scale angel legions every day. This demonstrates the immense value of gold mines. As evening approached, just as Lin Yu finished his conversation with Secretarian, a notification from the floating island of Myriad Realms suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your army has successfully conquered the 36 islands of the Gulf in the Far East, and you have successfully completed the main quest to advance from a lord to the lord of an island. You have earned the right to become the island owner. Lord Lin Yu, are you willing to assume the position of Lord of Floating Island number 014965? Whether. Upon receiving this message, Lin Yu was immediately invigorated. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Oh, it doesn't seem to have taken long. It has only been a little over 20 days since he arrived on this floating island. It's been less than a month. He had already qualified to become the island's owner. This would have been absolutely incredible for those veteran professionals a year ago. At the same time, he accomplished something that no other professional had ever done, marking a new milestone for professionals in the floating island of Myriad Realms. This is something to be happy about. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately chose yes. Just then, a dazzling golden light shot out from the void, enveloping Lin Yu. The next second, Lin Yu's figure vanished from the bed. Upon witnessing this scene, Angelia, who was sleeping next to her, was stunned. Then he seemed to understand something. With a wave of her right hand, the void before her instantly collapsed. She went inside, and her elegant and beautiful figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 470 Finally becoming the Island Lord. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu found herself in a white world. The surrounding space stretched as far as the eye could see. There was nothing to obstruct the view. All that could be seen was white. There are no elements of heaven and earth here, but there is an incredibly rich source of primordial energy. If one could cultivate here, it would definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. The speed of advancement is comparable to that of large-scale hunting of wild monsters. Where is this place? Despite suddenly arriving in such an unfamiliar place, Lin Yu felt no fear. He is protected by the Sacred Radiance armor and possesses the super artifact, Super Origin Scepter, so even a mid-level true god cannot do anything to him. He only felt a slight doubt. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu. Upon seeing that stunningly beautiful face, Lin Yu felt even more reassured. With Secretarian around, he felt much more at ease. As expected of Secretarian, she saw through the essence of this space at a glance and said to Lin Yu, "My lord, this is the core of the world, the hiding place of the spirit of rules." She had barely finished speaking. Another object appeared out of thin air. It was a huge golden eye, radiating multicolored light. 5 colored silk threads were also wrapped around his pupils. Lin Yu was no longer the clueless newbie he once was. He quickly recognized that the threads were the profound mysteries of the laws, and the multicolored light they emitted was the origin of those laws. It is obvious. This golden eye is the spirit of the rules of the floating island world. The rules of the world are intangible. It transformed itself into an eye and appeared before Lin Yu. In all realms of the universe, there are sayings such as the Eye of Rules and the Eye of Divine Punishment. The shape of the eye represents its ability to monitor everything in the world. Honorable Lord Lin Yu. At this moment, a voice came from the golden eyes and said to Lin Yu, "I am the world rule of floating island number 014965. You only need to connect with me with your thoughts to become the master of an island. At that time, everything that happens on the island will be under your control." After speaking, his golden eyes glanced subtly at Secretary and standing next to Lin Yu. It expressed its displeasure at Angelia's forced entry. After all, this is its territory. If it were anyone else, it would have been enraged long ago. But when it thought about Angelia's identity and her cunning personality, it instantly lost its temper. I have no choice but to put up with it. Most importantly, Angela is smarter and has a broader perspective than Lin Yu. It is highly likely to disrupt its normal operation. Lin Yu was just about to do as instructed. But then he suddenly noticed Secretary and soft little hand reaching out and clasping his hands. Then, Secretarian looked up at the golden eyes and said rudely, "What is your identity? What is my master's identity? What qualifications do you have to allow my master's will to connect with you? You've got some nerve, daring to try and be on equal footing with our Lord. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over your core intelligence." The golden eyes fell silent. Sure enough, it knew this would happen. After a moment, it said helplessly, "Lady Angelia, these are the rules set by the boss. I'm just an employee, and I'm simply following the procedures." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Secretarian with some confusion. "What's going on?" Angelia explained, "My lord, a mental connection is equivalent to you and this creature sharing this floating island. In some cases, it can even betray you. For example, it received an order from the rules of the battlefield of myriad realms. Once you grasp its core intelligence, things will be different. Its life and death are in your hands. If you are dissatisfied with it, you can erase its spirituality at any time and cultivate a new world rule. At the same time, the world rule of the battlefield of myriad realms will no longer be able to manipulate this world." So that's how it is. Lin Yu immediately understood. One is that the two of them started a company together. One is to be your own boss. The latter has more power, of course. "Honorable Lord Lin Yu." The man with the golden eyes quickly replied, "You don't need to worry at all. I would never betray you. The island lord can control everything in the floating island world, and as the rule of the world, I will also obey orders. This is also a rule set by our boss." However, Lin Yu did not fall for its tricks. This guy still listens to his boss. Just as Secretarian said, only by grasping its core intelligence can we sever its subordinate relationship with the rules of the myriad realms battlefield, thereby avoiding any unexpected events in the future. In reality, the spirit of the world's rules truly dared not betray Lin Yu. After all, what is his identity, and what is Lin Yu's identity? Even if you gave it 100 lives, it wouldn't dare. Angelia was well aware of this as well. The reason she wanted the spirit of world rules to hand over its core intelligence was simply because, in her view, no one could be on equal footing with the Lord of Holy Light of her angel race. Even the Supreme God King must bow his head before the great Lord of Holy Light. Not to mention the spirit of rules in a flawed world. If it weren't for the presence of the Lord of Holy Light, she would have slapped that eye to teach it the meaning of the Lord of Holy Light's inviolable majesty. Lin Yu said, "I think you'd better hand over your core intelligence. I'm your boss now." The golden-eyed man was still hesitating. Having surrendered its core intelligence, how can it explain this to the big boss? Just then, it suddenly sensed an unfriendly gaze directed at it. It conveys a very clear threat and warning. Then, it chickened out. He readily handed over his core intelligence. It was a dazzling golden sphere of light, which Lin Yu absorbed into his body. From then on, He became the true owner and controller of this floating island. At the same time, the world announcement that Lin Yu had become the lord of an island also appeared in the island's chat channel, instantly shocking all the professionals on the island. The native creatures also received a message from the supreme god. The entire island was shaken. Chapter 471, I am not the Golden Behemoth Lord. You have mistaken me for someone else. The island chat channel, the kingdom chat channel and Paradise Kingdom, and the various alliance channels for professionals were all in an uproar. Almost all the professionals congratulated Lin Yu on becoming the island lord of the floating island. In the past, they will most likely be jealous. It generates all sorts of negative emotions. But now, the professionals are all showing great excitement and enthusiasm. This is because Lin Yu is no longer their enemy. Rather, they were objects of their worship and reverence. Often, if someone is just a little bit stronger than others, they will be envied, resentful, or even hostile. But when a person becomes so powerful that they surpass everything and stand at a peak that no one can climb, their existence will only inspire awe and reverence in others. Compared to the tens of millions of professionals on the island, Lin Yu is just that kind of person. His angelic and royal armies have swept across the entire floating island, including the otherworldly floating island, which will also be incorporated into the territory of the Paradise Kingdom. Who would dare oppose Lin Yu becoming the island's owner at this time? Let alone ordinary professionals. Even lord professionals with top-tier troops wouldn't dare. As of now, the vast majority of the island's top lords have become citizens of the Paradise Kingdom. They would only be happy if Lin Yu were promoted to the position of Island Lord. After all, this means that the gate to the battlefield of all worlds has been opened to them. By following in the footsteps of Lin Yu, they will surely become gods. This is the confidence that Lin Yu instilled in them. With Lin Yu becoming the Island Lord of the floating island, the remaining professionals who had not yet joined the Paradise Kingdom instantly abandoned all their thoughts and chose to bow their heads to reality. They also don't want to be among the few who are abandoned. From then on, Lin Yu could be said to have completely dominated the ranks of professionals. Very few professionals have not joined the Paradise Kingdom. For example, the Golden Behemoth Lord. When the Golden Behemoth Lord saw the world announcement in the island chat channel that Lin Yu had become the island's lord, he was terrified. A sense of despair filled my entire body. He wanted to bow his head to Lin Yu more than ever before. But the problem is, he has no way to get around it. At this moment, he was walking alone on the vast grassland. He couldn't even leave this grassland, let alone reach Lin Yu's base camp, the sacred city. Only he knows how many nightmares he has had these past few days. Lin Yu may have already forgotten about me. After all, compared to his current achievements, I'm just a nobody. For me, this is actually a good thing. At least, I'm still alive. This is the only thing that the Golden Behemoth Lord can be happy about at this moment. As long as a person is alive, there is still hope. However, shortly after he finished speaking, a dazzling portal of light appeared not far in front of him. As the portal opened, a full-scale angel squadron flew out. The one leading them was a four-winged angel. The level has reached the saint rank. For the Golden Behemoth Lord, let alone a saint-level angel, even a random king-level angel could instantly kill him. You are the Golden Behemoth Lord? The four-winged angels in different gaze swept over. Upon hearing this, the Golden Behemoth Lord turned deathly pale and retreated while crying out in terror. I am not the Golden Behemoth Lord. I am a combat professional. You have mistaken me for someone else. He was terrified. He didn't understand why the angels' team would suddenly appear in front of him. Moreover, he was specifically targeted by name. It was as if this angels' team had come specifically to kill him. It's important to know that, apart from the world's rules, no one on the entire floating island knows his name, and no one has ever seen what he looks like. The Golden Behemoth Legion also betrayed him en masse. He has always been alone. There was no reason for these angels to recognize him. That's right, it's you. The four-winged angel seemed quite confident. The identity of the Golden Behemoth Lord was confirmed on the spot. Without saying a word, she drew an angel sword burning with golden flames from her waist. He slashed down at the Golden Behemoth Lord from a distance of 100 meters. The dazzling sword light illuminated the pale, paper-white face of the Golden Behemoth Lord. His first reaction was to run away. However, he discovered that he couldn't move his body at all. This is the domain suppression from the four-winged angel. Imprisoning a level 9 late-stage professional can be said to be a piece of cake. He couldn't even beg for mercy. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light slashed across his neck. As he lay dying, the scenes he had experienced on that floating island flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, leaving him with nothing but regret. She regretted offending Lin Yu. They also resented that their strength was not strong enough. If there is an afterlife, show how you must. Mission accomplished, retreat. The four-winged angel sheathed his angel sword and led his team to disappear into the distant horizon. It comes quickly and goes quickly. Only one purified corpse remained lying on the ground. I believe it won't be long before the creatures on the grassland clean up all traces of this place. No one will remember this once famous golden behemoth lord. Or perhaps, he has already been forgotten. Chapter 472 Young Lord, we meet again. Island Chat Channel. Congratulations to Lin Yu on becoming the owner of the floating island, ushering in a new era for professionals. Those veteran professionals spent a whole year trying to conquer their floating islands. But Lin Yu accomplished this feat in less than a month. As expected of Lin Yu, he's incredibly powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Yu will become the first professional to advance to the level of an immortal god. Upstairs, what you're saying is nonsense. Did you know that among those veteran professionals who have been around for a year, the highest level they seem to have reached is only the peak of the saint rank? They haven't even mastered the power of the laws yet. But Lin Yu, the boss, has already reached the demigod level. The gap is already quite large, so who can surpass Lin Yu? It's practically a done deal that Lin Yu will be the first to ascend to godhood. The only question now is when. I have never seen an immortal god. I wonder what it feels like to become a god. Don't rush. As long as we follow in Lin Yu's footsteps, we'll all become gods one day. That makes sense. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Lin Yu is the holy light lord of the angel race, his rank surpassing even the supreme god king. With Lin Yu's protection, becoming a god will be a breeze. Praise to Lin Yu. Praise be to the holy light. Countless professionals cheered in the island's chat channels. The Kingdom Chat Channel in Paradise Kingdom was in an uproar. They are citizens of the Kingdom of Paradise. As the ruler of the heavenly kingdom, the stronger Lin Yu is, and the greater his achievements, the greater the rewards they will receive. In particular, becoming a saint or a god is not far off. In comparison, the exorbitant daily taxes seem insignificant. After all, those things are all external. What is more important than becoming a god? By now, all the kingdom's professionals have seen through this. Paying taxes not only helps the kingdom of heaven become stronger, but also helps themselves. Take the attack on the floating island of another world by the Kingdom of Paradise as an example. More than 10 million kingdom professionals who participated in the war have already received high rewards. The leveling speed is many times faster than before. What else could they possibly want? At the same time, in a certain area of the desolate desert, it is situated in a high-class village. Thousands of dark fire phoenixes circled both inside and outside the village. Each dark phoenix is enormous and its entire body is engulfed in black flames, making it look incredibly cool. This is the territory of the top lord, Seokong-jun. After a period of hard work and development, the number of dark fire phoenixes under his command has reached nearly 10,000. The growth rate is not slow. However, this was far from his goal. His goal is to surpass Lin Yu, become the most powerful lord on the floating island. And what was the result? He was getting further and further away from Lin Yu's figure. Seokong-jun is someone who is unwilling to admit defeat easily, but when he saw the world announcement pinned to the top of the island chat channel, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Ultimately, he abandoned this unrealistic goal. I've set a new dream for myself. He is going to the battlefield of all realms to become an immortal god. Therefore, like other professionals, he chose to join the kingdom of heaven and became a professional under Lin Yu's command. In life, sometimes you have to understand what compromise means. At that very moment, a massive undead army appeared outside Seokong-jun's territory. There are countless spirits, some flying in the sky, others running on the ground. Leading the group was a skeleton mage dressed in tattered gray robes, riding atop the head of a massive skeleton fire phoenix, followed by a dense swarm of skeleton fire phoenixes. Upon seeing this figure, Seokong-jun felt a chill run down his spine. That damn skeleton mage, he's come here to rip him off again. In fact, with the current strength of Seokong-jun's territory, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take down a king-level enemy. But the key issue is, the skeleton mage is no longer at the king level. It has stepped into the transcendent realm. He discovered this by chance during World War I. That battle was supposed to be his chance to turn the tide and wash away his shame, but he ended up suffering a crushing defeat and losing over 1,000 dark fire phoenixes. From then on, he refused to fall for the skeleton mage's tricks again. Young lord, we meet again. The skeleton mage stood tall in the sky. She greeted Seokong-jun in a very friendly manner. Seokong-jun, his face dark with anger, snapped, "Get out. I don't want to see you." The skeleton mage grinned and said, "Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. I've come here sincerely to make friends with you, and we can settle our grudges. Si Jun sneered. Do you think I would believe you? The skeleton mage said very seriously. His Majesty the Great Lin Yu has issued a decree. The world is unified, and the hostile relationship between our native intelligent race and you professionals is completely dissolved. Previously, I had a task given to me by the Supreme God, which required you to undergo trials on your path of growth. The mission is now over. You have joined the kingdom of heaven, and I will also become a follower of His Majesty Lin Yu, embracing the great holy light. I believe we can truly live in harmony. Si Jun scoffed. You, a skeleton, want to embrace the holy light? Aren't you afraid of being burned to ashes? The skeleton mage said, as long as there is faith in one's heart, even if I am burned to ashes, my soul can still gain eternal life under the protection of the holy light. Listen to the skeleton mage's fanatical voice. Si Jun fell silent immediately. His intuition told him that the man's surnamed Skull was telling the truth and wasn't lying to him. Is the war really over? Of course. As the ruler of the world, His Majesty Lin Yu commands all races to submit. The only enemies left for you professionals are those low-intelligence wild monsters. Chapter 473 The Depths of Secretarian. The skeleton mage did not deceive Si Jun. Lin Yu did indeed issue such an order. After he became the island's master, he was essentially the ruler of this floating island, and all the native intelligent races were his subjects. He conveyed his commands directly to all races in the world through the rules of the world. It's not just about ending the hostile relationship between the native intelligent race and the professionals. He also commanded all races in the world to join his heavenly kingdom and serve him. And virtually no intelligent race objected to Lin Yu's orders. Even races from the evil faction joined his kingdom. In an instant, Lin Yu's kingdom's population skyrocketed to several billion. His number of followers is also growing rapidly. In addition, Lin Yu also uploaded the relevant information to the Kingdom Chat channel, forcibly ending the war on the floating island in his capacity as the ruler. In order to level up, the only way for professionals in the kingdom is to hunt monsters in the wild. Or perhaps they hunt undead creatures at night. Ordinary undead creatures have very low intelligence and are not qualified to join the Paradise Kingdom. These undead creatures can be hunted. In addition, kingdom professionals can also travel to floating islands and other worlds through the space-time portals of various affiliated cities, where there are a large number of wild monsters. In general, the leveling speed of kingdom professionals will not be affected. Inside the core of the world, in the white space, Lin Yu is currently in seclusion for spiritual practice. Golden eyes, formed from the spirit of the world's rules, hovered behind Lin Yu. At this moment, countless colorful threads extended from his eyes and connected with Lin Yu's brow. As you can see, light-emitting substances are transmitted to Lin Yu in each of the colored threads. These substances are the profound meaning of the origin of the laws. This is one of the benefits of becoming an island owner. After becoming the island's master, Lin Yu can directly obtain the most core fundamental mysteries of the laws from the world's rules, without needing to comprehend them himself. With the help of the Law Stone, Lin Yu can easily grasp the fundamental laws of different attributes. Just 2 hours later, Lin Yu had mastered more than 200 kinds of fundamental laws. This is absolutely terrifying. It would be impossible for anyone else, because their bodies simply cannot withstand the forced infusion of the fundamental mysteries of laws of different attributes. The mere conflict of attributes was enough to kill them. Lin Yu wasn't worried about this issue. He possesses the power of creation to suppress those fundamental laws. He can absorb it all without any worries. As time goes by, Lin Yu is mastering an increasing number of fundamental laws. When the number reached 365, the practice suddenly came to an end. It wasn't because Lin Yu had a problem, but because the spirit of the world's rules had been drained by Lin Yu. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have mastered all the fundamental mysteries of my laws. What a pity. Lin Yu felt a little regretful. He was in the middle of something exciting when the rules of the world suddenly broke down. It left him feeling disappointed that the conversation had ended halfway through. However, he also knew that the world's rules had already given him everything. Ultimately, it's just a set of rules for the mortal world. Moreover, this world is still incomplete. It's already quite impressive to possess over 300 different types of fundamental laws. If one had mastered more than 500 fundamental laws, its power would not be so weak as it is now, to the point that even a true god could not bear it. At this moment, the golden-eyed creature said, "Once I devour and integrate the world rules of the 018439 floating island, the number of original laws I possess will definitely increase dramatically. At that time, I will be able to help your majesty improve yourself once again. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said, at the latest by tomorrow, my angel army will be able to conquer that floating island. At that time, I will capture the world rules of that island and let you integrate them. Upon hearing this, the golden-eyed man became extremely excited. Indeed, it's better to follow the new boss. My former boss was extremely stingy. It served as a beast of burden for so many years, but in the end, it received no reward. Instead, it was scolded for making a mistake at work. That's really enough. If it had a way to fight back, it would have given up long ago. Now, with a new boss backing it up, it has truly begun a new chapter in its life. The future looks brighter. Lin Yu asked, has the interdimensional teleportation array to Blue Star been repaired? The golden-eyed figure replied, it's almost there. If your majesty can get Lady Angelia to lend me a hand, the teleportation array can be repaired and activated immediately. Your majesty, rest assured, this matter is very simple for Lady Angelia. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked at Secretarian, who was standing quietly to the side. Angelia respectfully replied, my lord, I have examined the interdimensional teleportation array. It is indeed very simple to repair. All that is needed is to break through a space-time tunnel. Then it's up to you. Secretarian gave a soft Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. A moment later, Lin Yu heard a loud bang, followed by the entire white space trembling. Then, Secretarian returned and reported to Lin Yu that everything was settled. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, no wonder she's his Secretarian. He absolutely couldn't have made that commotion. This indirectly shows that even though he has now mastered more than 300 kinds of fundamental laws, there is still a long gap in power between him and Secretarian. This also made Lin Yu feel a little puzzled. He seemed to have never truly grasped the depth of Secretarian's abilities. We still need to keep working hard. Chapter 474, The Island Lord's Power. After squeezing out the very essence and profound meaning of the laws governing the world, for the time being, the rules of the world no longer held much value for Lin Yu. There's no need to sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk. Now, he can communicate with the world's rules anytime, anywhere, without having to ask questions like before, and even whether he gets a response from the world's rules depends on its mood. Now, if the world rules ignore him, he can simply pin the world rules to the ground and beat them up. This is the authority of the island owner. From the world's rules, Lin Yu also learned about his other privilege. He could actively open the space-time gate to the battlefield of myriad realms. It can be turned on whenever you want. Lin Yu was not in a hurry about this, because the battlefield of myriad realms is different from the floating island. That is the world of the true God. Crises and all sorts of dangers are everywhere. He doesn't have a single real deity under his command, so naturally he can't enter rashly. Before heading to the battlefield of myriad worlds, he needs to merge the floating island of another world with his own floating island to enhance the power of the world's rules, so as to reach the level of being able to support a true God. Once Secretarian, Victoria, Seraphim Mia, Exugiai Elena, and other top demigods are promoted to true gods, he can begin to conquer the battlefield of all worlds. In addition, he will also take the native top demigods such as the Nature Elf Queen, the Dark Elf Queen, and the Medusa Queen with him after they become gods. According to world rules, he can not only lead military legions to the battlefield of all realms. Moreover, he can bring his capital city, the Holy City, with him, because the Holy City is considered his core territory. Even in the battlefield of all realms, he can continue to recruit troops through the troop buildings in the Holy City. Other Lord professions can do the same. The difference is, other Lord-level professionals who wish to travel to the battlefield of myriad realms need Lin Yu's permission. Otherwise, the portal to time and space will not be open to them. If one wants to enter the battlefield of myriad realms without going through the gate of time and space, then the only way is to forcibly break through time and space with the power of laws after reaching the peak of demigod status. However, it is clear that this method has a very low success rate, because whether they can even advance to the peak of demigod status is a question. It can be said that after becoming the island's owner, Lin Yu had already grasped the lifeline of all the professionals on the island. If they go against Lin Yu, even if they don't die under the angel's sword, they will only be able to stay on the island or on Blue Star for the rest of their lives, with no possibility of climbing higher. This also shows that, how much power does one have as the lord of an island? Not to mention professionals, even native intelligent races must submit. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu and Secretary and then returned to the city lord's mansion. He said to Angelia, by tomorrow at the latest, the angelic army should be able to conquer the floating island in the other world. Then we'll go there and suppress the spirit of the rules of that world. Yes, my lord. Secretary and nodded respectfully. The spirit governing the world rules of the otherworldly floating island is weaker than the world rules governing this floating island itself. For her, suppressing them was a piece of cake. Then, Secretarian took out 2 luminous orbs from her personal storage device, the time-space ring. Each sphere of light is approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. It exudes an extremely powerful primordial aura. In addition, it also exudes a terrifying divine power. At least for Lin Yu right now, this pressure is extremely powerful. It even made him feel like he was being crushed by 2 mountains. My lord, Secretarian said to Lin Yu, this is the divinity of death god Barkvis and the rock demon that you gave me before. I have already purified it. It not only contains their divine power, but also the fundamental mysteries of the laws they have mastered. Now, your strength has surpassed the level of a lower-level true god, and you can easily absorb it into your body, thereby increasing the amount of your law origin. I had forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Lin Yu smiled and accepted the 2 divine orbs of light from Secretarian. Besides his divinity, he also possesses the divine essence of death god Barkavis, as well as his natal artifact, the death god Set. The death Set is an evil artifact belonging to the underworld faction. It would be most suitable for fallen angels to wear. After all, fallen angels also wield the power of the underworld. However, fallen angels have their own angel suits, so they don't need them at all. Lin Yu had already considered suitable candidates for the death god Set. That is Naisha, the dark elf queen. He planned to bestow upon Natina the divine status of death god Bakvis when she arrived in the surface world. With the support of the death godhood and the death god Set, the dark elf queen Nadia has a very high probability of becoming a death god directly and gaining even greater combat power. The war in the underground world is basically over, if nothing unexpected happens. The fallen angels, led by Victoria and Priscilla, and the dark elf army, led by Nadia, will return to the holy city today. Let's leave that aside for now. Lin Yu took Secretary and soft little hand and went straight to the city lord's mansion. He needs Secretary and's help to fuse the divinity of death god Barkwell and rock demon. With Secretarian around, he has the drive to do anything. Chapter 475 Interdimensional Teleportation Array activated. Just as Lin Yu was merging the 2 divine essences, both the island chat channel and the kingdom chat channel started vibrating simultaneously. Apart from the kingdom's professionals who were on the floating island in another world, all the professionals on the island were cheering. The reason is simple. They simultaneously received a notification from the floating island of Myriad Realms. This indicates that the interdimensional teleportation array leading to Earth has been successfully repaired, and all professionals with full energy bars can now teleport back to Earth. In addition, this floating island already has a controller. Therefore, professionals on the island can freely enter and leave this floating island. There's no need to recharge the professional mark every time you return to Earth. Of course, if you want to bring troops and non-professional beings back to Earth, you still need to pay gold coins. Each unit transfer requires a fee of 5,000 gold coins. When Lin Yu first learned that teleportation units required this fee, his immediate reaction was heartache. He was still very weak at that time. 5,000 gold coins were still a considerable sum for him. That's enough to recruit a full 102 winged angels. As for now, none of that matters anymore. It wasn't because he was rich, but because as the island's owner, he had a special privilege. He didn't have to pay any fees to teleport troops. The core intelligence of the world's rules is in Lin Yu's hands, so how dare it accept Lin Yu's gold coins? It now completely embodies Lin Yu. To put it bluntly, all the gold coins paid by those professionals end up in Lin Yu's pocket. That's the difference between a boss and a worker. Island Chat Channel. It wasn't easy, but we're finally able to return to Earth. The 20-odd days I spent on the floating island felt like an eternity. During this time, I've been on edge every single moment. If it weren't for the belief that my family is still waiting for me on Earth, I would have already broken down. That's normal. Before we landed on the floating island, we were all just ordinary people. After entering the floating island, what we experienced most was death and despair. Just surviving was already a feat. Early on, some members of my squad couldn't take it anymore, suffered mental breakdowns, and ultimately chose to charge into the monster horde and commit suicide. What a pity. If those people had known that just over 20 days later, Lin Yu would have ascended to the position of Island Lord and ended the war on the island, they would surely have been able to hold on. What's the point of someone like that barely holding on until now? The battlefield of multiverses is even more dangerous than the floating island. Those with this mindset, even if they're lucky enough to survive until now, will eventually die on the battlefield of countless worlds. That's right. Surely no one is having a mental breakdown or contemplating suicide now, right? The experiences we've had during this period have been enough to hone us. That's true. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only been a short 20-odd days. However, the tens of millions of professionals on the island have all undergone earth-shattering changes. Those who survived were all completely transformed. This transformation refers not only to the body, but also to the inner world. Just like the more than 10 million kingdom professionals who slaughtered a large army of foreign professionals on a floating island in another world, they could not have done such a thing before coming to the floating island. It's not that they've become cold-blooded or brutal. All we can say is that their experiences along the way have made them adapt to the rules of the extraordinary world. All professionals have grown. This is certainly a good thing. Of course, this doesn't mean they don't miss their life on Earth. Often, a tense mind needs to be relaxed. This is why professionals, after experiencing the harsh realities of the floating islands, all want to return to Earth and live there for a while. If we stay on the floating island forever, it will be an endless cycle of killing. Many people would go crazy. About 2 hours later, professionals are sending messages in the chat channel. Brothers, my energy bar is full. See you in a week. Wow, that was fast. I'll be there soon too. In half an hour at most, I'll be fully charged and back on Earth. If nothing unexpected happens, Earth is definitely in turmoil right now. Those foreign professionals who fled back home, like the Little Suns and Little Sticks, must have already spread the news of our invasion of their floating islands. The deaths of over 10 million foreign professionals are no small matter. This has definitely shaken the whole world. I wonder how people around the world talk about our great Lin Yu. Most probably see him as a great demon or an executioner. The specifics of the discussion are unimportant. History is always in the hands of the victors. The power of the heavenly kingdom is enough to silence any nation on Earth. A friendly reminder: don't think about letting loose when you get back to Earth. Always remember, we are professionals in this paradise, and that's very important. Isn't that obvious? I don't want to be hunted down by an army of angels from another dimension. With the angelic army's current war power, annihilating the entire Earth civilization would be a piece of cake. This is by no means an exaggeration. In the heavenly realm, there are currently over 100 cities of angels. Among them are medium-sized angel cities capable of supporting an army of millions of angels. Add to that the enormous number of high-ranking angels, and even the army of fallen angels numbering in the tens of millions, and they could easily sweep across the entire planet. Soon, one professional after another activated the mark. They returned to Earth. Their return caused a stir in the Xia Kingdom. Because everyone wants to know what the current situation is with floating island number 014965. Chapter 476, The Shaking World. His Majesty Lin Yu has completely conquered floating island number 014965 and officially become its master. The Heavenly Kingdom commands tens of millions of angels and hundreds of millions of military units. Tens of millions of Xia Kingdom professionals have become citizens of the Heavenly Kingdom, pledging allegiance to King Lin Yu. An army of millions of fallen angels swept through the dragon and sea races, forcing the peak demigod Queen Medusa to surrender. The goddess of nature and spirits once descended upon the floating island to meet with His Majesty Lin Yu. His Majesty Lin Yu is known as the Lord of Holy Light, commanding the holy and luminous factions, and his status surpasses that of the highest deities. It is said that Boss Lin Yu possesses more than one divine artifact. His Majesty Lin Yu has already reached the demigod realm. Becoming an immortal god is just around the corner. Floating island number 018439 is about to be conquered by the Kingdom of Paradise. The gates of time and space have been opened, and the Heavenly Kingdom may launch its expedition into the battlefield of all realms at any time. With more and more professionals from the Xia Kingdom returning, the Blue Stars Professional Forum also became abuzz with excitement. Many professionals from the Xia Kingdom have revealed information about Paradise Kingdom and the floating island numbered 014965 on the Professional Forum. These are not secrets. There's no need to be conservative. When people from all over the world gathered on the Professional Forum and saw these posts, they finally figured out what had happened on floating island number 014965. At the same time, they also gained a better understanding of information about the Paradise Kingdom. However, the more they learn, the more panicked the leaders of various countries become. Tens of millions of angels, over 100 cities of angels more powerful than interstellar warships, and hundreds of millions of elite troops from various races. What terrifying war power this is. They even had doubts. Once the Kingdom of Heaven chooses to invade Earth, Even if the whole world joined forces, it would be difficult to withstand the attack of the Heavenly Kingdom's army. Although the power of technological weapons has not failed on Earth and can still be used, even the giant mushroom would have difficulty killing a demigod-level powerhouse. As for this city of angels in the heavenly realm, that's basically even less of a possibility. The city of angels, a weapon of war, would be invincible on Earth. No force can destroy it. For a time, the world was shrouded in a gloom. Especially countries like Japan and South Korea. After returning to Earth, they spoke ill of Lin Yu on the professional forum and internationally, and expressed their determination to resist Heaven Kingdom. But now, they have learned the true war power of the Heavenly Kingdom. They immediately regretted it. I really want to take back what I said. If time could be reversed, they would not only not resist the Heavenly Kingdom, but would also remain silent as a whole. As for the war taking place on their floating islands, they prefer to pretend they don't see it. The reason is simple. Only by remaining silent can they save their lives. If they continue to oppose the Paradise Kingdom, it may not only destroy their army of professionals on the floating islands, but also their nation on Earth. Extraordinary power dominates the floating island. It will soon dominate the entire Earth. No one knows whether Lin Yu, with such powerful war capabilities, will go so far as to attack their country, or even the entire planet Earth. And once Lin Yu makes a move, even if Earth's civilization doesn't perish, their nation will be finished. Therefore, remaining silent during this special period is the most correct thing to do. But clearly, they've taken the wrong path. They are attempting to use the power of other countries and international public opinion to resist Heavenly Kingdom. This is absolutely suicidal. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret it now. They could only pray that Lin Yu hadn't gone so far as to bring the war to Earth. Otherwise, they would be the first to die. In fact, in just 1 or 2 days, countries including Japan and South Korea have already suffered heavy blows from various fields. It was not the Xia Kingdom that made the move. Instead, it refers to the more than 2 billion Hispanics scattered throughout the world. The fanatical Western Christians attacked these countries in various ways. No one who participated in that war escaped unscathed. Because Westerners believe that foreign professionals like those who work as little people or little sticks dare to wage war against the kingdom of heaven, which means they are going against their God. The countries behind them must also be punished. Only in this way can God's anger be appeased. This would prevent God from unleashing his wrath upon Earth and bringing disaster to the world. It can be said that under the attacks of Westerners, countries like Japan and South Korea have been having a very difficult time these past few days. Their superiors are already in a state of utter chaos. The information brought back by the Xia Kingdom's professionals from the floating islands plunged them into an even deeper abyss. I'm constantly woken up by nightmares even when I'm sleeping. In contrast, the Xia Kingdom was filled with jubilation. The stronger the Heavenly Kingdom is, the higher the status and influence of the Xia Kingdom on Earth. Last night, high-ranking officials from many countries flew in overnight, extending various olive branches to express their desire to establish cooperative relations with Xia Kingdom in various fields. Overnight, the Xia Kingdom became a coveted prize worldwide. Even the United States has to step aside. However, the United States has no time to deal with this, because the problems in the United States are more serious. Originally, the United States' principle was to prioritize its own interests, and given that many of its high-ranking officials are Hispanic, it would be a problem if chaos didn't break out. Chapter 477 Lin Yu's classmate. Just as the entire Xia Kingdom was shaken by the return of a large number of professionals. In Guangwu City, inside the classroom of Class 7, Magic and Martial Arts Academy, several figures appeared one after another. First, golden light fell into the classroom. Immediately afterwards, their figures appeared out of thin air. This scene is exactly the same as when they were summoned to the floating island of Myriad Realms. The difference lies in 7 people were summoned together at the beginning. Now, only 3 students have returned. Lu Cheng, Zhuang Tianrui, Wang Hong. The 3 trainees greeted each other. Joy was evident on each of their fairly handsome faces. Although they were on the same floating island, they were not teleported together. Because the initial teleportation location is random. Now that they've met again and returned to their brightly lit classroom, the 3 of them feel as if they've lived through another world. Simply because they have experienced too much during this period. They have even faced life-threatening situations. How could they not be filled with emotion at being able to return to Earth alive? Besides us, for others haven't returned. That kid Wei Sheng went to a floating island in another world. I heard he led his wild boar army to sweep across the battlefield and killed countless bastards and scoundrels. I really envy that guy. It's a pity my level is too low, otherwise I would have gone too. At this moment, a tall young man sighed and said, Rin Yonghui died on the floating island. As for Fong Rong, I haven't been able to contact him until now. He probably died as soon as he arrived on the island. Upon hearing this, the other two also sighed. They were classmates before. Although their relationship wasn't exactly great, it wasn't bad either. Now that they have successfully returned to Earth, two of their classmates will never be able to come back, which makes them feel somewhat sad. Boss Lin Yu hasn't returned yet. Mention this name. The three people present were all invigorated. His eyes and facial expression involuntarily revealed a look of reverence. Their admiration and reverence for Lin Yu were entirely heartfelt, putting aside the fact that we were classmates. In their hearts, Lin Yu was like a god. Lu Cheng, who was slightly thin, said with a smile, His Majesty has just become the ruler of an island, and he must have a lot to do. It's normal that he hasn't returned for a while. Damn it, you little brat. Your Majesty sounds so natural to me. Absolutely. Lu Cheng smiled, then said solemnly, We are no longer ordinary people, but professionals from the extraordinary world. We must abide by and get used to the rules of the extraordinary world, lest we bring disaster upon ourselves. You must remember this too. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Tianrui and Wang Hong nodded solemnly. Out of consideration for their classmates, Lin Yu would definitely not make things difficult for them. They knew Lin Yu's character. But the angels were different. The thing angels hate most is having others call them by their true name, the Lord of Light. Adding a suffix to one's real name, such as Your Majesty Lin Yu, would not be a problem. However, addressing someone by their first name is disrespectful. In the presence of angels, this is an act of courting death. This is a truth that countless professionals have summarized from lessons learned in blood. They dared not test whether the swords in the angels' hands were sharp enough to sever their heads. How long do you two plan to stay on Earth? At most 3 days. The tall Zhuang Tianrui said. The floating islands are changing too fast. The longer you rest, the easier it is to fall behind, or even be eliminated. I don't want to stay at the bottom forever, and I certainly don't want to die. You're right. Follow in His Majesty's footsteps. Strive hard, and we will surely become gods. All three of them were all smiles, full of anticipation for the future. At this moment, several figures quickly walked into the classroom. Zhuang Tianrui and the other two tensed up as if by conditioned reflex. He then took out his weapon. Good. Very alert. This at least shows that you didn't waste your time on the floating island. The middle-aged man at the head of the group said with a smile. He was Captain Chun, who had previously gathered information from Sui. At this moment, the beautiful and sexy class teacher Su also stood by, her star-like eyes fixed on Zhuang Tianrui and the other two. Zhuang Tianrui and the other two secretly rolled their eyes. In a place like a floating island, fraught with danger, they would have been dead long ago if they hadn't been more vigilant. Being constantly vigilant about their surroundings has become an instinct for them. Su Yi asked, Zhuang Tianrui, why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others? Teacher Su. Zhuang Tianrui shook his head and replied, Fong Rong and Rin Yonghui are dead, and Wei Sheng is fighting on a floating island in another world. Upon hearing this, Su Yi also sighed. Although it's normal for people to die on floating islands, those two were, after all, her students. She was deeply saddened upon hearing the news of his death. Captain Chen didn't care about that. He asked directly, Where is your classmate Lin Yu now? Is he the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom? Zhuang Tianrui glanced at Captain Chen. This is an extraordinary level of powerhouse. For the 3 of them, the extraordinary professionals were terrifying beings they could not contend with. I have no idea. We lost contact after entering the floating island. Don't ask us, we don't know either. Lu Cheng and Wang Hong, who were standing to the side, also shook their heads in unison. Upon witnessing this scene, instead of expressing his dissatisfaction, Captain Chun had a bright smile on his face. Since you don't know, then forget it. Someone will come over shortly to register your professional information. We hope you will cooperate. Don't worry, this is just a simple registration. It will not affect the heavenly kingdom to which you serve as professionals. Chapter 478, Confirming Identity, Finding the Real Person. Captain Chun is decisive and efficient in his work. After he finished speaking, he greeted Su Yi, who was standing next to him, and then led the group out of the classroom. Once outside, one of the team members asked, Captain, should we continue to stay here until that student named Lin Yu returns and his identity is completely confirmed? No. Captain Chun waved his hand and said, Go back and report directly. We found Lin Yu. The Lin Yu he mentioned. This naturally refers to Lin Yu, the ruler of the Paradise Kingdom. The team members were taken aback and asked in confusion, Captain, didn't they say they lost contact after arriving on the island and didn't know anything about Lin Yu's identity? Captain Chun said with a smile. Those 3 kids weren't telling the truth. The Lin you were looking for is their classmate. Upon hearing this, the team members were all greatly shocked. The next moment, excited expressions appeared on their faces. Among the tens of millions of professionals summoned to the floating island of myriad realms, there is more than one named Lin Yu. None of them expected that they would be so lucky. The real culprit is right before their eyes. Reporting this up would be a great achievement. At this moment, one of the team members suddenly frowned and said, Captain, why are they hiding Lin Yu's true identity? Are they afraid of something? Afraid of revealing Lin Yu's information? Was he ultimately retaliated against by Lin Yu? If that's the case, then Lin Yu will probably be difficult to approach. The power that Lin Yu wielded was simply too great. All the countries, including the Xia Kingdom, felt immense pressure from Lin Yu. They hope that Lin Yu will be a ruler with positive energy. This is the best thing for Xia Kingdom and for the entire planet Earth. In other words, if Lin Yu is a tyrannical ruler, then the future of Blue Star is in jeopardy. Don't worry, Captain Chen said. Although I have never met Lin Yu, I believe he is an ambitious young man. In the eyes of those 3 people, I saw their respect for Lin Yu, not fear. They actively helped Lin Yu conceal his identity. These guys. One of the team members shook his head, both amused and exasperated. They actually fooled us. Don't they know we've already said no more? Another team member said, it seems that Lin Yu holds an extremely high position in their hearts. That's normal. Captain Chen sighed and then said, I have been training on the floating island for a whole year and have experienced countless dangerous situations. Now I am only at the extraordinary level. On the other hand, Lin Yu has already advanced to the demigod level in just over 20 days since arriving on the island. Even becoming an immortal god is not far off. To be honest, even I have to look at him with admiration. Captain Chen's words were unanimously agreed upon by the team members present. The extraordinary world is a world where the strong are respected. Facing a demigod-level powerhouse, even their captain, who had already reached the extraordinary level, was weak and vulnerable. Let alone the extraordinary level. Even the saint-level powerhouses who are at the pinnacle of Blue Star have to bow their heads before the demigods. However, looking at the entire Blue Star, there are very few veteran professionals who have reached the saint rank. As of now, the Xia Kingdom possesses no more than 5 saint-level professionals. However, according to information revealed by those professionals, there are tens of thousands of saint-level experts in the Paradise Kingdom. There are also hundreds of demigods who are revered by all professionals. There could be even more. What does this mean? This demonstrates just how terrifying the power of the Paradise Kingdom is. As the ruler of the Paradise Kingdom, Lin Yu naturally stands at the pinnacle of the world, deserving the awe of everyone on Earth, whether veteran or newcomer. It can be said that Lin Yu has become a legendary figure in the Blue Star world. His figure is admired by countless people. Let's go? Go back and report to your superiors first. Yes, Captain. After leaving one team member to continue holding the position, the other team members quickly left the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Inside the classroom, Su Yi's gaze swept over the 3 of them, and she said, Don't lie to me. You can't fool me, and you can't fool Captain Chen either. Zhuang Tianrui and 2 others. Sure enough, they were still a bit too young. Both Instructor Su and Captain Chun have experienced great trials and tribulations on the floating island. It's not like you can tell at a glance whether what they just said was true or false. At least by observing their words and expressions, one can get a general idea of what's going on. Lu Cheng said with a smile, Teacher Su, please don't blame us. How could we dare to reveal His Majesty's information? Besides, what we said wasn't a lie. We did lose contact with His Majesty Lin Yu after arriving on the island. His Majesty? Su Yi was also somewhat surprised by this title. Lu Cheng said frankly, We should treat His Majesty Lin Yu with the utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's expression turned serious. She hadn't expected Lu Cheng and the other 2 to treat Lin Yu this way. This also indirectly shows how high Lin Yu's status is in the hearts of tens of millions of professionals in Xia Kingdom. She was very surprised by this. This is understandable, as Su Yi did not personally experience the series of events that occurred on 014965 Floating Island. She naturally didn't know that for tens of millions of professionals in the Xia Kingdom, Lin Yu, like his angel, is sacred and inviolable. Chapter 479, The Creator is busy. I didn't expect that. My student has actually become the owner of a floating island. His troops number in the hundreds of millions. He himself has already reached the level of a demigod, and becoming a god is just around the corner. Inside the office, Su Yi was unable to calm down. When Lin Yu and the other 6 were summoned to the floating island of myriad realms, Her greatest expectation for them was that a Lord-level professional would emerge from among them. Because there are too few Lord-class professionals. At the same time, Lord-class professionals have an advantage over combat professionals and a greater chance of reaching the top. As a combat professional, she also considered joining forces with a Lord professional. By harnessing the power of Lord-class professionals, you can become stronger. Now, her expectations have been met. However, the high expectations placed upon her were too much for her to bear at the moment. She only wanted a Lord-class professional to provide her with shelter and help, but instead, the owner of a floating island appeared. This gave her the feeling of being in a dream. Most importantly, if Lin Yu rejects her, she'll lose face terribly. If Lin Yu were just an ordinary Lord professional, she wouldn't have any such worries. But that's the problem. Lin Yu stands in a very high position. It was so tall that she had to look up at it, and dared not approach it easily. Let's talk about it when Lin Yu gets back. Or rather, I'll go directly to Floating Island 014965 to find him. Although Su Yi is not a professional of 014965 Floating Island, she can still enter 014965 Floating Island as a hired worker by using the professional marks of Zhuang Tianrui and the other two. Lin Yu had considered becoming an employee and going to the island back then. His target for hiring was the beautiful and sexy homeroom teacher, Su Yi. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the floating island of myriad realms and their delightful selection of him, he might have already applied to instructor Su for an employee position. Compared to the turbulent blue planet, the floating island where Lin Yu was located gradually calmed down. Because the large-scale war has ended, the professionals were either hunting ordinary wild monsters or had gathered their energy and returned to Earth for a vacation. The holy city was quite lively. The reason is simple. The kingdom's troops under Lin Yu's command are returning one after another. In particular, the fallen angel army in the underground world, as well as the millions of dark elves led by the dark elf Queen Nadia, all returned to the holy city. At a glance, sexy and alluring figures can be seen everywhere in the city. Her tall figure and long, straight, snow-white legs were dazzling. Unfortunately, no one is there to appreciate this beautiful scenery. Lin Yu is the same. He is currently inside the city lord's mansion, tirelessly exchanging the profound mysteries of the laws with Secretarian. As he continuously absorbed and fused the two divine orbs, the number of fundamental laws he mastered also increased rapidly. In addition to the origin of the laws, the divinity contained within them also merged into Lin Yu's body. Divinity is the essence of a deity. It contains the understanding of the great Tao laws by living beings at the level of true gods. The laws of demigods and the laws of true gods are different. They are not on the same level in terms of power. In addition, divinity will continuously generate an immortal substance. Immortal matter is the secret to the immortality of gods. With it, gods can achieve true immortality. Obtaining two divine attributes at once was naturally a great benefit to Lin Yu. The most intuitive point. It means that after he becomes a god, his divine power will become even stronger. Grown-ups. Inside the spiritual field space outside the city, a figure appeared in front of Victoria. It was Gladys, who was also a fallen angel. It is worth mentioning, Gladys is no longer a 10-winged fallen angel. Now, she has been restored to the rank of a 12-winged fallen angel. If it weren't for the fact that the power of the rules in this world is too weak, she could have become a god directly upon regaining her status, and not just a weak, low-level god. Gladys said respectfully, "Our Lord is discussing the mysteries of the laws with Her Majesty Angelia." Upon hearing this, Victoria's expression froze. The next second, a fire inexplicably ignited in her heart. What profound meaning of research principles. It's clearly just. Victoria said she was very angry. Her anger was not directed at the Supreme Creator, but at Angelia. This Angelia has no sense of martial ethics. She fought her way through the underground world, while Angelia served the Creator from the rear. Given the current situation, even if she conquers for hundreds or thousands of years and builds a vast star-crossed world, she still cannot match Angelia's status in the eyes of the Supreme Creator. This was devastating news for Victoria. After this period of effort, she has once again cultivated 3 super hell soldiers in the underground world, each of whom is comparable to a true god in combat power. Originally, she planned to report this good news to the Creator. To please the Creator, Gladys told her that the Creator was busy. "Gladys, what do you think would happen if I shrunk my fallen angel body right now?" "Your Majesty, please do not act rashly," Gladys quickly advised. "This world cannot bear your immense power and status. Once the seal is lifted, the world will surely collapse." Hateful. Victoria huffed and cursed. Gladys, standing to the side, kept her head down, pretending not to hear. She, a mere 12-winged angel, was not qualified to participate in the struggle between 18-winged archangels. Chapter 480. You're so weak, you're so weak. The Holy Angels faction and the Fallen Angels faction. They have been fighting for tens of millions of years in the divine realm of the Lord and are incompatible with each other. In order to banish these fallen angels, several archangels of the Holy Angels even broke into the underworld, splitting it in two and using one half to create hell, the place where they were banished. But Gladys, as a high-ranking angel, knew very well. The struggle between the fallen angels and the holy angels is far from reaching a life-or-death stage. Otherwise, it's not just a simple exile anymore. As for the 7 18-winged archangels, they only ever touched upon each other and never clashed with each other to the death. After all, they were both born from the primal reincarnation pool, and no matter how different their ideologies are, they cannot erase the close relationship between them. Therefore, Gladys knew that the best thing to do was to remain silent. Saying a few words of abuse won't cost you anything. If she gets involved, once Victoria calms down, she might turn around and beat her up. It's normal for a younger sister to be angry with her older sister. If a 12-winged angel dares to disrespect an 18-winged archangel, the consequences will be much more severe. At that very moment, Victoria suddenly disappeared. Gladys, acting on a conditioned reflex, prepared to follow suit. But the next moment, she froze on the spot, because she keenly sensed that the rules of heaven and earth were trembling, and they could faintly hear Her Majesty Victoria's roars, as well as screams of agony. "I'll teach you to be so weak. I'll teach you to be so weak." Gladys's delicate body trembled slightly. She quickly took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "Although Her Majesty is angry right now, she should know her limits. She'll be fine once she's vented her anger." Gladys then stopped thinking about it. She sat cross-legged, suspended high in the air. The 12 fallen angel wings behind him were fully extended. It emitted a rich, bloody glow. She was absorbing as much evolutionary matter as possible from the spiritual field space. Although she has been restored to her former rank, like all 12-winged fallen angels, she wants to break through to the rank of the upper 3 angels and ascend to become a 14-winged angel, or even a 16-winged archangel. And for some reason, since coming into this world, I have served the Supreme Creator. She vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a crack in the barrier of her status. She has the potential to rise to even greater heights. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu and Secretary and had been in seclusion for a full day and night. He gained even more from this retreat. He had completely absorbed the 2 divine orbs of light, one from the rock demon and the other from death god Barkvis. The divinity and the profound mysteries of the laws contained within it have all been integrated into his body. The number of fundamental laws he mastered surged to over 500. In other words, the 2 divine orbs of light contributed more than 100 different types of fundamental laws to him. The reason there are so many of them is that both the rock demon and the death god Barkvis are legitimate gods. As gods, it's quite normal for them to possess the profound mysteries of 1 or 200 fundamental laws. In addition, they are all true gods from the underworld. The fundamental mysteries of the laws they have mastered mostly belong to the underworld and are of evil nature. The fundamental principles and origins of the laws governing the floating island world are mostly different from those of the floating island world. Therefore, Lin Yu was able to obtain so many law origins at once. The bedroom in the detached courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed. With a clench of his right hand, the space-time within his palm instantly collapsed. A pitch-black cave was revealed. This is a man-made black hole. Although its power is far less than that of a naturally formed black hole in the universe, it still possesses an extremely terrifying ability to devour. Once it erupts, it can easily engulf an area of thousands of kilometers in radius. However, the power of the black hole did not affect the outside world, because it was contained within Lin Yu's palm. Sensing the terrifying energy contained within the black hole, Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "With the more than 500 kinds of fundamental laws I currently possess, once I become a god in the future, I will at least be a peak mid-level god. They might even reach the level of a high-ranking true god." In other words, Lin Yu has basically achieved his small goal. Angelia, who was standing nearby, immediately flattered him, saying, "With your lord's potential, you will surely become a supreme deity in a short time." There was one thing she didn't say. That is, if Lin Yu enters the divine realm of the Lord and merges with the divine personality and divinity he left in the divine realm, then he will not simply become a supreme god. Instead, it allows one to directly surpass the supreme god. "Let's hope so," Lin Yu said with a smile. "The supreme deity, That's on the level of a goddess of nature and spirits. It is also the height at which the 18-winged archangel of the angel race stands. That's still too far off for him right now. Even if he could leap to become a high-ranking true god who wields great divine power, he would still have to look up to the supreme deity. Let's not talk about that now. Come with me to a floating island in another world. The war there should be over. Lin Yu turned to look at Angelia. At this moment, Secretarian was radiant and full of energy. She was breathtakingly beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that he had already cultivated for a day and a night, and his energy and spirit were in a state of complete satisfaction, Lin Yu would have been unable to resist. Angelia got up as instructed. She then helped Lin Yu get dressed and wash up. For her, she could accept whatever the Lord of Holy Light was like. After all, as things stand, her physique is far superior to that of the Lord of Holy Light. Chapter 481 The Two Excited Empresses. Before heading to floating island number 018439, Lin Yu received Victoria, the 12-winged fallen angel who had returned from the underground world, and Nadia, the dark elf queen, as well as Grace, the nature elf queen who had come from the Far East. Queen Medusa Cisna has not yet come to the Holy City, because she is overseeing the migration of the Medusa Empire and the sea creatures in the deep sea. From Victoria, Lin Yu learned that he had gained 3 more super hell soldiers with the combat power of true gods, which made him even happier. He made no secret of his admiration for Victoria. This made Victoria very excited. The anger that had surged up because of Angelia vanished instantly. Actually, her mood had improved considerably after venting her frustrations about the world rules of the floating islands yesterday. In terms of personality, Victoria is not a vengeful person. She's very straightforward. She settles scores on the spot. Of course, the main reason was that she wasn't confident in suppressing Angelia, who was the big sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to taking out her anger on the world's rules. But no matter what, she's in a good mood right now. Whether the world rules she beat up were in a good mood or not, she didn't care. Why is that guy so weak that she can't shrink her size? Nadia Grace. From this day forward, you shall live in the Holy City. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask Angelia and Victoria. Although they are also at the peak of demigods, their understanding of the fundamental mysteries of the laws far surpasses yours. Lin Yu addressed the 2 empresses. Upon hearing this, the Queen of Nature Elves and the Queen of Dark Elves immediately accepted the order. They were thrilled by both the prospect of settling in the Holy City and the permission to learn from the 2 12-winged angels. Just as the Lord of Holy Light said, although these 2 12-winged angels were at the same level as them, their strength was far, far greater than theirs. Especially Grace, the Queen of Nature Elves, felt as if she were facing a goddess of nature and elves when she was with Angelia and Victoria. Although she believed it must be an illusion, it indirectly proved how powerful Angelia and Victoria were. At least far surpassed her. With the opportunity to learn from these 2 individuals, her future achievements will undoubtedly be even greater. What Grace didn't know was that Lin Yu's single sentence had opened a door for her to reach the level of a supreme god. The same applies to Naisha, the Dark Elf Queen. They don't understand yet. We'll find out in time. Lin Yu took out 2 divine artifacts from his personal spatial equipment. One is the set of divine artifacts, the Death Set. One is an artifact with natural alignment attributes, which is very suitable for Grace, the Queen of Nature Elves. When Lin Yu bestowed the 2 items upon the 2 individuals, they were overwhelmed with excitement. After all, divine artifacts are the most precious treasures in the world. The natural elf empire is so powerful, yet it only possesses 1 divine artifact, the Sun Elf Crown. As for the Dark Elf Queen Naisha, she had never even seen what the artifact looked like. Now, she not only possesses the magical artifact, moreover, it is a set of divine artifacts, composed of multiple divine artifacts. She was so excited she almost fainted. Happiness came too suddenly. It was something she found hard to bear. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. The Dark Elf Queen Naisha knelt directly before Lin Yu. Her sexy, delicate body, partially hidden by the purple veil, was incredibly alluring. She exclaimed excitedly, "It is the greatest honor of Nadia's life to receive your grace. I swear to you with my life that I will serve you wholeheartedly and devote my life to you. Your will is the direction in which my dark elf race moves forward." Queen Grace of the Nature Elves, standing to the side, also knelt on the ground, declaring that her race of nature elves would forever worship Lin Yu, their faith unwavering. Having lost the Sun Elf crown, I have now gained another artifact of the same faction and grade. This is enough to make up for what she owes to the nature elves. This also made her even more grateful to Lin Yu. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand with a smile. After the two empresses rose, Lin Yu said to them, I have always believed in the loyalty of your people to me. The divine artifacts I bestow upon you are so that you can adapt to the pace of the battlefield of myriad realms more quickly. Soon, we will head to the battlefield of myriad realms and embark on a new journey. The two empresses immediately bowed solemnly. We swear to follow the great Lord of Holy Light to the death. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then, with the help of the girls, he took stock of yesterday's spoils. Another day of abundant harvest. After all the spoils of war were sold, Lin Yu's gold coins exceeded 700 million, including the high teleportation fees paid by professionals who brought their troops to Earth. After a large-scale summoning event, the total size of Lin Yu's angel army is approaching 80 million. This is a terrifying number. Even Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Once the matter in the Holy City was settled, Lin Yu took Secretary N and Victoria directly to the floating island in the other world. As soon as Lin Yu stepped out of the time-space tunnel, he sensed a hostility and panic. This feeling comes from the spirit of the world's rules on this otherworldly floating island. It had absolutely no goodwill towards the appearance of Lin Yu and the other two. All that exists is an endless stream of negative emotions. The presence of Lin Yu and the other two brought it a sense of impending death. Its intuition told it that it was doomed. Chapter 482 Lin Yu equals Harmonizer. The floating islands in the other world are also composed of multiple areas. The world is not very large, and the mountains and landforms in different regions are quite similar. Unlike the floating island, number 014965, which has forests, deserts, grasslands, and a vast ocean. In terms of overall size, the floating island in the other world is less than 1/10 the size of the floating island where Lin Yu is located. Their overall strength is also far inferior. With the main allied forces from the other world annihilated in the 3 districts, the other areas became even more vulnerable to the attacks of the angelic army and the army of troops from the kingdom of heaven. Not to mention, Lin Yu has been continuously increasing his troops on this floating island these past 2 days. By the time Lin Yu and his 2 companions arrived at the floating island, the angelic army and the kingdom's troop army had already swept across the entire world. The native intelligent races either surrender or perish. No strongholds remain. Wild monsters were not extensively eradicated. Because Lin Yu planned to use the wild monsters on this floating island to fill the monster resource gap on his own floating island after the 2 floating islands merged. As for foreign professionals like Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, they were all killed. The way Xia Kingdom professionals treat foreign professionals is almost comparable to how angels treat heretics. In particular, the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom were subjected to a brutal massacre by the professionals from the Xia Kingdom. Throughout the war, at least 99% of the foreign professionals were killed. The few foreign professionals who didn't die on the battlefield did so because they gathered enough energy for the professional mark before the Xia Kingdom professionals arrived and escaped back to Earth. They were both lucky and unlucky. Fortunately, they are still alive. Unfortunately, they no longer have their own floating island. Given the current situation, the only way for them to continue on the path of professionals is to go to other floating islands as employees. As for the floating island, they dared not enter it again. Because if you come in, you'll die? Many foreign professionals who managed to escape back to Earth spread rumors on professional forums about how evil the army of Paradise Kingdom was and how cruel their methods were. They urgently hoped that all countries on Earth can join forces to resist Heavenly Kingdom. However, this is purely their imagination. Because the nations of Earth were all intimidated by the terrifying war power of the Paradise Kingdom. In addition, there are more than 2 billion Hindus stirring up trouble around the world. Who would dare to openly oppose the Kingdom of Paradise? Even the United States doesn't have that kind of courage. They feared that the Western Christians in their own country would rebel as a result, and were even more worried that the hundreds of millions of troops from the Heavenly Kingdom would descend upon Earth and launch an attack on them. Putting everything else aside, the Heavenly Kingdom has at least several hundred demigods. What does this mean? Once they all arrive, declare war on them. They are doomed. Even using the giant mushroom was useless. In fact, most of the information leaked by professionals about Paradise Kingdom is wrong. Even professionals from the Xia Kingdom have no idea about the true nature of the Paradise Kingdom. Take the number of demigods as an example. The Heavenly Kingdom has not just a few hundred demigods, but several thousand. It will not be long before it reaches 10,000. As for units whose combat power can rival that of demigods, there are even more. Those high-ranking angels who have reached the saint level, whether holy or fallen, all possess demigod-level strength. Just think about it. How many high-ranking angels are there in the kingdom of heaven? The total number is at least over 100,000. Once this information becomes known to countries around the world, they will undoubtedly be even more terrified. They also didn't dare to oppose the Paradise Kingdom. Therefore, it is futile and meaningless for those foreign professionals to make any statements on the professionals forum or internationally. In an era where strength reigns supreme, the strong can suppress everything. The azure sky. Lin Yu and the other two stood tall on the clouds. Angelia and Victoria stood on either side of them. An elegant, holy, and breathtakingly beautiful woman. A dark, evil being, exuding an aura of slaughter and destruction. In terms of temperament, the two are completely opposite. There was even a feeling that a fight could break out at any moment. However, Lin Yu's presence is precisely the mediator between Angelia and Victoria. With him around, both 12-winged angels were incredibly obedient. "My lord," Victoria respectfully said, "I sense the aura of the world's rule spirit of this floating island. It is hiding in the core of the world, shrouding itself with the fundamental laws. It also sensed our arrival. They're making their last stand." He paused slightly. Victoria added, "The spirit of the rules of this world is so weak that it is easily defeated. My lord, just wait a moment, and I will be able to capture it and bring it before you. Then it's up to you." Lin Yu smiled and nodded to Victoria. Victoria exclaimed excitedly, "It is my honor to serve you." As she spoke, she glanced at Angelia, who was standing quietly to the side, out of the corner of her eye, and then disappeared through space with a hint of provocation. Upon seeing this, Angelia's eyebrows twitched slightly. Just then, Lin Yu took Angelia's small hand and said with a smile, "It's good to leave this to Victoria. Let's go for a walk around and enjoy the scenery of this other world." Secretarian nodded. A radiant smile graced her exquisite face. In that instant, the whole world seemed to brighten up. Chapter 483: Another War in an Unknown Time and Space. Just as Lin Yu was holding Secretarian's hand and admiring the beautiful scenery of the other world, Victoria also arrived at the core of the other world. She was genuinely thrilled that Lin Yu had entrusted her with this task, because serving the Supreme Creator is her, and indeed the only value of the entire fallen angel faction. What she wants most right now is to gain the attention of the Supreme Creator. This is so that the Creator will bestow more favor upon their fallen angel faction. The Holy Angels faction already occupied the entire God realm. If they do not receive the favor of the Supreme Creator, these fallen angels will be even less able to hold their heads high in front of the Holy Angel race. And as the fallen Archangel with 18 wings, she naturally has an obligation to create a future for the fallen angels. Therefore, she had to handle this matter perfectly. "Found you. You think you can hide from me?" In a vast, empty space, Victoria quickly locked onto a golden eye that shone with iridescent colors. It is the embodiment of the spirit of the rules of the floating island in another world. Its design is exactly the same as that of the spirit of rules of the floating island world where Lin Yu is located. The difference lies in the fact that the multicolored light it emits is much fainter, and the primal aura it exudes is far inferior to that of the world rule spirit of the floating island where Lin Yu is located. A simple comparison makes it clear that it is much weaker. Victoria didn't take it seriously at all. She could beat up even the spirit of rules on the floating island where the Creator resided at will, let alone this even weaker spirit of rules in front of her. Obediently seal yourself away. I'll consider making your suffering less. Golden eyes were fixed on Victoria. It was only after a long time that a sound came from its body. Your angel race has broken the rules of the game of the floating islands of the myriad worlds. The spirit of the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms will not forgive you. Even you angels are no exception. The sound was more mechanical, rigid, and stiff. It was far less agile than the spirit of the world's rules on the floating island where Lin Yu was located when it was behind the scenes. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Victoria gave a cold laugh. She drew a fallen angel's sword burning with black flames from the void, saying, "If it weren't for our angel race defeating the Void Demon army back then, that guy would have been devoured by the Void Demon Emperor long ago. If it dares to target my angel race, I will kill it sooner or later." Hearing these extremely arrogant words, the pupils of the golden eyes suddenly contracted. After sensing the aura emanating from Victoria, it seemed to remember something. "Who are you?" "One of the 7 18-winged archangels who participated in the Holy War. I remember now. Your name is Victoria." Victoria glanced at it, seemingly surprised, and said, "You, a spirit of world rules so incomplete, actually possess such insight?" Floating islands are ultimately just fragmented mortal worlds. Its world's rules and spirits should not know such high-level information. The spirit of the rules of the floating island world where the creator resides knows her and Angelia because the descent portal of their angel race is in that world. From the very beginning of its arrival, they had communicated with the spirit of the rules of that world. It's impossible not to know them. The golden-eyed figure remained silent for a moment, then said, "Deep within my memories lies information about you, including the creator who established the angel civilization." After a brief pause, it continued, "I vaguely remember that the floating island of myriad realms was once a complete world, no less vast than the battlefield of myriad realms. Or perhaps it could be said that the floating island of myriad realms was a copy of the battlefield of myriad realms. We participated in the holy war of the demons in an unknown time and space. We fell apart during the war. It transformed into countless fragments of the world and descended into the real universe. This is the origin of the floating island of myriad realms." Upon hearing the golden-eyed man's words, Victoria's expression gradually became serious. Because she was completely unaware that during the Holy War, there was another battlefield besides the battlefield of myriad realms. Theoretically speaking, this is impossible. After all, she is an 18-winged archangel. They followed the Supreme Creator from beginning to end, until they defeated the Void Demon Army and banished its remnants from this real universe. "You're lying to me." Victoria's eyes turned cold as she looked at the golden eyes and said, "The spirit of the world rules of Floating Island 014965 is more powerful than your origin, but it has no such information in its memory." Shortly after her arrival, she had already searched the memory information of the world's rule spirit on that floating island. Angelia had already done this before. After all, the creator descended upon that island. As the 18-winged archangels and the stewards of the creator, they naturally need to have all the information about the world they live in. Otherwise, what if something unexpected happens? The golden eyes swayed from side to side, as if shaking their heads. "I have no reason to deceive you with these things. After all, this cannot change my fate of merging with the 014965 floating island. In fact, while being forced to accept reality, I also harbored a glimmer of hope for integration. We look forward to the future, when the floating islands of the universe can merge into one whole and restore their former appearance." Chapter 484. Victoria. "My mentality is starting to crumble. I'll know whether it's true or false once I see it." Victoria gave the golden-eyed man no chance to resist and suppressed him directly. Then they forcibly searched its memory. Much later, Victoria frowned, because what I said was actually true. Its memory contains the information mentioned above. Unfortunately, the war scenes from that unknown time and space did not appear in its memory. Victoria also discovered, 2 days ago, this golden eye had already reported to the spirit of the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms. It informed the battlefield of myriad realms that the floating islands under its control had been invaded by the angel army. In other words, the battlefield of all realms now knows that the angel race has returned to the real universe. This is not good news. Although this wouldn't have much impact on the entire angel race, she worried that it might disrupt the creator's rebirth plan. "It's my duty. Moreover, not every world rule spirit of a floating island can evolve its own emotions like the world rule spirit of Floating Island 014965. It's quite special." The golden-eyed man spoke to Victoria. In contrast, it belongs to the spirit of normal world rules. Everything was done according to procedure. As for the spirit of the world rules of the floating island, number 014965, it is an anomaly among countless spirits of world rules. Not only are they afraid of death, but they also complain that their work is too tiring. He said he was just a miserable wage earner. On the one hand, they complained about not getting overtime pay. In short, such a spirit of world rules is rare. None of that matters anymore. Victoria, holding the fallen angel's sword engulfed in black flames, stared expressionlessly at the golden eyes. "Will you surrender willingly, or will I personally subdue you? As the spirit of the world's rules who guards this floating island, I naturally wouldn't." Before he could finish speaking, the golden eyes suddenly stopped. It seemed to size up Victoria before continuing. "You're far inferior to Angelia? You're asking for it." Victoria couldn't stand hearing this. Anger surged up instantly, making him as irritable as a cat with its fur standing on end. Without saying a word, she cleaved the golden eye in two with a single sword strike and forcibly destroyed its intelligence. Next, Victoria collected and sealed away all the fundamental mysteries of the laws and all the primordial power it contained. These things need to be taken back and consumed by the laborers. After searching and finding nothing missing, Victoria sheathed the fallen angel's sword and teleported away from the void of white space. It wasn't until much later that a figure suddenly emerged from the void. He gazed at the illusory white space around him and whispered, "The great Lord of Holy Light has returned to the universe, and the gears of destiny have begun to turn. War is about to break out again. I only hope that this time, we can truly overcome the great calamity of chaos. Time is running out. Wake up quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure vanished back into nothingness. Only this white space, shrouded in deathly silence, remained, gradually collapsing. After emerging from the white space, Victoria did not see Lin Yu and Angelia in the original place. When she finally found the two of them, she discovered that they were holding hands, admiring the aurora borealis that appeared at the edge of the world. The aurora borealis was a phenomenon created by an extraterrestrial storm striking the world barrier of this floating island. It is dazzling and colorful, truly a beautiful sight. Moreover, it covers an extremely large area, encompassing a vast expanse of land and sky. However, Victoria was not in the mood to appreciate it. She was starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. If she had known it would be like this, she shouldn't have volunteered. This task should be given to Angelia, who can then accompany the creator to enjoy the scenery and travel the world. This kind of close-range emotional exchange is much faster than her trying to grab that golden eye. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. How could she be so stupid? No wonder Angelia didn't say anything before, but now she's taken on this task on her own initiative. It's obvious they're using her as a laborer, and she's actually quite happy about it. "My lord." Victoria composed herself, which was on the verge of collapse. He appeared before Lin Yu with a respectful expression and handed over the orb of light that sealed the golden eyes to Lin Yu. Then, she told Lin Yu the information she had learned from the golden-eyed man. Lin Yu was also extremely surprised after hearing this. He hadn't expected that the floating islands scattered across the myriad worlds were actually formed from the collapse of a complete world, whose complete form was comparable to the renowned battlefield of myriad worlds. This was news that shocked him. Angelia, standing to the side, also frowned slightly, a hint of astonishment in her golden eyes. A world no less than a battlefield of countless realms. That's unbelievable. It seems that there was no such battlefield during the holy war of the past. Moreover, even the supreme deity could not destroy such a world. That's what I think too. Victoria nodded and said, "I initially thought the spirit of rules was fooling me, but after searching its memories, I discovered that what it said was true." Neither of the two angels could understand it. In the end, they could only turn their attention to Lin Yu. If anyone in this universe knows any specific information about the floating island of myriad realms and the unknown space-time war, it's only their master. Lin Yu shook his head decisively. "Don't ask me, I don't know either. At least, we don't know yet. He has absolutely no memory of the Lord of Holy Light." Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The most urgent task now is to merge the two floating islands. Chapter 485. The lackey's nature is undeniably exposed. Lin Yu and his two companions did not linger and returned directly to the floating island, number 014965. On their way back, Lin Yu and the other two did not use the teleportation array. Instead, it forcibly broke through a new space-time tunnel. Led by Lin Yu, Angelia and Victoria assisted from the side. The reason Lin Yu did this was because he wanted to test his mastery of the laws of time and space. Having opened this space-time portal, Lin Yu has gained a more thorough understanding of the fundamental mysteries of the laws of time and space, and it is only a matter of time before he can integrate them into the laws of space-time. Let me add one more thing. Lin Yu has successfully mastered the laws of destiny. This was thanks to his tireless and painstaking communication with Angelia. In addition, during the exchange, Lin Yu also learned about other different types of fundamental laws from Angelia, such as annihilation, judgment, and ruling. Secretary and played a significant role in enabling Lin Yu to master over 500 fundamental laws. It can be said that they made an indispensable contribution. During this trip to another world, the only thing Lin Yu did was admire the scenery. He didn't actually want it to be like this. He had considered personally suppressing the spirit of the world's rules on that otherworldly floating island. However, his subordinates were too capable and proactive. In this situation, he had no choice but to become a hands-off manager. Take it easy if you can. After returning to the floating island, 014965, Lin Yu tore through space and went to the core of the world, handing over the primordial power of the other world to the spirit of the world's rules. What they received in return was flattery and expressions of loyalty. Lin Yu also felt that the world rules of his floating island were a bit too unconventional. At the beginning, they were very serious and proper. The more you get to know him, the more you realize that he's a bit eccentric. It doesn't seem to follow the rules of a particular world at all. They are more like truly intelligent beings. They bully the weak and fear the strong, and are good at bowing their heads. According to Victoria, the spirit of the world rules of the floating island numbered 018439, although much weaker in comparison, never begged for mercy from her until it was suppressed. In contrast, the spirit of the world's rules on the floating island where he was located. To survive and for their future, they betrayed even their own boss without hesitation. It is indeed somewhat special. Great Lord of the Holy Light. In the void of white space, the golden eyes said to Lin Yu with delight, "My intuition tells me that once I merge with the essence of the spirit of the rules of this other world, I will be able to bear the power of a true god." It no longer refers to Lin Yu as Lord. Instead, he directly addresses her as the Great Lord of Holy Light. His sycophantic nature was unmistakable. "Then let's hurry up," Lin Yu said. "After you advance, the peak demigods under my command will also begin to break through to the realm of true gods. Accomplished by your will, my great lord." The words fell. A crack quickly appeared on the surface of the golden eye. It was like a gaping maw that swallowed the sphere of light that sealed all the primordial power of the spirit of the rules of the floating island in another world. Soon, dazzling multicolored light burst forth from the golden eyes. At the same time, the number of those colorful threads covering the surface of the golden pupils also began to increase rapidly. These colorful threads are the essence of the fundamental law. In the myriad realms of the universe, the power of the spirits governing the rules of different worlds varies. The most direct manifestation of strength is the amount of fundamental laws and mysteries contained in this world. The more fundamental laws and mysteries it contains, the stronger the power of the rules in this world. The battlefield of myriad realms can be considered the most powerful world in the universe. Its world-ruling spirit contains the profound mysteries of all the fundamental laws of the universe. Its power is terrifying enough to support the supreme deities of all pantheons. Even if the holy light lord of the angel race descends upon the battlefield of myriad realms, it will not cause any problems with the fundamental nature of the battlefield of myriad realms. All I can say is, compared to the battlefield of myriad worlds, Lin Yu's floating island is nothing more than a small fry. Much later, the iridescent light emanating from the surface of the golden eyes reached its limit. It looks like a colorful sun. An astonishing pressure emanated from it. It's clear that it's much more powerful than before. The surrounding white space also seemed unable to bear its power and began to collapse rapidly, but it was not completely annihilated. Instead, after collapsing, it reassembled into a larger and more solid white space. At the same time, in an unknown void. At this moment, the world fragment representing the floating island, number 018439, also rapidly approached the floating island where Lin Yu was located. The two floating islands, one large and one small, were about to collide. A dazzling golden light fell from the void, enveloping the two floating islands. Then, something horrifying happened. Under the golden light, the two floating islands did not explode when they came into contact, but instead merged slowly in a very impressive way. The feeling was like two pieces of clay of the same color being kneaded together. I don't know how much time has passed. The integration has finally come to an end. The floating island numbered 018439 has completely disappeared. All living beings on the island were simultaneously transferred to floating island number 014965. Meanwhile, the area of floating island 014965 has also become much larger. It looks completely refreshed. Chapter 486, After the Fusion. The most intense impact of the transformation and fusion of the floating islands was felt by the island's native creatures and professionals. First, the number of wild monsters in their vicinity suddenly increased. Secondly, the mountains and rivers are shifting. A mountain may be right in front of you, but the next second it seems to have grown legs and run away into the distance. This is because the territory has expanded. The sky seemed to be stretched out. Finally, a large number of otherworldly plants and animals, as well as various mineral resources, appeared out of nowhere in each region. Even 3 gold mines appeared out of nowhere. Upon receiving this news, the Heavenly Kingdom's army immediately occupied all 3 gold mines. At this point, Lin Yu owns 6 gold mines. With all miners available, he can earn 600 million gold coins per day. 600 million gold coins can summon over 200 large-scale angel legions, totaling tens of millions of angels. These tens of millions of angels can be considered as getting them for free. And it's free every day. In just 10 days, you can get over 100 million angels for free. It's absolutely terrifying. If you also include the gold coins earned in other areas of Paradise Kingdom, then you can summon even more angels every day, easily increasing by tens of millions daily. So far, Lin Yu's angel army has reached a size of 80 million. If nothing unexpected happens, it should break 100 million tomorrow. An army of 100 million angels could easily sweep across all the floating islands on Earth. At the same time, the Kingdom Chat channel in Paradise Kingdom has also become lively. In comparison, the Island Chat channel is quite quiet. This is because as Lin Yu became the ruler of the island, tens of millions of Xia Kingdom professionals on the island joined his kingdom, causing the professionals' main chat base to be changed to the Kingdom channel. Communicating in the Kingdom channel will subtly make the Kingdom's professionals more united. They will also subconsciously regard Heavenly Kingdom as a big family. Breaking news. Breaking news. According to reliable sources, the spirits governing the floating islands of the other world have been conquered by His Majesty, and the two islands have merged into one, becoming even larger and more resource-rich. This is outrageous. We already knew. Just now, the territory of each region on our floating island has been expanding rapidly. I was fighting a wild monster when, in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the distance. I thought that guy could teleport. You're lucky. When our team was hunting, dozens of wild monsters suddenly appeared around us. If we weren't so powerful, there would definitely have been casualties. I was hunting on a floating island in another world, and in the blink of an eye, I'm back on this floating island. At first, I didn't realize it. I only realized after seeing your message that His Majesty Lin Yu had already merged the two floating islands into one. All I can say is, Lin Yu is awesome. Conquered a floating island with ease. All I want to know is, did you guys kill those little devils and bastards from the other world? Absolutely. More than 10 million foreign professionals, including Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi, have been wiped out, except for a few who managed to escape back to Earth. How about we open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? Don't forget the most important thing. When you get back, be sure to offer incense to your ancestors. It seems that quite a few people have already returned to Earth. I'll be almost there too. Returning to Earth would only provide some relaxation. The floating islands are much more interesting. I'm now just waiting for His Majesty to open the portal to the battlefield of myriad realms so I can see the world of the true gods. Forget about it. What is the battlefield of myriad realms? Gods roam the earth. Demigods are as common as dogs. With our current strength, we'd be less than cannon fodder. Try your best to level up. When His Majesty opens the portal to another dimension, he will undoubtedly set a level restriction, meaning that low-level professionals will have virtually no chance of going to the battlefield of myriad realms. That makes sense. Just as the Kingdom Chat channel was buzzing with discussion and the native creatures were cheering enthusiastically, Lin Yu also communicated with the spirit of rules at the core of the world. How are you feeling? Lin Yu spoke to the golden eyes that were suspended in midair. After merging with the origin of the other world, its golden eyes swelled up a whole size. It exclaimed excitedly, "Great Lord of the Holy Light, I have never experienced such a wonderful manifestation. Being able to follow you is the luckiest thing in my life." The floating island of myriad realms was born in the holy and demonic era. Its intelligence, however, was developed 20 million years ago. Over the years, it has never enjoyed the privilege of devouring other worlds. It worked for the battlefield of myriad realms for so many years, toiling like a beast of burden for tens of millions of years, yet the stubborn battlefield of myriad realms never rewarded it. It's had enough. Sure enough, the new boss is quite generous. If it feels right, then it's fine. With your current power over the rules, are you sure you can support living beings to ascend to the level of true gods? This is the issue that Lin Yu is most concerned about right now. Chapter 487, All Gathered. Reporting to the Great Lord of Holy Light. The spirit of world rules now held Lin Yu in even greater reverence, saying, "I can sense that with my current origin, I can already bear the divine power of a lower-level true god." A lower-level true god. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is there a limit to the number?" The spirit of world rules said, "Not only is there no limit to the number, but the more lower-level true gods I advance, the stronger my primordial power becomes. The rules of the world and the creatures within it are actually complementary. As long as it is within the scope that the world's rules can bear, the more prosperous the civilization of the beings in the world, the stronger the power of the world's rules will be. After reaching a certain level, even without absorbing the origins of other worlds, I can still advance. Devouring the world's origin is a shortcut to advancing the world's rules. Generally speaking, for the rules of a world to advance, it is necessary to cultivate the beings within that world. This path to promotion is quite long, but it is also the way most world rule spirits advance. I see. Lin Yu nodded. Although it can only support lower-level true gods, it is already quite good. After all, the original power of the 018439 floating island that was swallowed was not strong to begin with. The only regret is, demigods like Angelia and Victoria cannot directly ascend to godhood within the floating island. This is because once they are promoted, they will at least become high-ranking gods. It might even reach the level of a supreme god. This has completely exceeded the limits that the floating island can withstand. Overall, however, there was nothing seriously wrong. Upon entering the battlefield of myriad realms, they can also become gods immediately. Lin Yu asked, "Do you know any more information about what happened before the floating island of myriad realms collapsed?" The golden eyes flickered twice, and it said, "Although I obtained the memories of the otherworldly floating island, I didn't get much information. I speculate that when the multiverse floating island collapsed, its world rule spirit also turned into countless fragments. Each fragment carries a piece of memory information. Great Lord of Holy Light, if you can allow me to devour more floating islands, I believe I can answer your question." Lin Yu rolled his eyes. "Then you should work harder and open the space-time passage to other floating islands as soon as possible." After saying that, he left the empty white space. The figure descended upon the sacred city. Upon returning, the first thing Lin Yu did was to summon all the top demigods under his command, including angels, nature elves, dark elves, naga, mountain giants, dragons, humans, and so on. At the same time, he issued orders to all the demigods in the kingdom. Let them ignite the divine fire as quickly as possible and advance to the peak of demigod status. Upon learning that the gates to godhood had been opened, the local top demigods, including the dark elf queen Naisha, the nature elf queen Grace, and the Medusa queen Cecina, were extremely excited. In the past, they had to go to the battlefield of myriad realms to become gods. Not to mention how troublesome and difficult it is. At least once you go there, it's very difficult to come back. But now, they can not only become gods in this world, but also, with the gateway to time and space, they can return whenever they want. There's no need to worry anymore that this world can't support divine power. All I can say is, praise be to the great Lord of Light. Not long after, all of Lin Yu's top demigod experts gathered in the city lord's mansion of the Holy City. There were over 1,000 people. Native top-tier demigods like the Nature Elf Queen, Medusa Queen, Mountain Giant King Vorn, the Lich King, the Elf Queen, and the Naga Queen are only a minority. The vast majority of them are angels. There are over 112 winged angels alone. There are also a large number of 10-winged angels and 8-winged angels. They have all reached the peak of the demigod realm. In addition, there are also angels that Lin Yu summoned in the early days, such as Yetta, Josie, Sally, Vina, Pamela, Renee, and Caroline. Especially Yetta and Josie. Under Lin Yu's intensive training, they have advanced to the level of 10-winged angels. With just one more step, they will be able to grow into 12-winged angels, fulfilling Lin Yu's expectations for them. It's important to know that when Lin Yu first summoned them, they were just the lowest level 2-winged angels. In order to train them, Lin Yu also spent a lot of precious, exclusive unit evolution blueprints. But all in all, it was worth it. Yetta and Josie also worked very hard and never let Lin Yu down. Lin Yu sat on the throne in the city lord's mansion, looking at the more than 1,000 peak demigods standing in the main hall, and couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment as if he were looking down on the world. After a moment of smug satisfaction, Lin Yu said, "Now, the gate to godhood in this world has been opened. You will all go to the spirit field space together later to advance to the realm of gods. There is one thing to note. Those who have mastered more than 100 fundamental laws should not be promoted. This world is still too weak to bear your divine power." Hearing Lin Yu's words, the angels present immediately obeyed respectfully. As for the native demigods, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that there were mortal beings in the world who possessed more than 100 fundamental laws. These people, at most, only master 2 or 3 laws. The same applies to Grace, the Queen of Nature Elves. At this moment, the Queen of Nature, who had traveled thousands of miles to be here, was also extremely shocked. However, before she could ask any questions, the main force had already left the city lord's mansion and headed straight for the spirit field space outside the city. Chapter 488 Secretary N's Little Secret. After the main force left, there were about 100 people left in the main hall. They are all angels. There are 12-winged angels and 10-winged angels. The vast majority of them are fallen angels, with only a handful being holy angels, such as Vivian, the 12-winged angel, and Mia, the 12-winged seraphim. The reason they stayed behind instead of going to the spirit field space to break through to godhood is because they all possess more than 100 kinds of fundamental mysteries of laws. Once they become gods, they will at least be intermediate gods. Its divine power was so great that it exceeded the limit of what the spirit of the world's rules could bear. Whether they were holy angels or fallen angels, they all had one thing in common. They were not newly born angels who had just emerged from the angel rebirth pool. In the realm of the Lord, they are all powerful deities. They appointed themselves to a divine position and came to the floating island world. They had not forgotten the fundamental laws they had previously mastered. They were still stored within their bodies. As for the newborn angels, even the 12-winged angels, they need to start their training from scratch, so their breakthroughs will not exceed the carrying capacity of the spirit of the world's rules. The reason why the vast majority of those present were fallen angels, with very few holy angels, is that the reason is quite simple. Even the fallen angels of high rank are all adult angels. The reason why newborn angels appear in the holy angel faction is because they have countless angel rebirth pools. The fallen angel faction does not have an angel rebirth pool. Therefore, when Lin Yu summoned high-ranking fallen angels, it could only be those adult fallen angels who self-appointed their divine positions and descended to the floating island. To be honest, in order to gain the favor of the Supreme Creator, the fallen angels made great sacrifices. However, the fallen angels were quite happy with this. To be able to worship by the side of the Supreme Creator is the greatest pursuit of all fallen angels. They would not hesitate to lower their status or bestow divine titles upon themselves. Lin Yu never intended to mistreat these fallen angels. He was deeply moved when he learned that the high-ranking fallen angels had sacrificed their peak divine power to come to the floating island world to serve him. He secretly decided to give the fallen angels faction better treatment in the future. Even if they cannot stay in the divine realm and coexist peacefully with the holy angels, at least they cannot continue to be exiled to this small hell. When he masters power comparable to, or even surpasses, the Lord of Light, he then seized the remaining half of the underworld, merge with hell, and create a world exclusively for fallen angels. Of course, it would be even better if the floating islands of all the universes could be merged into one world to serve as the base of the fallen angels. After all, living conditions are terrible in both the underworld and hell. It's nowhere near as good as the floating island world. Furthermore, before its collapse, the floating island of Myriad Realms was a colossal world comparable to the battlefield of Myriad Realms, likely even more vast than the underworld. Large site, good environment. It can be transformed into a paradise for fallen angels. At this time, Lin Yu turned his gaze to Secretary Yin, who was standing quietly beside him. When Angelia was first summoned, she was just a four-winged angel. At that time, in Lin Yu's heart, Angelia was a newborn angel who had just been conceived from the angel reincarnation pool. Even Angelia's name was given to her by Lin Yu. He never doubted Angelia's identity. But now, he was almost certain that Angelia, like the fallen angel Gladys and Sylvia, had all descended to the lower realms. Otherwise, how was she able to master the fundamental mysteries of hundreds of different attributes of the laws? This is something that many 12-winged fallen angels do not possess. It's important to know that those 12-winged fallen angels were all at the level of chief gods before they descended. As for newborn angels, that's even more impossible. For example, Yetta has only comprehended the mysteries of a dozen or so different fundamental laws. Compared to Angelia, she is far inferior. Lin Yu has reason to believe Angelia is a holy angel who has lowered her status, and her identity is quite extraordinary, simply because she was more powerful than those 12-winged fallen angels. No wonder he had never been able to figure out Secretary Yin's true abilities. It's not because he wasn't capable enough. It's simply because Secretary Yin kept her little secret too well hidden. Because there are too many people around, Lin Yu plans to wait until they have a private conversation to properly probe Secretary Yin's bottom line and uncover all her little secrets. Lin Yu addressed the angels in the hall, saying, "You are all adult angels who have experienced countless battles, some of whom even participated in the Holy War tens of millions of years ago. I won't impose too many restrictions on you. I only hope that you will continue to work hard, and that you will not slack off after entering the battlefield of all worlds. Furthermore, once we go down there, we will prepare the troops for war. Once they successfully advance to true godhood, we will move into the battlefield of Myriad Realms. As you will, Great Lord of Holy Light, Supreme Creator." The high-ranking angels in the hall immediately roared in unison. Their eyes were filled with surging fighting spirit. The fallen angels, in particular, were very excited. Chapter 489, Condensing Divine Essence. After all the fallen angels and holy angels withdrew, Lin Yu also went to the spirit field space. Angelia and Victoria followed closely behind. Angelia was already used to serving the Lord of Holy Light. As for Victoria, she simply didn't want to miss any more opportunities to serve the Creator. Back when they were on the floating island in another world, she volunteered to do hard labor, while Angelia was able to accompany the Supreme Creator to enjoy the scenery of another world. When she realized what had happened, she almost slapped herself. She secretly vowed that she would never be so foolish again. We must not fall for Angelia's tricks. Although she was very honored to serve the Creator, what she wanted to do more now was to seize the opportunity to serve the Creator. She was well aware of it too. Even if she captured 10 world lost spirits, it might not be as valuable as Angelia accompanying the Supreme Creator to see the Aurora Borealis once. After all, the current Creator has not yet returned to his peak. He is a human being from the mortal world. Humans are creatures with very rich emotions. Some unforgettable experiences can be remembered for a long time, even a lifetime, and are more likely to evoke memories and touch one's inner world. Therefore, she should take advantage of this time to do more things like this. In this way, when the Creator returns to his peak, he will not despise the fallen angels. Lin Yu does not have mind-reading abilities. He had no idea what Victoria was thinking, much less that this 12-winged fallen angel was trying to win over his emotional world. If he knew, he would definitely be both amused and annoyed. He never considered abandoning the fallen angels' camp. Moreover, in his eyes, both the fallen angels faction and the holy angels faction were indispensable. The holy angels faction's primary faith. The fallen angels faction is the main war faction. One white and one black, neither can be missing. Soon, the three of them entered the spirit field space. Within the planting area, 2 enormous demon trees stand, reaching heights of several hundred meters. One of them was a black bone blood vine, its entire body blood red, radiating endless crimson light. One is an immortal flower, its enormous face radiating dazzling golden light, like a small sunflower. Big Lolita Sitting and Immortal Flower Bower are also advancing to the realm of True God. A week ago, the growth potential limit of Immortal Flower Bower had already been raised to the level of a True God, or more precisely, the peak of a lower True God. As for the Big Loli Sitting, after absorbing the divine body of Death God Bakvis, her growth potential reached its limit, leaping to the peak of the mid-level God. Right now, they were devouring massive amounts of flesh and bones. One is devouring a massive soul. A faint divine light emanated from their bodies. At the same time, their aura and oppressive power continued to increase. We arrived at another area. At a glance, there were thousands of figures floating in midair. Each and every one of them is a peak demigod. Each one was enveloped in divine light. Among these figures, you can see many familiar faces. For example, Exugiai Elena, Saintess of Light Tiffany, Angel of Love Sherry, Dragon of the Sanctuary Oster, Fairy Dragon Natasha, Elf Queen Bernina, and so on. After the war on the floating islands of another world, they all reached the peak of the demigod realm. At this time, they were also preparing to break through to godhood. Igniting the divine fire is the first step to becoming a god. They have passed the test. They are now in the second and most crucial step. That is to condense divine essence. Divinity is the core of a god's power and proof of their identity. Once they successfully condense a divine spark, they can step into the realm of true gods and become immortal true gods. As for the third and final step, establishing the divine kingdom, this step is actually optional. Throughout the universe and among countless gods, not every god has established a divine kingdom. Some deities do choose to fly freely. Of course, the divine kingdom also has great uses. Firstly, the divine kingdom can serve as a base and sanctuary for deities in the void. Secondly, the divine kingdom can provide the gods with the support of their divine power source. The higher the level of the divine kingdom, the more vast the god's divine power source becomes, and the divine power will naturally be inexhaustible. Thirdly, God's kingdom can accept believers and create an eternal paradise for them. Based on this, one can imagine that the vast majority of deities worshipped should have their own divine kingdoms. This includes the supreme deities of all pantheons. Even the Lord of Holy Light has a divine kingdom. The divine kingdom of the Lord of Holy Light is the divine realm of the Lord, currently ruled by the Holy Angels faction, and its vastness completely surpasses that of the battlefield of myriad realms. Even with an army of angels numbering in the trillions, there are still many unknown places. For example, Hell is imprisoned in an unknown place. After spending a long time in the spirit field space and seeing that everyone was in a normal breakthrough state, Lin Yu left with Angelia and Victoria. It takes time to condense a divine essence. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't just wait idly. He plans to take advantage of his free time to go back to Earth. Chapter 490, Returning to Blue Star. There's no need to make any preparations for returning to Earth. The only thing Lin Yu did was take 50 million units of spirit rice from the kingdom's resource reserves. As things stand now, spiritual rice is no longer a precious resource for him. You could even say there's more than you can eat. After taking control of the fertile region, he obtained a massive amount of spirit rice seeds from several native human kingdoms and planted them in the spirit field space batch after batch. Now, he can harvest at least 1 billion units of spirit rice every day. It can fully meet the daily needs of the kingdom's citizens. And we couldn't even finish it all. All the excess spirit rice was stored in the kingdom resource reserve. The 50 million units of spiritual rice he transferred were only a small part of it. Lin Yu did not intend to take these spirit rice to Blue Star to sell. For him, the money on Earth was meaningless. He planned to distribute this spirit rice to the people of Xingwu City as a way of giving back to the city. Although he was not born in Xingwu City, he did grow up in Xingwu City. Even if he later became an immortal god, all the experiences he had in this city would be worth reminiscing about. Let's go? Return to Earth. As Lin Yu finished speaking, a passage radiating brilliant golden light appeared before him. He doesn't need to activate the so-called professional mark to return to Earth. With just a thought, the spirit of the world's rules will automatically open a passage for him. This is one of the powers of being the island's owner. Most importantly, Lin Yu is even more awesome than ordinary island owners. Ordinary island lords are on equal footing with the spirits of the world's rules. Lin Yu, on the other hand, directly controls the fate of the spirit of world rules and rules everything on the island. He said that if we go east, the spirit of world rules will never dare to go west. It can be said that Lin Yu has already transcended the category of island lord. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him Lord of the World or Lord of the Plain. In addition, Lin Yu did not return to Earth alone. Standing to his left and right were Secretary and Victoria, respectively. One is holy, the other is evil. One is elegant, the other is a violent person who seems to want to kill everyone he sees. Lin Yu originally didn't want to bring Victoria along. It's not because the aura she exudes is too evil or dark, and that it would easily corrupt children. It's simply because of her enormous size. It stands over 7 meters tall. The 12 fallen angel wings behind her were even more exaggerated. When fully extended, it is nearly 10 meters long. Standing next to Lin Yu, Victoria looked like a giant. You have to look up to talk to her. Those mountain giants and forest trolls under his command can shrink their bodies and transform into normal human forms when they reach the saint or demigod level. However, this does not apply to fallen angels, including Victoria. Only after becoming a god can one do so. This is because their status is too high. At the same time, this is also something that sometimes gives Lin Yu a headache. However, faced with Victoria's pleading eyes, Lin Yu couldn't refuse. Can you imagine a 12-winged fallen angel, over 7 meters tall, kneeling before you, its eyes gleaming, like a giant cat, pleading to stay by your side? I wonder who Victoria learned from. In any case, it hit Lin Yu's weak spot, leaving him with absolutely no way to refuse. When you get back, remember to conceal your aura. Do not play music out indiscriminately, so as not to affect ordinary people on Earth. Before stepping into the time tunnel, Lin Yu gave Victoria another piece of advice. As a fallen angel with a rank of 12 wings, Victoria's aura was extremely evil, and even native beings at the demigod level were easily affected by it. Even high-ranking holy angels were unwilling to approach her. They were terrified of being forced into depravity. To put it bluntly, if Victoria were to unleash her evil aura on Earth, all humans within a radius of 100,000 meters would instantly go insane. Don't worry, I will definitely remember. Victoria nodded quickly. She was in a particularly happy mood, and even when she answered Lin Yu's questions, she squinted her eyes. Angelia, standing to the side, watched with a twitching mouth. It has to be said that only in the presence of the Lord of Holy Light would Victoria be so obedient. If it were someone else, even when facing her older sister, Victoria only outwardly obeys. Secretly, he is quite rebellious. Victoria was a typical example of someone who outwardly agreed but inwardly disagreed with her. They have to beat them up all the time. Soon, Lin Yu and the other two entered the time-space tunnel. The scene before them suddenly became bizarre and fantastical, with countless strange lights flashing across their vision. About 2 seconds passed. The three of them then regained normal vision. What came into view was a brightly lit classroom. Fortunately, This is a magic and martial arts academy, and all the classrooms have been specially modified to be large and have high ceilings, occasionally used as training grounds for professionals. If it were a classroom in a regular school, it simply couldn't fit the enormous Victoria. After almost a month, I'm finally back. Looking at the familiar scene around him, Lin Yu was suddenly filled with a strange sense of emotion. It was here that he was summoned to the floating island. At that time, he was just an ordinary human being with no strength to even kill a chicken. Now that he has returned, he has become a demigod standing at the pinnacle of the mortal world, not far from becoming a god. Chapter 491, Conquering Blue Star? Is this the blue planet where our Lord once lived? A purely mortal world. The vast majority of humans are ordinary people. This world has not yet truly entered the extraordinary era. It is still dominated by the power of technology. Just as Lin Yu was reflecting on his own feelings, Victoria's spirit had already enveloped the entire Xingwu city. Everything within 100 miles was under her watchful eye. This is just a minor tactic. If she so desired, her will could encompass the entire world in an instant, and no corner of the entire planet could escape her perception. She could tell at a glance that Earth was still in the realm of technological civilization. The extraordinary powers in this world are extremely weak. Their main area of expertise is technology. There are all sorts of civilizations in the universe, such as extraordinary civilization, technological civilization, savage civilization, intelligent civilization, and so on. Among them, extraordinary civilizations and technological civilizations are the most numerous. These two civilizations account for at least 70% of all civilizations in the universe. The fallen angels, super hell soldiers, and the hell battleships that Gladys once described were created by the 18-winged fallen archangel Astia by combining the power of extraordinary and technological civilizations. Back then, when the angels swept across the universe and banished the void demons from the real universe, they have also come into contact with, and even destroyed, many technological civilizations. In Victoria's eyes, whether it was a newly discovered extraordinary civilization or a long-established technological civilization, Earth was the most primitive. A transcendent civilization without gods. A technological civilization that doesn't even have interstellar warships. It wouldn't even rank in the universe. Perhaps it's because Earth's location in the universe is too remote. Or perhaps it's because the development of Earth's civilization was too short-lived. Otherwise, a planet with such a weak civilization would have long been conquered and enslaved by other civilizations. All I can say is that Earth is very lucky. In fact, shortly after Victoria arrived in the floating island world, Gladys privately revealed to Victoria that the humans of Earth were disrespectful of the Supreme Creator and had no faith. If necessary, a war can be waged to occupy the Blue Star, or it could be destroyed directly. However, after arriving on Earth, Victoria felt that it was unnecessary, because extraordinary resources are almost non-existent on Earth. There were no magic metals, no magic potions, and no various extraordinary items. Even the world rules of Blue Star are not fully developed and are in a state of chaos. What's the point of occupying such a world? As for destruction, that's just asking for trouble. Blue Star is the place of rebirth of the Creator, where I lived for nearly 20 years. Many intelligent beings entrust their precious emotions to their home planet. The same applies to the current Supreme Creator of humankind. If she were to lead an army of fallen angels to destroy Earth, the Creator would be furious and might even send her straight back to hell. Thinking of this, Victoria immediately gave up the idea of taking advantage of Blue Star. Standing beside Lin Yu, Angelia was as elegant and serene as ever. All her attention was on Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu looking at the familiar surroundings with deep emotion, she said, "My lord, rest assured, even if we go to the battlefield of myriad realms in the future, we can always come back." Lin Yu nodded. The floating islands serve as a transit point between the battlefield of myriad realms and Earth. It's not difficult to come back. If a space-time tunnel were set up on Earth that leads directly to the battlefield of all worlds, travel would be much more convenient. For Lin Yu, Blue Star is a place to relax, unwind, and find peace of mind. At this moment, he could even feel the more than 500 different types of laws within his body vibrating violently, giving him even more insights out of thin air. The most important thing is, for some reason, the power of creation within him was also surging. This is something that has never happened before. It seems that there is something on Earth that can connect with its creator. That's amazing. Then, the three of them walked out of the classroom. Just as they entered the corridor, several figures rushed over at lightning speed. The leader was a middle-aged man whose level had reached the late stage of the extraordinary realm. Lin Yu recognized him. He is Dean Zhang of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Behind Dean Zhang were several king-level professionals, mostly high-ranking members of the academy. The sexy and beautiful class teacher, Su Yi, was also among them. Lin Yu. The moment I saw Lin Yu, Su Yi's face immediately lit up with a look of delight. However, before she could react, a terrifying pressure enveloped her, as well as Dean Zhang and the others beside her. The men immediately turned pale. The weakest one coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backward with a scream. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yu's lips twitched instantly. He said to Victoria, who had a murderous look on her face, "Relax, this is Blue Star. These are the dean, the head of teaching, and the class teacher of our magic and martial arts academy. My lord, please forgive me." Victoria immediately withdrew her imposing aura. Chapter 492. Even if we don't forgive, what can we do? The pressure on my body immediately disappeared. Su Yi, Dean Zhang, and the others immediately began to gasp for breath. For a brief moment, they even felt as if they were about to be crushed into meat patties by that invisible pressure. That's absolutely terrifying. As a late-stage transcendent professional, Dean Zhang's strength is already considerable on the entire planet Blue Star. After all, the highest level professional on Blue Star is only at the peak of the saint rank. Dean Zhang had also met powerful individuals at the saint level. They faced the oppressive power of the saintly rank. However, he was certain that compared to this overwhelming pressure, the pressure from a saint-level expert was extremely weak, not even in the same league. He knew without a doubt that the owner of this oppressive aura must be a terrifying demigod. At this moment, Dean Zhang and the others stared in horror at the two 12-winged angels standing behind Lin Yu. An elegant and holy being, radiating a dazzling holy light. An evil, dark place, surrounded by intense, blood-red light. They have one thing in common. Behind them are 6 pairs of 12 angel wings, 3 of which are real angel wings and 3 are dazzling, shimmering feather wings. In terms of appearance, they are also flawlessly beautiful. Especially that holy angel, who is like a holy goddess descending to earth, untouched by any dust. In the past, they'll definitely be unable to resist taking a second look. But after what just happened, they instantly lost the courage to look directly at each other. Most importantly, they still don't understand why they were intimidated by the fallen angel's power, even though they had never offended Lin Yu. Is it simply to give them a warning? If so, then that's making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, the mere reputation of Paradise Kingdom on Earth was enough to deter them from provoking Lin Yu. Su Yi seemed to have realized what was happening. She seemed to have guessed why the 12-winged fallen angel had suddenly gone berserk. It's highly likely because of how she addressed Lin Yu just now. Zhuang Tianrui and his 2 companions, upon returning from the floating island, consistently addressed Lin Yu respectfully as His Majesty. On the professional forums of Blue Star, some professionals from Xia Kingdom have revealed that one should not address Lin Yu by his first name, especially when there are angels present. The angels revered Lin Yu as the Great Lord of Holy Light. Any disrespectful title is seen by them as blasphemy against their Holy Light Lord. When Su Yi saw Lin Yu just now, she was so excited that she forgot about this incident for a moment. Looking back now, I can't help but feel fortunate. She was grateful that Lin Yu was here. If Lin Yu weren't there, that 12-winged fallen angel, exuding a terrifying and evil aura, would very likely have killed them all on the spot. With the power of a demigod, killing them would be an easy task. In fact, Su Yi immediately grasped the key point. It was precisely because Lin Yu was there that Victoria had a backup plan. This is the academy where the creator once studied, so she naturally wouldn't dare to commit murder here easily. Therefore, she only released a portion of her aura and pressure. If it were to be completely released, Su Yi, along with Dean Zhang and the others, were doomed on the spot. Teacher Su, Dean Zhang. Lin Yu waved his right hand, and a holy white light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Su Yi and the others. This is the power of the laws of life. Under the influence of the law of life, the pale faces of Su Yi and the others quickly disappeared, and their injured bodies returned to normal in the blink of an eye. The academy executive who had collapsed to the ground spitting blood also recovered instantly. Given Lin Yu's current strength, if he were to go to the battlefield as a healer/priest, he could easily save a large-scale army with a single move. "Excuse me, everyone," Lin Yu said with a smile. "This is the first time my commander, Victoria Legion, has come to Blue Star. She is not very familiar with this world, so she had a stress reaction. I hope you leaders will understand." It's all right. Dean Zhang acted very magnanimously, claiming that this was just a minor issue. The other senior members of the college also quickly waved their hands and shook their heads. They seemed not to care, but in reality, their faces were twitching uncontrollably. Even if they don't forgive them, what can they do? With such a huge gap in level and strength, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to hold a grudge against that Victoria Legion commander. Just now, they almost met their maker. How could I dare to experience it a second time? No wonder his strength is so terrifying. He is a Legion commander of the Angel Army. If nothing unexpected happens, the 12-winged holy angel next to him is also a Legion commander, possessing terrifying power at the demigod level. Such a powerful being is simply too dangerous to offend. Several high-ranking members of the college thought to themselves. Forrest. Just then, Dean Zhang was about to say something. Standing to the side, Sui quickly interrupted and said to Lin Yu, "Your Majesty Lin Yu, we have also learned some information about Floating Island 014965. First of all, on behalf of our Magic and Martial Arts Academy, I congratulate you on becoming the island's lord. Secondly, congratulations to your heavenly kingdom on winning the national war. You have created a milestone for our Blue Star to enter the extraordinary era. Thank you so much, Teacher Su." Lin Yu smiled and then said, "Teacher Su, you can call me by my name. After all, this is Blue Star, and I am your student." Sui glanced at the two 12-winged angels behind Lin Yu and hesitated. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "Okay." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Sui blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Then I'll call you Lin, classmate." Lin Yu nodded again. "This title is at least better than Your Majesty Lin Yu." Just like he said, this is Earth, not a floating island. Chapter 493, Developing Floating Islands. Subsequently, Dean Zhang and other senior college officials invited Lin Yu and the other two into the college's VIP reception room. Their attitude was extremely respectful. Victoria's demonstration just now made them fully understand the hierarchical system of the extraordinary world. At the same time, Dean Zhang also understood why Sui had interrupted him. If he were to call out Lin Yu again, he might be killed by that 12-winged fallen angel. Sui was both reminding him and saving him. Dean Zhang was very grateful and fortunate about this. With a bright smile, he said to Lin Yu, "Student Lin has created a new chapter in the history of our Xia Kingdom in the extraordinary era, and has also benefited tens of millions of Xia Kingdom professionals. Moreover, Lin's army also wiped out countless foreign professionals from Japan, South Korea, and other countries on the 018439 floating island. In the hearts of over 1 billion people in China, Lin is a hero of the new era." "Dean, you flatter me." Lin Yu smiled and said, "I just went with the flow and did what I was supposed to do. I don't deserve to be called a hero." "Clang, clang," Dean Zhang said with a smile. "Not only in our Xia country, but throughout the entire Blue Star, Lin has an astonishing number of admirers. In particular, the Western Christians scattered throughout various countries of Blue Star hold Lin in the highest esteem. They even regard Lin as God." "Westernists?" Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. "Good," Dean Zhang said. "According to incomplete statistics, there are approximately 2.7 billion Catholics worldwide. They have all become your fanatical worshippers. I was joking with an old friend before. If Lin wants to conquer Blue Star, he doesn't need to use the Angel Army and the hundreds of millions of Kingdom soldiers. Just relying on the more than 2 billion Western believers would be enough. 2.5 billion Western Christians make up 1/3 of the total population of Earth. With this massive and terrifying army of Western Christians, Lin Yu could indeed sweep across the entire Blue Star." That was definitely a joke. Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, "Unless there are special circumstances, I probably won't start a war on Blue Star. After all, Blue Star is my home planet, and I don't want to see this planet disappear into the universe." Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang and other senior members of the college immediately became serious. Because Lin Yu's words had a hidden meaning. For example, special circumstances should Mother Planet disappeared in the universe. Conversely, if special circumstances arise, Lin Yu will not rule out the possibility of launching a war on Earth. If war breaks out, Earth could be destroyed. If anyone else had said such a thing, Dean Zhang and the others would have thought the other person was crazy. But the person who said this was Lin Yu. They wouldn't dare to think that way anymore. They didn't even think Lin Yu was spouting nonsense, because they could not fathom the true extent of a demigod's power. It is said that there are hundreds of demigods in the Paradise Kingdom. In addition, Lin Yu also possesses a large number of war weapons called Angel City. To the Blue Star civilization, Lin Yu's Angel Cities were nothing more than interstellar warships from an advanced civilization. Even destroying Blue Star wasn't impossible for them. Dean Zhang quickly said, "I believe that Lin is a ruler of a kingdom with positive energy, and I pray that such a thing will never happen. This is also my wish." Lin Yu responded with a faint smile. Dean Zhang then changed the subject, asking, How long does Lin plan to stay on Blue Star before returning to the floating island world? Lin Yu said, it won't take too long. Dean Zhang said, I heard that Lin's 014965 floating island has already met the requirements to connect with the battlefield of Myriad Realms. Is Lin planning to enter the battlefield of Myriad Realms soon? Before he could finish speaking, Dean Zhang quickly added another sentence. If this is part of the Kingdom of Paradise's strategic plan, then pretend I never asked. This is not a secret that needs to be kept. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, after I return to the floating island, my angel army will head to the battlefield of Myriad Worlds. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang was overjoyed. He quickly added, does Lin have any ideas about developing Floating Island 014965? If so, just say the word, and our Magic and Martial Arts Academy will do everything in its power to support you. The Magic and Martial Arts Academy headquarters encompasses all the Magic and Martial Arts Academies in all cities of the Xia Kingdom. Their power is still very large. While it cannot compare to the state apparatus, it far surpasses those chambers of commerce. Of course, there is no love without a reason. There was no selfless dedication. While supporting Lin Yu's development of the floating island, the Magic and Martial Arts Academy will also reap huge rewards. The mere act of cultivating spirit rice on the floating islands is enough to make the Magic and Martial Arts Academy a fortune. Lin Yu neither rejected nor agreed to Dean Zhang's proposal. Let me think about it, and then I'll say. Developing floating islands is a good thing. It could quickly enhance the overall strength of the floating island civilization and the Blue Star civilization, but Lin Yu did not immediately decide to cooperate with the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. After all, he could develop it himself. Just then, a group of people suddenly pushed open the door and rushed into the reception room. They are all professionals. The leader was a young man, but he possessed the rank of a saint. His gaze immediately swept over Angela and Victoria, who were standing behind Lin Yu, and it gleamed. Finally, the hand landed on Lin Yu, and the person extended their hand to him very warmly. Mr. Lin, I am the president of the Genesis Church's branch in Xia Country. It is my honor to meet you. Chapter 494, I never expected that you are all my followers. The young man's name was Puchio. They are powerful and hold a high position. It wields immense influence in the Xia Kingdom and even on Earth. At this moment, he was very enthusiastic when facing Lin Yu. He even reached out his hand to shake hands with Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu did not give him any face. A professional of the saint rank, plus a so-called branch president of the Church of Creation in Xia Country, is not worthy of his standing up to greet. It should be noted that when he met the supreme deity, the goddess of nature and spirits, he was always seated on his throne. What makes a saint-level professional so special? Most importantly, he had no liking for this Puchio. They were talking in the meeting room when this guy just barged in without even knocking, which was incredibly rude. It can also be seen. This guy is a bit arrogant. Because anyone who is even slightly humble will understand what basic etiquette is. If Lin Yu weren't here, he might even have just kicked the door open. This is by no means an exaggeration. Lin Yu saw right through the young man at first glance. Furthermore, he actually dared to peek at Secretary Un and Victoria with his thieving eyes. He was really courting death. They were used to lording it over others on Blue Star and in Xia Country, largely due to their own formidable strength and extremely high status. Leaving aside Lin Yu and the powerful figures under his command, the most powerful professionals on Earth are only at the saint level. For someone surnamed Pu to reach this level is to be considered to have stood at the pinnacle of the Blue Star. They get whatever they want, whether it's wind or rain. It's perfectly normal that they haven't been corrected in a short time. Seeing that Lin Yu did not get up, Puchio immediately withdrew his hand, somewhat embarrassed. You could vaguely see a hint of anger deep in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Because no matter how arrogant he was, he understood what he was facing. That was a demigod-level powerhouse whom he could only look up to. He naturally dared not show his anger. On the contrary, he had to put on an enthusiastic expression with a bright smile on his slightly handsome face. At that very moment, Dean Zhang, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. President Pu's information network is truly impressive. The moment Lin returned to Earth, your Genesis Church already knew. Puchio said with a smile. Isn't this a very normal thing? Looking at the Xia Kingdom, or even the entire Blue Star, where is there no one from my creation church? Even within your Magic and Martial Arts Academy headquarters, there are high-ranking members who are members of our creation church. You. Dean Zhang was immediately filled with rage. He wanted to angrily confront Puchio, but he couldn't refute Puchio's words. Because what Puchio said was true. In fact, the Church of Creation was established many years ago. The Church of Creation has members and followers in countries all over the world, and its power and influence are astonishing. Originally, the Church of Creation was not very large. However, after the arrival of the floating island of myriad realms, the Church of Creation absorbed believers at a rapid pace. They used various miracles to tell their followers that God not only truly exists, but has also descended upon earth to protect the members of the Creation Church. Using this method, the Creation Church attracted a massive number of believers in just 1 year. Members from other denominations have even joined the Church of Creation. For example, those Western Christians who worship and believe in God. Dean Zhang, your Magic and Martial Arts Academy can't handle Floating Island 014965. Throughout the entire planet Earth, only our Creation Church possesses such power. Puccio glanced at the furious Dean Zhang with a hint of contempt. Then his gaze finally landed on Lin Yu, before he broke into a bright smile once more. Mr. Lin, you have absolutely no need to doubt the power of our Creation Church. As long as you are willing to entrust the development of Floating Island 014965 to us, our Creation Church will definitely give you a very satisfactory result. Lin Yu said calmly, let's put aside the development of the floating islands for now. I'm very interested in your Creation Church. Can you tell me more about it? Of course, it's my honor. Puccio said with great interest. Our Temple of the Creation Church is in the United States, and its members come from all over the world, with a total number of more than 2 billion. Among them are ordinary people, professionals, high-ranking government officials, and members of other churches. In addition, many members in our church are Hispanics. Mr. Lin has just returned to Earth and may not know that those Western Christians worship you as God. In other words, we can be considered half of our own people. Yeah. Lin Yu smiled and asked, which deity does your Creation Church worship? Puccio replied without hesitation. Naturally, it is the God of creation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but look Puccio up and down, his expression somewhat strange. Puccio asked in confusion, Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Lin Yu smiled and said, I want to say that we are indeed on the same side. My divine office is that of the Lord of Holy Light, the Creator and the God of creation. I created the universe and all things. I never imagined that you creators would all be my followers. Puccio. Chapter 495 Heretic who blasphemes against the Supreme Creator. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Puccio was completely dumbfounded. He clearly came to discuss cooperation and jointly develop the 014965 floating island. But then, Lin Yu turned around and actually set his sights on their Creation Church. They want to devour the Church of Creation in one gulp. That's an enormous appetite. Their original intention in establishing the Church of Founding was to cultivate their own God. It's not for serving others. Puccio quickly said, Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. The Creator God we believe in is not you, but another Creator God. Another Creator God? Yes. Puccio nodded very seriously. He didn't want Lin Yu to become the Creator God of the Church of Creation, because in that case, the relationship between the Church of Creation and the Kingdom of Heaven would not be one of cooperation, but rather one of subordination. Even he had to act according to Lin Yu's wishes. This is not what he wanted. He also wanted to leverage his collaboration with Paradise Kingdom to develop the 014965 floating island, thereby gaining enormous profits and paving the way for his advancement to demigod or even becoming an immortal true god. What a pity. The smile on Lin Yu's face gradually faded. Puccio also noticed Lin Yu's displeasure. However, he didn't seem to care and said with a smile, I've heard that Mr. Lin has hundreds of millions of followers in the floating island world, and a large number of Western believers worship you on Blue Star. I suppose Mr. Lin doesn't lack the faith of us creationists. Lin Yu ignored Puccio. Instead, he turned to look at Victoria standing behind him and said, What's this guy called again? Victoria said coldly, Heretics who blaspheme the Supreme Creator. The followers of the Church of Creation not only do not believe in the Supreme Creator of their angelic race, but they also somehow came up with a God of creation from who knows where. This is a provocation against the divine authority of the Supreme Creator. This is blasphemy against the majesty of the Creator. He deserves to die. Lin Yu nodded slightly in agreement, saying, It is indeed heresy, and an unforgivable heresy. As soon as he finished speaking, Victoria immediately took action. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at the air towards Puccio and the professionals behind him. Instantly, countless beams of blood-red light shot out from the void. They bound Puccio and the others together like chains. Just now, When Victoria uttered the words, blasphemous heresy of the Supreme Creator, Puccio instinctively felt that something terrible was about to happen. However, before he could even open his mouth to defend himself, Lin Yu acted immediately without warning. He instinctively tried to escape, only to find that the space around him was already confined. He immediately released his saint-level domain, but it was immediately shattered into pieces by the streaks of blood light, causing him to be severely injured and cough up blood. The difference in strength between Puccio and Victoria was so great that they were not even in the same league. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as something as small as an ant. I really don't know what gave Puccio the courage to enter uninvited and want to shake hands with Lin Yu. What made him dare to claim, in front of two 18-winged archangels, that the Church of Creation worships another creator god in the universe, regardless of whether this creator god is fabricated or not. Just thinking about it isn't enough. Because in the hearts of the angels, the great Lord of Light is the sole creator of all things in the universe. However, Puccio created another creator god, attempting to sit on equal footing with the great Lord of Holy Light. Isn't that courting death? Even if Lin Yu says he doesn't care, Victoria and Secretary and will still get rid of Puccio. The angel race allows the existence of various deities and so-called intelligent races as creators in the universe, but does not allow the existence of other cosmic creators, let alone other intelligent races. Even the Titan pantheon, renowned throughout the battlefield of myriad worlds, would not claim in front of the angels that their creator, the Titan, created the universe. At most, they would say that the Titans created countless intelligent races and countless worlds. If the Titans were to say that the universe was created, the angels would immediately turn hostile. All I can say is, Puccio is brave. The Church of Creation behind him is equally courageous. Wait, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Puccio was entangled in countless blood vessels, and his skin was already bleeding from cuts. His expression was one of extreme terror. He was filled with regret, feeling that he shouldn't have been there at all. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to die from a single wrong word when facing the angel race. This statement actually came from a professional from the Xia Kingdom who returned from the floating island. Before coming, Puccio had also collected a lot of information about the heavenly kingdom and knew that the angels did not like others disrespecting their holy light lord. Therefore, he greeted them with a smile and warm welcome. But he never expected that in the end, he would still be driven to his doom by a single sentence. Little did he know that the angels were so domineering. They don't even allow other creator gods to exist, not even those that are made up out of thin air. Mr. Lin, Your Majesty Lin Yu. I'll do anything you say as long as you let me go. At this moment, Puccio's expression was distorted, his face was pale, and his whole body was dripping with blood. Where was the arrogant attitude he had when he pushed the door open earlier? However, his pleas for mercy were to no avail. Accompanied by splattering blood, Puccio's body was instantly sliced into countless pieces by the tightening blood vessels. The same goes for the professionals behind him. Victoria's actions meant she wouldn't leave anyone alive. Chapter 496 Demon? The glaring blood, mixed with countless pieces of broken flesh, splattered throughout the reception room. It was an incredibly bloody scene. In an instant, the entire reception room was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Sitting on the other side, Su Yi, Dean Zhang, and other high-ranking members of the academy had deathly pale faces, their wide eyes filled with horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Although they are also professionals, but I've never seen such a bloody scene before. Most importantly, Puccio is a saint-level powerhouse, standing at the top of the Blue Star world. But now he's dead just like that. And he died such a tragic death. Some of the more timid college executives almost fainted on the spot. The others were also trembling with fear, because they didn't know if the 12-winged fallen angel under Lin Yu's command would go berserk and kill them all as well. Su Yi also turned her gaze to Lin Yu, who had a calm expression. Before the arrival of the floating island of myriad realms, she was the homeroom teacher, having taught Lin Yu's class for 2 or 3 years. After becoming a professional, she also worked as a homeroom teacher sporadically for a few months. Su Yi believes she knows Lin Yu very well. But now, she can't see through it. This student has become completely different from the student she used to be. On Victoria's side, she reached out and grasped at the air, and the gray figures that floated up from the shattered corpses instantly disintegrated, turning into streams of pure soul essence that she devoured. She simultaneously obtained fragments of memories from Puccio and those professionals. My lord, Victoria said to Lin Yu with utmost respect, what that heretic said is true. The Church of Creation is indeed as powerful as he claims. However, their so-called creator god does not exist. It is merely a figment of their imagination to deceive believers. All those miracles were fakes. Furthermore, it seems that an extremely evil being is hiding in the headquarters of the Church of Creation. It was brought back from a floating island by a believer 6 months ago. Based on that heretic's memories, I speculate that this evil creature is a demon that survived the Holy War, and it is lucky to have lived to this day. Demon. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. To this day, he has never seen what a demon looks like. He had never even seen the legendary demons that existed at night. He suspected that the goblin Zago was fooling him and that there were no demons in the world, just pure rumors. Now, I've heard that a demon is hiding on Earth. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Yes, my lord. Victoria nodded respectfully. Originally, her immediate instinct was to volunteer to capture that demon for the Supreme Creator. But in an instant, she stopped. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a well rope for 10 years. If she goes out to do hard labor, and the Supreme Creator takes Angelia to enjoy the world's scenery, where can she complain? Moreover, Blue Star is the mother planet of the Creator after its rebirth. If they can stay by the Creator's side and leave important and precious memories on Earth, it will be very beneficial for the Creator to favor the fallen angels in the future. Therefore, she absolutely cannot go off alone to catch any more demons. She doesn't even care about the demon ancestor. At this moment, Angelia, who was standing quietly beside Lin Yu, suddenly spoke up. My lord, if there really is a demon hiding on Blue Star, it is best to eliminate it. Otherwise, once its demonic power spreads, it will inevitably cause countless Blue Star humans to become demonized and become its demonic slaves. Lin Yu nodded. He shared the same idea as Angelia. Even if we don't kill that demon, we should seal it up and take it to the floating island to raise it. Angelia continued. Demons are an incredibly evil alien race. Even gods can be corrupted by their power. There was even a titan who was corrupted by demonic power and transformed into a dark titan. However, fallen angels are not afraid. The power of fallen angels, created by combining evil forces, dark forces, and the power of the underworld, is no less evil than the abyssal power of demons. Therefore, my lord, you might as well send a fallen angel to capture that demon. Upon hearing this, Victoria, standing to the side, turned green with rage. Although Angelia did not name names, it was obvious to everyone that she was being referred to. After all, she was the only fallen angel present. Victoria quickly said, My lord, the holy angels, as the most sacred and holy beings, are equally unafraid of the abyssal power of the void demons. That's absolutely right. We, the holy angels, fear no evil forces. Angelia nodded slightly and said to Lin Yu, My lord, I request permission to go to the headquarters of the Church of Creation to purify that evil demon. Upon hearing this, Victoria was overjoyed. If Angelia leaves, wouldn't she be able to be alone with the Supreme Creator? Praise to Angie. However, after thinking for a moment, Lin Yu turned to Victoria and said, Victoria, you should go. You are a fallen angel, and it's not easy for you to alert the enemy. In addition, I need you to clean up the upper echelons of the Church of Creation. Let them understand one thing. There is no other creator god in the world. Victoria's expression froze. After regaining his senses, he respectfully replied, Yes, your majesty, most high creator. Despite her bitterness, she dared not refuse the creator's divine decree. Immediately, she tore through the void and headed to the beautiful country on the other side of Earth. It wasn't until afterwards that she suddenly understood something. That means she's been tricked again. The cunning Angelia has tricked her once again. Chapter 497 Dean. This Lin Yu is too terrifying. In fact, Angelia did not intentionally try to sabotage Victoria. After all, it was just a little devil. To put it more bluntly, even if the demon ancestor were to descend, he would not pose a threat to Victoria. With the power of these 18-winged archangels, controlling a minor demon would be a piece of cake. Angelia didn't want to do it herself. Traveling all the way to the other side of the world to catch a little devil is not what she wants. What she preferred to do was serve the great Lord of Light. So, she had no choice but to trick Victoria into doing manual labor. Lin Yu waved his right hand over here. The scattered pieces of flesh and blood disappeared. Incidentally, the air in the reception room was also purified by the holy light, and there was no longer a trace of bloody smell. All right, the bystanders have been dealt with. Lin Yu turned to look at Dean Zhang and the others, and said with a smile, Dean Zhang, where were we? Dean Zhang's face twitched, and he said with a dry laugh, We were talking about the cooperative development of floating islands. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, I will consider this suggestion carefully. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Okay. Dean Zhang hurriedly stood up. He is still in a state of panic. They couldn't wait for Lin Yu to leave. As for the development of the 014965 floating island, he doesn't plan to mention it again. If it's to be mentioned, then the Magic and Martial Arts Academy headquarters, or even an official representative, should come and talk to Lin Yu. What he just witnessed had completely terrified him. A saint-level expert and a group of professionals who were at least king-level were reduced to a pile of fragments in the blink of an eye, and even their souls were devoured by the 12-winged fallen angel. What a terrifying thing this is. At least for him, as a superhuman professional, it was terrifying. He secretly decided that he would take a vacation and go home. He did not intend to appear before Lin Yu went to the floating island. If he were to be killed by Lin Yu's angels for saying the wrong thing, he would have nowhere to turn to for help. Teacher Sui, could you please see Lin, and this angel out? Yes, Dean. Sui nodded. Compared to the fear of Dean Zhang and others, she was not so afraid. She got up and left the VIP lounge with Lin Yu and Angelia. Only after Lin Yu and Angelia's figures disappeared at the end of the academy's playground did Dean Zhang and the others, who remained in the reception room, finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Dean, this Lin Yu is too terrifying. He kills without even blinking an eye. That was a saint-level expert who wielded the power of a domain. There are only a handful of such experts in the entire Xia Kingdom. Yet, in front of Lin Yu, he was instantly killed like a chick. I used to have a bit of a sense of superiority as a veteran professional. But it wasn't until what happened just now that I realized how ridiculous my sense of superiority was. I have personally witnessed the cruelty of the extraordinary world. The college's senior officials all spoke up. In the extraordinary world, power reigns supreme. 4 king-level professionals and extraordinary professionals like them. Returning to Earth would make them the elite. Gold, power, and beautiful women. The possibilities are endless. But now, a saint-level professional who is even more powerful than them has been killed right before their eyes. Throughout the entire process, she had no power to resist whatsoever. It was as easy as using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. What they just witnessed has completely changed their understanding of the power system in the extraordinary world. Let them understand that this is true power. Faced with power of this level, their previous arrogance was utterly laughable. Whenever they think of the scene of Puccio being cut into pieces, they feel a chill run down their spines, and even their souls tremble with fear. Like Dean Zhang, they also wanted to stay far away from Lin Yu. Sitting with such a powerful and ruthless person is like being tortured. The most fundamental problem is a lack of security. It's as if I could be reimbursed at any time. Dean Zhang feigned composure and said, "Don't worry, Lin Yu is still a student of our academy. No matter how crazy he is, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on us." "Is that so, Dean?" A high-ranking member of the academy whispered. "It seems that before Puccio even appeared, we were almost crushed into mincemeat by the oppressive aura of that 12-winged fallen angel." Dean Zhang's lips twitched immediately. He then glared at the academy's higher-up and said, "You have no backbone at all. Get out of here. Remember, don't come back to the academy for a while." "Yes, Dean." "Dean, would you like to rest a little longer?" Dean Zhang said irritably. "Rest? What do you mean, rest? I need to think about some things." "All right." The group of high-ranking officials from the academy looked at each other in bewilderment and then helped each other out of the VIP reception room. After they left, Dean Zhang quickly rubbed his legs. Even as a highly skilled professional, he was still utterly pathetic, his legs going weak with fear. Lin Yu is clearly not a naive girl who can be easily manipulated or played with. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, someone on Earth is about to be in big trouble. Chapter 498. The entire room was filled with their presence. After the Puccio incident, Dean Zhang had already realized that Lin Yu was not a young man who could be easily manipulated. Once you run into Lin Yu's gun, he really will kill without blinking an eye. For example, Puccio. For example, the Church of Creation. Dean Zhang could easily guess that Victoria, the 12-winged fallen angel legion commander, would go on a killing spree after arriving at the headquarters of the Church of Creation in the United States. Otherwise, how could she be called a fallen angel? He exuded an aura of evil, making him incredibly terrifying. Most importantly, sending Victoria there was Lin Yu's idea. It is obvious that Lin Yu's original intention was to clean up the Genesis Church. Who knows how many people will die at the hands of that 12-winged fallen angel during this cleanup. Therefore, it can be seen that Lin Yu is by no means a soft-hearted person. We should have thought of that. Lin Yu was able to send an army of angels to invade floating island 018439, slaughtering hundreds of millions of lives. Furthermore, he allowed his Xia Kingdom professionals to kill over 10 million foreign professionals. Is this something an ordinary person could do? Din Zhang suddenly felt extremely fortunate. He was glad that he wasn't as arrogant as Pu Qiu, and that he didn't put on airs in front of Lin Yu, flaunting his status as the dean of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Otherwise, his body was already cold. This attitude directly saved his life. Regardless, Lin Yu has already left the academy. Given his current strength and status, he probably won't be coming back. Thinking of this, Din Zhang's face immediately broke into a bright smile. It felt like we'd just gotten rid of a plague. If Lin Yu knew what Din Zhang was thinking, he would definitely sit down and have a good chat with Din Zhang. Just as Din Zhang was about to leave the reception room, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Like a ghost. Where's Lin Yu? Upon seeing the newcomer, Din Zhang remained silent for a moment. Then, with a hint of complaint, she said, Lord Zhou, you're too slow. The people from the Church of Creation arrived before you. Lord Zhou, the highest executive officer of Xingwu City. It belongs to the official forces of the Xia Kingdom. Half of the backing for the Magic and Martial Arts Academy Association comes from the official side. In other words, the Magic and Martial Arts Academy is considered to be on the same side as the official organization. In contrast, the Church of Creation is a complete outsider and is not welcomed by the official authorities or the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. If it weren't for the deep-rooted influence of the Church of Creation in the Xia Kingdom and its immense global reach, the Xia Kingdom would have uprooted the Church of Creation long ago. Lord Zhou was a slightly elderly man. He was wearing a retro black robe. He looks very energetic overall. This is directly related to the fact that he is a highly skilled professional. With the help of extraordinary powers, the elderly city lord experienced a second spring in his life. Din Zhang informed us that Lin Yu had left the college. Upon hearing this, City Lord Zhou said somewhat awkwardly, Unfortunately, something came up, so I'm a little late. He paused, then asked, You just said the people from the Church of Creation came? Where are they now? Did they leave with Lin Yu? The people of the Creation Church have not left. Din Zhang said, They are in this room. Inside the room? Lord Zhou looked puzzled. He had just confirmed that Din Zhang was the only person in the reception room. No professional is hiding. Din Zhang nodded and said, The team leader is Pu Qiu. You know him too. He accidentally provoked Lin Yu, and the group of professionals with him were also cut into countless pieces. The entire room still retains their scent. Lord Zhou was speechless. He certainly knew Pu Qiu, and they had never gotten along. He never expected that the last news he received about Pu Qiu would be that his opponent had been killed. This greatly surprised him. All I can say is, great job. I've disliked that Pu kid for a long time. If it weren't for the sake of the bigger picture, would I have kept him around until now? Din Zhang hesitated for a moment and asked, Are you sure it's not because you can't beat Pu Qiu? City Lord Zhou's level is the late stage of the Transcendent Realm, just like his. However, Pu Qiu was a saint-level expert. The two are not on the same level. Let's not talk about this. Lord Zhou waved his hand. Tell me what happened before I arrived. Din Zhang said, You should see for yourself. After saying that, Din Zhang led City Lord Zhou to the Academy's monitoring room. After watching the surveillance footage of the VIP lounge, Lord Zhou's expression changed. From the initial calm expression, his expression contorted, and finally his legs trembled. What terrifying power! Even Pu Qiu, a saint-level cultivator, couldn't withstand a single blow. Normal, Din Zhang said. The two 12-winged angels following behind Lin Yu are very likely to be demigods. In addition, Lin Yu is also at the demigod level. Those three alone are enough to sweep everything away. Looking at all the extraordinary organizations on Earth, not one of them can withstand it. Most importantly, as the Island Lord of Floating Island 014965, Lin Yu can teleport the island's army here at any time. This kind of person is simply not someone you can afford to mess with. I don't even dare to see him anymore. Upon hearing this, City Lord Zhou's face twitched, and he said, I have orders from above. I need to go and have a good talk with him. Din Zhang immediately looked at him with sympathy. Good luck. Lord Zhou. Chapter 499 Shopping with Secretarian. After watching the surveillance footage, Lord Zhou felt a little guilty. She dared not go to see Lin Yu alone. He planned to wait for the high-ranking general sent by his superiors to arrive in Xingwu City before accompanying him there. At the speed of a space fighter, it can arrive very quickly. He wasn't in a hurry. On the other side, Lin Yu and his two companions walked until they arrived at a commercial street in the city. This is considered the most prosperous place in the entire Xingwu City. It can meet the shopping needs of anyone. Lin Yu planned to purchase some supplies to take to the battlefield of myriad worlds. Especially the food. On the floating island, He lived the best life of all the professionals, with angels, elves, and saintesses serving him 3 meals a day. However, Lin Yu was genuinely tired of the food on the floating island. Even a simple meal of porridge with pickled vegetables is more delicious than roasted meat. Along the way, Lin Yu and his 2 companions attracted attention from almost everyone. Handsome men and beautiful women are most likely to attract the attention of others. However, compared to Angelia, the handsome Lin Yu and the sexy and beautiful Su Yi instantly paled in comparison. Secretary An's beauty is beyond words. Most importantly, she walked down the street as an angel, with all 12 angel wings behind her radiating dazzling divine light, and a holy glow enveloping her. It made her look like a goddess descended to the mortal world. In fact, even the goddesses of the battlefield of myriad worlds cannot compare to the elegant and beautiful Secretarian. The creator of the nature elf race, the goddess of nature and elves, is beautiful enough. It can make the world lose its color and the sun and moon lose their light. However, compared to Angelia, she is still somewhat inferior to the elf goddess. When their gazes fell upon Angelia, all the passers-by froze in shock. The noise from the commercial street also disappeared instantly. It became deathly silent. At this moment, Secretary An is the center of the entire world. Everything around her seemed to revolve around her, including those blank stares. However, no one came up to chat with her, because the aura emanating from Angelia had already rejected anyone's approach. This aura was noble and indifferent. It would make people instinctively back down and dare not do anything to blaspheme the goddess. Su Yi, standing to the side, said with a twitching mouth, "This is the first time I've ever been surrounded by so many people while shopping." The dense crowd moved along with the 3 of them. The surrounding area was already completely blocked. Only the direction Lin Yu and the other 2 were heading towards had a wide and straight road. No one stood in their way. All the passers-by automatically made way for them. Lin Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. For him, these were all minor incidents. Back in the holy city, he was watched with fanatical gazes by tens of millions of celestial beings. And every time he strolled through the city, millions of believers would kneel and worship nearby. How many people are there around here? All in all, it's less than 10,000. In his view, it was a trivial matter, and it did not shake his calm inner world in the slightest. "You'll get used to it," Lin Yu said calmly. After traveling some distance, a magical scene appeared. Along both sides of the avenue, people knelt on the ground one after another, their expressions filled with utmost piety. And the object of their worship was naturally Angelia. According to mythology, angels are God's messengers who walk among mortals. Most of these kneeling worshippers are Western Christians who believe in God. Yes, there are also Western Christians in the Xia Kingdom. It must be admitted that the Western religion has the largest number of followers on the entire planet Earth. They are ubiquitous. If these kneeling Hindus knew that Lin Yu, who was walking at the front, was the god they had always worshipped, they might have become even more fanatical. Let's go into the mall and take a look." Lin Yu ignored the Western Christians kneeling on the ground. He continued his shopping spree. Along the way, he had purchased a large amount of supplies, buying them in bulk. With his portable spatial artifact, he had no worries about not being able to take what he bought with him. As for the money spent, he didn't need to worry about it. They simply swiped Su Yi's class teacher's card. Anyway, Instructor Su said that Lin Yu could spend money as much as she wanted, and the college would reimburse her for everything. Therefore, Lin Yu was not polite at all. "I don't know how long we wandered around." Lin Yu was finally satisfied. Just as he was about to leave the shopping street with Angelia and Su Yi, he seemed to sense something. I looked up at the distant horizon. In the cloud, several small black dots are approaching from a distance. The flight speed is unbelievable. Those were 5 silver-gray fighter jets. Judging by their models, they should be the most advanced aerospace fighters in the Xia Kingdom. It is said that this fighter jet can fight directly in outer space. Before long, 5 aerospace fighters arrived overhead and then abruptly hovered. Immediately afterwards, a group of figures flew out from the space fighter jets. 3 saint-level beings and 5 transcendent beings. It seems that half of the saint-level experts from the Xia Kingdom have come. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Su Yi suddenly whispered, "That's General Li. It's said that he's a knight and is very lucky to have a purebred dragon as his mount." Throughout the entire planet Earth, General Li is one of the strongest individuals among them. Lin Yu did not comment on Su Yi's shock. He wouldn't tell Su Yi that there were nearly 1,000,000 dragons in his paradise. Chapter 500 Secretary An almost lost her temper. If Lin Yu wanted, he could train hundreds of thousands of dragon knights in a short period of time. In addition, the dragon troop buildings located in the Holy City can produce a huge number of dragon troops every day. so it would be easy for him to train a million-strong army of dragon knights. In addition, Lin Yu himself is also a dragon knight. His mounts, the fairy dragon and the smoke dragon, are both at the demigod level. The smoke dragon, in particular, not only reached the level of a demigod, but is also a special dragon species with explosive combat power. Now, the fairy dragon and the smoke dragon did not come to Blue Star with Lin Yu. Instead, he stayed in the spirit field space of the holy city to break through to the true god realm. If successful, they will be able to ascend to god-level dragons. By then, Lin Yu could call himself a dragon god knight, a title far superior to that of ordinary dragon knights. Therefore, when Lin Yu heard that General Li was a dragon knight, he was not as shocked as Su Yi and remained calm throughout. He is no longer the newbie who just entered the floating island. This is him now. It stands at the pinnacle of the mortal world. It could even be said to be overlooking everything in the mortal world. A moment later, a group of figures descended from the sky. The leader was an elderly man in military uniform, whose level had reached the peak of the saint rank. Just one more step, and you'll grasp the power of the laws. He could then reach the level of a demigod. In terms of strength, he was far superior to Puccio, who was cut to pieces by Victoria. And he was none other than General Li, whom Su Yi admired immensely. The group of people following behind General Li were all powerful and capable, with their postures as straight as swords or as vigorous pine trees. It's clear that they are not ordinary people. They all likely have official or even military backgrounds. Upon approaching, General Li first looked at Angelia with a surprised expression. This was the first time he had ever seen a legendary angel, and she was a 12-winged angel. Then, General Li's gaze fell on Lin Yu, and he said with a friendly smile, "Let me introduce myself. My surname is Li, and I am currently a general in the Xia Kingdom who is in charge of the floating island affairs. You can call me General Li or Old Li. It's up to you. How should I address you, young friend?" During this period, the Xia Kingdom's official authorities also compiled all the information about Lin Yu and Paradise Kingdom that professionals had revealed. They even secretly recruited many Xia Kingdom professionals to inquire about the matter. While gaining a lot, I also learned about many taboos. One of the taboos is that it is best not to call Lin Yu by his name in front of angels. Lin Yu obtained the identity, or rather, the status, of the Holy Light Lord of the angel race. Calling Lin Yu by his first name is the greatest disrespect. The angels have always been ruthless towards those who disrespect the Lord of Light. Not only will the physical body be destroyed, but the soul will also be purified. Before the establishment of the heavenly kingdom, many professionals in the dark forest were killed by angels because they were unaware of this taboo. As the official representative of the Xia Kingdom, General Li would naturally take this issue seriously. Actually, before he arrived, the Xia Kingdom's official authorities had already discussed the issue of Lin Yu's address. A high-ranking official suggested that Lin Yu could be addressed as Your Majesty, just like the other Xia Kingdom professionals who had joined the Paradise Kingdom. In this way, there will definitely be no problems. However, some high-ranking officials have expressed their opposition, because Lin Yu is a native of the Xia Kingdom. Using such a title signifies that the Xia Kingdom officially regards Lin Yu as a foreign ruler, directly distancing the Xia Kingdom from Lin Yu. That definitely won't work either. In the end, after much discussion, no final conclusion was reached. General Li addressed Lin Yu as young friend, which was based on their age difference and had no other meaning. Lin Yu is 19 years old. He is over 70 years old. It seems quite normal to refer to Lin Yu as little friend. However, Angelia, who was standing next to Lin Yu, was unhappy. Although she didn't speak, her beautiful face instantly turned cold, and her golden eyes revealed murderous intent. In Angelia's opinion, their angelic race's Lord of Light existed even when the universe was still in chaos. Even this universe was created, opened up, by their Holy Light Lord. The personhood of the Lord of Light is older than any other being in the universe. How many years has the universe been around? The great Lord of Light has lived through countless years. Let alone a saint-level professional in a mortal world. Even the Titans who created the Titan and Dragon pantheons wouldn't dare to address their Lord of Holy Light as young friend. Lin Yu quickly grabbed Secretary and soft little hand. He sensed the anger and murderous intent that Angelia was about to unleash. If this isn't stopped, no one on the street will survive. Under normal circumstances, Secretary and won't be angry. But if she gets angry, Victoria will get a beating. If there's anyone in this world who can stop Angelia, it's probably only Lin Yu. She listened to whatever Lin Yu said, always obedient and docile. Therefore, when Lin Yu held Angelia's small hand, Angelia's anger immediately subsided. It comes quickly and goes quickly. Seeing the drastic change in General Li and the others' expressions, Lin Yu immediately smiled and said, "General Li, you can call me whatever you like, I don't mind." General Li and the others were all speechless. Lin Yu doesn't mind, but his angel does. After Chapter 501, don't bring people like this anymore. Afterwards, the group entered a private room at a nearby restaurant. General Li spent his life on the military and had a straightforward personality. He had barely sat down when he got straight to the point. "Young friend Lin, you probably already know why I've come. Blue Star is gradually entering the extraordinary era, and whoever can master extraordinary power will control the future of Blue Star. Over the past year, we have suffered heavy losses in our efforts to capture the floating island numbered 013724. More than 1 million Xia Kingdom elites sacrificed their lives. Most importantly, we still haven't been able to capture floating island 013724. The root cause is insufficient strength. Floating island number 013724 is one of the first 7 floating islands to land on Earth. Su Yi is a professional on this floating island. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the audacity to ask you for this." General Li recounted their experience on the floating island with a wry smile. Each floating island has a vast territory and a wealth of extraordinary resources. If they successfully occupy floating island 013724, Xia Kingdom will not send representatives to negotiate with Lin Yu. It wasn't that they looked down on the resources of the floating islands ruled by Lin Yu, but rather that just one floating island, 013724, was enough for the Xia Kingdom to consume for many years. The fundamental problem is that they can't handle the wild monsters and local forces on the 013724 floating island. So the only place we could find was Lin Yu. We hope to establish a cooperative relationship with Lin Yu to jointly develop the 014965 floating island under Lin Yu's control, thereby enhancing the overall extraordinary power of the Xia Kingdom. If we can build on this basis, if the Xia Kingdom were to occupy the 013724 floating island as well, it would be even more perfect. Seeing that Lin Yu remained silent, General Li said again, "Young friend Lin, we are now having a dialogue between extraordinary professionals, not between nations and individuals. I won't use national righteousness and the mission of the nation to blackmail you, because I also know that you must have paid a huge price to occupy the 014965 floating island. Whether you are willing to cooperate or not depends on your own willingness. Even if they refuse, we can understand. Of course, it would be best if we could cooperate. We will do our best to meet all your conditions." Such a promise is truly sincere. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Cooperation is no problem, but I have a few words to say." Upon hearing this, General Li was immediately delighted. The group of official professionals standing behind him were also extremely excited. General Li quickly said, "Young friend Lin, please feel free to name your conditions." "Then I'll speak frankly." Lin Yu said, "I can open up floating island 014965 so that you can go in to plant spiritual plants, collect magical potions, and carry out various extraordinary projects. But you must hand over 50% of all your spoils." "Can." General Li agreed immediately. Collaborative development with profits split 50/50ths is a very reasonable arrangement. He was even prepared to split the profits 30/70ths with Heavenly Kingdom. After all, those Xia Kingdom professionals in the Paradise Kingdom pay 70% of their taxes daily. In his view, Lin Yu's actions already constituted special consideration for the Xia Kingdom. This also shows that Lin Yu is a positive and influential figure who can be continuously engaged with. Lin Yu continued, "I will be sending a large army to occupy floating island 013724 soon. Your legion would be better off withdrawing first to avoid unnecessary casualties." Upon hearing this, General Li fell silent. Because floating island 013724 is their ultimate target. It is also the base camp for the Xia Kingdom to plan its full entry into the extraordinary era. They are just one final step away from their goal, capturing the floating island. Although this step will be long, they believe that as long as they don't give up and keep striving for this goal, they will succeed one day. Now, Lin Yu actually wants to take the island away. Doesn't this mean that their ultimate goal will be unattainable? Will all the previous efforts and sacrifices be in vain? This, General Li. Lin Yu interrupted the hesitant General Li and said, "To be honest, whether you agree or not, I will send a large army to conquer. And it's not just floating island 013724. I will occupy all the floating islands connected to Blue Star. This is the first phase of my war plan. Lin Yu's ultimate war plan is naturally to occupy and integrate all the floating islands in the universe. Let the floating island of myriad realms return to its state before it collapsed. At this moment, a saint-level expert standing behind General Li said with some dissatisfaction, "Can you handle all these floating islands by yourself?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu glanced at the man immediately. Seeing the tense atmosphere, General Li quickly said, "Young friend Lin, please don't be angry." Lin Yu said to the man, "I don't want to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, the saint-level expert vanished into thin air, and faint screams could still be heard. The others standing nearby turned green with fright. Lin Yu remained calm and said, "General Li, don't bring people like this around anymore." General Li's lips twitched immediately. I also felt a faint tingling sensation on my scalp. However, he could sense that the person was not dead, but only severely injured. This is the best possible outcome. At the same time, he has now witnessed firsthand just how powerful a demigod, or rather, Lin Yu, truly is. A saint-level expert who had mastered a domain could simply disappear without a trace. They had no ability to resist at all. That's absolutely terrifying. Chapter 502 Lin Yu's Hope. I will withdraw the troops from the island as soon as possible. General Li agreed to Lin Yu's request without further hesitation, saying, "When we capture floating island 013724, feel free to ask us if you need anything." "No need." Lin Yu waved his hand. "Your strength is too weak." "All right." General Li gave a wry smile. Lin Yu's words were utterly disrespectful to them, yet they were the truth. They spent a whole year trying to capture floating island 013724, but they still couldn't. Lin Yu, however, conquered floating island 014965 in less than a month, and also captured floating island 018439, where professionals from Japan, South Korea, and other countries were located. This is evident. How great is the power gap between them and Lin Yu? What they couldn't accomplish even with their lives on the line, Lin Yu's army of angels could do in just 2 or 3 days. Just a little bit more. Upon hearing this, General Li's expression immediately turned serious. "Speak." Lin Yu said, "Blue Star is my home planet, and I don't want to see this world descend into war. General should know that conquering Earth is not difficult for me at all. I just don't want to destroy the existing order of the world with my own hands. With the war power of the angel army, conquering Earth would indeed be a piece of cake. However, after being conquered, Earth lost its vitality. For Lin Yu, the greatest value of Blue Star is not conquering it, but that when he returns from the battlefield of myriad realms to relax, he can still see Blue Star as lively as ever. As for the Xia Kingdom, it's the same. I am a native of the Xia Kingdom, and the blood of the Hua people flows in my veins. This is something to be proud of. I will not bring war to the Xia Kingdom, so you can rest assured that my existence will not affect you. Young friend Lin is truly righteous." General Li was overjoyed and gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise. To be honest, no matter which country in the world has a special talent, like Lin Yu, the country's leaders will instinctively be wary. The high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom were no exception. But with Lin Yu's promise, they could finally relax. Given Lin Yu's current status and his identity as the Lord of Holy Light, he would surely not go back on his word. "My requirements are very simple." Lin Yu said, "The Xia Kingdom on Blue Star belongs to you, and the Xia Kingdom professionals on the floating island belong to me. Could you please explain it more clearly, young friend Lin?" General Li frowned, somewhat puzzled. Lin Yu said, "After I open floating island 014965, as long as the people of Xia Kingdom land on the island, regardless of whether they have joined my Paradise Kingdom, they will have to obey my orders. My floating island, I call the shots. Any commands?" "Yes, any order." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Including but not limited to war conscription and fulfilling all the kingdom's obligations. When they leave the floating island and return to Earth, the constraints imposed on them by my heavenly kingdom will come to an end, and they will still be citizens of the Xia Kingdom. To put it bluntly, even if they died on Earth, I wouldn't care. But once they're on the island, they're my men. Those who disobey orders will be punished according to the laws of my heavenly kingdom. This is a very important issue. I need to go back and report it." General Li said with a solemn expression. He understood what Lin Yu meant. They are from the Xia Kingdom on Earth. But once they arrived on the island, they became people of paradise. Lin Yu will not interfere with Xia Kingdom, and Xia Kingdom should not even think about interfering in the affairs of the floating island, whether now or in the future. Lin Yu nodded calmly. Although he didn't believe that Xia Kingdom had the ability to interfere with the floating islands, even if it developed for another 100 years, it would be difficult. It was still better to clarify some issues. If something really happens in the future, it will also be much simpler for him to handle. General Li asked, Does young friend Lin have any other requests? That's all. Lin Yu picked up his teacup and took a sip. Seeing this, General Li breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu's 3 conditions were all increasingly difficult to meet. If a few more conditions are added, he will most likely not report it to higher authorities, but instead send someone else to negotiate. Fortunately, Lin Yu did not continue to make things difficult for him. What General Li didn't know was, Lin Yu also sincerely wanted to facilitate cooperation with Xiaogua. It wasn't because he wanted to gain much benefit from the Xia Kingdom, nor was it to satisfy those 3 conditions. If he didn't want to cooperate, he simply refused. No one can threaten him. He agreed to cooperate in developing the floating islands because he also hoped that the extraordinary power of the Xia Kingdom could be improved, and even to the point where everyone could become a professional. It would be even better if a large number of demigods could appear. By that time, even if one day he is trapped in the battlefield of myriad realms, or even dies directly in a war, no country on Blue Star will be able to bully Xia Kingdom. He hoped to see the Xia Kingdom truly become powerful, able to ignore everything. There's no need to worry about anything else. Of course, it would be even better if the Xia Kingdom could conquer other countries and become the ruler of Blue Star, the master of the planet. He didn't want to conquer Earth because it was too easy and pointless. However, he hoped that the Xia Kingdom could do it. Chapter 503 Soul Demon and Fighter Group. General Li temporarily left the private room. He clearly went out to make a phone call and report it. At this moment, besides Lin Yu and his 2 companions, only a saint-level expert who came with General Li and 5 extraordinary professionals remained in the private room. On Earth, with their strength, they could already act with impunity. To exaggerate slightly, they could fly and disappear into the ground and be omnipotent. But inside this private room, they dared not even breathe too loudly, because they were facing 2 powerful demigods who wielded the power of laws. Just now, Lin Yu made one of their saint-level companions disappear instantly with just 1 sentence. It felt just like the legendary decree of the great Tao or the golden words of a deity. It can be as terrifying as it gets. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Lin Yu and Angelia. This is not cowardice. This is the respect that should be shown to the strong. Especially in the world of the extraordinary, this kind of awe is essential. Su Yi, who was standing to the side, remained silent the whole time. In terms of status, she was merely an instructor at Xingwu City Magic and Martial Arts Academy. In terms of strength, she was only at the late king level and had not even stepped into the extraordinary level. She was able to appear at such an event because she was with Lin Yu. Even though she couldn't get a word in edgewise, she was already quite content. Being able to witness the conversation between important figures and see the changes in the future destiny of the Xia Kingdom was already a great honor for her. No one would believe it if I told them. At the same time, on the other side of the world, a country 26,000 miles away, a figure tore through space and appeared. She wore a dark red battle armor, and the 12 fallen angel wings on her back emitted a strong bloody light, making her look extremely evil. She was Victoria, sent by Lin Yu. At this moment, she was already in the skies above the United States. The aura emanating from his body shattered the clouds within a radius of 10,000 meters. She made no attempt to hide herself. Compared to the elegant and distinguished secretarian, Victoria naturally possesses an arrogant and disdainful attitude. She fears no one except the Supreme Creator. Even when facing Angelia, Victoria only showed some fear at certain times. Otherwise, she was fearless in daily life. Upon arriving at her destination, Victoria immediately released her mental consciousness. It quickly enveloped the entire United States. The mundane world, rife with materialism, unfolded before her eyes. However, Victoria was unaffected and quickly located the headquarters of the Church of Creation. With fragments of memories from Puccio and her own detection, locking onto them was naturally a piece of cake. Found it. As expected, a demon was lurking there, belonging to the Soul Demon clan within the Void Demon race. No wonder they've survived from the era of the Holy War to the present day. The Soul Demon race excels at escaping and seizing other people's bodies. The Soul Demon race is invisible and formless. Once it burrows into the body of another being, it is not only difficult to be detected, but it can also quickly devour the soul of the host to achieve its goal of possession. During the Holy War, many alien gods were devoured or possessed because they did not understand the abilities of the Soul Demon race. Their existence also caused enormous casualties to the alien god army. However, the angels have no fear of the soul demons. Because the souls of angels are hidden within the angel heart, within their bodies, no matter how strange the abilities of the soul demon race are, they cannot invade the angel heart. On the contrary, The angel race is very effective against the soul demon race. The reason is very simple. Angels are best at purifying souls. The soul demon race, invisible and formless, relies entirely on the power of their demonic souls. Once they encounter the angel's purification magic, they will die even more quickly than chicks whose heads have been chopped off. Just as Victoria was preparing to tear space apart again, suddenly, small black dots appeared on the distant horizon and flew towards her. It was extremely fast, reaching nearly Mach 5. To put it simply, that is approximately 1,700 meters per second. For ordinary people, such speed is terrifying. However, in Victoria's eyes, those little black dots were moving at a snail's pace. She deliberately stood still for a moment, until those little black dots got closer. Those black dots were actually a strangely shaped fighter jet formation, belonging to the most advanced fighter jets of the United States, which could roam freely over the skies of Earth. God, what is that? She's actually standing in the sky out of thin air. Could she be a superhuman professional? Oh no, she's an angel. Judging from her appearance, she must be a fallen angel from heaven. Damn it. Nobody told us we were supposed to intercept a terrifyingly powerful fallen angel, and a 12-winged one at that. I sense the presence of death. It's like the evil Lucifer is beckoning to me. Retreat. Retreat immediately. In the blink of an eye, the fighter jet formation smoothly changed direction. Where you come from, you go back to. If it were someone else, they might just let it go. After all, no battle broke out between the two sides. But who is Victoria? An 18-winged fallen archangel who is obsessed with war and killing. With a wave of her right hand, Victoria caused the space around the fighter jets to crumble, tearing the 10 most advanced American fighter jets to shreds. Chapter 504 Nonsense. Could she possibly be here for tourism? Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, weaving together an exceptionally beautiful picture. Victoria admired it for a moment. Then it tore through space and disappeared. At the same time, the headquarters in the United States. A very large combat command center. The hall was filled with many professional and attractive Chinese people. At this moment, as they looked at the images captured by the military satellite and the blood-red alerts on the life monitoring instruments, everyone fell silent, unable to utter a word. I told you I shouldn't have provoked that angel. How could we possibly defeat such powerful creatures from myths and legends? You actually wanted to test just how strong that angel was. Now look what's happened. The entire Sky Eagle squadron has been wiped out, with total losses amounting to billions, and in the end, we didn't find out anything. It wasn't a complete loss. A handsome Chinese man in military uniform said, "At least we can be sure now that even if we call in our aircraft carrier battle group, we are no match for this 12-winged fallen angel. After all, she can even tear space apart." Upon hearing this, the beautiful Chinese people present were all speechless. Some people were even rolling their eyes. Compared to the annihilation of the Sky Eagles team, they would rather not have such a gain. I'm curious about something. Can our giant mushroom kill this 12-winged fallen angel? I'm warning you, never be curious about this kind of question. A high-ranking official from the United States said, "This will bring disaster to our land of freedom. But now, she has invaded our country. Unauthorized entry. This is a declaration of war against our beautiful country." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking official from the United States sighed and said, "Let them invade. At least the war hasn't really started yet. We'll talk about it after the war begins." He is a pacifist. We do not advocate being enemies with the kingdom of paradise. Even if the heavenly kingdom makes some unreasonable demands, he says he can fulfill them. As long as there is no war, it's fine. Because he believed that the United States, with its current strength, was no match for the kingdom of paradise. Once war breaks out, it will be the end of the entire United States. Why do you think this 12-winged fallen angel suddenly appeared in our beautiful country? She was in Xia country half an hour ago. They appeared here in the blink of an eye. They must have some unknown purpose. That's nonsense. Could she be here for tourism? Enough. From now on, keep a close eye on this fallen angel's movements. Any news about her must be reported immediately. Furthermore, no one is to approach her without my order. We must not launch an attack on her without authorization. I don't want to see her turn our headquarters, or even the entire city, into ruins. Clear. A group of beautiful Chinese people readily complied. They quickly operated the various machines in front of them. To their dismay, they couldn't find Victoria anywhere. Even with the power of Skynet, they were unable to lock onto Victoria. It was as if she had already left America. The headquarters of the Genesis Church is located in my city, in the eastern region of the United States. Maiching is densely populated and economically prosperous. It also has connections with other surrounding cities, making it an ideal location for the Genesis Church to rapidly expand its membership. Of course, this information is not important. Most importantly, Victoria is here. She emerged from the torn void and stormed directly into the headquarters of the Church of Creation. As soon as she entered, she could clearly smell the aura of the soul demon. It filled the entire headquarters area. However, the vast majority of the source of the aura did not come from the soul demon, but from the creation cultists located at the headquarters. This proves one thing. Many people here have been controlled by that soul demon. Devouring and manipulating souls is the soul demon's most formidable skill. Victoria was not surprised by this situation. On the contrary, she would be surprised if no one here was controlled by that soul demon. Because demons are inherently a selfish and evil race, they will not trust other races, much less entrust their safety to other beings. Therefore, manipulation is inevitable. Once Victoria captures the soul demon, the controlled creation cultists will regain their freedom. However, the subsequent situation depends on the degree to which they were manipulated. Severely ill patients die directly. The moderate patient develop dementia. Mild cases will remain in a coma for a long time until their soul and spiritual power, which have been eroded, are restored, at which point they can return to normal. I didn't think much of it. Victoria went straight into the soul demon's lair. It was a building located hundreds of meters underground, and it also housed many creationists. The aura of the demonic soul emanating from them was even stronger. Victoria could tell at a glance that these people had been completely controlled by the soul demon and turned into demon slaves. Further on, they saw many women who were barely clothed, each one extremely beautiful and with a great figure, but they too had been turned into demon slaves by the soul demon. Their daily task is to serve that soul demon, including but not limited to diet. Victoria glanced at the beautiful women with their dazed looks, then said coldly, "A filthy alien creature." Chapter 505 Easily handled. Victoria gave a soft snort. The beautiful women nearby, barely clothed, collapsed to the ground. They were already completely controlled demon slaves. All that remained were beautiful shells. Living is torture for them. They'd rather die. As these female slaves collapsed, Victoria's figure also came into view. Almost simultaneously, a piercing alarm sounded in the underground base. Immediately afterwards, a large number of heavily armed creationists surrounded Victoria from all directions, including many powerful professionals. However, these people were just small fry to Victoria, a sweep of mental and physical consciousness. They fell down in droves. In the blink of an eye, there was no living creature left in this underground base. At that very moment, Victoria suddenly reached out and grabbed at the empty space in front of her. Instantly, the void collapsed. A black figure was forcibly pulled out of the shattered void by Victoria. It looks like a cloud of black mist. Sometimes it transforms into human form, and sometimes it coalesces into a giant dragon. Sometimes it transforms into a strange beast form. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as ever-changing. However, its body was firmly bound by the power of Victoria's laws, and no matter what form it took or how frantically it struggled, it could not escape Victoria's control. In the end, it despaired. It turned into a black fog ball. The fog ball has eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Its gaze fell on Victoria, and it said humbly, "Respected angel, please do not purify me. I have already repented." It recognized Victoria's racial identity at a glance. However, he only got half of it right. Victoria is no longer the holy angel who possesses the power of purification. She is a fallen archangel. The soul demon that falls into her hands will not be purified. She will simply devour it. The premise is that the Supreme Creator does not need this soul demon. The soul demon was terrified at this moment. It never imagined that even though it had hidden itself in a mortal world that could be described as technologically advanced, it would still be captured by the angel race. In the distant era of the Holy War, it was merely a minor demonic soldier at the level of a demigod. He was lucky enough to survive the war, and they were very fortunate to escape the battlefield of myriad worlds. Later, it successfully ignited the divine fire and condensed its divine essence, becoming a demon god, immortal and eternal. After becoming a god, it has always hidden on the floating island. Because floating islands are abandoned by the gods, they rarely receive the attention of the gods. If it were hidden in other extraordinary worlds, it would likely be discovered by the powerful true gods who rule those extraordinary worlds, and then be killed. To survive, to hide on the floating island. It even proclaimed itself a god, only using power no higher than that of a demigod. It has to be said, its plan was successful. It's still alive today. Over the years, although it has been constantly on the run and barely surviving, its strength has also increased. It is now a mid-level god. He possesses moderate divine power. Within the Void Demon Army, its current divine status allows it to command a large legion. 6 months ago, it bewitched a professional. They successfully arrived on Earth. Blue Star is a low-level technological civilization. The extraordinary power has only just emerged. No god would pay attention to this place. It can stay in this world for a very long time. As it turned out, it did indeed live a carefree and comfortable life during its time on Earth. Aside from the lack of resources for spiritual practice, all kinds of desires can be satisfied. Those lowly humans revered it as the great creator god. It never refuses its requests. It can get whatever it wants. This feeling was so exhilarating that it even temporarily forgot it was a void demon. However, to its surprise, an angel descended upon this world and appeared before it, intending to kill it. At first, its first reaction was not to run away. Instead, it killed the angels that invaded its lair. But the problem was that after observing for a while, it suddenly felt that it was no match for the opponent. Once war breaks out, it will surely perish. Clearly, this black-winged angel, exuding an aura of evil, is definitely not just a simple demigod. After all, she had 12 angel wings. So it chose to run away. In the end, however, it still couldn't escape. It was forcibly pulled out of the void by a terrifying force. Even if it broke the seal on its divine position and used its divine power, it still couldn't break free from the black-winged angel's confinement. For a moment, it was filled with despair. At the same time, it couldn't understand it at all. It was clearly just a minor mid-level demon god, so how could it be hunted down by a 12-winged angel? Having experienced the Holy War, it knows very well that the 12-winged angels of the angel race are all great beings of the level of chief gods, and crushing it is as easy as crushing an ant. Sending a 12-winged angel to hunt it down is a complete waste of resources. Be good and don't struggle. Otherwise, I won't be able to resist eating you. Victoria stared at the soul demon she had imprisoned with a strange look in her eyes. The abyssal demonic power within the soul demon's body was as alluring to her as a rare delicacy. She really wanted to eat this demon. At this moment, the soul demon also sensed Victoria's appetite for it, and was so frightened that its face twisted in horror. They have always been the demons who devour everything in the universe, treating all living beings as food. It seems that no one has ever dared to devour them. The reason is that the abyssal magic within them corrupts cosmic beings, turning them into demons. But the black-winged angel in front of them seemed completely unafraid. You are not an angel. The soul demon suddenly cried out in terror. All the angels that appeared in the holy demon era were holy and pure beings. Yet your aura is extremely evil, even comparable to that of us demons. What species are you? Chapter 506. Don't be afraid. I'll just give you a little bite. The soul demon's name is Alex. This is the real name it gave itself after becoming a god. The Void Elves are a race with an extremely strict hierarchy. Demons below the level of true gods are not allowed to have their own names, because they are low-level demons and cannon fodder on the battlefield, even demigod-level demons. These types of demons are collectively known as demon soldiers or lesser demons. Only after ascending to the realm of true gods are demons qualified to give themselves a true name. This also signifies that they have been promoted to the level of great demons. Alex is now the great demon. In fact, it is quite fortunate to be able to stay in this universe. Otherwise, it would be difficult for it to grow into a great demon. The Void Demons universe is an extremely cruel world, even for demons. Whether they are minor demons or major demons, they all have to go through countless wars and killings in their lifetime. The weak will inevitably be eliminated. Among them, the little devil had the highest elimination rate. Once the lesser demons hatch from the lair, and then advance to the stage of becoming greater demons, only 1 in a million lesser demons will survive. In other words, the probability of being promoted to a greater demon is 1 in a million. The other lesser demons will all die in the war of killing each other. This shows just how cruel the world of demons is. If Alex had returned to the demon universe with the remnants of the defeated demon army, he would most likely have died as well. Instead, it survived by staying in this universe. Not only that, it also became a great demon. He attained the divine position of a mid-level god. Although the days of hiding were tough, the ending was ultimately good. Tens of millions of years have passed, and Alex's memories of the Holy War era are no longer clear. When it first saw Victoria, it regarded her as an angel. That's because of the 12 wings behind Victoria. Angels are a winged race. The more wings a person has, the higher their strength and status. Demons are of the Eye clan. The color of a demon's eyes can indicate their racial status. The color grades are black, red, light purple, purple, dark purple, and gold. The further back in time one goes, the higher one's racial status becomes. A demon with purple eyes is a pure-blooded demon. However, after Alex was captured by Victoria, it suddenly realized what was happening. The angels it encountered on the battlefield were all divine beings, untouched by the dust of the mortal world, and regarded the forces of evil as mortal enemies. But the angel before it, not only did it lack any holy aura, it also exuded an extremely evil power. Its level of evil was so great that even this pure-blooded demon was terrified. If it weren't for the fact that Victoria didn't possess any abyssal magical energy, it would have even suspected that Victoria was some kind of mutated winged demon among their demon race. What kind of evil creature are you? Soul Demon Alex screamed in utter terror. Especially when it saw Victoria's eyes, it was so frightened that its scalp tingled. That was clearly the look in his eyes when he saw delicious food. It has the same look in its eyes when it devours other living beings. This mutated angel seems, most likely, to want to eat it. This demon has now become food. Where can it go to seek justice? You're very lucky. As Victoria sealed the soul demon Alex inside a spatial sphere, she said, if it weren't for my lord's slight curiosity about you, you wouldn't be alive today. Victoria was very interested in the abyssal power within the soul demon. Intuition told her, this power will be very useful to her. It might even threaten her unshakable position. Thinking about this, Victoria was even more itchy to get her way. The desire in his eyes intensified. If I only take a small bite and don't kill this demon, it should be fine, right? My lord is merciful and surely won't blame me. Victoria unconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing this scene, soul demon Alex, who was already completely imprisoned inside the sphere of space, became even more terrified. You can clearly see that its eyes are purple. This indicates that it is a pure-blooded demon. It is not a hybrid low-level monster. However, this is not good news, because the higher the bloodline level and rank of a demon, the greater and purer the abyssal power within its body. That's why it became a delicacy in Victoria's eyes. The evil-eyed demons that Victoria encountered in the underground world of the floating island also had the blood of the void demon race flowing through their veins. At the time, Victoria had absolutely no interest in those evil-eyed demons. This is because the abyssal power within them is so weak that it is almost invisible. In comparison, the soul demon with pure bloodline in front of us is much better. What do you want to do? Soul demon Alex said in utter terror. Victoria said, don't be afraid, it's just a small bite. Upon hearing this, soul demon Alex retreated in fear. But it's trapped inside the sphere of space, so where can it retreat to? Finally, it could only watch helplessly as Victoria reached into its body and forcibly took away a dark red light, which was almost half of the abyssal power within it. Alex, being a demon, was almost crying with fear. That's incredibly brutal. Chapter 507 What wishes could a demon like you possibly have? Amidst the screams of soul demon Alex, Victoria swallowed the abyssal power whole. In that instant, a look of great pleasure appeared on her beautiful face. Sure enough, her intuition was right. The power of the abyss is a rare treasure for them, fallen angels. Not only can it greatly enhance the power of fallen angels, but it also has the opportunity to help fallen angels achieve an elevation in their status. For other living beings, the power of the abyss is an untouchable taboo. However, for fallen angels, the power of the abyss is a great tonic. It is equivalent to a rare and precious natural treasure. Unfortunately, most of the void demons that died on the battlefield back then were purified and annihilated. Even if a few corpses are preserved, they would be very difficult to find after tens of millions of years. Otherwise, she would have to find a way to collect both living and dead demons to extract more abyssal power. Soul Demon Alex was ultimately just a demon at the level of a mid-level god. Even if all the abyssal power within it were extracted, it would still be far from enough to shake Victoria's status as an archangel. I really can't wait for war to break out. Victoria muttered to herself. In this way, I can slaughter countless demons, even the void demon ancestor, and thus find hope for breaking through my current level. What? Is war about to restart? Inside the sphere of space, Soul Demon Alex lay limp and weak on the ground. It's already quite remarkable that it wasn't critically injured and on the verge of death after having half of its abyssal power forcibly extracted. Upon hearing Victoria's words, it seemed to be provoked and struggled a few times. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It has been in this universe for tens of millions of years. This was a very long period of time. It longs for the breath of the original universe. What? You're looking forward to it. Victoria glanced at it sideways and said, "In this war, my angelic race will utterly annihilate your void demon race. Your demon emperor will not have a second chance to escape from my lord's grasp. Of course, you definitely won't see such a scene. Your future is either being devoured by me or being purified by Angelia." Soul Demon Alex remained silent. Terrified, it curled up inside the sphere of space, its smoke-like body trembling. As a demon, it has now fallen into the hands of angels, and its fate is predictable. It even has an urge to self-destruct. However, it discovered that even self-destruction was a luxury. While Victoria extracted half of its abyssal power, she also sealed its divine essence and even its demonic soul origin. It is impossible for it to destroy its own divine status or to use demonic secret techniques to annihilate its own demonic soul. If I am destined to die, then could you grant me one wish and tell me what kind of being you really are? When it was suppressed and imprisoned, it sensed an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Victoria, which it felt was even more frightening than the supreme god who wielded great divine power. For a moment, it doubted whether the black-winged angel before it was a supreme deity. However, it is impossible to be truly certain. After all, supreme deities are extremely rare. Even the mighty angel race is said to have only 7 supreme deities. It found it hard to believe that it would be personally hunted down by a supreme deity. This feeling, in the words of ordinary people on this planet, it's like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. That's giving it too much credit. Wish? What wishes could a demon like you possibly have? Just obediently wait to die, Victoria said coldly. He then put away the spatial sphere that imprisoned Soul Demon Alex. Within this sphere of space lies a trace of the Supreme God King's power that she infused into it. Its defensive strength is so great that even if Soul Demon Alex were to fight with all his might, he would not be able to break through it. Next, we must follow the will of our Lord and purge the heretics from the Church of Creation. That's simple. Take care of all those heretics in one go. Victoria didn't want to waste her precious time on those heretics. She couldn't wait to return to the Creator's side, so that the Creator wouldn't get so caught up in playing with Angelia that he forgot about her. Then, let's be a little more serious. Fortunately, the rules and will of this world are still in a state of chaos, and no true intelligence has emerged. Otherwise, it certainly wouldn't be able to bear my power. As she muttered to herself, a terrifying thought surged from Victoria's body. With just the pressure of his mind, he instantly annihilated this extremely large underground base. This was the result of Victoria's best efforts to control the situation. If released, the entire planet Earth would collapse under the weight of this mental pressure. The billions of humans and countless other living beings on Earth would naturally be reduced to cosmic dust. Back then, Angelia used her supreme power to kill a chief god-level titan in the Titan realm with the Sword of Destiny. Now, I'm just following her example. She had no reason to insult me. Immediately, this terrifying intent spread out and enveloped the entire blue star. After only about a breath, Victoria withdrew the thought. Because her mission was accomplished. Chapter 508 Taboos that should not be provoked, or discussed. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Church of Creation, in various areas of my city, and in the branches and strongholds of the Church of Creation around the world, countless figures fell instantly. Their souls were destroyed in an instant. He died cleanly and silently. Even the most skilled forensic pathologists couldn't determine the cause of their deaths. As Puccio said, the Creation Church has more than 2 billion followers from all over the world. However, Victoria wasn't so crazy as to kill all 2 billion Creator believers. After all, Earth is the mother planet of the Creator after his rebirth. She cannot allow Earth to enter its doom. Otherwise, even if the merciful Creator doesn't blame her, Angelia will still have to teach her a lesson. To be honest, Victoria was still quite wary of this older woman. The root cause is that her 2 girlfriends weren't here. With her strength alone, she is no match for Angelia. Therefore, Victoria was very sensible and only killed those middle and high-ranking members of the Church of Creation who were skilled at manipulating people. If these people are eliminated, the Church of Creation will inevitably fall apart. The remaining Creator believers will also see the situation clearly. They will no longer believe in the Creator God fabricated out of thin air by the leaders of the Creation Church. If nothing unexpected happens, after the mass deaths of the middle and upper echelons of the Church of Creation are exposed, more people will join the so-called Western Church. They worship the Holy Light Lord of their angelic race. Only the Lord of Holy Light, the omnipotent and omniscient God, can protect them. Mission accomplished. We can go back to see our Lord now. Victoria didn't stop for a moment. He immediately tore through the void before him and teleported to the other side of the blue planet. Shortly after Victoria left, a group of people entered a combat command center in the United States. Among them were high-ranking officials and heavily armed secret agents. However, the scene before them as soon as they entered the hall terrified them so much that they stood frozen in place, too afraid to move. Because the command center was completely silent. All the mechanical instruments were still running, but there wasn't a single living person inside. There were only a few hundred corpses in various poses. Everyone in the room is dead. My God, what exactly happened here? Who killed them? People kept exclaiming in surprise. One beautiful Chinese woman even vomited on the spot. The sight of hundreds of corpses laid out before her completely shattered her worldview. She had never seen such a horrific scene. Soon, after reviewing the surveillance footage and the missions from the Operations Command Center, they deduced the cause of death of these people. It's that fallen angel with 12 wings. She must have killed our men. Only she possesses such terrifying strength. Just then, a high-ranking American official present received a phone call. After the call ended, his face turned deathly pale. Something terrible has happened. Secretary Smith and his wife, Director Grant, and General Virginia are also dead. Not only that, according to incomplete statistics, more than 8,000 people have died mysteriously just now. These people are all elites in their respective fields. According to reliable sources, similar bizarre deaths have occurred in many other countries. Hearing this, everyone else present stared wide-eyed. His face was filled with horror and disbelief. Although many people die every day on Earth, this is the first time that so many people have died mysteriously at the same time, and the deaths have even affected countries around the world. In their view, this was nothing short of a disaster. Were those people's deaths also related to that 12-winged fallen angel? It's almost certain. She had just arrived in our country when her death occurred immediately. There's no such coincidence in the world. Then why did she do that? Reports have surfaced claiming that all those who died joined the Genesis Church. This must be a struggle between church factions. The existence of the Church of Creation has angered the ruler of the heavenly kingdom in some ways, so he sent that fallen angel to bring down divine punishment. My God, isn't he afraid of incurring public wrath? Public outrage? In the hearts of more than 2 billion Western Christians worldwide, the ruler of that heavenly kingdom is their God. Sending divine punishment to punish the founding church will only drive those Western Christians even more insane. After this incident, even more people will join the Western religion, become his followers. Wait a moment. If this was a disaster targeting the Church of Creation, why did these people in the Operations Command Center die? Were they all members of the Church of Creation? No, they weren't creationists. The reason they died was because when that fallen angel descended, they sent a squadron of sky eagles to try and intercept her. Oh, they really deserve to die. The deaths of these people have also taught me one thing. Never try to provoke those angels, and never go against the kingdom of heaven. That ruler is a madman who wields terrifying power. Clear, not just the United States. After the truth behind the mass deaths of the Church of Creation was exposed internationally, all countries listed the heavenly kingdom as a taboo that should not be provoked, challenged, or even easily discussed. Just like the indescribable and unpredictable Cthulhu. While the United States and other countries around the world were in chaos, Victoria, the instigator of the incident, had already returned to Lin Yu's side. She handed over the soul demon Alex, whom she had captured, to Lin Yu. Chapter 509. Is this the devil? Do the legendary demons really exist? And he even came to our blue star and became the creator god of the creation church. Inside the private room, the professionals that General Li brought stared intently at the spatial sphere in Lin Yu's hand, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. They didn't know how powerful the demons were, but they are definitely stronger than those professionals from Earth. If Lin Yu hadn't dispatched his 12-winged fallen angels to capture and seal this demon, it's easy to imagine that it would have brought disaster to Earth. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel fortunate that such a powerful figure as Lin Yu had been born into this world. Initially, they viewed Lin Yu as a threat, which is understandable, given the immense power Lin Yu wielded. But now, they are grateful for Lin Yu's existence. This is a very contradictory feeling. This is the demon? At the same time, Lin Yu also turned his gaze to the black mist trapped inside the spatial sphere. A hint of doubt appeared on his handsome face. The demon in his impression should be one covered in black scales, with a pair of ridiculously large bat wings, and its body covered in numerous bone spikes. The more ferocious it looks, the more ferocious it becomes. Or they are either extremely beautiful, sexy, and alluring, or occasionally. As it turned out, The real demon was just a cloud of black mist? Apart from a head that can be vaguely seen, there is no body or limbs. Looking at the demon in this state, he even felt a sense of disappointment. Victoria saw through Lin Yu's thoughts and quickly explained, Supreme Creator, this is just one of the demons of the Void Demon Clan. It belongs to the Soul Demon Clan. The body is always in a formless state, mainly composed of soul power. Besides the soul demons, the void demons also include winged demons, shadow demons, blood demons, flame demons, succubi, moonlight demons, and so on. These are the major races among the demons, and there are many more smaller branches. Regardless of the branch of demons, there are both mixed blood demons and pure blood demons. Pure-blooded demons are considered the nobility among the void demons. These types of demons are extremely talented, quite powerful, and the fewest in number. They distinguish the purity of bloodlines by the color of their eyes. Purple signifies a pure-blooded demon. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately looked into the eyes of the soul demon, which were pure purple. So this is a pure-blooded soul demon. Yes, my lord. Victoria nodded respectfully and said, whatever research you want to do, using pure-blooded demons is the best. Inside the sphere of space, soul demon Alex's body trembled incessantly. A deep look of terror appeared in the purple demonic eyes. The human being, whom that terrifying 12-winged fallen angel called the Supreme Creator, actually wanted to study it? This is not good news. It would rather be cut off directly. They also do not want to be studied or tortured. In addition, it was also extremely curious about the background of this human, who was able to gain the loyalty of a 12-winged angel and be so respectful as to be a believer. Don't the angels worship the Lord of Holy Light? Just then, it saw Angelia standing next to Lin Yu, another 12-winged angel. Moreover, it exudes a holy aura and a dazzling divine light. This is the angel it remembered. As for Victoria, in the mind of soul demon Alex, she was an anomaly among the angels. He had never seen an angel wield evil power and devour the power of the abyss. Compared to real angels, Victoria terrified it more, because it doesn't know when Victoria will devour the other half of the abyssal power within it. At that time, it will most likely be completely finished. Soul demon Alex sized up Angelia. In a daze, its gaze became dull. A memory that had been sealed away for tens of millions of years suddenly appeared in its mind. That was a photo taken to remember the moment. In that photograph, there was a figure of a great being that was very similar to the holy angel before it, or even exactly the same. The only difference is that the one in front of me is a 12-winged angel. The great being in the photograph is an 18-winged archangel who commands an army of angels as vast as the ocean. Then, more footage appeared. The scene depicts that great being wielding an angelic sword burning with golden flames, slaying one of the void demons, a demon ancestor comparable to a supreme god. It remembers it because the scene was so shocking. Make it unforgettable. Impossible. How could such a great being appear in such a small mortal world? And he even serves a human being. But the problem is, that 12-winged fallen angel also referred to that human as the Supreme Creator. Soul demon Alex gasped for breath. If its guess is true, then could this human, who is only at the demigod level, be the legendary Lord of Holy Light? How is this possible? The Lord of Holy Light is a terrifying being comparable to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. How fortunate it was to see this. Chapter 510 Victoria's desperate desire to turn things around. Lin Yu toyed with the spatial orb in his hand. It must be said that he was indeed very interested in this pure-blooded soul demon. I'll have to study this carefully when I get back. It would be even better if we could glean some profound insights into the fundamental laws governing the Void Demon faction from it. Lin Yu looked up at Victoria and asked, "Has the Church of Creation been cleaned up?" Victoria respectfully replied, "My lord, I have wiped out all the evil people in the middle and upper echelons of the Creation Church. I have killed more than 30,000 people. The Church of Creation is now in disarray. I believe that this church organization will soon collapse and cease to exist." Well done. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. Praise the Lord. Victoria was naturally very excited to receive praise from the Supreme Creator. She had been feeling down when she learned that Angelia had accompanied the Creator on a shopping spree and enjoyed the splendor of the mortal world, but she felt much better now. It's clear that Victoria is an archangel who is easily satisfied. Of course, the object of affection has to be Lin Yu. If it were anyone else, they would be lucky not to be killed by Victoria's sword. At this moment, Angelia suddenly said, "This soul demon's abyssal power has diminished considerably." Victoria said, "I have devoured the abyss that vanished from it." Angelia immediately looked surprised. Lin Yu was also somewhat surprised and said, "You are able to devour the abyssal origin of demons." Victoria replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord, I just discovered this. It shouldn't just be me. All fallen angels are capable of devouring the abyssal essence of the demon race. Moreover, devouring the source of the abyss is of great benefit to us fallen angels. It can not only rapidly enhance our strength, but also help us break through the limitations of our rank. If I have enough abyssal essence to devour, I believe my rank will definitely be able to break through." As she spoke, Victoria winked at Angelia. A hint of smugness shone in his eyes. However, Angelia seemed not to see it at all. She was overwhelmed by the shocking discovery that fallen angels could devour the power of the abyss. Even she didn't know such a thing existed. However, this is quite normal. After all, she wasn't a fallen angel, and she didn't fully understand what angels were like after their fall. "This is great news," Lin Yu said with a smile. "If war really comes in the future, I look forward to seeing your fallen angels faction become even stronger with the help of those void demons. The same as you. I look forward to seeing you ascend to the rank of 14-winged angel, or even 16-winged archangel. Praise the Lord, we will certainly not let you down," Victoria said with immense excitement. In fact, what she really wanted to say was that she was not trying to break through to the rank of a 14-winged angel, but rather to break through to the rank of an 18-winged archangel. If successful, she can be promoted to the Chaos Angel. The angel race has existed for hundreds of millions of years. The overall scale has increased many times over. However, there are still only 7 archangels with 18 wings. No angel has ever been able to ascend to the level of 18 wings. As for the Chaos Angel, it is also absent. Their status as 7 18-winged archangels was as if sealed and could not be shaken. But things are different now. She saw a glimmer of hope for further progress. If she can successfully ascend to the rank of Chaos Angel, she can rise above her former status and sing her own praises, and Angelia will no longer be able to bully her. For this reason alone, she must work hard. She was determined to experience what it felt like to beat Angelia up. At the same time, the scene in her fantasy appeared in Victoria's mind, making her inner world extremely excited, and the heart of the fallen angel within her pounded even harder. It's as if the wish is about to come true. However, what Victoria didn't know was that Angelia had gained even more and had a higher chance of making a breakthrough after communicating with Lin Yu day and night during this period. After all, secretary and received the nourishment of the power of creation. It's far superior to the abyssal primal power she devoured. Even if a breakthrough is to be achieved, it's highly likely that secretary and will break through first. Her chances of turning the tables and suppressing Angelia are extremely slim. Lin Yu had no idea what Victoria was thinking. He casually handed the spatial sphere that sealed the soul demon Alex to Secretary and said, "Angelia, take this and study it first." "Yes, my lord." Angelia accepted it respectfully. Then, with soul demon Alex looking completely stunned, he put away the spatial sphere. Angelia, the real name of that fearsome 18-winged archangel. In other words, is this human before me truly the legendary Lord of Holy Light? Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. I was fortunate enough to meet the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race. Even if I was studied and tortured, it was all worth it. The void demons are a race that worships the strong and reveres power. Even when facing enemies, as long as you are strong enough, you can earn their respect. Not to mention the Lord of Holy Light. The Lord of Holy Light is the ultimate boss of the angelic race. He not only defeated their demon army, but also almost killed their demon emperor. The feeling that demon soul Alex had when he met the Lord of Holy Light was like that of a mortal meeting an immortal god. That boundless reverence and fear made its demonic soul tremble. Chapter 5:11 Whether it's chaotic or not has nothing to do with me. Before long, General Li also returned to the private room. He wasn't surprised to see the 12-winged fallen angel Victoria appear out of nowhere in the private room. It's quite normal for a demigod-level expert to appear and disappear without a trace. He was simply curious about what this 12-winged fallen angel had done during the time since leaving Xingwu City Magic and Martial Arts Academy. In fact, information about the tragedies that occurred in the United States and around the world has already reached the top leadership of the Xia Kingdom. I just haven't had time to inform him yet. Forrest generally spoke. I intended to continue addressing Lin Yu as little friend. However, upon seeing Victoria, who was covered in blood, he changed his address and began calling Lin Yu classmate Lin. This is a standard term. That way, I won't end up like before, almost bringing disaster upon myself. General Li said solemnly, "We agree to all 3 of your conditions, and after entering the floating island, We will fully cooperate with your kingdom's development plan. Our only hope is that you can treat everyone equally. Treat your kingdom's professionals and our people without prejudice. Certainly, Lin Yu said with a smile. Once they enter the floating island, they will all be subjects of my kingdom and will serve me. Naturally, I will not mistreat them. Upon hearing this, General Li breathed a sigh of relief. With Lin Yu's promise, he could finally rest assured. Lin Yu is the island owner of Floating Island 014965, and he oversees everything on this floating island. Even the rules of the world are on Lin Yu's side. If Lin Yu wanted to do something to their people, they would have absolutely no way to avoid it or resist it. Lin Yu's promise was a shot in the arm for them. There is no need to worry or be afraid anymore. As for whether Lin Yu would go back on his word, he didn't need to think about that at all. Given Lin Yu's current status and position, the probability of him deceiving them with lies is almost non-existent. General Li said, I will evacuate the people from Floating Island 013724 as soon as possible, but I don't know when we will head to Floating Island 014965. Lin Yu said, the people on your island don't need to evacuate. After I conquer this floating island, I will merge it with the 014965 floating island. As for your legions on Earth, I will set up a time-space portal inside the Magic and Martial Arts Academy later so that you can teleport to the island. Thanks, Lin. General Li expressed his gratitude. Without this time-space portal, getting on and off the island would be a very troublesome thing for them. After all, the vast majority of their Legion members are just ordinary people. There is no teleportation mark for professionals. To get to the island, you need the help of other professionals. That would be too troublesome. After thinking for a moment, General Li asked again, Student Lin, when will your angel army enter the battlefield of myriad worlds? And can our legion follow them? Once I return to the floating island, I will immediately open the portal to the battlefield of all worlds. Lin Yu said, as for your legion General Li, to put it bluntly, you'll just be throwing your lives away if you go. You might as well stay on the floating island and continue to develop. I will simultaneously launch a two-way war on the battlefield of myriad worlds and the floating islands. At that time, your legion will also have to join the war. Of the 14 floating islands, I have only occupied 2 so far. There are still 12 floating islands waiting for me to send a large army to conquer, so the opportunities in the floating island world are also great. General Li hesitated for a moment before saying, occupying all 14 floating islands might cause dissatisfaction among the countries of Earth. Lin Yu said, whether things are chaotic or not is their business. It has nothing to do with me. If you can't withstand the pressure, I can send my kingdom's army into Blue Star to lend you a hand. General Li's expression immediately turned serious. Student Lin, rest assured, we will do our utmost to handle the problems on Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. General Li, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. You should also make your preparations. Take care, Lin. General Li personally escorted Lin Yu and the others out of the private room. General Li and his entourage only breathed a sigh of relief after Lin Yu and his group had left the restaurant. Although Lin Yu always acted very kindly, the pressure he put on them was unimaginable. Even General Li, a peak Saint-level dragon knight, was finding it difficult to withstand. The Saint-level green dragon inside him didn't dare to make a sound when it sensed the imposing aura emanating from Lin Yu and the other two, as if afraid of attracting their attention. Is this what a demigod who has mastered the power of laws is like? Just standing there, I couldn't muster the slightest disrespect. That's absolutely terrifying. I can't believe it, said one of the extraordinary professionals, still shaken. General Li said, knowing how terrifying demigods are, we must work even harder. We must advance to that level as soon as possible so that we can follow in the footsteps of the Heavenly Kingdom and enter the battlefield of myriad realms. With the protection of the Heavenly Kingdom, we will go further than other countries. This is a great opportunity for our Xia Kingdom, and we must seize it firmly. Clear. The group of professionals shouted in unison. Just then, General Li received a phone call. The contents of the phone call made General Li's face change, his expression filled with horror. That information concerns the tragedy at the Church of Genesis. It finally reached him. Only now did General Li realize what the 12-winged fallen angel had done after disappearing. A demigod is indeed terrifying beyond imagination. Chapter 512 Lin Yu is a dangerous person. Shortly after Lin Yu left, a figure appeared on this bustling commercial street. This is an elderly man wearing a black robe. He exuded an extraordinary aura, making passers-by afraid to approach him. Blue Star has been in contact with extraordinary forces for over a year, and professionals from these forces are frequently seen. especially after the large-scale return of Xia Kingdom professionals from the 014965 floating island. The number of professionals in major cities has surged dramatically. You can often run into professionals. However, professionals who reach the extraordinary level are still very rare. And they were all veteran professionals from a year ago. People naturally look at such a powerful person with awe. However, the old man in black robes had no time to pay attention to the stares of passers-by. At this moment, he was staring blankly at the sky above the restaurant not far away, where a group of figures soared straight into the sky and flew towards several silver-gray space fighters hovering in the clouds. Soon after, the fighter squadron flew away. It quickly disappeared from his sight. I'm late again. The old man in the black robe had a conflicted expression. He was none other than Lord Zhou, who had previously appeared at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Before that, he chatted with Dean Zhang while waiting for General Li and the others to arrive. To his surprise, General Li bypassed him and went straight to Lin Yu. When he received the news and rushed over, the two had finished talking and went home. I've told you before that you need to change your dawdling habit. No matter what I do, I'm always one step too late. If I ever encounter danger and need you to save me, by the time you arrive, my body will be cold. Dean Zhang also appeared. He watched helplessly as the fleet of space planes flew into the distant sky and couldn't help but complain about City Lord Zhou. Upon hearing this, Lord Zhou's old face twitched, and then he said, "The fact that General Li and the others were able to leave alive at least shows that the atmosphere of the conversation was still quite friendly." Dean Zhang rolled his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Why don't you go and meet Lin Yu? After all, he's from Xingwu City, and you're its city lord. If you can get his support, Xingwu City's future will surely be bright. Who knows? With his help, you might also be able to advance to the saint rank, or even a demigod." Never mind. Lord Zhou refused outright. Lin Yu is a dangerous person. It's best to stay away from him if possible. Compared to him, what am I? A mere city lord. Whatever you want. Dean Zhang did not try to persuade him further. Like Lord Zhou, he also didn't want to see Lin Yu again. Just as Lord Zhou said, Lin Yu is a dangerous person. He might be killed by the 12-winged angels around him for saying the wrong thing. Just then, Lord Zhou received a phone call. His expression changed very quickly. After hanging up the phone, he said with a sigh, "Luckily we didn't meet. It was too dangerous." Dean Zhang asked in confusion, "What happened?" Lord Zhou said, "I just received news that Lin Yu's 12-winged fallen angel went to the United States, and I don't know what secret technique he used, wiped out most of the mid-level and high-level members of the Church of Creation in various countries around the world in an instant. More than 30,000 members of the Church of Creation were killed. This has thrown the whole world into chaos. Especially the United States. They have the most deaths there. In addition, all the elite American troops in the Combat Command Center were also killed. The reason is that they sent an Air Force squadron to try to intercept the 12 fallen angels. Intercept that fallen angel? Dean Zhang's eyes widened, and for a moment he couldn't believe it. But upon closer reflection, this seems to be the style of the United States. Those guys are used to being bosses. Even when facing the Paradise Kingdom, which had swept across 2 floating islands, they couldn't grasp their own position. Dean Zhang said with some disappointment, "If only that 12-winged fallen angel had been a little more ruthless." City Lord Zhou naturally understood what Dean Zhang meant. That would make the world even more chaotic. It might even trigger a world war. What's there to be afraid of in a world war? As long as the heavenly kingdom intervenes, hundreds of demigods will descend upon Earth together, and they can crush even a giant mushroom. That makes sense. Lord Zhou nodded. The thought of hundreds of demigods wielding the power of laws descending upon Earth sent shivers down his spine. That scene was absolutely terrifying. However, Lord Zhou and Dean Zhang were unaware that the number of demigods in the Paradise Kingdom was several thousand, and it was only a matter of time before they reached 10,000. Most importantly, demigods will soon become the regular fighting force of the Heavenly Kingdom, rather than its top-tier fighting force. The reason is simple. At this moment, in the spirit field space of the Holy City, Lin Yu has more than 1,000 peak-level demigods breaking through their cultivation realms. If successful, there will be over 1,000 immortal gods. If they were to descend upon Earth, forget about the giant mushroom. Even Earth would be smashed to pieces. Chapter 5:13 The Pilgrimage. Just as Lord Zhou and Dean Zhang were chatting, a dense crowd of people converged on this commercial street. They quickly blocked the surrounding streets completely. A rough estimate puts the number at least in the tens of thousands. City Lord Zhou and Dean Zhang thought something had happened again and were about to send someone to investigate when someone came to report that nothing had happened and that these people had just come to join in the fun and see the angels. The image of Lin Yu strolling around with two 12-winged angels was uploaded online. This has led to a large number of people being attracted to the area. It was as if a big star had suddenly appeared. Of course, compared to celebrities, angels are clearly more attractive. After all, there are plenty of celebrities out there. But this is the first time angels have appeared on Earth. Moreover, angels are creatures from Western mythology and have extremely high popularity worldwide. Everyone wants to see what the archangel looks like. These people are really crazy. Dean Zhang couldn't help but make a comment. Angels aren't species for ornamental purposes. You can't just look at them whenever you want. Especially the two 12-winged angels beside Lin Yu, who were incredibly powerful. If this kind of onlookers causes dissatisfaction on the other party, it might directly lead to a major disaster. Given the terrifying power displayed by that 12-winged fallen angel, it's highly likely that he could easily destroy the entire Xingwu city. That's normal, Lord Zhou said. Even I want to see the angel with my own eyes. Dean Zhang glanced at him sideways and said, then go ahead. As the city lord of Xingwu city, Lin Yu might be able to see you. I was just saying, if we really want to meet, let's forget it. Lord Zhou shuddered and shook his head. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. He didn't want his curiosity about angels to lead to his untimely death. Although he is over 50 years old, he has experienced a second spring as an extraordinary professional. He wanted to advance to the saint rank, demigod, or even an immortal god, to experience more of his potential, but he didn't want to die at the hands of those two 12-winged angels. What Lord Zhou and Dean Zhang didn't know was, those who want to see angels are not just the local residents and those online. At this very moment, all over the world of Blue Star, countless people are frantically scrambling for plane tickets to Xia country, because the news of Lin Yu's return to Blue Star has already spread on the professional forum. A terrifyingly large number of Western Christians wanted to come to Xia Kingdom. For them, this transnational journey was a pilgrimage. We worship the great Lord of Holy Light. They worship the God they believe in. Among these pilgrims are not only ordinary people, but also professionals from all over the world, who also share faith in God. Lin Yu was a citizen of the Xia Kingdom. However, he is the Holy Light Lord of the angel race. All the angels are loyal to and believe in him. Moreover, it is said that his rank as the Lord of Holy Light is higher than that of the supreme deities in the battlefield of myriad realms. Not long ago, a professional from Xia Kingdom revealed on the professional forum that when Lin Yu conquered the 014965 floating island, the Nature Elf Queen, a peak demigod, surrendered without a fight with the powerful Nature Elf Empire. The reason for this is that the creator of the Nature Elf race, the Supreme God King, the goddess of nature and elves, personally descended upon the floating island of 014965. And then he went to the holy city to meet Lin Yu. This led to the subsequent surrender of the Nature Elf Empire. Even the goddess of nature and spirits, the supreme deity, seemed to have to bow her head before Lin Yu. This shows just how high Lin Yu's status is. For those Western Christians, isn't this the template for God? Therefore, they have absolutely no need to doubt anything. Lin Yu is their God, and they should just come and pay their respects. In a short period of time, the fanatical Western Christians drove up the price of airfares to Xia Kingdom to an astronomical figure, with many people eager to fly over even if it meant going bankrupt. Furthermore, a large number of wealthy Western Christians wanted to migrate to Xia Kingdom, because this is God's homeland. Even if we don't meet this time, there will be opportunities in the future. They even believed that once they reached the Xia Kingdom, they would receive God's blessing. The fanatical actions of these Western believers have further exacerbated the already chaotic situation in various countries around the world. But the problem is, high-ranking officials from various countries dared not step forward to stop it, because there are simply too many Westerners. Among them are elites from various fields. If not handled properly, the negative impact can be enormous. They might even rebel outright. Therefore, high-ranking officials from various countries around the world could only contact the Xia Kingdom's government time and time again, and did their utmost to cooperate with the Western believers' pilgrimage. For the Xia Kingdom, this is also a good thing, because those who were able to stand out from countless Western believers around the world and be the first to come on pilgrimage were basically elites and heavyweights from all over the world. If these people can be retained in the Xia Kingdom, then the Xia Kingdom's strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Just like how the United States absorbed wealth and elite talent from all over the world back then. The United States can do it. The Xia Kingdom can do the same, and perhaps even do it better. First, preserve the people and wealth, then conquer the countries behind them. In the future, Xia Kingdom will surely surpass the beautiful country and dominate the blue planet. At the same time, Lin Yu also arrived at a familiar place. That's his home. Chapter 514, Linma, whose fate and laws cannot be found. This is a somewhat old neighborhood. Apart from the decent greenery in the community, there's basically nothing particularly good about the other facilities. The scenery and people along the way were all familiar. However, no one greeted Lin Yu, because all eyes were drawn to the two 12-winged angels following behind him. Angelia and Victoria, one pure, one evil. Both are extremely beautiful. Victoria's figure is a bit exaggerated. It's taller than the trees in the neighborhood. Everyone standing near her looked like a dwarf. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Yu initially did not want to bring Victoria to Earth. Fortunately, once Victoria enters the battlefield of all realms, she will be able to ascend to the level of a god and gain the ability to shrink her own body. At that time, Lin Yu will be able to go hand in hand with her. Soon, Lin Yu returned to his own home. Angelia and Sue, the class teacher, were with him. As for Victoria, she had to stay outside, which made her very unhappy. A standard 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. The home decor is also very simple, which shows that the homeowner is not a wealthy person. Nearly a month has passed, and the furnishings in the house have not changed at all. There is even a faint trace of dust on the coffee table in the living room. Angelia, this is my home on Earth. I have never seen my father as far back as I can remember. My mother also left a year ago, leaving me only a memory and enough savings to graduate from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. As he spoke, Lin Yu waved his right hand. As the power of the laws swept through, the entire suite became spotless and pristine. But I still believe that she is not dead. She just went to a place I don't know about. Upon hearing this, Su Yi, who was standing nearby, quickly asked, could it be that they went to the floating island? Lin Yu said, when my mother passed away, the floating island of myriad realms had not yet descended. Su Yi was speechless. Angelia then said, my lord, you can use the power of the laws of fate to search for your mother's whereabouts. Lin Yu shook his head and said, I've tried, but it didn't work. I can't find a trace of her. It's as if she never existed. That's why I'm most puzzled, yet I firmly believe she's still alive. Can't even find the laws of fate? Angelia looked stunned. In her view, the probability of such a possibility occurring is almost non-existent. Unless, of course, the Lord of Holy Light's mother is not an ordinary person, but an extremely powerful being capable of directly shielding her from the connection of the laws of fate. Could it be it? Angelia was startled, thinking to herself, if it's it, it's not impossible. After all, it was the last person my lord saw before she was stripped of her divinity and divine nature. Angelia even guessed. The Lord of Light's rebirth may very well have been aided and assisted by it along the way. This includes the Lord of Holy Light, who protects the reborn Lord. Angelia said, my lord, there's no need to worry. Once you advance to the true God realm, the power of the laws of destiny will become even stronger. At that time, you can try to sense it again. Lin Yu nodded. He is very calm and not in a hurry at all, because he firmly believed that as long as his power was strong enough, he could achieve any goal. Even if something really happened to his mother, he could forcibly reverse time and bring her back to life. At this moment, Instructor Su suddenly spoke up. Lin, it seems I've never heard you mention your other relatives. You've been on the floating island for so long, and they haven't even offered to come and help you clean your room. I have no relatives. Lin Yu shook his head decisively and said, since I can remember, I have lived with my mother and have never met any so-called relatives. There is a question about relatives. Lin Yu had previously used the power of the laws of fate to investigate. The result was still nothing. Grandparents, maternal grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins, none of them exist. Lin Yu felt as if he and his mother had sprung from a stone. Since this problem was discovered, he also had some doubts. Could he really be the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light? For example, he hatched from an egg. As for Lin Ma, she wasn't his mother at all, but rather his protector. That's not impossible. After all, fate is unpredictable, and anything can happen. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Angelia's suspicions deepened. As for class teacher Su, he was completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself, an orphan and a widow, with no relatives. Could it be that Lin's family moved from another city and cut off all contact with their relatives? Based on her limited knowledge, that was all she could think of. As for what the laws of fate are and what their purpose is, she had no idea. If she knew, she definitely wouldn't think that way. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore, Lin Yu said with a smile. Teacher Su, you can stay for dinner. My secretarian is quite a good cook. You can try some. Su Yi agreed. However, it was she who did the cooking. The thought of a 12-winged angel cooking for her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Good heavens! How could such an elegant, holy, and beautiful angel be allowed to cook in the kitchen? Even as a woman, she felt deeply sorry for her. She thought that Linyu might not care because he had too many angels under his command. But how could Sui know? While serving Linyu, Linyu was enjoying himself, and Angelia was enjoying herself as well. For Angelia, this was the highest honor. Victoria longs to serve the Lord of Light, but hasn't found the opportunity yet. Moreover, once the Lord of Holy Light returns to his peak, she will no longer have the opportunity to do such a thing. During dinner, Sui took the opportunity to express to Linyu her desire to go to Floating Island 014965 and become a professional in the Paradise Kingdom. Linyu naturally did not refuse. This made Sui very happy, looking forward to the wonderful life after joining Paradise Kingdom. Chapter 5:15, We Are the Archangels with 18 Wings. The night was bright, with a clear moon and few stars. Linyu lay in bed. Angelia also quietly curled up in Linyu's arms. That night, the two did not discuss the mysteries of the laws. Linyu's mood also showed an unprecedented tranquility. It even entered a state of ethereal tranquility. He stared at the main light on the bedroom ceiling, his eyes wide open, lost in thought. Meanwhile, within his body, the power of creation was churning, and the power of more than 500 different primordial laws was increasing on its own. Although he did not practice cultivation, the law was not discussed with Angelia. However, his strength is mysteriously increasing. This left Linyu himself unable to explain why. It was as if the blue star was his sacred place of cultivation. He didn't need to do anything. He just needed to stay there, and his power would increase at a terrifying speed. Logically speaking, this is something that should not happen. After all, Earth is just a mortal planet. They had just entered the extraordinary era, and the world's rules had not even been established yet. Without world rules and the magic of the elements, even ordinary professionals cannot be cultivated. Ordinary people who want to become professionals on Earth don't rely on cultivation techniques or mental meditation, because those are completely useless. They can only rely on spiritual objects like spirit rice, which contain magical power and can improve their physical condition. A mortal world where even ordinary professionals cannot be born naturally. Linyu was able to rapidly increase his power and strengthen the origin of the laws here. This is somewhat unbelievable. Ultimately, Linyu could only define this strange event as being related to his current peaceful state of mind. I don't know how much time has passed. Angelia suddenly wrapped her arms gently around Linyu's waist and asked, "What are you thinking about, my lord?" Linyu said with a smile, "I'm wondering whether you are a newly born angel or, like Gladys and the others, an old-timer angel who has lowered himself to the mortal realm." Linyu had wanted to ask this question before, when they were on the floating island. Hearing Linyu's words, Angelia fell silent for a few seconds. After pondering for a long time, she finally spoke. "My lord, I have lowered myself to the lower realm. It is not that I intend to deceive you, but I am afraid that telling you would ruin your plans." Linyu thought to himself, just as I thought. Then, with a puzzled look, he asked, "What are my plans?" Angelia said, 50 million years ago, after the Holy War ended, you suddenly stripped yourself of your divine status and divinity and left your divine realm. Nobody knows why you did this. No one knows where you went. In order to find you, our angel race has used every means to search the entire universe, but we have never been able to find you. The entire God realm has fallen into chaos. It was around that time. Astia and the other two 18-winged archangels went to extremes. They, along with a group of high-ranking angels loyal to them, willingly fell into depravity in pursuit of greater power. Their aim is to find you and bring you back to the realm of the Lord. We don't know whether what Astia and the others did was right or wrong, but to prevent more angels from falling into the realm of extreme evil, we created hell and sealed them away. Astia and the other two did not object to this. Because in hell, they can have more direct contact with the power of corruption. Time flies, 50 million years have passed. You entered the floating island of myriad realms without warning, and at that moment, your will shook the divine realm of the Lord. We have finally sensed your presence. Angels are not a type of soldier on the floating island of myriad realms. It is because we forcibly intervened in the world rules here, or perhaps it is the guidance of fate, that you chose us from among the 5 types of soldiers. After listening, Linyu remained silent for a long time. Angelia's words revealed to him a history spanning 50 million years. This left him deeply impressed. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "What would have happened if I had chosen the Titans instead of the angels?" Angelia said, "My lord, I believe there are no what-ifs, for fate has already been decided. That's true. Lin Yu accepted the answer. Fate is an incredibly mysterious force. Even though he has now grasped the fundamental laws of destiny, he is still far from being able to fully understand destiny. At this point, Angelia continued, therefore, we have always believed that you had a plan and purpose in stripping away the divine status and divinity of the Creator back then. Unfortunately, our power is too weak to see through it. The only thing we can do is serve you, follow your will, and help you complete your plans. But often, we are afraid to expose ourselves too much. It's because I was worried about affecting you. Originally, Victoria and I should not have appeared in front of you. Lin Yu's spirits lifted, and he listened intently to what was below. Sure enough, Angelia said softly, Victoria, like me, is an 18-winged archangel. She was conceived from the primordial pool of reincarnation you created. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression immediately froze. There was a feeling of being passively suffocated. Chapter 516 Secretary ends. Bottom line. Angelia is actually an 18-winged archangel? This was something Lin Yu hadn't expected. He originally thought that even if Angelia had indeed lowered her status, and at her peak surpassed the 12-winged angels, she could at most be a 16-winged archangel, most likely a 14-winged one. After all, the entire angel race consists of trillions of angels. There are only 7 archangels with 18 wings. They rule over the entire divine realm, possessing not only supreme power and status, but also divine positions that have reached the level of supreme deities, namely the goddesses of nature and spirits. How could such a supreme being willingly lower itself to a lower position? It turned into a tiny 4-winged angel. How much damage was done? Therefore, Angelia's answer directly shocked Lin Yu. His face was blank and expressionless. Absolutely unbelievable. What surprised him was that Victoria, the 12-winged fallen angel who was currently alone outside looking at the stars, was actually an 18-winged archangel. 2 of the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race appeared beside him at once. This was truly something that Lin Yu found somewhat unbelievable. The feeling is like you thought someone was a millionaire, but it turns out they are the richest person in the world. The psychological gap is just too big. The most important thing is, he actually had an in-depth conversation with an 18-winged archangel, and it lasted for so many days. He was a little confused for a moment. It took Lin Yu a long time to come to her senses. After taking a deep breath, he said, your losses are too great. If you hadn't descended upon the floating island, you would still be 18-winged archangels wielding supreme divine power. Angelia said solemnly, we would gladly give up all our divine power to serve the Lord. What's the meaning? Your original power has not disappeared. Lin Yu perked up and quickly asked. Angelia explained, the floating island is a very weak, transcendent world, unable to contain our divine power. The best way to enter is to seal away the divine essence and divinity within our bodies. This is also why my true form can descend to the mortal realm. After descending upon the floating island, in order to help my Lord develop the heavenly kingdom, I am also constantly collecting the original power of the floating islands, so as to gradually break the seal and increase my strength. It really was little by little. Angelia didn't even dare to unblock too many people at once. The reason was that they were worried the world's rules for floating islands wouldn't be able to support them and would collapse. That's good. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Angelia did not lose her supreme divine power, which was good news for him. After all, it's very difficult to rebuild it from scratch. Is Victoria the same as you? No, that's not it. Angelia said, those high-ranking fallen angels, including Victoria, have separated their divinity from their divine nature and temporarily resided in the realm of the Lord. This is because the divine power in fallen angels is too evil. It's difficult to conceal their corrupt divine power using seals. The only way to avoid affecting the floating island world is to separate it. However, my Lord need not worry. Once they return to the God realm, they will be able to easily fuse with divine essence and divinity, thus regaining their peak power. Hearing this, Lin Yu was completely relieved. He said with a sigh, no wonder you and Victoria both possess hundreds of different elemental laws. It turns out you are both 18-winged archangels. My Lord. Angelia opened her pink lips. In fact, we have mastered more than 2,000 kinds of fundamental laws. Most of these fundamental laws cannot be revealed, lest the rules of the floating island world cannot withstand them. Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. What else could he say? No wonder he still felt that Angelia's power was unfathomable, even though he had mastered more than 500 kinds of laws. The fundamental reason is that he is still far from meeting Angelia's bottom line. Lin Yu asked, "How many kinds of fundamental laws are there in the world?" Angelia said, "My lord, there are 3,000 laws in the world. They include destiny, time and space, cause and effect, creation and annihilation. Regardless of level or strength, all fundamental laws have the potential to advance upwards. When the level of the origin of the law reaches the level of a main god, one can be promoted to a main god who wields great divine power. Upon reaching the highest level, one can be promoted to the supreme god king. Generally speaking, the more laws of the same realm a god of the same rank possesses, the stronger he/she is, and the more vast his/her divine power becomes." Angelia then informed Lin Yu. Of the more than 2,000 fundamental laws she had mastered, only 146 had reached the highest level. The rest are basically god-level laws. A few laws did not even reach the level of the supreme gods. Even so, her strength was still enough to dominate the battlefield of all realms, and even the goddess of nature and elves was no match for her at her peak. Lin Yu asked curiously, "How many supreme laws did the Lord of Holy Light master at his peak?" Angelia shook her head and said, "You have never mastered even one supreme law, but you are the great creator, and you can create all the laws of the world out of thin air. Back then, you used the power of creation to create and fuse thousands of supreme laws, defeating the Void Demon Emperor in one fell swoop." Chapter 517, 3,000 Laws of the World. Lin Yu was secretly astonished. He thought to himself that the old man, the Lord of Holy Light, was really powerful. With mastery of over 100 supreme laws, Angelia is able to become one of the most supreme deities, roaming freely in the center of the universe, the battlefield of myriad realms. But the old man, the Lord of Holy Light, was able to create and fuse more than 1,000 supreme laws. Its power was terrifying, far exceeding the level of the supreme deity. No wonder nature and the goddess of spirits dared not even breathe loudly when they saw him. However, Angelia's words also enlightened Lin Yu. If he succeeds on the path of the laws, he might actually be able to rival, or even surpass, the Lord of Holy Light in the future. To give a very simple example, there are 3,000 laws governing the world. Every fundamental law can be elevated to a supreme law. If he could master all 3,000 laws and advance them all to the level of supreme laws, he would most likely be even more powerful than the Lord of Holy Light. Furthermore, the fusion of over 1,000 supreme laws can defeat the ruler of the Void Demon clan, the Demon Emperor. If he mastered and integrated 3,000 supreme laws, wouldn't it be as easy for him to beat the Void Demon Emperor as beating his son? Of course, that's true, but truly mastering 3,000 supreme laws is an extremely difficult thing. Angelia, as an 18-winged archangel, has cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, but has only mastered more than 100 supreme laws. She is still far from achieving the perfection of the 3,000 supreme laws. For Lin Yu to reach this point is harder than climbing to heaven. All I can say is that this is a dream. Lin Yu asked with some doubt, "Angelia, why hasn't the Lord of Holy Light mastered even one fundamental law? I believe that with his strength, comprehending the mysteries of laws wouldn't be difficult for him." Angelia didn't mind that Lin Yu referred to herself in the third person. "I don't know all the information about you. However, I suspect it's related to your health. You were born at the beginning of the universe, in an era when chaos enveloped the heavens and the earth. At that time, there were no laws in the universe, and your body was filled with the power of chaos. The only thing we have in control is the power of creation. Perhaps it is because the chaotic power within you repels the power of the laws. That's why you can't control it. Of course, this is just my guess. You will understand the specific reason once you return to your peak and merge with the godhood of creation and divinity." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. He said, "The reason why the Lord of Holy Light was reborn is most likely because he foresaw the war in the future and felt that his power was not strong enough, so he chose to rebuild himself. My intuition tells me that the path of cultivation is a way to become stronger. If possible, I want to master all 3,000 fundamental laws of the world and forge the strongest foundation." The war prophesied by the Lord of Holy Light was far more dangerous than the holy demon war tens of millions of years ago. The enemy may no longer be just the void demons. There are also the prophecy of omnipotence and eternity. If he continues to act the same way, he is very likely doomed. Therefore, he must break through his own limitations. We need to become even more powerful than that old man, the Lord of Holy Light. Angelia said, "Great Lord of the Holy Light, no matter what the future holds, I will follow you and stand with you through thick and thin." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hugged Secretary and in his arms even tighter. Even if it's for Secretarian, for Elena, Sherry, Doris, and for the angels who firmly believe in him, he has to straighten up. After all, if he dies, how can he enjoy this wonderful life? The two then chatted for a long time. As they chatted, they began to discuss the principles of the game. It's not just Lin Yu who wants to become stronger. Angelia also has her own goals. In this era, she must ascend to the level of a Chaos Angel to help the great Lord of Light protect this universe. It's starting again. The outside of the residential building. Victoria sat on the steps of the main entrance, holding the fallen angel's sword, which was engulfed in black flames. The expression on her beautiful face revealed a hint of unhappiness. She could hear everything that was happening upstairs. This inevitably made her feel irritable. Out of sheer boredom, she tried to unlock her own status. Although her supreme divinity and divinity are sealed in hell, once the position of the 18-winged fallen archangel is unsealed, she can still obtain divine-level power and easily shrink her fallen angel body. Suddenly, Victoria let out a soft because she suddenly realized that her process of unlocking her position did not cause any tremors in the Blue Star world. In other words, she can maintain the state of an 18-winged fallen archangel in this world. What's going on? Could it be because this world originally had no rules, thus enabling it to bear the power of my status? Weak rules cannot bear the power of higher-level rules. But in a world without rules, one can do whatever one wants. This is one of Victoria's guesses. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that this world is so inclusive that it can accommodate all forces, just like the battlefield of myriad worlds. However, this possibility is very low. Ultimately, Victoria gave up on unsealing her position because once she did, she would no longer be able to enter the 014965 floating island, as the incompetent rules of that world simply could not bear her power. Wait a little longer. If nothing unexpected happens, our Lord should return to the floating island tomorrow and simultaneously enter the battlefield of myriad realms. At that time, I can become a god on the spot and shrink my original body. Chapter 518 The Power of Self-Reliance in Creation. One night passed. Lin Yu woke up feeling very refreshed. His energy and spirit were at their peak. Just like a car that has been serviced and then refueled, it feels smooth and powerful. Upon sensing his own body, he was astonished to discover that he had mastered nearly 600 fundamental laws. It should be noted that he did not have a proper exchange of laws with Angelia last night. If the power of the fundamental laws that one had previously mastered was enhanced because one's mind was in a state of emptiness, that is understandable. But what on earth are those suddenly added laws of origin? Clearly, he didn't try to understand. This feeling is like waking up in a fantasy world with hundreds of years of cultivation. This is absolutely incredible. Lin Yu did not wake Angela, who was sleeping soundly beside her. He sat up quietly and gently, and then used his consciousness to mobilize the source of the time law within his body. He wants to travel back in time. Let's see what strange changes happened to his body last night. Soon, under the influence of the fundamental laws of time, countless images surfaced in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. A moment later, he noticed something was wrong. After his conversation with Angelia ended and he fell asleep, the creative power within him began to vibrate again. Moreover, with each round of tremors, a profound principle of the primordial law would be created and then integrated into his body. During this process, the power of faith stored within him also began to burn. This is providing energy for the power of creation. After a total of 9 rounds of creation, Lin Yu's body also miraculously mastered a complete primordial law. Then came the second and third courses. The cycle repeats itself. In just one night, Lin Yu mastered the profound mysteries of dozens of different fundamental laws. It's all the creative power within my body that's striving for me. This is okay? Lin Yu was dumbfounded. He never expected that the creative power within him would actually learn to be self-reliant. Could it be that they think his growth rate is too slow? So you just have to earn your own living? At this moment, Angelia, who was standing to the side, woke up and, seeing the strange expression on Lin Yu's handsome face, asked in confusion, "My lord, what happened?" Lin Yu told Angelia about his discovery. After hearing this, Angelia was also stunned. Even with her hundreds of millions of years of cultivation experience and knowledge, this was the first time she had ever heard of such a thing. As is widely known, comprehending the profound meaning of the fundamental laws is extremely difficult. A typical demigod might only be able to comprehend 1 or 2 fundamental mysteries of the laws throughout their entire life, and then they would have no choice but to ignite the divine fire. Even as an 18-winged archangel of the angel race, after cultivating for hundreds of millions of years, she had only comprehended more than 2,000 different types of fundamental laws. Leaving aside the levels of those fundamental laws, normally, the difficulty increases dramatically with each new fundamental principle of a law that one comprehends. The further you go, the harder it becomes to understand. As for the fact that dozens of laws and origins would appear in her body just from sleeping, she had never heard of such a thing before. It was simply amazing. Angelia thought for a moment and said, "My lord, the power of creation is your exclusive power. It can create everything in the world and is above all the fundamental laws. At this stage, only you yourself can unlock the mysteries of the power of creation." Secretary and had no way to explain this situation. After all, she did not possess the power of creation. He himself has not reached the level of a chaos holy angel. If those two chaos angels were here, they might be able to answer the Lord of Light's questions. The reason is simple. They were created by the Lord of Holy Light with pure creative power. In contrast, the 7 18-winged archangels were merely conceived from the primal reincarnation pool created by the Lord of Holy Light. An extra step in between prevented them from reaching the level of chaos holy angels. Lin Yu nodded. He then smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. After all, this is a good thing. I was originally worried about how to master the 3,000 fundamental laws, ignite the divine fire with the strongest foundation, and become a god. That makes things much simpler." He still doesn't know whether it was because he returned to Earth that the power of creation within him was stimulated, causing it to learn self-reliance. Even so, that's still manageable. At worst, he could spend his days in the battlefield of myriad realms and his nights sleeping back on Earth with Secretarian. But if it's simply because of the power of creation that one learns self-growth, that would be even better. It won't be long before he can realize his dream. Get up. Let's go to the Magic and Martial Arts Academy first and open up the space-time tunnel. After that, we'll return to the floating island and enter the battlefield of myriad realms. Lin Yu's thoughts drifted to the holy city. A whole day had passed, and he figured that his more than 1,000 peak demigods should have finished their breakthroughs by now. Angelia nodded gently. She then got up and helped Lin Yu get dressed and wash up. Chapter 519 A Gift from the Beautiful Country. The neighborhood was unusually quiet. Even the sounds of birds have disappeared. When Lin Yu closed the door and led Angelia to the building entrance, they were shocked to see a dense crowd of kneeling figures outside. It extends from the building entrance all the way outside the residential area. There were at least several thousand people kneeling in worship. The scene was spectacular. Among them were beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed Chinese people, as well as people from other countries. They have one thing in common. They are all Catholics. And they are Western Christians with extremely fanatic beliefs. Some of them entered the Xia kingdom overnight and then rushed here. The reason these Western Christians knew Lin Yu's address was simply because Lin Yu never tried to hide from anyone. He, Angela, and Victoria's group had already been photographed and posted online. This includes their movements when they entered the community. These thousands of fanatical Hindus were the first to receive the news and rushed over immediately. Besides them, more and more Western Christians are flocking here. Because their God lives here. My lord. At this moment, Victoria walked over respectfully. In her hand, she still held the fallen angel's sword, which burned with black flames. Lin Yu noticed that when those Westerners looked at Victoria, their eyes showed not fear, but rather immense awe, and even a hint of excitement. Perhaps they mistook Victoria for a fallen angel like Lucifer. At the same time, this further convinced them that Lin Yu was the god they believed in. After all, Lucifer was also an angel created by God. In Western mythology, Lucifer is a primordial angel of immense divine power who commands a vast legion of angels. He is one of the legion commanders of the angelic army, along with Michael and Gabriel. Lucifer rebelled against God because God commanded all angels to kneel before the sun. However, the defiant Lucifer chose to refuse. Because Lucifer believed that the sun did not inherit God's power. They are not worthy of his respect and loyalty. Of course, this is a Western religious myth. They have no relation to the angel race created by the Lord of Holy Light. However, even knowing this would not stop the Westerners from having a fervent faith in Lin Yu. In the eyes of Western Christians, Lin Yu had gained the allegiance of the angel race and was above the supreme deity, so he must be the god in their Western Christian scriptures, or at least he must be. Lin Yu nodded to Victoria. Their gaze lingered for a few seconds on Victoria's stunning face and her perfectly proportioned figure. Now that he knows Victoria is also an 18-winged archangel, he should prepare more time to communicate and develop a relationship with her. The same applies to the other 5 archangels with 18 wings. At that very moment, the Western Christians kneeling on the ground also saw Lin Yu. They were immediately excited. Even his breathing became rapid. Great Lord, you created the universe and the stars, the sky and the earth. You created humankind and all things. You are an omnipotent God, merciful and loving. Please have mercy on your humble believers, grant us the gospel, and guide us in the right direction. Praise be to you, my God. The Western believers prayed fervently to Lin Yu. Their prayers could be heard throughout the entire neighborhood. It must be admitted that Lin Yu actually sensed faith in him from them. Through the connection of faith, he was also able to understand these voices from all over the world. However, Lin Yu did not speak in response to the prayers of these Westerners, but instead turned his gaze to Angelia, who was standing to the side. As the chief secretary of the Lord of Holy Light, Angelia immediately stepped forward and said to the Western believers kneeling on the ground, "Your steadfast faith has opened the gate to the realm of the gods for you, and the great Lord of Holy Light will protect his followers. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." Secretary N's words were transmitted to all the Western believers present through spiritual power. They were incredibly excited. They shouted in their respective languages, "Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." That's insane. It also frightened those hiding nearby. Among these people were ordinary people and professionals. They were not Catholics. They were simply there to see the angels and join in the fun. The scene before them left them utterly shocked. However, for Lin Yu, these were all minor incidents. He had seen the sight of an army of tens of millions of angels kneeling before him more than once, let alone these few thousand Western Christians. They were really nothing. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, several figures suddenly walked over quickly. Judging from their appearance, they were all from the United States, and their identities seemed to be quite extraordinary. The leader was a middle-aged man carrying a black briefcase. He glanced at Victoria, who was holding the sword of the fallen angel, with a look full of terror, and then looked at Lin Yu and said very sincerely, "Your Majesty Lin Yu, I am a diplomatic envoy from the United States. We, the United States, extend our sincerest apologies for what happened yesterday. This is a gift for you. I also hope to take this opportunity to establish a deep friendship with you and your paradise." As he spoke, he stepped forward and handed the black briefcase to Lin Yu. But Victoria stopped her and took it. Upon opening it, one finds sheets of paper radiating a pale golden light. Chapter 520 Opening a Time-Space Passage, Returning to the Floating Island. Rough estimate. There must be thousands of drawings. If all of them are high-level, top-tier blueprints, then the United States is quite sincere. The middle-aged man from the United States said to Lin Yu, "There are a total of 1,300 blueprints here, including blueprints for equipment forging, blueprints for troop quantity, blueprints for exclusive troop evolution, and so on. Although His Majesty Lin Yu cannot use it, it can be sold to the professionals on our floating islands to obtain a considerable amount of gold coins. Blueprints, equipment, and other items from different floating islands are not interchangeable. Just like the equipment Lin Yu brought back from the 014965 floating island, he could sell it to other professionals on other floating islands so they could use it on Earth, but they couldn't bring the equipment back to their own floating islands. This is clearly a way for Floating Island of Myriad Realms to help newcomers avoid cheating by veteran professionals. Normally, equipment, blueprints, and other items can only be exchanged between islands after the various floating islands are connected. This is a pretty good gift. With a wave of his right hand, Lin Yu stored all the blueprints into his spatial artifact. He smiled and said to the middle-aged man, "I have received your sincerity, America. I can let bygones be bygones regarding yesterday's events." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's lips twitched. It was clearly the beautiful country that suffered a great loss. Hundreds of elites in a combat command center were wiped out. Furthermore, they lost an entire Sky Eagle squadron. However, when it came to Lin Yu, the past was forgiven. It's as if Lin Yu is the one who suffered a loss. However, he had no choice but to accept Lin Yu's words. Because circumstances are beyond one's control. Faced with Lin Yu and the overwhelmingly powerful Paradise Country, the American nation could only lower their heads and bring gifts to express their apology. The middle-aged man asked with a smile, "Your Majesty Lin Yu, what do you think about our beautiful country establishing a friendship with the Paradise Country? That's their main purpose in coming here. Now, what the United States is worried about is not the heavenly kingdom sending an army of angels to occupy Earth, but rather their invasion of the floating island world. If their floating islands, like those of professionals from other countries such as Japan and South Korea, are also conquered by the Paradise Kingdom, their losses will be even greater. They might even be eliminated by the extraordinary era. Forming friendships is precisely to prevent such things from happening. Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, "We'll talk about this later. Let's go." This last sentence was said by Lin Yu to Angelia and Victoria. Just kidding. How could he possibly forge a so-called friendship with the United States? Isn't that losing the watermelon to pick up a sesame seed? He wants the blueprints too, and he wants to conquer the floating islands as well. As for whether the American Congress will be eliminated by the extraordinary era, what does that have to do with him? The words fell. The figures of Lin Yu and the other two vanished into thin air. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word, standing there with a bewildered expression. "Sir, it seems we've been tricked." "Shit. Do I need you to remind me?" The middle-aged man was so angry that his face turned green. He traveled thousands of miles overnight, but not only did he fail to achieve his planned objectives, he also lost more than 1,000 precious blueprints, suffering a double loss. "Let's go? Let's get back quickly. My gut feeling tells me that we don't have much time left. Perhaps it won't be long before the angelic army of the heavenly kingdom invades our floating island. We must do everything we can to prepare for a defense and counterattack. Even if it costs us everything, we cannot let Lin Yu succeed." Without delay, the middle-aged man quickly led his team out of the residential area. As for the thousands of Western Christians, they did not disperse for a long time. Some quick-acting individuals have already bought houses in the community, preparing to live there permanently. What an honor it is to live in the same neighborhood as God. On the other side, Lin Yu and his two companions arrived at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Upon learning the news, Dean Zhang immediately brought his class advisor, Ms. Su, to greet them. He had a bright smile and was very enthusiastic. "Ultimately, I couldn't get the vacation. I was under pressure from above," Dean Zhang said with a smile. "Welcome back, Lin." Lin Yu said with a smile. "Dean, there's no need to be so polite. We'll leave after we open the time-space passage." "That's such a shame," Dean Zhang said with utter disappointment. "Things were all so rushed yesterday that there wasn't time to prepare. So, this morning I booked a private room at the best restaurant in town to host a banquet for Lin and the two angels." "Yeah," Lin Yu said with a smile. "It's the same whether we eat or go back to the floating island." Dean Zhang. Seeing that Dean Zhang was too choked up to speak, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel amused. He then ignored Dean Zhang and released the fundamental laws of time and space, creating a space-time tunnel with a diameter of tens of meters on the Academy's playground. At the same time, by connecting with the world rules of the floating island 014965 through consciousness, this space-time channel is completely opened. Lin Yu placed the exit of the time-space tunnel on the 36 islands in the bay. The area not only has numerous islands, but also fertile soil and abundant resources, making it extremely suitable for the Xia Kingdom to develop there. One more thing. The 36 islands in the bay are guarded by a dragon clan. The western coastal region is where Queen Medusa's sea-dwelling empire is migrating. Further north inland lies the fertile region, under the jurisdiction of the Church of Light. In the other two directions, there is an endless sea. It's safe to say this is an absolutely wonderful place. Given Xia's strength, it would be quite impressive if they could develop all 36 islands in the Gulf within a few years. We'll deal with the future later. Let's go? While pondering, Lin Yu led Angelia and Victoria directly into the time-space tunnel. The sexy and beautiful Su Yi greeted Dean Zhang, and then entered the space-time tunnel, teleporting to the floating island 014965. Chapter 5:21 I'll go with you. Time and space flip, scene changes. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he and his group had already appeared in the bay area of the 36 islands of the floating island 014965. Looking out, one sees rolling mountains and vast stretches of dense forest. Further away are islands of all sizes. Although the 36 islands of the Gulf are composed of islands floating on the sea, their area is very large, especially after the merging of 018439 floating islands, which further expanded their area. Today, the Gulf has 36 islands, stretching for thousands of kilometers. This place is rich in natural resources, and food is plentiful. It has great development value. There don't seem to be many wild monsters here. These words came from Su Yi, the class teacher, who had entered the floating island with her. Upon arriving on the island, she instinctively put on her gear and took a staff that emitted a faint red glow. Her profession is an elementalist, a turret on the battlefield. Normal. Victoria, unusually willing to speak to a mortal, explained, "These are the 36 islands of the Gulf, originally ruled by the dragon race, which have been wiped out by our fallen angel army. All local forces have submitted. The vast majority of wild monsters have been eliminated. Only a few weak wild monsters are still alive, left for those professionals to hunt. Upon hearing this, Su-yi suddenly realized what was going on. At this moment, Lin Yu said to Su-yi, "Teacher Su, I am preparing to return to the Holy City. You can choose to come with me, stay on the 36 islands of the bay, or go to other regions to develop. There aren't many wild monsters left on this island. However, I will send a large army to floating island 013724 later, and you can also go and fight with the army then." At present, declaring war on floating islands and other worlds has become the main way for the kingdom's military forces to grow. The same applies to those professionals in the kingdoms of heaven. The best way to level up quickly is to participate in the otherworld war. Take Xia Qingyue for example. After participating in the entire war against the floating island where foreign professionals such as Xiao Rizi and Xiao Bangzi resided, her level has soared to the extraordinary level. It should be noted that before the outbreak of the war, Xia Qingyue had not even reached the king level. This shows just how fast she was promoted. Of course, people like Xia Qingyue are only a minority. After all, she was a top-tier lord with a powerful Frost Dragon Legion under her command. Most other professionals are not as lucky as her. However, compared to developing peacefully on their own floating island, participating in the wars on other world floating islands can definitely allow professionals to grow faster. If Su-yi is an ambitious professional with dreams and goals, you can absolutely choose to take this path. When the time comes, we can just follow the army of professionals from the Kingdom of Paradise and charge straight there. Su-yi did not hesitate at all. He said to Lin Yu, "I want to go to the Holy City with you." Going to the Holy City did not prevent her from participating in the war in another world alongside the kingdom's army of professionals. Another point is that the Holy City is Lin Yu's base of operations. Back on Earth, she learned from information revealed by professionals in the Xia Kingdom on the professional forum that, to date, no professional has ever entered the Holy City. Even Xia Qingyue, the top lord who had a rumor with Lin Yu, did not receive this treatment. Su-yi knew exactly what choice she should make. In addition, Su-yi could also tell that this was Lin Yu's special care for her. It would be incredibly foolish of her to choose to stay on the 36 islands of the bay or to develop her career in other regions. Because if she misses this opportunity, she may never be able to enter the Holy City again, and she may never see Lin Yu again. For Su-yi, this was a great opportunity. She must hold on tight. Can? Lin Yu nodded. If Su-yi were a man, he wouldn't have allowed her to enter the Holy City. However, since Instructor Su is a beautiful and sexy female professional, it doesn't matter. Immediately, Lin Yu waved his right hand, enveloping the group in powerful law energy as they soared into the sky, heading straight towards the central Dragon Island. This sudden flight startled Su-yi so much that she almost cried out. But she held back. After all, he was a veteran professional at the late king level, and he had seen the world. However, as she watched the mountains, islands, and blue sea below disappear, Su-yi's heart pounded rapidly. This was her first time flying. This feeling is completely different from flying. Soon after, the group arrived at the Silver Dragon City, located on the central Dragon Island. Silver Dragon City is an auxiliary city built by Lin Yu here. The name was obviously given by the Silver Dragon clan chief, who is now the acting Dragon Emperor of the Giant Dragon clan. As for Princess Silver Dragon, the true Dragon Queen, she served Lin Yu in the Holy City. Just at this moment, suddenly, a large number of giant dragons flew out from inside and outside the city of Silver Dragon. They were densely packed together, numbering at least hundreds of thousands. They sensed the arrival of the Lord of Holy Light and came together to greet him. Leading the group was the Silver Dragon clan chief, followed by a large number of powerful adult dragons. Chapter 522 The Shocking Su-yi. Hundreds of thousands of dragons of all sizes flew high in the sky. They all spread their enormous dragon wings, densely packed, blotting out the sky. The scene was incredibly shocking. Lin Yu remained calm, but Su-yi had never seen anything like this before. She spent a year on the floating island 013724 and could count the number of dragons she had seen on her fingers. Often, the mere appearance of a dragon is enough to leave her in awe for a long time. After all, dragons are top-tier creatures in the extraordinary world, standing at the top of the food chain. To her, dragons were terrifying beings worthy of her awe. That is why she greatly admired General Li, who was a dragon knight. With the help of the dragon, General Li's strength is among the strongest on Earth. But what does she see now? Hundreds of thousands of dragons gathered together, all of them pure-blooded. It includes not only the usual 5-colored evil dragons, but also rarer dragon species such as metal dragons and gem dragons. It dazzled her. At this moment, her inner world was in turmoil, unable to find peace. I was in a state of extreme shock. She truly witnessed just how powerful the kingdom of heaven really was. And just how high is Lin Yu's status on this island? Although Sui knew that Lin Yu was the island lord, she was not at a high enough level to imagine just how powerful the island lord was. Now I see this scene. She finally understood. The sight of hundreds of thousands of native dragons prostrating themselves in the sky and bowing their heads in unison toward Lin Yu is enough to prove everything. In an instant, Lin Yu's image in Su Yi's mind also rose infinitely. It even gave her a feeling of being unapproachable and needing to look up to it. Great Lord of Holy Light. The silver dragon, over 100 meters long, transformed into a middle-aged man wearing a silver-gray robe with gold trim. It was the Silver Dragon clan chief, Princess Silver Dragon's father. He knelt before Lin Yu with utmost reverence, his expression filled with excitement, and said, "Your arrival is an honor for our entire dragon race. May the holy light shine upon you forever, and may you live eternally." Behind him, many dragons stared at Lin Yu with fanatical eyes. These dragons have become Lin Yu's followers. Although only a few days have passed since the dragon race surrendered to the heavenly kingdom, thanks to the help of the idols and the angels of paradise, many dragons still surrendered to the holy light. Moreover, the number of dragons embracing the holy light is increasing rapidly every moment. I believe that it won't be long before the entire dragon race becomes a race of believers of Lin Yu. The same applies to the nature elves located in the Far East. Lin Yu also established subordinate cities and statues in the Far East, and sent several paradise angels there to spread the faith of holy light. Facing the Silver Dragon clan chief kneeling before him, Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Gather the legions of your people, including the dragon legions. I will open a space-time portal within the teleportation array of Silver Dragon City shortly. You will then travel through this portal to an alternate world floating island to participate in the war. As you will, Great Lord of Holy Light." The Silver Dragon clan chief respectfully accepted the order. Lin Yu did not linger and immediately led Secretary and the others into Silver Dragon City. Using the teleportation array of Silver Dragon City, they returned to the Holy City, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away. After Lin Yu left, the hundreds of thousands of giant dragons that had gathered high in the sky then dispersed. At the same time, the Silver Dragon clan chief immediately summoned the high-ranking members of the Dragon clan to mobilize troops. Throughout the entire process, the dragon race appeared quite excited. It's clear that they are very much looking forward to this upcoming battle on the floating islands of another world. The reason is simple. After joining the Kingdom of Heaven, the dragon race also cooperated with the fallen angel army in the cleanup of the 36 islands in the bay. During the war, they discovered that killing enemies could grant them primordial energy as a reward from the supreme god. This allows you to quickly level up. They prove this in their subsequent daily hunts. Therefore, the dragon race is now eagerly anticipating the arrival of war. This is their dragon clan's hope for becoming powerful. Is this the holy city? After stepping out of the teleportation array, Su Yi was instantly stunned. Looking around, she saw a square that was larger than she could have imagined. In the center of the square stands an extremely magnificent statue, the statue of Lin Yu, radiating a luminous light of faith that illuminates the entire city. Around the statue, a dense crowd of believers knelt in worship. Among them are nature elves, dark elves, naga, mountain giants, forest trolls, and so on. To the northeast of the square is an open space, above which float huge white jade-like cities. She recognized at a glance those cities as the legendary cities of angels. Contrary to rumors, the number of cities of angels in the heavenly kingdom has been greatly underestimated. Legend has it that there are dozens of cities of angels in the heavenly kingdom. However, Su-Yi discovered that there were at least 200 angel cities gathered in that area, including more than a dozen larger angel cities, medium-sized. This is terrifying. Chapter 523 An army of 100 million angels? However, this was not the most shocking thing for Su-Yi. What shocked her most was the army of angels gathered in the holy city. She had no idea how large the total scale was. All that could be seen were two vast oceans formed by armies of angels, stretching as far as the eye could see. The reason they are described as two vast oceans is that the Holy Angel Army and the Fallen Angel Army have not united. Even though they both have a fervent faith in Lin Yu, they are still opposed to each other in terms of their allegiance. Holy angels do not want to associate with fallen angels because they fear being influenced by evil forces and forced to fall. Fallen angels are unwilling to associate with holy angels because they dislike the aura emanating from the holy angels. The aura emanating from the holy angels makes them feel uncomfortable. In short, The angels from the two factions cannot truly coexist. If it weren't for Lin Yu being there, even if they didn't fight on the spot, they would have immediately parted ways and would never have been in the same city. Oh my god, just how angelic is this? Su-yi covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open. Lin Yu said, the total number of holy angels and fallen angels combined is over 80 million. After the 018439 floating island was captured and merged with Lin Yu's floating island, the entire angel army that had been dispatched returned to the holy city. Since there were no combat missions at the moment, they stayed in the city and prayed daily. Praying to the Lord of Holy Light, the Creator, can also enhance their power. This is a privilege reserved for believers, especially for believers like angels, whose faith level has reached the Holy Spirit level. The benefits they receive from prayer are even greater. More than 80 million angels. Su-yi was utterly shocked. In the entire Xia Kingdom, all professionals combined amount to less than 80 million. It's at most around 50 million. They actually don't even have as many angels as Lin Yu. No wonder Lin Yu was able to conquer 2 floating islands in such a short time. Those 80 million angels alone were enough to sweep everything away. Previously, in front of General Li, Lin Yu claimed that he would conquer all the floating islands connected to Blue Star. Now she finally understood where Lin Yu's confidence came from. An army of angels numbering 80 million. More than 200 cities of angels. Conquering the remaining 12 floating islands would be an easy task. Not to mention, Lin Yu also has hundreds of millions of kingdom troops, including a large number of top-tier troops. Which floating island could withstand the sweeping advance of Lin Yu's army? To put it bluntly, with the current war strength of Paradise Kingdom, attacking all 12 floating islands at the same time might not be a problem. Just for now, Lin Yu said with a smile. Once I summon another wave later, the total size of the angel army will exceed 100 million. He hasn't summoned any angels since yesterday. All the gold coins collected from various fields were stored up. At the same time, a large amount of spoils have not yet been dealt with. If nothing unexpected happens, the total number of gold coins this time could potentially reach over 1.5 billion. After all, the 6 gold mines that were being mined had yielded him approximately 1 billion gold coins after nearly 2 days of extraction. Other expenses include the sale of equipment and other loot, teleportation fees, and the daily taxes paid by the kingdom's professionals. It's easy to exceed 500 million gold coins. What does it mean to have over 1.5 billion gold coins in total? It can help him summon more than 500 large-scale angel legions, and the total number of angels will reach more than 25 million. Breaking the 100 million mark was a piece of cake. An army of 100 million angels. Su-yi was speechless again, feeling a bit dizzy. Seeing this, Lin Yu thought to himself, that's just a conservative estimate. He then said to the beautiful and sexy instructor, Su, there are many empty stone houses in the city. You can choose anyone to live in. In addition, you can go to the Profession Tower in your spare time to learn some more powerful elemental magic. The Career Tower is a special building that Lin Yu constructed a long time ago. Its purpose is to provide opportunities for people to learn vocational skills. Those citizens with exceptional talent who have reached the peak of the saint rank may even comprehend the profound mysteries of the fundamental laws within the Profession Tower. Since its construction, Lin Yu's subjects have gone in to study whenever they have free time. This includes top-tier units, and even angels. It can be said that the emergence of the Profession Tower has greatly accelerated the overall growth rate of the Paradise Kingdom. I will. Su-yi quickly agreed. She had only heard of, but never seen, this special building called the Profession Tower. Compared to other territory buildings, the Profession Tower can be considered one of the most core buildings in a territory. On her original floating island, the territory with the Profession Tower building is particularly attractive to professionals. Suddenly, Lin Yu's forehead creased with a hint of helplessness. I forgot something. My lord. Angelia and Victoria looked over in confusion. Lin Yu said, before returning to Blue Star, I brought back 50 million units of spirit rice, which I plan to hand over to City Lord Zhou to distribute to the people of Xingwu City. I only remembered it now. Forget it, just forget about it. We can bring it back next time. Lin Yu didn't think much of it. Lord Zhou was unaware that his 2 late arrivals had caused him to miss a golden opportunity to climb the ranks. After all, that's 50 million units of spirit rice, an astonishing value. At that very moment, suddenly, several figures walked quickly over from a distance. They all exuded a terrifying pressure that almost suffocated Su-yi, far surpassing that of demigods. She cried out in disbelief, an immortal god? Chapter 524, 12-Winged Cherubim Elena. The terrifying pressure far surpasses that of a demigod. What else could it be but an immortal god? Su-yi was completely stunned. She was actually able to see the legendary deity in Lin Yu's sacred city. This was beyond her expectations. It left her stunned and speechless. She originally thought that what she had seen before was the full strength of the heavenly kingdom, and that the army of more than 80 million angels was already exaggerated enough. High in the sky, there are more than 200 cities of angels of varying sizes suspended. She was already so shocked that she could hardly contain herself. But they never expected that these were all just appearances. The true hidden strength of Paradise Kingdom is now being revealed to her. Immortal gods. And there were 5 of them. 3 of them were angels, and 1 was a human. The last one looks like a nature spirit, but it has a pair of translucent wings on its back that resemble butterfly wings and emit a dazzling array of colors. All 5 of them exuded a divine aura. This is incredible. If this were transmitted back to Earth, I believe the entire planet would go crazy. Before this, no one had ever speculated whether there were gods in Lin Yu's paradise. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, it is extremely difficult to ascend to godhood. Igniting the divine fire and condensing the divine essence are both extremely difficult hurdles. Secondly, and most importantly, that is, the floating island is an incomplete and weak extraordinary world, and the most powerful local forces are only at the peak of demigods, simply because the floating island cannot support the appearance of true gods. To become an immortal true god, one must go to the battlefield of all realms. But now, she actually saw 5 immortal gods in the capital of the heavenly kingdom, the holy city. This gave Su-yi the feeling that she was hallucinating. Forest, Your Majesty, is this true? I actually saw a god. Am I seeing things? Su-yi asked Lin Yu with a blank expression. He reflexively changed his address for Lin Yu to Your Majesty. When these 5 deities appeared, her worship of Lin Yu had reached its peak. You're not seeing things, Lin Yu said with a smile. They have also just been promoted to the true god level. At this moment, the 5 people walking towards them were Elena, Sherry, Yetta, Doris, and the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany. They all reached the realm of gods. Elena's rank reached 12 wings, making her a 12-winged cherubim. Looking at his information panel, Lin Yu discovered. After this promotion, Elena instantly attained the godhood of the lower-level god peak. The Angel of Love, Sherry, has grown to the level of a 10-winged being, and is now a late-stage true god of the lower god rank. Ita, a 10-winged angel of power, a late-stage true god of lower divine rank. Doris, an ancient great elf, is a mid-stage true god of the lower rank. Saintess of Light Tiffany, early stage of lower true god. Among the 5, the 12-winged cherubim Elena holds the highest divine rank. With just one more step, she can become a mid-level god who wields moderate divine power. Incredible. Su-yi took a deep breath. Then, with a puzzled look on his face, he asked, Your Majesty, isn't the incomplete floating island world unable to bear the power of a true god? How can it support a demigod's ascension to godhood? Lin Yu explained. After merging with the 018439 floating island, the world rules of our floating island have also become stronger, and it can support the emergence of lower-level true gods. Once I conquer the remaining 12 floating islands and merge them with our floating islands, its world rules should be able to support the power of a high-ranking god. After listening, Su-yi suddenly realized what was going on. He then said excitedly, My god, those are true gods. Not only are they immortal, but they also possess divine power capable of sweeping away everything. With their help, I believe Your Majesty will soon be able to conquer the remaining floating island worlds. Lin Yu shook his head and said, They won't interfere in the war in the floating island world. That would be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I will open the portal to space and time later and take them to the battlefield of myriad worlds. Su-yi said, With the help of these true gods, Your Majesty will surely be able to make a breakthrough in the battlefield of myriad realms. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled. 5 true gods are not enough. He had already sensed that all of the more than 1,000 peak demigods under his command who had broken through in the spirit field space had advanced to the level of true gods. 100% success rate. No one failed to break through. The reason for this is that the world rules of this floating island are helping them and protecting them. This is tantamount to the official authorities helping to cheat. The possibility of failure is virtually non-existent. In other words, he now has more than 1,000 true gods. Among them are high-ranking lower-level gods like the 12-winged cherubim Elena. At this moment, 5 exceptionally beautiful figures arrived before him, all bowing to Lin Yu with excited and fervent expressions. Praise be to our Lord. Under your blessing, We have successfully condensed our divine essence. Very good. Lin Yu nodded with a bright smile. A moment later, the more than 1,000 true gods also left the spirit field space one after another and appeared in front of Lin Yu. Seeing such a horrific scene, Su Yi was completely speechless. Chapter 525 Opening the Gate of Time and Space. What Su Yi saw and heard in the Holy City repeatedly refreshed her perception and worldview. Just when she thought she had seen through the true power of the Paradise Kingdom, they soon discovered that she was still standing at the foot of the mountain. The view from the mountaintop is not visible. She stared blankly at the scene before her. It was a scene of over 1,000 gods, radiating terrifying power, kneeling in unison before Lin Yu. Compared to them, what were those veteran professionals who called themselves strong compared to them? If nothing unexpected happens, this scene will be etched in Su Yi's memory for the rest of her life. After Su Yi left in a daze, Lin Yu also led the women to the Lord's Hall. Inventory the spoils, put them up for sale, and summon the army of angels, all in one smooth motion. Soon, an astonishingly large angel legion appeared before Lin Yu. The total number of holy angels and fallen angels exceeds 30 million. This also confirms that the data Lin Yu provided earlier was indeed his conservative estimate. After this round of summoning, the total size of Lin Yu's angel army has reached over 110 million, not including the numerous hellish monsters. Afterwards, Lin Yu summoned all the people he was going to bring to the battlefield of Myriad Realms to the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. This includes more than 1,000 true gods who have successfully ascended to godhood this time, and all the 12-winged holy angels and 12-winged fallen angels under his command. In addition, many 10-winged fallen angels who have reached the peak of demigod status will also be taken along. The reason they didn't go to the spirit field space to advance their levels is because they are all veteran angels who possess a large amount of the origin of loss. Once promoted, one will at least attain the position of a mid-level god. This kind of promotion can only be achieved in the battlefield of Myriad Realms. That's about it. Lin Yu summoned the 12-winged seraphim Mia and said, "You are a commander-level seraphim, and I believe in your abilities. I will entrust you with all matters concerning the war on the floating islands. After we capture the remaining 12 floating islands, you can then head to the battlefield of Myriad Realms." Mia, the 12-winged seraph, is a peak demigod once summoned. However, Lin Yu did not allow her to break through. It was precisely because Mia had to coordinate the war affairs on the floating islands. Once she ascends to the level of a god, she will no longer be able to personally participate in the battle of the floating islands. "As you will, great lord of holy light." The 12-winged seraphim, Mia, respectfully obeyed the command. Mia was somewhat disappointed that she couldn't go to the battlefield of Myriad Realms with the Lord of Holy Light. But soon, she became excited again. The fact that the Lord of Light kept her shows that he trusts her. If she completes this task perfectly, she will surely receive more favor from the Lord of Holy Light. Breaking through her rank and becoming a 14-winged seraph is not impossible in the future. Sure enough, she looked around. She saw many high-ranking holy angels looking at her with envious eyes. To receive the special attention of the Lord of Holy Light is an honor they do not possess. Lin Yu nodded. He then communicated with the world's ruling will regarding the floating island. Almost simultaneously, a beam of light appeared out of thin air inside the main hall of the City Lord's Mansion. Amidst the light and shadow, there is a giant golden eye. The surrounding area was filled with colorful aurora borealis. "Great Lord of Holy Light, shall we now open the portal to the battlefield of all realms?" "Activate," Lin Yu said to the world's rules. Set another restriction. No living being on the island may cross the space-time gate before reaching the level of a demigod. His restriction was mainly aimed at the professionals on the island. There are always professionals who think they are the protagonist or the darling of the times, and want to go on a death-defying adventure. But it's clear that with their current strength, going to the battlefield of Myriad Realms would be a sure way to their deaths. Lin Yu was quite considerate of them. Otherwise, why would he care about the lives of those professionals? "Yes, my lord." The golden-eyed figure paused for a moment, then asked, "Should we teleport the holy city to the battlefield of Myriad Realms?" Due to the rules of the battlefield of Myriad Realms, the holy city's location will be random. Teleportation will not be initiated for now. Lin Yu waved his hand. He needs to go to the battlefield of Myriad Worlds to investigate first, then find a suitable location to teleport the holy city there. "As you wish." The golden-eyed figure said, "Great Lord of the Holy Light, the gate of time and space has been successfully opened. You can use your will to directly lead your legions through the gate of time and space." As the island owner, you can return to Floating Island 014965 at any time through the time gate. Your entry and exit from the battlefield of Myriad Realms will be unrestricted. This is a privilege unique to the Lord of an island. Other professionals on the island cannot do this. In addition to level restrictions, they also need to pay a high gold coin teleportation fee if they want to travel between the multiverse battlefield and the floating island. Without money, I can't even go home. In addition, this money will eventually end up in Lin Yu's pocket, who told him to be the island owner. Of course, that's for later. Lin Yu is now eager to enter the battlefield of Myriad Worlds immediately. He can't wait any longer. Without hesitation, he immediately used his mind to communicate with the Gate of Time and Space, located in the void. Almost simultaneously, a dazzling golden light fell from the void, enveloping him and the kingdom's powerful warriors who had already gathered and were waiting for orders. As the golden light faded, Lin Yu and the others disappeared from the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 5:26 True Gods Walk Everywhere. Just as Lin Yu was leading the kingdom's powerful warriors to the battlefield of Myriad Realms, the kingdom chat channel in Paradise Kingdom also became lively, because they simultaneously received the message that the Gate of Time and Space had opened, which means that Floating Island 014965 has achieved interconnection with the battlefield of Myriad Realms. I just tried it. The world's rules have informed us that we cannot use the portal. To travel to the battlefield of Myriad Realms, two conditions must be met. One is to advance to the level of a demigod, and the other is to pay 10,000 gold coins. Gold coins don't really matter. You can get them by trying. The main difficulty is the demigod level. It's too hard. Even those veteran professionals, after a year of painstaking development, haven't reached the demigod level. The highest level they've reached is only the peak of the saint rank. Does this mean we have to wait several years before we can go to the battlefield of 10,000 realms? Given His Majesty Lin Yu's rapid pace of development, he might very well conquer the entire battlefield of Myriad Realms by then. Don't worry, it won't take that long. Can those veteran professionals compare to us? We have the Heavenly Kingdom as our backing. As long as we continue to participate in the upcoming Floating Island War, we will soon be able to advance to demigod status. Xia Qingyue is the best example. Before participating in the war on Floating Island 018439, she was a level 9 professional. After the war ended, her level had risen to the extraordinary level. Perhaps, after 2 or 3 more battles on the floating islands, she could reach the demigod realm. We certainly can't compare to Xia Qingyue. She's a top-tier lord. But I believe that as long as we work hard, advancing to demigod status won't be difficult. That makes sense. The limitations of the portal did not dampen the enthusiasm of the kingdom's professionals. On the contrary, they motivated them to strive even harder. At the same time, no professionals expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Yu's actions, because everyone knows that Lin Yu did it to protect them. Even on the battlefield of the floating islands, they could only follow behind the kingdom's army of the Paradise Kingdom, and could not directly confront the native forces of the other world. Not to mention the battlefield of Myriad Realms where true gods roam freely. If they went to the battlefield of Myriad Realms with their current strength, they would be worse than cannon fodder. Perhaps the cannon fodder on the battlefield of Myriad Worlds are all-powerful beings at the saint or demigod level. Therefore, they must strive to grow. Make yourself stronger. Otherwise, they might never be able to go to the battlefield of all realms and become immortal gods. At the same time, in the area of the 36 islands in the Gulf, near that space-time tunnel built by Lin Yu that connects to Earth, suddenly, a legion with uniform attire appeared. Although the members of this legion are mostly ordinary people with very few professionals, their aura is exceptionally strong and their mental state is excellent, clearly indicating that they are well-trained. Once they're equipped, they're elite. Obey my orders. Search this area, platoon by platoon. Once you spot any trace of monsters in the wild, do not engage them without authorization. Immediately contact other teams in the vicinity. If you encounter native intelligent beings, maintain a friendly attitude. The Kingdom of Paradise has already taken control of this floating island world. All the native intelligent beings are citizens of the Kingdom of Paradise, and they are our own people. Yes, the Legion's troops roared in unison. They then broke into smaller units and dispersed in a very orderly manner. Meanwhile, legions were being teleported over from the space-time tunnel. In just half an hour, the total number of Legion members teleported to this area exceeded 100,000, all of whom were elite troops of the Xia Kingdom. Their mission was to act as an advance team to gather specific information about this area. More people will be teleported over later. In addition, General Li, a renowned dragon knight of the Xia Kingdom, was also among them. As soon as he entered the floating island, General Li summoned his giant dragon and rode on its back into the sky, surveying the entire surrounding area. They're actually islands. That means this area is one of the 36 islands in the bay that the information leaked claims are under the control of the dragon race. Although it's not inland, the area of the 36 islands in the bay is still very large, enough for us to develop here. General Li felt an urge to immediately travel to the dragon clan. After all, he was a dragon knight. They have a natural affinity with the dragon race. If they could get help from the dragons, their work of developing the 36 islands of the bay would go much more smoothly. However, after careful consideration, General Li chose to abandon the idea. They were newcomers and hadn't figured out anything yet. It is not advisable to come into contact with highly intelligent races like the dragons, who are at the pinnacle of the extraordinary world. If attacked by the dragon race, his entire army will be wiped out, so it's best to be cautious. Compared to General Li's cautiousness, Lin Yu now felt a sense of dread. Shortly after entering the battlefield of Myriad Realms, his legion encountered a giant silver wolf exuding divine power. This giant wolf was hundreds of meters long, and its size was even more exaggerated than the abyssal dragons under Lin Yu's command. Its fur was silver white and radiated a dazzling divine light. It must have been passing through this area. As a result, they happened to run into Lin Yu and his group who had descended upon the battlefield of Myriad Realms. Seeing more than 1,000 true gods appear out of thin air, the silver giant wolf was so frightened that its fur stood on end, just like a giant dog with its fur standing on end. At the same time, it didn't hesitate at all and turned to run away. However, it was ultimately a step too slow and was slapped to death by Secretary and with a single blow from the condensed law hand. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yu was immediately filled with emotion. As expected of the battlefield of Myriad Realms where true gods roam freely, it's truly too dangerous. Chapter 527 The Chaotic Divine Realm of the 9 Divine Realms. A 12-winged angel? How is this possible? You angels have returned to the battlefield of all realms. These terrified words came from the slain, god-level silver giant wolf. Its wolf god form was extinguished by Angelia's slap. Immortal gods are actually very difficult to kill. Even demigods can regenerate severed limbs. Let alone gods. For gods, being reborn from a drop of blood is a perfectly normal thing. The only difference is that their divine power will plummet after the resurrection. Logically speaking, this true, god-level silver giant wolf shouldn't have died so easily. However, it is clear that Secretary does not play by the rules. With overwhelming power of law, it completely extinguished the life force of the silver giant wolf's divine body, and even extracted all the divine essence, divinity, and immortality matter contained within it. It has no chance to be resurrected. The one speaking now is the only remaining soul. Its soul was imprisoned within Angelia's law hand, screaming in terror as it struggled to escape. At this moment, it was so frightened that it lost its mind. It never imagined that it would encounter the legendary angel race while just taking a stroll, and that it would be slapped to death by a 12-winged holy angel. Although the angel race has disappeared from the battlefield of myriad worlds for tens of millions of years. However, no race has ever dared to forget the legends about the angels. After all, the angel race was not wiped out. Instead, it was a battlefield of myriad worlds that voluntarily withdrew. No matter how many years have passed, they believe that one day, the army of angels will return once more. Now they're back. Although it did not encounter the massive army of angels that swept across the universe, the appearance of these angels still signified that the angel race was about to descend upon the battlefield of all worlds. Don't kill me. Don't purify me. I was just passing by. The silver wolf soul kept begging for mercy, showing none of the majesty of a wolf god. Given its strength, if it were to go to the mortal world or the floating island world, it could absolutely sweep across all directions, dominate for eternity, and become the supreme being. But here, in front of Secretarian, it's just a small carambola. That hand of law, radiating terrifying power, could crush it as easily as crushing an ant. So noisy. Angelia let out a soft thud. Silver Wolf Soul immediately shut his mouth in fright, as if a switch had been installed. Angelia then tossed the Silver Wolf Soul to Victoria, who was standing not far away, and said, "It's up to you now. Let's see which divine realm we've descended into." "Good." Victoria nodded. He then glanced at Angelia sideways without making it obvious. Her eldest sister, once she arrived at the battlefield of countless worlds, let loose and let loose. To suppress a wolf god at the level of a lower-level god, the supreme law was actually used. She was not afraid that the supreme deity of the beastmen would secretly curse her for bullying the weak. However, she also knew that Angelia was cunning and shrewd, and this move was clearly intended to intimidate those hiding deep within the void. Those supreme beings overlooked the entire battlefield of myriad realms. Their arrival must have been sensed. Angelia's display of power was meant to warn the supreme deities not to disturb their lord of holy light. Otherwise, they would face an archangel with 18 wings who had been fully unsealed. Amidst the screams and wails of the silver wolf soul, Victoria pierced it with the fallen angel's sword, quickly devouring its soul essence and obtaining the memory fragments contained within. A moment later, Victoria respectfully said to Lin Yu, reporting to the Supreme Creator, "We are currently in the chaotic divine realm of the battlefield of myriad realms, near the northeast region." The entire battlefield of myriad realms. It possesses tens of thousands of divine realms of varying sizes. The area and overall strength of each divine realm are different. Among them, there are 9 most famous and powerful divine realms: the Dragon God Realm, the Holy Light God Realm, the Destruction God Realm, the Nature God Realm, the Chaos God Realm, the Savage God Realm, the Seven Seas God Realm, the Titan God Realm, and the Storm God Realm. These 9 divine realms each have multiple supreme deities. Looking at the distribution of power in the battlefield of myriad realms, the Titan race is the strongest. They rule the Titan realm and the Storm realm, 2 of the 9 divine realms, controlled by the Thunder Titan and the Storm Titan respectively. That's really strong. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Of the 9 most powerful divine realms, only the Titan God system managed to subdue 2 of them, and may even have subdued a large number of other small and medium-sized divine realms as well. Isn't that the most awesome one? Lin Yu asked. Is the Holy Light divine realm the territory of the Goddess of Light? This is the question he cares about most. Victoria respectfully replied. The Holy Light divine realm gathers almost all the pantheons of our Holy and Light factions, and the Light pantheon ruled by the Goddess of Light is just one of them. The pantheons under the supreme deities, such as the Goddess of Moonlight and Hunting, the Goddess of Sunlight, and the Goddess of Judgment and Decision, are all concentrated in the Holy Light divine realm. The key point is the "we" that Victoria uses. Lin Yu's heart pounded wildly as she listened. If nothing unexpected happens, once he leads his angel army to the Holy Light realm, he can have whatever he wants. Chapter 528: The Vast Battlefield of Myriad Realms. Lin Yu immediately asked, "Is the Holy Light divine realm far from us?" "It's not very far," Victoria said. "We are currently located in the northeastern region of the Chaos God Realm, while the Holy Light God Realm is to the southwest of the Chaos God Realm. As long as we cross the Chaos God Realm to the southwest, we will soon be able to enter the territory of the Holy Light God Realm." Lin Yu nodded slightly. It does sound like it's not that far. By the way, what faction did that giant wolf, which was at the true god level, come from? "Reporting to my lord," Victoria respectfully replied. "It comes from the Wolf God clan. This location we are in is the territory of the Wolf God clan, spanning approximately 500 billion kilometers. Its ruler is," etc. Lin Yu asked, somewhat bewildered. "What did you just say? The Wolf God clan's territory spans 500 billion kilometers?" "Yes, my lord." Victoria nodded respectfully and said, "In the battlefield of myriad realms, such a territory is not considered large. After all, the ruler of that Wolf God clan is only a lower-level main god of 3 elements." Lin Yu was speechless. What does 500 billion kilometers mean? The diameter of Blue Star is 12,000 kilometers. The distance from Earth to the Sun is 150 million kilometers. In other words, crossing the territory of the Wolf God clan is equivalent to traveling from Earth to the Sun and back nearly 1,700 times. If you put the blue planet in this area, it would probably only be the size of a sesame seed or a mung bean. This is outrageous. Lin Yu asked again, how many territories like the Wolf God clan are there in the chaotic god realm? This involves Victoria's blind spot. There was no record of this in the memory of that silver giant wolf. After all, how much knowledge could a mere low-level divine wolf demon possibly have? Its entire life consisted of wandering aimlessly in this nearby area. They rarely even leave the territory of the Wolf God clan. Because the outside world is too dangerous, it could be wiped out by the enemy if it is not careful. Look, it was slapped to death in its own territory. Where can it go to seek justice? Victoria said, "My lord, please forgive me. It has been tens of millions of years since our angel race left the battlefield of all worlds. The world has changed too much since then. However, it can be roughly determined. There are at least tens of thousands of large, medium, and small forces in the chaotic god realm. Lin Yu fell silent again, and he took a deep breath. His gaze swept across the boundless grassland before him. He hadn't really thought about it at first. After all, the grassland in front of us looks similar to the Linkle grassland, both of which stretch as far as the eye can see. But now, after hearing Victoria say this, he truly understood the vastness of the battlefield of myriad worlds. The Wolf God Clan's territory, spanning 500 billion kilometers, is actually just one of tens of thousands of large and small forces. Moreover, this is only a chaotic divine realm. Throughout the entire battlefield of myriad realms, there are 8 similar super divine realms, as well as tens of thousands of divine realms of various pantheons. If you add them all up, just how big is the entire battlefield of myriad realms? He could hardly imagine it, nor dared to imagine it. It can only be said that even a true god would feel incredibly insignificant here. Fortunately, he didn't teleport the professionals from the floating island over. Otherwise, given their strength, they might never have been able to leave this grassland in their entire lives. The battlefield of myriad realms is ultimately a world of gods. When ordinary people arrive here, they are like ants on the ground, insignificant. Suddenly, Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. He had just echoed Victoria's words, saying that the Holy Light Realm, which could be reached quickly after crossing the chaotic realm, was indeed not far away. Only now do I realize that he was simply ignorant. Victoria was previously an 18-winged archangel, possessing the highest divine position at the peak level. What she considered not very far was, in his eyes, an unimaginable distance. Angelia and Lin Yu are of the same mind. Just by looking at Lin Yu's expression, you can tell what he's worried about. She said softly, "My lord need not worry about this. There is one or more interdomain teleportation arrays in every divine realm. These interdomain teleportation arrays are controlled and protected by the power of the rules of the multiverse battlefield. I believe they will still exist even after tens of millions of years. With the help of these interdomain teleportation arrays, we can easily cross boundless regions and enter the Holy Light divine realm." Hearing Secretary N's words, Lin Yu's mood was indeed much lighter. He said, "Now that we've figured out our approximate location, let's find a secluded place and have Vivian and the others advance to the realm of true gods. 12-winged Seraph Vivian, 12-winged fallen angel Gladys, Priscilla, and so on. They are all veteran angels. There are approximately 2,000 of them in total, and they are all waiting for a breakthrough. Once their breakthroughs are complete, the number of true gods under Lin Yu's command will jump to over 3,000, resulting in a surge in overall strength." Angelia said, "There is a good place." Lin Yu immediately asked, "Where?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a thin black line appeared on the distant horizon. As you zoom in, you can see that it is a pack of enormous wolves. Silver, gold, gray, white. They come in all sorts of colors. What they have in common is that they all exude a powerful and terrifying divine might. Moreover, the divine power emanating from each giant wolf far surpassed that of the silver giant wolf that Angelia had just slapped to death. Chapter 529: The Gathering of the Supreme God Kings. Just as Lin Yu, Angelia, and the others arrived at the battlefield of myriad realms, in the depths of the endless void, dozens of figures gathered. They look different and come from different races. What they have in common is that they are all enormous, some even reaching 1,000,000 meters in height, resembling a giant supporting the sky. These figures all sat regally on majestic divine thrones. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura of supreme power, causing the stars, within a radius of billions of kilometers, to tremble. They are the supreme deities of the battlefield of myriad realms. Each of them is renowned in the battlefield of myriad realms, their fame resounding throughout the world. Their true names are renowned throughout the universe. Among them was the Titan God King Clovis, who was hailed as the strongest supreme deity in the battlefield of myriad worlds. This supreme council was also spearheaded by the Titan King Clovis. The reason for summoning so many supreme god kings was to discuss the return of the angel race to the battlefield of all realms. Several days ago, these supreme deities had already learned of the return of the angels. This news was spread by the cursed goddess Clydel. She met with Angelia. Under pressure from Angelia and the angel race, she lifted the blood curse on the Medusa race and voluntarily ended the divine war with the sun god system. The former is just a trivial matter. However, the latter, the war between the gods and the sun god system, involved several evil god systems controlled by supreme deities. Seeing that the cursed goddess Clydel suddenly admitted defeat, the supreme deities of the evil pantheon naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. Then, news of the angels' return spread. In fact, even earlier, the Titans had already noticed something amiss. The reason for this was that one of their mid-level Titan gods, who possessed 6 rank positions, was killed in the Titan realm, the stronghold of their Titan race. What killed him was a sword of destiny. This sword severed all traces of that Titan god's destiny in the world, directly causing countless beings and countless Titan deities to forget this Titan god. They thought this person didn't exist at all. In the end, it was Titan King Novis who first discovered it. He inexplicably lost a divine being. After all, he was a supreme god king at the peak level, and the power of fate could hardly affect him. After tracing the source, the Titan King discovered that his subordinate god had been killed by the sword of destiny. This is outrageous. The death of a subordinate god is nothing to Titan King Novis, who commands countless subordinate gods throughout the universe. Crucially, his subordinate god was beheaded in the realm of the Titans. The Titan realm is under his jurisdiction. This move is tantamount to slapping him in the face, showing him absolutely no respect. Titan King Novis was furious. They traversed the boundless void and found the 2 sisters, Fate and Fortune, Halangren, chatting. In his view, across the entire battlefield of myriad realms, only these 2 sisters possessed such powerful divine power of destiny that they could break through his divine barrier. Faced with the questioning of Titan King Novis, the 2 sisters, of course, denied it. They didn't do it, so they have no reason to take the blame. In addition, the questioning tone of Titan King Novis also displeased the 2 sisters. As the renowned twin god kings, they controlled the river of destiny and were not afraid of anything. They ignored the threat of Titan God King Novis and did not even give him a friendly look during the confrontation. And so, the 3 supreme god kings almost came to blows right there in the depths of the void. Whether war actually broke out in the end is unknown. All that is known is that Titan King Novis returned to the Titan realm with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the God King issued a decree to assemble the Titan army. Many gods originally thought that Titan King Novis was preparing to declare war on the Twin Kings, but now they finally understand that Titan King Novis's target is the angel race. And it can be deduced at the same time. The Titan chief god of the 6 elements who died mysteriously was killed by the angels. Furthermore, the murderer is directly identified as Angelia, the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. This 18-winged archangel, who commands respect throughout the world, wields the sword of destiny with unparalleled skill. She even killed the demon ancestor of the Void Demon clan. Wouldn't it be easy to kill a mid-level god of the 6 elements? Novis. At this moment, a supreme deity from another race suddenly spoke. Its appearance is that of a strange beast, hundreds of thousands of meters long, with the head of a lion, the body of a demonic dragon, the claws of a divine eagle, and the tail of a poisonous scorpion. What's peculiar is that it has 6 pairs of 12 eyes. Each eye is a different color. At this moment, it sat cross-legged on the throne of the God King and said to Titan God King Novis, "Princess Angelia has appeared in the chaotic god realm, and there seems to be a problem with her status. Now it has become a weak, 12-winged angel. His realm even fell to the level of a mortal. Now is your perfect opportunity for revenge. I think you should act immediately and kill her to avenge your god and restore your dignity as the supreme God King of the Titans." Upon hearing this, the other supreme god kings present also echoed his sentiments. This constantly provoked Titan King Novis. On the other hand, Titan King Novis himself looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly. These guys really think he's all brawn and no brains? Chapter 530, even the Supreme God King can bicker. Looking at the entire battlefield of myriad realms, the Titan King Clovis is the supreme deity who least wants to see the return of the angels. After all, he was known as the most powerful supreme God King. The Thunder Titans and Storm Titans, under their rule, exerted their dominance over the entire battlefield of myriad worlds, and even over the major extraordinary worlds of the universe. The supreme deities of the Super Pantheon, including the goddess of nature and elves, the goddess of light, and the god of destruction, were all no match for him and his Titan Pantheon. In the battlefield of countless worlds, he could have whatever he wanted. Once the angels return, he won't be able to maintain his current assertiveness. What he feared was not the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race, but the Lord of Holy Light, who had surpassed the level of the supreme deity. Even he had to show respect to that ancient and powerful being. However, despite not wanting the angels to return, Titan King Novis wouldn't be foolish enough to be the first to speak out. If the Titan Pantheon is targeted by the angels, it will be in big trouble. In comparison, the fall of a god, plus one's own pride, is not a big problem at all. At that very moment, the first high deity of the beastmen race stepped forward again, saying in a low voice, "Novi's you, the ruler of the Titan realm, are you not afraid of the angel race? If I were you, I would definitely step forward to seek justice for the dead Titan god. Otherwise, how will you gain the respect of the people? And how can you gain the trust of the Storm Titans? In the realm of the Titans, there are two major Titan races, as well as numerous smaller Titan groups. All the Titan races submitted to these two great Titan clans. These two Titan races are the Thunder Titans and the Storm Titans. The Thunder Titans are the legitimate and powerful clan of the Titans. The Storm Titans, on the other hand, gradually took shape over the years. The Storm Titan combines the thunderous power of the Thunder Titan with the wind power of nature to create an even more powerful storm force, stronger than the Thunder Titan of the same level. However, a branch is still just a branch. In the extraordinary world where bloodline orthodoxy is highly valued, only direct descendants are considered legitimate. Therefore, the Storm Titans were also under the jurisdiction of the Thunder Titans. As the supreme god king of the Thunder Titans, Titan King Clovis naturally also received the allegiance of the Storm Titans. It is worth mentioning, the Storm Titans also have a supreme god king. However, the supreme divine power it possesses, as well as the foundation of its race, cannot compare to that of the Titan King Novis. Therefore, this Storm Titan King has always maintained the role of the eternal runner-up. But no one knows whether he actually had the idea of overthrowing the rule of Titan King Novis and ascending the throne of the Titan race himself. Hearing the words of that supreme deity of the alien beast race, Titan King Clovis's expression darkened again, and he said in a voice like thunder, "Greston, are you trying to sow discord between my Titan pantheon and the angel race?" As is well known, my Titan race and the angel race forged an alliance during the ancient Holy War, fighting side by side. Both our races paid a heavy price to drive out the Void Demon army. In this process, we also forged a deep friendship with the angels. Although Angelia's actions were somewhat excessive, out of consideration for the alliance and friendship, my Titan race is willing to handle this small matter amicably. Before the supreme deity of the strange beast could speak, Titan King Clovis said again, "Greston, the Chaos Realm is your territory. Now that Angelia has descended there, it is only right that you go and make contact with her first." I agree with this. On a nearby throne of a god king, a towering figure clad in a golden dragon robe spoke in agreement. He is the ruler of the dragon god realm, the god king of the dragon clan. Both dragons and titans are powerful, intelligent races created by the ancient titans. When it comes to dealing with the angels, the two races have always been on the same page. In a one-on-one fight, they are no match for the angels. At the same time, the other supreme deities present also spoke up, putting pressure on the supreme deity of the alien beast race. Ultimately, they needed to find someone to take the lead. Go and find out the angel race's plan to return to the battlefield of all realms. Oh, the supreme deity of the beastmen race sneered. Clovis isn't stupid, and neither is it. How did the chaotic divine realm become my territory? The god of slaughter, the goddess of curses, the goddess of darkness, and the lord of the undead. Their territories are also in the chaotic divine realm. If we're going, we'll go together. The Chaos God Realm is called the Chaotic God Realm because there are a great many supreme gods and pantheons here, and they are always in a state of great chaos. Unlike the pantheon of nature, the realm of holy light, and other divine realms, which are all in harmony. Furthermore, the descent of the angels to the battlefield of all realms is not just a matter for our Chaos God Realm. All of us present have a duty to face and resolve this issue. If you ask me, we should take advantage of the fact that those 18-winged archangels of the angel race haven't descended yet, kill Angelia directly, then storm into the angelic realm and annihilate the angel race. The speaker was not Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen. Instead, it was a figure radiating a dazzling blood-red light, with an exaggeratedly large pair of blood-red wings on its back. He is the killing god king that Gladstone mentioned. Clergy, war, and slaughter. Chapter 531, She is Victoria. The god of slaughter controls the highest level of the laws of slaughter. His favorite thing to do is to instigate wars, destroy the world, and slaughter living beings. He and the god of destruction, who rules the god realm of destruction, can be considered good brothers. The reason he has these preferences is that he can enhance the power of the supreme law of slaughter he has mastered by slaughtering living beings and races. The same applies to the gods under his command. The vast majority of deities who are willing to worship the god of slaughter are also gods who specialize in the laws of slaughter. It can be said, The chaotic battle in the chaotic god realm is at least 70% attributable to the slaughter god system, led by the slaughter god king. Now, he has turned his attention to the angels. It must be admitted that the god of slaughter is an extremely radical and fearless supreme deity. He even looked forward to seeing all the supreme deities of the major pantheons present join forces to declare war on the angels. In that way, he could fully comprehend the profound meaning of the supreme law of slaughter. However, after hearing his words, the dozens of supreme deities present scoffed at this. Killing Angelia and starting a war with the angels, is he insane? Even if they succeed in killing Angelia, so what? The angel race has 7 archangels with 18 wings. If one dies, there are still 6 left. Even if everyone is killed, the Lord of Holy Light will still remain. Did they even kill the Lord of Holy Light along with them? Joke. That was something even the Void Demon Emperor couldn't do back then. How could a group of supreme gods possibly succeed? Don't be delusional. A supreme deity said. To this day, no one knows where the angelic realm is. Moreover, it is said that the angelic realm is merely a world created by the Lord of Holy Light, not his own divine realm. We have never been able to fathom the Lord of the Holy Light's bottom line. So how can we wage a full-scale war against the angels? I don't want my pantheon to be destroyed by a trillion-strong army of angels, just like the void demons were back then. For a moment, the depths of the void were utterly silent. The cosmic war of that year, in which the army of the angels gave the entire universe a tremendous shock. In particular, the war between the Lord of Holy Light and the Void Demon Emperor shook the entire universe. Before these two terrifying beings, even the supreme deities appear somewhat insignificant. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, very few supreme deities are willing to go against the angel race, except for radicals such as the King of Slaughter and the King of Destruction. At that very moment, Clayther, the cursed goddess seated on the throne of the God King, suddenly spoke up. Didn't you notice the human standing next to Angelia and that black-winged angel? So what if we saw it? Just a human at the late stage of demigod level, nothing to worry about. That black-winged angel, however, looks somewhat familiar. Of course it looks familiar. The curse goddess, Clayther, said in a low, eerie voice. Although the aura emanating from her has completely changed, I still recognize her. She is also an 18-winged archangel. Her real name is Victoria. Victoria? Upon hearing this name, many of the supreme deities present paused in their breathing. If Angelia was an elegant and noble leader, then Victoria, also an 18-winged archangel, was the most fanatical warmonger. Angelia doesn't usually lose her temper. Victoria, on the other hand, is prone to losing her temper at the drop of a hat. According to reliable sources, the world tree, which was cherished as a priceless treasure by the goddess of nature and elves, was nearly cleaved in two by the 18-winged archangel Victoria. This directly led to the natural pantheon almost turning against the angels. It is said that later, the Lord of Holy Light personally intervened and revived the world tree. The natural pantheon and the angel race never truly fought each other. Not to mention nature and the goddess of the spirits. Some of them had also fought with Victoria, and some of them were badly beaten. How could she possibly be Victoria? Victoria is an 18-winged archangel, a holy spirit created by the Lord of Light. But that black-winged angel exuded an aura of evil and darkness. A supreme deity said incredulously, I was just speculating that she and the other black-winged angels might be beings from the underworld. After all, their aura is almost identical to the power of the underworld. They are almost the same, but not identical. The aura emanating from those black-winged angels is even more malevolent than the power of the underworld, reaching the level of the abyssal power of the demon race. These words came from Titan King Novis. The cursed goddess Clayther said, Aura is unimportant. I can confirm that she is Victoria. When she said this, the goddess of curses had a very confident expression. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of anger in her eyes that transcended the ages. The Dragon King, clad in a golden dragon robe, frowned and said, in other words, those black-winged angels are not creatures of the underworld, but rather mutated holy angels? How did they manage that? And where did they get the audacity to do such a thing? Would the Lord of Holy Light, who governs the holy and the light, allow the angels he created to join the evil side? Who knows? Titan King Clovis said, but one thing is certain, the Lord of the Holy Light is truly in trouble. Otherwise, how could Victoria dare to betray the Holy Light? As he spoke, a hint of excitement appeared on the face of Titan King Clovis. The thought that the Lord of Holy Light had encountered a problem made him feel as if he were back in power. Chapter 532 Curse of the Lord of Holy Light. Titan King Novis believed that he had no fear of the angels. His only fear was that Lord of Holy Light. Let alone a challenge. I don't even have the courage to look directly at it. As for the 7 archangels with 18 wings of the angel race, and the trillion-strong angel army, he was not without confidence in his ability to contend with them. After all, the angel race only has these 7 supreme deities. Even if they could take on 2 opponents at once, they could only deal with a dozen or so strong individuals of the same level. At this moment, there are dozens of supreme deities gathered here, enough to rival the 7 18-winged archangels. Even with the addition of the supreme deities of the holy and light factions, such as the goddess of light, the goddess of sunlight, and the goddess of judgment and decision, they might not necessarily be defeated. Therefore, when it was confirmed that the Lord of Holy Light was indeed in trouble, the Titan King Clovis was extremely excited. At the same time, some of the supreme deities present were like the Titan King Clovis. It seemed as if the light had appeared. What is the origin of that human? A supreme god king spoke up. With Angelia's supreme laws suppressing them, I cannot hear their conversation. However, I can see that Angelia and Victoria are extremely respectful to that human. Could it be that he is the incarnation of the Lord of Holy Light? It's possible, and the probability is extremely high. Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beast men, said, "The only person who can command such respect from 2 18-winged archangels is the legendary Lord of Holy Light. Isn't it easy to find out if that human is an incarnation of the Lord of Holy Light?" A supreme deity said, "Why not just have Clydel curse him?" Upon hearing this, the great beings present immediately turned their gazes to the cursed goddess, Clydel. In their view, this was indeed an excellent solution. The curse failed, it definitely failed. If the curse succeeded, then it definitely wasn't true. Seeing that all the supreme gods were looking at her, the beautiful face of the cursed goddess Clydel immediately darkened. She parted her red lips slightly and uttered a single word, "Get out." The goddess of curses appeared very angry. She especially hated the supreme deity, who proposed cursing the Lord of Holy Light. She must be crazy to do that. The reason is simple. If that really was the Lord of Holy Light, the backlash from the curse alone would be enough to take her life. At this moment, Titan King Novi smoothed things over, saying, "My intuition tells me that it might not be an incarnation of the Lord of Light, but rather the reincarnation of the Lord of Light. After all, if it's an avatar, there is no reason for him to be accompanied by a group of demigods and angels at the level of lower gods. Even in that group, there were weak humans, demonic plants, and bone dragons. What kind of being is the Lord of Holy Light? If he were to descend incarnation, he would be accompanied by at least a group of 16-winged archangels, plus 18-winged archangels on either side. That makes sense." The Dragon God King said, "This Lord of Holy Light has probably been reincarnated, and it is highly likely that he does not possess his former memories. His creation godhood, divinity, and even his memories have either disappeared or been sealed away." It has to be said, those 2 brothers guessed very accurately. At this moment, Titan King Novus turned his gaze to Gladstone, the supreme god of the beast men, and said, "The Lord of Holy Light is currently in your territory, and that wolf god chief god is still your subordinate god. The task of gathering intelligence is now entrusted to you." Before Gladstone could refuse, Titan King Novis continued, "After this matter is resolved, I will give you a supreme artifact as compensation. If you provide the materials yourself, my race can also forge one specifically for you." Upon hearing this, a huge lion's head was raised. 12 giant eyes of different colors, all emitting aurora. The supreme deity of the beast race was moved. As is well known, the Titans are skilled at crafting artifacts, which is one of their racial talents. Many of the most renowned supreme artifacts in the battlefield of myriad realms were crafted by the Titans. However, getting the Titans to forge artifacts for alien gods is not an easy task. It requires a huge price to pay, even for supreme deities of the same faction. A supreme artifact tailor-made for a specific purpose is enough to make many supreme deities envious. The contract serves as proof, and the spirits of the rules of the battlefield of myriad realms bear witness to your oath. Alright, although Titan King Novis was somewhat annoyed that Gladstone didn't trust his character, he still entered into a contract. If the mission succeeds, it will only benefit him and not harm him. If the mission fails, he won't be the one who dies, and the supreme artifact won't be given to him. Let me first check what the situation is like in the Wolf God clan's territory. Among the 12 eyes of Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beast men, one gray eye flashed, and a mirror of time and space appeared before the group of supreme deities. The mirror reflected the territory of the wolf god clan. There are two groups of people in the picture. One group consisted of angels, led by Lin Yu. The other group consisted of thousands of giant wolves of various colors. It consists of one lower-level chief god of the three systems, more than 300 higher-level gods, and more than 4,000 middle-level gods. It can be said that it brought together the highest combat power of the wolf god clan. The wolf race is an extremely arrogant and unruly race. If I were not the supreme deity of the beast race, it would be difficult to gain the loyalty and faith of the wolf god clan. Gladstone had barely finished speaking. In the scene, thousands of gigantic wolf gods lay prostrate on the grassland. They all faced Lin Yu and the others. The same applies to the Wolf King, who only holds the position of a lower-level god in three systems. Great, noble, and supreme Archangel Angelia with 18 wings, your arrival is an honor for our wolf clan. If you need anything, please give the order. Gladstone. All the supreme deities. Chapter 533 Conspiracy. Your Majesty Gladstone, please calm down. I had anticipated this situation, it's normal procedure. A supreme deity offered words of comfort. However, the strange tone in his voice clearly gave the impression that he was mocking and ridiculing Gladstone, the supreme god of the beastmen. Look, this is the unruly wolf god clan you speak of. Moreover, they are all your believers and belong to God. Faced with the 18-winged archangel of the angel race, one must kneel without hesitation. Damn it! Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, cursed angrily. It's unclear whether he was cursing the supreme deity who mocked him, or condemning the unscrupulous wolf god clan. He found it acceptable that the wolf god clan treated the 18-winged Archangel Angelia with such respect. After all, there is a chief god, a supreme god. They're not even on the same level. But this kind of prostrative respect made him very unhappy. Doesn't this supreme god king of the beast race have any dignity? At this moment, he only needs a single thought to annihilate the entire wolf god clan in an instant, because the god of faith controls the fate of believers. However, anger as it may be. However, he dared not punish the wolf god clan at this time. After all, there were also the 18-winged Archangel Angelia, Victoria, and even the great Lord of Holy Light in front of them. Because of the Golden Moon Wolf King's respect, he wiped the wolf god clan off the battlefield of myriad realms, and did so right before their eyes. What do you think the Angel clan will think? What do you think the Lord of Holy Light will think? Isn't this a slap in the face to the angels and the Lord of Holy Light? Therefore, he had no choice but to endure it. After the Lord of Holy Light and Angelia and the others leave the chaotic god realm, he will deal with the wolf god clan properly and teach those big dogs a painful lesson so that they know who their supreme god is. On the other side, the god of slaughter and the god of destruction also turned their gazes to the mirror of time and space. Looking at the image reflected in the mirror, the two good brothers looked at each other with perfect understanding. Although their territories are not in the same divine realm, they often collude with each other. The god of destruction transmitted his supreme will. It is almost certain that, just as Novi said, that human is the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. Within his body, there are hundreds of different types of fundamental laws. As is well known, the Lord of Holy Light cannot control the laws. He can only create them. His reincarnation and renewed cultivation are clearly aimed at walking the path of laws to make himself even stronger. Upon hearing this, the god of slaughter nodded almost imperceptibly and also transmitted his thoughts through his supreme will, saying, "Within that human's body, I sensed a terrifying power that is very familiar." The god of destruction said, "That's the aura of the scepter of origin, the Holy Light Lord's natal artifact." After reincarnation, this artifact returned to the Holy Light Lord's hands. The scepter of origin. The god of slaughter took a deep breath. Her eyes, which were already scarlet, became even redder. Super artifacts are terrifying objects that surpass even supreme artifacts. They possess truly world-destroying power and can be considered the most precious treasures in the universe, extremely rare and hard to come by. Throughout the entire battlefield of myriad worlds, as everyone knows, there is only one ultimate artifact, which is the Tower of Eternity, standing in the realm of the Titans. Legend has it that the Tower of Eternity was created by the Titans in ancient times and is a defensive artifact. Since the Titans vanished, the Tower of Eternity has stood in the Titan realm, protecting the Titan race of later generations to this day. As for whether there are any other hidden super artifacts, no one knows. However, it cannot be denied that super artifacts are extremely rare and powerful, enough to make any supreme deity envious. No one can remain unmoved when faced with an ultimate artifact. The god of slaughter secretly transmitted his voice, saying, "Do you think that with our current power, it's possible to kill the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light and seize the scepter of origin?" The god of destruction remained silent for a long time before saying, "It's still uncertain whether Angelia and Victoria have sealed their personalities. If so, they can break the seal and return to their peak at any time. With the two of them protecting us, it will be difficult for you and me to threaten the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. Even if you add Gladstone, the Lord of the Dead, and the Goddess of Curses, it's still the same. Then let's try to find a way to investigate." The god of slaughter said, "If we decide to take action, we need to act quickly. I can sense that the Goddess of Light, the Goddess of Sunlight, the Goddess of Judgment and Decision, and others are already heading towards the chaotic god realm. They clearly want to come and welcome the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. We can't let them get here too quickly." The god of destruction said, "First, use your supreme power to imprison the interdomain teleportation array within the chaotic god realm. Then seal off the border of the god realm, delaying the arrival of the Goddess of Light and the others as much as possible." The god of slaughter nodded and said, "I've already taken care of all of that." Upon hearing this, the god of destruction looked at the god of slaughter in surprise. This guy seems to have been planning this all along. Chapter 534: The Chaotic Holy Angel Who Has Already Appeared in the World. However, this is exactly what the god of destruction wanted. He was very pleased to see powerful forces, or even the world, destroyed. They would rather participate in a cause that destroys everything. Like the god of slaughter, he can gain insights into the profound mysteries of the supreme law of destruction from it. In the great war between the holy and the demonic gods tens of millions of years ago, the pantheons under the god of destruction and the god of slaughter actively participated in the war against the void demons. It is because war and killing can make them stronger. And that is indeed the case. This war brought immense benefits to both the god of destruction and the god of slaughter. The overall strength of their respective pantheons has also increased exponentially. As things stand, the two supreme gods, the god of destruction and the god of slaughter, combined are enough to contend with the Titan god King Clovis, who possesses a complete set of supreme artifacts. If it were a battle where the supreme artifacts were stripped away, the two of them could probably pin the Titan King Clovis to the ground and beat him to a pulp. It's not that Titan King Clovis was weak and unworthy of the title of Titan King. It's simply because the God King of Destruction and the God King of Slaughter had also reached the pinnacle of supreme deities. Being able to take on two opponents at once is a testament to the strength of Titan King Clovis. After all, he was an Angelia. The 7 archangels with 18 wings, including Angelia, have cultivated for a longer period of time than any supreme deity in the battlefield of myriad worlds. We can bring Cedric along. The god of destruction transmitted his voice, saying, "I remember that Cedric obtained the corpse of a supreme demon lord during the ancient war between the holy and the demonic. Although it did not reach the level of the demon ancestor, it was comparable to the supreme god king. After all these years, he should have already turned that demon lord's corpse into a puppet. Let Cedric use his puppets to test Angelia and Victoria's strength. If even one of them is not at their peak strength, we can join forces to suppress the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light and seize the scepter of origin." Cedric is the Lord of the Dead, a supreme deity belonging to the undead faction. Its territory is also in the chaotic god realm. The god of slaughter added, "Bringing Gladstone and Clettle along will increase the chances of success." The god of destruction nodded in agreement. He was full of anticipation for the plan. If their plan succeeds, they obtain the scepter of origin and the secrets surrounding the Lord of Light. They might even find hope of breaking through to the highest level. As for the wrath of the angels, they didn't care. The reason is simple. Once the angels launch a large-scale invasion of the multiverse battlefield, the Titan God realm, the Dragon God realm, the Evil God Alliance, and other god realms and god systems will inevitably be forced to unite. Even without the protection of the Lord of Light, the angels still have great confidence that they can fight back. However, neither the Titan God King Clovis, nor the Slaughter God King and the Destruction God King, nor the other supreme gods of the battlefield of myriad realms, knew that there were two chaos holy angels among the angel race. If they knew, they would definitely carefully consider whether to provoke the angels. In fact, back in the era of the holy war between the holy and the demonic, two chaos holy angels of the angel race had already participated in the war. One of them is in reality, and the other is an illusion. One became stronger after the war. one whose body was blown apart in the war. No one knows about the wars they participated in except the Lord of Light. This includes the 7 archangels of the angel race, each with 18 wings. To this day, Angelia and the others still believe that their 2 chaos angels have been in a state of slumber ever since they were created by the Lord of Light. Little did they know, they had already appeared in the world. Just as the god of slaughter and the god of destruction were secretly plotting. In the territory of the Wolf God clan, on the vast grassland, Lin Yu and the others also accepted the invitation of the main god-level Wolf King and went to visit the Wolf God clan's headquarters. The scene before my eyes vanished as quickly as light and shadow. Looking down, they were astonished to see a giant golden wolf that was thousands of meters long. This golden wolf is none other than the ruler of the Wolf God clan, the Golden Moon Wolf King. Lin Yu and his group were currently standing on the back of the Golden Moon Wolf King. This high-level treatment was unprecedented in the history of the Wolf God clan, highlighting the warmth and hospitality of the Golden Moon Wolf King and the Wolf God clan. Lin Yu looked at Secretary and standing beside him and asked, "The good place you mentioned earlier, is it the headquarters of the Wolf God clan?" Angelia smiled and said, "My lord, the Wolf God clan is the ruler of an area of 500 billion kilometers. Breaking through in their stronghold will certainly not be disturbed by petty villains. Your Majesty, the great Lord of Light." Beneath his feet, the Golden Moon Wolf King said in a trembling voice, "Rest assured, unless my Wolf God clan is completely wiped out, even if the Supreme Deity comes, we will not allow him to disturb your peace." It already knew that this human was the legendary Lord of Holy Light. Upon hearing the news, it was overjoyed and unhesitatingly offered to serve as a mount to guide the Lord of Holy Light and the others. Although it did not embrace the Holy Light, but it also felt it was an unparalleled honor to serve the great Lord of Light. Chapter 535: The Reviving Floating Island of Myriad Realms. Inside a vast, boundless white space, a phantom figure appeared out of thin air. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield of Myriad Realms, while simultaneously focusing on the handsome figure riding atop the Golden Moon Wolf King. Then, his gaze traversed the battlefield of countless worlds. They looked at the countless shattered worlds suspended in the unknown space. In this fragmented world, which is too numerous to count, live a vast number of intelligent races and beings who are growing and fighting each other. These worlds are actually floating islands. The great Lord of Holy Light has returned to the battlefield of all realms. After tens of millions of years and countless attempts, our Lord has finally succeeded. The ancient gates are about to open. I await your awakening. As soon as the figure finished speaking, a terrifying force swept across the entire unknown space. That instant, all the floating island worlds trembled. Immediately afterwards, the countless floating island worlds seemed to come alive and began to merge in pairs. Each successful fusion will cause its rule power to increase exponentially. Just like the fusion of 014965 Floating Island, under Lin Yu's rule, with 018439 Floating Island. The difference lies in Floating Island 014965 has now only merged with Floating Island 018439. And in that unknown space, countless floating islands are all merging with each other. 8 combined into 4, 4 combined into 2, 2 combined into 1. After the first phase of integration was successful, the newborn floating islands continued to integrate with other, even larger floating islands. It's as if their goal is to completely merge into a single entity. Such a commotion naturally shook the races of all the universes. However, there is only one exception. Those 13 floating islands that are connected to Earth show no signs of merging. It's as if they've been excluded from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Lin Yu was unaware that the floating island worlds of the universe were merging with each other. Even if he knew, he would at most be shocked, nothing more. After all, he is only a minor demigod at the moment. After entering the battlefield of Myriad Realms, he encountered no being of a lower level than himself. Even the worst one was the silver giant wolf that Secretarian slapped to death, which had a godhood at the level of a lower-level true god. The majority of the wolf gods who appeared later, such as the Golden Moon Wolf King, were mid-level gods, while a few were high-level gods who possessed powerful divine power. All in all, just like when he first arrived on the floating island as a level 0 newbie, he was at the very bottom. At a glance, all that could be seen were formidable opponents. However, Lin Yu is much more at peace now. His horizons have broadened, and he is no longer confused about the road ahead. After all, with the nearly 600 different types of fundamental laws he currently possesses, if he were to break through his current realm immediately, he would most likely become a high-level true god. Once he reaches the level of a high-ranking true god, he will not be considered weak in the battlefield of myriad realms. You can call yourself an expert now. As a powerful being at the level of a three-elemental god, the Golden Moon Wolf King possesses astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, we had crossed the vast grassland. We entered a forest filled with a wild and untamed atmosphere. This forest is the stronghold of the Wolf God clan, stretching for approximately 80 billion kilometers, with undulating mountains and clusters of ancient trees. Countless intelligent creatures live in the forest. Among them, the most numerous are various kinds of wolf packs. Besides wolves, you can also see other intelligent races such as humans, dwarves, and trolls. In terms of strength, they are generally saint level or demigod level. Sometimes one can see the true god appear. The battlefield of myriad realms also contains mortal beings, but they are mostly newly born, rather than ascending from other extraordinary worlds. Creatures born in the battlefield of myriad realms possess exceptionally strong talents in all aspects. Advancing to the saint rank and then to demigod is a piece of cake. Offspring conceived by a powerful true god are born as demigods, or even directly become gods. This is the power of the world. Lin Yu said, "Niklers, I didn't expect to see humans in your wolf clan's territory, and quite a few of them at that." Nicholas, the true name of the god king of the Golden Moon Wolf. The Golden Moon Wolf King hurriedly explained, reporting to the great Lord of Holy Light, humanity is a super race in the universe, and their presence can be seen everywhere. Many of the humans in my territory are elites selected from other extraordinary worlds. The others are naturally formed. Although we are wolves, we treat our own kind and other intelligent species such as humans equally. We have never mistreated them. On the contrary, we sometimes even nurture them. You did a great job. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. He completely forgot that he had killed countless wolf-like wild monsters on the floating island. However, on the other hand, even among wolves, wild monsters and intelligent races are different. It's like one is a primitive man and the other is a modern man. We're not on the same wavelength. Here, the Golden Moon Wolf King said again, I sensed the appearance of the time-space gate before, and originally planned to send my clan's gods to select elites from the floating island world behind the time-space gate, but I did not expect to meet the great Lord of Holy Light. I believe this is the luckiest day of my wolf god clan, and this day will forever be etched in the memory of our people. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled noncommittally. This is a wolf demon who is adept at flattery. Soon, the Golden Moon Wolf King led Lin Yu and the others to his temple. It is worth mentioning. A statue of a god stands prominently in the square outside the temple. However, the statue is not the ancestor of the wolf clan, but Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beast race. I know this guy. Victoria, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, looking at the statue and saying, before the Holy War, I suppressed him for 100 years and handed him over to Astia to study. Golden Moon Wolf King. Chapter 536 Demon Angel. It should be noted that Gladstone is the supreme deity of the beast men. It governs all the alien beast races in the universe. The mythical beasts constitute an extremely large population. At its core are the wild monsters that roam the floating island worlds and the myriad realms of the universe. Once they possess extraordinary levels and extremely high intelligence, they can grow into magical beasts, collectively known as the beast race. The alien beast race is different from the beast race. One is a beast. One is an orc. Gladstone is the beast that stands at the very top of the universe. He commands a large pantheon and countless subordinate gods. Putting aside how powerful Gladstone's divine strength is, in terms of influence in the battlefield of all worlds alone, even the infamous curse goddess Clayther cannot compare to Gladstone. However, such a person, they were actually suppressed and studied by the angel race for 100 years? This is truly an unprecedented and earth-shattering secret. Not to mention the Golden Moon Wolf King, who was a subordinate god of Gladstone. Even the supreme gods gathered in the depths of the void were incredulous. Each figure seated on the throne of the God King looked at Gladstone, the supreme god of the beastmen race, with a surprised and strange expression. And at this very moment, Gladstone's golden lion face was also contorted in expression. Ancient memories flooded my mind. The 100 years he was suppressed by the angels were the darkest time of his life. He has been trying to erase that tragic memory. In fact, he succeeded. That memory had long since vanished from his soul. Now, Victoria brought up the old story again, and the forgotten memories resurfaced, causing his whole body to tremble. His 12 eyes, each a different color, were filled with a variety of negative emotions, including anger, hatred, and fear, reflecting his almost grotesque face. I didn't even know about this. Titan King Clovis looked at Gladstone with surprise. In the ancient times before the Holy War, as the Titan God King, he often dealt with the angel race, but he was unaware that the angel race had once suppressed the supreme deity of the beast race. But upon closer reflection, it seems quite normal. After all, the angels only suppressed Gladstone for 100 years. Compared to the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years of cultivation time that their supreme deities take, a mere 100 years is indeed nothing. Even if a supreme deity disappeared from the battlefield of myriad realms for 10,000 years, no one would find it strange. I'm very curious. What is it about Astia, the 18-winged archangel of the angel race, that she captured you for research? Gladstone gritted his teeth. He glanced at Titan King Clovis with a displeased expression. Is this curiosity? This is clearly reopening his wounds. He pretended not to hear Clovis's question and remained silent. He would never reveal his tragic past, as that would only make things worse for himself. However, at this very moment, inside the realm of time and space, Lin Yu asked curiously, why is Astia studying Gladstone? Does this supreme deity of the beast race have some special ability? Victoria immediately explained, My lord, Gladstone's true form is an extremely rare cosmic behemoth from the golden-horned lion clan. This race of star beasts has a unique characteristic. They are born with 24 eyes. Each eye possesses a fundamental law and a strange ability. Astia was very interested in this innate talent of the golden-horned lion clan, so she asked me to capture Gladstone for her to study. That certainly deserves some investigation. Lin Yu was very surprised. Having 24 eyes is nothing special. The evil-eyed demon race, located in the underground world of the floating island in 014965, is covered in eyes, numbering in the hundreds. The key point is that each eye of the Golden Horn Lion clan contains a law and a magical power, and this is innate. That's truly astonishing. If it were him, he would also want to study grace. After all, if the racial secrets of Gladstone could be deciphered and bestowed upon the angel race, then the angels conceived through the angel rebirth pool would have even greater initial power. Victoria excitedly told Lin Yu, back when Astia was researching Gladstone, she received your guidance. In the tens of millions of years since the end of the Holy War, Astia combined the bloodline genes of the Void Demon race and finally created an extremely powerful demon angel. Although their numbers are small, each one is incredibly powerful. When my army descends upon the battlefield of myriad realms, you will be able to witness the splendor of those demonic angels. I believe they will not disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately smiled and said, I look forward to that moment. At the same time, deep within the void, dozens of supreme deities gazed at each other. Upon hearing the words, Angel of the Demon World, from Victoria's mouth, they instinctively felt a chill run down their spines for some reason. Just from the name, you can tell they're no pushovers. The Dragon God King said in a low voice, We haven't even figured out Victoria's current black-winged angel form, and now another demon realm angel has appeared. The angel race has far too many hidden secrets. One of the supreme deities said, Blame Gladstone. If he hadn't been captured for research, the so-called demon angels would never have been created. Gladstone looked completely bewildered and exclaimed, How can you blame me for something like this? Do these guys think he volunteered to be studied? Chapter 537, We Must Unite as One. At that very moment, the words from the Dragon God King were like rubbing salt into Glaze's wounds once again. The Dragon God King looked at Glenster with a strange expression and said, No wonder your appearance has changed so much, and you've lost half of your eyes. Back then, you claimed to have achieved an alternative evolution, but now it seems you've been researched and modified by Astia. At this time, the supreme deity of the Beastmen race was Glaster. Its appearance is that of a lion's head, a dragon's body, an eagle's claws, and a scorpion's tail. This is completely different from the Golden Horn Lion of the Starry Sky Beast clan. The Golden Horn Lion looks like a lion magnified countless times, with a single golden horn on its head. But today's Glaster seems to be pieced together from all sorts of creatures. Golden Horn is gone. The 24 eyes were reduced to 12. It was clearly taken by the 18-winged Archangel Astia. Shut up. Gladstone let out a low growl. The colossal, monstrous body of the Beast God King rose from its throne. The jet-black scorpion tail, tens of thousands of meters long, radiated a cold metallic luster, and the poisonous stinger at the tip of the tail sent chills down the spines of the other supreme deities present. I have to admit one thing. Gladstone, after being modified by the angels, is indeed much stronger than before. This aligns with his claim of alternative evolution. Gladstone said in a cold voice, filled with boundless killing intent. Anyone who dares to use what happened back then to humiliate me again, don't blame me for fighting them to the death. Upon hearing this, the supreme deities present immediately shifted their gaze. The Dragon God King also shut his mouth. He wasn't afraid of Gladstone. It's simply not worth falling out with Gladstone over something like this. The God of Slaughter chuckled and said, Greston, why are you angry with us? You should hate the angels. If I were you, I would never let Victoria and Astia go. I don't need you to remind me. Gladstone sat back on the throne of the God King with a gloomy expression. At the same time, with a swing of its claws, it shattered the time mirror that was floating in the void. He didn't want any more scandals to be exposed. Does he hate the angel race? Of course I hate it. If it weren't for Victoria and Astia, he wouldn't have lost his original golden-horned lion bloodline and ended up looking so ugly. For countless years, he has tried more than once to rebuild his bloodline and return to his original form. But he couldn't do it, because Astia's transformation of him was very thorough. It also incorporates supreme secret arts created under the guidance of the Lord of Holy Light to Astia. To this day, he still cannot understand or decipher it. He had already gotten used to his current body, and it had become second nature. As a result, today, in front of dozens of supreme deities, Victoria exposed what happened back then, making him the subject of conversation and even a laughingstock among the supreme deities. His composure immediately crumbled. However, no matter how much you hate him, you have to calm down. After all, their opponent was no ordinary opponent. He cannot act rashly. At that moment, Titan King Clovis said, This shows how domineering the angels are. We must unite as one. Otherwise we ourselves may be the ones captured and studied next. Prince Clovis is right. Apart from Gladstone, who was twitching, all the other supreme deities expressed their agreement. They didn't want Gladstone's tragic fate to happen to them either. The God of Destruction said, If possible, we should forge an alliance and resolve the threat posed by the angels, including the Lord of Holy Light, as soon as possible. Agreed. Agreed. I second that. Most of the supreme deities raised their hands. Only a small number of people are still observing and have indicated neutrality. They are willing to unite to deal with the angels. However, when it comes to the Lord of Holy Light, they have to be cautious. Although they are now certain that the Lord of Holy Light has indeed reincarnated and rebuilt his power, which has been reduced to the level of a weak demigod, they cannot guarantee that the Lord of Holy Light has any backup plans. What if, just as they're about to make their move, the Lord of Holy Light suddenly unleashes a powerful attack? How did they respond? The supreme deity is very difficult to kill. However, with the Holy Light Lord's power at his peak, wiping them out would have been a piece of cake. Therefore, they dared not easily wade into these muddy waters. Seeing that most of the supreme gods were willing to form an alliance and advance and retreat together, the two old brothers, the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction, exchanged a glance and felt that their plan had been largely successful. During the temporary suspension of the Supreme Conference, the two of them brought together the Lord of the Dead, the Goddess of Curses, Clettle, and Gladstone, the supreme god of the Beastmen, and directly explained their plan. The first two, like them, are supreme beings of the evil Pantheon Alliance. The latter, Gladstone, also harbored deep hatred for the angels. They naturally didn't need to worry about their plans being leaked. Moreover, the plan needs the strong support of these three people to succeed. No problem. Gladstone nodded first. He indicated that he would be the first to act if the plan was successfully implemented. The cursed goddess Clither also nodded indifferently. The Lord of the Dead, however, only agreed after considering it for a long time. The reason for the hesitation was that in the plans of the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction, their demon lord puppets were needed to take the lead in verifying whether Angelia and Victoria's power was still at its peak. If things go wrong, he'll be the first to suffer. A demon lord puppet comparable to a supreme deity is not so easy to create. Upon hearing the Lord of the Undead's words, the God of Slaughter immediately said, Afterwards, we will gather a batch of supreme materials worth 3 times their value as compensation for you. Make a deal. The Lord of the Dead grinned and agreed. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying figure set off from the territory of the Lord of the Dead. They went straight to the Wolf God Clan's headquarters. Chapter 538 Goddess Alliance. Just as the Lord of the Dead dispatched the Demon Lord puppet to the Wolf God Clan stronghold. In the border region of the chaotic divine realm, hundreds of millions of kilometers away, a dozen figures suddenly appeared. These figures all exuded a terrifying aura of supreme power. It is worth mentioning. They were all female deities. Among them is Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits whom Lin Yu once met. Besides her, there are also the renowned goddess of light, goddess of sunlight, goddess of judgment and decision, goddess of moonlight and hunting, starry Valkyrie, goddess of divine punishment, and so on, all of whom are famous in the battlefield of myriad realms. These goddesses all belong to the holy and light faction. The reason they were with the goddess of nature and elves, Heloise, was because after returning from the floating island, the goddess invited them and informed them of the return of the Lord of Holy Light and the angels to the universe. They were also told information about the future war and the prophecy of the Lord of Holy Light. Their current location. It is also located at the border between the realm of nature and the realm of chaos. Contrary to what the god of slaughter and the god of destruction thought, they were still in the holy light divine realm. The goddess of nature and elves, Heloise, said, "The teleportation array is sealed by a supreme law, and we cannot teleport directly to the chaotic god realm. This is the work of the god of slaughter." A beautiful goddess, radiating golden light, like a small sun, spoke. On her back were a pair of wings that looked as if they were made of gold. However, these wings are not real wings, but a supreme artifact, crafted by the Lord of Holy Light himself. This goddess is none other than the goddess of the sun's radiance. The Lord of Light is a very generous and magnanimous Lord of faith. He crafted one or even multiple supreme artifacts for each of the female deities under his command. The golden wings of the goddess of sun radiance. The holy sword of judgment and ruling, the goddess of judgment. Moon goddess's heart, necklace of moonlight and hunting goddess. And the peerless shield of the star Valkyrie. And so on. They were all created by the Lord of Holy Light himself. For the Lord of Light, who wields the power of creation, forging a supreme artifact is not a difficult task. It could even be described as very easy. It is precisely because of the blessing of the Lord of Light and the bond of faith that the goddess's faith in the Lord of Light remains unwavering even after tens of millions of years. Like angels, they are all Holy Spirit-level believers of the Lord of Holy Light. The goddess of sunlight said, "The entire chaotic divine realm has been sealed by the supreme law power of the god of slaughter, clearly to delay our journey to the chaotic divine realm to welcome the great Lord of Holy Light." As the goddess of sun radiance spoke, the goddesses also turned their gazes forward. Opposite them was a terrifying dimensional storm and turbulent divine power. This is a natural phenomenon unique to the battlefield of myriad realms. It exists in the border regions of all divine realms. No one knows why these natural phenomena occur, even though they are extremely dangerous to the gods. The only thing known is that, due to the obstruction of the boundary storms and divine power turbulence, it is very difficult for the gods of the various divine realms to easily enter other divine realms. The most common way to cross boundaries is by using a cross-domain teleportation array. However, a huge number of divine stones must be paid as a teleportation fee. Of course, none of this matters. Importantly, behind the boundary storm and the turbulent flow of divine power, all the goddesses saw a barrier emitting a faint blood-red light, revealing the aura of supreme laws. The goddesses could tell who was behind this from the aura emanating from the barrier. Lawrence, a madman blinded by desire. How dare he plot against our Lord? The goddess of light, radiating an extremely rich and pure aura of light, spoke. On her breathtakingly beautiful face, there was a hint of mockery towards the god of slaughter and a touch of coldness. Does he really think that even if he can hold us off, he can complete his insane plan? I'm not surprised by this. The goddess of nature and spirits, Heloise, said, "The god of slaughter, like the god of destruction, has long been so insane that he dares to do anything." After a slight pause, Heloise continued, "However, to avoid Lawrence disturbing the Lord of Holy Light, I think we should get to the territory of the Wolf God clan as soon as possible. Nature and the goddess of spirits do not belong to the holy and light camp. She has always been in a neutral camp, like the goddess of fate and the goddess of fortune, Helangren. However, ever since she met the Lord of Holy Light in the floating island world and received that prophecy, she decided to cling tightly to the Lord of Holy Light's coattails. Because her intuition told her, in the impending cosmic war, even a supreme deity like her could very well perish without the backing of a great being. In this universe, who else has power comparable to the Lord of Holy Light? It seems that apart from the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms, there are no such beings. Comparing the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms, she naturally chose the Lord of Holy Light. So she appeared here. Prior to this, she had already formed an alliance with these supreme goddesses of the holy and light factions, boarding the great ship of the Lord of Holy Light. Upon hearing this, all the goddesses nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, he entered the boundary storm and the turbulent flow of divine power. Chapter 5, 39 Trillions of Gods. The nights in the battlefield of myriad realms are distinctly different from the nights in the floating island world. In the floating island world, it's pitch black at night, so dark you can't see your hand in front of your face. Apart from countless eerie green flames of the dead, there was almost no other light source in sight, and there were no signs of the moon or stars. It's as if the floating island world isn't actually in the real universe. Instead, it is located in a closed, unknown space. In contrast, the battlefield of myriad realms is adorned with countless stars and a dazzling Milky Way at night, with numerous beautiful auroras streaking across the sky, making it exceptionally spectacular. Looking at the dreamlike scene in the night sky, Lin Yu even felt as if he had arrived at the center of the universe. Countless stars and moons revolved around the battlefield of myriad realms. The top floor of a magnificent temple, Lin Yu and Secretarian sat side by side, gazing up at the starry sky. He said with a hint of amazement, "In all my years, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful night sky, the first time I've seen so many stars gathered under the same sky." Lin Yu right now truly feels like he's been stabbed in the backside. His eyes have been opened. Angelia, nestled beside Lin Yu, remained silent for a moment before saying, "My lord, the stars you see now are actually only a small portion of the true celestial bodies." "Yeah," Lin Yu asked in confusion. "Then what are the others?" Angelia said, "They are the divine kingdoms that the gods of the battlefield of myriad realms entrust to the void. Every night, the radiance of those divine kingdoms is projected down for the mortal beings of the battlefield of myriad realms to pray and worship. The battlefield of myriad realms is vast and boundless. It is even larger than a galaxy. The number of intelligent beings living there is naturally incredible. Furthermore, some of these beings are still in the mortal stage. These beings either broke through from other worlds or are descendants of native deities. These mortal beings are mostly believers of the gods. In short, the battlefield of myriad realms is the world of gods, and everything here is related to those immortal gods." Hearing Angelia's words, Lin Yu's expression froze slightly as he gazed up at the star-studded sky and said, "Most of them are the kingdoms of gods. How many gods must there be?" Angelia thought for a moment and said, "It should be several trillion." Lin Yu fell silent. After conquering the floating island of 018439, the total number of citizens in his paradise kingdom was only around 10 billion. However, the number of gods in the battlefield of myriad realms is as high as hundreds of trillions. There's only one word to describe it: terrifying. At this moment, Angelia smiled and said, "My lord, trillions of gods may sound like a lot, but they are still far from comparable to our angel race. Back in the war between the holy and the demonic, my angel race was the main force against the void demons. The angel army is much larger than the army of gods from all realms. Over these tens of millions of years, countless reincarnation pools of our angel race have been continuously nurturing newborn angels. Compared to the era of the Holy War and the Demon War, the total size of my angel race has increased more than 10,000 times. If in this era, only one void demon invades our universe, then the army of my angel race alone will be enough to easily sweep away the demon army. Although there are still only 7 archangels with 18 wings, the number of 12-winged angels, 14-winged angels, and even 16-winged archangels in the angel race has increased dramatically. All 3 levels of angels are supreme gods who wield great divine power. In addition to the angel rebirth pool constantly nurturing angels, the angel race is also continuously forging various levels of war weapons called the Angel City. Lin Yu's consciousness descended upon the divine realm of the Lord twice. I saw an army of angels as vast as the ocean and countless cities of angels. Those were actually only a portion of the angel race's strength. Compared to back then, the angel race is now even stronger. However, Lin Yu sighed and said, "If the prophecy is true, then the enemy we will face this time will not be just the void demon race from another universe." Lin Yu now knows that the void demons are not an evil force in this universe. It comes from another universe. The invasion of the void demons is equivalent to an invasion of this universe by another world. Angelia said to Lin Yu with a firm tone, "As long as you are here, I believe that no matter how many enemies come, we will be able to defeat them. In this life, you will surely achieve transcendence." Transcendence. Lin Yu was puzzled and didn't quite understand this new term. Angelia said, Transcendence is the goal you've always pursued. I don't know exactly how to achieve it, but I do know that once you succeed, you will be able to transcend the universe. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately understood. It's probably because that old man, the Lord of Holy Light, has been imprisoned in this universe. Power has not transcended the limitations of the universe. Transcendence means breaking through to a level above the universe. And it is highly likely that the reason why the old Lord of Holy Light reincarnated and started anew was to realize this dream. Chapter 540, then let's not waste our time. However, there is now a problem. The old Lord of Holy Light is gone, now it is Lin Yu. Before truly inheriting the power of the old Lord of Holy Light, Lin Yu had absolutely no confidence in the so-called transcendence. After all, he wasn't even the weakest lower-level god yet. If he truly is the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light, therefore, the task of transcending the limitations of life must be accomplished by him. This is no easy task. The only thing Lin Yu can do now is to improve his foundation as much as possible and enhance his potential before becoming a god. In this way, his power will be even greater after he becomes a god. It also brings us closer to the goal of transcendence. Looking at the dazzling starry sky, Lin Yu said, "Ever since entering the battlefield of myriad realms, I've had a constant feeling of being watched. Could it be that our arrival has already been discovered by those supreme deities?" "My lord, this is normal," Angelia said. "The will of the supreme deity can encompass all realms and overlook everything. It would be strange if our existence went unnoticed by them. However, my lord need not be troubled by this. I have just set up a law barrier to cover the entire territory of the Wolf God clan. They can't see us now. You did a great job." A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. She truly deserves to be his chief secretary. With Angelia around, he hardly had to worry about anything. Lin Yu skillfully grasped Secretarian's soft, delicate hand and said, "Victoria has gone into seclusion to break through her cultivation barrier. What do you say?" Angelia said softly, "My lord, I do not need to break through. Victoria has stripped herself of her divinity and divine nature, which is equivalent to being reborn, so she needs to break through and advance. All I need to do is break the seal within my body." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. He knew that Angelia and Victoria arrived in different ways. If you also rebuild your cultivation and merge your previous divine essence and divinity, your strength may become even greater, and you might even break through to the rank of an 18-winged archangel. My lord, my hope for breakthrough rests on you." Angelia looked at Lin Yu. His golden eyes shone as brightly as the stars in the night sky, and were even more noble. Lin Yu asked, puzzled, "Why is that? I'm just a minor late-stage demigod right now. How can I help you?" Angelia said, "Every time I communicate with my lord, I receive the essence of creation from him. This power is supreme in the universe and is of great help to my breakthrough in rank. Now, I can even feel cracks appearing in the position of the 18-winged archangel. Perhaps it won't be long before I can achieve a promotion in rank." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He hadn't expected the power of creation to be so miraculous. Even the rank of the 18-winged archangel is affected. This is really great news. Without saying a word, Lin Yu picked up Secretary and in a Princess Carrie. As he walked into the temple, he said quickly, "Then let's not waste any more time. We need to continue deepening our exchange of the profound mysteries of the laws. Strive for breakthroughs and promotions in both." Soon, the night was over. Lin Yu woke up feeling refreshed. Upon further sensing the changes within his body, he discovered that the number of fundamental laws he had mastered had already exceeded 800. It achieved a phenomenal growth rate. Among them, more than 100 fundamental mysteries of the laws were mastered by him through connecting with the world rules of the floating islands, and with Angelia's selfless help. Previously, after merging with the 018439 floating island, the world rules of the floating island where Lin Yu was located increased by a large amount of the origin of laws. Now, these fundamental laws are gradually being applied to Lin Yu. The other fundamental principles of enlightenment come from the power of creation, self-reliance. Through this night of cultivation, Lin Yu was also certain that even if he did not stay on Blue Star, the power of creation within him would still strive on its own and create its own laws to comprehend them. However, it cannot be said that the mutation of the power of creation is unrelated to Earth. Lin Yu's intuition told her. The power of creation within him was activated by the Blue Star. When he first returned to Earth, he inexplicably felt as if he had found his home. It was at that time that his power of creation experienced an unprecedented upheaval. Lin Yu had reason to suspect that Blue Star was hiding some kind of secret. Although Angelia and Victoria had searched the entire planet Earth and found nothing unusual, Lin Yu still had this feeling. Perhaps that secret is waiting for him to discover it, one way or another. After a night of practice, Lin Yu is getting closer and closer to his goal. He just needs to work hard with Secretarian for a while longer to realize his dream. Ignite the divine fire with the strongest foundation and ascend to godhood. And it's not just the path of laws. As the Lord of Holy Light's original profession, the path of faith, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't give it up. At that time, he will be a practitioner of both law and faith. Although Lin Yu doesn't know how to achieve transcendence and rise above the universe, he will strive towards that goal. Chapter 541: The Controlled Golden Moon Wolf King. One night passed. Victoria and the others have all completed their advancement and breakthrough. Perhaps it's because this is a battlefield of countless worlds, filled with rich divine energy elements, that their advancement speed is faster than those peak demigods who broke through on the floating islands. Among all those who made breakthroughs, Victoria was directly elevated to the level of a supreme deity. The 12-winged fallen angels Gladys, Severia, Priscilla, Tasia, and others were also promoted to high-ranking gods. The other fallen angels are mostly at the level of intermediate gods. It's worth mentioning that, besides Victoria, there was another person who became the chief god. That is Vivian, the 12-winged angel. She is different from other holy angels. She is a veteran angel among the angels. Furthermore, like Angelia, she was a person whose divine nature and divinity were sealed away in the mortal realm. Therefore, after she broke the seal, her divine power directly reached the level of a lower-level peak main god, which was a small realm higher than Victoria. Even after Victoria's breakthrough, her divine status was only at the late stage of a lower-level main god. To add one more point, both Victoria and the 12-winged angel Vivian are deities of law, and they cultivate the path of law. This is because, within the entire angel race, there is only one deity to whom they worship, the Lord of Light. Therefore, their breakthroughs are not affected by their subordinate pantheons. Generally speaking, for a deity to ascend to the level of a chief god, they need to possess 3 complete pantheons. After a successful ascension, they become subordinate deities within those 3 pantheons. This method of advancement is much easier than the cultivation method. After all that's needed is to cultivate the divine pantheon. In contrast, comprehending the laws of the main gods is extremely difficult. If Victoria hadn't been an 18-winged fallen archangel who had already mastered the fundamental laws of the main god level, or even the highest level, she wouldn't have been able to directly ascend to become a main god. Compared to deities of faith, deities of law have fewer constraints and stronger divine power among those of the same divine rank. In short, both paths of cultivation have their own advantages and disadvantages. My lord, after the breakthrough was successful, Victoria and others came to pay their respects to Lin Yu immediately. Seeing the thousands of figures before him, all radiating divine power, Lin Yu's face broke into a bright smile. After this night, the number of gods under his command has reached more than 4,000. Among them, there is one supreme deity, 2 chief gods, more than 80 superior gods, more than 2,000 middle gods, and the rest are inferior gods. The higher deities, including the 12-winged fallen angel Gladys, Severia, and others, were originally chief gods who possessed great divine power. Now they only need to cultivate themselves a little more to reach a higher level. After all, they had already opened the gates of the main god. What's lacking now is divine power. Divine power can be increased by killing enemies. Yes, even in the battlefield of myriad realms, their special abilities did not disappear. Therefore, it is not difficult for them to reach the level of the main gods. When they return to the realm of the Lord of Gods and merge with the divine essence and divinity of the fallen angels who reside in hell, their divine power will become even stronger. This is one of the benefits of redoing it. Angelia did not choose to retake the course simply because her level was too high. Even if she were to undergo a complete overhaul and ascend to the pinnacle of godhood, merging with her divine nature and divine essence, it wouldn't significantly enhance her own strength. Victoria, who was also an 18-winged archangel, was the same. If it weren't for the fact that the fallen angel's divinity and nature were too evil for even sealing to contain, she wouldn't have chosen to strip it away. Angelia, for example, broke the seal and returned to her peak after arriving at the battlefield of all realms. Isn't that amazing? To return to her peak, she needs to make a trip to the god realm. Now, you have all successfully ascended to godhood. Lin Yu said to Victoria and the others, I plan to leave the territory of the Wolf God clan later and head to the Holy Light Divine Realm using the nearest interdomain teleportation array. In fact, the chaotic God realm is a better place for him to settle down and develop. Because there are many forces here, and most of them belong to the evil camp. Starting a war here and using war to sustain the war effort would be an excellent choice. The problem is, the enemy here is too strong. According to the Golden Moon Wolf King, the chaotic divine realm not only has tens of thousands of pantheon forces, but also 5 supreme gods. It would be difficult for a kingdom-level power that transitioned from a floating island world to make a name for itself in this region. The best option is to go to the Holy Light Realm. He gained the support of a group of goddesses. While developing the power of the heavenly kingdom, they also prepared for the war in the divine realm. The battle for the divine realm was his first step in conquering the battlefield of myriad worlds. However, despite the promising idea, but often, plans don't keep up with changes. Shortly after Lin Yu finished speaking, a giant golden wolf entered the hall of the temple. It was none other than the Golden Moon Wolf King, shrunk countless times. It approached, but did not kneel before Lin Yu. It's like the relationship suddenly turned cold overnight, and the passion faded. Angelia and Victoria were the first to notice something amiss. Victoria, impulsive by nature, drew her fallen angel's sword directly from the void. She said with murderous intent, "Greston, you are even more arrogant than before. You actually used your divine sense to control the Golden Moon Wolf King to come and pay homage to my lord. Who gave you the audacity to disrespect my lord? Gladstone, isn't he the supreme deity of the beastmen?" After Victoria finished speaking, the Golden Moon Wolf King immediately bowed its head to Lin Yu and spoke in human language. "In this urgent situation, please forgive me, great lord of holy light. I have important matters to report to you." Chapter 542 Selling All at Once. Lin Yu had not forgotten Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen race, whom he had only learned about from Victoria yesterday. After all, this supreme deity had been studied by the angel race for a full 100 years. That alone was enough for him to remember the name Greston. Lin Yu did not expect that this supreme deity of the alien beast race would come to pay his respects to him so early in the morning, but not in his true form, but with his supreme consciousness possessing the body of the Golden Moon Wolf King. The Golden Moon Wolf King was originally Gladstone's subordinate god. It's not surprising that Gladstone was able to possess the Golden Moon Wolf King. But why do this? Is it a case of once bitten by a snake, twice shy? Lin Yu looked at the giant golden wolf with its head down and said, "Speak. What urgent matter brings you here to see me?" The golden giant wolf spoke in human language, respectfully saying, "Reporting to the great lord of holy light, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, and the god of destruction, Osmond, are plotting against you. They covet the origin scepter, the ultimate artifact you possess, and attempt to suppress your reincarnated body." What audacity! This statement did not come from Lin Yu. It was Victoria who blurted it out. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with indifference and murderous intent. She immediately felt an urge to tear through time and space and return to the divine realm of the Lord. She intends to merge her divinity and divine nature, and then mobilize the fallen angels of hell to annihilate the pantheon of slaughter and the pantheon of destruction. In Victoria's view, the actions of the killing God King and the destruction God King were not merely disrespectful to the supreme creator, but a declaration of war against her angel race. Angelia, who was standing next to Lin Yu at this moment, also had a cold glint in her eyes. In front of Lin Yu, secretary and has a gentle and considerate personality. However, when facing outsiders or enemies, she is Angelia, the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. The god of slaughter and the god of destruction actually dared to plot against their holy light lord? This is absolutely intolerable. If Angelia has an Achilles heel, it's definitely Lin Yu. Her task and mission is to protect the Lord of Holy Light before he returns to his peak. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to plot against the Lord of Holy Light is her mortal enemy. Compared to Victoria and Angelina, who were mentally devastated, Lin Yu, who was being targeted, remained inexplicably calm. Being remembered by 2 supreme deities, yet still able to maintain a calm mind. Even Lin Yu himself found it somewhat unbelievable. He didn't know where he got his confidence from. Could it be 2 18-winged archangels guarding him on the left and right? How did you know? Lin Yu looked at the golden giant wolf. Without the slightest hesitation, Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, recounted in detail the events surrounding the Slaughter God King and the Destruction God King's attempts to win him over, as well as the Curse Goddess, the Lord of the Undead, and so on. "We dare not deceive the great Lord of Holy Light," Gladstone said, The demon lord puppet sent by the Lord of the Undead is on its way to the Wolf God clan's territory. It will appear before you in 2 hours at most. Its mission is to probe whether the divine power of Archangels Angelia and Victoria is still at its peak. Oh, really? Angelia raised her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows slightly and said, "What if they're not at their peak? Then they'll attack together." "Your Highness Angelia is wise," Gladstone said. "Lawrence and Osmond believe that with the 5 of us supreme gods joining forces, plus a demon lord puppet at the level of a supreme god, suppressing an 18-winged archangel should not be a problem." These supreme deities believed, even if the power of an 18-winged archangel is extraordinary, it is absolutely impossible for him to take on 6 opponents at once. If either Angelia or Victoria is not at her peak divine power, the Killing God King and his men will immediately carry out their harvesting plan and take down Lin Yu and his group as quickly as possible. Once they imprison the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light and seize the supreme artifact, the Scepter of Origin, even if the Goddess of Light and all the other holy and supreme goddesses of the Light faction appeared before them together, they would be powerless against them. Angelia said, "It seems you have a different idea from Lawrence and Osmond." Gladstone bowed his head to Lin Yu again and said, "During the Holy War, the great Lord of Holy Light defeated the Void Demon Emperor with his own power and saved billions of intelligent beings in our universe. All along, I have boundless respect and worship for the Lord of Holy Light. So after learning of Lawrence and Osmond's plan, I immediately came to report to the Lord of the Holy Light as soon as I found an opportunity." "There's one more thing," Gladstone said with a righteous expression. "Titan God King Clovis also asked me to find out information about the Lord of Holy Light, and even promised to tailor-make a supreme artifact for me after the mission is completed." Apart from Titan King Clovis, deep within the void, many supreme deities have declared their intention to unite against the great Lord of Light and the angelic race. This is the footage of the supreme meeting that I recorded. As he spoke, Gladstone pulled out a dazzling 9-colored memory stone from the void. He handed it to Lin Yu respectfully. This supreme deity of the alien beast race betrayed all the supreme deities at once, including the Titan God King, the Slaughter God King, the Destruction God King, and so on. Chapter 543: A Long and Unending Flow. With the activation of the recording stone, the image of the Supreme Conference, located deep in the void, suddenly appeared before Lin Yu and the others. The photographic record on the photo stone is very complete. From beginning to end, not a single part was cut off. Even the process of the supreme gods mocking Gladstone was recorded. In the recorded footage, Lin Yu clearly sensed the hostility of the Titan God King, the Slaughter God King, and the Destruction God King towards the Lord of Holy Light and the angel race. In addition, dozens of supreme deities stood in opposition to the angel race. Those supreme deities who remain neutral or are still wavering are few and far between. This illustrates a point. The return of the angel race has put many supreme deities on the battlefield of myriad realms on high alert. They do not want to see the angel race reappear on the battlefield of all realms. Of course, that's normal. After all, the angel race is too powerful in war. Looking across the entire battlefield of myriad realms, no force or pantheon can compare with the angel race in terms of war power. Even the Titan and Dragon pantheons, which have been developing for tens of millions of years, are no exception. Although the battlefield of myriad realms is vast and rich in resources, it is still limited, and each divine realm has already been divided up by various major forces. Once the angels return to the battlefield of all realms, they will inevitably compete with them for territory and resources. This is certainly not what they want to see. Therefore, with the Titan King, the Slaughter King, and the Destruction King leading the way, the other supreme deities naturally express their support as well. After all, even if the plan fails, these 3 God Kings will be there to protect them. After watching the video, Angelia nodded to Lin Yu. This indicates that the images in the photo stone have not been tampered with, and that they are all real events. Lin Yu then put away the recording stone, which could be used as evidence if necessary in the future. He then turned his gaze to the golden giant wolf standing in the hall and said, "Of all the supreme deities attending the Supreme Council, you must be the one who hates the angel race the most. Whether it's Titan King Clovis, or the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, they all have a certain level of trust in you and have entrusted you with tasks. And now, you're the first one to come and tip us off." This surprised me a little. In the video, when the supreme deities mocked Gladstone, Lin Yu could even clearly see the anger and hatred in Gladstone's expression. It was a negative emotion that made me feel like my mind was about to explode. It's hard to say that it was an act. If it were the cursed goddess Clydel who came to deliver the message, Lin Yu would find it somewhat normal. After all, we had dealt with each other before. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Gladstone immediately replied, I dare not deceive the great Lord of Holy Light. I am certain that I am filled with hatred for the angel race. If it weren't for Victoria and Astia, I, a legitimate cosmic-level galactic behemoth, wouldn't have become this ugly as I am now. The 100 years I was imprisoned in the realm of angels were the darkest time of my life. But none of this compares to my respect for you. You are the oldest being in the universe, and it was you who saved all the worlds during the Holy War. Without your protection, my God and my believers, along with me, would have long since turned into dust in the universe. My deepest respect for you. Like the brilliant Milky Way in the universe, it stretches endlessly and flows on and on. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others all fell silent. They were all speechless. No one could have imagined that such heartfelt words would come from the mouth of a supreme deity. If Lin Yu hadn't known for certain that Gladstone controlled the Golden Moon Wolf King's body, he would have suspected that the Golden Moon Wolf King himself had said those words, since he had already prostrated himself before the Golden Moon Wolf King the moment they met. Lin Yu remained silent. Instead, he turned his gaze to Angelia, who was standing to the side. Secretarian, sharing the same sentiment as Lin Yu, nodded again. This means that Gladstone is telling the truth. Regardless of Gladstone's true thoughts or ulterior motives, his words were genuine, including his reverence for the Lord of Light. Secretary N's affirmation directly refreshed Lin Yu's understanding of the supreme deity. I never imagined that even the supreme deity could lower the bar. He pondered for a moment, then said to the golden giant wolf, Greston, I have felt your respect. But how will you explain this to the Titan God King and the Slaughter God King? I will submit to the Lord of Holy Light. Gladstone lay prostrate on the floor of the hall, like a giant, golden Hakimi. Lin Yu then said, You go back first. We'll handle the Demon Lord's puppet matter ourselves. When we need you in the future, you can step forward in your true form. Since you've entrusted me with this decision, I will naturally protect you and open the door to light for you in the future. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. Gladstone stood up excitedly. If anyone else had said that, he would have definitely punched them in the face. But the one who spoke was the Lord of Holy Light of the angel race, a terrifying being who transcended the level of supreme deities. What reason could he possibly have not to be excited? In the future, when the angel race sweeps across the universe, he and his beast race pantheon will no longer have to worry about being wiped out by the angel army. Most importantly, the scene of being slapped to death by the Holy Light Lord who has returned to his peak will not happen to him. That alone is enough. Chapter 540 For the Angelic Army is about to descend. After the golden giant wolf left the temple, Lin Yu said, Don't worry about a demon lord-level puppet. Angelia can handle it easily. Upon hearing this, Secretary N immediately nodded. Last night, she had already broken all the seals within her body. Although she is still in the form of a 12-winged angel, her power has returned to its peak. To her, the Demon Lord puppet was indeed nothing. It's just a matter of a few swords of fate. Back then, she even killed a supreme demon ancestor at the peak level. Although the Demon Lord is also a supreme deity, he is far inferior to the supreme demon ancestor. The puppets made from the Demon Lord's corpse were even weaker. It's basically equivalent to entering the level of a supreme deity. She didn't take such an enemy seriously at all. If one were to be truly focused, a single, decisive strike could be achieved. She is now even more powerful than she was during the Holy War era. Lin Yu continued, What we need to be wary of is the group that participated in the Supreme Council. Most of them are hostile towards us, especially Titan God King Clovis and the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction. The other supreme deities may simply not want the angel race to return to the battlefield of all realms. And these three, they want to annihilate the angel race. Although he had only watched a short video, Lin Yu could tell that these three supreme deities had extremely high ambitions. Simply prohibiting the angel race from returning to the battlefield of all realms is not enough to satisfy them. The Titan God King aspires to become the strongest God King in the true sense across all realms of the universe. The God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction both coveted the Origin Scepter, a super artifact in his possession. Honestly, Lin Yu really wants to kill the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction. My lord, there is no need to worry, Angelia said. Even if the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction descend together, along with the Lord of the Undead and others, I can handle them all on my own. Upon hearing this, Victoria looked at Angelia in surprise. She wouldn't dare say such a thing. because she didn't believe her strength was strong enough to reach that level. Angelia, on the other hand, looked calm and confident. She was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that her eldest sister achieved a breakthrough in divine power without the knowledge of her younger sisters? This is somewhat unbelievable. After all, the 7 18-winged archangels had long stood at the pinnacle of the highest divine level. Want to become stronger? The only way is to start with the positional aspect. However, how could the position of an 18-winged archangel be so easily shaken? They've tried for hundreds of millions of years, but they still haven't found the right method. The discovery of the secrets of the abyss's power was all by chance. Victoria suppressed her doubts and then respectfully said to Lin Yu, "My lord, rest assured. Astia had already begun preparations for our arrival when we entered the battlefield of myriad realms. It won't be long before she uses the device she created to break through the space-time barrier of the multiverse battlefield and bring our angel army down with her. Furthermore, I believe that the supreme goddesses of the Holy and Light factions have also received the news. They will appear before you soon. At that time, even if all those dozens of supreme deities joined forces, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on your head." Is the army of angels about to descend? Lin Yu's face showed surprise. In this way, can he summon without using gold coins? Victoria nodded and said, "Yes, at least our fallen angel army will soon enter the battlefield of all worlds. Every single one of them is eager to serve by your side." Angelia frowned. She had already sent a message back, instructing the archangels remaining in the Lord's domain not to mobilize the angelic army to descend without authorization, lest it disrupt the Lord of Light's reconstruction plan. But now it seems, Astia and the Fallen Angels faction completely ignored it. "It's good that it has arrived." Lin Yu grinned and said, "This way, we don't need to develop slowly. We can start the war of the gods directly. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can conquer the entire battlefield of myriad realms." Lin Yu himself was happiest about the arrival of the fallen angel army. He didn't consider other issues. All he knew was that a single, simultaneous summoning was far better than a gradual, piecemeal one. After all, summoning requires gold coins, but this self-arrival requires no payment at all, so he has no reason to stop it or be unhappy about it. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Angelia, who was about to say something, held it back. She firmly believes that all of the Lord of Light's decisions are correct. Perhaps this was simply the course of fate. Angelia had also made up her mind that she would contact the 3 18-winged archangels of the divine realm of the Lord shortly and ask them to bring their angelic army there as well. It's unacceptable that the fallen angels' army arrives while their holy angel army remains holed up inside the Lord's domain. This is going to be a big problem. Deep in the void, beneath the dim void, two figures gathered together. One is Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beast men. One is the cursed goddess Clydel. Interestingly, they are now all incarnations of divine thought, while their true forms are in another void, plotting and scheming with the god of slaughter and others. Where did you go? Where do you want to go this time? The goddess of curse and Gladstone, one questioning first, the other directly countering. The two fell silent the next moment. Only after a long while did Gladstone say with a cold laugh, "I never expected that you, the mighty goddess of curses, would be a traitor to the evil Pantheon Alliance." Chapter 545. It's good to have a big tree to lean on. How could I possibly compare to you? The cursed goddess Claytel said sarcastically. In front of the Titan King and the Slaughter King, you claimed how much you hated the angel race. Then he turned around and went to pledge his loyalty to the Lord of Holy Light. As expected of you, Gladstone. Despite Claytel's taunts, Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, showed no sign of anger. He's already done it, so why would he be afraid of what others say? Those guys, they're all short-lived. Gladstone scoffed, his face full of disdain, and said, "The god of slaughter and the god of destruction are madmen. The Lord of the undead has no brains, and they think they can take me for a fool. Do you really think I'd be on their side? That's ridiculous." In the ancient war between the holy and the demonic, although the great Lord of Holy Light defeated the Void Demon Emperor, that guy still managed to escape. The demonic army led by the Void Demon Emperor will one day return with a vengeance. And my intuition tells me that a new round of cosmic war is very likely in the near future. Without the protection of the Lord of Holy Light, who can stop the Void Demon Emperor? A slight pause. Gladstone continued. Why did the Lord of Holy Light suddenly disappear for tens of millions of years? And why has he suddenly been reincarnated and started anew today, tens of millions of years later? There must be a huge secret hidden inside. And this secret is very likely related to the war in the universe. Under these circumstances, I naturally have to cling tightly to the Lord of Holy Light. Otherwise, when the cosmic war begins, I won't even know how I died. Upon hearing Gladstone's words, the expression of the cursed goddess Clither changed slightly. Did you feel it too? What do you feel? The aura of a great battle. The cursed goddess, Clither, said, I possess the supreme law of cause and effect, and I have sensed an ominous voice in the darkness. This voice comes from the depths of the universe, from the end of chaos. Especially when they learned of the return of the angels and the appearance of the Lord of Holy Light. That feeling became even stronger. Although I couldn't hear what the voice was saying, I instinctively felt that a great battle was about to take place. Upon hearing this, Gladstone nodded. So it turns out my intuition wasn't wrong. The Void Demons will truly make a comeback and start a new round of cosmic war. And it's even stronger. The great Lord of Holy Light, whose power surpasses all ages, may have foreseen the crisis of this war tens of millions of years ago, and thus chose to reincarnate and cultivate anew. Agreed. The cursed goddess Clither nodded slightly. This was exactly what she had guessed. Gladstone looked at Clither and said with a smile, So, you were also planning to curry favor with His Majesty the Lord of Light? Vulgar. The cursed goddess Clither glanced at Glaze and said, That's called having a powerful backer for protection. Grace grinned and said, Whether it's crude or not doesn't matter. What matters is that we're on the same side now. As long as we join forces to protect the Lord of Holy Light, the future will surely be bright. I believe that even if you are the supreme deity of the evil faction, the Lord of Holy Light will open the gate of holy light for you. You don't need to remind me. The cursed goddess Clither had long ago decided to side with the Holy Light. She said she was willing to pay a huge price for it. After all, this is the route with the highest probability of survival. If you really want to follow those two madmen, the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, to try and take the Holy Light Lord and the super artifact, the Scepter of Origin, that would be absolutely courting death. Because she knows more secrets than any other supreme deity. Greston, are you aware that besides the 7 archangels with 18 wings, there are even more powerful angels among the angel race? How is that possible? Gladstone said. As we all know, the 18-winged archangel is the highest rank among the angels, and the next level is the Lord of Holy Light. No, you're wrong. Clydel shook her head and said, Among the angels, there are angels stronger than Angelia? Gladstone stared at the goddess of curse in astonishment. He asked incredulously, Really? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The cursed goddess Clydel said, During the Holy War, I surveyed the universe with the supreme law of cause and effect, and my consciousness accidentally entered an unknown dimensional spacetime. There, I saw 2 24-winged angels. They exude a terrifying and pure chaotic power, and behind them are 2 vast and infinitely colossal worlds, almost comparable to the battlefield of myriad realms. At that time, they were fighting against a world will from the void demon universe. The battle was so fierce that countless stars were obliterated. Unfortunately, I didn't see how it ended. But I know that their strength is countless times greater than that of the 18-winged archangels of the angel race. Even Angelia, who was able to kill the supreme demon ancestor, is nothing in front of them. Gladstone took a deep breath. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful that he had embarked on the right path. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. Chapter 546 The Plan of the 2 Old Sixes. Such an astonishing secret. You've kept it a secret for tens of millions of years, never telling anyone else. Gladstone looked at the cursed goddess Clither with a speechless expression. If Clydel were to reveal this secret, and let the supreme deities know that there are 2 angels among the angels who are even more powerful than the 18-winged archangel. How dare those guys plot against the Lord of Holy Light at this time? Aren't they afraid of having their lair blown away by those 2 24-winged angels? The cursed goddess Claytel sneered and said, You said it's a secret, so why would I reveal it? What if this is one of the Holy Light Lord's hidden trump cards? If I reveal it to the public, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? Gladstone was speechless for a moment. If it were him, he would also have to keep this secret hidden. However, despite his agreement, it didn't stop him from labeling the cursed goddess Clither as a cunning and treacherous 6th brother. He wouldn't dare mess with a woman who could keep a huge secret hidden in her heart for tens of millions of years. Especially since she is an evil goddess who wields the supreme law of cause and effect. Offending this kind of person, who knows, even after 100 million years, they might still be targeted. Gladstone said, Since we're in the same boat now, we can discuss things more privately. The name Grasshopper did not please the cursed goddess Clydel, but she nodded nonetheless. Cooperation and mutual benefit are also her goals. I already have a plan. What plan? Gladstone looked at Clayther with some surprise. The cursed goddess Clayther said, once the supreme war of the chaotic god realm truly breaks out, the two of us will launch a sneak attack on the natal divine kingdoms of the god king and the others. Take down their divine kingdom. Half of the divine resources we obtain will be offered as tribute to the Lord of Holy Light, and the other half will be divided among us. That's a great idea. Gladstone also became excited. Even the supreme deity is not without desires. The divine kingdoms of deities of the same rank are also a great treasure chest for them. Especially the divine kingdoms of supreme deities at the pinnacle level, such as the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, contain an unbelievable abundance of divine resources. If they could seize it, they could rapidly strengthen their own divine power. You're quite generous, handing over half of the spoils of war. However, this suits me just the way it is. Gladstone said, without the protection of the Lord of Holy Light, we wouldn't be able to carry out this plan. Now I only have one question. How do we locate the divine kingdom of the god of slaughter and his ilk? The kingdoms of the supreme gods are all hidden in the deepest part of the void. And the void is vast and boundless, even more expansive than the real universe. Without any markers, finding their divine kingdom in the void would be as difficult as a mortal ascending to heaven. Don't worry about that. The cursed goddess Clayther said, I have two reliable candidates who are skilled in this area. Gladstone paused for a moment. After a moment's thought, he suddenly twitched his lips and asked, You're not thinking of inviting the twin God King's two sisters, are you? It's them. Before Gladstone could object, the cursed goddess Clayther continued, I know they beat you up, but compared to our plan to get rich quick, that's nothing. When you're alive, you have to look forward. And as I said, with their abilities, they can easily pinpoint the location of the divine kingdoms of the god of slaughter and others. In addition, their divine power is extremely strong. With their help, our plan will be very difficult to fail. Gladstone rolled his eyes. This woman speaks so casually. She wasn't the one who was beaten up. The goddesses of fate and fortune have always remained neutral and have never interfered in the struggles between us gods. How can you be sure they will participate in our plans? Besides, how can you be sure they're reliable? I'm not afraid. You are the supreme deity of the evil god alliance. The cursed goddess Clayther said, You don't need to worry about any of that. Just trust me. Upon hearing this, Gladstone didn't ask any further questions. He wasn't worried about the cursed goddess Clayther plotting against him. After all, he now has powerful backers. If the plan succeeds, how will the spoils be divided? Naturally, it should be distributed equally. The cursed goddess Clayther simply stated, This way, none of us will lose out. Let's first rob the divine realms of the god king and others. Then we'll rob the Titan divine realm and the dragon divine realm. I believe that as long as the four of us work together, we will definitely reap a great harvest. Okay, Gladstone nodded excitedly. He couldn't wait to embark on the path of robbery to get rich. After discussing for a long time, their divine avatars returned to their original bodies. Deep in the void, the five, Lord of Slaughter Lawrence, Lord of Destruction Osmond, Lord of the Dead, Goddess of Curses Clettle, and Gladstone, gathered together. Regarding the private schemes of the two sixth brothers, neither of the three, including the god of slaughter, knew the truth. They are looking down upon the territory of the Wolf God clan through the mirror of time and space. Although the Wolf God clan's territory was sealed by Angelia's supreme laws, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside, that didn't matter. They were waiting for the arrival of the Demon Lord's puppet. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a figure exuding a terrifying and evil aura suddenly appeared. They're here. Adonis, send your puppets straight in. As long as we confirm that either Angelia or Victoria is not at her peak strength, the five of us will make our move together. Seize the ultimate artifact, the Scepter of Origin, before the Titan King can. Chapter 547 Angelia, go easy on her. Adonis, the true name of the supreme deity, Lord of the Dead. The speaker was Lawrence, the god of slaughter. At this moment, he appeared unusually anxious and expectant. The success or failure of this plan is crucial to whether he can obtain a super artifact that can be described as a cosmic treasure. Once he successfully obtains the Scepter of Origin, he and Osmond, the god of destruction, can create a powerful force that rivals, or even surpasses, the Titan Pantheon. After all, the Scepter of Origin is the Lord of Holy Light's personal artifact. Its power is so great that it can shake the entire universe. Legend has it that the Lord of Holy Light was able to create the all-conquering angel race by relying on the power of the ultimate artifact, the the Scepter of Origin. If they could obtain the Scepter of Origin and wield its power, could they also become creators? To become the most powerful being in this universe? Many people consider him and Osmond the Destroyer to be madmen, including Gladstone, the supreme god of the Beastmen. But only the god of slaughter and his group knew that they were simply pursuing greater power. This is not a mistake. At that very moment, Adonis, the lord of the undead, said from the side, "I have severed all ties with that demon lord puppet and only gave it the final mission order. Whether this task succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me anymore. You must keep this a secret from me. I will never let anyone know that the demon lord's puppet is related to me." "Don't worry, Adonis." Gladstone, the supreme deity of the Beastmen, spoke first. "Don't you trust us? We're all in this together. Betraying you is the same as betraying ourselves. Furthermore, as everyone knows, I, Gladstone, am the most discreet person. Even to the Lord of Holy Light, I will not reveal this matter." "Me too." The cursed goddess Clydel expressed her opinion. Seeing this, Lord of the Dead Adoniston breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the god of slaughter and the god of destruction. The god of slaughter said directly, "You don't need to worry about us the least. After all, this plan was devised by Osmond and me. If anything goes wrong, we'll most likely die before you." When the Lord of the Dead, Adonis, heard this, he also thought it made a lot of sense. The worries in my heart vanished without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the five supreme deities turned their gaze once again to the mirror of time and space, which reflected the territory of the Wolf God clan. At this very moment, the image in the mirror had turned a dark red. It wasn't that the mirror of time and space malfunctioned, but rather that an evil force had enveloped the entire territory of the Wolf God clan. That power was pure abyssal power. Only void demons possess this ability. Through the dark red abyss sky, one could see that the demon lord puppet was standing above the territory of the Wolf God clan. Its size is approximately 100 meters. It takes on a human form. However, you can tell at a glance that it is different from human races. Although it has 2 legs, its hands are 2 foldable curved blades, extremely similar to the forelimbs of a mantis and covered with countless barbs. It has 2 pairs of outward curving horns on its head. It also had a long tail trailing behind it. Most importantly, its entire body is covered in dark red scales. It has a metallic sheen. As soon as it appeared, it covered the territory of the Wolf God clan with terrifying abyssal demonic power, causing the wolves and other intelligent creatures in the territory to tremble in fear. The difference is too big. Even the ruler of the Wolf God clan, the Golden Moon Wolf King, was merely a lower-level main god. The Demon Lord's puppet, however, is a supreme deity. Compared to the Demon Lord's puppet, the Golden Moon Wolf King was as weak as an ant. Not to mention the other creatures within the territory. If it weren't for the supreme laws set up by Angelia to isolate the abyssal power of the Demon Lord's puppet, all the creatures in the territory would have been corrupted and turned into demonic monsters in a short time. When the Void Demons invaded back then, he then used the power of the Abyss Demons to corrupt countless cosmic beings, turning them into demon slaves and enslaving them to the Void Demons. This kind of enslavement is irreversible. Once transformed into a demonic monster, it becomes virtually impossible for it to return to normal. At the same time, above the central temple in the territory of the Wolf God clan, tens of thousands of figures stand suspended in midair. Lin Yu was the leader, with Angelia, Victoria, and thousands of deities from the Heavenly Kingdom standing behind him. The remaining deities are those of the Wolf God clan, headed by the Golden Moon Wolf King. Great Lord of Light, what should we do now?" Looking at the Demon Lord puppet outside the barrier, the Golden Moon Wolf King's voice trembled with fear. Previously, it had solemnly assured Lin Yu that unless their entire Wolf God clan was wiped out, even if the Supreme Deity came, they would not allow it to disturb Lin Yu's peace. And now, the Supreme Deity has actually appeared, and he was a Demon Lord. Although it was a puppet made from the corpse of a Demon Lord, it was still something that the Wolf God clan could not contend with. If their entire race dares to break out, they will be wiped out in a second. With us here, what are you afraid of? Lin Yu offered a simple word of comfort before turning his gaze to Angelia. Secretarian, sensing the impending attack, reached into the void and pulled out an angel's sword burning with golden flames. Seeing this, Victoria quickly reminded her, "Angelia, go easy on me. This Demon Lord puppet might be the last Demon Lord corpse in this universe, and its abyssal essence is useful to me." Angelia looked over with her star-like eyes. "Call me sister." Victoria. Chapter 548. Go easy on me. In the end, Victoria bowed to power. She obediently called Angelia sister. However, on the other hand, Angelia herself was the first angel born from the primal reincarnation pool, ranking first among the 7 archangels with 18 wings. There's nothing shameful about calling someone sister. Before their fall, the 7 18-winged archangels all addressed each other as sisters. This comforting reassurance immediately lifted Victoria's spirits. Linyu, standing to the side, was also very happy to see the sisterly affection between the 2 18-winged archangels under her command. This will make communication between the 3 of them easier. At that very moment, the demon lord puppet, standing above the wolf god clan's territory, seemed unable to hold back any longer and launched an attack on the restrictive barrier below. As you can see, a gigantic demonic shadow appeared behind it. It can reach heights of over 10,000 meters. The shadowy figure looked exactly like its appearance, only magnified countless times. With the appearance of the demonic shadow, the aura emanating from the demonic puppet became increasingly terrifying, directly distorting the time and space of the battlefield of myriad realms. It's important to understand that the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms are extremely powerful. It can be described as the most extraordinary in the entire universe. The fact that it can distort space-time here already demonstrates its terrifying power. Immediately afterwards, the demon lord's puppet was seen frantically slashing its curved arms. Each slash produces a crimson blade of light that stretches for millions of meters. The demonic figure behind it infused its power into those blood-red blade lights, greatly increasing their attack power. Bang 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 bang. A series of blood-red blade lights slashed at the restrictive barrier set up by Angelia. The attack caused the barrier to tremble incessantly. Moments later, cracks began to appear in the barrier. In that instant, all intelligent beings within a radius of 80 billion kilometers were stunned. These weak creatures living among the wolf god clan were utterly unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the demon lord's puppet. The central temple was the only area unaffected. This is because it is protected by the supreme power of Angelia's laws. Otherwise, even the Golden Moon Wolf King and his group would have been severely injured. At this moment, Linyu suddenly said to Angelia, "Go easy on her. Don't seem too relaxed." Angelia had told him before that if she got serious, she could kill an enemy of the demon lord puppet's caliber with a single sword strike. Linyu naturally believed that Secretarian wouldn't exaggerate. Therefore, Secretarian was asked to go easy on him. Otherwise, how could they lure out the god of slaughter and the god of destruction? While the god of slaughter, Lawrence, and the god of destruction, Osmond, are madmen, they are not without brains. If they discover that Angelia's strength surpasses that of the Holy War era, they will most likely refrain from intervening. Now, I finally have a chance to play dumb and outsmart others. Linyu naturally didn't want to kill just one demon lord puppet. Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded. She was of one mind with the Lord of Light, and of course understood what the Lord of Light meant. Immediately, wielding the angel's sword burning with golden flames, she flew straight out of the nearly shattered barrier and appeared before the demon lord's puppet. In this process, pairs of holy, dazzling, shimmering wings appeared behind her. With each pair of shimmering wings that appeared, the aura emanating from Angelia instantly surged 1,000-fold. In the blink of an eye, Angelia's original 12 angel wings turned into 18 wings. Among them, 6 of the angel wings are actual, snow-white feathers. The other 12 wings were all presented as illusory, flowing wings. These luminous wings are much larger and have stronger energy fluctuations than actual wings. With the appearance of all 18 angel wings, Angelia's aura and pressure simultaneously surged to the level of a supreme deity. In terms of sheer power, Angelia far surpasses the demon lord's puppet. The strongest 18-winged archangel, who once swept across the battlefields of countless worlds and exerted immense pressure on countless pantheons and supreme deities, has finally returned. Moreover, this is not Angelia's true strength. She was just behaving the same way she did during the Holy War era. She did not display any of the power she gained after her personality cracked. Otherwise, just as Linyu said, it would most likely scare the killing god king and the others so much that they wouldn't dare to show their faces again. Soon, a supreme battle began. Angelia was the first to sweep across the battlefield with the supreme laws of holiness and light, purifying the dark red abyss sky completely. At the same time, it suppresses the battlefield space to prevent the supreme power from leaking out during the battle and threatening the territory of the wolf god clan below. The demon lord's puppet also made its move. It crashed into Angelia with the power of an abyss as vast as a boundless ocean. At the same time, he used the supreme laws of the abyss to condense dark red chains, attempting to bind and imprison Angelia. Seeing this, Angelia swung her angel sword and instantly severed all the abyssal chains. These abyssal chains are as sturdy as the main artifacts. However, in front of Secretarian, she was so vulnerable that she could not be defeated at all. At the same time, the supreme laws of completely opposing factions collided in the heavens, shattering vast swathes of battlefield space, creating an extremely shocking scene. However, the difference in their abilities was ultimately too great. Even though Secretarian had shown mercy, the Demon Lord's puppet still appeared weak. Its supreme laws of the abyss were quickly torn to shreds by Angelia. The Demon Lord's puppet was severely damaged. Large gulps of demon blood gushed from its mouth. But at that moment, the Demon Lord's puppet's body suddenly became less stiff. Then it roared to the sky again. It seemed as if it had regained its intelligence. Chapter 549, Let's Go Together. The great Demon Lord Gregory has finally awakened. A deafening roar erupted from the Demon Lord puppet's mouth. Yes, its original consciousness actually revived at this moment. That's incredible. It should be noted that the Lord of the Dead, Adonis, had been refining this Demon Lord puppet for tens of millions of years, yet he still hadn't been able to completely eradicate its original consciousness. Now, stimulated by Angelia and his own severe injuries, he woke up directly. The depths of the void. The Lord of the Undead, who had been watching the battle, widened his eyes at the same time. It expressed disbelief at the resurgence of the Demon Lord's puppet's consciousness. In its view, the consciousness of Demon Lord Gregory should have been completely extinguished long ago. At this moment, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, and others also turned their gazes over. Their eyes all looked a little strange. In particular, Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, secretly harbored constant contempt for Adonis, the Lord of the Undead. This guy is not only not very bright, but he's also not very capable. They were unaware that even the Demon Lord puppet, which had been crafted over tens of millions of years, still possessed its own original consciousness. The power of a supreme deity is practically loaded onto a dog. What kind of look is that? Lord of the Dead Adonis looked at Gladstone with great displeasure. Gladstone's expression immediately turned serious, and he said, "Adonis, I didn't expect you to be so resourceful. You must have deliberately preserved the consciousness of that Demon Lord puppet so that it could possess the power it had at its peak in life. You're amazing." Not far away, the cursed goddess Clater nodded and said, "To be able to command a conscious Demon Lord puppet for tens of millions of years is indeed impressive. The sudden revival of the Demon Lord's puppet was something I didn't expect." "As expected of you, Adonis, Lord of the Dead. Is that so?" Watching Gladstone and the goddess of curse sing in unison. Even the Lord of the Undead was a bit confused. That's good enough. The god of destruction, Osmond, was not interested in this conversation. Looking at the scene in the time mirror, he said, "After tens of millions of years, Angelia's power seems to have made no progress." "That's normal." The god of slaughter, Lawrence, said, "She has already stood at the pinnacle of supreme deities. If she makes further progress, wouldn't she reach the level of the Lord of Holy Light? For beings like us, it wouldn't be surprising if we stayed in the same place for tens of millions of years, or even 100 million years." Upon hearing this, Osmond, the god of destruction, nodded in agreement. For beings in the universe, becoming a supreme deity is the end of their cultivation journey. It is virtually impossible for them to move forward. Unless one receives an extraordinary opportunity, there is no chance. Now it all depends on Victoria. The god of destruction said, "If Victoria has indeed been demoted to a chief god, then we can take direct action to suppress the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light." Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, said, "I think there must be something wrong with Victoria's status." The god of destruction asked in surprise, "How can you be so sure?" Gladstone stated unequivocally, "As everyone knows, Victoria is an 18-winged archangel who is passionate about war. Knowing Victoria as I do, if an enemy were to attack, given her personality, it's impossible for her to stand in the rear and watch the battle. The person who should have stepped forward to repel the Demon Lord's puppet was her, not Angelia. But as you've seen, Victoria has always stood by the side of the Lord of Light. Even the restrictions protecting the Lord of Holy Light were set up by Angelia's supreme laws. Victoria never displayed supreme power from beginning to end. Therefore, I believe that she has now lost her supreme power, and it is highly likely that Victoria, like the Lord of Holy Light, chose to rebuild her body and has just recovered to the level of a chief god. The analysis makes a lot of sense." The god king of destruction and the god king of slaughter both nodded in unison. The two brothers thought the same way. However, No final conclusion has been reached. At this moment, the cursed goddess Clither suddenly spoke up. Fortune favors the bold. Sometimes, we should take a risk. Since everyone believes that Victoria's power is not at its peak, and now only Angelia is protecting the Lord of Holy Light, then we should take action as soon as possible. Ideally, before Angelia kills the Demon Lord's puppet. At that time, with the 6 of us supreme deities joining forces, we will surely be able to make the plan a success. I second that. The first person to step forward was Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. After all, he was the master of the Demon Lord's puppet. They did not want to lose a puppet of the highest divine level. In addition, he was very curious as to why the Demon Lord puppet, which he had refined for tens of millions of years, was still able to retain its subconscious. If this problem can be solved, it will definitely be of great benefit to him. Following closely behind, Gladstone, the god of slaughter, and the god of destruction also expressed their agreement. In an instant, the 5 supreme deities reached a consensus. Both the god of slaughter and the god of destruction were full of confidence for the upcoming siege. In their view, no matter how strong Angelia was, could she be stronger than the combined forces of so many supreme gods? If they still fail, they can die on the battlefield without any complaints. At that very moment, within the suppressed battlefield space, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The Demon Lord puppet, who called himself the Great Demon Lord Gregory, was so frightened by the sight of Angelia upon regaining consciousness that he immediately turned and ran away. Chapter 550 Adonis, Save Me. Angelia is not only famous in the battlefield of all realms. The void demons from another universe had also heard of Angelia's great name. The ruler of the void demons is the Demon Emperor, who is comparable to the Lord of Holy Light. He has 9 supreme demon ancestors under his command. Then came a huge number of demon lords. The demon lord, like the demon ancestor, is at the level of a supreme deity. However, the difference is that the supreme demon ancestors are all peak-level supreme deities who have reached their limits, basically at the level of Titan God King and Dragon God King. The demon lord, on the other hand, is just an ordinary supreme deity. One is extreme, the other is ordinary. Their strengths are worlds apart. But even a terrifying being like the supreme demon ancestor was able to kill 2 of them during the entire Holy Demon War. It should be noted that the entire Void Demon clan only has 9 demon ancestors. Angelia killed 2 of them by herself. How could the Void Demons not know or fear such a vicious person? Even the weak-souled demon captured by Victoria on Earth had heard of Angelia's formidable reputation, let alone a powerful demon at the level of a demon lord. Therefore, after recognizing Angelia, Demon Lord Gregory was almost scared to death. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. This archangel, who is said to be the strongest of the angel race with 18 wings, was even able to kill the demon ancestor. Killing him, who was merely a demon lord, would be a piece of cake. It even regretted waking up. If it was killed by Angelia while it was in slumber, then it would experience no pain. Death would be the end of everything. Now that it has awakened, facing Angelia is even more painful for it than killing it. Damn it! How could I be so unlucky? I encountered Angelia, this killer, the moment I woke up. Demon Lord Gregory's expression twisted as he frantically fled from the range of Angelia's supreme laws. It could clearly sense the terror of Angelia's supreme law. It is absolutely not something it can compete with. Most terrifyingly, Angelia's supreme laws contain an extremely powerful purifying force, enough to purify her demonic body into a holy relic of light. It doesn't want to end up like that. Its only thought right now is to escape. However, it soon despaired. Because the entire battlefield space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers was suppressed by Angelia's supreme laws, it was impossible for it to escape before this space-time battlefield was shattered. However, with its power, it was unable to shatter this battlefield. This creates a vicious cycle. Angelia's terrifying divine power was about to crush them. Demon Lord Gregory cried out in terror and said hastily, "Tens of millions of years have passed, and even the greatest hatred between our 2 races should be settled by now. I was forced to revive, not specifically to deal with you. If you let me go, I promise I'll disappear from your angelic race forever." Even the Demon Lord was terrified of Secretarian, who was now in her complete form. Faced with the choice between dignity and pleading for mercy, Gregory decisively chose the latter. It is not afraid of death. It was simply afraid of dying at Angelia's hands, because that would be too cruel for it. However, Angelia completely ignored Gregory. While mobilizing the power of the supreme laws to surround it, he also wielded the angel's sword in his hand. As a dazzling sword light pierced through billions of miles of sky, the entire world seemed to be sliced in two by this sword. The next moment, demonic blood flew everywhere. A scream followed. The screams came from Demon Lord Gregory. One of its blade arms was severed. Gregory's face contorted as he forced back the excruciating pain in his soul and unleashed the supreme power of the abyss in an attempt to regenerate his severed limbs. Given the Demon Lord's strength, limb regeneration is a matter of a single thought. It can do this easily as long as the holy light and divine power at the wound site are cleared away. However, something strange happened. Gregory successfully cleansed the wound at the severed arm, but it failed to allow the limb to regenerate. It's not that it can't do it, but that it has forgotten it. It forgot that it had lost an arm, and even remembered that it was born a one-armed demon. This is not a magic of oblivion, but the power of the laws of fate. Angelia used the Sword of Destiny to sever the fateful connection between that arm and the Demon Lord Gregory, causing that arm to completely disappear from the Demon Lord Gregory's destiny. For Demon Lord Gregory, its arm never existed. Naturally, it won't actively try to repair itself. At this moment, Demon Lord Gregory could only vaguely sense that something was missing, but he couldn't remember what it was. However, this did not diminish its growing fear. It finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Adonis, save me." In its despair, it actually placed its hopes on Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. This is because the Lord of the Dead has taken good care of its demonic body for tens of millions of years without causing any damage, which has instilled in it a sense of security and trust. It hopes to receive assistance from Adonis. Even it believes that this possibility is unlikely. However, to the Demon Lord Gregory's surprise, shortly after its roar of hope ended, the supreme law restriction that suppressed the entire battlefield space began to tremble violently. It clearly saw that there were 5 figures outside attacking the battlefield's restrictions. Those 5 figures were all supreme deities, and all of them are more powerful than it. In that instant, it felt like it had seen a savior. Chapter 551 The Hope of Escape is within reach. They're here. Lin Yu and the others, who were located in the territory of the Wolf God clan, also saw the 5 supreme deities descending from the sky. Upon their arrival, they joined forces to attack the supreme law restriction that enveloped the battlefield space, but clearly not to rescue Demon Lord Gregory, but to besiege Secretarian. The 5 supreme deities are all enormous in size. All are over 10,000 meters. That is their supreme divine body. By showing it, they mean they are giving it their all. Among them, the god of slaughter, the god of destruction, and the goddess of curse are all in human form. A being radiating a dazzling crimson glow. Behind him lay a vision of countless worlds being destroyed. The goddess of curses, on the other hand, wields a jade-green staff. Her perfectly proportioned figure is entwined with countless slender rays of light, each piercing into the void, while a mysterious power continuously transmits through these rays to her divine body. These rays of light exude an aura of destiny. But it is not the threat of fate. It is not a matter of faith. With Lin Yu's current strength, he has no way of discerning what kind of power it contains. On the other side, Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, and Gladstone, the supreme god of the beastmen, stood together. Gladstone needs little introduction. After being modified by Astia, its original form became like a hybrid of various strange beasts. Although ugly, it is extremely oppressive. The supreme divine body of Adonis, the Lord of the Undead, is a colossal dragon beast whose race is indiscernible. It has a pair of enormous bone wings and a tail made up of winding, writhing tentacles. On its incredibly ferocious head, it wore a crown inlaid with countless jewels. Right now, the 5 supreme deities who descended all launched a frenzied attack on the restrictions on the battlefield. Gladstone and the cursed goddess Clither were no exception. They showed no mercy whatsoever. Angelia, as expected of the strongest 18-winged archangel of the angel race, managed to break through the supreme law restriction she had set up, even after being attacked by 5 supreme deities for several minutes. Upon witnessing this scene, the Demon Lord Gregory, who was being chased by Angelia in the battlefield space, was more anxious than anyone else. Because you never know when it might die at Angelia's hands. The longer the 5 supreme deities lingered, the lower their chances of escaping. A bunch of useless supreme gods. Demon Lord Gregory, in a fit of rage, cursed, 5 supreme deities working together have taken so long and still haven't been able to break through a single law restriction. If it were my Void Demon Clan's supreme demon ancestor, he would have finished it long ago. It is not afraid of offending the god of slaughter and others. They constantly used harsh words to provoke him. In any case, It had already made up its mind that once the restrictions on the battlefield space were broken, it would flee immediately and would never get involved in what was happening here. The Lord of the Undead, Adonis, has severed the connection between himself and his demonic form. Now, its consciousness has been revived. He completely took control of the demonic body. It is now free and not bound by anyone. It will definitely try to escape at the first opportunity. Outside the barrier, the Killing God King and the others, upon hearing Demon Lord Gregory's furious curses, were instantly enraged. They are renowned throughout the battlefields of myriad worlds and even in countless extraordinary worlds of the universe. Countless believers follow and worship them. Now, however, he was being scolded by a puppet. How can you keep your composure? In particular, the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction experienced a direct explosion of negative emotions within their inner worlds and secretly sentenced Demon Lord Gregory to death. After they dealt with Angelia and the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light, they must tear the Demon Lord Gregory to pieces to vent their hatred. About 2 more minutes passed. After countless attacks, the supreme law restriction that enveloped the battlefield finally showed cracks. Upon seeing this, Demon Lord Gregory was overjoyed. They immediately prepared to escape through the crack. However, at that moment, an extremely terrifying supreme law power enveloped it, directly crushing its hope of escape. It's Angelia. After playing for so long, she felt it was time to wrap things up. She gave Demon Lord Gregory no chance to escape, instantly suppressing him with supreme power and then sealing him in a cage formed by the supreme laws of space. Damn it, I just woke up. Demon Lord Gregory fought desperately, frantically attacking the spatial prison. At that moment, its scalp was almost bursting. Just when the escape route seemed within reach, they were sealed and imprisoned in the next second. No one could tolerate this kind of thing. Most importantly, it didn't know why Angelia had the ability to kill it but didn't, instead sealing it away. But its intuition told it that this was definitely not a good thing. They might just capture it to study and torture it. The thought of this dark future made it want to die. The problem is, it's now difficult for it to die even if it wants to. Angelia's sudden outburst of supreme divine power was terrifyingly strong. Not only was its freedom imprisoned, but its demonic body was also sealed, preventing it from even self-destructing. If I had known it would be like this, it should have exploded the moment it woke up. Chapter 552. After it's all done, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. A loud bang. The spatial restrictions that covered the battlefield, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, were finally broken. The supreme law collapsed into countless dazzling lights, like flowing light and beautiful rain. However, the atmosphere at this moment is not suitable for appreciating the dazzling scenery. The 5 supreme deities with terrifying divine bodies finally descended upon the battlefield. The gazes of the god of slaughter and the others were also firmly locked on Angelia, who stood in the center of the battlefield. Their expressions were all solemn, because a fierce battle was about to begin. Even if their opponent were the Titan King Clovis, they wouldn't be this nervous. After all, it's 5 against 1. They have an absolute advantage in numbers. But Angelia is different. This archangel, known as the most powerful 18-winged archangel of the angel race, possessed unbelievable strength in both the supreme laws and his divine power. They cannot afford to be careless in the slightest. If they had been even slightly careless, one of them would very likely have perished here. Generally speaking, supreme deities are eternal and indestructible, making them virtually impossible to kill, even if the divine body is annihilated and the divine soul disintegrates. The supreme deity can also achieve resurrection and rebirth. In addition, deities usually leave a clone in their divine kingdom or secret base, so that they can be resurrected after their original body perishes. Even the supreme deity will take out an insurance policy for himself. They even have more ways to save their lives. After all, life is unpredictable, and no one can guarantee that they won't encounter an unexpected accident. However, when the enemy you face holds the supreme law of destiny, all these means of self-preservation become meaningless, because the enemy can completely sever the destiny of the gods through the thread of fate. Without fate, no matter how many ways you try to save your life, you will still die. Moreover, he died a complete and utter death. Angelia is such an enemy. Although Angelia's divine office is not that of the goddess of fate, the supreme laws of fate that she possesses are in no way weaker than those of the goddess of fate, and may even be stronger. To give a simple example, Angelia once used the sword of destiny to slay the supreme demon ancestor of the demon race. The goddess of fate would find it difficult to achieve this. At most, she could severely injure the supreme demon ancestor. Therefore, Even supreme deities like the god of slaughter and the god of destruction dare not be careless when facing Angelia. It's a pity that the demon lord's puppet was suppressed and sealed. Otherwise, we'd be 6 against 1, giving us a much better chance of winning. King of Slaughter, Lawrence, said with some regret. Although they destroyed the supreme law restrictions set up by Angelia as quickly as possible, they were still a step too slow and could only watch helplessly as Demon Lord Gregory was sealed away. It's good news that he's not dead. Lord of the Undead, Adonis, stared intently at the spatial cage in Angelia's hand and said, "After killing Angelia, this Demon Lord puppet must be returned to me." Can. Lawrence, the god of slaughter, nodded. Originally, the Demon Lord's puppet belonged to Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. Returning it to Adonis is perfectly reasonable. In addition, he was also glad that the Demon Lord's puppet was not killed or destroyed by Angelia. Otherwise, he and the god of destruction Osmond would have had to compensate the Lord of the Dead Adonis with 3 times the value of divine resources. Even for them, giving up this divine resource was a painful thing. As for going back on his word, he hadn't even considered it. Even the supreme deity of the evil Pantheon Alliance has its pride. Don't waste your time. The god of destruction, Osmond, holding a jet-black divine sword, said expressionlessly, "Everyone, join forces and suppress Angelia as quickly as possible, or things may change." As they spoke, a figure flew out from the body of the god of destruction. The figure looked exactly like Osmond, the god of destruction. The divine body is just a bit smaller. Its length is less than 1,000 meters. However, the aura emanating from him reached an astonishing level of supreme deity, completely comparable to the demon Lord Gregory, who was suppressed by Angelia. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the people present immediately changed. The same applies to the god of slaughter. Even he didn't know that the god of destruction, Osmond, had actually cultivated an avatar at the level of a supreme deity. He truly was his old brother. The 5 of us ganged up on Angelia. My avatar will go and capture the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. After this is done, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Can. The god of slaughter was the first to nod in agreement. With a gloomy face, Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, was forced to agree. Gladstone and the cursed goddess Clither exchanged a subtle glance. After exchanging ideas in secret, Gladstone said, "I wholeheartedly support you. Osmond, the success of our plan this time depends on how powerful your avatar is. Success or death." Osmond, the god of destruction, said coldly, then added, "Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 figures vanished from the spot. However, at that very moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. It was actually Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. Chapter 553, The Betrayal of the 2 Old Sixes. I looked up. Then, the space in the area where the Lord of the Dead Adonis was located suddenly shattered. A massive, tattered divine body fell from inside. That was none other than the colossal dragon beast body of Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. At this moment, it is already torn to pieces. Judging from the wound, it was clearly torn open by sharp claws. Furthermore, black smoke emanated from the shattered body of the Lord of the Dead, a terrifying curse power so strong that it even corroded the surrounding space-time. Upon witnessing this scene, the god of slaughter and the god of destruction emerged from the void, looking utterly bewildered. The sudden attack on Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, not only left them in disbelief but also forced them to abandon their plan to besiege Angelia. "Damn it!" The god of slaughter, Lawrence, roared. "Greston, Clettle, have you 2 gone mad? Our enemy is Angelia, not Adonis. One second they're saying they want to unite and cooperate, the next they're launching a sneak attack. These 2 old men have taken shamelessness and treachery to the extreme." The words fell. Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beast men, emerged from the void. At the same time, he extended his sharp claws and grabbed the head of the Lord of the Dead, Adonis, grinning maliciously as he said to the god of slaughter, "My dear Prince Lawrence, would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose?" The god of slaughter, Lawrence, trembled with rage. This guy nearly tore the Lord of the Dead's divine body to pieces, and then claimed it wasn't intentional. If it was intentional, wouldn't that have directly killed the Lord of the Dead? At that very moment, another figure emerged from the void. It was Clither, the cursed goddess, wearing a long black and gold dress and with dark smoky makeup on her beautiful face. She held a jade-green staff in her hand. Without hesitation, he pierced the head of Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. Countless terrifying curses and divine spells erupted at this moment, striking directly at the soul of the Lord of the Dead. The Lord of the Undead, who had already been severely injured by the combined attack of the 2, was now attacked by the goddess of curses with all her curses and was directly dead. Although he didn't actually die, he was not far from it. It is in a state of near death. Forget about resisting or escaping. They can't even open their eyes to see the world around them. Gladstone and Clayther's sneak attack was too sudden, and they unleashed their strongest power in an instant, which even the Lord of the Undead, a veteran supreme deity, could not withstand. It's already amazing that they've survived this long without completely dying. He's at least a bit stronger than Demon Lord Gregory. Claytel. The god of slaughter's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared intently at the goddess of curse, saying, "How could you be so ruthless towards an ally of your own side? I will kill you." Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, is also a supreme deity belonging to the alliance of evil gods. The evil god alliance has always been very united. The root cause is that there are too many enemies. If we weren't united, we would have been wiped out by other alliances long ago. For example, the Holy and Light faction, the Ancient Gods faction led by the Titan Pantheon, and so on. The former is the mortal enemy of the evil Pantheon alliance. The latter is a potential enemy of the evil Pantheon alliance. In the mortal world, evil forces are unwelcome, and the same is true in the battlefield of countless worlds. Unity is the way for the evil Pantheon alliance to survive. However, now, the cursed goddess Clayther, who is also part of the evil Pantheon alliance, has turned against her own people, and she is going all out to kill the Lord of the Dead, Adonis. This enraged Lawrence, the god of slaughter. Osmond, the god of destruction, stood to the side with a similarly gloomy face and an expression of disbelief in his eyes, as if a mortal had seen a ghost. He never expected that something like this would happen. Clayther, the cursed goddess who is the supreme evil deity, has actually sided with the angels who hold the positions of holiness and light. Throughout history, they have been mortal enemies of the Holy and Light factions. Aside from the era of the Holy War, when the two factions fought independently without direct conflict, they almost always started fighting as soon as they met, and it was a fight to the death. For countless years. Because of the conflict between the two factions, countless gods have perished. Not long ago, the cursed goddess Clayther led her pantheon in a small-scale divine war against the Sun Pantheon by the evil Pantheon alliance. Although the appearance of the angel race ultimately prevented this divine war from truly erupting, but at least it demonstrates the firm stance of the cursed goddess Clayther. But now, the goddess of curses has suddenly betrayed evil and embraced the light. This caught him completely off guard. As for Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, he belongs to the wavering neutral camp. They once helped the natural pantheon fight against the evil Pantheon alliance, and also stood on the side of the evil Pantheon alliance to resist the natural pantheon's invasion of the chaotic pantheon. Therefore, Gladstone's betrayal is not so unbelievable. Just as the god of destruction was considering whether to intervene to rescue Adonis, the Lord of the Undead. A mouthful of golden divine blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. A pained expression also appeared on his face. Turning his head, he saw that his avatar had been slapped to death. Angelia was the one who took action. From the sneak attack on the Lord of the Dead to Angelia's killing of his divine avatar, everything happened in the blink of an eye, as if it had been premeditated. Damn it. This was all a conspiracy from beginning to end. Chapter 554 Deliciousness in the Eyes of a Big Lowly. That is a supreme deity standing at the pinnacle of the battlefield of myriad realms. He was killed so easily. The supreme deity possesses the highest laws of the universe, and its divine power is so vast that it can destroy countless stars and the sun and moon with a mere thought. Floating island worlds like ours could be annihilated by the supreme deity in the blink of an eye. That's true, but that's from our perspective. The supreme deity is so powerful that one cannot look directly at them. The Lord of the Dead, Adonis, was suddenly attacked by two ancient supreme deities at the same time. In particular, the curse attack from the goddess of curses, Clydel, caused the Lord of the Dead a near-fatal blow. The Lord of the Undead is not Her Majesty Angelia after all, and it is difficult for him to fight two against one. It's quite normal for him to be killed. He was not killed. Although the Lord of the Undead's divine body has collapsed, he still has a breath left. It has now fallen into the hands of the goddess of curse and the supreme deity of the beastmen. Even if it is not dead, it can no longer cause any trouble. I didn't expect that. We were able to witness the fall of a supreme deity. I doubt anyone would believe it if I told them. This discussion came from the local powerhouses belonging to Floating Island 014965, who were gathered not far behind Linyu, such as Grace the Nature Elf Queen, Naisha the Dark Elf Queen, Vorn the Mountain Giant King, the Lich King, Natya the Fairy Dragon, Doris the Ancient Great Elf, Tiffany the Light Maiden, and so on. They all followed Lin Yu to the battlefield of myriad realms. At the same time, they have all now ascended to the realm of gods. The vast majority of those holding divine positions are at the early stage of lower-level true gods. Only a few reach the mid-stage of the lower-level true god, such as the ancient great elf Doris. The scenes of the high-altitude battlefield shocked everyone present. The scene of the Lord of the Undead, Adonis, being suddenly ambushed and then quickly suppressed left them all dumbfounded. Compared to the sealed demon Lord Puppet, Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, is a renowned and long-established supreme deity in the battlefield of all realms. Not only does it have countless subordinate gods under its command, but it also has extremely large-scale believer organizations in countless extraordinary worlds throughout the universe. Its influence in the universe is astonishing. However, this ancient and powerful supreme being was torn apart and suppressed and imprisoned on the spot under the watchful eyes of these weak, true gods. Such a shocking scene will be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Of course, what shocked them the most was Angelia's outburst. They never knew that Secretarian, who had always served Lin Yu, was actually the archangel with 18 wings of the angel race. Her divine power was so great that the demon Lord Gregory, upon seeing Angelia after his awakening, was so frightened that he turned and ran away the moment he saw her. Moreover, it only took one sword strike to kill the avatar of the god of destruction, Osmond. It should be noted that the incarnation of the god of destruction also reached the level of a supreme deity. However, he was instantly killed by a single sword strike in front of Angelia. That's incredibly powerful. It was only at this moment that Grace, the queen of nature elves, understood why the creator of her race of nature elves, the goddess of nature and elves, had such reverence for the Lord of Holy Light. They voluntarily went to the dark forest to pay homage to the Lord of Holy Light. If the 18-winged archangels under the Lord of Light are this powerful, how terrifying must the Lord of Light have been at his peak? It is likely that even the supreme deity is too weak and vulnerable to be defeated in front of the Lord of Holy Light. The God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction only dared to reveal their desires when the Lord of Holy Light had not yet recovered to his peak. If they were to face the Lord of Holy Light at his peak, they probably wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. In the crowd, two figures, one tall and one short, were whispering to each other. The immortal flower, Bower, with her delicate, round face, looked at the big lowly, Si-Tung, who was constantly swallowing her saliva beside her, and asked in confusion, "What's going on with you?" The big lowly Si-Tung whispered, "My intuition tells me that if I can devour that demon Lord Puppet and the supreme god body of the Lord of the Dead, I can at least directly advance to the level of a main god. Baby, do you think Master will give me some to eat? Call me Sister Bower." Bower, the immortal flower, rolled her eyes and said, "You, a mere true, god-level black-bone bloodvine, actually dare to try to devour the corpse of a supreme deity? Who gave you the audacity? Can't I even think about it?" Big Lolita sitting was a little unhappy. She looked up at the Lord of the Undead, who was being held by Gladstone, the supreme god of the beast men, and swallowed again. The immortal flower, Bower, advised, "Don't even think about the corpse of the supreme deity. Go back and beg your master. Perhaps he will bestow upon you the corpse of the wolf god he killed yesterday." "All right." Big Lolita sitting pouted her plump little lips. She really wanted to eat it. That desire to devour was stronger than ever before. It was like seeing the most delicious food in the world. It was impossible to resist its temptation. Chapter 555. There's no way to escape. Damn it. This is a conspiracy. Osmond, we've been tricked. The god of slaughter, Lawrence, roared, his expression a mixture of shock and rage. Originally, they were 5 against 1. In addition, the supreme incarnation of Osmond, the god of destruction, makes 6 powerful beings who wield supreme, divine power. Even if Demon Lord Gregory is suppressed by Angelia, it will not have the slightest impact on them. But in the blink of an eye, the cursed goddess Clydel and the supreme god of the beast race Gladstone both betrayed them, severely wounding and even capturing the undead Lord Adonis. Angelia also instantly killed the avatar of Osmond, the god of destruction, with a single sword strike. Suddenly, the situation on the field became 3 against 2. Angelia is 3, and they are 2. How the hell do you play this? On their own, the 2 of them combined would hardly be a match for Angelia, and now with the cursed goddess Clydel and Gladstone on Angelia's side, they are even less of a match. If they were to engage in battle, they would likely suffer the same fate as Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. Not to mention being killed by the sword of fate. At the very least, they would be caught and imprisoned. Nonsense. Do you need to tell me that? Osmond, the god of destruction, wiped the golden divine blood from the corner of his mouth. The eyes that displayed countless visions of world destruction swept coldly over the cursed goddess Clydel. He decided against rescuing Adonis, the lord of the dead, and said directly to the god of slaughter, "Let's go. We'll get our revenge sooner or later." He did not hate Gladstone, who had also betrayed him. Because Gladstone is the supreme deity of the beast men, he does not belong to their evil pantheon alliance. But the cursed goddess Claythess is different. He placed great trust in this supreme deity who belonged to the same evil pantheon alliance. But the cursed goddess Clydel stabbed him in the back, completely ruining his plans. How could he possibly stand that? He secretly vowed that he would avenge this great grudge if he ever had the chance. Otherwise, he would be so anxious that he would suffer from heart palpitations even in his sleep. On the other side, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, also harbored a deep grudge against the goddess of curse, Clydel, his blood-red eyes filled with endless killing intent towards her. However, now is not the time to vent your anger. With Angelia there, they not only have no way to deal with the cursed goddess Clydel, but they themselves might also perish here. Without the slightest hesitation, the two supreme god kings immediately broke through space and disappeared from the spot. We can't let them escape. Gladstone was horrified and immediately called to the cursed goddess Clydel to prepare to give chase. But at this moment, time suddenly reversed. The broken space instantly returned to normal. The god of slaughter, Lawrence, and the god of destruction, Osmond, who had vanished from the spot, reappeared on the battlefield. Space-time is the supreme law of the highest order. There's a saying, time reigns supreme, space is king. Fate is unpredictable, cause and effect are supreme. Destruction is immeasurable, creation is unparalleled. The laws mentioned in this sentence are all ranked at the forefront of the 3,000 laws. Belonging is the most powerful law. And when time and space merge and ascend to the laws of space-time, it becomes even more terrifying. The supreme laws of destruction and slaughter, respectively, possessed by the god of destruction Osmond and the god of slaughter Lawrence, were powerful, but they still could not withstand the power of the laws of space-time. In particular, the one who used the power of the supreme laws of space-time was Angelia, whose divine power surpassed theirs. They were even less able to stop them. In the rewind of time and space, their figures were forcibly pulled back. Damn it! When did Angelia gain control of the laws of space-time? The god of slaughter, Lawrence, screamed in horror. If it were an ordinary deity, they would have no chance of detecting anything unusual after time was reversed. Just like when Lin Yu transformed Bone Dragon Oster into the Holy Temple Dragon, Bone Dragon Oster died time and time again during the process. After each death, Lin Yu would resurrect her by rewinding time. Bone Dragon Oster is still unaware of all that he has experienced. However, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, is different. He is the supreme god king, a supreme deity at the pinnacle of power. He was fully aware of the anomalies in his own divine body and the surrounding space-time, thus discerning that his own time had been reversed. The same applies to Osmond, the god of destruction. At this moment, the god of destruction showed the same look of horror as the god of slaughter. During the ancient war between the holy and the demonic, Angelia never displayed the power of the supreme laws of time and space. She primarily revealed the supreme laws of space and destiny. This led many people, including the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, to believe that Angelia did not have control over time and space. This led to a misjudgment of Angelia's true strength. In fact, Angelia did not have any knowledge of time and space before. She only mastered the laws of space. The reason why we are able to use the power of the laws of space and time now is purely due to Lin Yu's funding. During their tireless exchanges day and night, not only did Lin Yu comprehend the profound mysteries of Angelia's spatial laws, but Angelia also obtained the profound mysteries of the time laws from Lin Yu. As of now, the two of them have merged into time and space. He has mastered the most powerful space-time laws. Due to her own strength, Angelia's power of space-time laws was far stronger than Lin Yu's, and she could easily rewind time to the time of the supreme deity. Chapter 556 Angelia's True Identity. That's incredible. Upon witnessing this scene, Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beast men, exclaimed in surprise. The cursed goddess Clither's pupils also contracted slightly. She also hadn't expected Angelia to be so powerful that she could forcibly capture the escaped god of slaughter and god of destruction using the laws of space and time. She could tell from this. The analysis by the god of destruction, Osmond, that Angelia's strength had not improved at all over the past tens of millions of years was completely wrong. Angelia not only mastered the supreme laws of space-time, his own divine power is also much stronger than it was back then. All of this is because Angelia was playing dumb to fool others. While the god of destruction and the god of slaughter were plotting to eliminate the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light, Angelia was also scheming to get rid of them. And we should start from the facts and the results. Angelia was the one who ultimately succeeded in carrying out the plan. Perhaps all of this is under Angelia's control. With the power of the supreme law of destiny, she had already seen through the future. Although fate is unpredictable and the future is uncertain, and it is even more difficult to see through the threads of destiny concerning the supreme deity, Angelia seems to have succeeded. At least that's what the goddess of curses thinks. Because from beginning to end, Angelia appeared confident and composed. Even when she and Gladstone launched a surprise attack and severely injured Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, Angelia did not show any surprise on her face and remained extremely calm. This was clearly something that had been planned in advance. Luckily, I listened to what Helangland and Olivia said. Choose to stand with the Lord of Holy Light, instead of helping the god of slaughter and the god of destruction to seize the supreme artifact, the scepter of origin. Otherwise, now I'm one of those people who can't escape even if they want to. The cursed goddess Clither secretly rejoiced that she had not made the wrong choice. To put it more seriously, if she had died at Angelia's hands, even if the goddess of fortune, Helangland, and the goddess of fate, Olivia, joined forces, they would not have been able to resurrect her. Angelia's sword of destiny is no joke. At this moment, Angelia had already put away the angel's sword in her hand. Instead, a pure white scepter was used. On Angelia's head was also adorned with an incomparably magnificent crown. In addition, Angelia's previous angel armor set has been transformed into a platinum gold magic dress. This outfit, paired with the 18 snow white, dazzling angel wings on her back, made Angelia look even more beautiful, elegant, holy, and noble. This is actually what Secretarian originally looked like. She was never an 18-winged archangel who liked to do things herself. Her strengths lie in leadership and overall management. She is a commander-level angel among the 3 orthodox factions of the angel race. Victoria, for example, is a pure war-type angel. Astia, the 18-winged fallen archangel who enjoys research, is an angel of divine magic level. Below, above the central temple of the wolf god clan, Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Angelia dressed like this. This was the first time he had seen Angelia's true form, and he was once again amazed. He exclaimed with a sense of wonder, "I never imagined that Angelia was actually a seraph." Upon hearing this, Victoria, who was standing nearby, quickly replied, "My lord, once an angel has more than 12 wings, there is no longer a distinction between seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. Anyone with more than 12 wings is considered a high-ranking member of our angel race. Achieving 16 wings makes one an archangel. The 18-winged archangel is the archangel. Those with 12 wings or less, including 12-winged angels, are just ordinary angels, which are further divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower." "I see," Lin Yu suddenly realized, then looked at Victoria, who was dressed in dark blood armor, and said with a smile, "You're not bad either. I look forward to seeing you return to your peak." At this point, Victoria was no longer the colossal fallen angel standing 7 meters tall. While Angelia went out to fight the enemy, she shrunk her angelic body to the height of a normal angel, about 1.7 meters tall. Now, Lin Yu no longer needs to look up when he looks at her. It's very convenient for both conversations and tasks. Victoria was immediately thrilled. "Rest assured, my lord, I will restore my status as an 18-winged being as soon as possible." Lin Yu nodded. They then turned their attention to the high-altitude battlefield. "Angelia, regarding this conflict, I think we can talk about it again." King of Slaughter, Lawrence, spoke up. His expression was rather unpleasant. For him, as the Supreme God King, admitting defeat was a very shameful thing. Once this gets out, his supreme image in the hearts of his followers and countless believers will be greatly diminished. But there was nothing we could do. Circumstances were beyond our control. If you don't back down, you might lose your life. He would naturally choose the former. "There's nothing to talk about," Angelia said coldly. "Disrespect for the great Lord of Light, even if you are Clovis, will be punished by the Holy Light." As she spoke, she used the Archangel's scepter in her hand to completely seal the battlefield space. They gave neither the god of slaughter nor the god of destruction a chance to escape. Meanwhile, deep within the void, Titan King Clovis trembled and said with great dissatisfaction, "This Angelia is too arrogant and doesn't take my Titan race seriously." Indeed arrogant. The dragon god king nodded. There were dozens of supreme deities around them. This even includes some supreme deities belonging to the evil Pantheon alliance. Seeing that the god of slaughter and the god of destruction were trapped, they showed no intention of offering any assistance. All of these sixth-ranking men were observing and waiting. Chapter 557. The Titan King was also a cunning man. It's not that they don't want to get involved in this dispute. On the contrary, they were equally envious and covetous of the secrets of the Lord of Holy Light and the supreme artifact, the Scepter of Origin. The reason they didn't take action was simply because they were wary. Take a look. The impatient slaughter god King Lawrence and destruction god King Osmond have jumped right into the pit. Angelia, the 18-winged archangel who has mastered the supreme laws of space and time, is more powerful than they expected. The betrayal from the cursed goddess Clayther and the supreme god of the beast race, Gladstone, left them with an unbelievable feeling. They shared the same ideas as the god of slaughter and the god of destruction. They also did not expect that Clayther, the goddess of curses and the supreme deity of the evil pantheon, would choose to stand on the side of the holy and the light. This has never happened before, from ancient times to the present. After all, the evil faction and the holy and light faction have always been mortal enemies. The goddess of darkness and the goddess of light are actually sisters, but because of their opposing factions, they have never spoken to each other since. If they were in the same place, they might even start fighting. The fact that the cursed goddess Clayther betrayed evil and embraced the holy light was enough to shake the entire battlefield of all realms and leave countless gods speechless. Even if nothing unexpected happens. Once the information about this incident is exposed, a large number of cursed deities will definitely choose to leave the cursed pantheon ruled by Clayther. Clayther's betrayal is unlikely to resonate with the cursed gods. In the eyes of the supreme gods, Clayther's actions this time were a case of harming the enemy 1,000 while destroying himself 800. Aside from being able to curry favor with the Lord of Light, there are absolutely no other benefits. In general, the series of events that occurred on the battlefield caught the supreme deities present somewhat off guard. I'm glad I didn't rashly join in. The same applies to the Titan King Clovis. His heart trembled when he saw Angelia suddenly use the supreme laws of space and time to forcibly bring back the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, who had already escaped. This Angelia is even more powerful than she was during the Holy War. Even with his abundant resources and fully equipped supreme artifacts, he lacked the confidence to contend with Angelia in this state. After a moment of silence, Titan King Clovis suddenly turned his gaze to a group of supreme deities from an evil pantheon alliance gathered in the void not far away. These supreme deities of the evil faction are all veteran powerhouses. It is renowned in the battlefield of myriad worlds. Among them are the Lich King, who is known as the progenitor of liches, the Poison God King, who is a master of the supreme law of poison, the Spider Goddess, who created the spider-faced race, and the Dark Goddess, who has always wanted to destroy the Pantheon of Light, and so on. There are a total of 7 supreme deities, all of whom belong to the evil Pantheon Alliance. In other words, the entire evil Pantheon Alliance has 11 supreme deities. Such formidable strength is enough to rival the holy and light factions, provided that the angel race does not intervene. Titan King Clovis said, "Aren't you going to help Lawrence and Osmond? I absolutely believe that if you get involved, you will definitely be able to suppress Angelia." Upon hearing these words from the Titan King, the 7 supreme deities of the evil pantheon all rolled their eyes in disbelief. Previously, the god of slaughter and the god of destruction were also fully confident that they could suppress Angelia and even seize the super artifact, the Scepter of Origin, from the body of the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. But what was the result? They still fell into a pit. Lawrence, the god of slaughter, was a supreme deity at the peak of his power. He slaughtered countless void gods during the ancient Holy War and even killed a demon lord. In terms of divine power, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, was considered extremely powerful among them. However, now, facing Angelia who has regained her true form, he still yields and admits defeat. The most important thing is, Angelia did not pity the god of slaughter's surrender. This renowned 18-winged archangel used his archangel's scepter to seal off the entire battlefield, preparing for another double kill. Even a fool would know that it's not the right time to get involved. After all, what if there were traitors like the cursed goddess Clytel hidden among these 7 supreme deities? This is not impossible. When the Lord of Holy Light commanded the angels to dominate the battlefield of all realms, countless gods bowed their heads, and many supreme gods from other factions even received guidance from the Lord of Holy Light. These supreme deities would easily pledge allegiance to the Lord of Holy Light, who has returned to the battlefield of all realms. It's hard to say that there aren't such people among them. Therefore, how could they dare to make any rash moves? In their view, the Titan King Clovis was also a treacherous man. Despite harboring covetousness towards the Lord of Holy Light and the angel race, they dared not act themselves, instead attempting to send them to aid in the killing of the God King and the God King of Destruction. If successful, Clovis will definitely take action and reap the benefits. If they fail, Clovis will be fine, but the rest of them will be sent to their deaths. They weren't madmen like the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction, nor were they brainless like the Lord of the Undead. Naturally, they wouldn't fall for Titan God King Clovis's tricks. Chapter 558: The Goddess of Darkness and the Spider Goddess. On a majestic throne, the fair-skinned and beautiful Dark Goddess wore a long black and gold dress. Her smoky makeup was even more exaggerated than that of the cursed goddess Clither, and she was surrounded by a thick black mist, making it clear at a glance that she was not a good person. However, this does fit the style of the Goddess of Darkness. After all, she herself was a notorious evil god. The Goddess of Darkness is more well known throughout the universe than the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction. Her gods, and the number of believers who follow her, are also incredibly large. The Goddess of Darkness said indifferently, "If Your Highness Clovis wants to determine whether the Lord of Holy Light retains his peak power, you can do it yourself. There's no need to use us as pawns." These words directly revealed the intentions of the Titan King Clovis. He also warned Clovis not to try to use them, as these evil supreme gods were not fools and no one would fall into Clovis's trap. Titan King Clovis was not angry. A faint smile appeared on his rugged, chiseled face as he said, "How can this be considered exploitation? I just don't want to see your evil Pantheon alliance suffer too many losses. Once the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction are suppressed by Angelia, even if the angel race does not move into the battlefield of all worlds in the future, your evil Pantheon alliance will find it difficult to contend with the Holy and Light factions. Prior to this, the evil Pantheon alliance is powerful enough to rival the Holy and Light factions. It might even be stronger. Because the Holy and Light factions are backed by the angel race, their power is too great, which makes other pantheons extremely wary of them. On many occasions, the ancient pantheon, led by the Titan and Dragon pantheons, would choose to side with the evil Pantheon alliance in order to suppress the power of the Holy and Light pantheons. This can be seen from the Supreme Council this time. None of the supreme deities participating in the Supreme Council came from the Holy and Light factions. It is mainly led by the Evil God Alliance and the Ancient God faction. In the midst of this war, the cursed goddess Clyder chose to betray, and the Lord of the Dead Adonis was suppressed, resulting in the loss of two supreme deities. If the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction also fall into Angelia's hands, the evil Pantheon alliance lost 4 supreme deities. In future battles against the Holy and Light factions, without the help of other Pantheon factions, the evil Pantheon will have no chance of gaining the upper hand. However, even so, none of the 7 supreme deities of the evil Pantheon present expressed any intention to aid the King of Slaughter and the King of Destruction. Titan King Clovis has already won over more than 20 supreme deities from various pantheons present, making his overall strength terrifyingly powerful. But why didn't Clovis make a move? It's just that they're worried the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light might have some hidden trump card. Even Clovis, an ancient god king who has existed since ancient times, dared not act rashly. So how could they dare? To put it more seriously, if they were to run into the Lord of Holy Light, the entire evil Pantheon alliance would be destroyed. The God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction are madmen driven by desire, but they are not. The Dark Elf Goddess said calmly, "Whether I can contend with the Holy and Light factions is not important. I have only one enemy, and that is Annabelle." Annabelle, the true name of the Goddess of Light. Among the intelligent races of the ordinary extraordinary world, few know the relationship between the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Light. All I know is that the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Light are mortal enemies. Therefore, the subordinate gods and believers under the two goddesses are also mortal enemies. Darkness and light are not only enemies of opposing factions, but also a struggle of beliefs. It's basically a fight to the death. However, these supreme deities living in the battlefield of myriad worlds knew very well that the Goddess of Darkness, Sylvia, and the Goddess of Light, Annabelle, were actually sisters. However, this close relationship has been reduced to a complete estrangement due to repeated religious conflicts. Even a single meeting could determine both superiority and death. However, since the goddesses of darkness and light are roughly equal in power, They have fought for so many years without being able to determine who will win or lose. At that very moment, a goddess dressed in extremely alluring and seductive attire spoke up. Even if we wanted to rescue them now, it would be too late. One of my followers, a subordinate deity planted in the chaotic divine realm, told me that the goddesses of the holy and light factions have successfully entered the chaotic divine realm. The goddess of light, the goddess of sunlight, the goddess of judgment and decision, the goddess of moonlight and hunting, the starry Valkyrie, and so on, are all here. In addition, the goddess of the ocean, the goddess of the sky, the goddess of the aurora, and others, led by the goddess of nature and spirits Heloise, are also among them. The total number of supreme deities is as high as 24. If we make a move now, we'll be surrounded and slaughtered by these supreme deities. This alluring goddess is in human form. She is extremely beautiful and charming, and every move she makes exudes endless charm. However, if people knew what her true form was, they would most likely keep their distance from her. Because she is the spider goddess. Its true form is an extremely ugly, half-human, half-spider with a human face. Chapter 5, 59 Goddesses Arrive. Back when Lin Yu conquered the underground world of the floating island, the fallen angel army, led by Victoria, wiped out the entire human-faced spider empire, simply because the human-faced spiders were too ugly. The Spider King who had escaped beforehand was eventually captured by the fallen angel army and beheaded. All I can say is that this evil race is truly unlikable. However, if we disregard her true form, the spider goddess is still incredibly alluring and captivating at this moment. Its human form exudes an alluring charm at all times. Her attire was also extremely sexy and alluring. Giving her the divine title of Goddess of Beauty and Desire wouldn't be an exaggeration. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is what the spider goddess just said. The dozens of supreme deities present were instantly stunned, and even the Titan King Clovis's expression turned solemn. How could they be so fast? Between the holy light divine realm and the chaotic divine realm are hundreds of large and small divine realms. Even with the power of a supreme deity, it would take 2 to 3 days to traverse so many divine realms. It's only been 2 days since the Lord of Holy Light returned to the battlefield of myriad realms, and they've already arrived? It seems that in order to delay the progress of the Goddess of Light and the others, the God of Slaughter has also set up supreme law restrictions around the chaotic God realm and sealed the interdomain teleportation array. Haven't these methods worked? It's pointless to talk about these things now. I just want to know why the supreme deities of the nature pantheon are entangled with the goddess of the holy and light faction. Doesn't Heloise claim to be a neutral party and never get involved in factional disputes? Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits, is a supreme deity of the neutral faction, just like her sisters, the goddesses of fate and fortune. Aside from occasional conflicts with the chaotic god realm, they generally do not participate in wars between various pantheon factions. This is common knowledge. The spider goddess said, "It's obvious that the nature pantheon has also pledged allegiance to the Lord of Holy Light. The reason why those goddesses of the holy and light factions arrived so quickly is because they have been staying in the nature pantheon for some time. They started from the realm of nature, not the relatively distant realm of holy light. Compared to the fact that the holy light divine realm and the chaotic divine realm are separated by hundreds of divine realms of varying sizes, the nature divine realm can be considered to be adjacent to the chaotic divine realm. Starting from the realm of nature, one only needs to traverse a few small divine realms, as well as realm storms and divine power turbulence, to enter the realm of chaos. So that's how it is. A supreme deity whose true form resembled a deep-sea monster suddenly realized the truth. Over here, Titan King Clovis looked at the indifferent dark goddess and said, "Now that the holy and light factions have allied with the nature pantheon, it will be even more difficult for you to suppress Annabelle. If you're willing, my Titan pantheon can lend you a hand." Upon hearing this, the goddess of darkness remained as calm as ever. Like the water in a deep pool, clear and still. My disputes with Annabelle have never involved other supreme deities or pantheons. Even if the natural pantheon were to side with them, it wouldn't affect anything. Titan King Clovis Dunn was bored. He originally intended to bring the evil god alliance into his ancient god system. In this way, even if the natural pantheon and the holy and light factions form an alliance, they cannot threaten him, provided that the angels do not interfere. However, the goddess of darkness seemed to have no desires or wants. She ignored his overtures. But it's okay. If he can't win over the goddess of darkness, he can try to win over other evil supreme deities. It's impossible to fail every time. At this moment, a voice transmission from the dragon god, King suddenly resounded in the mind of Titan god King Clovis. Clovis, the fate of the god of slaughter and the god of destruction is already sealed. It's a pity that they ultimately failed to uncover the secrets of the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. Now that the goddesses of the Holy and Light factions have all arrived, we may no longer have the opportunity to target the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. Don't worry, there will definitely be an opportunity. Titan King Clovis said confidently, don't forget, we have the ultimate artifact, the Tower of Eternity. Even if all 7 18-winged archangels descended together, they wouldn't be able to touch the Tower of Eternity. In the battlefield of myriad realms, there are only 2 beings who can threaten the Tower of Eternity. One is the spirit of the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms, and the other is the Lord of Holy Light at his peak. Ignore the former. The spirit of the rules is impartial and selfless, and will not favor any side. We only need to find out the details of the Lord of Holy Light to decide whether or not to take action. That's true. The Dragon God King nodded. The reason they did not participate in this war. This is because it is uncertain whether the Lord of Holy Light still possesses the power he had at his peak. Once the decision is made, whether or not to take action is a matter of a single thought. At that time, as long as they use the Tower of Eternity, no one can protect the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. Battlefield space. A portal to another time and space suddenly opened. After abandoning the supreme divine body of the Lord of the Dead, Gladstone followed the cursed goddess Clather inside. This portal to another time was created by Angelia. Apart from her, no one knew where Grice and the goddess of curse had been teleported to. In short, once the 2 old men left, Angelia exploded. Wielding supreme laws and divine power akin to a raging tsunami, it crushed towards the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction. Sensing the terrifying power contained within that supreme law, the 2 supreme God Kings from the evil factions turned green with fright. However, fear is fear. They still had no choice but to resort to the supreme artifact to defend themselves. Soon, another supreme battle broke out. This time, it was Angelia taking on 2 opponents. He single-handedly challenged 2 supreme deities at their peak level. In the past, she would have needed to give it her all. But now, Secretary and only needs to be a little more attentive. Chapter 560 The Lament of the Divine Sword. The battlefield spans billions of kilometers. High above the 9 heavens, enveloped in a sea of clouds. At this moment, the entire battlefield space is shaking. Despite Angelia sealing off the battlefield space with the supreme law and suppressing it with the Archangel's scepter in her hand, she still could not quell the aftershocks. Even ordinary beings could clearly see with their naked eyes that space-time was distorted around the battlefield. In some places, it even collapsed. It reveals the pitch-black, dark universe behind it. You must understand, this is the battlefield of myriad realms, known as the center of the universe. Its power as the spirit of world rules is far greater than that of the supreme deities. Under its suppression, even the supreme deity would find it extremely difficult to dismantle the space of this world. However, the war between the 3 supreme gods distorted the outside space-time through the laws and restrictions, demonstrating just how terrifying the laws and divine power they unleashed were. To put it bluntly, if there were no supreme laws to restrict it, there was no Archangel's scepter of Angelia to suppress it. Not to mention the Wolf God clan's territory spanning 80 billion kilometers below, the entire chaotic god realm could potentially be razed to the ground due to the battle between the 3 supreme beings. The supreme deity stands at the pinnacle of the universe. With a mere thought, one can destroy vast and boundless starry worlds. Even in the battlefield of myriad realms, a world protected by supreme rules, the destructive power of the supreme deities is still terrifying. Generally speaking, the wars between the supreme gods will take place in the outer world, even the dimensional void. It is rare for direct combat to occur in the battlefield of myriad realms. After all, if things go wrong, they could be punished by the spirit of the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms. At this moment, inside the battlefield space, the space-time directly attacked by the supreme laws and divine power of the 3 people was not distorted or cracked, but rather collapsed layer by layer, like a fragile mirror. Angelia has unleashed her strongest power before her dimensional rift. Combined with the supreme laws of space-time, they directly suppressed the god of slaughter and the god of destruction with an absolute advantage. As can be seen, within Angelia's vast ocean of laws, there are more than 100 supreme laws present. Time and space, destiny, holiness, light, annihilation, judgment, divine punishment, sanctions, Each law has reached the level of the Supreme God King. In fact, Angelia has mastered more than 2,000 different types of laws. It's just that the other laws are at the level of main gods or true gods, so they were not used. Furthermore, the simultaneous appearance of these more than 100 supreme laws was enough to suppress the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction. These two so-called supreme God Kings, who have reached the pinnacle, do not possess as many supreme laws as Angelia alone. This is the power of the strongest 18-winged archangel. In fact, the power of the Slaughter God King and the Destruction God King is not comparable to that of the supreme demon ancestor of the Void Demon clan. During the Holy War, neither of them had yet reached the pinnacle of supreme deity status. They were able to rise to the top thanks to that cosmic war. In contrast, Angelia already possessed the terrifying strength to slay the supreme demon ancestor back then. Naturally, the two of them combined were no match for Angelia. Perhaps it's because they know this. The god of slaughter, Lawrence the Prodigy, immediately surrendered to Angelia upon being imprisoned. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking backfired. Secretary and would naturally not let go of any heretic who disrespects the Lord of Holy Light. Even if the object is a supreme deity, it is the same. A loud bang. The battlefield spacetime, which had just been repaired by the spirit of the world's rules, exploded once again. The terrifying ocean of supreme laws, powerful enough to make even the highest gods change their expressions, swept across the land, instantly injuring the two brothers, the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction, causing them to spit out golden divine blood. Both of them were armed with long swords. One is a sword of slaughter, the other a sword of destruction. Both of these divine swords have reached the level of supreme divine artifacts. However, at this very moment, these two evil divine swords, which were renowned throughout the universe, quickly dimmed after being attacked by Angelia's supreme laws. They were not only subjected to a terrifying clash with the supreme laws. At the same time, it was purified by divine magic millions of times in an instant. Everyone knows that one of the special skills of the angel race is purification, purifying all evil forces. The Killing God Sword and the Destruction Sword have slaughtered countless lives and destroyed countless worlds, and have long since evolved into the most evil and wicked artifacts. Even a top-tier god who obtains these two divine swords will be affected by their evil power, and his temperament will change drastically. However, the divine magic of the angel race prefers to purify this kind of thing. Moreover, it was Angelia who used the purification spell. This was simply a case of walking right into the line of fire. Both the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, who were simultaneously severely injured, could even hear the mournful cries emanating from the god of slaughter's sword and the sword of destruction. These two supreme divine swords suffered greatly while accompanying them in this war. Chapter 561 Your Highness, I think I need to consider this more carefully. On the other side, more than 20 supreme deities descended upon the chaotic divine realm. The supreme law restriction set up by the god of slaughter, Lawrence, is extremely powerful. After all, the chaotic god realm was his stronghold. Within this divine realm, he has countless subordinate gods and believers. With the blessing of these gods and believers, the power of the supreme law's restriction becomes even stronger, enough to withstand attacks from supreme deities of the same level for a long time. However, there was not just one supreme deity who attacked the restrictions of the supreme laws. Instead, there were more than 20 people. Among them are supreme deities of the highest order, such as the goddess of light, the goddess of sunlight, the goddess of judgment and decision, and the goddess of nature and elves. Naturally, the supreme law restriction of the god of slaughter could not last long. It was broken in less than 10 minutes. Upon entering the chaotic divine realm, the goddess of light, Annabelle, immediately spoke up. I sense the presence of His Majesty the Lord of Holy Light. Princess Angelia and Princess Victoria have also arrived. Despite being supreme deities, the goddess of light respectfully addresses Angelia and Victoria as Your Highness. This is because, within the Holy and Light faction, the angel race holds the most unique identity and the highest status. She, along with the goddess of sunlight and others, are all subordinate deities of the Lord of Holy Light. Angels, on the other hand, are sacred beings created by the Lord of Light, and are the embodiment of the Lord of Light's will to walk in the myriad worlds. Therefore, even these supreme deities held the angels in high esteem. The goddess of sunlight also sensed Lin Yu's presence and said, just as Heloise said, our Lord has been reincarnated and is currently still at the demigod level. None of the goddesses present doubted Lin Yu's identity, because they could all sense the aura of the super artifact, the origin scepter, on Linyu. The Scepter of Origin is the Lord of Holy Light's signature artifact. Even the highest deities would find it difficult to subdue, let alone mortal beings. Therefore, Linyu must be their Lord of Holy Light. The only thing that puzzled the goddesses present was they couldn't sense any spiritual connection with Linyu, which they found very strange. After all, they were all subordinate gods of the Lord of Holy Light. Logically speaking, even if the Lord of Holy Light has been reincarnated and is now cultivating anew, they are still able to establish a connection of faith with him despite the close distance between them. However, the goddesses didn't think much of it. For them, the most important thing now is to pay homage to the great Lord of Light. It has been at least 50 million years since they last met the Lord of Holy Light, and they are all extremely excited. Just like ordinary believers who can't wait to see the God they believe in. Let's get going. We should have paid our respects to His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light the moment He descended upon the battlefield of all realms, but we have been delayed until now. I only hope that our Lord is not angry. Our Lord is merciful. He will surely not blame us. Without hesitation, the goddesses vanished from the spot. The supreme deities of the nature pantheon, led by Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits, were a step behind. At this moment, a handsome male deity dressed in a white robe hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, are we really going to pledge allegiance to the Holy and Light faction?" As everyone knows, our natural pantheon has always been a neutral faction. Once you ally with the Holy and Light faction, it means you will have to face those pantheon forces that are hostile to the Holy and Light faction, such as the evil Pantheon Alliance. He is the only male supreme deity in the pantheon of nature gods, and his divine office is the god of the sky. Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits, said, "Ever since I received that prophecy from the Lord of Holy Light, I have had a feeling of unease. I consulted the goddess of fate, Olivia, and learned that our universe is about to face a terrible disaster. The ferocity far surpasses that of the holy war tens of millions of years ago. In this era, a vast number of supreme deities may perish. I don't know if I will survive this disaster, but I do know that if we want our natural pantheon to continue forever, we must seek the protection of the Lord of Holy Light. Of course, I won't force you." As she spoke, the goddess of nature and the spirit's gaze swept over the supreme deities, including the god of the sky, the goddess of the sea, and the goddess of the aurora, before finally settling on the face of the god of the sky. If you have different opinions, you can bring them up now. Those who want to leave can leave now. If anyone harbors any other illusions after joining the Lord of Holy Light, then don't blame me for being impolite. I will personally kill them and apologize to the Lord of Holy Light." Upon hearing this, the ocean goddess, the aurora goddess, and others shook their heads. They are staunch supporters of nature and the goddess of spirits. The god of the sky frowned deeply. He, like the goddess of nature and spirits, is a supreme deity at the pinnacle level. In the pantheon of nature gods, although his status is not as high as that of the goddesses of nature and elves, his divine power is not much less. Even the goddess of nature and the spirits had to rely on the power of the world tree to suppress him. He is a supreme deity with higher aspirations. He doesn't want to become someone else's god unless absolutely necessary. After all, once you become a god, you have to hand over half of the faith power you have collected, and you have to obey the will of the god you believe in, without being able to resist or have any freedom. "Your Highness, I think I need to think about it more carefully." "Can." The goddess of nature and spirits nodded. Then, she took another deep look at the god of the sky. Without another word, he led the ocean goddess and the others away. Watching the goddesses disappear, the god of the sky felt no relief. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat. The gaze of the goddess of nature and elves just now seemed to have seen right through him. "I'm probably just overthinking it." Chapter 562, All Shredded. With a soft pft, accompanied by the spray of golden divine blood, a dazzling golden holy sword descended from the sky, instantly piercing the supreme divine body of the god of slaughter. Ultimately, due to insufficient foundation, the armor worn by the slaughter god King Lawrence was merely a top-grade main artifact, which was no match for Angelia's power. Under the attack of the golden holy sword, not only did the main artifact armor shatter, but the supreme divine body of the god of slaughter was also pierced, spraying out an unknown amount of divine blood. A single drop of the blood of the god of slaughter can destroy an extraordinary world. Now they act like it's free, spewing nonsense everywhere. It seemed as if it wanted to dye the entire battlefield space red. Upon witnessing this scene, Osmond, the god of destruction, who was standing in another void, rushed over to provide assistance. He couldn't just stand by and watch the god of slaughter die at Angelia's hands. It's not about old buddy friendship. It's simply because once the god of slaughter falls, he alone will have even less hope of surviving. The two of them together could barely hold out against Angelia for a while, delaying the arrival of the other supreme deities of the evil Pantheon alliance to their aid. The god of destruction believed that the supreme gods would not stand idly by. After all, if the two of them were to die here, the evil Pantheon alliance would no longer be able to contend with the holy and light factions. In addition, the entire chaotic divine realm will be occupied by the holy and light factions. As a result, the evil Pantheon alliance suffered even greater losses. However, the god of destruction had no idea that the supreme deities of the evil Pantheon alliance had already decided to watch the two of them be killed by Angelia. No one will come to their rescue. The reason is simple: they are also afraid of dying. In addition, more than 20 supreme deities, including the goddess of light and the goddess of sunlight, have entered the chaotic divine realm. If they choose to join the war, they will face an attack from more than 20 supreme deities. Who would dare? Not to mention the 7 remaining evil supreme gods. Even the Titan King Clovis had to temporarily avoid the limelight at this time. Therefore, the god of slaughter and the god of destruction on the battlefield were already isolated and helpless. At this moment, Osmond, the god of destruction, was also fighting desperately. Using the more than 30 supreme laws under his control, he wielded the supreme divine power within his body and crushed towards Angelia, while simultaneously diverting a portion of his power to protect the god of slaughter. Try to buy time for the god of slaughter, Lawrence, to help him recover as quickly as possible. However, it wasn't until he was about to be overwhelmed by Angelia's attacks that he discovered that the slaughter god King Lawrence's injuries had not only failed to heal, but his aura was becoming increasingly weak. Damn it! It's an attack from the supreme law of fate. Osmond, the god of destruction, had a contorted expression. Only then did he realize that the golden divine sword that pierced through the supreme divine body of the god of slaughter not only contained supreme laws with extremely powerful killing power, but also divine arts condensed from the supreme law of destiny. The god of slaughter can cleanse the killing power within his body, but it is difficult for him to remove those divine spells of fate. In just a short while, most of the threads of fate binding the god of slaughter had been severed by those divine spells of fate. This is the direct cause of the increasingly weakened god King of Slaughter. Once all the threads of fate are severed, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, will perish on the spot. Even if he has a divine incarnation hiding in his own divine kingdom, he can forget about being resurrected. That's how terrifying the attack of fate can be. At that very moment, 1,000,000 kilometers away, Angelia waved the archangel's scepter in her hand. Behind it were 18 angel wings, all radiating incomparably dazzling divine light. At the same time, countless colorful threads extended from the void. This forms a dense network that covers the entire battlefield space. These colorful threads appear ethereal and formless, yet they are indestructible and extremely sharp. Even space-time was sliced open layer by layer. As countless colorful threads swept across, the defensive barrier erected by the god of destruction was instantly torn apart, followed by the supreme divine body of the god of slaughter, Lawrence. He was already extremely weak. The supreme deity, towering over 10,000 meters tall, was instantly shattered into countless fragments by this attack. On the other side, Adonis, the lord of the undead, who had been left unconscious and lying dead by Gladstone, also suffered the same fate. His supreme divine body was shredded by the dense net, and this time he was truly dead. Impossible. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? The god of destruction screamed in despair. The more than 30 supreme laws he released, including his most powerful supreme law of destruction, were all shredded by those colorful threads. This was simply unbelievable to him. However, the god of destruction's horror did not last long, because the colorful threads enveloped him after slicing through all the roadblocks. Without hesitation, he unleashed all the supreme divine power within him. At the same time, he took out powerful artifacts to provide him with defense. But the next second, all those divine artifacts, as well as the source of his supreme divine power, were also cut open. The power contained within the colored threads was so immense that it was like a dimensional reduction attack, something that the god of destruction, Osmond, simply could not withstand. As the dense net closed in, the god of destruction was filled with despair. For a fleeting moment, he even regretted having designs on the Lord of Holy Light. Puff, puff, puff. It was accompanied by countless colorful silk threads sweeping across. The supreme divine body of the god of destruction was also cut into pieces without any surprise. Chapter 563, Slaying the True Spirit, Utter Demise. Countless colorful threads slowly retreated into the void. The battlefield space-time, which had been fragmented, returned to normal. On the battlefield, only 3 piles of still wriggling remains of corpses remained. They come from the god of slaughter, Lawrence, the god of destruction, Osmond, and the unlucky lord of the undead, Adonis. Even if the supreme divine body is cut into pieces and its life force is cut off, their consciousness still exists. They even wanted to be resurrected and reborn. The constantly writhing fragments of the divine body are evidence of their attempt to resurrect. If they had simply been dismembered, they could have been resurrected in an instant. But it's important to know that the person who killed them was Angelia, the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. Angelia not only used the supreme laws to purify the evil power from the 3 supreme deities. At the same time, he used the divine magic of fate to sever most of the threads of fate on their bodies. The combination of these 2 traumas alone is enough to prevent the 3 members of the god of slaughter from reviving for a while, since it also takes time to eliminate Angelia's power. During this time, it would be an easy task for Angelia to completely eliminate them. Of course, Angelia didn't hold back either. As she put away the archangel's scepter, she pulled out an angelic sword burning with golden flames from the void and slashed it down at the corpses of the 3 slaughter god kings from afar. It was as if they had a premonition of something. Gray figures suddenly flew out from the corpses of the 3 supreme gods. These figures appear as if they are in a phantom state. It is the divine soul of the 3 supreme deities. It contains their consciousness and envelopes their divinity and nature. Given the resources of the supreme deities, if their souls could escape, they would likely only need 1,000,000 years to recover to their peak condition. 1,000,000 years may seem like a very long time, but it is nothing to the supreme deity. The holy war between the holy and the demonic gods took place 50 million years ago. Unfortunately, escaping was just a fantasy for them. Even in their prime, they were no match for Angelia. They were beaten so badly that the supreme deity was nearly killed. Now, with only a wisp of their divine soul remaining, how could they possibly escape? Accompanied by a series of shrill screams, 3 swords of destiny swept across. The threads of fate binding the 3 members of the god of slaughter were all severed. In that instant, not only did their divine souls completely disintegrate, transforming into clumps of pure divine essence, but their avatars hidden in the divine realm and even in other worlds also vanished. The scariest thing is, in the long river of fate, their true spirits vanished into nothingness in an instant. All things in the universe embody the true spirit within the long river of destiny. The true spirit is the core origin of all things, and also the beginning. Many people believe that if a person's soul is extinguished, then that person will die completely and cease to exist. This is actually incorrect. Powerful beings who control the laws of time can resurrect the dead by reversing time. The annihilation of the soul does not mean complete death. The fundamental reason is that their true spirit has not disappeared. Whether it is a mortal being or an immortal god, once the true spirit entrusted to the river of fate dissipates, even reversing time cannot revive it. Back then in the underground space of the Bone Temple, why didn't the Grim Reaper Barcane that Victoria encountered fight back when facing her? Even if Victoria were to kill it, it would be willing. It was because Victoria forgave the true spirit that it had entrusted to the river of fate. As long as the true spirit remains, there is a possibility of its resurrection. For example, right now, with Angelia's divine power, if she wanted to resurrect Death God Barcanes, it would be an extremely easy thing. Even the ruler of the underworld, the king of the underworld, can do this. The true spirit never perishes, and all things endure forever. This is the meaning of the true spirit. Now, Angelia has used the sword of destiny to directly annihilate the true spirits of the 3 slaughter god kings who entrusted themselves to the river of destiny, which means that they are completely dead. Even if dozens of supreme deities joined forces, they could not resurrect them. There is still some possibility before the true spirit is extinguished. Angelia waved her right hand. She then collected the divine essence, divine status, and divinity of the 3 slaughter god kings. Also taken were fragments of the divine bodies of the 3 supreme deities, as well as various other items that had fallen. The fragments of the supreme divine body are also treasures. After repair, powerful puppets can be crafted, such as the demon Lord Gregory. If used to prepare medicines, it can easily be used to create miraculous drugs. A single drop of divine blood from a supreme deity is worth as much as a top-grade divine artifact. let alone the complete divine bodies of 3 supreme deities, whose value is comparable to a supreme divine artifact. Speaking of the supreme artifact, the Killing God King's Killing God Sword, the Destruction God King's Destruction Sword, and the crown of the Lord of the Undead, Adonis, all fell into Angelia's hands. These 3 supreme artifacts alone are enough to make the supreme deities deep in the void envious. Unfortunately, despite their envy, they didn't dare to come and steal it. Angelia's performance in this battle completely shocked them. Even the Titan God King Clovis, who is known as the strongest supreme god in the battlefield of all worlds, is now breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 564 The Power of Chaos. How can it be so powerful? On the throne, Titan King Clovis said in disbelief. Although Angelia killed the supreme demon ancestor of the Void Demon clan back then, she did it with all her might. Now, Angelia is fighting 2 against 1. Yet he easily killed Lawrence and Osmond, and even destroyed their true spirits that they entrusted to the River of Fate, so that they would never be reborn. That's absolutely terrifying. The Dragon God King, who was wearing the same pants as the Titan God King Clovis, was also shocked. Cold sweat was also beating on his forehead. That was because he was frightened by Angelia. Both the god of slaughter and the god of destruction are supreme deities at the peak level. Neither of them can compare to the supreme demon ancestor, but the 2 of them combined are stronger than any of the supreme demon ancestors. However, this powerful combination was easily defeated by Angelia. The whole process even gives the impression of being effortless. Neither the Dragon God King nor the Titan God King Clovis admitted that they could do this. The Dragon God King said, Angelia's divine power has increased by at least 30% compared to the time of the Holy War. She has truly reached the limit of a supreme deity. Throughout the entire universe, the only 2 beings capable of suppressing this 18-winged archangel are the Lord of Holy Light and the Spirit of the World Rules of the battlefield of myriad realms. That's not necessarily true. Titan King Clovis is a person who is unwilling to admit defeat easily. If I use the Tower of Eternity, it's not impossible to suppress Angelia. Although the Eternal Tower is a defensive artifact primarily used to guard the Titan realm, its power is far greater than that of any supreme artifact when used to attack enemies. If it is used to imprison enemies, its power is even more terrifying. Without power surpassing that of a supreme deity, one cannot break the imprisonment of the Tower of Eternity. This divine artifact is also the source of the Titan King's confidence. Hearing the words of the Titan King, the Dragon God King and the other supreme deities present all secretly rolled their eyes. What else is there to say with the power of this super artifact? Across the entire universe, there are only 2 known super artifacts. One is the Titan's Tower of Eternity, and the other is the Holy Light Lord's natal super artifact, the Scepter of Origin. The power of the ultimate artifact far surpasses that of the supreme deity. To put it bluntly, any one of them, wielding a super artifact, could sweep away all enemies and suppress Angelia. At this moment, the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, suddenly spoke up. I'm just curious about what kind of power Angelia used to kill the god of slaughter and the god of destruction. My initial guess was that those colorful threads were formed by Angelia using more than 100 supreme laws she had mastered, making them indestructible and unbreakable. But later we discovered that there seemed to be no trace of the power of laws within it. That was a power I had never seen before. It seems capable of destroying all matter. After the goddess of darkness uttered these words, the supreme deities beneath the void also fell into deep thought. Like the goddess of darkness, they were curious about what power Angelia was using. Putting everything else aside, the fact that such power could easily slice through the divine body of a supreme deity was enough to make them want to uncover its secrets. If they could also master that power, if they joined forces, they might even be able to put up a fight against the Lord of Holy Light at his peak. Unfortunately, this was just their most beautiful fantasy. This special power is in Angelia's hands, and it is almost impossible for them to know its secrets. Its difficulty is second only to seizing the Origin Scepter, a super artifact within the body of the Holy Light. I seem to know a thing or two about this power. Titan King Clovis seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. After attracting the attention of all the supreme deities present, he said, "If I am not mistaken, it should be the power of chaos. This power transcends the laws and can assimilate all matter into chaotic energy." The divine bodies of the god of slaughter and the god of destruction were not cut into pieces. Instead, when it comes into contact with those threads formed from chaotic power, the point of contact is instantly assimilated into chaos. It just looks like it has been cut open. The power of chaos. A supreme deity asked in astonishment. What kind of power is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The other supreme deities also wore the same puzzled expressions. This includes the infamous goddess of darkness, Sylvia. Titan King Clovis said, "In the beginning of the universe, there was chaos, no other matter, no living beings, and everything was in a state of annihilation. Legend has it that the Lord of Holy Light split the chaos and then created the universe and all things with the power of creation. Of course, this is just a legend. I prefer to believe that my Titan ancestors, the Titan giants, were born from the chaotic universe and then created the myriad worlds." Stop fooling around. A supreme deity whose appearance resembled a ravenous monster said, "I agree with what you say about the power of chaos. But as for the creation of the universe being the work of your Titan ancestors, that is simply impossible. As far as I know, after countless billions of years of the universe's formation, the ancient Titan race was born from a portion of the remaining chaotic power. The claim that the ancient Titans created the universe is pure rumor." Titan King. This primitive octopus actually dared to undermine him? Chapter 565, The Treasure of the Supreme Deity. Of course, whether or not someone sabotages another's efforts is not important. The Titan King Clovis did not argue with the supreme deity who resembled a deep-sea monster over whether the universe was created by the Lord of the Holy Light or by their Titan ancestor, the Titan. After all, these are minor matters. Moreover, fighting over this kind of thing would only make him seem like he was angry out of embarrassment. At that very moment, the Dragon God King, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. The power of chaos is not something that ordinary beings in the universe can master. If one is not careful, one will be assimilated by the power of chaos. In all these years, I have never seen anyone who can master the power of chaos. How did Angelia do that? Seeing that the power of chaos was so strong, it could easily shred the divine body of the supreme deity. This Dragon God King also developed a desire for it. Even if you can't obtain the ultimate artifact, the scepter of origin, or the profound mysteries of the Lord of Holy Light, being able to master the power of chaos is still quite good. After all, the power of chaos can also greatly enhance their strength. Angelia is the first archangel with 18 wings born from the angel race. She is the oldest being in our universe. She is naturally not an ordinary cosmic being. The goddess of darkness, Sylvia, said, "As for how Angelia mastered the power of chaos, I'm afraid only His Highness the Dragon King can inquire about that himself." The Dragon God King remained silent. I rolled my eyes countless times in my mind. Would asking Angelia really tell him? He's not the Lord of Holy Light. It's still possible that the secret of trading the power of chaos with Angelia using divine artifacts. You're overthinking it. The dark goddess Sylvia said bluntly, "When the angels swept across the universe, they plundered countless divine resources from the cosmos. Would Angelia even care about your paltry sums?" Upon hearing this, the Dragon God King nearly exploded. This dark goddess always likes to criticize him. Moreover, they portrayed the foundation of his Dragon Clan God realm in such a negative light. You should know that their Dragon God realm is just as ancient as the Titan God realm. Over countless years, they have accumulated a vast amount of divine resources, making them richer than the entire evil Pantheon alliance combined. Is this just a pittance? At this moment, the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, suddenly said, "If we use a divine artifact that surpasses the level of a supreme artifact to exchange for the profound mysteries of chaotic power with Angelia, I believe the chances of success are very high." Beyond the supreme artifact, the Dragon God King was taken aback. Immediately, as if by reflex, he turned his gaze to the Titan King Clovis. The Titan King said with a grim face, "Sylvia, what are you talking about? The Tower of Eternity is a supreme treasure passed down from our Titan ancestor, the Titan, and its purpose is to protect the bloodline of our Titan race. Nothing is worth sacrificing the Tower of Eternity for. Even the Scepter of Origin won't do. Don't get me wrong, I was just saying it casually." The Goddess of Darkness spoke calmly. The Tower of Eternity is the treasure of the Titans, but not hers. She felt no qualms about proposing to exchange the secrets of the Chaos Power. Unfortunately, this excellent suggestion was decisively rejected by the Titan King Clovis. The other supreme deities present were also somewhat disappointed. They fear they will never be able to obtain the secret of chaotic power from the 18-winged Archangel Angelia. However, if the secret is traded into the hands of the Titan King Clovis, they still have a chance. Just then, a sudden ripple came from the depths of another void. The fluctuations are extremely violent, clearly indicating an abnormal state. The supreme deities immediately released their divine senses and quickly located the source of the fluctuation. Two enormous figures were frantically attacking a certain void, generating countless spatial storms and temporal turbulence, while divine power and fragments of laws were spreading in all directions. It's Gladstone and Clayther. I was just wondering where Angelia teleported them, but it turns out they've returned to the void. The void is the base camp of the gods. Countless gods, including the supreme god king, choose to entrust their divine kingdoms to the void. Because the void is vast and boundless, even larger than the real universe. Moreover, this place is utterly empty. By entrusting their divine kingdom to a crack in the void, it is virtually impossible for other deities to discover it, unless you're incredibly lucky and happen to run into them. At this moment, under the relentless attacks of Gladstone and Clayther, layer upon layer of the void collapsed one after another. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, an enormous and astonishing world slowly emerged. This world stretches for tens of trillions of kilometers, with endless white bone mountains and boundless seas of blood churning within. It can be clearly seen that countless undead creatures still live in the world. Among them are many powerful, god-level undead. If they didn't know that the underworld wasn't located in the void, they would have suspected that this world was the underworld. How is this possible? That's the divine realm of Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. How did they find them? With Adonis dead, Gladstone and Clayther came to raid its lair. That's really too much. Looking at the kingdom of the dead appearing in the void, the supreme deities present were immediately filled with envy and jealousy, and even their breathing became rapid. Even for them, such a divine kingdom was a great treasure. After all, that was the lair of the supreme deity. All the divine artifacts, resources, and wealth of the Lord of the Dead Adonis are hidden inside. Such a treasure made them all want to get involved and get a share. Chapter 566, The Lich Lord. We must not let them succeed. Especially Clydel. She is a traitor to our evil Pantheon alliance and has no right to touch the divine realm of Adonis, the Lord of the Undead. Although Adonis has fallen, the wealth of his divine realm should belong to our alliance. A massive figure rose from the throne. It has a human form, and its divine body is also over 10,000 meters tall. He was wearing a full set of black armor, and his exposed skin was frighteningly white, as pale as a corpse, without a trace of blood. A thick layer of gray mist enveloped it. Within the mist, countless phantoms struggled and howled silently. Those phantoms are the souls that it devours and torments. And it is none other than the infamous Lich Lord, the most powerful and ancient lich in the entire universe, without exception. Before the Lich Lord was born, there was no race called Lich in the universe. It was this secret technique that opened the path of cultivation for living beings to evolve into liches. It has to be said, the Lich King's achievements were truly great. Moreover, it is extremely extraordinary. After all, it is common knowledge that mortals cannot live forever. Even the most powerful demigods, or even the most perfect cosmic beasts with perfect life genes, have a limit to their lifespan at the mortal level. Even vampires, who are said to be able to stay young forever, will eventually grow weak and die of old age. The dead will also die as their soul fire dissipates. But the Lich is different. Once transformed into a Lich, one can achieve true immortality, even if it has been sealed for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The Lich will not weaken and die. They can live forever, like gods. This is because the Lich's body can generate immortal matter on its own. Other intelligent races and mortal beings can only have this immortal substance appear in their bodies after they become gods and evolve divinity, thus granting them eternal life. The Lich Lord defies the heavens. He pioneered the path of the Lich and passed on this secret art to all realms of the universe. It transformed countless living beings into liches. In effect, this created an eternal race. This shows just how powerful the Lich Lord, the creator of the Lich race, was. However, even the most capable person can be blinded by their own desires. Seeing that Gladstone and Clayther had actually found the divine kingdom of Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, and were about to possess all the wealth of a supreme god, it could no longer contain itself. Of course, it wasn't impulsive enough for someone to go and rob it. It was inciting the other supreme deities of the evil pantheon present to go with it. For example, the king of poisons, the goddess of darkness, the spider goddess, and so on. There are 7 evil supreme deities present. Once they make their move, they will be able to easily defeat Gladstone and Clydel with lightning speed and seize the divine kingdom of the Lord of the Dead. If we join forces, suppressing Gladstone and Clayther will not be difficult. Only, The alluring spider goddess, her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows furrowed, said, "What I'm worried about is Angelia." It was she who teleported Gladstone and Cluddle to the depths of the void, where they found Adonis's divine kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, she will also have a share of Adonis's divine wealth. If we try to seize it now, we might just attract Angelia's attention. As she spoke, the spider goddess's gaze swept over the assembled evil supreme deities, finally settling on the Lich Lord. "If any of you have the ability to contend with Angelia, I will join you immediately, without hesitation." Silence, a deathly silence. The Lich King, who had been so impulsive that he was about to take action, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head upon hearing the spider goddess's words. The fire of greed in my heart was completely extinguished. The venomous king, radiating green light, said in a low voice, "Although the divine kingdom of a supreme deity must be extremely wealthy, it is not worth risking a direct confrontation with Angelia. It would be such a loss if any of us were to die by Angelia's sword of fate because of this." "I disagree," the dark goddess Sylvia said. "Only a fool would go to share the resources of a divine kingdom with 7 people and live in fear. We might as well think of a way to find the divine kingdoms of Lawrence and Osmond. If we can find their divine kingdoms before Angelia does, we can not only avoid fighting Angelia, but also reap greater benefits." Upon hearing this, the Lich King, the spider goddess, and other evil supreme deities' eyes lit up immediately. Yes, how come they didn't think of that? The god of slaughter and the god of destruction are dead too. Moreover, both the god of slaughter and the god of destruction are supreme deities at the pinnacle level, and the divine kingdom of either of them is richer than that of the Lord of the Dead, Adonis. In comparison, it would be rather unwise to compete with Gladstone and Clayther for the kingdom of the Lord of the Dead. But the problem is, how can we find the divine kingdoms of Lawrence and Osmond? Isn't that simple? Just cooperate with Olivia. She's the goddess of fate, and she's best at this kind of thing. Chapter 567, The Goddess of Fate, has a solution. These words were spoken. The supreme deities, including the King of Poisons and the Lich Lord, all turned their attention to the Goddess of Darkness. "Please ask the Goddess of Fate to find the locations of the divine kingdoms of the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction." Admittedly, this is indeed a solution. But whether the method is effective or not, we don't know. Although the Goddess of Fate is the supreme deity of the neutral faction, her attitude towards their evil Pantheon alliance is still not so friendly. This is quite normal. The evil god alliance is so powerful on the battlefield of all realms that even dogs can't stand it. As for reputation, there is none at all. Unless there are special circumstances, it is rare for a supreme deity to be willing to form an alliance with evil, for fear that they will betray and turn their backs on them. The spider goddess frowned and said, "Even if the Goddess of Fate, Olivia, were to personally intervene, it would be very difficult to find the locations of Lawrence and Osmond's divine kingdoms. After all, Angelia has severed the connection between the two of them. Even the true spirit has been annihilated. If it weren't for the fact that we are supreme deities with powerful divine consciousness, we would have completely forgotten about Lawrence and Osmond by now. To sever destiny means that life has never existed in this universe. The most direct impact is that they will be forgotten. If nothing unexpected happens, the countless subordinate gods and believers of the God of Slaughter and the God of Destruction have completely forgotten about these two masters of faith and no longer have any connection with their faith or destiny. Without the guidance of the thread of fate, it is naturally difficult to find the divine kingdoms of the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction. The Goddess of Darkness said, "All things in the universe are entangled in the threads of fate, including our divine kingdoms." Angelia did not sever the divine destinies of Lawrence and Osmond. They exist in the void and are connected by fate to countless things. For example, the evil deities who have entered the kingdoms of Lawrence and Osmond. As long as we find these evil deities and trace the threads of fate on their bodies, we can pinpoint the locations of the two divine kingdoms in the void. That makes sense. The Lich King nodded in agreement. This method is indeed feasible. Moreover, as far as I know, there are several peak-level gods of slaughter and gods of destruction who have entered the divine kingdoms of Lawrence and Osmond. If we find them, we will find the kingdoms of Lawrence and Osmond. Upon hearing this, the spider goddess asked in confusion, "If that's the case, why don't we try to find a solution directly from those gods of slaughter and gods of destruction, instead of seeking cooperation with the goddess of fate?" The Lich King glanced at him sideways. He thought the spider was incredibly stupid. If it were you, would you expose the location of your divine kingdom because of a few subordinate gods? Of course not. The spider goddess decisively shook her head and said, "Whenever I summon a subordinate god to my divine kingdom, I seal them away." Before she could finish speaking, the spider goddess shut her mouth. The Lich King said, "Since you know to keep the secret of your own divine kingdom's location, what about Lawrence and Osmond?" Spider goddess. At this moment, the King of Poisons also spoke up, saying, "It seems that we can only place our hopes on the goddess of fate. We just don't know if she is willing to cooperate with us." The goddess of darkness, Sylvia, said, "The wealth of the divine kingdoms of two supreme deities is something that even the most indifferent Olivia cannot resist. As long as we can afford the price, she will definitely make her move." Can. Several evil supreme deities agreed. They exchanged glances at each other several times at the same time, their eyes clearly revealing a hint of ill intent. They're probably up to no good. For example, turning against someone afterward. Then, who will contact the goddess of fate? Upon hearing this, all the evil supreme deities turned their gazes toward the goddess of darkness. The suggestion to cooperate with the goddess of fate was made by the goddess of darkness. This glorious task naturally belongs to none other than the goddess of darkness. The goddess of darkness, Sylvia, did not refuse. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, "I will find a way to get the goddess of fate to cooperate with us, but we will share the price for a win-win cooperation." Of course. As long as the goddess of fate finds the locations of Lawrence and Osmond's divine kingdoms and helps us unlock the treasures of these two kingdoms, no price is too high to ask. Good. All the evil supreme gods nodded in agreement. Their idea was simple. Offer the terms first, then we'll talk about the goddess of fate. Even if their attempt to turn their backs on things failed and the goddess of fate took away a portion of the divine treasures, they wouldn't have lost out. After all, Angelia also possesses the supreme law of destiny. Moreover, he personally eliminated Lawrence and Osmond, making it easy to secure their divine kingdom's location. If they don't act quickly and seize the divine treasure before Angelia does, they might end up with nothing at all. Then it's decided. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure of the dark goddess Sylvia, along with her throne, vanished into the void. It's obvious they've gone to find the goddess of fate. The remaining few evil supreme deities did not linger and disappeared one after another. Only the ancient supreme deities, led by the Titan King Clovis, and the supreme deities of other factions remained, staring at each other in bewilderment. So, will they try to steal these two divine kingdom treasures? Chapter 568 Lofty Ambitions. Forget it. Two mere divine kingdoms are not worth jeopardizing our alliance with the evil pantheon. The Titan King Clovis set a general tone for the gods. The Holy and Light faction has won over the Nature pantheon, greatly increasing its strength. He also wanted to win over the evil pantheon alliance to strengthen his confrontation with the Holy and Light factions. If he were to attempt to seize the divine wealth of the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, even if the goddess of darkness, the Lich Lord, and others dared not openly turn against him, they would no longer stand on the same boat with him. Hearing the words of the Titan King, the other supreme deities present were immediately disappointed. The supreme deities of other factions, in particular, looked as if a piece of their flesh had been ripped out, their expressions contorted in pain. The ancient pantheon is wealthy and powerful, and looks down on the divine wealth of Lawrence and Osmond, but they are different. They are small and insignificant, and are very envious. But now, Titan King Clovis has declared that he will not participate in the struggle for the wealth of the divine kingdom. They could only suppress their greed. After all, their supreme deity is weak and few in number. Without the ancient pantheon led by Titan King Clovis standing in the way, they wouldn't dare to provoke the evil pantheon alliance. Even though the evil pantheon alliance has already lost 4 supreme deities. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. They are far stronger than them. Titan King Clovis said, "Return to your respective divine armies, and prepare for battle. I have a feeling that the angelic army will soon descend upon the battlefield of all realms. We must do everything in our power to deal with this situation." A supreme deity took a deep breath and asked, "Your Majesty the Titan King, are we really going to war with the angels? Tens of millions of years have passed, and the angels' war power is certainly more terrifying than it was during the Holy War. Tens of millions of years ago, the army of angels was able to sweep across the universe. Let alone today, tens of millions of years from now. Although the strength of our pantheon of myriad races has increased many times over, defeating the angelic army, as well as the Holy and Light faction armies loyal to the Lord of Light, is still an almost impossible task. It's not entirely impossible. The Titan King Clovis felt a surge of confidence when he thought about the Lord of Holy Light being merely a reincarnation of a demigod. He fears no one but the Lord of Holy Light. After all, he was also a supreme god king who possessed an extraordinary artifact. If the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light truly lacks the peak power of his former self, he is extremely confident that he can suppress the angel race and the Holy and Light faction. Let's ignore the rest for now. You should go back and summon the army of the gods. Whether or not to wage war against the angels is entirely up to my command. That's the only way. The supreme deities did not say anything more. They all disappeared into the void, taking their respective divine thrones with them. Only the Titan God King and the Dragon God King remained. They didn't seem to intend to leave. After waiting for a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in the depths of the void. This figure was none other than the Sky God who had previously parted ways with the Nature Pantheon. Upon seeing the appearance of the Sky God, Titan King Clovis frowned and said, "You shouldn't have left the Pantheon of Nature so soon. It would have been more meaningful for you to stay by the side of the Goddess of Nature and the Elves." The God of the Sky said rather rudely, "Is your Majesty joking? Hellos and the others are going to pay homage to the Lord of Holy Light. If I go with them, and I give myself away or they discover something, I'm afraid I'll be suppressed on the spot." The Titan King retorted with displeasure. The reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light hasn't even reached the level of a true god. What are you afraid of? The God of the Sky retorted. Then what is His Majesty the Titan King afraid of that makes him hesitate to act? Besides, even without the Lord of Holy Light, there is still Angelia. I don't want to end up like those three guys, not only being killed, but also having my true spirit destroyed. The Titan King Clovis was furious, but he had nothing to say. At this moment, the God of the Sky said in a slightly more conciliatory tone, "I have no choice but to do this. Heloise and the others are already prepared to become subordinate gods of the Lord of Holy Light. If I go with them, I will either die or become a subordinate god of the Lord of Holy Light. Does your Majesty think I should go? You did the right thing." Titan King Clovis stopped dwelling on the matter. "You should move your pantheon from the realm of nature to my realm of titans as soon as possible. Follow me, and I will definitely not let you suffer any losses." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the God of the Sky said. "Your Majesty, do not forget your previous promise to allow me to enter the Tower of Eternity and comprehend the ancient and supreme laws contained within." Titan King Clovis said, "Once you officially reside in the Titan realm, I will open the gates to the Titan world for you. Praise be to you, Your Majesty the generous Titan King." A smile finally appeared on the handsome face of the Sky God, and he even bowed to Clovis. Of course, this is not a ritual of pledging allegiance. He is the God of the Sky, standing high above the heavens, overlooking the universe. No one could gain his loyalty. Even the Lord of Holy Light cannot do it. His ambition was lofty. He vowed to become a great being comparable to the Lord of Holy Light. On the other side, shortly after Angelia finished cleaning up the battlefield, more than 20 supreme goddesses, including those from the Holy and Light factions and the Nature Pantheon, descended upon the territory of the Wolf God clan one after the other. Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw these goddesses. These goddesses are all incredibly beautiful. Chapter 569 Goddesses. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. It is our honor to meet you. May the Holy Light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal. Inside the central temple of the Wolf God clan, more than 10 extremely beautiful goddesses knelt excitedly before Lin Yu. Yes, it's kneeling and worshipping. These supreme goddesses from the Holy and Light factions are all subordinate deities of the Lord of Holy Light. Kneeling and worshipping is a ritual performed by God towards his Lord. Of course, under normal circumstances, such a formality is not necessary. Just cross your arms and place them on your chest like an angel to pay your respects. The goddesses were incredibly excited because they hadn't seen the Lord of Holy Light for tens of millions of years. Although the current Lord of the Holy Light is only a demigod, it does not affect their fervor and reverence for the Holy Light. The fundamental reason is that the Lord of Holy Light created the Holy and Light faction. These supreme goddesses all pursue the great laws under the protection of the Lord of Holy Light. Their faith in the Lord of Holy Light is unwavering. Even after tens of millions of years, their faith has never wavered. On the other side, the supreme goddesses of the Nature Pantheon, led by Heloise, the goddess of nature and elves, also bowed respectfully to Lin Yu, their expressions filled with awe for the Lord of Holy Light. Unlike the Nature Pantheon, the Holy and Light factions have no leader. All goddesses, including the Goddess of Light, the Goddess of Solar Radiance, the goddess of judgment and ruling, etc., hold equal status within the sacred and luminous camp. Because the angels are the dominant force in the holy and light factions, where you could say he is the Lord of Holy Light. Get up. Lin Yu sat on the throne in the temple and raised his hand towards the goddesses in the hall. After the goddesses respectfully rose, his gaze swept over each of them. The goddess of light, dressed in a white gold gown, wearing a crown, and holding a scepter adorned with angel wings, possessed an unparalleled beauty in both her face and figure. The goddess of radiant sun wears golden divine armor, has a pair of golden wings on her back, and a huge, dazzling halo behind her head, resembling a radiant sun. The goddess of judgment and sentencing is also dressed in a suit of golden armor. Compared to the goddess of radiance, she exudes a more sharp and domineering aura, and her expression is more indifferent, as if she were an emotionless machine. The goddess of moonlight and the hunt is much more gentle and beautiful. She wore a long, emerald green dress and was surrounded by a dreamlike, beautiful radiance. In addition, there are starry Valkyrie, goddess of divine punishment, and so on. Without exception, these goddesses were all breathtakingly beautiful. Standing to the right of the temple are the supreme goddesses of the nature pantheon, led by the goddess of nature and spirits, including renowned goddesses such as the goddess of the ocean and the goddess of the aurora. Apart from the god of the sky, all the supreme deities of the nature pantheon were present. There were a total of 23 goddesses present. 9 of them are from the natural pantheon, while the remaining 14 are goddesses from the holy and light factions. This also shows that the overall strength of the holy and light factions is very powerful. If it weren't for the frequent sabotage from other pantheons, such as the ancient pantheon and their covert support for the evil pantheon alliance, the holy and light factions would truly be capable of crushing the evil pantheon alliance. The reason why the ancient pantheon faction helps the evil pantheon alliance is, the main reason is that they don't want to see the holy and light factions grow too powerful. The ancient pantheon, led by Titan King Clovis, has always wanted to maintain its position as the strongest force in the multiverse battlefield. Naturally, they would try to win over one faction while suppressing another. As for why they don't try to win over the holy and light factions, it's simply because they couldn't win them over. The goddesses of the holy and light factions are loyal only to the angels and the Lord of Holy Light. They have no regard for the Titan realm or ancient pantheons. Lin Yu said to the group of supreme goddesses from the holy and light factions, "I am very pleased with your arrival. I was planning to go to the holy light divine realm." The goddess of light quickly said, "The billions of gods in the holy light divine realm are all awaiting your arrival." Lin Yu said with a smile, "I already said that was before. I'm not going there now." Upon hearing this, the goddess of light and the others immediately showed expressions of fear. They thought that they had arrived too late, which had caused the great Lord of Holy Light to become dissatisfied. However, before they could speak, Lin Yu said, "The chaotic god realm originally had 4 supreme gods. Now that the god of slaughter and the Lord of the undead have fallen, Gladstone and the goddess of curses have both submitted to us. I've thought about it. We can directly occupy the chaotic god realm. You should all command your respective divine armies to storm into the chaotic divine realm and purify all evil heretics who refuse to bow their heads to the holy light. As you will, great Lord of Holy Light." Upon hearing this, the goddess of light and the others immediately pledged to mobilize their army. Purifying heretics is their old profession. They not only need to purify the entire chaotic divine realm, but also conquer all the hundreds of small and medium-sized divine realms that lie between the chaotic divine realm and the holy light divine realm. Make the chaotic divine realm and the holy light divine realm completely connected. They had wanted to do this for a long time. Previously, there were many concerns and obstacles, but now it's different. With the Lord of Holy Light backing them up, they are fearless. Chapter 570 Faith and Baptism. Hellois. Lin Yu then turned his gaze to the goddess of nature and elves and said, "Have you thought this through?" Without much hesitation, the goddess of nature and elves knelt in the hall, just like the goddess of light and others, and respectfully said, "If we could receive the mercy and favor of His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light, it would be an honor for the billions of gods of our nature pantheon." Following the goddess of nature and spirits, the goddesses of the ocean, the goddess of the aurora, and a host of other goddesses of nature also knelt down in worship. "I implore you to join the ranks of the holy and the light." They had already prepared themselves mentally before they came. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here at all. If one were simply seeking an audience with the Lord of Holy Light, the goddess of nature and elves, Heloise, would represent the entire pantheon of nature. Having come here, they had already decided to become subordinate gods of the Lord of Holy Light. Although this would cost them half of their faith power, it was nothing compared to surviving the impending cosmic catastrophe. Moreover, they have already reached the level of supreme deities. The power of faith was not enough to help them ascend to a higher level or achieve a breakthrough in divine power. Therefore, even sacrificing half of one's faith will not have a significant impact. Furthermore, if one becomes a subordinate deity of the Lord of Holy Light and receives guidance from him, wouldn't that be far better than losing one's faith? Why is it that the vast majority of goddesses in the Holy and Light faction have already reached the level of the highest deity and possess many supreme artifacts? The reason for this is that they are the servants of the Lord of Holy Light. The Lord of Holy Light is also a great and generous Lord of faith. The crown of the goddess of light, the golden wings of the goddess of sunlight, the holy sword of judgment and decision of the goddess of judgment and decision, the heart of the moon goddess of moonlight and hunting, and the unrivaled shield of the starry Valkyrie. These renowned supreme artifacts were all bestowed upon us by the Lord of Holy Light. Looking across the universe and all worlds, no one is richer, more powerful, or more generous than the Lord of Light. Therefore, the goddesses of the natural pantheon, such as the ocean goddess and the aurora goddess, had no objection to becoming the Lord of Holy Light and were completely in agreement. To this day, they still don't understand what the sky god was thinking. Does that arrogant fellow really think that becoming a subordinate god of the Lord of Holy Light will cut off his path to advancement? Not only will they not, they will have an even greater chance to become stronger. Of course, if the sky god's goal is to become a great being comparable to the Lord of Holy Light, then let's pretend they said nothing. Fine, I accept your faith. As if blessed by divine intervention, Lin Yu instinctively retrieved the super artifact, the Origin Scepter, from his body and gently waved it toward the goddess of nature and the elf goddess. Instantly, beams of dazzling light flew out from between the eyebrows of the goddess of nature and the elf goddess and others. It flew into Lin Yu's body again. Immediately afterwards, a strange energy surged from the Scepter of Origin, enveloping and surrounding nature, the goddess of elves, and others. It was clear that the aura emanating from them was rapidly increasing. Among them, the Aurora Goddess, who was originally only a late-stage supreme deity, comprehended multiple supreme laws on the spot and leaped to the level of a peak supreme deity. This thrilled the Aurora Goddess. The gaze directed at Lin Yu was instantly filled with boundless fervor. That one breakthrough was equivalent to tens of millions of years of arduous cultivation. In fact, even tens of millions of years of cultivation might not be enough to break through, since every step on the path to becoming a supreme deity is fraught with difficulties. Much later, the strange energy emanating from the Scepter of Origin finally dissipated. The 9 supreme goddesses from the pantheon of nature have all increased their power to varying degrees. The one who reaped the greatest rewards was undoubtedly the Aurora Goddess. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. All the goddesses bowed to Lin Yu with great excitement. Indeed, the great Lord of Holy Light was generous and benevolent, and used the legendary power of creation to baptize their supreme divine bodies, granting them at least tens of millions of years of cultivation progress. Compared to before, their supreme laws and divine power are now much stronger. Get up. This is what you deserve. Lin Yu smiled and raised his hand. In fact, he himself was completely baffled. Even he himself didn't know why he took out the Scepter of Origin, nor did he know how he had just used the Creator to baptize these goddesses. All of this seemed to be his instinct. He instinctively knew that he needed to do this, and that he could do this. Furthermore, Lin Yu clearly sensed that he had grasped the essence of the souls of these natural goddesses and imprinted the mark of faith within them. From this moment on, 9 goddesses of nature, including Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits, all became his subordinate deities. He could even use his mastery of the divine soul essence to instantly kill all these supreme goddesses. This is the power of faith in the god. Of course, Lin Yu wouldn't do something so stupid. He was so enamored with these breathtakingly beautiful goddesses that he couldn't bear to kill them. At that very moment, an immense power of faith converged upon Lin Yu. All of these responses came from the faith feedback of the 9 goddesses of the natural pantheon. The power of his faith was so immense that it almost burst Lin Yu's body. He even sensed that the barrier to his demigod status was crumbling, and that faith was burning within him. Is he about to break through and become a god? For a moment, Lin Yu felt her heart break. This is not the result he wanted. Chapter 571. Lin used 2 nicknames. Lin Yu knew this deeply. If he chooses to ignite the divine fire and ascend to the realm of gods now. Therefore, he can at least advance to the level of a peak main god. After all, as long as one possesses the main gods of 12 complete pantheons, one can break through to the peak realm. There were 9 supreme goddesses of the natural pantheon present, and the total number of their respective pantheons was far more than 12. It was at least 100. Fueled by the power of their faith, Lin Yu's ascension to the peak of the main god realm can be said to have been effortless. He might even directly comprehend the supreme laws and ascend to become a supreme deity. Because the power of faith gathered within him was so immense, it could burn freely and allow him to break through to the limit. However, even becoming a supreme deity was not what Lin Yu wanted. The reason is simple. Lin Yu's path is one of cultivating both faith and principles. Without any one of these paths, he might not be able to surpass the Lord of Holy Light. Lin Yu has only mastered about 1,000 laws, which is 2/3 short of the 3,000 laws he needs to perfect. He absolutely cannot attempt to break through and advance now. Otherwise, his position on the path of law would be far weaker than that of faith. This does not align with Lin Yu's established plan. Even if you become a god now, your future achievements will at most be comparable to the Lord of Holy Light. This is pointless. If Lin Yu's goal was simply to rival the Lord of Holy Light, he could go to the angelic realm, merge with the Lord of Holy Light's divinity, and ascend to the heavens in one step. Why bother trying to comprehend the laws? It seemed as if it sensed Lin Yu's firm resolve. The power of creation within him began to vibrate wildly, suppressing the vast, ocean-like power of faith. At the same time, the origin scepter, a super artifact in Lin Yu's hand, returned to his body, helping the power of creation to suppress it. Until a very long time later. Only then did the power of faith within Lin Yu calm down. The demigod realm barrier that had previously collapsed was restored. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed that all the surging power of faith had been suppressed and sealed within his body. Even a supreme deity couldn't have stopped something like that. Only through the combined power of Lin Yu's creation and the super artifact, the scepter of origin, can this be achieved. After all, that was half the faith power of the 9 supreme gods. Even if the supreme laws were to stand in their way, they would still be torn to shreds. Lin Yu now doesn't even dare to take out the super artifact, the origin scepter, anymore, because a huge amount of faith power is gathering in his body every moment. The 9 supreme deities of the nature pantheon, including the goddess of nature and spirits, are constantly receiving immense faith power from their subordinate gods and believers. And half of this power of faith will be contributed to Lin Yu. If he doesn't use the super artifact, the scepter of origin, to continue suppressing the situation will inevitably repeat itself. At that point, he'll have no choice but to break through, even if he doesn't want to. Fortunately, the faith of the goddess of light and others, as well as the faith of the angels, did not bless me. Otherwise, even the origin scepter might not be able to withstand it. After all, I can't unleash the full power of the origin scepter right now, not even a fraction of its strength. It all depends on the origin scepter's own efforts. As for why he couldn't obtain the faith power of the holy and light faction and the angel race, Lin Yu also knew the reason. They were originally the servants and believers of the Lord of Holy Light. All the faith power contributed was gathered into the divine essence that the Lord of Holy Light placed in the angelic realm. To put it simply, the divine status of the Lord of Holy Light is a higher level. Lin Yu is now using a secondary account. The faith of the goddess of light and others, as well as the angels in the divine realm, is tied to their main faith. Although Lin Yu possesses the status of the Lord of Holy Light, his full title has not yet been officially activated, so he naturally cannot obtain their faith power. As for nature and the goddess of elves, they are directly bound to his alternate account. That's why you can receive faith. Once Lin Yu merges with the divinity and nature of the Lord of Holy Light, he can take over the faith of the holy and light factions and the angel race. At that time, it was essentially merging the main account and the secondary account into one account. Everything is his. I've gained some insights. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Lin Yu addressed the goddess of light, the goddess of nature and elves, and others in the main hall, saying, I entrust the task of conquering the chaotic divine realm to you. He feels like a fat man who has eaten too much. I need to find a way to properly process this. His method of digestion is to burn the power of faith and create laws for himself to comprehend. The power of faith within him was so abundant that it was practically inexhaustible, and he could burn and create to his heart's content. Of course, this process inevitably requires the help of Secretarian. In addition, just to be on the safe side, Lin Yu also invited Victoria along. As an 18-winged fallen archangel, Victoria must have different experiences than Angelia that she can pass on to him. If it weren't for the fact that it was their first meeting and they weren't very familiar with each other, Linyu would have invited Annabelle, the goddess of light, and all the other goddesses along with her. After all, we can gain more and more by communicating together. Chapter 572, hoping the Lord of Holy Light will also guide them. The decree of the Lord of Light. The goddesses, of course, all obeyed. However, they did not return to their respective divine realms. It's just a matter of dispatching the divine army under their command. They don't need to go back and personally take charge. A single thought is enough to handle it. The God of faith has absolute control over the subordinate gods under his command. Through the bond of faith, the God of faith can instantly transmit his will to all the subordinate gods, and mobilizing the divine army is an easy task for them. Those who remained in the territory of the Wolf God clan were naturally there to serve the great Lord of Holy Light. We can listen attentively to the commands of the Lord of Holy Light at the first opportunity. This is something every goddess dreams of. The same applies to Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits who has just become a subordinate deity of Linyu. The Lord of Holy Light is currently only a demigod and has not yet recovered to his peak. This is the best opportunity to serve the Lord of Holy Light at close range and the best time to increase the Lord of Holy Light's favorability. When the Lord of Holy Light returns to his peak, it will be relatively difficult for them to see the Lord of Holy Light again. For example, tens of millions of years ago, when the Lord of Holy Light dominated all the heavens and myriad worlds, his true form rarely appeared on the battlefield of myriad worlds. He would occasionally stay in the angel god realm, or occasionally go to unknown places in the universe. In short, at that time, let alone the gods, even the 18-winged archangel of the angel race would find it difficult to see the Lord of Holy Light. Now that they have such a great opportunity, they certainly want to seize it. Even if you don't get guidance from the Lord of Holy Light, you can still become a familiar face to him. After Linyu led Angelia and Victoria away from the central temple, the goddess of light, along with the goddess of nature and elves, began to aggressively expand the territory of the Wolf God clan. With supreme power, it constructed countless luxurious temples out of thin air. This effectively dismantled the stronghold of the Wolf God clan. Faced with such a situation, the Wolf God clan and their ruler, the Golden Moon Wolf King, dared not be angry or speak out, and did not even dare to appear openly in the sunlight. Holy light above. Those are more than 20 supreme goddesses who stand at the pinnacle of the battlefield of myriad realms. It was a tiny heretical god, and it didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fearing that it might displease those goddesses, it might slap them to death. Especially those goddesses of holy light from the holy and light factions, who are most skilled at purifying these non-holy races. In the eyes of the goddesses of holy light, the wolf god's stronghold is full of heretics. If things go wrong, the entire tribe could suffer a devastating blow. Compared to the 18-winged archangels of the angel race, our status in the heart of His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light is still far inferior. Inside a newly built, magnificent temple, Annabelle, the goddess of light, is conversing with the goddess of sunlight, the goddess of judgment and sentencing, and others. There were 14 goddesses present. They all come from the holy and light faction. As for the goddesses of the nature pantheon, they did not appear here. Clearly, even though the goddess of nature and elves, Heloise, and others have become subordinate deities of the Lord of Holy Light, they are still a different faction from the holy and light faction. This is quite normal, of course. Even in this tiny paradise, there are factions. The ancient archetype Doris and the dark elf Queen Nadia both dreamed of inheriting the bloodline of the Lord of Holy Light, thereby enhancing their status in the heavenly kingdom and suppressing the nature elves led by Grace. The Naga race, led by the Naga Queen, has always disliked the dragon race and the Medusa race. In short, wherever there are people, there will be disputes. Moreover, there are many benefits to such disputes. It can make the various factions and groups more united and more motivated. If those at the top manage things well, factional struggles can actually be beneficial to the rapid development and strengthening of the overall power. Like Linyu, he doesn't even need to manipulate or use so-called power tactics. He only needs to be there, and the various factions under his command will develop and grow on their own. These factions are vying for his place in their hearts and for his favor as the Lord of the Holy Light. We are, after all, only gods. The angels, on the other hand, are creations of the Lord of Holy Light. Princess Angelia and Princess Victoria, along with the other 7 archangels with 18 wings, were among the first angels created by His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light, and hold a very special place in His Holiness's heart. These are words from the goddess of judgment and ruling. The goddesses were extremely envious of the thought of the Lord of Holy Light taking Angelia and Victoria into seclusion for cultivation and giving them private instruction. They wished they could switch places with Angelia and Victoria. Let the Lord of Holy Light guide them as well. Speaking of the first batch of angels, the goddess of sunlight suddenly spoke up. I do know that the first angels created by His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light were not Princess Angelia and the others. Before the 7 princes, His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light had already created the Chaos Angels. This is a secret recorded in the Book of Creation, and I was fortunate enough to see it once in the Lord's divine realm. The Chaos Archangel. The other goddesses present were immediately stunned. This was a title they had never heard of before. Chapter 573 this time. We are determined to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Good. The goddess of sunlight nodded and said, the Holy Scriptures record that the Lord of Holy Light, with the power of creation, created 2 24-winged angels from chaos, and named them the Holy Angels of Chaos. After that, the Lord of Holy Light created the angel reincarnation pool. They created the angel race. Upon hearing this, the goddess present widened her eyes once again. Angelia is already so powerful as an 18-winged archangel. Not long ago, she killed 3 supreme gods of the evil Pantheon Alliance, plus 2 puppets and avatars of the same level. The power of the gods was so terrifying that even these long-established supreme deities could only look up to them in awe. How powerful is the Chaos Angel with its 24 angel wings? They simply couldn't imagine it. After all, everyone knows that the more wings an angel has, the stronger she is. I wonder where those 2 Chaos Archangels are now. I don't think I've ever seen them before. I have never seen them during the Great War between the holy and the demon tens of millions of years ago. I believe they will eventually appear. The Goddess of Light said, and the timing of her appearance will certainly be during this upcoming cosmic war. The Moon Goddess, with her gentle demeanor and radiant moonlight, said, if Clovis and the other supreme deities of the other factions knew that the angel race still has 2 Chaos Holy Angels, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep at all. That's not important. The Goddess of Sunlight said, the important thing is that the power that Princess Angelia used to kill the god of slaughter and the god of destruction was, I speculate, the power of chaos, which is above the laws and divine power. My intuition tells me that Princess Angelia may break through her current realm and step into the level of Chaos Holy Angel. And such achievements must be because Princess Angelia received guidance from the Lord of Holy Light. These words immediately made the goddesses present even more envious of Angelia and Victoria. They wanted to be like Angelia. With guidance from the Lord of Holy Light, they then climbed even higher peaks. We'll have our chance to. The Goddess of Light said, as long as we serve His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light at all times, we will one day be able to receive His Holiness's favor. Even if we are not angels, but belong to God, our Lord treats us with the same love and selflessness. Praise be to our Lord. The other goddesses also joined in praising the Holy Light. Just then, the Goddess of Judgment and Decision suddenly spoke, saying, Princess Angelia has sent word that we must go to the depths of the void. What are we going to do in the depths of the void? The group of goddesses expressed their confusion. The Goddess of Judgment and Decision explained, with the fall of the 3 gods of slaughter, their divine kingdoms have become ownerless. The Goddess of Curses and Gladstone have opened the divine kingdom of the Lord of the Dead and are acquiring its divine resources. Our mission to the depths of the void is to conquer the divine kingdoms of the god of slaughter and the god of destruction. In addition, Princess Angelia has just received a message from the Goddess of Curses, Clydal, that the supreme deity of the evil Pantheon Alliance is contacting the Goddess of Fate, Olivia. They attempted to seize these 2 divine kingdoms by taking advantage of the power of the Goddess of Fate. Originally, Princess Angelia intended to personally suppress the entire evil Pantheon Alliance. However, she is currently exchanging insights into the mysteries of the laws with our Lord, so she has entrusted the task to us. So that's how it is. Annabelle, the Goddess of Light, immediately stood up, a hint of murderous intent on her beautiful face, and said, I have long wanted to destroy those heretics of the evil Pantheon Alliance. This time, we are determined to wipe them out in one fell swoop. I have been waiting for this moment for a full 50 million years. This last sentence comes from the Goddess of Judgment and Ruling. Her expression was cold, her gaze sharp as a sword, devoid of emotion like a machine. As she spoke, she reached out, and pulled a golden divine sword radiating a terrifying aura from the void. It was the supreme artifact, the Judgment Holy Sword, personally crafted for her by the Lord of Holy Light. Over the years, countless evil heretics have been purified by this holy sword of judgment. Annabelle, if you can't bring yourself to hurt Sylvia, I can help you. Annabelle, the goddess of light, suddenly twitched her eyebrows. He said to the goddess of judgment and sentencing, "Don't be ridiculous. Sylvia is my own sister. Even if someone is to suppress her, I should do it myself." The goddess of judgment and sentencing scoffed. "I knew this would happen." Goddess of light. There was no delay. A group of more than 10 goddesses from the holy and light factions tore through space and entered the void world. They set up coordinates in the territory of the Wolf God clan. If an enemy attacks or disturbs the Lord of Holy Light's secluded cultivation, they can return in an instant. Moreover, nature and the goddess of elves are still guarding this place. So they don't need to worry about anything and can leave with peace of mind. Princess Angelia has already used the supreme laws of fate to calculate the coordinates of Lawrence and Osmond's divine kingdoms. We can head there directly. We need to hurry. The Evil Pantheon Alliance got there first. Olivia is greedy too, actually helping the Evil Pantheon Alliance to covet our Lord's spoils. Suppress her along with them later. That makes sense. Sometimes, the goddesses of the holy and light factions act even more madly than the evil deities. Chapter 574 Victoria's Excitement. The backyard of the central temple. Inside the seclusion room, Victoria trembled with excitement. After exchanging insights on the profound mysteries of the laws with Lin Yu, she finally understood why Angelia was able to achieve such a breakthrough in such a short time. She had been wondering about it before. She had clearly found hope for advancement, devouring the core essence of the abyss demons. As a result, the gap between him and Angelia actually widened. On the battlefield, Angelia easily suppressed the god of slaughter and the god of destruction with her own power. The colorful threads that were formed from some unknown power easily shattered the divine bodies of the two supreme gods. This shocked her and left her completely baffled. I just can't figure out what that power is. How did Angelia manage to acquire it? After all, even she instinctively feared that power. Only now, after several complete exchanges of laws with Lin Yu, has she suddenly realized something. Now I finally understand why Angelia suddenly improved. And why was she able to wield a power she had never seen before? The root cause lies with the Creator. That was the power of creation from the Supreme Creator, which, through repeated exchanges of laws, shook Angelia's status as an 18-winged archangel, even causing cracks to appear in it. That power arises from the cracks in one's personality. That is the power of chaos. They have always been hidden within their position as 18-winged archangels. If they can shatter the barrier of the dimensional sphere and grasp the source of the chaotic power contained within, they can be promoted to chaos holy angels. As early as the beginning of its development, the Supreme Creator has left us a path to achieve the evolution of our bloodline. It is purely because of our own reasons, or our lack of talent or hard work, that we have been trapped at the level of the 18-winged archangel for countless years. Originally, all the angels believed that the 18-winged archangel was the end of the angel race. The Chaos Angels are not included, because they are chaotic beings created by the Lord of Holy Light using the power of creation and the power of chaos, not born from the angel reincarnation pool. After cultivating for countless billions of years, none of the 7 18-winged archangels could achieve true bloodline evolution. This led these 18-winged archangels to believe that their path had come to an end. Or, one could say that the Lord of Light did not grant them the authority to climb upwards. But until now, Victoria then realized that the Lord of Light had given them the key to evolution from the very beginning, but they had just failed to find it. Now I finally seized the opportunity. I could clearly feel that the power of creation from the Creator directly shook my status after entering my body. As long as I persevere and communicate more, I can also achieve what Angelia has achieved. Furthermore, I can also achieve rapid growth by absorbing the power of the abyss's origin. Sooner or later, I will definitely surpass Angelia, or even completely shatter the dimensional rank, obtain the chaotic origin contained within, and thus ascend to become a chaos holy angel. Thinking of this, Victoria's beautiful face flushed red with excitement. At this moment, Victoria looked at Angelia, who was exchanging the profound laws with the Creator, and she looked forward to her next round of battle once again. It's comfortable and allows for rapid growth. In Victoria's view, this method of spiritual practice was simply perfect. She then told Astia the secret, while Lin Yu was making unremitting efforts. Deep within the void, A colossal divine kingdom was forcibly dragged out from a void rift. This divine realm is even larger than the divine realm of Adonis, the Lord of the Dead. The entire body was shrouded in a layer of blood-red restrictive barrier. Through the barrier, one can see that an incredibly cruel and bloody war is raging in every corner of the world. All the beings of the divine realm went berserk, whether mortal or deity. Some creatures were involved in the war as soon as they were born. Countless lives are being slain every single moment. But at the same time, countless new lives are being born. They were conceived in war and died in war, seemingly in a never-ending cycle. And this world is the divine kingdom of the god of slaughter, Lawrence. The reason why such a bloody scene appears in Lawrence's divine kingdom is purely because killing can enhance his supreme law power and strengthen the world law spirit of the killing god kingdom. One more thing. Lawrence's gods and followers are mostly killers, and they master the laws of killing. They themselves really like this way of growing up. The more people you kill, the stronger they are, the more powerful they become. Those who survive war are generally the strong. And it must be admitted that the army of gods under the command of the god of slaughter, Lawrence, possesses terrifying war power and is renowned throughout the entire battlefield of myriad worlds. Unfortunately, they have now even forgotten their own god. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is the group of figures that appeared in this void. There were 9 figures in total. Among them were 7 supreme deities from the evil god alliance, including the goddess of darkness, the spider goddess, and the lich lord. The other 2 figures were both goddesses. She has an extremely beautiful face and a figure with perfect golden proportions. They were the sisters Olivia, the goddess of fate, and Hylangren, the goddess of fortune, who had been invited by the goddess of darkness. The twin god kings, renowned throughout the battlefield of myriad realms. It was also with the help of the twin god kings that the supreme deities of the evil god alliance successfully found the divine kingdom of the slaughter god king, Lawrence. Chapter 575. None of them are kind-hearted. You have found the divine kingdom of the god of slaughter, Lawrence. Wearing a sky-blue long dress, the goddess of fortune, Hylangren, said to the group of evil supreme deities. As agreed before, 30% of the divine resources of the divine kingdom belong to me and Olivia. Upon hearing this, the several evil supreme deities present immediately exchanged bewildered glances. Their expressions varied. Basically, everyone was up to no good. The god of slaughter, Lawrence, is an extremely wealthy supreme deity at the peak level. The 30% of divine resources in his divine kingdom is an absolutely enormous sum. They would definitely be reluctant to hand it over. At this moment, the Lich Lord replied with a smile, "Of course. We will never go back on our word. Although we are the supreme gods of the evil faction, we still keep our promises." His face was frighteningly pale. Even when he laughs, he gives off an incredibly sinister feeling. It's hard to believe that what he said is true. In fact, his so-called keeping his word is all nonsense. Everyone knows that in the entire battlefield of myriad realms, it is the people of their evil faction who are the most unethical and prone to turning their backs on others. Even the renowned Titan King Clovis was once tricked by the evil Pantheon Alliance and suffered a great loss. The situation is the same now. There were 7 evil supreme deities present. There are only 2 people in total, Lady of Fortune, Hylangren, and Lady of Destiny, Olivia. If the wealth of the god of slaughter's kingdom were divided into 10 parts, the goddess of fate and her companion would take 3 parts, and the remaining 7 parts would be distributed among the 7 supreme deities. To be honest, this distribution is quite fair. After all, without the intervention of the goddesses of fate and fortune, they would never have been able to find the divine kingdom of the god of slaughter, Lawrence, and would have ended up with nothing. But it could also be called an evil Pantheon alliance. No matter how fair the distribution is, they are still planning to turn against each other. However, they dared not make any rash moves. Even with a 7-on-2 advantage, they cannot afford to be careless. The reason is simple. Neither the goddess of fate nor the goddess of fortune are ordinary supreme deities. The goddess of fate, in particular, possesses terrifyingly powerful abilities. If they cannot deliver a fatal blow and let the goddess of fate escape, then she will secretly plot against them using the supreme laws of fate she has mastered, which will make them very uncomfortable. And then there's Lady Luck, who's no pushover either. It is said that they possess the highest laws of creation and have received the favor of the great Tao of the universe. Being targeted by Lady Luck is not necessarily a good thing. Therefore, they either have to stay put and obediently hand over 30% of the divine resources, or they must deal with the sisters in one go. That would be perfect. The goddess of fate, Olivia, glanced sideways at the smiling Lich Lord. With just a glance, the Lich Lord felt as if his inner world had been seen through, and even instinctively felt that he could not turn against him, otherwise the plan would surely fail. This immediately put the Lich King on alert. It is suspected that the goddess of fate, Olivia, has used the power of the supreme law of fate to see the future. It cursed inwardly. Damn it, these guys who wield the supreme law of destiny are no good. In the entire battlefield of myriad realms, there are two people who openly control the power of the supreme law of destiny. One is Angelia, the archangel with 18 wings. One is Olivia, the goddess of fate. Neither of these two is someone to be trifled with. All right, stop wasting time. The spider goddess suddenly spoke, saying, the most important thing is to quickly enter Lawrence's divine kingdom and obtain the divine resources. If Angelia brings those supreme goddesses of the holy and light factions to attack, we will have failed. The Lich King and the others thought it made sense. Their greatest fear now is not the goddess of fate or the goddess of fortune, but Angelia. Perhaps this 18-winged archangel is already on his way with those goddesses of holy light. They must act swiftly. Without hesitation, the group of evil supreme gods immediately took action, attacking the world barrier of the god of slaughter. It is no easy task to breach the divine kingdom of a supreme deity. Even though this supreme deity has fallen, the spirit of world laws still exists in his divine realm. The task of the spirit of world laws is to protect the divine kingdom and prevent foreign invasion. If it were a supreme god wielding great divine power, even if 1,000 or 2,000 of them came at the same time, they would not be able to break through the divine kingdom of the god of slaughter, Lawrence. However, those present were all supreme deities. Some of their divine powers are no less than those of the god of slaughter, Lawrence. Under the relentless attacks of the Lich Lord and others, cracks quickly appeared in the world barrier of the slaughter god kingdom, and various natural disasters also appeared within its world. This directly led to the sudden cessation of the bloody war that had been raging in the kingdom of slaughter. Countless killing gods soared into the sky. They formed an extremely large legion of gods. They received orders from the spirit of the divine laws and attempted to defend the god kingdom of slaughter to the death. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the Lich Lord and others, no matter how many of these killing gods there were, even if there were hundreds of billions of them, they were just weak ants. They don't take them seriously at all. Several more minutes passed. The world barrier of the god of slaughter has finally been breached by the 7 evil supreme gods. Chapter 576, A Feast for the Gluttons. After breaking down the world's barriers, the 7 supreme deities from the evil god alliance rushed in without hesitation. The same applies to the goddess of darkness, Sylvia. Upon entering the god of slaughter, they immediately joined forces to suppress the world's law spirit. The world law spirit of the slaughter god kingdom possesses a primordial power comparable to that of a supreme deity, far surpassing the world law spirit of the floating island world. However, it was still no match for the 7 evil supreme deities who joined forces. It was quickly suppressed and sealed away. As for the army of gods it mobilized, it was utterly helpless against the 7 evil supreme gods. With a wave of his right hand, the Lich Lord transformed countless killing gods into liches amidst screams, forcibly taking them in as his followers and subordinate gods. The king of poisons opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of poisonous mist. The toxic fog expanded even without wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast green ocean. As the vast ocean of poisonous fog swept across, countless gods and beings were instantly corroded into dust, their power and essence merging into the poisonous fog. On the other hand, the spider goddess came from behind to win. She abandoned her human form and transformed into a gigantic human-faced spider, half human and half spider. Its divine body is over 100,000 meters tall. Absolutely terrifying. Immediately afterwards, her 8 spider legs pierced into the void. Then countless white spider silks extended from the void in other areas. These spider silks seemed to possess a spirit, automatically seeking out their targets. In no time, the spider silk pierced through one killing god after another, while frantically devouring the divine power and even the soul essence within their bodies. In the blink of an eye, their divine bodies were completely devoured and weathered away by the wind. At the same time, the other evil supreme deities also used their own methods. They are frantically plundering the living resources of the slaughtering god kingdom, and even the very origin of the world. For them, this was a feast. Moreover, the opportunity is rare. After all, where are they going to find so many gods for them to devour? There are indeed many gods in the battlefield of myriad realms, but they are basically all masters. The smaller ones are killed to bring in the larger ones. If things go too far, it's not impossible for it to ignite a faction war. To avoid this situation, these evil supreme deities are quite restrained in their daily lives. But at this point, there's no need to restrain yourself anymore. With the death of the god of slaughter, Lawrence, his subordinate gods and followers became ownerless objects, a dish in the eyes of these evil supreme gods, to be eaten however they pleased. Even the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, got involved. She sealed away countless living beings on the spot. These creatures that survived one war after another are basically the elite of the elite, and are worth taking back to be transformed and nurtured. Among the supreme deities who descended, only the goddesses of fate and fortune did not intervene. They didn't even enter the god king of slaughter's kingdom. Instead, they remained in the void outside of it. What a pity, Lady Luck, Hylanglin remarked with a sigh. If so many killing gods appeared on the battlefield against the void demons, they would surely be able to annihilate a massive number of demons. To die now is utterly meaningless. This is fate. The goddess of fate, Olivia, remained calm and said, "It's better that they're dead now. If they had fallen into Annabelle's hands, their fate would have been far more tragic." That's true, Lady Luck agreed. Annabelle, the renowned goddess of light, is anything but light when it comes to dealing with evil heretics. These gods and believers, who belong to the slaughter god King Lawrence, would be lucky to be bound to a sacred cross, roasted for hundreds of years, and then killed once they fell into Annabelle's hands. Now, dying a quick and painless death would spare one the suffering of purification. They'll be here soon. The goddess of fate, Osvia, nodded and said, "Then let's do it. Don't let any of these supreme deities of the evil pantheon escape. Use their divinity and divine nature to help the Lord of Holy Light lay the foundation for transcendence. If they can lend a helping hand to the Lord of Holy Light and save our universe, I believe they can die in peace." The words fell. The goddesses of fate and fortune immediately intervened. Using its own supreme laws and supreme divine power, it forcibly broke the seal of those evil supreme gods on the spirit of the laws of the world of the god of slaughter, and then used its world origin to set up a restriction barrier in an instant. This restrictive barrier possesses terrifyingly powerful defensive capabilities, and it enveloped the entire god of slaughter. They imprisoned all 7 supreme gods of the evil pantheon within it. Damn it, Olivia, Hylanglin, what are you trying to do? The Lich King and his entourage, who were enjoying their feast, were both shocked and enraged upon seeing this scene. They both found it hard to believe that the twin god kings had suddenly betrayed them. They were clearly the supreme deities of the evil faction, and they had even discussed whether to turn their backs on each other. The result was completely unexpected. The goddesses of fate and luck beat them to it. Is this some kind of double cross? Chapter 577, Catching a Turtle in a Jar, catching them all in one fell swoop. The supreme deities of the evil pantheon roared in fury as they frantically attacked the restrictive barrier that completely enveloped the god of slaughter. At the same time, the world-lost spirit of the slaughter god kingdom was also one of their targets. However, this was of no use at all. Even if they kill the spirit of the world's laws of the god of slaughter, it will be too late. Because the spirit of the world's laws, in order to trap these invaders, handed over a vast amount of the world's primordial power to the goddess of fate and the goddess of fortune the moment it broke free of the seal. It's now essentially just an empty shell. Killing it won't help. Perhaps that's what they discovered. Soon, these evil supreme deities focused their attention on the restrictive barrier. The 7 evil supreme deities were all attacking desperately. Everyone was giving it their all. Even a fool could guess that the goddesses of fate and fortune didn't simply want to imprison them or double-cross them. Even if they were successfully imprisoned, the twin god kings wouldn't be able to kill them all with their combined power. The sealing of the slaughter god kingdom with a restrictive barrier is clearly intended to prevent them from escaping. They're stalling for time. Damn it. Olivia and Hylanglin are waiting for someone to come. And the people they are waiting for must be the supreme goddesses of the Holy and Light faction, and possibly even Angelia. We've been tricked. The twin god kings have long since pledged allegiance to the angel race. This is all a conspiracy by the angels and the Holy and Light faction to wipe us out. The Lich King and the Venom King, among others, roared in anger. The excitement and madness from just participating in the feast had completely vanished, leaving only anxiety and utter terror. Once Angelia and the supreme goddesses of the Holy and Light factions arrive, that would be enough to trap them like turtles in a jar and kill them all. Damn it! Why did this happen? The goddesses of fate and fortune are both supreme deities of the neutral faction. When did they join the holy and light faction? Why have I never known this? There are many things you don't know. Clydal, as the supreme deity of our evil Pantheon alliance, has betrayed us. The Lich King suddenly turned his angry gaze to the dark goddess Sylvia and roared, Sylvia, it was you who suggested seeking the help of the goddesses of fate and fortune, and it was you who brought these people here. What do you mean? The dark goddess Sylvia, her beautiful face grim, said coldly, do you suspect that I have also betrayed the alliance? Don't forget, I am trapped here just like you. If I were a traitor, I should be standing by the side of the twin god kings right now. Upon hearing this, the Lich King was momentarily speechless. It did indeed have a moment of doubt about the goddess of darkness. But now, after hearing what the goddess of darkness said, I feel that she makes a lot of sense. Just as the goddess of darkness said, if she were a traitor, she wouldn't have needed to put on such a show and be imprisoned with them. That would have been too risky. She could have stood on the sidelines and coldly observed their despair. So what do you suggest we do now? What do you mean, what to do? The goddess of darkness said coldly, of course you should shut your mouth and attack the barrier with all your might. I don't want to fall into the hands of the holy and light factions. On the other side, the spider goddess sneered angrily. The goddess of light, Annabelle, is your own sister. She might spare your life. Unlike us, being caught by her means certain death. Upon hearing this, the goddess of darkness immediately turned her gaze over. He stared at the spider goddess with a murderous look. You lowly spider demon, don't mention Annabelle's name in front of me. The spider goddess was furious on the spot. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he was interrupted by the King of Poison's angry shout. Enough! What kind of time is this to be fighting amongst yourselves? Do you really have to wait for the goddesses of the holy and light factions to descend before you'll unite as one? These words were spoken. The spider goddess and the goddess of darkness immediately suppressed their negative emotions. Focus intently on attacking the barrier. For the Lich Lord and others, every minute and every second trapped inside the barrier seemed to stretch on endlessly. As supreme deities, they previously had no concept of time or years. But only now have they realized how precious time is. If they could, they would even wish time could stand still forever until they broke through the barrier and escaped. However, this was ultimately just their fantasy. Since the goddess of fate, Olivia, has chosen to take action, it means that she has taken control of the future. Sure enough, just as the barrier was about to collapse after being attacked countless times, a series of beautiful and stunning figures appeared out of thin air beneath this void. These are the 14 supreme goddesses from the holy and light faction, including the goddess of light and the goddess of sunlight. Almost at the same time, the protective barrier that sealed off the god of slaughter's kingdom shattered. The Lich King, the spider goddess, and other evil supreme deities have embraced freedom once again. But at this moment, they felt no joy whatsoever. All that remained was profound despair. 14 supreme goddesses stood in different locations beneath the void, blocking all their escape routes. In addition, the goddesses of fate and fortune also assist. They can't escape now. Sylvia, the goddess of light, Annabelle, immediately turned her gaze to the goddess of darkness and said with a bright smile, my dear sister, after fighting for tens of millions of years, you have finally fallen into my hands. Goddess of Darkness. Chapter 578. Where there is light, there is darkness. Looking at the goddess of light, who seemed to be beaming with triumph, Dark Goddess Sylvia was ready to retaliate. She has never lost a verbal battle with this older sister who has been competing with her for tens of millions of years. But at this very moment, the Lich Lord stepped forward first, his expression cold as he swept his gaze over the dozen or so goddesses of the holy and light factions, finally settling on the goddess of light. It said coldly, Annabelle, you'd better think this through. Once you make a move, it means you're going to war with our evil Pantheon alliance. This battle will surely shake the entire battlefield of myriad realms. Other Pantheon factions will also get involved. At that time, the universe and all worlds will be in chaos. Countless gods and countless beings will perish, and even countless extraordinary worlds will turn into dust in the universe. Is this the scene that you, the holy and light faction, wanted to see? Annabelle, the goddess of light, said calmly, purifying evil always comes at a price. But once the power of evil is completely eradicated, the universe will become a more beautiful and prosperous place. The Lich King said, where there is light, there will be darkness. You cannot enslave all living beings in the universe. Upon hearing this, The goddess of light glanced sideways at the Lich Lord. Darkness exists because of the mercy of our Lord, who has given you the opportunity to repent. However, you have not repented and have spread evil beliefs throughout the universe, and now you have even dared to disrespect our Lord. Only the sacred flames can purify your filthy souls and bodies. The Lich King said, during the ancient war between the holy and the demonic, our evil Pantheon alliance also participated in the war, killing countless void demons that invaded the universe. We have also made contributions to this universe. Therefore, our Lord has allowed you to live for tens of millions of years longer. The goddess of light said calmly, if you had chosen to embrace the holy light during this long period of time, how could today's events have occurred? People are ignorant and often misled by evil. Only by believing in the great Lord of holy light can one obtain true eternal life. This includes even you supreme deities. The Lich King was speechless for a moment. It's not because it has nothing to refute. It was purely because the goddess of light was single-minded and determined to purify them. There's no point in saying anything more to this kind of person. The only solution is war. Upon realizing this, the Lich Lord unleashed all the supreme laws and divine power within him. Behind it, even a huge phantom of a divine kingdom appeared. That's a projection of its natal divine kingdom. It can enhance its combat power to a certain extent and endow it with inexhaustible divine power. Wielding a bone staff crafted from the bones of an unknown creature, it charged at a supreme goddess whose rank had not yet reached its peak, roaring, "Don't waste words with this crazy woman. Let's charge out together." Upon witnessing this scene, the other evil supreme deities present did not hesitate. They all unleashed their full power. Together with the Lich King, they attempted to break through the encirclement of the goddesses. The Lord said, "Light shines over the world, and evil and darkness have nowhere to hide." Accompanied by whispers of devotion, a dazzling radiance emanated from the 14 supreme goddesses. At the same time, one after another, terrifying artifacts appeared. The crown of the goddess of light, the golden wings, the peerless shield, the heart of the moon goddess, and the holy sword of judgment are all supreme artifacts. The total number reached an astonishing 20 or more. Almost every goddess possesses 2 supreme artifacts. One thing must be admitted. The Lord of Light is indeed a very generous god of faith. They are incredibly generous to their subordinate gods, which explains why the goddess's faith is so unwavering. With a deafening roar, space-time distorted and collapsed, and a massive law-based restriction suddenly appeared, sealing the Lich Lord and the others inside. This law-based restriction is supported by more than 20 supreme artifacts. Its defensive capabilities are terrifyingly strong. The Lich Lord and his companions, charging straight at the enemy, crashed into the law-based restrictions and were instantly thrown back. The supreme power of the laws they unleashed also shattered into countless fragments. The 7 evil supreme deities unleashed their full power. However, it could only slightly shake the law-based restrictions and had no way to break them. The gap was too large. We were completely suppressed. For a moment, the Lich King and the others were plunged into despair. However, what made them even more desperate was yet to come. After the law-based restrictions were set up, the 14 holy light goddesses, including the goddess of light and the goddess of sunlight, rushed directly into the restrictions. The goddesses of fate and fortune also joined the battle. Together with the goddess of light and others, they besieged these supreme deities of the evil faction. Soon, a great battle between the supreme gods broke out. Chapter 579: The Titan Realm and the Tower of Eternity. In an unknown dimensional void, a vast and boundless divine kingdom floats in the air. This divine kingdom is surrounded by a powerful energy shield that is invisible to ordinary deities. This energy is extremely similar to the chaotic power that Angelia used to sever the god of slaughter and the god of destruction. At the same time, it can be clearly seen that below the divine kingdom stands a giant phantom that is so large that it is unimaginable. It spreads out its arms and supports the entire divine kingdom. This is the renowned Titan realm. As for that giant, it was the legendary Titan, the creator of the Titans, dragons, and countless intelligent races. However, this Titan Colossus is not a physical entity, but merely a phantom. Apart from the Titans, no one knew what the purpose of this phantom of the Titan was. Perhaps it is just a simple phantom symbol. Or perhaps, it possesses power powerful enough to protect the Titan realm. The reason why no one knows its use is that, from ancient times to the present, no enemy or force has ever invaded the Titan realm, so naturally no one can see through its secrets. Let's focus on the realm of the Titans. You can see countless sacred mountains that are over 100,000 meters high. Many of these sacred mountains are depicted in human form. These human-shaped, sacred mountains are not mountains in the true sense, but rather manifestations of powerful Titan deities. They were either in seclusion, practicing asceticism, or asleep. Over countless years, their divine bodies transformed into towering mountains. Once awakened, they will transform into powerful Titan gods. Like other divine kingdoms, countless intelligent beings also live in the realm of the Titans. However, the Titans are not the main race in the realm of gods. This is because Titans have a very long growth period and a very low reproductive capacity, which makes it difficult for the Titan population to grow rapidly. After countless millennia of reproduction, the total number of Titans in the entire Titan realm has not yet exceeded 100 billion. Other races, even the nature elves, would far exceed this scale. The main intelligent race living in the Titan realm is the giant race. Giants like mountain giants, hill giants, giants of light, frost giants, rock giants, cave giants, and so on. Not only are there many varieties, but the quantity is also astonishing. All of them combined are tens of thousands of times larger than the total size of the Titan race. The reason there are so many giants is that the giant race inherits the direct bloodline of the Titan race and is the Titan race's steadfast faith. Unable to solve their own reproduction problem, the Titans had no choice but to find a solution through their offspring. The same applies to dragons. In the dragon god realm, there are also different kinds and a terrifying number of subdragons. However, compared to the Titans, the dragons have a much better reproductive capacity. At least they don't go through thousands or tens of thousands of years without producing offspring. Besides the giants, the Titan realm is also home to a large number of other intelligent races. Even humans exist. These intelligent races are basically the talented elites selected by the Titans from all the universes and floating island worlds, and are cultivated as reserve gods. Right now, at the very center of the Titan realm stands a colossal tower that reaches into the clouds. The entire tower is golden, but it is clearly not made of gold. The materials used to build the giant tower were all incredibly rare, even extinct, divine metals from the universe. At the top of the giant tower, an extremely dazzling light emanates. The radiance radiated outwards in waves, covering the entire Titan realm. Below and around the giant tower, besides towering colossal cities, countless Titan gods knelt in prayer before it. This colossal tower is the sacred relic of the Titans, the Tower of Eternity. As a supreme artifact, it was personally crafted by the Titans of ancient times and has protected the Titan race for countless millennia. The ancient war between the holy and the demonic. Many divine kingdoms and pantheons of gods have been attacked by the void demons. However, the void demon army dared not approach the Titan realm easily because it was protected by the supreme artifact, the Tower of Eternity, which even the supreme demon ancestor would perish upon arrival. The Tower of Eternity has 3,000 floors. Each level of space is infinitely large, enough to easily contain the entire Titan realm. At this very moment, Cronus, the Titan king who had just returned from the depths of the void, stood on the nearly 2,000th floor of the Tower of Eternity, looking down at the world outside the tower. It's not that he doesn't want to stand higher and see further. It's simply because the Ion is not an easy place to climb. The 3,000-story tower represents the 3,000 different attributes of the laws and mysteries of the universe. Each new skill you grasp allows you to advance to the next level. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes. He was able to comprehend nearly 2,000 different laws and mysteries, which is quite remarkable in the history of the Titan race. In terms of the number of laws she has mastered, Angelia is indeed stronger than me. I still need to keep working hard. However, just as Titan King Clovis was preparing to calm down and comprehend the profound laws contained within the Tower of Eternity, a message suddenly reached him. The supreme deity of the evil Pantheon Alliance is under siege by the holy and light factions. Even the goddesses of fate and fortune have joined the battle. Chapter 580, she had no reason to refuse anymore. I just received this message. Titan King Clovis was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, the holy and light faction and the evil Pantheon Alliance would start the final divine war, and that the goddess of fate and the goddess of fortune would also join the battle. These two sisters are staunchly neutral. Even during the ancient war between the holy and the demonic, when the Lord of Holy Light dominated the entire battlefield of myriad realms, neither the goddess of fate nor the goddess of fortune showed any sign of taking sides. Now, however, they are helping the goddess of the holy and light faction to besiege those evil supreme gods. This is completely contrary to the usual behavior of the twin god kings. Why is this happening? The cursed goddess Claytel sided with the Holy and Light faction, followed by the goddesses of Fate and Fortune. The goddess of nature and the elves even led the entire pantheon of nature to become subordinate deities of the Lord of Holy Light. The reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light has only been on the battlefield of myriad realms for 2 short days. The factions and forces in the entire battlefield of myriad realms have undergone a major transformation. Is something about to happen? Titan King Clovis stood atop the Tower of Eternity, gazing down at the outside world, his brow furrowed in worry. Although he did not grasp the supreme law of destiny and could not see the future, his intuition told him that a truly significant event was about to occur. This major event could potentially impact the entire universe, much like the ancient war between the holy and the demonic. Otherwise, the 2 sisters, Fate and Fortune, have absolutely no need to align themselves with the holy and the light. After all, the 2 sisters had always lived a very happy life. No matter what, those supreme deities of the Evil Pantheon Alliance must be protected. Once the Evil Pantheon Alliance is destroyed, it will be even more difficult for my ancient Titan Pantheon to suppress the Holy and Light factions. Titan King Clovis was a man with an extremely strong desire for power. Let's not talk about the era of the Holy War. At that time, the Lord of Holy Light suppressed all realms. He could only lower his head. But the situation is different now. The Lord of Holy Light has already been reincarnated, and it's unknown whether he still possesses the peak divine power he once had. Naturally, he cannot allow the goddesses of the Holy and Light factions to stand up and challenge his dominance over the battlefield of myriad worlds. Nature Pantheon, he has no right to interfere with or control those who align themselves with the Holy and Light factions. However, he couldn't bear to watch the Evil Pantheon Alliance be destroyed by the Holy and Light faction. He absolutely had to protect the 7 supreme gods of the Evil God Alliance, as well as the various evil god systems and their massive armies. Previously, the dark goddess Sylvia expressed her unwillingness to join my ancient pantheon. This time, I rescued them from danger. It seems she has no reason to refuse anymore. Thinking of this, Titan King Clovis could no longer suppress his inner impulse. The thought of bringing the entire Evil Pantheon Alliance under his control filled him with immense joy. Without hesitation, the Titan King immediately summoned all the supreme deities of the divine realm, totaling 9, 2 more than the angels. However, not all of these 9 supreme deities belong to the Titan race. Among them, 4 are Thunder Titans, including the Titan King. The 3 are Storm Titans, including the Storm Titan King. The remaining 2 supreme deities were from the race of giants. 1 is a Frost Giant. 1 is the Giant of Light. Immediately afterwards, the Titan God King contacted the Dragon God King and the supreme deities of other factions, preparing to go all out to rescue the trapped goddess of darkness and others. The speed of the supreme deity is extremely fast. Moreover, their divine kingdom is located in the void. So in just a short time, the supreme deities of the various factions gathered together again, in greater numbers than when the Supreme Council was first convened. After all, previously, only the Titan God King and the Dragon God King from the Titan and Dragon races participated in the council. Their supreme deity did not participate. Now, these hidden ancient beings have all been brought together, bringing together more than 40 supreme deities. This is absolutely a terrifying power, enough to shake the entire universe. However, whether this team can unite as one, or whether anyone is simply there to participate and take advantage of the situation, only they themselves know. Your Majesty, I will not be going. My pantheon has not yet moved away from the realm of nature gods, so it is not appropriate to reveal my relationship with His Majesty for the time being. These were the words the Sky God spoke to the Titan King Clovis before they set off. Titan King Clovis expressed his understanding of this. The natural pantheon has joined the ranks of the divine and the light. Once the god of the sky opposes the holy and light factions, his pantheon might be wiped out by the nature pantheon. It's better if we don't go. With so many supreme deities gathered together, it doesn't matter whether there's one more or one less sky god. After casually dismissing the sky god, Titan King Clovis immediately led a group of supreme deities straight to the battlefield deep in the void. Their speed is terrifying. It's just as good as time travel. However, no matter how fast you go, you can't keep up with the ever-changing situation on the battlefield. Just as Titan King Clovis and his entourage arrived at their destination, they heard a series of piercing screams. Remember to vote with your love and support for free. Chapter 581. My mood suddenly improved. That was an evil supreme deity whose divine body resembled a centipede. Each of its claws is as sharp as a knife. It can easily cut through the void. Its entire body was covered in jet-black carapace, radiating a metallic sheen. Its defensive power is no less than that of a typical supreme artifact. Although, each of the supreme deities present possessed at least one supreme artifact, and some even had multiple supreme artifacts. But you must know, that is a divine body. To be able to refine one's own divine body to a level comparable to a supreme divine artifact is truly terrifying. To a certain extent, this evil supreme deity is already comparable to the Titan King Clovis in the realm of divine body defense. Even for the most powerful deities, killing it would be an extremely difficult task. However, at this very moment, but a shrill scream rang out from its hideous maw, which was covered with countless sharp teeth. As you can see, a golden holy sword sliced its divine body in two from head to tail, even splitting its head in two, creating an extremely terrifying scene. This is an attack from the goddess of judgment and sentencing. With the holy sword of judgment, they broke through the powerful defenses of this evil supreme deity. Almost at the same time, a vast expanse of golden flames swept across, incinerating its broken divine body within the divine flames. Screams echoed continuously from the sea of fire. Its very essence was also attacked. It frantically unleashed its supreme divine power in an attempt to reconstruct its divine body, but to no avail. The purifying power emanating from the golden sea of fire was simultaneously purifying both its divine power and its divine body. Without external assistance, its fate will most likely be the exhaustion of its divine power, followed by being burned to ashes. Thinking of this, the evil supreme deity quickly sought help from his comrades on the battlefield. But who can help it now? The Lich King, the Spider Goddess, and others are all under siege at this moment. Each of them faced attacks from two supreme goddesses. In addition, the two sisters, the Goddess of Fate and the Goddess of Luck, roamed the battlefield, occasionally unleashing a sword of fate or a creative attack upon them. They can't even take care of themselves now. Where would we find the resources to save it? Because it had not received any help for so long, the screams of this evil supreme deity grew ever more shrill. It could clearly feel its own divine body being melted. The very essence of the soul is constantly being struck. His own supreme divine power was also rapidly decreasing. It was getting closer and closer to its demise, and it even saw the old Hades waving to it. Nothing is more despairing than watching yourself walk towards death. At that very moment, it heard screams coming from another area of the battlefield. Through the golden sea of fire that burned it, it saw that the one screaming was the King of Poisons. The King of Poisons seems to have suffered an even more tragic fate. His opponents are Annabelle, the Goddess of Light, and the Goddess of Moonlight and the Haunt. The sea of poisonous creatures that originally surrounded the King of Poisons had been completely purified by the holy light of Annabelle, the Goddess of Light, and his body, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, had been pierced by countless emerald green divine arrows. These divine arrows came from the Goddess of Moonlight and the Haunt. At this moment, she was holding a jade green divine bow, repeatedly drawing it to its fullest extent and shooting at the King of Poison. This emerald green divine bow is a supreme artifact that she herself cultivated. With the aid of the supreme artifact, the Heart of the Moon Goddess, bestowed upon her by the Lord of Holy Light, her destructive power is terrifyingly strong. Each arrow can easily pierce the supreme divine body of the King of Poison. By now, the King of Poisons was riddled with countless arrows. It looks like a giant humanoid hedgehog. It seemed that the King of Poisons was not as badly injured as it was. At least its divine body was not cut in half, but the aura emanating from the King of Poisons was extremely weak. It is obvious. On the road to death, the King of Poisons goes further than it. Even if it has to die, the King of Poisons will die before it. Thinking of this, the evil supreme deity, the millipede, suddenly felt much better for some reason. At least, even if it dies, it will have someone to keep it company. The King of Poisons and the thousand-handed saint are in critical condition. We must break through the restrictions of the laws as quickly as possible and rescue them. The Titan King Clovis issued orders immediately after his arrival. He dared not delay at all, mainly because he was worried that all the supreme gods of the evil Pantheon Alliance would be killed by the Goddess of Light and others, and then he would be disappointed. After hearing what the Titan King Clovis said, the supreme deities of the Titan Pantheon were the first to make their move. Following them are the supreme deities of the Dragon Pantheon. Then there are the other supreme deities belonging to the ancient pantheon. Seeing that they had all made their move, the supreme deities from other factions then took action. In an instant, More than 40 supreme deities joined forces to attack the law restriction, causing it to tremble incessantly. Cracks may even appear very quickly. Chapter 582 The King of Poison, overwhelmed with gratitude. Our rescue team has arrived. Annabelle, even with the help of the twin god kings, you cannot control the future. Once Titan King Clovis leads his forces to break through the restrictions of the laws, it will be the death knell for your holy and light faction. This is the roar of the King of Poisons. His voice was filled with excitement and exhilaration. There is also the joy of surviving a disaster. Originally, under the combined attack of the goddess of light Annabelle and the goddess of moonlight and the hunt, he was not only severely injured, but his divine power was also extremely weak. If nothing unexpected happens, he will die even faster than the thousand-legged sage. However, the arrival of Titan King Clovis and others gave him hope of escaping. Seeing the cracks appearing in the law's restrictions, the King of Poison, as if in a final burst of energy, unleashed a terrifying supreme power, forcefully obliterating the countless divine arrows that pierced his divine body. These divine arrows were weakening his divine power and the essence of his soul every moment. That was the root of his weakness. Now that everything has been wiped out, it has given him a chance to catch his breath. You're celebrating too soon. At that moment, Annabelle, the goddess of light, waved her scepter, mobilizing the supreme power of the divine crown, and conjuring up dazzling holy swords that slashed at the King of Poison. The Lord says that evil and darkness will surely be destroyed by the holy light. The sacred sword of punishment is the sword of redemption that slays evil and heresy. As Annabelle, the goddess of light, offered her most devout prayers, the already dazzling holy swords shone even brighter once more. The aura it emitted was at least 10 times stronger. This is the exclusive divine power bestowed upon believers by the Lord of Holy Light. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the supreme divine body of the King of Poisons was pierced by those holy swords, and no defensive measures were of any use. An uncontrollable scream rang out once again from the mouth of the King of Poisons. Moonlight arrow. On the other side, the goddess of moonlight and the hunt once again drew her divine bow to its fullest extent. He fired a stunning arrow. The arrow tore through space and time, piercing directly into the head of the Venom King. A phantom figure was forced to fly out of the King of Poison's body. It was the King of Poison's soul. At the same time, Olivia, the goddess of fate who was detached from the battlefield, also made her move. She seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. She wielded the sword of destiny, slashing down at the soul of the King of Poisons from millions of kilometers away. The dazzling sword light sliced through all obstacles, striking directly at the soul of the King of Poison. This is the sword of destiny. Just like Angelia's sword of destiny, it can sever the threads of fate of all things in the universe, causing them to disappear completely from the universe, including the true spirits that reside in the river of fate. Although Olivia, the goddess of fate, is not as strong as Angelia overall, the power of her sword of fate is not much different from Angelia's. After all, this is the signature skill of Olivia, the goddess of fate. Take this sword of destiny for example. If it were to strike the soul of the Poison King, he would be certain to die, just like the Slaughter God King and the Destruction God King, who were killed by Angelia. Help me! The King of Poison screamed in terror. He was suppressed by the supreme divine power of the goddess of light and the goddess of moonlight and hunting, and could only watch helplessly as the sword of fate slashed toward his soul. This moment, he even had a thought of regret that he shouldn't have been so complacent. If he hadn't provoked Annabelle, the goddess of light, she might not have unleashed her ultimate attack, and he might have had a chance to hold out until the Titan King Clovis and others truly arrived on the battlefield. He's starting to regret it now. Just as the King of Poisons was in despair, a stunningly beautiful black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Sylvia. Upon seeing the newcomer, the King of Poisons widened his eyes instantly. He never expected that someone would actually come to his rescue under these circumstances. What surprised him even more was that the person who saved him was the goddess of darkness, Sylvia. To be honest, although they are both supreme deities of the evil Pantheon alliance, his relationship with the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, is not good, and can even be described as hostile. His friends are the Lich Lord and the already dead Lord of the Undead. The three of them often colluded. But now, the one who came to save him was the goddess of darkness, not his close friend, Lich Lord. He was incredulous for a moment. Just as the King of Poisons was deeply moved by the Dark Goddess's heroic rescue, the Dark Goddess's supreme divine power clashed with the Sword of Destiny. The Sword of Destiny, Sword Light, shattered on the spot. The dark goddess Sylvia also spat out a mouthful of golden divine blood, her beautiful face instantly turning deathly pale. The full-force attack of the goddess of fate, Olivia, is not so easy to withstand. In terms of strength, the goddess of darkness is inherently weaker than the goddess of fate, Olivia. Run! The goddess of darkness gritted her teeth and said to the king of poison, escape towards the rift. I'll hold them off here. Tell the Titan King to hurry up, we can't hold on much longer. Okay, be careful. The king of poisons was moved to tears, but dared not hesitate. His soul immediately returned to his body and fled to the crack in the law's restriction. The goddess of darkness was left alone to withstand the pressure from the goddesses of fate, light, moonlight, and the haunt. The scariest thing is, at almost the same time, two more goddesses descended. One of them is the renowned star Valkyrie, wielding the supreme artifact, the Peerless Shield. The two of them were originally the dark goddess's opponents, but she accidentally let her come to save the king of poison's life, and now the two of them have chased after her. Chapter 583 Annabelle, stop. Sylvia. Annabelle, the goddess of light, said with a dark face, I have given you countless chances, hoping that you would abandon darkness and embrace the light, but I never expected that you would never learn your lesson. The king of poison was just a hair's breadth away from dying at their hands. However, she was rescued by the goddess of darkness, Sylvia. This angered the goddess of light. Now, the five goddesses have surrounded Sylvia, and she has no way to escape. Annabelle was also prepared to give her disobedient sister an unforgettable lesson. Upon hearing this, the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, glanced sideways at the goddess of light and said, I hate that tone of yours the most. That's enough, goddess of light. At that very moment, a scream suddenly rang out. It still comes from that evil supreme deity whose divine body looks like a giant centipede. Originally, the king of poisons was in a more critical situation than the poison itself. As a result, the king of poisons has successfully escaped. On the contrary, it was completely defeated by the siege of the goddess of sun radiance and the goddess of judgment and verdict. A wisp of a phantom flew out from the thousand-legged Saint King's incomplete divine body, but was annihilated by the goddess of judgment and decision with a single sword strike after only escaping a short distance. Olivia, I'm leaving her to you. The goddess of judgment and ruling calls upon the true name of the goddess of fate. The goddess of fate understood immediately and withdrew from the encirclement of the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, before wielding the sword of fate to strike down upon the corpse of the thousand-legged Saint King. Another blow from the sword of fate. The difference is that no one came to stop this sword of destiny. It successfully severed all the threads of fate binding the thousand-legged Saint King. At the same time, all of the thousand-legged Saint King's incarnations in his natal divine kingdom and other extraordinary worlds were completely annihilated, dying a utter death. A short while later, two more evil supreme deities have been slain. They are all relatively weak and have not reached their peak level. Those who are weak will naturally die the fastest. The goddess of fate showed no mercy to these two evil supreme deities, choosing instead to exterminate them completely, sending them on their final journey with the sword of destiny. As of now, of the 7 supreme deities of the evil Pantheon Alliance, only 4 remain. They are the Lich King, the Venom King, the Goddess of Darkness, and the Spider Goddess. Apart from the Poison King escaping to the rift, the Lich Lord and his 2 companions were completely surrounded by the goddesses of light. Basically, each of them had to face an attack from at least 4 supreme goddesses. They could die at any moment. Outside world, Titan King Clovis and his group also fought desperately. They witnessed firsthand how the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, at the cost of severe injury, rescued the king of poison. I was initially pleasantly surprised. As a result, 3 supreme deities died in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were all struck by the sword of fate by the goddess of destiny, making resurrection impossible. This outcome was far beyond what Titan King Clovis had anticipated. But no matter what, the Lich Lord and the goddess of darkness absolutely cannot die, otherwise his trip would have been in vain. After another all-out attack, the protective barrier finally succumbed to the onslaught of over 40 supreme deities and completely collapsed. Annabelle, stop! Titan King Clovis roared in fury. The Titan's body, towering over 100,000 meters tall, unleashed countless thick bolts of purple lightning, making him appear like an invincible god descending to earth. This Titan King was terrifyingly powerful, both in terms of his own aura and the supreme divine power he unleashed. After all, he possessed a complete set of supreme artifacts. They're rolling in money. At this moment, Titan King Clovis, taking advantage of Angelia's absence, became extremely arrogant. With a roar, he charged straight into the encirclement of the goddess of light and her companions. With overwhelming force, they rescued the goddess of darkness, Sylvia. In just a short time, the goddess of darkness had already suffered multiple serious injuries. If he had arrived any later, she would most likely have died at the hands of the goddess of light and the others. Titan King Clovis quickly gave the goddess of darkness a bottle of divine potion. Then, looking at the goddess of light with a mocking expression, she said, "Annabelle, it is said that the gods of your holy and light factions are ruthless and do not recognize any relatives except the Lord of Holy Light. Now it seems that it is indeed true." Annabelle, the goddess of light, glanced sideways at the pale-faced goddess of darkness. Then, with a cold expression, he said, "Even if she is my sister, she must die if she falls into the camp of evil and darkness. However, our Lord is merciful and has given her a chance to be redeemed. Once I kill her, I can revive her using the angel race's reincarnation pool." "So that's what you were planning?" Titan King Clovis laughed and said, "Then I can't let Sylvia die at your hands. Of course, you don't have that chance now. With me here, none of you will be able to kill her." "Yeah." The goddess of light glanced indifferently at the dozens of supreme deities who had gathered around. The Lich King and his companions have been rescued. Now, it is their holy and light faction that is at a disadvantage and has been surrounded. Titan King Clovis sneered. "Annabelle, the question you should be considering now is whether you can escape this void unscathed." However, Annabelle, the goddess of light, ignored him. Instead, he turned his gaze into the depths of the void and said, as if to himself, "The time is almost up. Remember to give away free, powering up with love gifts." Chapter 584, A Fight to the Death? A Beam of Light. When is it about time? Titan King Clovis looked on in astonishment. As if by conditioned reflex, they followed the gaze of Annabelle, the goddess of light, and looked into the depths of the void. The other supreme deities who had gathered around also stopped abruptly. Like the Titan King Clovis, they stared intently at the distant void, simultaneously releasing their divine consciousness to completely envelop that area. They had reason to believe that Annabelle, the goddess of light, would not speak without reason. That void must hold the trump card that allows Annabelle, the goddess of light, to ignore them. Could this be yet another conspiracy? Previously, the god of slaughter, Lawrence, and the god of destruction, Osmond, were full of confidence when they attacked Angelia, even thinking they could steal the super artifact, the Scepter of Origin, from the body of the reincarnation of the Lord of Holy Light. But what was the result? The god of slaughter, the god of destruction, and the brainless lord of the undead are all dead. From beginning to end, those three guys were being played. Even until their deaths, they never understood why the cursed goddess Clither betrayed them. Now that the goddess of light, Annabelle, has also pulled a similar stunt, the dozens of supreme deities present are deeply suspicious that they too have fallen into a trap set by the holy and light factions. However, no matter how thoroughly they searched that void with their divine senses, they found nothing unusual. However, despite the confusion, the supreme deities present dared not be careless in the slightest. Everyone stood still, not daring to make any rash moves. They were all in defensive or even fleeing stances. The latter were determined to flee immediately should anything go wrong. As for the alliance they had made with the Titan King Clovis, they paid it no heed. After all, they hadn't made any vows. They still have autonomy. They can run away whenever they want. The Titan King and the ancient Pantheon alliance could not restrain them at all. For them, their own lives were more important than destroying the holy and light factions. They didn't want to end up like the god of slaughter, the god of destruction, and all the other evil supreme gods who were completely annihilated. Playing hard to get. After a long period of time, nothing abnormal happened. Titan King Cloviston was already somewhat angry. He suspected that Annabelle, the goddess of light, was deliberately trying to scare him and buy him time. He speculated that the goddess of light had already sent the message to Angelia, who was in the territory of the Wolf God clan, as well as to the supreme goddesses of the Nature Pantheon. Her purpose in stalling for time was to wait for Angelia and the other goddesses to arrive and rescue them. Annabelle, stop dreaming that anyone will come to your aid. Apart from the Lord of Holy Light, no matter who descends upon this battlefield, he cannot save your holy and light faction. Titan King Clovis said with a solemn expression, the evil Pantheon Alliance is an ally of the ancient Titan Pantheon. Not only have you killed the King of Slaughter and others, but you also attempted to destroy the entire evil Pantheon Alliance. Such a brutal method of extermination is unacceptable even to our Titan race. This time, Your holy and light faction must pay a heavy price to appease the evil supreme gods who died at your hands. Clovis's words were spoken with great righteousness and awe. In reality, they wanted to take this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the holy and light factions. After all, such a good opportunity is very rare. Praise be to His Highness Clovis. The venomous king, now reduced to a mere wisp of his divine soul, hid behind several supreme deities and shouted, "These goddesses of holy light must pay a terrible price, or my evil Pantheon alliance will never let this go." That's right. From this moment forward, our evil Pantheon alliance will fight to the death with the holy and light factions. The Lich King echoed this with a gloomy expression. Its face was even paler than before, and its breathing was somewhat disordered. It was also severely damaged in the battle just now. If it weren't for the timely arrival of Titan King Clovis and others, it would probably have followed in the footsteps of Thousand-Legged Saint King and others, becoming the fourth evil supreme deity to die on this battlefield. Actually, it wouldn't matter if one were killed on the battlefield. As supreme deities, they possess the means to resurrect. The key issue is that the holy and light faction has brought in the goddess of fate, Olivia, intending to exterminate them and give them no chance of resurrection or rebirth. This filled the Lich King with both fear and rage. They wished that the two sisters, the goddess of light and the goddess of fate, who were present, would all be dead. A fight to the death. More than 10 goddesses of holy light, including the goddess of light and the goddess of sun radiance, all turned their gazes toward the Lich Lord. Those beautiful yet indifferent eyes sent chills down the Lich King's spine, just as it was about to say when a colossal beam of light, tens of millions of kilometers in diameter, suddenly appeared. It pierced through the void and swept away everything. Two unfortunate supreme deities were struck by the beam of light, and their divine bodies disintegrated on the spot. Its power is simply unbelievable. Chapter 585 is finally coming. So strong. Where did this interdimensional attack come from? The supreme deities present were all terrified, their expressions contorted. A single beam of light instantly blasted the bodies of the two supreme deities apart, a sight that nearly stopped their hearts from beating. They were all calculating from different perspectives. If they were hit by this beam of light, would they be able to survive? Soon, they became even more terrified, because they discovered that they themselves were not confident enough to withstand it. "Everyone, don't panic, stay calm," Titan King Clovis roared. "With me here, you have absolutely nothing to fear." Upon hearing this, apart from the supreme deity of the Titan Pantheon, the supreme deities of other factions, including the supreme deity of the Dragon Pantheon, all rolled their eyes. That guy makes it sound so easy. They weren't the renowned Titan gods, protected by a full set of supreme artifacts. If a similar beam of light were to strike again, could they possibly pray that the Titan King Clovis would stand in their way? At this moment, Titan King Clovis said again, "That beam of light just now only destroyed the divine bodies of those two supreme gods, but it did not destroy their divine souls. Therefore, even if you are hit, you can still survive." These words left the supreme deities of the various factions even more speechless. It's as if their resurrection came at no cost. Just then, a supreme deity suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the direction from which the beam of light appeared. A section of the void there has been completely pierced, revealing a colossal black hole. There is a world behind a black hole. My divine sense was unable to penetrate or even peer into that world." "Damn it, I get it," a supreme deity shouted. "That beam of light wasn't meant to attack us at all. Its purpose was to open a passage from an unknown dimension to our location. Our location is in the void world oriented towards the battlefield of myriad worlds. Its defensive capabilities are terrifyingly strong. However, the beam of light pierced through it." Before he finished speaking, the dozens of supreme deities present quickly gathered together. There were even a few supreme deities whose allegiance was unknown, who simply slipped away without a word. This is because they can guess what the world behind the black hole is even with their toes. At the same time, they deduced that a terrible being was about to descend. If we don't run now, when will we? If an even larger scale war of supreme gods were to break out later, these supreme gods with average strength would definitely be among the first to die. Just like the Thousand-Legged Saint King and others. They didn't want to end up like that, nor did they want to put themselves in extreme danger in order to help the Titan King Clovis satisfy his desire for supreme power. Therefore, it's best to escape first. Titan King Clovis also noticed that people were leaving, but he did not step forward to stop them. The reason is simple: he has bigger problems to solve. Clovis gritted his teeth and looked at Annabelle, the goddess of light, saying, Is this what your holy and light faction relies on? Summoning the angel race to the battlefield of all realms. He knew that the world behind the black hole was the stronghold of the angels, the divine realm of the Lord. Previously, Titan King Clovis claimed that he possessed the super artifact, Eternal Tower, and therefore did not take the angel race seriously. If the Lord of Holy Light does not possess the power of his peak, he can easily manipulate the angel race. However, when the angels were truly about to descend, he still couldn't help but feel uneasy. Beneath the void, the goddess of light wore a snow-white dress. Wearing a crown and holding a scepter, she was so beautiful that she could outshine all other worlds. Your Majesty, the Titan God King, thinks too highly of me. I have no ability to summon the angel race. It is the princes who are eager to enter the battlefield of all realms and serve the great Lord of Holy Light. I merely provided the princes with coordinates for their arrival. In fact, long before Lin Yu arrived at the battlefield of myriad realms, the goddess of light, Annabelle, had already contacted the angel clan. More accurately, several archangels of the angel race with 18 wings took the initiative to establish a connection with the goddess of light. They couldn't wait to descend upon the battlefield of all realms and welcome the great Lord of Holy Light. Especially the two fallen archangels with 18 wings, including Astia. They had long been prepared for their arrival. The fallen angel Gladys once told Lin Yu that the 18-winged fallen archangel Astia, whom she served, was forging a powerful piece of equipment that could pierce through time and space. With this equipment, the angels will be able to descend en masse. No more gold coins are needed to summon. Astia has now completed the crafting of this piece of equipment. The terrifying beam of light that just appeared came from this equipment. Its power was so great that it easily pierced through the void world corresponding to the battlefield of myriad realms, and even killed 2 enemy supreme gods in the process. It has to be admitted, Astia is really awesome. Especially in the field of creation, his abilities are nothing short of extraordinary. The fallen angels, super hell soldiers, fallen angel battleships, and the special modification techniques used to transform those netherworld monsters were all developed by Astia. Of course, none of this matters. Importantly, figures exuding terrifying auras have already appeared within that colossal black hole. Behind these figures lies a vast and boundless ocean of angels. My mom was hospitalized for surgery, and I'm staying with her at the hospital. I didn't sleep all night, so there are only 2 chapters today. Chapter 586, All Arrive. The territory of the Wolf God clan. In the secluded chamber in the backyard of the temple, Secretary An's body suddenly stiffened and her movement stopped. As a result, Lin Yu also temporarily stopped comprehending the profound meaning of the laws and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Angelia quickly explained, "My lord, Christina and the others have arrived." Christina, one of the 4 holy archangels with 18 wings. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was immediately overjoyed and asked, "Have they all descended?" Including the remaining 2 18-winged fallen archangels from the fallen angel camp. "Yes, my lord," Angelia said. "They have broken through space-time and temporarily descended into the void world. Once things in the void world are resolved, they will come to pay their respects to you." Victoria, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and a faint blush rose on her beautiful cheeks. Those eyes, which were originally filled with coldness, now had a glistening, watery sheen. She took a deep breath, adjusted her somewhat strange body, and said, "I also sensed my divinity and divine nature. Astia brought them here." In order to descend upon the floating island world, Victoria chose to strip herself of her divinity and divine nature. Therefore, even after arriving at the battlefield of myriad realms, his strength could not be restored. Although she is now a chief god, she is still worlds apart from the supreme deities who wield supreme divine power. However, once she merges her own divinity and divine nature, her supreme divine status will immediately be restored. By that time, then the scene of her hiding in the back when the supreme god war broke out will no longer appear. The assessment of Victoria by the god of slaughter, Lawrence, was quite accurate. Victoria loved war and was skilled at it. She would never sit idly by and watch the show if she had the chance to make a move. In the previous War of the Gods, Angelia single-handedly suppressed the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction, and also took down the Lord of the Undead. Her glorious achievements directly shocked the rulers of the god system. Victoria had been itching to get started for a long time. "I long to go to the void world right now, to reunite with Astia and the others who have descended, to obtain her divinity and divine nature, and then to restore my supreme power at my peak." The supreme war of the gods in the void world could break out at any time. She didn't want to miss out. Upon hearing Victoria's words, Lin Yu seemed to sense something as well. Moreover, this feeling has become stronger over time. Finally, as if he had suddenly realized something, Lin Yu said, I sense the divine essence and divinity of the Lord of Holy Light calling to me. They are eager to merge with me. My Lord, in the tens of millions of years since you left the realm of the Lord, no one has been able to activate your divinity and divine nature, including us archangels with 18 wings. They have been quietly waiting for your return. Angelia looked at Lin Yu with admiration. Victoria also said, now that the passage has been opened, our Lord can use the time-space passage to return to the divine realm and merge with your divinity and nature. At that time, you will immediately possess the power of your peak. Victoria was eagerly anticipating the true return of the Creator. In her view, as long as the Supreme Creator returns to his peak, all the forces standing at the top of the battlefield of myriad worlds, such as the evil Pantheon Alliance, the Titan Realm, and the Dragon Lineage, will be no match for him. The Supreme Creator can sweep away everything in the blink of an eye. Suppressing the battlefields of myriad realms and countless extraordinary worlds in the universe is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily tempted. After all, that was terrifying divine power that surpassed even the highest deities. It's right in front of me now, readily available. It's impossible for him not to be tempted. However, in the end, Lin Yu's reason prevailed over his desire. He forcefully suppressed the throbbing in his heart. If it weren't for that prophecy, he would most likely have chosen to go to the realm of angels, merge the divine nature and divinity of the Lord of Holy Light with his own body, and master that supreme power of the universe. But it was precisely because of the existence of the prophecy that he dared not try to ascend to the top in one step. His goal was not to become the Lord of Holy Light. Rather, it surpasses even the Lord of Holy Light. Only by surpassing the Lord of Light, breaking free from constraints, and transcending the universe can he possibly end all enemies mentioned in the prophecy as a victor. The current integration will only make us powerful for a short time. When chaos erupts, the universe is layered, and the ancient gates are forced to open, he'll be finished. Whether now or in the future, the happy life we have must be said goodbye to. This is not the ending he wanted. Let's leave aside the matter of merging divinity and divine nature for now. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, at least we'll have to wait until I become a god based on the 3,000 laws and mysteries before we talk about it. By the way, Angelia, what happened in the void world? That's how it is, my lord. Angelia recounted everything to Lin Yu. After hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. He had no idea that while he, Secretarian, and Victoria were diligently in seclusion, exchanging profound insights into the laws of nature, so many things were happening in the void world. Before anyone knew it, 3 more supreme deities of the evil Pantheon Alliance had died. In addition, there were the god of slaughter and others. In just one day, the evil god alliance lost 6 supreme beings, its power being cut in half. That's truly tragic. Chapter 587, I can take on 5 at once. On another note, Lin Yu said with a serious expression, the Titan God King Clovis's ability to rally people has exceeded my expectations. I never imagined that he could gather more than 40 supreme gods. More than 40 supreme deities, that's a rather frightening number. The Holy and Light faction has only 14 supreme goddesses. Even if you add the 9 goddesses of the natural pantheon and the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race, the total number is only 30. If we include the cursed goddess Claytel, the supreme deity of the beast race Gladstone, and the 2 sisters, the goddess of fate and the goddess of luck, who have come to join us, then there are 34 supreme deities. Its scale is still inferior to the supreme deity army assembled by the Titan King Clovis. Angelia said, my lord, I did not expect Clovis to be able to gather so many supreme deities. Even during the ancient war between the holy and the demonic, there weren't this many supreme deities. Whether it's the ancient pantheon, the evil Pantheon Alliance, or other factions, new supreme deities have been born over these tens of millions of years. This includes the holy and light factions, as well as the nature pantheon. The ocean goddess of the nature pantheon was a top-level main god during the holy demon era, and then cultivated for more than 20 million years before she obtained the status of a supreme deity. Lin Yu nodded. It is quite normal for new supreme deities to be born after tens of millions of years. Furthermore, supreme deities are very difficult to kill completely. Even for a supreme being of the Titan King Clovis's caliber, completely slaying an ordinary supreme deity would be an extremely difficult task. Only Angelia and the goddess of fate, Olivia, are special cases. Both of them possess the supreme law of destiny. It can directly communicate with the river of destiny and extinguish the true spirit of all living beings. It would be virtually impossible for any other supreme expert to achieve even this. Over these tens of millions of years, large-scale divine wars rarely broke out on the battlefield of myriad realms. Even if wars between supreme gods did occur, none of them truly resulted in the fall of either side. There were no deaths, but new cases were added. The number of supreme deities in the battlefield of myriad realms is naturally increasing. As the strongest in the battlefield of myriad realms, Titan King Clovis also ruled the ancient pantheon. While he might not command all directions in the battlefield of myriad realms, his prestige was undeniable. It's not surprising that they managed to win over so many supreme deities. But Angelia then changed the subject, saying, "The supreme deities of other factions are not of one mind with Clovis. They are either intimidated by the pressure from the ancient pantheon or simply do not want to see our angel race return to the battlefield of all worlds, which is why they have chosen to stand on the same side as Clovis. But this relationship is not stable. I have 100 ways to sever their ties with the ancient pantheon. It's not impossible that it could even cause the relationship between the Storm Titans and the Thunder Titans to fall apart. The Thunder Titans are the true Titans. It inherits the original bloodline of the Titans. The Storm Titans evolved and developed gradually over the years. If the Thunder Titans are likened to the legitimate sons of the Titans, then the Storm Titans are like illegitimate sons, or even a branch of the Titan race. The ultimate artifact, the Tower of Eternity, has always been controlled by the Thunder Titans. Overall, the Storm Titans did not hold a very high position among the Titans, only slightly higher than the Giants. Seeing Secretary N's confident demeanor, Lin Yu immediately felt relieved. Sure enough, only Secretary N could make him feel safe. As for Victoria, with her explosive temper, he immediately said to Lin Yu, "My lord, there's absolutely no need to worry. Once I fuse with the divine spark and divinity, I can single-handedly crush those guys to the point of collapse. Even if those guys are of one mind, they are no match for our angel race. I can take on 5 ordinary supreme deities of the level of the Lord of the Dead." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face twitched. Then he directly pulled the murderous Victoria over and pressed her down, forcibly ending the 18-winged fallen archangel's display of power. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Turning to Secretary N, whose expression was strange, he asked, "Do you think the supreme war in the depths of the void will actually break out?" Angelia's expression turned serious, and she said, "My lord, Clovis is intimidated by your presence and dares not act rashly. Therefore, the initiative to start the war actually lies with us. We will obey your will. If you wish to annihilate the ancient pantheon, then even at a cost, we will bring you back the banner of victory." "Uh-huh." Victoria nodded vigorously. At the same time, she raised her eyes and looked at Lin Yu with anticipation. It was obvious that she really wanted to fight. Of course, the premise is that she must first integrate her divine personality and divinity as an 18-winged archangel. Otherwise, even if a war really breaks out, she can only stand behind and watch. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "If we start a war now, will a goddess fall?" Angelia said, "There probably will be, but it won't matter much. When you recover to your peak condition, you can easily resurrect the fallen goddess. Furthermore, they are your gods, and it is their honor to fight for you and sacrifice for you." Chapter 588, The Ultimate Sixth Brother and the Trinity. "Don't rush." Lin Yu shook his head and said, "You told me before that the Titans have a super artifact called the Tower of Eternity. Although it is a defensive super artifact, its destructive power should not be underestimated. I'm wondering if there's any way to get my hands on this amazing artifact first. Once the greatest reliance of the ancient pantheon is severed, the Titan King will be no threat. Our Lord is wise." Angelia offered a compliment. She thought the same thing, to avoid a full-scale war for the time being. At least until the Lord of Holy Light masters the 3,000 laws and condenses his divine essence, we should not make any major moves. If it affects the Lord of Light's transcendence plan, even killing all the supreme gods, including those from the ancient pantheon, would be meaningless. Angelia said, "Actually, when our angel race withdrew from the battlefield of all worlds, we had already begun to plan the capture of the Tower of Eternity. If nothing unexpected happens, the Tower of Eternity will soon fall into your hands." Lin Yu stared at Angelia in astonishment. The angels withdrew from the battlefield of myriad worlds tens of millions of years ago. Angelia nodded and said, "The main person in charge of implementing this plan is the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, who has not yet found a suitable opportunity to enter the Titan realm. But in this battle of the gods, she was severely injured by the goddess of light and others. He saved the king of poison under the watchful eyes of all the supreme gods, which means he has almost gained Clovis's trust. In Sylvia's hands lies a supreme piece of equipment crafted by Astia, which can temporarily seal the power of the Tower of Eternity. As long as Sylvia can enter the Tower of Eternity, the capture plan has been basically successful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned again. Aren't the goddess of darkness and the goddess of light mortal enemies? Not only have the opposing factions been at odds for tens of millions of years, but they also frequently engage in divine wars. Countless gods and believers died under his command. Leaving aside the battlefields of myriad worlds and the various extraordinary worlds of the universe, even on the floating island where he was located, the cultists of light and the cultists of darkness were mortal enemies. And it's the kind of fight where it's a matter of life and death. The hatred between the two camps, light and darkness, has reached an irreconcilable point. The result is now. Angelia actually told him that the dark goddess Sylvia was one of their own? Angelia explained. My lord, the conflict between the dark and light factions is actually just a conflict between the gods and believers under the command of the two goddesses. The goddess of darkness and the goddess of light are actually quite close and private. After all, they are sisters. Moreover, long ago, when the goddess of darkness and the goddess of light were just a pair of ordinary true gods in the battlefield of myriad realms, you took the goddess of light, Annabelle, as your subordinate god. At that time, the two goddesses would often enter the realm of the Lord God to ask for your guidance. They rarely set foot in the divine realm until they became supreme deities. Therefore, as long as you are here, the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, can never become an enemy of our angel race. Her conflict with the goddess of light is partly due to differing beliefs and partly for show. Of course, only our angel race knows this secret. After hearing this, Lin Yu was completely stunned. He only just realized that the most deeply hidden sixth brother was actually the goddess of darkness. In order to gain the trust of the Titan King Clovis, she even risked her life to fight against the goddess of light and others, and she also withstood a full-force attack from the goddess of fate, thus saving the king of poison. This move is absolutely brilliant. Don't tell me that the cursed goddess Clither was in the same situation, which is why she betrayed the evil Pantheon alliance. No, that's not it, Angelia said. The reason the goddess of curses betrayed us is because of the goddesses of fate and fortune. Curses, fate, and fortune correspond to the laws of cause and effect, the laws of destiny, and the laws of creation. There have never been any twin god kings in the battlefield of myriad realms. There is only the Trinity. They were always separate entities with the same soul, but for some unknown reason, they split into three people. This secret was discovered by chance by our angel race during the ancient war between the holy and the demonic. I suspect that they must have glimpsed a corner of the future, so they chose not to remain neutral and instead sided with our angel race, hoping to gain your protection. Lin Yu remained silent. Veteran sixth brother, dark goddess. Curse, fate, luck, a trinity. These secrets, one after another, truly shocked him. At the same time, a void world shrouded in darkness. Under the watchful eyes of the supreme deities of all factions, 5 figures flew out of the pitch-black, colossal black hole. Among them, 3 figures radiated a dazzling holy light. 2 figures were shrouded in blood-red light, exuding an extremely evil aura. Its level of evil caused several notorious evil supreme deities, including the Lich King, to change their expressions drastically, as if they were shocked. Aren't those the 18-winged Archangel Astia and Quinlissa? How did you fall into evil, just like Victoria? The evil aura emanating from them even gave me the illusion that I was facing the supreme demon ancestor of the Void Demon Clan. The demon ancestor is nothing. I suspect their strength is no less than Angelia's back then. Chapter 589 Christina, don't go too far. This is a very high rating. After all, Angelia was a terrifying being who had personally killed the supreme demon ancestor. The strength of Titan King Clovis was only comparable to that of the supreme demon ancestor. Even with a complete set of supreme artifacts, he dared not face Angelia directly. Before ordinary supreme deities, the Titan King Clovis could hold his head high. However, even before the fight against Angelia, he would be at a disadvantage. That's what makes Angelia so powerful. At this moment, the 18-winged fallen Archangel Astia and Quinlissa, who flew out of the supermassive black hole, were considered by the supreme deities to be comparable to Angelia in her prime. This also shows that the saying, whitewashing weakens one by 3 points, while turning evil strengthens 1 by 10, is not just empty boasting. At this moment, Astia and Quinlissa at their peak are the best proof. Of course, it's also normal for someone to become stronger by turning evil. The 3 18-winged fallen archangels chose to fall in order to pursue the limits of power and find the missing supreme creator. If turning to the dark side doesn't make them stronger, why would they choose this path in the first place? After all, the angels are most hostile to beings of evil and darkness. Astia, Quinlissa, Christina, Margaret, Banasta, plus Angelia and Victoria, who are located at the Wolf God clan stronghold. The 7 archangels of the angel race, each with 18 wings, have now all descended upon the battlefield of myriad realms. All the supreme deities gasped in shock. Without a sound, several more supreme deities chose to slip away. This caused the size of the supreme deity team assembled by Titan King Clovis to drop below 40 people. Previously, there were more than 40 supreme deities following behind the Titan King Clovis, but after 2 rounds of fleeing, there are now less than 40 people left. Their numerical advantage is becoming increasingly smaller. In fact, even the supreme deities of the ancient pantheon were a little uneasy when they saw the 5 18-winged archangels descend together and wanted to run away. Even the supreme god king of the dragon race. This is because the 7 archangels of the angel race, each with 18 wings, exerted immense pressure and deterrence on them during the Holy War. Now, whenever I see the real person, I instinctively feel a little guilty. Previously, on the battlefield in the territory of the Wolf God clan, Angelia single-handedly killed the god of slaughter and the god of destruction, and also took away the brainless lord of the undead. It was essentially a 1-against-3 battle and a complete victory. Now, 5 more archangels of their prime, each with 18 wings, have descended. The Dragon God King had no doubt that once the war broke out, most of his dozens of supreme gods would perish here. If Angelia also comes over, it will be even more dangerous. Therefore, the Dragon God King wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Without hesitation, the Dragon God King immediately transmitted his voice to the Titan God King Clovis, saying, "Clovis, the remaining 5 18-winged archangels have all descended. This battle will be difficult. Anyway, the goddess of darkness and the others have already been rescued. Why don't we evacuate first and then plan our next move?" "No rush." Titan King Clovis gave a brief response. Then they turned their attention to the 5 18-winged archangels who had descended. One of the archangels was firmly locked onto by him. Upon seeing the 18-winged archangel, his eyes suddenly turned fierce, filled with undisguised hatred. Seeing this, the Dragon God King quickly reminded him, "Clovis, don't go crazy at a time like this." Titan King Clovis said coldly, "Don't worry, I'm not a fool like Lawrence." Upon hearing this, the Dragon God King immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He feared that Clovis would be blinded by hatred. Then they'll be in big trouble. Without considering the Lord of Light, if they don't use this super artifact, Tower of Eternity, they have absolutely no chance of winning against these 18-winged archangels. At that very moment, the 18-winged archangel, who was being stared at intently by the Titan King Clovis, slowly walked out. She was wearing a white and gold angel armor. The 18 angel wings behind her, whether real or illusory, radiated a dazzling brilliance, making her shine like a star in the universe. Judging from her attire, she is definitely a war-level angel. She responded to Titan King Clovis's hateful gaze with a faint smile and said in a mature and sophisticated voice, "Clovis, it's been a long time. I vaguely remember that when I first met you, you were a weak titan who wasn't even a supreme god. I never imagined that you would become the supreme god king of the Titan race in the blink of an eye." "Christina, don't go too far," Titan King Clovis said through gritted teeth. He and Christina had met before, back in the ancient era of saints and demons. Now that they've met, Christina brings up things from even more distant times, clearly trying to ridicule and provoke him, seemingly hoping to make him do something irrational. He suppressed the anger and hatred in his heart. I must warn myself not to fall for it. Chapter 590 Dragon God King. You must hold back. How can you say it's excessive? Isn't this just the truth? Christina's smile was beautiful. She was tall and slender with an upright posture, which highlighted her stunning figure and perfect S-curve. She exudes a queen-like aura. Compared to the elegant and gentle Angelia, Christina appears more assertive and aggressive, perhaps because she is a war-level angel. For example, Victoria, who is also a war-level angel, doesn't take anyone seriously except Linyu. Even when facing Angelia, Victoria was not intimidated at all. No matter how many times she gets beaten up, Victoria remains stubbornly defiant. It can only be said that the personalities of war-class angels are basically the same, and they are far from being gentle. The past is the past, Titan King Clovis said with a grim face. We should look to the present and envision the future. Christina smiled faintly and said, only my lord knows what the future holds. However, you are as weak as ever right now. Especially in the tens of millions of years, you haven't made any progress at all. He still relies on that supreme artifact set of the Titans to bully others. You have utterly disgraced the Titans. These words left no room for embarrassment for the Titan King Clovis. Especially when she said these words, Christina maintained that aloof, queen-like expression, with a slight smile, giving the impression of an elder lecturing a younger person. This infuriated the Titan King Clovis. That resolute face, as if carved by a knife and axe, twisted in pain. I'm really angry. Clovis felt his anger was about to explode. It's absolutely unbearable. Seeing Clovis's contorted, almost ferocious expression, the Dragon God King quickly transmitted his voice, saying, Clovis, Christina is clearly trying to provoke you, wanting to see you lose your mind in anger. Did you see that? Behind that supermassive black hole, the army of the angels has already assembled. Clearly, the angel race is ready to invade the battlefield of all realms. I have reason to believe that Christina provoked you on purpose. You absolutely must hold back. Upon hearing this, Titan King Clovis felt a chill run down his spine. I feel that what the old Dragon King said makes a lot of sense. He took several deep breaths and finally managed to suppress the anger in his heart. Then he raised his golden eyes to look at Christina and said, I cultivate both inner and outer strength, which you simply cannot understand. Furthermore, one day, I will restore the glory of our Titan ancestors. Christina, the hatred between us can only end when one of us is completely destroyed. But not now. Given the respect my Titan race holds for His Holiness the Lord of Light, I will not settle this score with you now. There will be plenty of time later. When is later? Christina slightly raised her exquisitely white face and looked down at Titan King Clovis, saying, If I were you, I wouldn't be able to stand it for even a second. As expected, you're still as cowardly as you were back then. Titan King Clovis wasn't fooled this time. He was now certain that Christina was plotting something behind her deliberate provocation. So no matter what Christina said, he remained calm, as if he wasn't the one being publicly humiliated. You'll soon find out whether you're a coward or not. At that time, I will make you understand that without the Lord of Holy Light, your angel race is nothing. Let's go. Titan King Clovis shattered the void with a single punch. They forcibly broke through a space-time tunnel. Just as Clovis was leading the supreme deities of the ancient pantheon to enter this space-time tunnel, he overheard supreme deities from other factions whispering among themselves. So what exactly happened back then? So much so that His Highness Clovis earned a label of cowardice from the Archangel Christina with 18 wings. That was a long time ago, more than 80 million years ago. As far as I know, the Titan King at that time was not Prince Clovis, but his father. At that time, Clovis was just a minor chief god. Then what? And then? Then a conflict broke out between the angels and the Titan pantheon. His Highness Clovis's father, the previous Titan God King, was killed by Christina. And he was killed right in front of Prince Clovis. Because his divine power was too weak, Prince Clovis could only watch helplessly as his father died at Christina's hands. I heard that in the end, even the body was taken to the angelic realm for research. So that's how it is. One of the supreme deities exclaimed. No wonder Prince Clovis was so furious, he almost went mad. If this happened to me, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it either. I can only say that His Highness Clovis is indeed worthy of being the Titan God King. He has been able to endure this kind of hatred until now without it erupting, which is beyond my ability. Hearing these whispers, the Titan King Clovis moved even faster. Also departing were the Dark Goddess Sylvia and others. The goddesses of the Holy and Light factions did not intercept them. After all, they have achieved their goal. Chapter 591 What a Coward. A massive war between the supreme gods that almost broke out came to an end. The process was filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. But the ending was rather rushed. It gives the impression of starting strong, but ending weakly. Before their arrival, both the supreme deities of the ancient pantheon and those of other factions made preparations for war. Although a few supreme deities were frightened and retreated along the way, it did not cause any major harm. The vast majority of supreme deities were still willing to stand on the same side as the Titan King Clovis. However, with the arrival of the 5 18-winged archangels of the angel race, these supreme deities instantly felt guilty. Not to mention the supreme deities of other factions, even the Dragon God King, a staunch ally of the Titan god King Clovis, secretly advised Clovis not to let his anger cloud his judgment. The same was true of the Titan king, Clovis himself. After being persuaded by the dragon god king, he understood the key point. He not only forcibly suppressed his anger, but also ignored Christina's repeated taunts. The reason for this is that he was also afraid. Unable to grasp the true nature of the angel race, he dared not easily start a war. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. He didn't want to fall into the traps set by the angels, just like the god of slaughter and the god of destruction. Therefore, we made the decisive choice to evacuate. This also shows just how terrifying the angel race's deterrent power is on the battlefield of all realms. The arrival of the 5 18-winged archangels directly frightened away dozens of supreme deities. If this scene were to be broadcast, it would undoubtedly cause a shock throughout the entire battlefield of myriad realms, and even to the various extraordinary worlds of the universe. At the same time, it will make all intelligent races in the universe understand more deeply just how powerful the angel race is. This is actually a very necessary thing. The angel race has been absent from the sight of all intelligent races in the myriad worlds for a full 50 million years. Many intelligent races have forgotten about the angels. When Lin Yu first arrived at the floating island, he ordered the angel team to conquer the goblin tribe and the gray dwarf tribe. As a result, those weak goblins and gray dwarves did not even recognize the angels and thought they were glowing winged people. Only those intelligent races with ancient traditions, such as the mountain giants, dragons, and nature elves, have never forgotten the angel race. And it's not just the floating island world. The same applies to the various extraordinary worlds in the universe. Many of the intelligent races in those worlds were unaware of the existence of the angel race. Therefore, if these scenes that occurred deep in the void could be spread throughout the universe, it would not only help intelligent races in all worlds regain their memories, but also pave the way for the angel race to conquer the universe in the future, reducing the difficulty of unifying the universe to some extent. What a pity, watching the Titan King Clovis and the others disappear into the space-time tunnel. The 18-winged fallen archangel Astia shook her head with some regret and said, I still want to test whether the supreme artifact I forged can withstand the attack of the Tower of Eternity for a certain period of time. But in the end, no matter how much you ridicule him, if you cross Clovis's bottom line, he still doesn't dare to take the initiative. What a coward. The Titans of yesteryear were not like this. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Christina, on the other hand, remained calm and showed no sign of disappointment. After all, she didn't know whether the supreme artifact Astia had crafted was reliable or not. If things don't go as planned, things can get a little tricky. Her aggressive stance and repeated provocations of the Titan King Clovis were purely to gain the upper hand, hoping to make him lose his composure and retreat in fear. If war were to break out, that would be something Christina would not want to see. After all, the angel race's principle is to follow the Lord of Holy Light. She dared not disrupt the Lord of Light's transcendence plan. Furthermore, Angelia had just conveyed to her the decree from the Lord of Holy Light. So for Christina, the fact that no war broke out was actually a good thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to the great Lord of Holy Light. If Sylvia fails, then we will force our way into the Titan realm. In short, we must get our hands on the Ion. An artifact of this caliber can only belong to the great Lord of Holy Light. These were Astia's words, spoken with a touch of childlike innocence. The 3 18-winged fallen archangels of the fallen angel faction have very obvious differences in appearance. Victoria's figure is tall and sexy. Astia, on the other hand, is petite, almost like a lowly-like angel of love. Even though her eyes are blood red, her body exudes a bloody light, and she has pairs of jet-black fallen angel wings on her back. She still gives people a cute and charming feeling. As for Quinlisa, she was burly, extremely burly. In terms of physique, Quinlisa doesn't look like an angel at all. She looks more like a female titan or a super hell soldier. Similarly, her personality was as volatile as her physique, and her madness far exceeded that of Victoria. You can go now. Going to pay homage to the Supreme Creator is the most important thing, Quinlisa said, her voice a little hoarse. Upon hearing this, Christina and the other 3 18-winged archangels all changed their expressions, their eyes becoming uniformly reverent and fanatical. They were also eager to see their creator. I was at the hospital during the day, just got back. Chapter 592, This is good news. Greetings, your highnesses. At that moment, the goddess of light, the goddess of radiance of the sun, and other supreme goddesses of the holy and light factions came forward and bowed to the 5 18-winged archangels. Christina and the others nodded in return. The relationship between the angel race and the holy and light factions is still very harmonious. The deities of the holy and light factions dare not disrespect the Holy Spirit apostles created by the Lord of Holy Light. The angel race rarely interferes in matters outside the divine realm of the Lord. In general, the relationship is characterized by harmony and congeniality. Over here, the goddess of fate, Olivia, and the goddess of luck, Hylangren, also walked over together. Christina smiled faintly and said, "Although I know about the relationship between the goddess of curse and you, her sudden betrayal still surprises me a little." The goddess of fate, Olivia, said, "We are merely following the guidance of the river of destiny." Christina waved her hand and said, "You gods who wield the laws of fate have every right to say whatever you want. In any case, the Holy and Light faction welcomes you to join us. It is our honor to serve His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light." The goddesses of fate and fortune responded in unison. At the same time, their gazes turned to Astia and Quinlissa, the 18-winged fallen archangels who exuded an aura of utter evil and wickedness. Is this the transformation of depravity? His strength has increased many times over, but he no longer possesses any divine or luminous power within him. This doesn't seem to be good news in the realm of angels. The gods who control the laws of fate are said to know the past, present, and future. Even a supreme being as powerful as the goddess of fate, Olivia, was unaware of what was happening between the holy angels and the fallen angels. The only information she knew: tens of millions of years ago, 3 archangels with 18 wings, led by Angelia, stormed into the underworld, killing countless underworld deities and splitting the underworld in two. When they left, they took half of the underworld with them. To this day, the missing half of the underworld remains a mystery to the goddess of fate. This is because even the power of the river of destiny cannot shake the angelic realm created by the Lord of Holy Light. That place is beyond the reach of even the great Tao of the universe. The 3 18-winged archangels were none other than Christina, Margaret, and Banasta, who were standing before them. The goddess of fate has reason to suspect that the reason Angelia and the others took away half of the underworld must be related to the 3 fallen 18-winged archangels, including Astia. Hearing the words of the goddess of fate, Astia, petite and delicate like a lowly, spoke up. "The Supreme Creator is loving and selfless, and has mercy on all living beings. We fallen angels have our own destiny. In fact, the fallen angels have always feared the Creator's punishment. After all, the Creator created the angel race to purify the world from evil and darkness. As a result, these 18-winged archangels fell into the abyss of evil and could not extricate themselves. This is clearly contrary to the Creator's original intention in creating the angel race. However, once they learned about the treatment the fallen angels received under the Creator's command, they were no longer worried about this issue. They firmly believed that even if they could never return to the realm of the Lord, the Supreme Creator would surely create a brand new divine realm for them to live in as fallen angels. Because the Supreme Creator also favors them. 2. For His Holiness the Lord of Holy Light, this is indeed nothing. The goddess of fate gave Astia and Quinlissa a deep look and said, "Fallenness is not the end. I see the brilliance that your fallen angels will shine in the great war to come. This is great news." Astia smiled. Her exquisitely beautiful face and petite figure made her even more adorable and charming. It has to be said, the big lowly sitting has some similarities to Astia. It's a pity that their skill levels are not on the same level. The expressions of the goddess of light and the other holy light goddesses were filled with surprise and uncertainty. They had no idea what powerful abilities the angels had gained after their fall. At this moment, Christina said, "It's time to head to the territory of the Wolf God clan." Good. Without hesitation, the figures of the 18-winged archangels vanished into the void. The goddess of light, the goddess of sun radiance, and others stayed behind. They still have a lot to do. For example, they looted and killed the god king of slaughter, the god king of destruction, and the divine kingdoms of the 3 evil supreme gods they had previously killed. The divine kingdoms of the 5 supreme deities were enough to allow them to return with abundant rewards. Furthermore, that supermassive black hole did not disappear. It seemed to have formed a stable passage. Behind it lies the stronghold of the angels. Through the pitch-black passage, one could see that a massive army of holy angels, numbering in the trillions, had already assembled. Above them floated countless cities of angels. In another area, an army of fallen angels, along with countless underworld monsters, hellish super soldiers, hellish warships, and so on, were gathered. Although their scale was not comparable to the army of holy angels, their imposing presence was in no way inferior. Similarly, all the angels gathered together, whether fallen or holy, were adults, each possessing peak combat power. Right now, two distinct armies of angels awaited the divine decree. Chapter 593 Gladstone Gets Scammed. At the same time, in another void world, the cursed goddess Clayther and the supreme god of the beastmen Gladstone have looted all the wealth of the divine kingdom of the Lord of the Dead Adonis. They even sealed away and took away the spirit of the world's laws from the realm of gods. It must be said that Clettle and Gladstone made tremendous efforts to seal the spirit of the world's laws in the kingdom of the dead. Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, was even severely injured. Fortunately, it was only a physical injury. If the soul's essence is damaged, then it has suffered a great loss. Finally done. Although the process was a bit bumpy, it's nothing compared to what we've gained this time. Gladstone grinned broadly, clearly delighted. After all, this was all the wealth of a supreme deity. The divine stones he collected alone made him feel that the trip was worthwhile, not to mention the countless other divine resources. Let it make a fortune, the cursed goddess Clayther said. According to the previous agreement, half of the divine kingdom's wealth belongs to the great lord of the holy light. The remaining half will be divided equally among the four of us. Upon hearing this, Gladstone, the supreme deity of the beastmen, was immediately displeased. The goddess of fate, Olivia, and the goddess of fortune, Hylangren, have not yet appeared. They have only shown us the coordinates of the Lord of the Dead's divine realm. To take away half of our wealth is really going too far. Then it looked at the goddess of curses, Clayther, and whispered, Clayther, the more we give to the goddesses of fate and fortune, the less we get. In my opinion, we can take a portion of it. How about we split the rest equally between the goddess of fate and the goddess of fortune? Not very good. The cursed goddess Clayther shook her head. Seeing this, Gladstone said anxiously, Claytell, you are the infamous goddess of curses. When did you become so kind and generous? Don't forget, it's not just me who's suffering, you're suffering too. Until now, Gladstone had no idea that the goddess of curses, the goddess of fate, and the goddess of luck were a trinity. Strictly speaking, they are one person. Gladstone wanted to swindle a portion of the wealth belonging to the goddesses of fate and fortune, which meant he was trying to steal it from the goddess of curses, Clayther. How could Clayther possibly agree? The cursed goddess Clayther said, trying to trick the goddess of fate is no easy task. She can see through the essence of everything. What if we anger the goddess of fate, and she strikes us with the sword of destiny? What are you afraid of? Gladstone remained unfazed, stating, we are now still under the Holy Light Lord's command, and have already joined the ranks of the Holy and Light. No matter how powerful the twin God Kings are, would they dare to oppose the Holy Light Lord? They certainly wouldn't dare, but what? The goddess of curses said to Gladstone, who looked puzzled, I just received news that the goddess of fate and the goddess of fortune have also joined the Holy and Light camp. How is this possible? Gladstone exclaimed in surprise. Aren't the twin God Kings supreme deities of the neutral faction? The cursed goddess Clayther glanced at him sideways and said, weren't you a supreme deity of the neutral faction before? Besides, I'm from the alliance of evil gods. Gladstone was speechless. The cursed goddess, Clytel, said, now, the twin God Kings are supreme deities of the Holy and Light faction, just like us. They are our own people. If they were to cause trouble for you or me because of this matter, even His Majesty the Lord of Holy Light would not interfere. Upon hearing this, Gladstone's expression twisted. It wasn't anger, but heartache. After thinking about it for a long time, it nodded. From now on, under the command of the Lord of Holy Light, it will inevitably run into the twin God Kings, and it doesn't want to be beaten up by those two sisters without realizing it. What you said makes sense. I'll listen to you. The cursed goddess Clayther nodded. And soon enough, she divided the wealth of the divine kingdom of Adonis, the Lord of the Dead, into 5 parts. One portion, comprising half of all the wealth, belongs to Linyu. The remaining 4 portions are to be divided equally. This one is yours. The cursed goddess Clayther readily handed Gladstone a spatial artifact. Then he put away the remaining spatial artifacts and said, I will personally deliver the 2 portions belonging to the goddess of fate and the goddess of fortune to them. You have no objection, right? Can. Gladstone did not object. It was in a very bad mood and didn't want to see the twin goddesses at all. If it knew the relationship between the goddess of curses, the goddess of fate, and the goddess of luck, it would probably be furious. No one could tolerate something like this. Chapter 594 Arrival. But the problem is, Gladstone remained in a state of ignorance. What angered it was that the goddesses of fate and fortune shouldn't have taken away so much of the divine wealth. They had no idea that they should have received half, not a quarter. Gladstone excitedly said, "Playtell, shouldn't our next step be to raid the divine kingdoms of the Slaughter God King and the Destruction God King? Those two dead ghosts were both supreme deities at the pinnacle, much richer than the Lord of the Dead." However, the cursed goddess Clither shook her head. The supreme goddesses of the Holy and Light factions have made their move. Those divine treasures all belong to the great Lord of Holy Light. After all, if the Lord of Holy Light wants to return to his peak, he needs a massive amount of divine resources. My lord. Upon hearing this, Gladstone said nothing more. Although it was somewhat regretful, it no longer coveted the wealth of those divine kingdoms, because it also eagerly anticipates the return of the Lord of Holy Light to his peak. In this way, under the protection of the Lord of Light, it can sweep across the universe along with the angels and the Holy and Light factions. Even as the supreme deity, it has dreams. Its dream is to expand its territory of faith and grow the scale of the mythical beast gods. It would be even better if we could receive further guidance from the Lord of Holy Light on this basis. Praise be to the Holy Light. The great Lord of Holy Light will surely return to his peak and suppress all realms. That's inevitable. The cursed goddess Clither spoke with certainty. On the other side, 5 archangels with 18 wings, including Christina and Astia, also descended upon the territory of the Wolf God clan. Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits, led a group of supreme goddesses from the natural pantheon to greet them. Greetings, your highnesses. Hello. Christina and the other 2 18-winged archangels all looked at the creator and ruler of the natural pantheon with puzzled and somewhat astonished expressions. Astia and Quinlissa, the 2 fallen archangels, were much colder. Perhaps it's because of his moral decline. This also made their personalities somewhat unapproachable. Astia is doing better. The fallen archangel Quinlissa, whose massive physique resembled that of a titan, looked at the group of supreme goddesses of the natural pantheon with a completely indifferent gaze. Her gaze sent a chill down the spines of all the supreme goddesses. Only now do they realize that 3 of the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race have fallen into evil and become fallen angels. This news shocked them even more than the killing of the Lord of the Undead and others. They even had reason to suspect that if the Lord of Light had not returned, the angels might have started a war between holy and fallen, an angelic civil war. Christina said, "I sense the light of my Lord's favor upon you." Yes. Heloise, the goddess of nature and spirits, said, "All the supreme deities of my nature pantheon, except for the god of the sky, have become subordinate gods of the Lord of Holy Light. It is an honor for our natural pantheon to receive the favor of our Lord." Upon hearing this, Christina immediately beamed with joy. She was pleased to see the radiance of the Lord of Holy Light envelop these supreme deities who did not originally belong to the Holy and Light faction, because that means we're one step closer to the universe being enveloped in holy light. Christina thought for a moment and said, "I vaguely remember that arrogant sky god. He had dreams that didn't match his destiny. What a pity." The goddess of nature and elves said, "As far as I know, the reason why the sky god parted ways with my nature pantheon is because he hoped to get the help of the Titan King to enter the Tower of Eternity and master even more powerful divine power. Then his dream will be shattered completely." Christina smiled faintly and said, "The Tower of Eternity ultimately does not belong to the Titans. This treasure will soon fall into the hands of my lord." Upon hearing this, nature and the goddess of elves took a deep breath. It is obvious that the angels are preparing to go to war with the Titans, or rather, the ancient pantheon. "Your Highness, I can persuade the god of the sky to repent in time and embrace the holy light." "No need for that," Christina said. "When the sword of justice hangs over his head, he will know what choice to make. The battlefield of myriad realms is about to usher in a new era for my angel race. Only those who believe in our Lord's gods can attain eternal life." "I see." The goddess of nature and spirits sighed softly. Her intuition told her that the god of the sky was in big trouble. However, she didn't have too many regrets, because in her heart, the god of the sky was a traitor. She then changed the subject, saying, "The great Lord of Holy Light is currently in seclusion, along with Princess Angelia and Princess Victoria." Christina nodded. "Then we will wait here for our Lord to emerge from seclusion." Moments later, temples rose up across the territory of the Wolf God clan. Christina and 5 other archangels with 18 wings also temporarily settled here. In an instant, not to mention the territory of the Wolf God clan. Even the entire chaotic god realm has become a forbidden area for almost all the gods in the battlefield of myriad realms. All 7 archangels of the angel race, each with 18 wings, have gathered here. Even the highest deities have to take a detour. At this moment, Lin Yu was unaware that Christina and the others had arrived. He was still tirelessly exchanging the profound mysteries of the laws with Secretary N and Victoria. With the dedicated help and selfless contributions of Secretary N and Victoria, Lin Yu's understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws also increased rapidly. Remember to give away free, powering up with love gifts. Chapter 595 Seclusion is also a test. This seclusion lasted much longer than Lin Yu had imagined. He secluded himself for 7 days and 7 nights. For Angelia and Victoria, this amount of time was nothing. But for Lin Yu, it was already quite a long time. After all, it has only been a little over a month since he embarked on the path of cultivation. This was the first time Lin Yu had ever secluded himself for 7 days. When Lin Yu came out of the pass, he was completely exhausted. Their energy and spirit were greatly depleted. He looked completely exhausted. In contrast, Angelia and Victoria looked radiant and glowing, seemingly even more beautiful and captivating than before their seclusion. The root cause is that Lin Yu has sacrificed too much. Both Angelia and Victoria greedily demanded the creative power within him. His strength was not high to begin with. His level has remained at the late demigod stage. He hasn't even reached the weakest level of a lower-level true god. Angelia and Victoria, one a supreme deity and the other a chief god, are countless times more powerful than Lin Yu. If they hadn't showed mercy, the creative power within Lin Yu's body might have been completely drained by them, and the benefits they received were also enormous. Angelia, in particular, has more and more cracks appearing on her body structure. She not only gained a much larger amount of chaotic power, but also came into contact with the source of chaotic power contained within the dimensional being. That chaotic power source was her opportunity for advancement. Once she successfully masters the source of chaotic power, she will be able to evolve her bloodline and grow into a chaotic holy angel surpassing the 18-winged archangel. The Chaos Archangel is not 20-winged. Instead, they are 24-winged angels. Compared to the 18-winged archangel, the Chaos Archangel has 6 more angel wings. This also shows how powerful the Chaos Angel is. The 18-winged Archangel is not even in the same league as the Chaos Archangel. Perhaps it was because the power of the Chaos Angels was too great that the Lord of Light only created 2 Chaos Angels back then. If it were created by 7 Chaos Angels, this universe would have long been enveloped in holy light. Nowadays, Angelia is only 1 step away from reaching the level of a Chaos Saint Angel. Its progress far surpasses that of the other 18-winged archangels. This also made Angelia grateful that she had successfully persuaded Christina and several other 18-winged archangels to resign, and that she was the first to descend upon the floating island world. If it had been another 18-winged archangel serving the Lord of Light back then. So this time, she wasn't the one who reaped the biggest rewards. Victoria was also very excited. During these 7 days of secluded communication with the Supreme Creator, the status of the 18-winged fallen archangel within her was shaken time and time again. Cracks have now appeared. Although she has not yet truly mastered the power of chaos and achieved a surge in combat strength. But it doesn't seem that far away. If she just needs to go into seclusion with the Supreme Creator a few more times and explore the mysteries of the laws, she should be able to master the power of chaos and, like Angelia, easily suppress those supreme deities at the peak level. Therefore, Victoria was very disappointed when she heard the Supreme Creator declare that the retreat had officially ended. If there is even the slightest possibility, she wanted to remain in seclusion like this forever, until she truly mastered the power of chaos, or even completely disintegrated her rank and obtained the origin of the power of chaos. She could evolve into the Chaos Holy Angel in one fell swoop. When Lin Yu emerged from seclusion, it was as if he had seen the light of day again. Bathed in sunlight, he seemed to have been reborn. When he turned his head and saw Victoria's hopeful little eyes, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. It's not that he was unwilling, but that he had already given it his all. If Victoria continues this relentless seclusion day and night, he might have a chance to master the power of chaos, but he would also be very likely to collapse. After all, he is not a god. There is no eternal substance in the body. Moreover, the recreation of the power of creation also takes time. Severe depletion, not to mention damaging the source, could even lead to complete exhaustion and death. Therefore, faced with Victoria's longing gaze, Lin Yu could only say that he would consider going into seclusion once the power of creation within him had recovered. But then again, although Lin Yu almost died during this retreat, the gains were still very gratifying. Previously, he had only mastered about 1,000 fundamental laws and mysteries. When he finished his seclusion, he had mastered more than 2,400 different fundamental mysteries of laws, and his comprehension and mastery speed reached an astonishing 200 a day. The reason why the progress is so terrifying, part of it is due to the dedicated efforts of Secretary and Victoria. In particular, after Secretary and recovered the peak divine power of the 18-winged archangel, she also unlocked all of the more than 2,000 laws and mysteries she had mastered. Most of the fundamental mysteries of the laws that Lin Yu mastered came from Secretarian. She gave Lin Yu almost everything she could. Chapter 596, Gathering in the Titan Realm. Of course, Victoria also contributed a lot. In addition, there is this Stone of Law that Lin Yu brought from the Floating Island world. Before leaving Floating Island 014965, Lin Yu exchanged all his previously accumulated glory points for Law Stones, totaling more than 7,000. If it weren't for the fact that the prices of items in the glory item menu would skyrocket after a refresh, Lin Yu would have been able to exchange for even more. Those 7,000 plus Stones of Law, although many of them had the same attribute. After all, there are only 3,000 laws in the universe. However, these Stones of Law still helped Lin Yu master many fundamental mysteries of the laws that even Angelia and Victoria had not mastered. In addition to these Stone of Laws, there is also divinity from the Lord of the Dead Adonis, the god of slaughter Lawrence, and the god of destruction Osmond. During seclusion, whenever they had free time, Angelia or Victoria would refine the divinity of these three supreme deities and fuse it into Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu gained many profound insights into the origins of the laws from these three supreme deities. This includes the law of slaughter and the law of destruction, which the God King of Slaughter and the God King of Destruction are proud of. It is worth mentioning. The fundamental mysteries of the laws that Lin Yu obtained from these three supreme deities were basically all in the evil and dark camp. This also greatly compensated for Lin Yu's shortcomings in the field of evil and dark laws. Overall, Lin Yu gained a great deal from this retreat. He has already traveled more than 2/3 of the way on the path to mastering the 3,000 laws. He only needs to master over 500 more fundamental mysteries of the laws to achieve his goal, thereby igniting the divine fire with the strongest foundation in the universe and ascending to become a true god. Lin Yu was unaware that when he became the god of laws and the god of faith, respectively, based on the 3,000 laws and the vast, ocean-like power of faith, what level will his divine status directly reach? The supreme deity is certain. I just don't know if I can surpass the supreme being in one fell swoop. Even if he doesn't reach the level of the Lord of Holy Light, being comparable to the Chaos Angel would be enough to satisfy him. The weather is really nice today. The dazzling sun enveloped Lin Yu, making him feel genuinely comfortable. At the same time, the rich elements and spiritual energy of the battlefield of myriad realms surged into his body as if summoned. This gave Lin Yu the feeling of drinking a clear spring when she was extremely thirsty. It is also because Lin Yu has not yet become a god. Otherwise, the divine power hidden between heaven and earth would also enter his body and help him recover quickly. Of course, that's not important. Importantly, Lin Yu sensed a large number of supreme auras within the Wolf God clan's territory and main camp. There are at least 30 people. 7 days have passed, and all the holy light goddesses, including the goddess of light and the goddess of sunlight, who had plundered the evil supreme god kingdoms deep in the void, have returned. Besides them and the supreme goddess of the nature pantheon, there were some relatively unfamiliar presences. These auras are all at the level of supreme deities. Some of these auras were terrifyingly powerful. My lord, Christina and the others arrived here 7 days ago. They have been waiting for your summons. Those 18-winged archangels. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and then he said impatiently, "Let's go then, to the central temple, and have them wait for me there." "Yes, my lord." Secretary and immediately conveyed the divine message from the Lord of Holy Light. In fact, Christina and the other 18-winged archangels already knew about Lin Yu's emergence from seclusion. However, they did not rashly appear in front of Lin Yu. Just like Angelia said, they are awaiting the summons of the Lord of Holy Light. On the other side, the few remaining supreme deities of the evil Pantheon Alliance have gathered in the Titan realm. After leaving the battlefield with Titan King Clovis, they went directly into the Titan realm. The Lich King and the Venom King, among others, were completely terrified by the 18-winged archangels. They didn't even dare to return to their own kingdom. After all, the twin god kings have already joined the Holy and Light camp. With the methods of the goddess of fate, Olivia, locking down the location of their divine kingdom would not be difficult at all, so they could only choose the safest place. That is the realm of the Titans. The Titan realm is guarded by the super artifact, Eternal Tower. It is very safe for them. The Titan King Clovis did not refuse the requests of the several evil supreme deities. He was even quite happy to do so. The series of tragic fates suffered by these evil supreme deities had earned them enough trust from the Titan King Clovis, who believed that there were no traitors among them. Even the goddess of darkness is the same. Titan King Clovis believed that the goddess of darkness was not a traitor, even though she was the sister of the goddess of light. Because she had almost died at the hands of the goddess of fate while trying to save the Lord of Poison. The wounds inflicted on him have yet to heal. How could such a person be a traitor? If so, then the self-inflicted injury ruse was performed too realistically. Furthermore, Titan King Clovis also wanted to take this opportunity to win over the evil Pantheon alliance, so he happily welcomed several evil supreme deities into the Titan realm. Chapter 597 The Alliance. You're one of us. In the northern part of the Titan realm, there stands a divine mountain that is tens of millions of meters high. This sacred mountain pierces the clouds and reaches the heavens. The summit of the sacred mountain was leveled by a sword, and magnificent Titan temples were built there, forming a vast temple complex. Standing here, you can overlook the entire divine realm. And this is the core of the Titan race. Only a Titan god of the highest rank would be qualified to set foot in this place. However, today, this place has welcomed several guests from the outside world: the Lich King, the Venom King, the Spider Goddess, and the Dark Goddess Sylvia, for evil supreme deities. They gathered in a temple. On the throne at the head of the temple sat the mighty Titan King Clovis. The anger and hatred he had endured in the depths of the void had vanished from Clovis's face, replaced by a resolute face with a bright smile. He was happy because the evil Pantheon alliance had agreed to ally with his Titan race. The two factions joined forces to fight against the Angels and the Holy and Light factions. Furthermore, the alliance between the evil Pantheon and the Titans was not merely a verbal agreement. Both sides made a vow, witnessed by the spirit of the world's laws in the battlefield of myriad realms. Regardless of which side breaks the oath, they will be punished by the spirit of the world law of the battlefield of myriad realms. The power of the world law spirit of the battlefield of myriad realms far surpasses the level of the supreme gods, and even the Titan God King Clovis, who possesses a complete set of supreme artifacts, cannot withstand it. Therefore, this oath is very formal. In the eyes of the Titan King Clovis, the alliance between the two was even more unbreakable. There will never be a traitor like the cursed goddess Clither. Bound by the oath, he could also fully trust the Lich Lord and others. Inside the main hall of the temple, there are 4 thrones. The King of Poison sat enthroned within. His face was gloomy, and hatred still lingered in his eyes. Several days have passed, and the King of Poisons has successfully created a new supreme divine body for himself. After all, he himself has an incarnation. A perfect rebirth can be achieved simply by merging the soul of the main body with the avatar. Although my strength has decreased after being reborn, these are minor issues. As a veteran supreme deity, the King of Poisons naturally had made preparations in advance. With the help of several evil supreme deities, he quickly recovered to the peak of his divine power. His divine power is not much different from before. Unable to conceal his hatred, the King of Poisons gritted his teeth and said, "The hatred for being shattered is irreconcilable. From this moment on, I will fight to the death with the Goddess of Light and the others. Not just you, but our entire evil Pantheon alliance." The Lich King was also filled with murderous intent. It was also severely damaged on the battlefield deep in the void. Although it didn't damage the source, it was still a very uncomfortable thing. Most importantly, it almost died there. The fear of death overwhelmed it time and time again, which inevitably made it feel deeply humiliated. After all, it was the creator of the Lich race. They enjoy extremely high prestige throughout the universe. Countless liches, countless undead creatures, and evil races worship it. When has it ever been treated like this? It has almost forgotten when it was last injured. For the Lich Lord, this grudge must be avenged. Meanwhile, the Dark Goddess Sylvia, who was also seated on her throne, spoke up. Our war with the Holy and Light factions can only end with the complete annihilation of one side. Moreover, even if we back down, the Holy and Light factions may not necessarily let us go. The Lord of Holy Light has returned to the battlefield of all realms. All 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race have descended. If nothing unexpected happens, the angels and the Holy and Light faction will soon launch a war of conquest against the battlefield of all worlds. If we want to survive, we have no choice but to resist. Good. The spider goddess agreed. Once she transformed back into human form, she exuded boundless, alluring charm. She turned to look at the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, and said with a smile, "I thought you were like the goddess of curses, Claytel. After all, you and the goddess of light are sisters. But now, I no longer have that thought. You're one of us." The goddess of darkness, Sylvia, said calmly, "Things have already developed to this point, so let's not talk about such meaningless things. What we need to do now is to increase our divine power as much as possible." 7 archangels with 18 wings gathered together, and with the help of a group of goddesses from the nature pantheon. If we don't enhance our divine power, we are no match for the Holy and Light faction. The spider goddess frowned and said, "We are all supreme deities, and every step we take is fraught with difficulties. How can we expect to increase our strength so easily?" The goddess of darkness did not answer this question, because soon, the Lich Lord took it, and while looking up at the Titan King Clovis, he said, "Your Majesty Clovis, I hope you can open the Tower of Eternity to us." The Tower of Eternity is a powerful artifact comparable to the Scepter of Origin. With its help, we can definitely become stronger in a short time. This, Titan King Clovis hesitated for a moment. Despite having formed an alliance with the evil pantheon, he was still somewhat uneasy about opening the Tower of Eternity. What if something unexpected happens? Although the possibility is almost non-existent. Just got back from the hospital. Remember to donate your free love. Chapter 598, Entering the Tower of Eternity. The Titan King Clovis believed that the possibility of an accident was almost non-existent. One reason is the constraint of an oath. Secondly, the Eternal Tower, as a supreme artifact, possesses its own sentience. Even without anyone wielding it, it can unleash terrifying power. To put it bluntly, even the supreme deities are no match for the Tower of Eternity. Third, it's because this is the stronghold of their Titan race. If the Lich King and others harbor any improper desires for the Tower of Eternity, even if they obtain it, they will not be able to take it out of the Titan realm. In the realm of the Titans, there are 9 supreme deities guarding it. It was even protected by the power of the Titans. All these factors combined can completely guarantee that no accidents will occur. The spider goddess smiled alluringly and said, "Does His Majesty Clovis not trust us? If so, then our alliance will be meaningless." Of course not. Titan King Clovis also knew that if he wanted to completely win over the evil Pantheon alliance to his side, he had to show some sincerity. These supreme deities have no shortage of divine resources and such. He wasn't that generous as to directly gift a supreme artifact. He wouldn't lose anything by opening the Tower of Eternity to these few evil supreme deities and letting them enter to comprehend the mysteries of the fundamental laws. Thinking about this, Titan King Clovis smiled and said, "Actually, I was just planning to do the same thing. Before you, I had already promised the Sky God that I would open the Tower of Eternity to him. I will certainly not favor one over the other when it comes to you." Upon hearing this, the several evil supreme deities immediately became excited. They have cultivated for so many years, yet they have never seen a super artifact, let alone used its power to enhance their strength. For them, this was a great opportunity. They couldn't wait to enter the Tower of Eternity. However, the goddess of darkness, Sylvia, frowned and asked, "Your Majesty Clovis, isn't the god of the sky loyal to the goddess of nature and the spirits?" That was true before, but not anymore. Titan King Clovis said, "The pantheon of the sky god completely moved out of the nature god realm 3 days ago and entered the territory of my Titan god realm. He is now the supreme deity of my ancient pantheon. This is wonderful news full of surprises." The Lich Lord said, "The sky god is also a supreme deity. With his addition, our alliance will be stronger and have a better chance of contending with the Holy and Light factions." That's not important. The venomous king didn't care about any sky god. It said somewhat urgently, "I just want to know when His Majesty Clovis will guide us into the Tower of Eternity." Titan King Clovis said, "Now. Then let's get going." The King of Poison stood up impatiently. The same applies to the Lich Lord and others. They were filled with anticipation for the power of the Ion artifact. After all, this is a legendary artifact personally crafted by the Titans, who consumed countless cosmic treasures, and its power far surpasses that of supreme artifacts. If you can't get this Scepter of Origin from the Lord of Light, checking out Ion is a good alternative. Seeing this, Titan King Clovis did not hesitate and led several evil supreme deities directly to the Tower of Eternity. With the rulers of the Titan realm leading the way, the process was naturally incredibly smooth. Soon, the Lich Lord and his entourage successfully entered the interior of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, 3,000 stories high. Each layer corresponds to a fundamental principle of the universe. For the first 500 floors, those who wish to enter the tower only need to master the fundamental laws at the demigod level to climb. From the 500th floor to the 1,000th floor, one needs to master the fundamental mysteries of the laws at the level of a true god. Above 1,000 or 2,000 layers, one needs to master the fundamental laws of the main god level. After the 2,000th floor, the corresponding law is the supreme law. Titan King Clovis led the way while introducing information about the Ion. After hearing this, the several evil supreme gods all gasped. The Lich Lord exclaimed in horror. Doesn't that mean that to reach the top of the Tower of Eternity, one not only needs to master the 3,000 laws of the universe, but also 1,000 supreme laws of different attributes? Good. Titan King Clovis nodded. This is the only way to reach the top of the tower, or even to control the Tower of Eternity. Unfortunately, for countless years, no one from my Titan race has ever succeeded in doing so. Isn't that obvious? The King of Poison said, let alone mastering the 3,000 laws of the universe. Just mastering 1,000 supreme laws with different attributes is an almost impossible thing. And as far as I know, only the Lord of Holy Light in the entire universe can do this. Back then, when the Lord of Holy Light defeated the Void Demon Emperor, he used a great power formed by the fusion of more than 1,000 supreme laws. In other words, if the Lord of Holy Light obtains the Tower of Eternity, he might become its master? This is impossible, Titan King Clovis declared resolutely. Even if my Titan race is wiped out, we will not give the Lord of the Holy Light a chance to approach the Tower of Eternity. The goddess of darkness, Sylvia, seemed to agree, saying, with your majesties and the Titan's power, the Tower of Eternity is more than capable of protecting you. Moreover, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can also lend your majesty a helping hand. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across the face of Titan King Clovis. Previously, the goddess of darkness was unwilling to form an alliance with him. Now, however, they have volunteered to help. This means that the goddess of darkness has truly come to his side. This made him very happy. Why bring up Angelia at this time? Chapter 599. Sylvia is right. The Lich King agreed. Now we are in the same boat, sharing both good times and bad. If anything unexpected happens, or even if the angels attack the Titan realm, we will do everything in our power to help. Upon hearing this, Titan King Clovis confidently declared, no matter how arrogant and presumptuous the angels are, they wouldn't dare to directly attack my Titan realm. During the era of the holy war between demons and saints, all the worlds of the universe were engulfed in war and slaughter. However, even powerful enemies like the void demons dare not covet my Titan realm. Therefore, you can completely calm down and improve your own strength. The Lich King and the others said nothing more. Although Titan King Clovis's words were arrogant and unpleasant, they could not refute them. After all, back then, the void demons really couldn't do anything about the Titan realm. During the Holy War, many divine kingdoms of supreme deities and divine realms of pantheon factions were attacked by the void demon army, but the Titan realm remained peaceful. The root cause: the void demons were unable to breach this ancient divine realm. Of course, there is another reason. The ruler of the void demon clan, the void demon emperor, was held back by the Lord of Holy Light. If the void emperor were to personally lead his army to attack the Titan realm, then even the super artifact, Tower of Eternity, and the methods left behind by the Titans would likely be insufficient to stop it. Now, there are no enemies in the battlefield of myriad realms that can rival the void demon emperor. The power of the Lord of Light does not seem to have recovered. Therefore, what Titan King Clovis said was not wrong. The Titan realm is very safe, and they can completely calm down and comprehend the fundamental mysteries of the laws contained in the Tower of Eternity. Then you can stay here for now, Titan King Clovis said. I have informed the Tower of Eternity, and it will do everything it can to help you. Thank you, Your Majesty Clovis. The goddess of darkness, Sylvia, immediately expressed her gratitude. At this moment, the Lich King suddenly asked, I wonder how many floors of the Tower of Eternity Your Majesty can climb. He wanted to compare the difference in strength between himself and the Titan King Clovis by climbing the floors of the Tower of Eternity. It's also good to have a more accurate understanding of one's own strength. Titan King Clovis paused for a second, then smiled and said, I am currently at about the 2000th floor, mainly because I have not yet comprehended several fundamental mysteries of the laws at the level of the main gods. Once I break through, I can directly ascend to the 2100th floor of the Tower of Eternity by relying on the supreme laws I have mastered. That means, His Majesty the God King has mastered a full 100 supreme laws of different attributes. The Lich King and the others took a deep breath. They all sensed the power of the Titan King Clovis. After all, the four of them only possessed a maximum of 60-odd supreme laws, a far cry from the Titan King Clovis. Good. Titan King Clovis nodded slightly. There was a hint of arrogance in his expression. He earned the title of the strongest supreme deity in the battlefield of myriad realms by virtue of his mastery of 100 supreme laws and his complete set of supreme artifacts. Throughout the entire battlefield of myriad realms, there is no supreme deity who can rival him. At this moment, the King of Poison suddenly spoke up. It seems that if His Majesty Clovis takes just one more step, he should be able to rival the 18-winged Archangel Angelia from the Holy War era. As is widely known, Angelia mastered over 100 different supreme laws during the Holy War era. Its divine power is so great that it can suppress the supreme demon ancestor of the Void Demon clan. Upon hearing this, Titan King Clovis glanced at the Venom King with some displeasure. Why mention Angelia at this time? He immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation and said directly, I have other things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, you can communicate directly with the spirit of the Eternal Tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Clovis vanished into thin air. Several evil supreme deities sensed that Titan King Clovis had left the Tower of Eternity. The Lich King said to the Venom King with a hint of helplessness, Everyone knows Clovis is a stingy man, yet you still mentioned Angelia in front of him? He can't even beat Christina. Aren't you just rubbing salt into his wounds by saying that? The King of Poisons rolled his eyes and said, How was I supposed to know he'd be so stingy? If it were me, I would just take this as motivation to become stronger. So you are not the ruler of the Titan realm. The Lich King said, We are now living under someone else's roof, so we must be careful in our words and actions. It's not that we're worried about offending the Titans, but because we have a common and powerful enemy. No. The King of Poisons nodded. They immediately began climbing the tower without hesitation. Without hesitation, the three Lich Lords began their journey to climb the tower. Chapter 600 At any cost. Each level of the Eternal Tower is a vast and boundless space. This space is composed of countless dimensional worlds. Each person who climbs the tower on each floor will randomly enter one of the dimensional worlds and will not encounter anyone else. This is good news for the Goddess of Darkness, Sylvia. After entering the first level of the dimensional world, she did not immediately take out the equipment given to her by the 18-winged fallen Archangel Astia. She plans to familiarize herself with Ion first. Soon, she, like the Lich Lord and others in other dimensional spaces, also began her journey to ascend the tower. As a long-established supreme deity, the Dark Goddess Sylvia possesses considerable divine power. She has even ascended to the level of a peak supreme deity, mastering over 60 different supreme laws. In reality, at the level of the supreme deity, there are no longer specific realm divisions. After all, unlike the main gods, supreme deities do not need to possess a certain number of complete pantheons to advance their realm. The supreme deity is a complete and independent realm. Whether a being is powerful or not depends on the strength and number of supreme laws wielded by the supreme deity. Generally speaking, those who master the highest laws within the last 30 are ordinary supreme deities. Mastering more than 50 supreme laws makes one a supreme deity at the pinnacle. The comprehension and mastery of the supreme laws are extremely difficult. Moreover, the difficulty increases exponentially with each new skill mastered. Especially after mastering 80 supreme laws, the difficulty becomes even more terrifying. Looking across the entire battlefield of myriad realms, supreme deities who can master more than 80 supreme laws are extremely rare. That's why the Lich King and the others were so shocked when they learned that the Titan King Clovis had mastered a full 100 supreme laws. Compared to the Titan God King Clovis, who is hailed as the strongest supreme deity in the battlefield of all realms, they were indeed much weaker. Leaving aside the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race, it would be very difficult to find someone on the battlefield of all realms who could rival the Titan God King Clovis. The Dark Goddess Sylvia's years of training were actually not long. It will take at most 60 million years. The same applies to Annabelle, the Goddess of Light. The fact that they were able to become supreme deities who mastered dozens of supreme laws in such a short time is inseparable from the guidance given to them by the Lord of Holy Light. Supreme deities like the Lich Lord have cultivated for hundreds of millions of years. The Titan King Clovis had been cultivating for even longer. It has been at least hundreds of millions of years. In comparison, both the Goddess of Darkness and the Goddess of Light are considered juniors. However, in the extraordinary world, strength is paramount, and there is no concept of seniority. As long as you are strong enough, you can stand on equal footing with those old fogies. Although the Dark Goddess Sylvia has only been training for a short time, her strength is by no means weak, which is why she has gained the attention of the Titan King Clovis and received multiple invitations. In the realm of the fundamental law, the Dark Goddess Sylvia has also mastered the fundamental mysteries of more than 1,000 different attributes of the laws. With the help of these profound laws, she easily broke through the layers of barriers set up by the Tower of Eternity, and in the blink of an eye, she had reached the 1,000th floor. The trials of the profound mysteries of demigods and true gods below the 1,000th level were nothing to her. Then she continued climbing the tower. They didn't stop until they reached the 1,800th floor of the Tower of Eternity. Her resources were exhausted when she arrived here. From the first to the second 1,000th floor of the Tower of Eternity, one needs to master 1,000 laws at the level of a main god. She only mastered more than 800 laws at the level of a main god. Therefore, it is no longer possible to take shortcuts. To continue climbing higher, one must comprehend new divine-level laws and mysteries. At this point, the usefulness of Ion became apparent. It will release a large number of fragments of profound laws for those who climb the tower to comprehend. Once a climber comprehends and masters a complete new fundamental law, that level is considered passed, and they can continue to the next level. From this perspective, the Tower of Eternity is truly a treasure for cultivation. It's even more awesome than the Origin Scepter. After all, the Scepter of Origin is the Holy Light Lord's exclusive divine artifact. Although its power is extremely terrifying, it can only be fully unleashed in conjunction with the Holy Light Lord's power of creation. What a pity! I don't have time to comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws. After climbing over 1,800 floors, the Dark Goddess Sylvia gained a clearer understanding of the power of the Tower of Eternity. She felt it was time for her to take action. Right now, in the mind of the Dark Goddess Sylvia, the voice transmission from the Goddess of Light Annabelle to her, as she left the void battlefield, also appeared. Sylvia, my sister, you must do everything in your power to bring the Tower of Eternity out of the Titan realm. Once it is out of the Titan realm, your mission will be complete. At all costs. Yes, even if you have fallen, it doesn't matter. When the great Lord of Holy Light returns to his peak, he will surely resurrect you. I see. In this world, every cause has its effect. Back then, the Goddess of Darkness, Sylvia, embarked on the path of a supreme deity under the guidance of the Lord of Light. Now is the time for her to repay her debt of gratitude. Just as the Goddess of Light Annabelle said, she would spare no effort, even if it meant breaking her oath and dying from the backlash of the world's laws in the battlefield of myriad realms. Without further hesitation, the Goddess of Darkness, Sylvia, slowly parted her bright red lips. Suddenly, beams of red light flew out of her mouth. Those red lights were none other than blood-red battle flags.